Chapter 1, Mortal Level Guardian Spirit. Cosmic Star River Era. This was an era in which humans set foot in the universe, their footprints stepping on countless stars, slowly extending from Earth's ancestral star to countless galaxies. In this era, humans had reached the peak of both technology and cultivation systems. There were cosmic battleships that destroyed stars with a single blow, and there were also supreme powerhouses that crossed the void with their physical bodies and captured the sun and the moon. In this era, the most honorable professions were the awakened. Everyone possessed an awakening factor in their body, and once they awakened a guardian spirit, they would immediately become an awakened person admired by all. There are strong and weak guardian spirits. There are hundreds of thousands of years ago ancient powerhouses that transformed into guardian spirits. There are also millions of years ago fallen gods that transformed into guardian spirits, and there are also ordinary people that transformed into guardian spirits. And in this era, the more ancient something was, the more valuable it was. Ancientness was the supreme law of this era. Many powerful guardian spirits were very ancient existences, and the same was true for gong methods. At some point, the universe of this era had produced this law, where the more ancient the merit law was subjected to the precipitation of time. The effect it exerted in this era was beyond imagination. Even if an ordinary technique from hundreds of millions of years ago was placed in this era, it would become a god-level technique and be fought over by countless powerful people. However, human civilization had gone through countless disasters and wars, and civilization faults had appeared time and time again, not to mention the merit laws of hundreds of millions of years ago. Even those of tens of millions of years ago were very rare, and were regarded by countless forces as supreme treasures. Star River Era 297-8424, August 23. On this day, Earth Phylan First Senior High School ushered in the annual awakening ceremony. The awakening ceremony was awakened once a year, starting at the age of 16, and there were 3 opportunities for awakening in a person's life, and once one failed to awaken the guardian spirit on all 3 occasions, it proved that there was no talent for awakening the person. The awakening of the guardian spirit requires certain physical conditions. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the awakening of the guardian spirit. Because of this, the federal provisions of the awakening ceremony at the age of 16, otherwise the age is too young, the body has not yet grown up. Once forcibly awakened, then it is easy to collapse the physical body. Under normal circumstances, if a person has a talent for awakening, the first time to participate in the awakening ceremony can be successfully awakened. 2 awakening failed, the third time almost no chance of awakening. Phylan No. 1 Middle School, Awakening Ceremony Venue. A huge crystal pillar stood on top of a high platform, and as a teacher read the name, a student went up to participate in the awakening ceremony. The students only needed to touch their hands to the crystal pillar, and most of the students failed to awaken without any visions occurring. But when a skinny student touched the crystal pillar, the anomaly occurred. Rumble. A gigantic silhouette wearing golden battle armor appeared in the sky, and this person roared up to the sky as an endless battle intent enveloped the void. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed, Xiao Xin'er has actually awakened a medium guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er, the first awakening was successful. The guardian spirit is Ancient Sea Wind, a human ancient star planet passing God realm powerhouse from 30,000 years ago. The guardian spirit level is medium. The teacher read aloud. According to the division of guardian spirits in today's era, guardian spirits could be divided into mortal-grade guardian spirits, low-grade guardian spirits, medium-grade guardian spirits, high-grade guardian spirits, super-grade guardian spirits, and god-grade guardian spirits. Most awakened people were low-level guardian spirits, while medium guardian spirits were already quite excellent, and as long as they didn't fall, they could definitely become the top powerhouses in Phylan City. When Xiao Xin'er learned that he had awakened the guardian spirit Ancient Sea Breeze, he was startled and jumped up and down. Suddenly, a name was read out. Next, Xiao Xin'er. As soon as the words fell, a stunning beauty with a slim figure, dressed in a long purple dress, and with an appearance as beautiful as a fairy's descent from the earth walked slowly towards the top of the high platform. Seeing Xiao Xin'er, many people began to talk. Our Phylan No. 1 Middle School's No. 1 school beauty, the Grand Miss of the Xiao family, has failed to awaken twice in a row. What a pity. The Xiao family is a big family of awakened people, and as the big miss of the Xiao family, she was pinned with huge hopes in the beginning. Everyone thought that she could at least awaken a medium guardian spirit, and even had the hope of awakening a high guardian spirit, but I didn't expect that she failed to awaken. This is her 3rd time participating in the awakening ceremony, and it's also her last chance to awaken. Once she fails this time, I'm afraid Xiao Xin'er will be reduced to an ordinary person. Although Xiao Xin'er is the big miss of the Xiao family, but if she can't become an awakened person, her status in the Xiao family will be greatly reduced. Even if she looks more beautiful, what's the use? It is estimated that her future destiny will be to find a strong person who is a good match for her, and she won't be able to dominate her own marriage. Although the world is unfair, but sometimes it is fair, Xiao Xin'er has the beauty that makes even the gods covet, but she lost her awakened talent. And I've heard that another young lady of the Xiao family is average looking, but has awakened a high guardian spirit. Words can't be said too early. Perhaps this time Xiao Xin'er will be able to awaken a guardian spirit. Stepping. Xiao Xin'er walked towards the crystal pillar step by step. Her stunningly beautiful face looked calm, but her clenched hands revealed her state of mind. This, already, was her last chance. I'm not asking for a higher guardian spirit, nor a medium guardian spirit. Give me a lower guardian spirit and I'm willing. Xiao Xin'er gritted her teeth and secretly said. Standing in front of the awakening crystal pillar, Xiao Xin'er gently pressed her hands against it. Fiercely, a force extended from the awakening crystal pillar into her body. The so-called awakening was when the crystal pillar triggered the awakening factor in a person's body, thus triggering an awakening and giving birth to a guardian spirit. Some awakening factors were so stubborn that they could not be triggered at all, and thus this type of person was said to have no awakening talent. But nothing is absolute. Some awakened people failed the first 2 times and only succeeded in awakening the 3rd time. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time passed second by second. Basically, as long as there was no birth of a vision within 10 seconds, then it meant that the awakening had failed. Xiao Xin'er silently counted, but there was no sign in the air. At this time, her face turned pale, as if she had already foreseen her end. Just as Xiao Xin'er was about to give up, the void swung open and a ray of light manifested. Awakening! Xiao Xin'er's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Below, many students were also surprised. They didn't expect Xiao Xin'er to really succeed in awakening for the 3rd time. This was an incomparably rare situation. Soon, the vision fully manifested, and a human silhouette in his 20s appeared in their line of sight. This person was very ordinary, with no strong aura at all. At this time, the teacher in charge of the awakening ceremony announced, Xiao Xin'er, the 3rd awakening is successful. The guardian spirit is an ordinary person, identity unknown. The guardian spirit level is a mortal grade guardian spirit. Mortal grade guardian spirit. The moment these words came out, the entire room was dumbfounded. Chapter 2: The difference between successful techniques and ages. Where is this? Tian looked at the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. A very large square where many people stood around and watched him while he floated in the air, his body a shadow, not a solid body. This situation appeared to be, I'm dead? Tian's pupils shrunk violently, simply unable to accept such a situation. He didn't just stay up all night and play the game all night. It wasn't so bad that he directly died suddenly. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. That teacher's voice entered his ears without missing a single word. Guardian spirit? Mortal level? What does this mean? Why does it sound a bit like something from some TV? Tian muttered in his heart. My guardian spirit is mortal level? Xiao Xin'er stared blankly at Tian, unable to accept this fact in her heart. Mortal grade guardian spirit meant that this guardian spirit was immortal in life, a mortal used as a guardian spirit. What was the difference between this and not being awakened? As Xiao Xin'er looked at Tian also looked at Xiao Xin'er. What a beautiful person. Tian felt that if he had a heart right now, it would definitely be pounding violently. The first time he saw Xiao Xin'er, Tian felt that he had been hit by Cupid's arrow and had completely fallen in love with her. At the same time, a strange feeling came over him. There seemed to be a special connection between him and Xiao Xin'er. He wanted to guard her and protect her for the rest of his life, and he could sense her presence even when he closed his eyes. In connection with that teacher's words earlier in the current situation, a thought arose in Tian's mind. I become this beautiful woman's guardian spirit? At the thought of this, Tian didn't panic, only surprise. Although he wasn't clear about the situation, if he could be with this beauty, he would be happy even if he became a guardian spirit after death. Suddenly, a suction force came, and Tian felt his eyes go black. The square, the beautiful woman, and the crystal pillar all disappeared. Once he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already lying on the bed in his rented room. Just now that was a dream. No, that was too real, not like a dream at all. Tian scratched his head, completely unaware of what had happened. Forget it, go back to sleep, too sleepy. Tian yawned and continued to sleep. Other side. Xiao family. Xiao Xin'er had locked herself inside the house by herself. She looked confused and didn't know what the future held. It was so hard to awaken a guardian spirit, but she didn't expect it to be a mortal level guardian spirit. A mortal grade guardian spirit, what am I going to compare myself to others with? Flesh body, marrow cleansing, blood exchange, innate. I'm afraid I can't even reach the marrow cleansing realm. Xiao Xin'er could not cry. Awakened and guardian spirits were one and the same, and needed to grow together, while the potential of mortal grade guardian spirits was too poor, and it was difficult to find suitable techniques. In this era, everything that was older was more precious, such as guardian spirits. Many powerful guardian spirits were basically strong people from hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even millions of years ago, or even tens of millions of years ago, and after their deaths, they became powerful guardian spirits for humans in this era after many years. If one was able to obtain a divine grade guardian spirit, it would be the same as having a guardian spirit with divine grade potential, and there was a great hope of succeeding a divine spirit in the future. And the higher the grade of the guardian spirit, the greater increase in cultivation it would bring, whereas a mortal grade guardian spirit was simply useless, and would even hold her back. In addition to a powerful guardian spirit, the gong method was also the key to determining future achievements. The more ancient the gong method, the more powerful it was. For example, a merit law from 10,000 years ago was far inferior to one from millions of years ago, and even a trash merit law from millions of years ago was more powerful than a powerful merit law from tens of thousands of years ago. In this era, human beings divided merit laws into 9 levels based on the age and the power of the merit law, and above the 9 levels was the divine level. For example, the Xiao family possessed a level 7 gongfu from 3 million years ago, and it was by relying on that one level 7 gongfu that the Xiao family stood in Filan City and became the premier big family in Filan City. Sitting there contemplating for a long time, Xiao Xin'er said with a resolute face, "I won't give in. Even if I don't rely on the guardian spirit, I can still step into the marrow cleansing realm. I am now at the 3rd level of the flesh-body realm. There are 9 levels of the flesh-body realm. According to time, it takes an average person 100 years to cultivate to the 9th level of the flesh-body. A low-level guardian spirit can shorten the time by 3 times, a medium-level guardian spirit can shorten the time by 5 times, and a high-level guardian spirit can shorten the time by 10 times. Although I don't have a guardian spirit cultivation increase commission, if I just get a 9th level flesh-body hierarchy technique, I can shorten the time by 81 times, and with the aid of some spirit medicines, I can completely step into the marrow cleansing realm by the time I graduate from my senior year of high school and succeed in getting into a university." This was Xiao Xin'er's perfect plan, but the key problem was that one 9th level fleshly body realm gongfu. Flesh realm was the first level of the awakened. Only by reaching the 9th level of flesh realm could the awakened be able to summon a physical guardian spirit to fight. The awakened and the guardian spirit merged and fought, and only then could the awakened's terrifying combat power be erupted. As a result, the physical realm is very critical, and the physical realm's technique is also regarded as a top priority by the major powers. However, the Xiao family's 7th level technique was not a main cultivation technique of the physical body realm, but rather a combat technique. The Xiao family's most powerful physical body realm technique was a 6th level technique, but it would only be given to high-level guardian spirit awakened people. Even if Xiao Xin'er was the granddaughter of the Xiao family's head, she was not qualified to cultivate that level 6 flesh body realm technique. Moreover, a rank 6 gongfu would not be able to help her successfully enter the university. 9th level, a feat that our Xiao family couldn't even get with all their efforts. What qualifications do I have to get it? Xiao Xin'er sighed deeply. Suddenly, she thought of her guardian spirit, the very ordinary-looking mortal guardian spirit. After all, it's my guardian spirit, I have to get to know it. Even if I don't rely on him, I have to grow together. Xiao Xin'er thought so, and with a thought, her consciousness entered her guardian spirit space. The guardian spirit space was located in a person's soul, and was the space where the guardian spirit stayed. But when Xiao Xin'er entered the guardian spirit space, she was immediately dumbfounded. How is my guardian spirit space like this? Chapter 3. I came from 1 billion years ago. It was a river of stars that led to the depths of the endless universe. Xiao Xin'er's gaze seemed to look through the depths of the star river in the guardian spirit space, where there was a huge vortex that led to nowhere. Even as the owner of the guardian spirit, Xiao Xin'er was unable to get close to that vortex, and it seemed that if she got close to that vortex, she would be strangled out of her consciousness by the vortex. How could my guardian spirit space be so big, and have such a large vortex? Strange, according to the information, other people's guardian spirit space is just a small piece of heaven and earth. It can't be like this. Xiao Xin'er was very puzzled in her heart, suddenly realizing that her awakened guardian spirit might not be that simple. Right, where is my guardian spirit? Xiao Xin'er's eyes scanned the entire guardian spirit space, but none of them saw the shadow of the guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er inwardly called out to her guardian spirit over and over again. Suddenly, the vortex in the depths of the star river appeared to stir, and a young man walked out of it, arriving in front of her in the twinkling of an eye. What place is this? Tian opened his eyes in a daze and subconsciously said. But when he saw Xiao Xin'er, he instantly became excited. I recognize you, you're the beautiful woman from the square. Tian shouted. Xiao Xin'er looked at Tian with a helpless face, not knowing why her guardian spirit was so two-faced. She didn't understand the situation at all. Beauty, who are you? Can you leave me a phone number? Tian shamelessly said. Be serious, you're my guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er said with a straight face. Guardian spirit? Hearing this word for the second time, Tian couldn't help but ask, Beauty, what is a guardian spirit? Am I not in a dream? Xiao Xin'er covered her forehead, itching to hammer this guardian spirit who didn't understand anything, but she still patiently explained. You've already died, although it's not clear which era you're from, but you've now become my guardian spirit. Let me first introduce to you what a guardian spirit is. Under Xiao Xin'er's explanation, Tian finally understood. The principle of a guardian spirit was clear to him as soon as he heard it. And he also knew his situation. He had become Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, and this was the guardian spirit space. But a huge doubt flashed in Lin Tian's mind. He, obviously, wasn't dead. He was a great young man in the 21st century. He had just graduated not long ago. He was in the stage of looking for a job. His life had just begun. According to Xiao Xin'er's explanation, only people who have died for a long time will become the guardian spirit of someone in the future, which can also be interpreted as the soul of a person after death is hosted in the void, and the awakening factor communicates with the soul factor that is in the void to form a qualitative change into a conscious guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er beauty, what era is it now? Lin Tian asked curiously. It's the Earth Universe Star River Era 297-8424. Xiao Xin'er explained. Earth Universe Star River Era, what era is this? Lin Tian scratched his head in confusion. You don't know about the Cosmic Star River Era? Xiao Xin'er got excited and couldn't help but ask, could it be that you are a human before the Cosmic Star River Era? A human from the Ancient God Civilization Era? I don't know what the Ancient God Civilization is either. Are you able to tell me more specifically about these eras? Lin Tian asked. Xiao Xin'er couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart and slowly explained. We are now in the Cosmic Star River Era. Almost 3 million years have passed, and 3 million years ago, humanity was in the Ancient God Civilization. During that era, humanity was in an era of technological scarcity. Strong human beings were able to traverse the universe just by relying on their physical bodies, and many powerful ancient gods were given birth to, but time and time again, great wars broke out amongst these gods, ultimately leading to the extinction of the Ancient God Civilization. Only a small number of them remained to usher in the Cosmic Star River Era. According to ancient canonical records, the ancient god civilization was around 3 million years ago to 100 million years ago. 100 million years ago to 500 million years ago was the era of mechanical civilization. 500 million years ago to 1 billion years ago was the era of pre-cosmic civilization. The humans of that era also stepped into the cosmic era just like nowadays, but unfortunately, I don't know why the human footprints were overthrown, and there are no specific canonical records to know about it. But from the present-day humans exploring the cosmos, they would occasionally see some remnants of the pre-cosmic civilization. And a billion years ago, at that time, human beings were basically ordinary people, and also did not have the ability to enter the universe. For the civilization a billion years ago, there are almost no records of it nowadays, and what there are just a few terms, such as Huaxia, and thus people in this era nowadays call the civilization a billion years ago the Huaxia civilization, but no one is clear about what the Huaxia civilization was like. It is only known that the Huaxia civilization was very weak, and it should be similar to some of the planets that are in an uncivilized state in the starry sky today. As Xiao Xin'er narrated, Lin Tian finally understood. He and Xiao Xin'er were separated by a whole billion years, and he had unexpectedly become the guardian spirit of a beautiful woman a billion years later. He was a guardian spirit from a billion years ago. Lin Tian, which era do you come from? Xiao Xin'er couldn't help but ask. The more ancient the guardian spirit, the more powerful it was. If Lin Tian came from a very ancient god civilization, just in case he remembered that some of the ancient god civilization's techniques were at the very least level 7 or 8 techniques when put into the present. If I say that I came from the Huaxia civilization, do you believe me? Lin Tian stared at Xiao Xin'er and said seriously. Huaxia civilization, don't joke. Xiao Xin'er trembled and said, from the time there were records, the oldest guardian spirit of mankind was only a strong mechanical civilization more than 100 million years ago. As for the guardian spirit of 200 million years ago was never born. How could you come from the Huaxia civilization of 1 billion years ago? But what I said is true. Lin Tian spread his 2 hands and said, I'll believe it if you can come up with a gong method from the Huaxia civilization a billion years ago. Xiao Xin'er lightly hummed. Chapter 4 Divine Grade Gongfu Out of the World. A billion-year-old Huaxia gong method? Lin Tian said strangely, but even if I took it out, you wouldn't recognize it. According to your description, you didn't know anything about the Huaxia civilization in your time, you only knew of the existence of this civilization. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly explained, if you were able to take out the Chinese civilization's techniques, if you put them in our era, even the most trashy Chinese civilization technique would become a god-tier technique. What do you mean? I didn't understand. Lin Tian shook his head. In our era, the rules of the universe have changed drastically. The more ancient something is, the higher its value is. For example, a merit law, the more ancient a merit law is, the more its grade will slowly change drastically under the precipitation of time, becoming an extremely advanced merit law. The gongfa of the Chinese civilization a billion years ago, any gongfa placed in the current era can surpass above the 9th level gongfa and become a god-level gongfa. Xiao Xin'er said. You are telling the truth? Lin Tian took a deep breath. If what Xiao Xin'er said was true, then of course what I said is true. I'm afraid that you're fooling me, and you're just a mortal. Do you have a merit law on you? Xiao Xin'er expressed her skepticism. A gongfu involved a lot of content. A mortal who hadn't practiced couldn't remember those gongfu at all. Even if Lin Tianjin was a human from the Chinese civilization, where would he remember the Gongfa? Besides, most of the memories of many guardian spirits had lost much of their memories, they simply couldn't remember much of the Gongfa, or else Gongfa from millions or even tens of millions of years ago wouldn't be so rare. You wait, I'll be back in a while. After Lin Tian finished speaking, his body moved and instantly drilled into that vortex at the end of the Star River and disappeared. Why is my guardian spirit so strange? It's even if he's not clear about guardian spirits, he would still disappear in the guardian spirit space. I don't know what's at the end of that vortex. Could it be that he even opened up a residence in the guardian spirit space? Xiao Xin'er muttered. That's not a dream. On the bed of the rented room, Lin Tian's body appeared out of thin air. The first time he entered the guardian spirit space, he was still a bit confused, but now he had completely understood his situation. He had really become the guardian spirit of a peerless beauty a billion years later, and such a strange thing as crossing time and space to become the guardian spirit of a person from the future had happened to him. More importantly, he had become a guardian spirit in the form of a living person. Slightly closing his eyes and sensing it, he could sense the existence of a vortex in his mind. This vortex was the channel that connected him to Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit space. He could freely enter both places, and he could sense Xiao Xin'er's call. The more ancient the technique, the more powerful it is. For Xiao Xin'er's era, the era I'm in now is a billion years ago. I am not remembering any of the techniques, but I can easily obtain any of them in this era. Lin Tian said excitedly. Through his meditative senses, Lin Tian understood that he was unable to carry anything from this era into the guardian spirit space, and the only thing he was able to carry were his memories. Thus, he was unable to bring books of feats into the guardian spirit space, and could only record those feats with his memories. But which one to choose for the first Gongfu? Just the Tao Te Ching. Lin Tian decided. Tao Te Ching was the general outline of Taoist feats, and there was a complete version of it on the internet. This general outline of Taoism could be memorized separately. He would memorize the last few chapters first to try it out. Tao can be Tao, very Tao. A name can be a name, but it is not a name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, the famous is the mother of all things. Therefore, if there is always nothing, I want to see its marvelousness. If there is always something, I want to see its mere existence. Lin Tian looked at the Tao Te Ching on his computer and read it word by word. In the past, he had also read the Tao Te Ching and memorized it when he was in school. Now, although he could not remember it all, the memories that were hidden in the depths of his mind came up as soon as he reviewed it a little bit. In less than half an hour, he had memorized all the first 10 chapters of the Tao Te Ching. Try going to the guardian spirit space. Lin Tian's body violently disappeared from the rental house and arrived at the guardian spirit space in Xiao Xin'er's soul. You're back. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said when she saw Lin Tian come out of the vortex. I'm sorry for making you wait for a long time. I'm going to pass on a part of a technique to you now. Lin Tian sat down on his knees and began to recite the contents of the Tao Te Ching. The Tao may be Tao, but it is very Tao. A name can be a name, a very name. As Lin Tian recited, a single word flew out of his mouth, transforming into golden characters that danced in the guardian spirit space. Mouthing out rule words, this is a divine level technique. Xiao Xin'er was shocked. In this era, any god level technique could transform into rules that appeared once recited. Mouthing out rule words was considered a sign of a divine level gong method. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er also sat down on her knees and chanted the Tao Te Ching along with Lin Tian. Tao can be Tao, very Tao. A name can be a name, but it is not a name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, the famous is the mother of all things. Therefore, there is always nothing, and I want to see its marvelousness. There is always something, and I want to see its mere existence. As Xiao Xin'er recited, countless Tao Te Ching epiphanies flooded into her mind. This was the first time that the Tao Te Ching had appeared to descend in this era to pass on its senses, and it was recognized by the rules of this era. And Xiao Xin'er was with Lin Tian, chanting the Tao Te Ching together, and thus began to be passing down the Tao Te Ching as well. And in the outside world, the Tao Te Ching had also caused a huge commotion. One could only see a large number of rule words appearing around Xiao Xin'er's body, surrounding her, turning her side into a sea of rules, subtly changing her body. This was only a small commotion. The real commotion was located above the earth. The rules of the universe descended upon the earth, transforming into countless golden lights to form a gigantic silhouette. It was an old man, with crane hair and wearing a Taoist robe, the very Laozi from the legends of the Chinese civilization. Laozi stepped on the void, a huge Taiji diagram evolving the stars and rivers. His eyes transformed into the world of the Tao, and his mouth recited the Tao Te Ching silently. It was just that the others couldn't hear what Laozi was saying and only saw Laozi's mouth moving. Buzz! The rules of heaven and earth were shaking, like a flood bell vibrating and shaking the earth's void. Ordinary people could only see this kind of vision, but they did not know what was happening. However, in the eyes of many of Earth's great powers, Earth's ocean of rules was vibrating in the void, setting off a huge tidal wave of rules. The Earth Federation God Alliance headquarters. A terrifying figure bathed in rules appeared, all of them staring at Earth's rule ocean. The ocean of rules is vibrating and the ancient deity's silhouettes are descending. This is the sign of a divine level technique coming out. A voice filled with shock echoed over the Earth Federation God Alliance headquarters. Chapter 5 Above the Divine Level, Supreme Feats? During the Star River era, the ocean of rules would quake if any god-level merit law came out, one of the sights caused by the cosmic rules descending to recognize the merit law. The ocean of rules trembling, this undoubtedly means that there is a new divine grade merit law coming out. It's a pity that I can't know the location where the divine grade merit law comes out, otherwise I wouldn't mind bringing it in to observe it. Ordinary divine level techniques are of no use to us, only divine level techniques that vibrate more than 5 times are considered good. The rule ocean vibrates like a flood bell ringing, flesh, marrow cleansing, blood replacement, innate, through the gods, the void, the planets. Only reach the void realm of the strong can hear the sound of this rule ocean vibration. Now I'm afraid that it has already attracted the attention of the entire planet void above the strong, then I'm afraid that it will cause some strife. I don't know what level of merit law is out this time. If it's a divine level merit law below 5 vibrations, then the strife caused is not big. If it's above 5 vibrations, then I'm afraid that even we want to go and look for this divine level merit law. Compared to this divine level gong method, I'm more curious about who that old man who treads on the void and stands above the ocean is. This old man's image is different from all the ancient deities that I know of. I think he must be a character from the era of mechanical civilization hundreds of millions of years ago. Just as many Earth Federation God Alliance powerhouses were debating, a big man in a sturdy battle armor walked out from the distorted space, his star-like eyes staring at the ocean of rules as well as the old man's figure that was situated in the sky above the earth, revealing a look of surprise. I'm afraid that this ancient figure is from 500 million years ago. The big man said in surprise. King Jinzun, you're not kidding, this is a figure from 500 million years ago? The many God Alliance powerhouses were shocked. The big man in front of them was the Golden Zun King, the strongest person currently stationed in the Earth Federation Alliance. The Golden Zun King said indifferently, the Federation God Alliance covers countless galaxies, and although Earth is the birthplace of the human Federation, you all know that Earth's strength today isn't strong in the Federation. On the contrary, in other stars, because of the unearthing of ancient relics, the visions of many god-level techniques coming out of the world occur frequently. You stay on Earth for a long time, rarely go to other stars, but I was fortunate enough to have seen once 500 million years ago in the era of cosmic civilization of the god-level skills out of the world, and the old man in front of me exudes an ancient aura than that time I saw with my own eyes. The ancient aura is even more ancient. It is very likely that the god-level gong method that came out this time was from the era of the former universe civilization 500 million years ago, or even a divine level technique from the era of the former cosmic civilization. My goodness, the divine level techniques from the era of the former cosmic civilization that have come out of the countless stars of our human federation can only be counted on one hand, right? I didn't expect our Earth's ancestral star to have produced a merit law from this era. This news would be enough to shake the Federation's God Alliance if it were to be spread. Another God Alliance powerhouse marvel. Buzz. Buzz. The ocean of rules vibrated again and again, and the sound of a flood of rule bells resounded through the Earth's void. It's vibrating 3 times. It's vibrating 4 times. Many God Alliance powerhouses as well as other powerhouses above the Earth void realm gazed at the Earth rule ocean very nervously. When the 5th rule tremor appeared in the Earth rule ocean, almost all of the powerhouses choked. 5 tremors, this was enough to show how terrifying this time's divine level technique should be. The visions haven't dispersed yet. It shouldn't be. The pupils of some divine alliance powerhouses shrunk violently, falling into utter shock. This time's divine grade merit method could very well be a supreme divine grade merit method above the 6 tremors. Buzz. Another tremor reappeared, as if a huge shock had shaken a blow in the hearts of all the void realm and above powerhouses. The techniques from the era of the former cosmic civilization were all above 5 vibrations at the very least, and the most powerful technique that has appeared so far is the 9 vibrations, and the 9 vibrations are known as the ultimate in divine level techniques, and if they are beyond the 9 vibrations, then they are supreme level techniques. The Golden Zun King explained to everyone. Supreme level feats are defined feats, they are theoretical feats. Our human alliance hasn't seen any such feats, right? A God Alliance powerhouse casually said. No, supreme level feats have appeared, but they are not feats born from our humanity. The Golden Zun King spoke in a low voice, as if he had thought of something, and immediately shut up again. The other God Alliance powerhouses knew what the Golden Zun King meant by what he said, and one by one, they consciously did not ask. Buzz. Buzz. 7th tremor, 8th tremor. Each tremor shook the hearts of all Earth powerhouses, causing all of them to breathe heavily. Just as the 9th tremor was about to occur, Lao Zi's figure violently shattered, and the ocean of rules instantly subsided. All the visions dissipated. 8 tremors, the divine level technique that came out this time should belong to the 8th rank divine level technique. A God Alliance powerhouse judged. No, it's more than 8th rank. The Golden Zun King took a deep breath and said. Golden Zun King, vibrating 8 times isn't an 8th rank divine grade technique, this is the stipulation of the supreme law of the universe, we didn't hear it wrong. A God Alliance powerhouse retorted. That's right, vibrating 8 times is an 8th order technique, but you should have all seen the scene of a divine level technique coming out. How do the visions dissipate after the vibration of a normal divine level technique coming out? The Golden Zune King questioned. It is slowly dissipated. The other God Alliance powerhouses thought about it and said. But how did the vision dissipate this time? The Golden Sovereign King asked again. It was shattered all of a sudden. A God Alliance powerhouse replied. The Golden Sovereign King's gaze deepened as he said quietly, the vision shattered, this is a remnant of a piece coming out of the world, not a complete technique coming out of the world, and just the remnant of a piece creates 8 tremors. Do you guys know what this means? The other God Alliance powerhouses certainly knew what this meant. It meant that the grade of the Divine Grade Merit Law that had come out this time was above the 8th rank Divine Grade Merit Law, perhaps it was a 9th rank Divine Grade Merit Law, perhaps it was a Supreme Merit Law. Many powerful people who had accidentally obtained extremely ancient divine grade techniques would basically show up in the state of remnants, and would not really show up the complete technique at once. This method would avoid the true rank of a divine grade merit law from being exposed. The vision of a divine grade merit law coming into existence would only be born once, and even if it was made up later, the vision would not appear again. Before being able to see the true face of a divine grade merit law, no one would be able to guess the true grade of a divine grade merit law. Thus, in the universe, it was not uncommon for such remnants to appear. Some of them were true remnants, while others were done deliberately. If it was truly a supreme merit law that had come out, it wouldn't just be the human race that would be shaken, but rather the universe. Chapter 6 Vajra Indestructible Body, Second Technique. Boom! Above the Earth Federation God Alliance, a terrifying silhouette manifested. That faint pressure caused all the God Alliance powerhouses to tremble. Greetings to the ancient Song Emperor. One by one, the many Earth Federation God Alliance powerhouses led by the Golden Zune King bent down to pay their respects. The ancient Song Emperor, one of the 10 emperors of the Federation Divine Alliance, was also a powerhouse who had walked out from the Earth's ancestral planet, and his strength far surpassed that of these Divine Alliance powerhouses they were present with. Although the one who had arrived was only a conscious avatar of the ancient Song Emperor, the slightest hint of this pressure was enough to cause them to be unable to resist. Golden Zune Wang, can Earth's suspected supreme technique be true? The ancient Song Emperor's eyes swept towards the Golden Zune King. Ancient Song Emperor, the Rule Ocean trembled 8 times and then the vision shattered. It is a remnant of the present, it is highly likely that the supreme technique has come out. The Golden Zune King said truthfully. This emperor understands. I will discuss with the other emperors to block the news. This one thing you guys just pretend you don't know, publicize it to the outside world by saying it's an 8th rank divine level technique. If this emperor knows who leaked it out, obliterate. A faint murderous aura filled the void, causing all Earth God Alliance powerhouses to tremble. They all knew that the ancient Song Emperor was true to his word. Once they did leak it out, the ancient Song Emperor would definitely come across the Star River to behead them. We don't dare to leak it. The many God Alliance powerhouses assured. No leaks shall be allowed, no searching for this supreme technique shall be allowed, so disperse yourselves. As soon as the words fell, the ancient Song Emperor's silhouette dissipated. Immediately, the many God Alliance powerhouses dispersed one by one. Phylan City, Xiao family. Xiao Xin'er slowly woke up from her cultivation and instantly felt the changes in herself. Although her strength hadn't increased much, she felt a wave of relaxation all over her body, and her speed of thinking was much faster than before, as if she had been enlightened all of a sudden. I didn't expect that I would have obtained a divine grade technique. Xiao Xin'er couldn't believe it. The value of a divine grade technique was even many times more precious than the entire Xiao family. Furthermore, the one she had obtained was not an ordinary god level technique. As for what level it was, she couldn't even recognize it at her current level, but she understood that it was definitely not an ordinary god-level technique. She had now believed Lin Tian's words, and she was afraid that Lin Tian was really from the era of the Huaxia civilization. A technique from the era of Chinese civilization, even if it was the most trashy technique put in this era, I'm afraid that it would become a powerful god-level technique. If she let others know that she possessed a human guardian spirit from the age of Chinese civilization, the result would inevitably be. It absolutely cannot be leaked out, it must be kept secret. Xiao Xin'er said to herself in her heart. Guardian Spirit Space. Xiao Xin'er met Lin Tian once again and said, Lin Tian, I believe you now, you really are from the Chinese civilization era. I'm afraid that this Tao Te Ching is the top divine level technique in our era. It seems to be useful for enhancing enlightenment in soul as well as assisting in comprehending the rules. I'm nowhere near the level of comprehending the rules. Do you have any techniques for cultivating the physical body aspect? In our era, the first realm is the flesh body realm. If I can obtain a flesh body realm technique, I can definitely grow up quickly. Cultivating techniques in the fleshly body? Lin Tian thought deeply for a moment and then nodded his head. It's possible, but the Tao Te Ching that I just taught you is only a part of it. When I turn around, I'll pass on the complete Tao Te Ching to you. Good. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. I'll go and organize my memories first to see if there are any suitable flesh realm techniques, and then I'll pass them on to you, Lin Tian asked. It's fine, you go and organize your memories. Xiao Xin'er agreed. Thus, Lin Tian left the guardian spirit space through the vortex. He returned to the era of Chinese civilization. Lin Tian immediately started searching for techniques on cultivating the physical body. After spending about half an hour, Lin Tian found the Shaolin Vajra Indestructible Body's secret manual on the internet. The Shaolin Vajra Indestructible Body was one of the Shaolin stunts, but the ones on the internet only had the upper part of it, and he didn't know who had uploaded it, but as for the middle and lower parts, he couldn't find them. Flesh Realm Techniques, Shaolin Vajra Indestructible Body should be the best one, the complete version should be in the Shaolin Temple. No matter what, let's teach this upper part to Xiao Xin'er first, and I can also cultivate in that era. When my strength rises, then I'll just go directly to the Shaolin Temple to ask for the complete version. Thinking like this, Lin Tian began to memorize the upper part of the Shaolin Vajra Indestructible Body technique. It was at this time that Lin Tian realized something incredible. He had completely memorized the upper part of the Vajra Indestructible Body technique without missing a single word after just a few readings. When did my memory become so terrifying? Lin Tian was shocked. Steeply, he remembered the cause. The Tao Deity Scripture. He had practiced the Tao Deity Scripture in the Guardian Spirit space, and the Tao Deity Scripture could enhance enlightenment in the soul, and even though he had only practiced it once, the effect was surprisingly good, allowing his memory to improve tremendously. Nowadays, although he wasn't able to reach the level of unforgettable memory, he wasn't far off, and thus he had memorized it after only reading it a few times. In this era, the Vajra Indestructible Body was of no use, it was just a Shaolin stance, and wanting to cultivate it to a successful level was simply ineffective without a few decades. Go to the Guardian Spirit space. Lin Tian's body instantly traveled through the vortex and arrived at the Guardian Spirit space. Xiao Xin'er, I'm back. Lin Tian called out to Xiao Xin'er in the Guardian Spirit space. My Guardian Spirit is calling out to me. Xiao Xin'er heard Lin Tian's mind calling out, and it was impossible not to hear that voice as it resounded in her mind. Thus, Xiao Xin'er immediately entered the Guardian Spirit space with her consciousness. Xiao Xin'er, I've already found a suitable flesh-body realm technique, but due to certain reasons, I can only pass on a third of it to you now, but it's enough for you to cultivate now. Lin Tian explained. Good, hurry up and pass it on to me. Xiao Xin'er said with great anticipation. Not to mention 1/3, even if it was a garbage gong method from the Chinese civilization, she was very eager. I'll recite the mantra heart technique, you recite it with me. Lin Tian sat on his knees and said indifferently. Immediately, a series of rule words came out from Lin Tian's mouth. And Xiao Xin'er recited along with Lin Tian. As she continued to recite, the rule words were integrated into her body, and the divine grade Gongfu inheritance began. While accepting the inheritance, the sense about the Gongfu as well as the understanding was accepted along with it, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to understand a divine level Gongfu. And at this moment, a vision once again surfaced over the earth. Chapter 7, Breaking 5 Heavens in a Row. Another god-level technique has appeared? Twice in one day, 2 divine-grade merit laws have appeared. Is it possible that an ancient relic has appeared? The last time a new divine-grade technique appeared was 10 years ago. I didn't expect 2 new divine-grade techniques to appear in a short period of time today. The one that came out before was an 8th-ranked divine-grade merit law. I wonder what level divine-grade merit law has come out this time? At this moment, the powerhouses above the Void Realm were all looking up at the sky above the earth. One could only see a Buddhist Vajra plate void sitting on its knees, its flesh transformed into a golden giant illuminating the dark space beyond the earth. When the Vajra void shadow moved slightly, it was as if the void was about to split open. The white moon darkened as King Kong emerged. At the same time, the ocean of rules began to shake once. Buzz. 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 Before long, the ocean of rules shook 6 times. Immediately afterward, the Vajra void located above the earth violently shattered. It was the remnants again. In the Earth Federation God Alliance, the Golden Zoom King looked up into the void and said in shock, it's the remnant again. Just the remnant alone has reached 6 times. Although it's not as good as the previous remnant, it won't be too far off either. What on earth has happened to the earth? In a single day, 200s of millions of years old techniques appeared in the world, and who has obtained these 2 techniques? Not only the Golden Zoom King, the other God Alliance powerhouses were also in deep thought. Vajra Indestructible Body, cultivated to great completion, the physical body is immortal and indestructible. Xiao Xin'er was completely immersed in the shock of the Vajra Indestructible Body at this moment. This flesh realm technique allowed her to truly see what it meant to have a fleshly body. Compared to the Vajra Indestructible Body, those flesh body realm techniques of the Xiao family were simply trash. Ho ho ho. A trace of heaven and earth aura was absorbed by Xiao Xin'er's body, quenching her fleshly body and causing her skin to start emitting a faint golden light. Every moment, her fleshly body was metamorphosing. Suddenly, there was a click. The shackles of the underworld were broken, and a powerful aura erupted from within Xiao Xin'er's fleshly body. The 4th level of the flesh body realm. I've broken through? Xiao Xin'er opened her eyes, not expecting that just by cultivating the Vajra indestructible body for the first time, she had managed to break the bottleneck and advance to the 4th level of the flesh body realm. And in the guardian spirit space, Lin Tian was also cultivating. In comparison, Lin Tian was the true inheritor of the Vajra indestructible body, and Xiao Xin'er had purely gotten the light. As a result, the benefits Lin Tian obtained far surpassed Xiao Xin'er. Click 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 click. One could only see Lin Tian's flesh body cracking and healing again and again, his flesh body transmitting an infinite golden light. 1st level of the flesh body realm. The 2nd level of the flesh body realm. The 3rd level of the flesh body realm. The 4th level of the flesh body realm. In a short while, Lin Tian's cultivation had clearly stepped into the 5th level of the flesh body realm. In less than half an hour, Lin Tian had crossed over from an ordinary person into the 5th level of the flesh body realm. And at this time, the benefits brought about by the Vajra indestructible body inheritance came to an end. Any further advancement would have to be done by slowly cultivating, but the Vajra indestructible body was of such a high grade that even if one slowly cultivated, they would soon be able to break the realm and step into a higher level. Lin Tian, you're my guardian spirit. How come I've only broken through one realm and you've directly stepped into the 5th level of the flesh realm from mortal? This is so unfair. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness entered the guardian spirit space and sensed Lin Tian's cultivation level, and immediately held her tongue. This means that my talent is too high. Lin Tian said smugly. Strange, it's hard for other people's guardian spirits to break through realms. Whatever realm they were in before they died is what they are in, and if they want to rise to a higher level, they have to be awakened to step into a higher level before they can do so. You're a mortal level guardian spirit, how come you're now higher than me, an awakened person? That's not scientific. Xiao Xin'er stared carefully at Lin Tian, looking left and right, she just couldn't figure it out. If you don't understand, then you don't understand. Anyway, me becoming stronger will only benefit you, there's no harm in it. Lin Tian ha-had. That's true. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Right, I'm your guardian spirit, are you able to summon me outside? I want to go out and have a look. Lin Tian was curious. Although he had come to the era 1 billion years later, he still didn't know what it was like 1 billion years later. No way. Xiao Xin'er shook her head. I'm only at the 4th level of the flesh body realm right now. I need to reach the 9th level of the flesh body and then cultivate my fit with the guardian spirit. Only then can I summon the guardian spirit to the outside world to fight, or even merge with the guardian spirit to burst out with even more powerful battle power. Merge? Lin Tian instantly thought crookedly, and fragrant images surfaced in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he was Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, and the two of them had a portion of telepathy. Although Xiao Xin'er didn't fully know Lin Tian's thoughts, she could sense a part of it, and Lin Tian's dirty thoughts were instantly sensed by Xiao Xin'er. Bah, you guardian spirit still thinks nonsense, it seems like you must have been a big pervert in your previous life. Xiao Xin'er ranted. I'm not a big pervert, I was a virgin in my previous life. Lin Tian bristled. It's just a big pervert, humph, merging is just me using your energy and skills, or having your consciousness manipulate my body to fight and explode into a stronger battle force, not your nasty thoughts. Xiao Xin'er rolled her eyes and said. I know. Lin Tian nodded his head repeatedly. I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to cultivate the Vajra indestructible body, don't call out to me without anything important. Xiao Xin'er ordered. Alright, I know. Lin Tian waved his hand and said. Xiao Xin'er went to the outside world to cultivate while Lin Tian stayed in the guardian spirit space to cultivate. If he returned to the Chinese civilization era, Lin Tian would not be able to cultivate, thus he would not go back for the time being. The next day, Xiao Xin'er arrived at Phylan No. 1 middle school to go to school, and on the way, she heard many people talking about it. Do you guys know what the 2 great visions that appeared yesterday represent? I heard that it was a vision that would only be born if a divine grade merit law came out. It's a divine grade merit law, but you guys don't know that divine grade merit laws are actually divided into grades, and the 2 new divine grade merit laws that came out yesterday, one is an 8th rank divine grade merit law and one is a 6th rank divine grade merit law. Wow, such a high divine grade merit law, that must be one from hundreds of millions of years ago. If I were able to obtain these 2 divine grade merit laws, I would definitely be able to condense star cores, cross over to the planetary level, and enter the Federation Divine Alliance to become the Supreme Divine Alliance Lord. Not a single word of these students' conversations reached Xiao Xin'er's ears. 6th rank divine level technique, 8th rank divine level technique, my god, Lin Tian told me that this is just a part of the technique, then wouldn't the complete technique be? Xiao Xin'er was violently stunned. Chapter 8 Traveling to Shaolin. Xiao Xin'er, as a member of the Xiao family, knew a thing or two about the grading of divine ranked gungfu. Divine ranked gungfu could also be divided into 9 orders, but ordinary people simply couldn't come into contact with divine ranked gungfu, and thus didn't pay much attention to the level of divine ranked gungfu. In the eyes of ordinary people, even the lowest level of first order divine grade technique was a technique they couldn't imagine. Xiao Xin'er's previous dream of wanting a divine grade merit law was only expecting to get a first-rank divine grade merit law. As for divine grade merit laws above the 7th or 8th rank, it was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about. And now, the remnants of the divine grade merit laws that Lin Tian had casually taught her had clearly reached the level of an 8th rank divine grade merit law and a 6th rank divine grade merit law. If the two gongfu taught by Lin Tian were complete, they wouldn't be supreme gongfu, right? Xiao Xin'er thought furiously. If they were really supreme merit techniques, I'm afraid that the adults of the Union God Alliance would all go crazy and snatch them up. The Union God Alliance was the gathering place of the human deities and the most powerful organization in charge of humanity, equivalent to the highest level of humanity. The minimum threshold to enter the Union God Alliance was the planetary star level, and the so-called planetary star level was to condense a star core within the body, which was a god frame if you followed the ancient god civilization. Once the star nucleus is condensed, then it is a planetary level powerhouse, and it is very simple to cross the cosmic void in a physical body, and the lifespan will reach an appalling 10,000 years. For ordinary people, being able to live for 10,000 years was tantamount to being a god. Once a family gave birth to a planetary level powerhouse, it would be enough to bless the family for 10,000 years, thus impacting the planetary level had become the ultimate goal of countless human beings. In the ancient god civilization, deities were very rare, but in the Star River era, humans stepped into the universe and plundered the universe's resources, coupled with the rise and refinement of the guardian spirit system, which led to the emergence of human deities like fountains. It could be said that there were a large number of deities sitting on top of almost every human star, and even Earth, which had been almost abandoned by the human hierarchy due to its lack of resources, had quite a few deities stationed on it. According to statistics, there were as many as 50 members of the Earth Federation God Alliance that still existed now. These 50 God Alliance powerhouses, on the other hand, were the overlords of Earth, and any one of them could wipe out a family like the Xiao family with a wave of their hand. Once they knew that she possessed the supreme technique as well as the guardian spirit of the Chinese civilization era, her fate could be imagined. At the thought of this, Xiao Xin'er was a little scared. As Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, Lin Tian sensed Xiao Xin'er's emotions and immediately asked, "Xin'er, what's wrong? Call me host." Xiao Xin'er inwardly rolled her eyes at Lin Tian. "I like calling Xin'er, what can you do with me?" Lin Tian said with a gangly look. "Forget it, call me whatever you like, I'm feeling a bit troubled right now." Xiao Xin'er hurriedly spoke out her worries. After hearing this, Lin Tian immediately came up with an idea and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry, as long as I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who knows that you possess a guardian spirit from the era of Chinese civilization, and as long as you become powerful, no one would dare to pry into your secret. And one more thing, even if you are exposed, your value of being alive is higher than being dead, the human hierarchy will definitely preserve you, there's no need to worry at all." After some persuasion from Lin Tian, Xiao Xin'er felt that Lin Tian had a point and gradually stopped worrying. Right now, she had only one goal: to step into the marrow cleansing realm and successfully get into the university. Senior Class 13. Xiao Xin'er was sitting in class listening to her teacher teach a martial art Vigorous Fist. Vigorous Fist was an attack move of the physical body realm, which was a level 2 martial art. Attacking martial arts were divided into 9 levels just like the level division of major cultivation techniques, and the more advanced the technique, the more difficult it was to practice it. For example, this power fist was a medium difficulty martial art in the physical body realm martial arts, and was generally suitable for awakened people above the 4th level of the physical body realm to cultivate. In the past, Xiao Xin'er did not have the qualifications to practice, but now that Xiao Xin'er had crossed over into the 4th level of the physical body realm, she was fully capable of practicing Vigorous Fist. However, Vigorous Fist was very common, and the Xiao family could find a number of flesh body realm martial arts that surpassed Vigorous Fist, but Xiao Xin'er couldn't even look at it. While the teacher was using the holographic projection to seriously teach the power fist, Xiao Xin'er's consciousness entered the guardian spirit space and communicated with Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, do you have any martial arts moves that are suitable for the physical body realm to perform? I've been working hard to raise my cultivation before and haven't practiced many offensive martial arts moves." Xiao Xin'er inquired. "Flesh body realm martial arts moves, I have them, which type do you want? I'll go look for them." Lin Tian casually said. "Are there any martial arts moves that match the Vajra Indestructible body?" Xiao Xin'er pondered for a while and then said. "Moves that match the Vajra Indestructible body?" Lin Tian secretly pondered. The Vajra Indestructible body belonged to one of the Shaolin stunts, and the martial arts moves that matched the Vajra Indestructible body were naturally Shaolin stunts as well, while the more famous ones among them were related to Vajra, such as the Vajra palm and the powerful Vajra finger. The powerful Vajra finger was not too suitable for Xiao Xin'er, the palm was fine. Then the Vajra palm. Lin Tian decided. "Xin'er, in a few days, I'll pass on the appropriate martial arts to you, I'll go back and think carefully first." After saying that, Lin Tian drilled into the vortex to return to the era of Chinese civilization a billion years ago. In the rental house. Lin Tian was searching for the secret manual of the Vajrapalm cultivation on the internet, but he couldn't find it after searching carefully. What he had was just a fake manual, with only a few sentences that looked like it was just made up by people off the top of their heads. After thinking about it, Lin Tian decided to go to Shaolin Temple. Not to mention the Vajrapalm, just the middle and lower parts of the Vajra indestructible body had to be put together as soon as possible, and the complete version was probably only available at the Shaolin Temple. Then go! A faint voice echoed in the small rented room. China, Northern Shaolin Temple. The Northern Shaolin Temple was one of the representatives of Buddhism, and the Shaolin Temple had developed to the present day unlike in ancient times, and nowadays Shaolin disciples were spread all over the world, establishing a monastery as well as opening martial arts centers and schools. And the North Shaolin Temple by the North Shaolin personally established a martial arts school today officially opened. This school is not simple, and the previous school is completely different. The previous school is the Shaolin disciples to establish, and this school teachers are with the Shaolin Temple elite martial arts monks as teachers, teaching Shaolin skills, and therefore by many people's attention, a large number of media and television stations have come to interview. In addition to this, many live streamers were also brought here. For a while, countless viewers were watching this Shaolin extravaganza on their computers or cell phones. Chapter 9 10,000 Attention. Northern Shaolin Elite Martial School. Lin Tian stood at the entrance of the Northern Shaolin Elite Martial School and read the large words on the door. He was naturally aware that the Northern Shaolin had established this elite martial arts school, and he also knew that the abbot of the Northern Shaolin as well as many of the Shaolin senior management had gathered here to hold the opening ceremony of the martial arts school. Originally, he had wanted to go directly to the Northern Shaolin Temple, but now that the abbot of the others was at the Northern Shaolin Elite Martial School, wouldn't it be in vain for him to go to the Northern Shaolin Temple? Let's go directly to the opening ceremony venue. Lin Tian secretly decided. The opening ceremony venue was packed with people. On the tall stage, the abbot of the Northern Shaolin, Shi Yanlong, was sitting on a chair, holding a microphone and was talking about the power of the Shaolin Temple's martial arts monks as well as the original intention of establishing the elite martial arts school. Just then, a reporter asked a question. Abbot, I heard that Shaolin martial arts monks all know powerful Shaolin stunts. I wonder if you can show us? The white-bearded Northern Shaolin abbot smiled faintly and said, of course. Immediately, he ordered a martial monk to perform the Shaolin stance Iron Head Power. Iron Head Kung Fu was not ranked among the Shaolin stunts, but it was very effective when used for display. If one were to perform some Shaolin stunts such as the Luohan Fist and the Great Compassion Palm, the audience wouldn't be able to see much, but if one were to perform Iron Head Kung Fu, it would be enough to attract the attention of many spectators, and the sensation caused would not be comparable to ordinary Shaolin stunts. At this time, 10 or so martial arts monks carried a bronze bell and hung it on the shelf, and some audience members went up to the stage and touched the bell to confirm the authenticity of the bell. After that, the martial arts monk performing Iron Head Kung Fu used his smooth and sleek head to hit the bronze bell. Knock, knock, knock. A clear sound of the bell echoed above the venue, and the audience was cheering and clapping in unison. And the viewers in front of their cell phones or computer screens launched pop-ups online one by one. 66666, worthy of Shaolin Iron Head Kung Fu, this is real, unlike some programs that fake it. From the sound of this bell is enough to judge how great the force of this impact is. If it's our head to hit this bronze bell, I'm afraid it will become a concussion. It's a pity that practicing martial arts is too hard and not very useful, otherwise I would also go to practice martial arts. Right, practicing martial arts is not as strong as a bullet. Nowadays this society has no use for people who practice martial arts. Even if they go to make a movie, there are a few martial arts stars who can go on to the top. It's not as good as a handsome face. Suddenly, a very dignified-looking youth walked onto the performance stage. For a moment, this youth attracted the attention of many people. This audience, our Shaolin monks are performing Iron Head Kung Fu. It would be bad if they hurt you by mistake. Could you please go down? A Shaolin monk stopped the youth and politely said. The youth who had caught everyone's attention was none other than Lin Tian. I'm here to find Abbot Shi Yanlong to discuss something. Lin Tian smiled faintly, his gaze looking toward Shi Yanlong. This monk, I don't know what kind of matter I'm looking for our abbot. If you want to ask a question, please come down from the stage and ask your question again, okay? The Shaolin monk persuaded. I'm not asking a question, but making a request. Only seeing Lin Tian pointing his finger in the direction of the Shaolin Temple, he said loudly, I want to enter the Shaolin Temple's hidden scripture pavilion to have a look. Wow! The gazes of many of the audience below abruptly froze, revealing unbelievable expressions. They didn't expect Lin Tian to make this kind of overreaching request. This was to pick a fight. At this time, the abbot of the Northern Shaolin, Shi Yanlong, walked over and said in a condensed voice, this monk, our Shaolin Sutra Pavilion is not something that outsiders can go into. Please go down, and please don't get in the way of the opening ceremony. Anyone could see that the abbot of Northern Shaolin was already furious. Abbot Shi Yanlong, what if I must enter the Shaolin Sutra Collection Pavilion to have a look? Lin Tian's tone was very stern, not like a joke at all. Seeing this, Abbot Shi Yanlong waved his hand and a dozen Shaolin martial arts monks came over. If the scholar is messing around, we'll have to ask you to go down. Sure, Yanlong threatened. Once Lin Tian heard this, he laughed and said, I advise you guys to better not make a move because I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my power, and it would be bad if I accidentally kill someone. I came to Shaolin with only one purpose, to enter the Tibetan scripture pavilion for a look without taking away a single thing. Your breath is too big. Not only was Sure Yanlong angry, the other Shaolin monks were also angry. Lin Tian said that he was afraid of accidentally killing them. Wasn't this looking down on them? As Shaolin monks who practiced martial arts for a living, this kind of contemptuous looking down on words was undoubtedly the biggest humiliation for them. Online. Various pop-ups have come out. 66666, what is this brother's origin? How dare he cause trouble at such a big opening ceremony of Shaolin Temple, and how dare he provoke the abbot of Shaolin Temple and many Shaolin martial monks? Really think these Shaolin martial arts monks are vegetarians? Upstairs is right, these Shaolin martial arts monks don't eat vegetarian now, they also eat meat, ha. Jokes aside, but this youth is really going to be out of luck this time, he's probably going to be beaten up badly. This person caused trouble at the opening ceremony of the Shaolin Wushu school. Even if he is crippled, it is estimated that he will only pay out a small amount of money to settle the matter. I reckon that this young man is fresh out of a mental hospital, otherwise how could he be arrogant? Almost everyone thought that Lin Tian was arrogant, but Lin Tian was telling the truth. He had instantly turned from an ordinary person into a strong person at the 5th level of the flesh-body realm. Not knowing a single martial art, it was hard to control his own power at all, and he would really kill a person with one punch if he wasn't careful. What is the probability of the 5th level of the flesh-body realm? The first level of flesh-body realm is equivalent to 2 times the strength of an ordinary adult, while the second level of flesh-body realm is equivalent to 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, and the third level of flesh-body realm is equivalent to 6 times the strength of an ordinary person. By analogy, the 5th level of the flesh-body realm is equivalent to 10 times the strength of an ordinary person. And not only was it 10 times the strength, even the speed, defense, and recovery speed were all 10 times that of an ordinary person. In the eyes of an ordinary person, the 5th level of the flesh-body realm was completely a little superhero. A little superhero with uncontrollable strength could easily kill a cow with one punch, let alone a human being. Abbot Sure Yanlong, you don't need to let your Shaolin martial monks pull me down, you can decide after I perform a program. With that, Lin Tian walked towards the bronze bell. Chapter 10, The Power of One Fist, shocking the entire arena. What is he going to do? Shaolin Abbot Sure Yanlong frowned in confusion. Right at that moment, Lin Tian punched the bronze bell. Then, there was a clang. The huge bronze bell as high as one person was directly sent flying 10 meters away by Lin Tian, collapsing and sinking the high platform. Sure Yanlong's pupils shrunk violently, his gaze fixed on a certain location on the bronze bell, where there was a deep fist mark, made by Lin Tian's punch just now. Surprisingly, a deep imprint was made on the bronze bell with a single punch. What kind of power is this? Sure Yanlong was very clear that this was not for show, this bronze bell was real, he had it moved directly from the Shaolin Temple. It was a large bell that weighed several tons, it would take a dozen or so martial arts monks to move it. But now, Lin Tian had sent the bronze bell flying with a single punch. If such a terrifying power were to hit a person, it would definitely shatter them with a single punch. How could there be a human with such terrifying strength in the world? Sure Yanlong couldn't believe it, and neither could the other monks of Shaolin Temple. Although the Shaolin stance had power, it was only to strengthen one's body and make one much more powerful than an ordinary person, but it wasn't to become such an inhuman existence. Gulu. Gulp. Gulp. A burst of gulping sounds came. At this moment, many people at the venue were stunned, their gazes frozen in disbelief. And various pop-ups on the internet flooded various video sites. One punch to fly the bronze bell, from the sound as well as the bronze bell falling to the ground and collapsing the high platform. This bronze bell weighs at least a few tons, it's a real bronze bell. Superman, a punch that flew the bronze bell and left a fist mark on it, too terrifying. No wonder he dared to provoke the Shaolin Temple with such strength, how could he be afraid of Shaolin? I didn't expect there to be such a powerful person in the world, could all those myths and legends not be true? Superman, take a disciple, I want to worship. Tap tap tap. Lin Tian walked towards Sure Yanlong step by step, faintly said, Abbot, can I enter the Shaolin Tibetan scripture pavilion to have a look? May. Sure Yanlong was so frightened that he nodded his head in a hurry. A human with such a terrifying power was definitely not an ordinary person. If he refused, he was afraid that the Shaolin Temple would be forcibly demolished by this person. Moreover, Lin Tian's request was only to enter the Hidden Scripture Pavilion to observe. The Shaolin Hidden Scripture Pavilion stunts were basically printed versions. The real original had long been included in secret places. Those printed versions were not old. Even if they were stolen, it would have no effect on Shaolin. And not only Shaolin, many big forces have Shaolin stunts, even the National Secret Organization also has Shaolin stunts, even more perfect than the Northern Shaolin, so Sure Yanlong simply do not care about Lin Tian this request. As for losing face? Being threatened by a Superman is nothing to be ashamed of, even he can say that even Superman wants to enter the Shaolin Temple's hidden scriptures, which means that Shaolin stunts are powerful. If it was publicized in this way, the Shaolin martial arts school would become even more popular yet. Then thank you, Abbot, Lin Tian said with a slight smile. Northern Shaolin, at the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion. Master Lin Tian, please come in. You can go through any of the tomes in here, but you can't take them away, Shi Yanlong politely said. Abbot, don't worry, I will only go through the canonical books, I won't take away a single piece of paper, Lin Tian assured. Subsequently, Lin Tian walked into the scripture pavilion under the gaze of the Shaolin abbot as well as many Shaolin monks and closed the door. After Lin Tian entered the hidden scriptures pavilion, a Shaolin monk walked over to Shi Yanlong and softly said, Abbot, do we really want to let him rummage through our Shaolin's canonical masterpieces inside? How about we call the police and have the nearby police station dispatch a large number of police officers? No matter how powerful he is, will he still be able to carry bullets hard? And then what? Shi Yanlong frowned. He didn't injure one of us, all he requested was just to enter the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Even if he is arrested, he will soon be released. If he retaliates against us, Shaolin, can you block it? The Shaolin monk who had just spoken did not dare to speak. Not to mention that he couldn't block it, the entire Shaolin couldn't block it. The scripture pavilion. So many scriptures. Lin Tian turned his gaze around, only to see that there were tons of Shaolin scriptures on the shelves around him. There were all kinds of Kung Fu tome and also Buddhist scriptures. Among them, the Buddhist scriptures took up the vast majority. They all seemed to be printed versions. Lin Tian casually picked up one of the scriptures and saw that it was very new, a modern printed book, not an ancient one. Printed versions had little value, while only classics that had existed for many long years had collector value, especially some orphan books, then the value was even higher. Lin Tian was not a collector, what he wanted was just the content of the Kung Fu. As long as the content did not have errors, he did not care if it was a printed version or not. After searching for a while, Lin Tian finally found the Vajra Indestructible Body's Kung Fu tome, and it was still the full version. The complete version of the Vajra Indestructible Body had a very long content, and there were also images drawn out to explain it in detail. It would definitely take an ordinary person a long time to memorize it, but Lin Tian, who had a horrible memory, only scanned through it once and it was deeply memorized in his mind. There's also the Vajrapong. Lin Tian searched once again. In the next few days, Lin Tian immersed himself in the ocean of Kung Fu martial arts in the Tibetan scripture pavilion, frantically memorizing those Shaolin stance texts, and his entire aura changed in an inexplicable way. And the Shaolin monks didn't come to disturb him, instead, they brought in fasting food during mealtimes. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian opened the door to the Tibetan scripture pavilion and walked out from inside. He had memorized all of the martial arts techniques in the Sutra Pavilion. The mission of this trip was complete. Chapter 11 January time, Amazing Metamorphosis. With the hidden scripture pavilion's canonical texts basically memorized, Lin Tian didn't stay at the Shaolin Temple for a long time, and after saying goodbye to the abbot, he left the Shaolin Temple and entered the Guardian Spirit Vortex in an uninhabited place, arriving at the Guardian Spirit space a billion years later. Xin'er, come quickly. Lin Tian called out to host Xiao Xin'er in the Guardian Spirit space. But after calling for a long time, Xiao Xin'er didn't come out. Could it be busy? Lin Tian thought so. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er's thoughts appeared in the Guardian Spirit space. Xin'er, why are you showing up now? Lin Tian asked. Xiao Xin'er rolled her eyes. I was just in the family council hall for a meeting. If I were to enter the Guardian Spirit space while distracted during a meeting, wouldn't I be scolded to death? That's so. Lin Tian scratched his head and then said, Xin'er, I've already sorted out the complete version of the Vajra Indestructible Body, as well as the martial arts stances you wanted to complement the Vajra Indestructible Body. Really? Xiao Xin'er was very excited. She was worried about the martial arts stances, but she didn't expect Lin Tian to find them so quickly. At this moment, she was also a little curious as to why Lin Tian remembered so many martial arts moves, but once she thought of the mystery of that Guardian Spirit's spatial vortex, she felt that she was afraid that this Guardian Spirit of hers wasn't just as simple as an ordinary human being from the Huaxia era. However, if Lin Tian didn't say anything, she wouldn't deliberately inquire. One day, Lin Tian would tell her all the secrets. I'll first impart the complete version of the Vajra Indestructible Body to you. Lin Tian sat down on his knees and began to recite the content behind the Vajra Indestructible Body. This time, the chanting had the same rule words manifesting, but there were no more visions in the outside world. Xiao Xin'er sat next to Lin Tian, similarly reciting the contents of the Vajra Indestructible Body and receiving the inheritance of the Vajra Indestructible Body. As for the complete version of the Tao Te Ching, Lin Tian had taught Xiao Xin'er long ago. As of this moment, Xiao Xin'er possessed 2 gong methods from the Chinese era a billion years ago. If she added the Vajrapom that she was about to learn, that would be 3 billion-year-old Huaxia era techniques. Just thinking about this, Xiao Xin'er couldn't help but feel excited inside. With these 3 Huaxia era divine grade techniques, I'll definitely surprise the crowd and punch them in the face at the internal family competition in a month's time. Xiao Xin'er secretly said. In the meeting that had just taken place in the council hall, a few family patriarchs had actually wanted to propose cutting down her resources, and even proposed that she marry a youth from another family. The reason for all of this was that her talent was too poor and she had no future prospects. And the 1-month family competition was exactly her only chance. As long as she showed her talent and strength, no one would dare to tell her what to do. I must work hard this month, Xiao Xin'er muttered. The Vajra palm was different from the Vajra indestructible body as well as the Tao Te Ching. The Vajra palm was an attacking move that not only required a mind technique, but it was also performed to continuously improve the attainment of the Vajra palm realm. Lin Tian was a guardian spirit, so he could cultivate the Vajra palm in the guardian spirit space, but Xiao Xin'er was not a guardian spirit, so she needed to cultivate the Vajra palm in the real world. Xiao Xin'er's room was very large, several hundred square meters, and the soundproofing effect was very good, enough to serve as a venue for her to practice, so she didn't need to worry about being discovered. As a result, Xiao Xin'er basically practiced the Vajra palm in her room at night, in addition to attending classes every day. It was worth mentioning that when the Vajra palm came out, the earth once again experienced a vision. Ever since Lin Tian knew about the visions, he wouldn't pass down the complete version to Xiao Xin'er at once, but the crippled version of the Vajra palm still shook the Rule Ocean 5 times, causing a huge stir. However, with the 2 previous visions, the impact caused by this one was minimal. While cultivating, Xiao Xin'er realized that she could use the Tao Te Ching to aid in cultivating the Vajra palm. The Tao Te Ching could increase enlightenment, and silently reciting the Tao Te Ching in her mind while practicing the Vajra palm would allow Xiao Xin'er to grasp the arcane mysteries of the Vajra palm more quickly. Moreover, with the assistance of the Taoism scripture, Xiao Xin'er would hardly ever get tired, and even if she didn't sleep, she would still be fine in the slightest. Compared to Xiao Xin'er, Lin Tian spent more time practicing. He practiced almost 24 hours a day and grew faster than Xiao Xin'er. It was unknown why, Lin Tian's growth seemed to be unrestricted by the identity of the guardian spirit, as if he was a separate individual. However, Lin Tian was very clear that he was Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit. Once Xiao Xin'er died, although he wouldn't die, he would no longer be able to stay in the Star River era, and could only stay in the Chinese civilization era for the rest of his life. Although Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er practiced separately, they would discuss their cultivation together in the guardian spirit space every day, studying some of the esoteric aspects of several techniques. Lin Tian was a human from the Chinese civilization era and received education from the Chinese civilization era, so he had a deeper understanding of the Chinese civilization kung fu methods, and whenever Xiao Xin'er didn't understand some of the questions, Lin Tian would give guidance to answer them, and Xiao Xin'er would also share with Lin Tian when she had a new epiphany on the kung fu methods. With this kind of mutual assistance, both Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er were making rapid progress. In a flash, a month was about to pass. Xin'er, not bad, in just 1 month you have cultivated from the 4th level of the flesh body realm to the 7th level of the flesh body realm. I'm afraid that you'll surprise everyone else at tomorrow's big family competition. Lin Tian appreciated. But there's no way to compare it to your progress. Xiao Xin'er sighed. She had progressed rapidly this month, which was enough to make countless geniuses sweat if placed in the Star River era, but her guardian spirit Lin Tian's progress was just too terrifying. In a month's time, he had directly risen from the 5th level of the flesh body realm to the 9th level of the flesh body realm at its extreme, and was about to cross over into the marrow cleansing realm. And long ago, 10 or so days ago, Lin Tian had reached this realm. The reason why he hadn't broken through was because Lin Tian wanted to temper his fleshly body to be even stronger and impact the 10th gravity of the flesh body realm. The 10th level of the flesh body realm was a theoretical realm that ordinary people couldn't reach at all, but once they reached the 10th level of the flesh body realm, their potential as well as their battle power would change dramatically, and in the future, it would be incredibly easy for them to fight at a higher level. Ever since Lin Tian knew about the 10th level of the flesh body realm, he had decided not to advance to the marrow cleansing realm for the time being, but instead to impact the 10th level of the flesh body realm. Not only did Lin Tian have this intention, Xiao Xin'er also had this intention. Xin'er, you haven't rested for a month, don't cultivate for the next day, have a good sleep. The Tao Te Ching can make you not sleepy, but it's not everything, don't overdraw your potential. Lin Tian persuaded. Okay, I know, it seems like you rarely rest as well, you should go and rest as well, I still have to rely on you tomorrow. Xiao Xin'er said to Lin Tian with a smile. Chapter 12 Family Competition, The Potential Speak. There were no words for the night. The next day. The day of the Filan City Xiao Family Grand Competition arrived. Today was also the annual ceremony of the Xiao family, where many of the Xiao family sons and daughters would come back from all over to participate in the family. The Xiao family was a large family that was divided into the first line as well as multiple sidelines. Among them, Xiao Xin'er's line was the direct line, and Xiao Xin'er was the first lady of the family head's line in the direct line. Thus Xiao Xin'er's status was very honorable, but the family head's line was not set in stone. If the family line was unable to give birth to an excellent clan member, the next generation of family heads would be taken up by the other clansmen of the direct line. Because of this, every family competition was a time for hooking up, a time for the various branches to show their strength. In particular, Xiao Xin'er's generation's family head lineage did not give birth to a genius. Xiao Xin'er's younger brother only awakened a medium guardian spirit, and Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit was recognized as mortal grade, whereas the other clans in the first lineage gave birth to a high guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er's grandfather only had one son, Xiao Xin'er's father, and thus the Xiao family head's lineage was very small in number. It could be said that there were only two members of the younger generation of the family head's lineage, and those were Xiao Xin'er and her younger brother. Xiao Xin'er's younger brother's medium guardian spirit is very ordinary, and has no advantage in the Xiao family. If Xiao Xin'er can't rise, just relying on Xiao Xin'er's younger brother alone can't support the family head lineage, and there is a great possibility that the position of the next generation's family head will be taken by other direct lineage branches. Once the qualification of the family head lineage is lost, I'm afraid that Xiao Xin'er and her brother's future resources will be taken away, and her lineage will also be suppressed and completely fall down. Although today's Xiao Xin'er didn't care about the resources of the Xiao family, she would never allow her lineage to fall, nor did she want her marriage to be controlled by the family, thus she had to completely shock the entire Xiao family in today's family competition. As long as she showed her great talent and strength, there were bound to be many branches that would support the family head's lineage. On the Xiao family square, Xiao Xin'er walked towards the square step by step with a somewhat nervous expression, while Tian, who was in the guardian spirit space, said, "Xin'er, there's no need to be nervous, you're strong enough to crush the other clansmen no matter which aspect you're in, so what are you afraid of?" "I know, but I'm still a bit nervous. This clan competition is too important to me. Those few patriarchs want me to marry other clans. If I don't perform well, it'll be troublesome. Can't I not be nervous?" Xiao Xin'er said with a thought. "Sister, you're here." A relatively handsome teenager walked over towards Xiao Xin'er. This teenager was Xiao Ling, Xiao Xin'er's younger brother, who was 2 years younger than Xiao Xin'er, and had awakened a medium guardian spirit not long ago. Because of the awakening of the guardian spirit Sake, Xiao Ling's strength is not strong, only to reach the third level of the physical realm. Such strength in the family competition is not much performance, but also just walk a situation. Xiao Xin'er's father and grandfather are both family executives, and thus are sitting on chairs on the high platform above the Xiao family square, overlooking the bottom. On the high platform, a white-bearded family patriarch smiled and said to Xiao Badian, the head of the family next to him, "Head of the family, how's your family's precious granddaughter's cultivation going? 3 awakenings before she barely awakens a mortal-level guardian spirit. With this kind of talent it's a waste of resources to cultivate again, so this time around, simply don't let her take part in the family competition, so that she won't be able to live up to her face. In a few days, it would be better to go and settle a marriage with the third son of the Xiao family. This would be better for our Xiao family as well as for your lineage." Xiao Badian snorted coldly, "Humph, Xiao Fei, my granddaughter is still young, there's no rush to marry. Who says that my granddaughter will definitely be disgraced this time around? She might have a very good performance." "Mortal level guardian spirit, you're telling me that your granddaughter has a very good performance? Ha ha ha." Xiao Fei laughed a few times and waved his hand. "That's fine, I won't argue with you, I'll wait to see your granddaughter's good performance." Xiao Baishan's face was composed. He didn't seem to be affected by Xiao Fei's words, but the worry in the depths of his eyes was very obvious. He was the Xiao family head, a strong person at the peak of the blood transformation realm. Flesh body, marrow cleansing, blood transformation, innate. The peak of the blood transformation realm was a realm that was only one step away from the innate. Placing it in Phylan City was enough to be considered a top person, but his lifespan was still that of an ordinary person, and only when he stepped into the innate and transformed into an innate body would his life force increase, and his lifespan reach 500 years of age. He did not have a long lifespan, and in a few more years he would inevitably have to withdraw from the position of family head as well. As for his son, he was relatively mediocre, only reaching the 6th level of the marrow cleansing realm at the age of 40. His talent wasn't very high, coupled with the fact that his granddaughter and grandson weren't the pride of the heavens. There weren't many patriarchs in the family who would support his son's succession to the position of family head. If one of my granddaughter and grandson gave birth to a high guardian spirit, the other branches will definitely continue to support my lineage, but it's a pity. A medium guardian spirit and a mortal level guardian spirit, there isn't much hope at all." Xiao Badian sighed secretly. As time passed, the grand ceremony of the family competition began. As the grand ceremony began, all members of the Xiao family began to worship their ancestors, all bowing and sacrificing to the heavens. "Worship!" Xiao Badian shouted. "Wow!" Thousands of Xiao family members kowed out one by one. The scene was extremely macro. "Worship again!" Xiao Badian added. After 9 consecutive kowtows, the ritual of sacrificing ancestors was considered over. At this time, one of the Xiao family's deacons walked out and stood in front of the high platform and spoke. "Today is the day of the Xiao family's grand competition. All the young generation above 16 and below 20 years old will participate in the grand competition. The first round of the grand competition will test the guardian spirit level and potential." Guardian spirits were divided into mortal grade, elementary grade, medium grade, and high grade, but they also had a potential. But the normal means of testing could not test the potential, but utilizing the guardian godstone could test the potential of the guardian spirit. This potential represented the future achievements of this guardian spirit. Normally, the higher the level of the guardian spirit, the higher the potential was, but often some special guardian spirits would be born. These special guardian spirits were obviously not of a high level but had a very high potential, but the probability of that situation was even lower than the probability of winning the special prize in a lottery ticket. Rank. Potential. Xiao Xin'er recited silently. Her guardian spirit was previously recognized as being at the mortal level. Now it was definitely not at the mortal level. At the very least it had reached the lower level. As for the potential, Lin Tian, how high do you think your potential is? Xiao Xin'er asked Lin Tian with her mind. Chapter 13, Xiao Family's 2 Higher Guardian Spirit Awakenings. Potential? It's not that I'm bragging, my potential is estimated to be able to burst your Xiao Family's Guardian Spirit stones. Lin Tian proudly said. Propping up the Guardian God stones? Xiao Xin'er completely had a new understanding of Lin Tian's cheek. She had seen braggers, but it was the first time she had seen one so capable of bragging. The key was that this bragger was still her guardian spirit. Lin Tian, potential is categorized into 9 orders. It's only potential beyond the 9th order that will burst the guardian spirit stone, and potential above the 9th order is considered infinite, meaning that the potential is infinite. That's why it can't be detected. Even the average god-level guardian spirit doesn't necessarily have a potential above the 9th rank. You're at best an inferior guardian spirit right now. Do you think that you'll have a potential that exceeds the 9th rank and above? Xiao Xin'er's tone of voice surfaced her attitude. She didn't believe it at all. Lin Tian hemmed and hawed and laughed. Who knows if this potential is not tested? Maybe I really do have the potential to surpass the 9th rank or above. While Xiao Xin'er was secretly communicating with her own guardian spirit Lin Tian, the guardian spirit rank test as well as the potential test began. According to the usual practice, the Xiao family started the test with the collateral clansman first, while the direct clansman came out later as the finale. Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Ling, as the family heads line, naturally appeared last, and as the last clansman to appear, they naturally attracted the most gazes and attention. If they were very talented, then they would definitely enjoy the cheers of all the clansmen, but if their qualifications were not good, then they would be under a lot of pressure. Seeing one clan member after another walk up to the Guardian Godstone to start the test, Xiao Xin'er's younger brother, Xiao Ling, got a little nervous. Sister, are you nervous? Xiao Ling's tiny size slightly raised his head to look at his sister. He knew his sister's situation, knew that what his sister had awakened was a mortal grade guardian spirit, and thus felt that his sister should be very nervous at this time, and even a little scared. But when his gaze fixed on Xiao Xin'er's eyes, he did not see a trace of fear or nervousness, and those eyes were full of confidence. Brother, it's just a family competition, there's no need to be nervous. Xiao Xin'er smiled faintly. This gentle smile made the somewhat nervous Xiao Ling completely put down his heart. At this moment, Xiao Ling was thinking in his heart, sister is a mortal grade guardian spirit and she is not nervous. I have awakened an intermediate grade guardian spirit, why should I be nervous? Calm down. Calm down. Although the Xiao family members were numerous, there weren't a lot of awakened clansmen between the ages of 16 and 18, and there were only 100 or so of them. Soon, the Xiao family's side clan members finished their tests. These collateral clansmen couldn't keep up with the innate nourishment of their bodies because of their resources, thus the generally awakened guardian spirits weren't of a high grade, basically inferior guardian spirits, not many medium guardian spirits, and as for the higher guardian spirits, there was not even a single one. Next, please invite the young clansman from the Xiao family's direct line to test. The deacon of the Xiao family said in a deep voice. The Xiao family's direct line had one main vein and 5 major branch veins. The main lineage was the family head's lineage, while the young generation clansmen of the 5 major branch lineages were the first to test. When a youth from the first lineage dressed in blood-red robes walked up to the Guardian God Stone, the stage caused a sensation. It's Xiao Tangyu of the first lineage, known as the Xiao clan's most talented clan member of this generation. Xiao Tangyu's awakened guardian spirit is a higher guardian spirit, which we all know, but since the previous 2 times, Xiao Tangyu was not able to make it back for the clan competition because he was out on a training trip and thus was not able to make it back for the clan competition, so no one knows how much his guardian spirit potential is. What do you guys think Xiao Tangyu's guardian spirit potential is? I think Xiao Tangyu's guardian spirit potential is at the very least 5th rank, or even 6th rank. While the Xiao family members were discussing, Xiao Xin'er's gaze also looked at Xiao Tangyu. In the past, Xiao Xin'er would definitely reveal a look of gravity or even envy if she saw Xiao Tangyu, but nowadays, her eyes were very flat, like a wave of calm lake water. Ever since she had awakened Lin Tian, the human guardian spirit of the 1 billion year Chinese era, she was completely not on the same starting line as these Xiao family members. Without any hesitation, she could completely overlook Xiao Tangyu. Boom! The guardian spirit stone shot out a red light into Xiao Tangyu's brow. In an instant, a shadow manifested in front of the guardian god stone. It was the silhouette of a withered vine. A plant-based guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er whispered to herself. Guardian spirits could not all be humans, but human guardian spirits took up the vast majority. But apart from human guardian spirits, there were also plant-based guardian spirits as well as beast-based guardian spirits. These plant guardian spirits used to be very powerful existences, also possessing their own consciousness, and humans are the same as the living beings in the universe, the only difference is that the species is not the same. This withered vine guardian spirit was clearly a high-level guardian spirit. The guardian godstone was slowly detecting the potential of the withered vine guardian spirit, a fluctuation rippled across the guardian godstone. After about 10 seconds or so had passed, a number appeared on the demon stone. 5. This 5 signified that this withered vine guardian spirit's potential was of the 5th rank. Sure enough, it's a 5th rank potential, it's already very good. A 5th rank potential has a 30% hope of crossing over to the innate realm, and even a slight hope of crossing over to the planetary level. Some people secretly commented. On the high stage, a Yuan elder stroked his beard and proudly showed off towards the family head Xiao Badian. Family head, my grandson's potential is not bad, right? Moreover, his guardian spirit is a rare plant-based guardian spirit, which has surprising effects in attack and defense, and his battle power can be much more powerful than the average higher guardian spirit. This patriarch was Xiao Tangyu's grandfather, Xiao Ao, one of the higher status patriarchs of the Xiao family, second only to the family head, Xiao Badian. It's not bad. Xiao Badian nodded his head indifferently. Although he had some opinions about Xiao Ao, he had to admit that Xiao Ao's grandson Xiao Tangyu's talent was indeed good, and could be called the #1 young clan member of the Xiao family in this generation. And there was another one of the Xiao family's young generation who had awakened a higher guardian spirit, and it was a woman. Soon, the female clansman of the Xiao clan who had awakened a high guardian spirit made her appearance. Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Xin'er's gaze was dead set on a woman who was walking in front of the guardian godstone. This woman's appearance was very ordinary and could be said to be somewhat ugly, but at this moment, her face was full of complacency. And at this moment, Xiao Lingyan's gaze inadvertently also looked at Xiao Xin'er, and the two of them seemed to be engaged in a tragic fight in the air. They had a grudge. Chapter 14 Surprising Xiao Ling. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian was currently unable to see outside, but he also sensed Xiao Xin'er's emotions. Xin'er, what's wrong? Lin Tian called out from the guardian spirit space. Nothing, just saw a woman who upset me. Xiao Xin'er said. Who is it? Lin Tian was a little curious. Xiao Lingyan, a full-fledged clan member who has awakened a higher guardian spirit, she's the same age as me. Because I was very pretty and she was very ordinary looking, she lamented about the unfairness and was very jealous of me, often finding trouble with me. Later on, I failed the awakening ceremony twice and failed to awaken the guardian spirit, while she succeeded in awakening once and awakened a high guardian spirit. Since then, she became completely arrogant, and every time she saw me, she would satirize me, and the two of us were in deep conflict. Xiao Xin'er said in detail to Lin Tian. So that's how it is, don't worry, you can definitely punch her in the face this time. Lin Tian assured Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Lingyan had participated in 2 family competitions, her guardian spirit rank and potential had been known for a long time, this time was just a walk in the park. Under the guardian godstone test, Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit level and potential was the same as Xiao Tangyu's, but Xiao Tangyu's higher guardian spirit was a bit more powerful than Xiao Lingyan's, and Xiao Tangyu was in the 9th level of the flesh realm, while Xiao Lingyan was in the 8th level of the flesh realm. Therefore, if you really count, Xiao Tangyu's talent is above Xiao Lingyan. When Xiao Lingyan was coming down, she deliberately walked over to Xiao Xin'er's side and said in an extremely low voice, Xiao Xin'er, the previous 2 family competitions, you didn't awaken the guardian spirit, thus you didn't have to participate, but this time you awakened the guardian spirit, so I want to see how you'll be disgraced. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Xiao Xin'er whispered coldly. When you go up, I'd like to see how calm you are. Xiao Lingyan waved her sleeves and turned around to slowly leave. Seeing the scene, Xiao Ling, who was on the side, said angrily, Sister, Xiao Lingyan is too much, she's from the same clan, yet she's always looking for trouble from you. Brother, she can't find trouble with Sister me this time. Xiao Xin'er said with confidence. Not long after, the young clansmen of the 5 major branches of the first lineage had all finished their tests, and it was the main lineage's turn. Brother, you go test first. Xiao Xin'er urged. Sister, you want to test last? Xiao Ling revealed a look of surprise. The pressure endured by the penultimate test and the penultimate test were not the same. His sister had clearly only awakened a mortal level guardian spirit, but she insisted on being the last to test. Wouldn't this be to endure more pressure from the eyes? Go up, don't worry about Sister me. Xiao Xin'er urged. Alright. Xiao Ling nodded and walked towards the stage in front of the guardian godstone. This was Xiao Ling's first time participating in the family competition guardian spirit test, and although many people knew that Xiao Ling's guardian spirit was a medium guardian spirit, the potential was unknown. According to the general practice, a medium guardian spirit's highest potential was only the 4th rank. Before the guardian godstone. Under the pull of the power of the guardian godstone, Xiao Ling's guardian spirit projection was reflected on top of the guardian godstone. Xiao Ling's guardian spirit was a nameless person from tens of thousands of years ago. There was no way to investigate, and no one would deliberately investigate the information of a nameless person. The only person who truly knew the identity of the guardian spirit was Xiao Ling himself. The guardian spirit rank was medium undoubtedly, and the potential of the guardian spirit was being shown little by little under the probing of the power of the guardian spirit god stone. Not long after, a number appeared on the guardian spirit god stone. 6. Boom! The moment this number appeared, everyone in the Xiao clan was stunned, and the Xiao clan executives on the high platform couldn't even help but stand up. Good. Xiao Badian looked at his grandson excitedly and couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. Impossible, how could a medium guardian spirit have the potential of the 6th rank? Xiao Tangyu and Xiao Lingyan had grimaces on their faces, in complete disbelief. Their 2 higher guardian spirits should have been envied and appreciated by the rest of the clan, but now the limelight had been stolen by a medium guardian spirit. Brother's guardian spirit actually has 6th rank potential. It seems that Brother's guardian spirit isn't simple either. Xiao Xin'er smiled happily, rejoicing for her brother. Although potential was not strength, at the very least, it represented a possibility, a hope of stepping into a higher level. A guardian spirit was the root of an awakened person, and a medium guardian spirit with 6th order potential was by no means weaker than a medium guardian spirit with 5th order potential. At this moment, the one who was most excited was Xiao Ling. My guardian spirit rank has actually reached the 6th rank. Xiao Ling was somewhat in disbelief. He knew that his guardian spirit was not an ordinary guardian spirit. According to the guardian spirit himself, in his previous life, he was a heavenly pride with a terrifying bloodline, but it was a pity that he fell too early, and after tens of thousands of years, he became Xiao Ling's guardian spirit. Unfortunately, this guardian spirit's memory has been affected, and he doesn't remember many of his feats, only some scattered fragments of feats, which are not very helpful to Xiao Ling. Medium guardian spirit, 6th order potential, Xiao Ling's talent was recognized by many, and there seemed to be hope for the family head's lineage that was already in jeopardy. As long as Xiao Ling progressed by leaps and bounds in the next few years and showed his potential, then the other branches would inevitably continue to embrace the family head lineage. At this time, Xiao Lingyan's gaze implicitly looked toward Xiao Xin'er and coldly and darkly said, Xiao Ling has the potential of the 6th rank, but our Xiao family has not developed the potential of the guardian spirit enough, and whether or not we can turn the potential into talent is still unknown. If Xiao Xin'er loses too much face, I'm afraid that it will also bring shame to the main lineage. Xiao Xin'er, I'll see if you'll be ashamed of yourself later. Xiao Ling went down, and under the attention of all the people, the last test clansman, Xiao Xin'er, made her appearance. Seeing Xiao Xin'er, many clansmen had already revealed a teasing expression, as if they were waiting to see a good show. In front of the guardian god stone, Xiao Xin'er had a calm face. Lin Tian, it's time to test the guardian spirit level and potential soon. I hope your potential is really good, then I'll have face. Xiao Xin'er chanted in the guardian spirit space. My potential is definitely heaven-defying. Maybe I can really hold up the guardian spirit stone. Lin Tian said with a half-joking tone. Boom! A red light shot into Xiao Xin'er's brow, and the guardian spirit level and potential test began. Chapter 15 Guardian God Stone Crumbling, Infinite Potential? Attraction. Lin Tian stood in the guardian spirit space and violently saw a red light shoot into the guardian spirit space, pulling his consciousness into the outside world. Rumble. The scene seen by his eyes changed rapidly, and in an instant, Lin Tian's consciousness arrived in front of the Xiao clan's guardian spirit stone. This was Lin Tian's second time coming to the real world of the Star River era a billion years later. The first time was when Xiao Xin'er awakened her guardian spirit. At that time, he was a bit confused and had appeared for too short a period of time, thus he didn't feel much. At this moment, his gaze could clearly see the expressions of everyone in the Xiao family, and the countless skyscrapers around him. The most ordinary buildings were much grander than those of the Huaxia era a billion years ago. Raising his head to look up at the sky, an airship transformed into light and traveled at a rapid pace. This was an era filled with technology as well as force. Suddenly, a shocked voice resounded through the Xiao family clan competition venue. Inferior guardian spirit. The senior members of the Xiao family knew guardian spirits very well, and even if they didn't use specialized tools to detect guardian spirit grades, they could instantly see through the level of a guardian spirit with a pair of naked eyes. Right now, Lin Tian was clearly a lower grade guardian spirit, which didn't match the previously rumored mortal grade guardian spirit. Could it be that when Xiao Xin'er awakened her guardian spirit at school, the teacher in charge of testing misjudged? Some people secretly thought. Although it was unlikely that the Phylan School's teacher had misjudged, right now, they really couldn't think of anything other than this possibility. Even if it's not a mortal grade guardian spirit, an inferior guardian spirit is still a waste. Xiao Lingyan snorted lightly, expressing her disdain. As a higher guardian spirit awakened, she felt that she was qualified to defy inferior guardian spirit awakened. I wonder what the potential is. Xiao Xin'er's gaze was firmly fixed on the guardian god stone, her hands squeezed tightly, and she was a bit uncertain inside. Time slowly passed, and the guardian godstone glowed brightly, but the potential level still could not be displayed on it. It can't be that there is no potential, right? An untimely voice came out. The voice was small, but many of the people present were awakened, so they naturally heard it clearly. The person who spoke was none other than Xiao Lingyan, who was in conflict with Xiao Xin'er. Of course, no one cared about Xiao Lingyan's words. Whether it was a mortal-grade guardian spirit or a lower-grade guardian spirit, all had potential, not to the point of having no potential at all, thus there was no such thing as having no potential. Suddenly, the guardian spirit stone began to vibrate violently. What's going on here? Many people were astonished beyond measure. None of them had ever seen this before and didn't understand why the guardian god stone was trembling. Xiaobatian, the family head sitting on top of the high platform, whispered to himself, "The guardian godstone seems to be about to explode. Rumor has it that only those with potentials above the 9th rank will hold up the guardian godstone and make it explode." Xiao Ao on the side listened to Xiaobatian's words and laughed coldly. "Propping up the guardian godstone? A mere inferior guardian spirit will prop up the guardian godstone. If that's true, I'll just swallow the guardian godstone fragments." As soon as the words fell, only a rumbling sound was heard, and the large guardian godstone exploded in a burst of brilliant light, turning into countless fragments scattered all around. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ao's pair of old faces were as ugly as a frosted eggplant. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It really propped up the guardian godstone. Xiaobatian's face was full of consternation, and then he looked at Xiao Ao with a bad smile on his face. "Xiao Ao, didn't you just say that if you really propped up the guardian godstone, you'd swallowed the fragment of the guardian godstone? This fragment is right there, go ahead and eat it, no one will rob it from you." Xiao Ao's face changed many times, and he said in a deep voice, "Just now, I was just joking. Besides, it's unlikely that the talent exceeded the 9th rank and burst the guardian godstone. This guardian spirit stone has been used for almost 100 years, so maybe it exploded because it was broken. How could an inferior guardian spirit have the potential to surpass the 9th rank? Don't you guys think so?" "Right, I also think that the guardian godstone is broken. It's unlikely that it has the potential to surpass the 9th rank or higher. An inferior guardian spirit having the potential to surpass the 9th rank, that's something I've never heard of." Elder Xiao Ao is right, it must be the guardian spirit stone that's broken. Most of the Xiao family members said with their mouths that the guardian spirit stone was broken, but many felt in their hearts that the guardian spirit stone clearly didn't have the slightest problem, so how could it suddenly be broken? "Elder Xiao Ao, since you think the guardian godstone is broken, you can bring another guardian godstone over. Our Xiao family is not so bad that we only have one guardian godstone, right?" The one who opened her mouth was Xiao Xin'er on the stage. "Then bring over another guardian godstone," Xiao Ao ordered. Not long after, a few Xiao family members carried a one-person high guardian godstone and placed it in front of Xiao Xin'er. "Start the test," Xiaobatian spoke. In full view of everyone, Xiao Xin'er once again stood in front of the guardian spirit stone to be tested by the guardian spirit stone. Guardian spirit space. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Xin'er, a guardian spirit stone should be worth a lot. I'm afraid that your Xiao family will lose another guardian spirit stone. I told you that my potential is enough to hold up the guardian spirit stone, ha ha ha. You guessed right, you're awesome. I didn't expect you to be considered an inferior guardian spirit at best, yet you have the potential to surpass the 9th rank." Xiao Xin'er was surprised, but more than that, she was jubilant. Not only did her own guardian spirit have high potential, she also possessed a gong method from the era of the Chinese civilization 1 billion years ago. Such a guardian spirit was simply a heaven-defying existence. Luckily, the two of them were one and the same, one loss, one glory, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to obtain Lin Tian's gong methods and help at all. Outside world. The guardian godstone continued to emit red light under the deacon's urging and shot into Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit space, once again drawing out the guardian spirit void. Not long after, the guardian godstone once again trembled violently. Then, click click click. Under a burst of brilliant light, the guardian godstone crumbled into many pieces scattered on the ground. The second guardian godstone burst open once again. Chapter 16 showing strength. The first guardian spirit stone exploding could be considered as the guardian spirit stone being broken, but the second guardian spirit stone exploding was enough to prove everything. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit potential surpassed the 9th rank. The potential was limitless. No way, how could this happen? Xiao Lingyan's face was filled with bewilderment, her gaze filled with disbelief and madness. The Xiao Xin'er she looked down on clearly had poor talent, and her guardian spirit rank was inferior, so how could her potential surpass the 9th rank? This was simply unreasonable. Wrong, it must be wrong. Xiao Lingyan muttered. There were many Xiao family members similar to Xiao Lingyan who didn't believe it, but with both guardian spirit stones crumbling, they were simply powerless to refute it. Elder Xiao Ao, if you feel that the guardian godstones are broken again, you can bring another guardian godstone over, Xiao Xin'er faintly said. This. Xiao Ao had a gloomy face. The guardian godstone was of high value, even the Xiao family didn't have a few pieces. The first guardian godstone's crumbling was unaccounted for, but the second guardian godstone was something he had told someone to go get because he didn't believe in Xiao Xin'er's potential, and it was estimated that a portion of the loss of the guardian godstone was going to be counted on his head. If he went to get another guardian godstone, it was estimated that it would still end up bursting open and shattering. At that time, not only would he lose face again, he would also lose a lot of money. At this moment, Xiao said, the fact proves that the Guardian Godstone is fine, Xin'er's Guardian Spirit potential is beyond the 9th rank. With the family head having said so, the Xiao family members who recorded the results had no choice but to record Xiao Xin'er's Guardian Spirit as a lower grade Guardian Spirit with unlimited potential. Sister, no one will dare to mock you anymore. Xiao Ling greeted Xiao Xin'er who was walking down, very joyful. Xiao Xin'er was also in a good mood, but she also knew that just one test would not be able to change the views of many members of the Xiao clan. After all, many members of the Xiao clan did not recognize this test, and some would even suspect Xiao Xin'er of cheating. What to really change the Xiao family people's views still need to prove themselves in the second and third round of the family competition. The first round of the family competition was a test for guardian spirits, while the second round was a battle between awakened ones. Strength is the only truth in the world. No matter how high a guardian spirit's potential and talent is, it is not as real as strength. Once a year, the family competition, in the second round of the strength of the test, if the top 10 will be rewarded by the family's rich resources, with rewards to promote the cultivation of the passion of the clansman. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian asked, Xin'er, the second round of battles, do you have confidence? Yes. Xiao Xin'er said confidently, even though I'm only at the 7th level of the physical body realm, I have a divine martial arts stance, the Vajrapalm, which is enough to beat Xiao Lingyan, who is at the 8th level of the physical body realm. However, Xiao Tangyu's cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the physical body realm, and can already summon a guardian spirit to fight, even if the second round is not allowed to use the guardian spirit to fight, but the combat power is also far more than the 8th level of the physical body realm, and I am afraid that I am not a match for him with my current perception and understanding of the Vajrapalm martial arts stance. If you can't get first, getting a second is enough, your awakening time is too short after all, after another month, I guarantee that I can let you easily hang Xiao Tangyu. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Being able to beat Xiao Lingyan is enough. Xiao Xin'er said. Under the arrangements of the Xiao family's senior management, the second round of the family competition began. One by one, the young awakened clansmen of the Xiao family were divided into groups under the arrangement, with each group deciding 2 people to enter the final round of the finals, and in total, they were divided into 5 groups. The strength of these 5 groups did not differ much, ensuring that the strongest clansmen would not get together. Xiao Xin'er was placed in the 3rd group, and Xiao Lingyan was placed in the 2nd group. I can't believe I wasn't put in a group with you, or else I could have taught you a lesson. Xiao Lingyan stared indignantly at Xiao Xin'er and said in her heart. Flesh realm cultivation was very difficult to see, although a strong person could detect a person's cultivation, they could only vaguely sense which realm a person was in, such as the flesh realm and the marrow cleansing realm, which were recognizable at a glance, but it was difficult to be specific to a certain small level, unless one would know certain secret arts of peeking into the cultivation. Because of this, Xiao Xin'er's cultivation to the 7th level of the flesh realm hadn't leaked out yet, and everyone else thought she was still in the 3rd level of the flesh realm. 3rd group. Xiao Xin'er quickly encountered her first opponent, a side clan member at the 2nd level of the flesh body realm. With just one strike, Xiao Xin'er defeated her opponent in seconds and gained her first victory. As the matches went on, Xiao Xin'er's strength was gradually revealed. Regardless of whether it was a clan member at the 4th level of the flesh realm or the 5th level of the flesh realm, they all lost in a battle with Xiao Xin'er. This granddaughter of mine actually has strength above the 6th level of the flesh realm. Xiao Badian was a bit surprised, he had only not paid attention to this granddaughter of his for a few months now, he didn't realize that his granddaughter had already grown to this realm. Strange, a few months ago, Xin'er was only at the 3rd level of the flesh body realm, how did she progress so fast? Could it be that guardian spirit with unlimited potential? Xiao Badian pondered. Without a doubt, Xiao Xin'er defeated all the clansmen in the 3rd group with a crushing advantage and successfully advanced to the 2nd round of the finals. This scene completely changed the way the clansmen of the various branches of the Xiao clan viewed Xiao Xin'er. The eldest miss of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xin'er, was not a vase or a waste of talent as they had imagined, but a genius. The most excited person at this moment was undoubtedly Xiao Xin'er's father, Xiao He. His son's medium guardian spirit's 6th rank potential and his daughter's inferior guardian spirit had unlimited potential, and her strength was also progressing at a rapid pace. It could be said that there were successors in his lineage, and even he with mediocre qualifications might have the hope of succeeding as the next head of the family. The one who was in the most upset mood at this time was Xiao Lingyan. Damn it, she's so pretty in person, why is her strength so powerful as well? I'm not convinced. Xiao Lingyan seemed to be a little twisted inside, she couldn't wait to completely humiliate Xiao Xin'er in the finals and completely trample Xiao Xin'er under her feet. After resting for a while, the finals began. It seemed to be fate that the first match of the final was between Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan, Xiao Xin'er, please come to the ring for the first match. The family deacon referee shouted. Chapter 17, I'll grab you a first back. On the ring. Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Lingyan stood opposite each other. Xiao Xin'er, it seems like you're unlucky. You met me in the first match. Judging from your fight just now, you're at best at the 7th level of the flesh realm. Every time you raise one level of the flesh realm, your strength skyrocketed. I'm the 8th level of the flesh realm at the extreme end of the scale, and I'm about to cross over to the 9th level of the flesh realm. Xiao Lingyan said smugly. Is the 8th level of the flesh body realm very powerful? Xiao Xin'er said indifferently, it's only been a month since I awakened my guardian spirit, and my strength has risen from the 3rd level of the flesh body realm to the 7th level of the flesh body realm. What about you? It's been 2 years since you awakened your guardian spirit, and you've only cultivated to the 8th level of the flesh body realm. In my opinion, you won't even be able to get into a university, so what's there to show off with such an achievement? Listening to Xiao Xin'er's words, Xiao Lingyan's face was ironic. Cut the crap and fight. Xiao Lingyan made a fighting stance. With a command from the deacon referee, Xiao Lingyan executed a pace stance, stepping on the arcane steps and rushed towards Xiao Xin'er, and immediately threw a punch. A stream of air swirled above her fist, and this move was clearly one of the Xiao clan's more famous third-ranked martial arts attack moves. Punching Heavenly Fist. Judging from Xiao Lingyan's attack, this move had already been practiced by her as if she knew it well. Let's use the Vajra Palm directly. Xiao Xin'er decided. Her cultivation was 1 weight weaker than Xiao Lingyan's, so if she didn't perform the Vajra Palm, she would not be Xiao Lingyan's opponent at all. She also wasn't afraid of the Vajra Palm being exposed. With the strength of the Xiao family's crowd, they simply couldn't see through the arcana of the Vajra Palm. At most they thought that she had cultivated a decent palm technique to the consummate level. Buzz! Xiao Xin'er activated her Vajra indestructible body. Golden light was faintly flickering within her body, every cell emanating an indestructible intent. As she ran the Vajra palm stance, that countless golden light was induced, forming a faint Vajra palm shadow floating above her palm. At this moment, it seemed as if a Buddhist Vajra had been added to Xiao Xin'er's body, propelling her right palm to blast towards Xiao Lingyan. Bang! The air exploded as a terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Xin'er's body. Although it was weaker than Xiao Lingyan's, the power of the sharpness was especially superior. This move. Xiao Baishan's pupils shrank, sensing the extraordinary nature of this move. This was clearly not a Xiao family martial art. It should be something his granddaughter had learned from the guardian spirit. The level of the martial art was not low, but as to what level it had reached, he could not see through it at his current level. There was a bang. Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Lingyan instantly retreated a dozen steps backward after exchanging blows, and the two were almost indistinguishable from each other. How could it be? How could you possibly block my punching fist? Xiao Lingyan couldn't believe it. Her realm was 1 level higher than Xiao Xin'er's, and she had mastered the powerful punching Heavenly Fist, yet she could only be indistinguishable from Xiao Xin'er. She couldn't accept such a result. I don't believe it. Xiao Lingyan attacked Xiao Xin'er again. But at this time, Xiao Lingyan had already lost some of her mind, and the strength of her attack was very unstable due to her emotions, and her fighting strength was once affected. On the contrary, Xiao Xin'er was very stable, her attacks were very smooth, not hasty, and she played the Vajra Palm very well. Gradually, Xiao Lingyan was at a disadvantage, and her defeat had already appeared. At this time, Xiao Fei, Xiao Ao, and other Xiao family elders sighed. They were very disappointed with Xiao Lingyan, clearly not weaker than Xiao Xin'er, but she lost her temper, resulting in gradually being at a disadvantage. If she had kept a steady heart, it was not certain who would lose or win. Finally, under Xiao Lingyan's one mistake, Xiao Xin'er seized the opportunity and knocked her out of the ring with a Vajra Palm, defeating her and winning the first match. Seeing Xiao Lingyan fall out of the ring, the referee immediately ruled, the first match, Xiao Xin'er wins. Xiao Lingyan was the second strongest person in the young generation of the Xiao family. Now that she lost to Xiao Xin'er was almost guaranteed the second place in the second round of the competition, and as for the first place, it was clear to everyone that it would definitely belong to Xiao Tangyu. In the next round, Xiao Xin'er's opponents either conceded directly or were easily defeated by her. In the end, she fought Xiao Tangyu. Facts proved that she really wasn't Xiao Tangyu's opponent, and after just 2 moves, she was at an absolute disadvantage and had to admit defeat. A few hours later, the second round of the Xiao family grand competition ended, and Xiao Xin'er gained the second place ranking in the second round of the grand competition. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian congratulated Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, congratulations, now that you've gained the second place ranking, everyone in the Xiao family will be impressed with you and no one will look down on you. Lin Tian, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have grown so fast. Xiao Xin'er said gratefully. Xin'er, I'm your guardian spirit, so naturally I will guard you, protect you, and assist you in your growth. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Guard me? For some reason, when she heard these words, Xiao Xin'er felt her heartbeat accelerate violently, frightening her so much that she hurriedly changed the topic. Lin Tian, the third round will depend on your performance. Xiao Xin'er reminded. The third round of the Xiao family's competition was not between awakened people, but between guardian spirits. According to reason, the flesh realm could not summon a guardian spirit to fight without reaching the 9th level of the flesh realm, but there were many magical treasures in this world, and among them, there was this one treasure that could allow a guardian spirit to be summoned to fight in advance. This treasure was called Guardian Instrument. The Guardian Instrument could form a small field, and guardian spirits could leave the Guardian Spirit space and enter the Guardian Instrument under the pull of the Guardian Instrument's power. In this way, the Guardian Spirits could fight within the domain within the range of the Guardian Gauge. For the sake of fairness, the power level restricted by the Guardian Instrument was the 9th level of the flesh realm. Regardless of the strength of the Awakened One and the strength of the Guardian Spirit, their power would be limited to the 9th level of the physical body realm, which would ensure the fairness of the Guardian Spirit's battles. Xin'er, don't worry, you lost first place in the second round, I'll grab you a first place back in the third round. Lin Tian patted his chest and assured. Chapter 18, Lin Tian appears, strong performance. Good, I'll wait for you to take first place. Xiao Xin'er smiled happily. The third round of the Battle of the Guardian Spirit in the family competition, which all these clansmen of the younger generation could participate in, had nothing to do with the results of the second round. Of course, it was also possible if one chose to give up. After all, the third round also had certain dangers. If the awakened person did not retrieve their guardian spirit in time when their guardian spirit was in a desperate situation, the guardian spirit would most likely be dispersed, and although it was not to the point of death, it would fall into a deep slumber, and it would take a great deal to reawaken the guardian spirit. Many clansmen were unwilling to allow their guardian spirits to be injured and considered their guardian spirits to be too weak for the stage, so it was only natural that they chose to give up. Soon, the clansmen who participated in the third round of the Battle of the Guardian Spirits were counted, and there were more than 20 people in total. These 20-odd people were basically all clansmen with medium guardian spirits or above, and only a few were inferior guardian spirits. Please, guardian spirit! A deacon shouted. Boom! A 10-meter-tall guardian ceremony descended from the sky above the Xiao clan's gigantic venue. This guardian ceremony looked similar to a globe but was empty in the middle, surrounded by holes which could stand people. Awakened people could stand on these holes, and with their consciousness connecting to the guardian instrument, the guardian spirit could appear within the range of the guardian instrument's internal domain. You guys choose a hole at random and go up, the deacon said. Swish, swish, swish. An awakened person leapt up on top of the guardian instrument hole, holding a handle that could connect to the guardian instrument with both hands, and immediately a force extended into their guardian spirit space. Wow! Xiao Xin'er saw a glimmer of light coalesce before her eyes, and a silhouette slowly appeared. Guardian spirit Lin Tian came out. Finally came out. Lin Tian glanced at Xiao Xin'er and clenched his fists again, feeling the reality. Previously, it was all shadows that descended, but this time, it was a solid body, and he was even more real. Lin Tian, the ones you have to watch out for are those two higher guardian spirits, a withered vine and a passing spirit realm powerhouse from hundreds of thousands of years ago. They have the battle experience as well as the realm from their previous lives. Although they are suppressed at the 9th level of the flesh realm, their strength is still very terrifying. Xiao Xin'er reminded softly. I know. Lin Tian nodded. But in reality, he didn't have much to worry about at all. No matter how powerful that one withered vine guardian spirit as well as the Tongshan realm mighty guardian spirit were, they couldn't possibly possess divine level martial arts moves, and the attacks that they could execute at the 9th level of the physical body realm were far inferior to his. Unlike Xiao Xin'er, Lin Tian was a true inheritor of the Vajra Palm, and had a high attainment of the Vajra Palm's sense. If the degree of mastery of a martial art was divided into beginner's path, blended, out of the gods, consummation, meaning esoteric, domain, rule. Then Lin Tian had already cultivated the Vajra Palm to the consummate level, a consummation in terms of moves, and was only one final step away from comprehending the Vajra Palm intent arcane mysteries. Even if the Vajra Palm wasn't a supreme level move, it was at the very least a 9th order divine level martial arts move, and a 9th order divine level martial arts move at the consummation level was enough to be comparable to the domain realm of a 9th order martial arts move. Under normal circumstances, a Tongshan realm powerhouse might not even have a 9th rank martial arts stance, let alone cultivating a 9th rank martial arts stance to the domain realm. Thus, Lin Tian was decidedly confident that he could easily break Xiao Tangyu and Xiao Xin'er's higher guardian spirits. Right at this moment, the deacon of the Xiao family began to announce the rules of the Battle of the Guardian Spirits. The rules of the Battle of Guardian Spirits were simple. Guardian spirits could challenge other guardian spirits. Each guardian spirit had 3 chances to refuse the challenge, and once defeated, they could only withdraw from the battle, without the chance to fight once more. After all, summoning the guardian spirit also has a huge effect on the awakened person, unable to exist in the real world for too long. This time it is with the aid of the guardian instrument. These guardian spirits will only appear, but it can't be summoned for a very long time, so it is necessary to have a quick battle. At this time, some awakened ones had already retrieved their guardian spirits into the guardian spirit space, waiting for the time of the challenge before releasing them. Who is the first to start the challenge? The deacon inquired. Guardian spirits didn't stay for a long time, thus the first one to challenge would be a bit disadvantaged, and once they were consumed or injured, it would be a bit dangerous to face the challenge from other guardian spirits. Thus, very few guardian spirits chose to be the first to challenge. Just as Xiao Tangyu was about to let his guardian spirit be the first to appear, a voice resounded throughout the arena. Since no one is willing to be the first to appear, then I'll do it. Lin Tian took a step out and arrived at the center position inside the guardian instrument. It's Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, a mere inferior guardian spirit, and you dare to be the first to appear? This guardian spirit has unlimited potential, but potential doesn't equal strength. I'm afraid that if he were to meet a higher guardian spirit, he would be killed in a single strike. Perhaps this guardian spirit has some kind of card, it should not be underestimated. Previously, we all underestimated Miss Xiao Xin'er, and as a result, one by one, we were slapped in the face. In case we underestimate this guardian spirit this time, I'm afraid that we'll be slapped in the face as well. When Lin Tian appeared, the awakened ones who were on the guardian spirit were ready to challenge Lin Tian, and one by one, they sent out invitations, including Xiao Lingyan. However, there was a sequence of challenges, and the first one to open his mouth to challenge Lin Tian was a medium guardian spirit awakened. Xiao Wuflame of the Xiao family, challenging Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit. Xiao Wufan opened his mouth. Xiao Xin'er gazed at Lin Tian and signaled, handing over the choice to Lin Tian. I, Lin Tian, accept the challenge. Lin Tian's voice echoed in the guardian instrument. At this time, people also knew the names of Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirits. A medium guardian spirit and an inferior guardian spirit. There was no doubt that everyone was more optimistic about the medium guardian spirit, but some people were more optimistic about the inferior guardian spirit, Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was somewhat special. He was clearly an inferior guardian spirit but had unlimited potential, and might be able to create a miracle. The two guardian spirits stood in the center of the guardian instrument. With the order of the referee deacon, the two were about to fight. Only at this moment, Lin Tian stretched out a finger and said with a slight arrogance, "One move." As soon as the words fell, Lin Tian threw a punch at the opposite medium guardian spirit. This punch was just an ordinary punch, but it carried the power of the Vajra indestructible body. The ninth level of the flesh body realm also had its own strengths and weaknesses, but Lin Tian's flesh body realm was far more solidly powerful than the average flesh body realm, and an ordinary punch could still defeat an average medium guardian spirit. As expected. With a bang, the medium guardian spirit was sent flying by a punch, hitting the inner wall of the guardian instrument. The appearance of this scene scared Xiao Wuyan so much that he hastily withdrew his guardian spirit and directly admitted defeat. Having won a competition, Lin Tian didn't go down and directly pointed his finger at Xiao Lingyan. "I want to challenge your guardian spirit." The moment these words came out, the entire audience was shocked. Chapter 19 Guardian Spirit First. It's up to the awakened person to decide who to challenge. The guardian spirit has no right to choose. The referee deacon proclaimed. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said, "The decision made by my guardian spirit is my decision." Lin Tian challenged Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit, which surprised many people, and the key was that Xiao Xin'er still didn't stop it. One had to know that Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit was a passing god realm powerhouse from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and even though he was only at the 9th level of the flesh realm right now, the martial arts he had mastered as well as his combat experience far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th level flesh realm powerhouse. In their opinion, Lin Tian was only an inferior guardian spirit, and I was afraid that both his battle experience and the martial arts he had mastered were far inferior to Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit, so there was not much hope of winning at all. I'll accept your challenge in place of my guardian spirit. The corner of Xiao Lingyan's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Secretly, she utilized telepathy to send a message to her guardian spirit. "Break up Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit Lin Tian for me. It would be better if you can kill it completely." Guardian spirits were hard to kill. Once they were subjected to a powerful attack and the guardian spirit body broke apart, it would turn into spiritual energy and return to the guardian spirit space, and there was still a chance to repair it. However, as long as the power was strong enough and the speed was fast enough to crush the guardian spirit's body and erase the guardian spirit's spiritual intelligence in a split second, that would be enough to kill the guardian spirit completely. Once an awakened person lost their guardian spirit, even if they could continue to cultivate, it would be difficult to continue to improve with that damaged foundation. Xiao Lingyan wanted to destroy Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, thus showing Xiao Lingyan's ruthlessness. "Yes, host." Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit responded. Boom! Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit appeared, dressed in a black armor, holding a battle spear, exuding an aura of stranger, not to be approached, with a pair of pupils full of killing intent. This was an ancient powerhouse that had been through hundreds of battles. The people of the Xiao family had long known the origin of Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit, which was clearly a disciple of a great powers clan hundreds of thousands of years ago, named Ao Shocking God. In that era, there was only a tiny bit of information left about Ao Jingshan, but he was still considered a genius of that era. Nowadays, the sea had changed and that great power had already died out, but as a disciple of a great power hundreds of thousands of years ago, Ao Shocking God was powerful enough to defy any medium guardian spirit, not to mention inferior guardian spirits. As soon as the match began, Ao Shocking God was the first to attack. Surpassing God Strike. The Ao Shocking God's person and battle spear merged into one, transforming into a shocking light that carried a killing intent as it rushed towards Lin Tian. Intent. Xiao Batian, who was standing on top of the high platform, violently murmured. Above the consummation of any martial arts stance was the realm of intent arcane. If one was able to master the realm of intent arcane, it was enough to bring a martial arts into play with several times or even higher power. As a peak powerhouse of the blood transformation realm, he was also trying to comprehend the realm of intent arcana, but so far he had only comprehended a hint of the realm of intent, whereas the higher guardian spirit, Ao Alarming God, not only grasped the realm of intent arcana, but had also reached an extremely high level. The physical realm was limited by the guardian instrument as well as the host's cultivation, but the realm of intent arcana could be utilized for the most part. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit is bound to lose. Many Xiao family executives exclaimed. A strike that contained the realm of intent arcane aura, even a first-level marrow cleansing realm powerhouse would have a hard time catching it safely if they didn't rely on their guardian spirit, so what could a mere inferior guardian spirit do to withstand it? Everyone else didn't think highly of Lin Tian, but Xiao Xin'er was very confident in Lin Tian. Right at this moment, Lin Tian moved. His hands transformed into a pair of golden palms, emitting a rich golden light, and even his entire person almost transformed into a golden man. The Vajra indestructible body and Vajra palm were fully activated by Lin Tian, and the terrifying aura caused the guardian instrument domain to shake for a moment. The guardian instrumental domain was similar to the realm of martial arts. It was originally constructed with reference to the realm of martial arts, and Lin Tian's divine grade martial arts moves were too high, affecting the guardian instrumental domain at the moment. It was fortunate that Lin Tian's realm was not high at this moment, otherwise a slight shock could shatter the guardian instrument realm. Die! Ao Shocking God's battle spear stabbed at Lin Tian's face. Just as the tip of the war spear was about to penetrate Lin Tian's head, Lin Tian's right hand violently grabbed the Ao Shocking God's war spear. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Ao Shocking God's masterstroke, Shocking God Strike, was blocked and was caught alive by Lin Tian's right hand, unable to advance any further, and even the intentional arcane mysteries contained in Shocking God Strike was instantly dispersed. Not a bad move, but it's a pity that you met me. Lin Tian grabbed the battle spear and threw it hard and fiercely, directly flinging Ao Shocking God's body out, causing the guardian instrument to tremble. The next instant, Lin Tian transformed into a golden light and imprinted his palm on the chest and abdomen of the Ao Shocking God. Just as it was about to penetrate the Ao Shocking God's abdomen, the Ao Shocking God's body disappeared. Retracted well, that's a quick reaction. Lin Tian secretly said. Within one of the holes of the guardian spirit, Xiao Lingyan's face went pale and her breath was very unstable. Although her guardian spirit hadn't been completely dispersed, it was also very seriously injured. Even the host she was affected, and she had forcefully withdrawn her guardian spirit in time, causing her mind to be traumatized. With this injury, she was afraid that it would take her a month to recover. Xiao Lingyan, your guardian spirit has lost, go down. The referee deacon reminded. Yes. Xiao Lingyan said with her head lowered. She felt so humiliated right now that she couldn't wait to leave immediately. She felt that everyone's gaze at her was bound to be contemptuous, even disdainful. For the first time, she felt how trashy her guardian spirit was. The third round of the Xiao clan family competition seemed to have become Lin Tian's personal show, as he didn't get off the field at all and challenged everyone else's guardian spirits one by one. The result was that all the others voluntarily gave up and admitted defeat, fearing that their guardian spirits would suffer the same fate as Ao Shocking God. In the end, there were only two guardian spirits left in the field, Lin Tian and Xiao Tangyu's withered vine guardian spirit. Right at this moment, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tangyu directly admitted defeat. I admit defeat in place of my guardian spirit. Chapter 20 Impacting the 10th level of the flesh body realm. Admitting defeat, how is that possible? Xiao Ao was a bit annoyed. His grandson Xiao Tangyu's guardian spirit could be much more powerful than Xiao Lingyan's guardian spirit. Besides, the withered vine guardian spirit was focused on defense. Even if Lin Tian was powerful, it wasn't like he didn't have a hope of victory. But now, Xiao Tangyu even directly admitted defeat. The many Xiao family members who were watching were also talking. Xiao Tangyu wouldn't be too scared to answer the battle after seeing Xiao Lingyan's situation, right? No way, Xiao Tangyu has gone on a 2-year training trip. He's not a rookie who hasn't experienced battles. How could he be afraid to fight? Besides, his withered vine guardian spirit is indeed very powerful. It's not so bad that he doesn't have any hope of winning. I don't know why he admitted defeat. Xiao Tangyu has conceded defeat. Miss Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit has become number 1. I didn't expect an inferior guardian spirit to be so strong. We're really out of the loop. The guardian spirit has unlimited potential, with its own battle strength in second place and the guardian spirit in first place. Eldest Miss Xiao Xin'er deserves to be the granddaughter of the family head. Her talent is truly awesome. Eldest Miss Xiao Xin'er's talent is so powerful, and young Master Xiao Ling's guardian spirit potential is also located at the 6th rank. It's truly a blessing for our Xiao family. Listening to the praises of these people, Xiao Lingyan's mood was unpleasant. In the past, these people were secretly despising Xiao Xin'er just like her, and they even did not think highly of the Xiao family's main vein. But now, these people simply flipped their faces faster than a book, so quickly embracing the main vein and praising Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er, I won't admit defeat, sooner or later there will be a day. Xiao Lingyan secretly thought in her heart. The family competition ended at night. Xiao Ao met his granddaughter Xiao Tangyu in his room and directly rebuked angrily, Tangyu, why did you directly admit defeat in the daytime? Even if you feel that there is no hope of winning, it is not so bad as to directly admit defeat. If you directly admit defeat, the other clansmen will think that you are afraid of Xiao Xin'er, that girl. Xiao Tangyu faintly said, Grandpa, is it the first place in the family competition that is important, or is it crossing into the marrow cleansing realm that is important? Of course it is crossing into the marrow cleansing realm that is important. Xiao Ao said without hesitation. The family competition is just an honor, an opportunity to show strength, but compared to entering the marrow cleansing realm, it's really nothing. The marrow cleansing realm is the 2nd level of the awaken, and once you cross into this level, your strength will skyrocket, not to mention that you will have the opportunity to enter a university. Nowadays, in this era, the threshold to enter a university was very high. The marrow cleansing realm was a hard condition. If one failed to cross into the marrow cleansing realm during the college entrance exam, then they would not be qualified to enter a university, but they could enter some specialized schools. But specialized schools were far from universities. Once admitted to a university, the fame of that awakened person would be renowned in the city where they were located, and there weren't many universities on Earth, just a dozen or so, and the tutors of these universities would even be served by God Alliance powerhouses. The status of university students was often higher than the status of the patriarchs of some small families. Even clans as powerful as the Xiao family didn't necessarily have one of their clansmen enroll in a university every year. Last year, the Xiao family didn't have a single clansman admitted to the university. Grandpa, I'm about to cross into the marrow cleansing realm, and at this time I don't want my guardian spirit to get injured. In case it does get injured, then the time for me to cross into the marrow cleansing realm will be pushed back, and once I've crossed over into the marrow cleansing realm, what does the district Xiao Xin'er count for? Now there are only 7 or 8 months until the college entrance exam. Xiao Xin'er's awakening time is too short. She doesn't even necessarily have the hope to get into college. My goal is those supreme geniuses in the university. Getting into the university is my only goal. Xiao Tangyu said indifferently. Tangyu, your decision is good. Since you're about to cross into the marrow cleansing realm, feel free to tell Grandpa what you need. I'll make sure to fulfill your request. Xiao Ao assured. Many thanks, Grandpa. Xiao Tangyu was overjoyed. With his grandfather's help, he was certain that he would cross into the marrow cleansing realm within a month's time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this time, Xiao Xin'er's talent spread throughout Phylon City, and the situation of the Xiao family clan competition leaked out, and the students of Phylon No. 1 Middle School naturally knew about Xiao Xin'er's situation, and each and every one of them couldn't believe it. Up to this point, Xiao Xin'er could be called famous in Phylon No. 1 Middle School. But Xiao Xin'er didn't care about this so-called fame. Her goal was to cross into the marrow cleansing realm and get into college. Not long after the family competition, Xiao Xin'er relied on the Vajra Indestructible body, a Chinese martial art, to break the bottleneck and cross into the 8th level of the flesh realm. As for Lin Tian, he had already crossed into the 9th extreme level of the flesh body realm long ago and was preparing to impact the 10th level of the flesh body realm. In the guardian spirit space, Lin Tian was conferring with Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, according to your era, if you want to impact the 10th gravity of the flesh body realm, you have to reorganize your flesh body. If you make a mistake, it's easy for your flesh body to collapse and die, and with your current financial resources you can't afford to buy those spirit liquid potions that quickly restore your flesh body, so I'm going to have to rely on the rapid healing ability of the Vajra Indestructible body. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Have you decided? Xiao Xin'er was slightly worried. I estimate that I'm 80% to 90% sure. My Vajra Indestructible body realm is very high, although it hasn't reached the level of immortality. General injuries can be healed quickly. Flesh reorganization is also just reorganizing the internal structure of the flesh. With the cellular activity of the Vajra Indestructible body, I can definitely pull through. Lin Tian was full of confidence. Good, then I'll escort you, and if you have any problems, I'll forcefully stop you from breaking through as a host. Xiao Xin'er said. Good. Lin Tian nodded with a shallow smile. In the guardian spirit space, Xiao Xin'er's consciousness body sat cross-legged not far away, while Lin Tian sat cross-legged in another place to start impacting the 10th level of the flesh body realm. Rumble. The Vajra Indestructible body operated, impacting the barrier in the underworld. At this moment, a rumbling sound popped out from Lin Tian's body, just like the sound of hitting a big bell. If Xiao Xin'er could observe the cells within Lin Tian's body, she would have realized that the cells all over Lin Tian's body were crumbling and combining at a certain frequency, going back and forth in a special change. Blood. It spread out from the cracks in Lin Tian's skin and flowed into the guardian spirit space, gathering more and more. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xin'er gently covered her mouth, her eyes hazy, her worry showing. Lin Tian, make sure you succeed. Xiao Xin'er cried out in her heart. Soon, a blood cocoon formed on Lin Tian's body, wrapping Lin Tian's entire body. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the blood cocoon violently shattered and a naked person walked out from within it. This person was naturally Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tian, who had not a single covering on his body, Xiao Xin'er froze for a few seconds, her gaze fixed on a certain place. Then, she shouted the biggest voice of her life. Ah, pervert. Chapter 21 Going Home, Unexpected Flesh Realm Powerhouse. Embarrassing. Lin Tian covered his key area with his hand, a look of embarrassment on his face. He hadn't expected that impacting the 10th level of the flesh body realm would cause his clothes to turn into ashes and he was directly naked. If he was alone, being naked would be fine, but the key problem was that Xiao Xin'er's conscious body was still in the guardian spirit space. This time. Xin'er, did you see all of it? Lin Tian asked softly. No questions allowed, pervert. Xiao Xin'er dropped this sentence and her body of consciousness immediately left the guardian spirit space. Outside. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness returned, her face was red, and her mind was still reverberating with the scene from earlier. To have walked out just like that. Xiao Xin'er beamed. Of course, she knew that she couldn't blame Lin Tian for this. After all, letting her clothes turn into ashes in the middle of the breakthrough process was something that no one could have expected. Although Lin Tian was a living person, he was also a guardian spirit, and in the guardian spirit space he could mobilize his spiritual energy to turn into clothes. So after Xiao Xin'er left, Lin Tian tried to visualize a set of casual clothes and put them on, covering his naked body. Xin'er, come in, I'm dressed. Lin Tian called out to Xiao Xin'er in the guardian spirit space. After a long time, Xiao Xin'er's consciousness came to the guardian spirit space. A blush of shyness could be seen on Xiao Xin'er's face, which had yet to dissipate. Seeing that Xiao Xin'er was still shy, Lin Tian stopped mentioning what happened just now. Mentioning it again and again would be really being a hooligan. Xin'er, I've already made a breakthrough. I'm now at the 10th level of the flesh body realm. As long as the realm is stabilized, I can cultivate the marrow cleansing realm technique to step into the marrow cleansing realm. Lin Tian said excitedly. The 10th gravity of the flesh body realm, I haven't seen it yet. How much stronger is this realm than the 9th gravity of the flesh body realm? Xiao Xin'er was curious. Lin Tian estimated and sensed and said, in terms of strength, the 9th level of the flesh body realm is 18 times that of an adult, while the 10th level of the flesh body realm is 36 times that of an ordinary person. What, 36 times? Xiao Xin'er was shocked. 36 times might seem like just twice as much as 16 times, but with a small difference in power, the difference in strength was huge. 36 times the power could be far more powerful than 16 times the power. It could be said that a strong person at the 10th level of the flesh realm could easily kill a strong person at the 9th level of the flesh realm in seconds. The difference of one weight was like the difference between clouds and mud. Lin Tian, do you have a marrow cleansing realm technique from the Huaxia era? Xiao Xin'er asked. Yes, but if the marrow cleansing realm technique reappears, there will be another vision over the earth. Too many visions of divine level techniques coming out is not a good thing. It's best to be able to go to an uninhabited planet to receive the Huaxia era technique inheritance. Lin Tian suggested. An unoccupied planet, that would require one to take a spaceship by oneself. Although our Xiao family can afford a spaceship, it would have to break bones, and the Xiao family would not buy a spaceship specifically for me to use. Xiao Xin'er shook her head. This path would not work. Then we can go to other planets to train, and pass down the Huaxia Kung Fu during the training, so we can also transfer the attraction to other planets. Lin Tian thought furiously. This is a good way. I'll try to figure out if I can travel to a nearby planet. Xiao Xin'er pondered for a while and said. Xin'er, you should feel at ease with your cultivation lately. As for the matter of traveling to the stars, there's no rush. Take your time to find an opportunity. Also, I'll probably stay at that end of the vortex lately. I'll come out again in a few days. Lin Tian's intention was to take a trip back to the Chinese civilization era. He had been away from home for a very long time, although he occasionally returned to the Chinese civilization era and made a phone call home. If he didn't go home for a long time and didn't have a clear job, his parents would definitely be worried. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of this period to make a trip home and take care of things in the age of Chinese civilization. Lin Tian, what exactly is on that side of the vortex? Xiao Xin'er pursed her lips and asked. She was really too curious and had been suppressing it from asking, but now she really wanted to know. This. Lin Tian was silent for a while and sighed. I'll tell you later. As soon as the words fell, Lin Tian drilled into the vortex of the guardian spirit space and disappeared. The secret behind the vortex was Lin Tian's biggest secret, even more important than the merit laws of the Chinese civilization era. Even though he was Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, the relationship between the two of them right now was not at a level where they could reveal everything. In the future, he might tell Xiao Xin'er all his secrets. But for now, he would not say. Seeing Lin Tian drill into the vortex and disappear, Xiao Xin'er muttered under her breath, "One day, you'll tell me." The conscious body disappeared and Xiao Xin'er left. Age of Chinese civilization. Nankou City, Shanghai Town. Lin Tian's home was situated here. His family belonged to the average rich family in Shanghai Town. Eating and drinking was not a worry. There was a house in the city, but it was not renovated, saying that it was left for him in the future. His family usually lived in the old mansion in Shanghai Town. His grandparents had died long ago, and there was only him, his parents, and a younger sister. On a certain street in Mountain and Sea Town, Lin Tian walked slowly. "It's been a long time since I came back." Lin Tian sighed. During his 4 years in university, he had almost always immersed himself in the world of novels and games, and had hardly studied at all, failing many of his subjects, and only barely passing them after many make-up exams. This resulted in him going to college for 4 years for nothing, and after graduation, he couldn't even find a job that suited him in his field. If it wasn't for the coincidence of becoming Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit a billion years later, he was afraid that he would still be looking for a job and wouldn't even have the face to go home. Almost home. Lin Tian saw an old mansion and his mood got a little excited. But when he got close to the home, he furrowed his brows violently. "Strange, there are actually a few auras of the flesh realm," Lin Tian muttered. After becoming the 10th level of the flesh body realm, his perception had reached a very terrifying point. He could sense the auras of the strongest people around him, and although he could not judge the strength of the auras, he could roughly judge the realm of the auras. These few scents were located near his home and were all at the flesh realm strength, so he estimated that they should not be strong. "Interesting, these few people should be rushing towards me." Lin Tian skimmed his lips and smiled. He didn't want to have such a coincidence that several flesh body realm powerhouses were his neighbors. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this was all caused by his last trip to Shaolin. "I hope I didn't make things difficult for my parents, otherwise. I don't mind blood washing the forces behind you." A Shao-killing aura rose violently from Lin Tian's body. Chapter 22, Huaxia Alien Energy Group. In the small house of less than 10 square feet, a man and a woman were staring at the computer while the image of an old mansion was floating on the computer. This mansion was none other than Lin Tian's home. Suddenly, the man spoke. "How much longer do we have to wait? This Lin Tian hasn't come back. Is it hard for us to stay here forever? This is the decision from above. This area is our responsibility. A suspected 7th order or higher alien has appeared. We naturally have to pull it together," the woman coldly said. "Earth 13, do you think Lin Tian will die? With the power of our Chinese Xenos, surprisingly we haven't found any trace of him. Ever since he left the Shaolin Temple he has completely disappeared. Even his family can't contact him." The man was very curious about this. "Tianjiu, that day's video, I think you have also watched it. His strength is at the very least comparable to a 6th or 7th order alien. How could he die so easily? Keep waiting, maybe he'll go home at some point. Once he's home, we'll invite him to join our Chinese alien group, but of course we'll have to test him first. Without a certain amount of strength one is not qualified to join our Huaxia Alien Energy Group," Earth 13 coldly said. "Earth 13, there's no need to be ice cold when talking to me, just smile," Tianjiu said with a smile. However, what was ushered in was Earth 13's pair of eyes filled with coldness. "I'm like this by nature. If you don't like it, you cannot be my partner," Earth 13 said. Tianjiu scratched his head and hurriedly said, "How could I not be happy to partner with you? Just kidding, you actually look good when you're cold." Just at this moment, a voice entered both of their headphones. "Lin Tian is back." As soon as Heavenly Geo and Earthly 13 heard it, they immediately knew that it was a message from Heavenly 7 and Earthly 8. The Huaxia Alien Energy Group had sent a total of 2 Heavenly Character Group members and 2 Earthly Character Group members this time around, firstly to show the strength of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, and secondly to invite Lin Tian to join the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. The Huaxia Alien Energy Group was not an official organization, but an organization that was established by a few powerful aliens a long time ago, and later on, many sects chose to send their disciples into the Alien Energy Group for training and to become a member of the Alien Energy Group. As a result, not all members of the Alien Energy Group were aliens. Later, the Chinese Alien Energy Group was recognized by the government and cooperated with the government to handle some special matters, but regardless of the government's jurisdiction. Originally, the recruitment of a powerful battle force would have been fine with just 1 or 2 members of the Alien Energy Group arriving. Coincidentally, during this period of time, the Huaxia Alien Energy Group was relatively idle, or else they wouldn't have invited 4 battle forces for the sake of a mere Lin Tian. Swish! The phone screen shifted and a youth slowly approached the mansion. The appearance of this youth was too familiar to them. It was none other than Lin Tian, who had disappeared for a long time. "Let's go over there," Tianjiu urged. The target had appeared, so he could stop waiting any longer. For the fun loving him, staying here all the time was a bit annoying, and if he completed the mission, he could take a vacation for a while. "Heaven 7 and Earth 8 have already passed, let's stay nearby," Earth 13 suggested. "Listen to you," Heavenly 9 said. "Coming?" Lin Tian sensed 2 auras rapidly rushing towards him, and at this time, he was still about 50 meters away from his family's mansion. Swish swish. A man and a woman appeared in front of him, both of them were around 30 years old. Who are you guys? Lin Tian didn't feel nervous at all and asked very calmly. Huaxia Alien Energy Group. The man, Tian Qi, took out a document to prove his identity. Huaxia Alien Energy Group? Lin Tian was a little surprised that such a fictional organization actually existed in the Huaxia era. However, once he thought that a billion years later, the Earth would be able to have deities whose physical bodies could cross the void and whose lifespans could be in the tens of thousands of years, it was not unacceptable for the regional Huaxia Alien Energy Group to exist. I don't understand any Huaxia Alien Energy Group, but I do know that I don't have any interactions with you guys, so what is your so-called business for appearing near my home? Lin Tian questioned. Tian Qi said politely, our purpose is you, the Huaxia Alien Group is mainly responsible for recruiting powerful aliens that appear within Huaxia, and then teaching the aliens how they should be in a relationship with ordinary people, so that the aliens do not affect ordinary people, and even assisting the government in dealing with some special events. But we don't fall under the jurisdiction of the state, and the state can't order us. I hear you, but I'm not willing to join the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, I'm not willing to be constrained. Lin Tian directly refused, he hated being ordered around by others, especially this kind of mandatory constraint organization. Lin Tian, perhaps you don't understand how powerful our alien energy group is, why don't we spar, perhaps you'll have a new view of our alien energy group. Tian Qi said back. Just based on you guys? Lin Tian was a little disdainful. Tian Qi said in a condensed voice, Lin Tian, we know that you are very strong, comparable to a 6th or 7th ranked alien, but I am a 7th ranked fire alien, and Earth 8 is a 7th ranked wood alien, any one of us possesses the strength to compete with you. Aren't there 2 others hidden not far away? Lin Tian's hand gently pointed at a house in the distance. At that moment, Heavenly 7 and Earthly 8's faces changed. Strange, how did he know? Heavenly 9 said darkly. Immediately, he used his contact to send a message to Heavenly 9 and Earthly 13, you've been exposed, come over here. Swish swish. Soon, Heavenly Geo and Earthly 13 came over, but kept a distance of 30 meters away from Lin Tian. This is near my house, I don't want my parents to worry, let's fight somewhere else, if you guys are able to beat me, I'd be interested in checking out that alien group of yours. If you guys lose, don't bother me. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. In fact, he mainly just wanted to see the strength of the so-called alien energy group in this era. The 4 members of the alien energy group looked at each other and then nodded in agreement. Go outside the town. Earth 13 said. Several people were not ordinary people, and the town was very small, and this place was in a remote part of the town, thus the 4 of them quickly crossed the town to an open field. This place Liao was deserted and was just right for a battle. Let's go together. Lin Tian waved his hand and signaled. One of me is enough. Earth 8 stood out and flicked his hand, only to see a thin strip of wood appear where Lin Tian was standing. These wooden strips drilled out from the ground and came to bind Lin Tian. So this is the ability of a wood system adept. Lin Tian looked at the wooden strips coming bundled and whispered to himself, but his face still did not have any worries. These wooden strips were very strong and could easily bind a cow or even an elephant, even if an awakened of the 5th or even 6th level of the flesh realm encountered such a situation, it would be very difficult to break free. It's a pity that you guys met me. Lin Tian said in his heart. Only to see Lin Tian gently tugging with his hand, the incomparably sturdy wooden bar was ripped off like a straw. How is that possible? Earth 8's face changed drastically, and the other 3 also felt troubled. They had underestimated Lin Tian's strength. Chapter 23 Overall Crushing. Earth 13, ice him. Tian Qi hurriedly said. Roger that. The ice-cold-natured Earth 13 was an ice exalt and immediately cast his ice exalt, only to see the ground begin to be covered by a layer of ice, extending to Lin Tian's feet at an incredible speed. Wow! Lin Tian's feet were sealed with ice, which began to spread to his entire body. The ice system ability belonged to the special Shi ability, which was a very powerful type of ability in the era of Chinese civilization, thus Earth 13 was also the most powerful one among the 4. Ice system ability, nice ability. Lin Tian shattered the cold ice on his body with a gentle movement. He had already projected the strength of these 4 people, a 7th ranked alien ability was equivalent to the battle power of an awakened person at the 7th level of the flesh realm a billion years later. However, the alien ability was weird and undoubtedly had the advantage in battle, while the flesh body realm awakened had a single attack, making it difficult to defeat the alien ability. But once the awakened person stepped into the 9th level of the physical body realm, and could summon the guardian spirit to fight, then the increase in strength would be too great. The 4 people from the alteration group began to panic as neither the wood alteration nor the ice alteration were able to cause any damage to Lin Tian. Suddenly, Tian Qi spewed out a huge flame that blasted towards Lin Tian. The temperature of this flame was very high, it was 4,000 to 5,000 degrees. If an ordinary person was engulfed by this flame, they would definitely be turned into a ball of charcoal in a short period of time. Vajrapam. Lin Tian launched out a palm, a huge Vajra palm shadow crushed away, instantly bursting this flame, and the aftermath was rushing towards Heavenly 7, Earthly 13, Earthly 8, and them. There was a rumble. Heavenly 7 and the other 3 were unable to withstand the aftermath of the Vajra palm and were all sent flying out, injured one after another. And at this time, Tianjiu, who was standing in the distance, took out a firearm behind his back. Tianjiu was not an alien, but an ordinary martial artist, but his marksmanship was very powerful. Coupled with the special bullets, the long-range threat power could be much more powerful than that of a 7th-ranked alien. But once he was in close quarters by an alien, he would be out of luck. Tianjiu held a special firearm aimed at Lin Tian's arm and shot over without hesitation. The speed of the bullet from this type of firearm was so fast that ordinary aberrants couldn't dodge it fast enough. Lin Tian sensed the trajectory of the bullet and could have dodged it, but he didn't. He wanted to see if his Vajra Indestructible body could block the bullet. The Vajra Indestructible body was a very powerful divine-level technique. Not only could it be cultivated in the physical realm, it could still be cultivated even after becoming a deity. Lin Tian had only cultivated the skin of the Vajra Indestructible body, but his defense had also reached a very terrifying point and had the ability to heal quickly. He felt that he could easily withstand bullets, and even though Tianjiu's bullets were very special, they shouldn't be able to penetrate his flesh. There was a dang sound. The bullet impacted on Lin Tian's arm, penetrated through his clothes, collided with his skin and bounced off, landing on the ground not far away. Seeing this scene, Tianjiu and the other 4 were completely dumbfounded. This is a Galaxy 3 bullet, but it couldn't penetrate his skin. Is his body tougher than steel? Tianjiu was completely dumbfounded. Any more means, you can show them to your heart's content. Lin Tian said as he stood with his arms folded. Tianqi and the others looked at each other and revealed bitter smiles. Their means were like child's play in Lin Tian's eyes. This was not even on the same level. Not to mention the 4 of them, even if there were a few more members of the alien energy group, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be Lin Tian's opponent. It's definitely a 9th order or higher alien. Tianqi judged. There weren't many alien energy users above the 9th rank, even in China, and every one of them was a national treasure that couldn't be easily offended. Even if the leader of the alien energy group encountered an alien energy practitioner above the 9th order, he would have to be polite. After all, if a 9th order or above alien was intent on retaliating, it would definitely be the most terrifying disaster. Lin Tian, we've lost, we'll leave now. Tianqi stood up from the ground and bent down. Immediately, all 4 people from the Exalt left. Seeing the 4 people leave, Lin Tian smiled. The strength of the 4 people from this alien energy group was indeed not bad. In the Star River era, they might be a mole-like existence, but in this era of Huaxia, they were bound to be among the top of the line. 4 members comparable to the 7th level of the flesh realm, this alien energy group's strength is not ordinary. Lin Tian secretly said. Home. Lin Tian entered the mansion and shouted, Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm back. Hearing the sound, Lin Tian's mom and dad walked out. Tianer, you're back. Lin Tian's dad, Lin Tongsheng, was very happy and hurriedly jogged over. While running, he said, It's good to be back. We were worried to death when we didn't hear from you for such a long time. Lin Tian's mom Su Xiulian even came over, pulled Lin Tian's hand, and took a good look at Lin Tian up and down. Son, how do I find you have become handsome? Mom, your son, I've always been handsome. Lin Tian said without any modesty at all. In reality, Lin Tian had indeed become handsome. His temperament had changed because of his cultivation, and coupled with the reorganization of his fleshly body after impacting the 10th level of the flesh realm, his appearance had not changed much, but his skin was whiter and bloodier, thus making him look even more handsome. Don't go out when you're back, just find a job inside the city, don't go to such a faraway city to find a job. Lin Tongsheng spoke his thoughts. Dad, I have my own plans, so don't worry. By the way, where's sister? Lin Tian swept around and didn't see his sister, thus asking. You forgot, your sister is still in her 3rd year of high school, it's Thursday, and she's not on vacation yet. Lin Tongsheng even said. Right-oh, my sister is still in school. Lin Tian scratched his head and smiled. For a moment, a homey atmosphere filled the air. For the next few days, Lin Tian stayed at home to accompany his parents while his younger sister, Lin Xianxian, also returned. This little girl couldn't rejoice enough at the sight of Lin Tian, and Lin Tian also took his sister on a trip to the city. This day, after Lin Tian had dinner with his family, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. This aura was even more powerful than the previous Tianjiu and the few of them, but it was still at this level of the flesh-body realm. Could it be someone from the alien energy group again? Lin Tian frowned a little. This group of people came in waves, it was really a bit irritating. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a walk. Lin Tian casually found a reason and went out, heading straight for the owner of that scent. Chapter 24 Guest Secretary, Benefits. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, his face looked a bit hideous. This was a man with a story. Lin Tian looked at the man standing in front of his house and asked, Are you from the Chinese alien energy group? The middle-aged man said in a very flat tone, "Not bad, let me introduce myself, vice leader of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, Long Zero. You want to stand up for those 4 people?" A hint of hostility appeared on Lin Tian's body. "No, not to stand up for them, but to apologize." Long Zero bent down and said, "I'm very sorry, the 4 people under me might have had a somewhat bad tone and offended you, I'll apologize to you on their behalf." Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer, "If I was weak, then you wouldn't have come to apologize at all today." Long Zero said awkwardly, "Lin Tian, the Chinese Alien Energy Group doesn't have many members. Drawing in more members is only beneficial for us in China to target foreign powerhouses, that's why we've always advocated for absorbing new members. Basically, whenever a new alien, or a powerful martial artist appears, we will invite them to join. After all, if an ordinary person becomes an alien all of a sudden, if they are not guided, it will easily cause trouble. You should also know that this is the world that ordinary people live in. Basically, they are all ordinary people. Once a suddenly risen alter ego makes something that jeopardizes the society, the deaths will not be as simple as 1 or 2 people. Years ago, many Xenos wreaked havoc on society and killed ordinary people according to their own nature, which is why the Xeno group was established to formulate circles belonging to Xenos or martial artists and the like. It is the responsibility of our altered group to guide new altered or powerful martial artists. That's why they are so eager to invite you to join the altered organization, even going so far as to spar with you." After a pause, Long Zero added, "Lin Tian, if you join our alien group, we're willing to pay you handsomely. I've already told a few of your men that I'm not willing to be bound by anyone or organization. If you insist on that, I won't be as polite as I was last time." Lin Tian's voice went a little cold. Seeing that Lin Tian was really unwilling to join the alien organization, Long Zero hurriedly changed his words. "Lin Tian, if you really don't want to be bound, you can choose to become an honorary guest secretary of our Huaxia alien organization. 9th rank or above Alterans are qualified to become honorary guest secretaries. They are not under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Alterans, and our Alterans organization will not be in charge of your whereabouts. We only need you to put up a name in the Alterans organization, so that if our Huaxia Alterans group encounters any trouble, you can be asked to help out, and will pay a certain amount of benefits. In addition, we will also send members of the Alien Energy Group to secretly protect your family. What do you think?" "Oh, you can protect my family and not interfere with my whereabouts?" Lin Tian asked. "Yes." Long Zero nodded. At this time, Lin Tian held his chin in contemplation for a while, and felt that this would only benefit him and do him no harm. Thus, he responded, "All right, I promise." Seeing Lin Tian's promise, Long Zero very happily took out a token and a book and handed it to Lin Tian. "This is our Alien Energy Group's guest secretary token and information about the Alien Energy Group. This numbered token already belongs to you, and in a couple of days, we'll send a member of the Alien Energy Group specifically to reside in the vicinity and secretly protect your family. In addition, the guest secretary of the Alien Energy Group also has a subsidy of 100,000 yuan per month, which will also be credited to your account at that time." "There's also a 100,000 yuan subsidy?" Lin Tian was very satisfied. In the Huaxia era, he didn't work but needed money, and things from a billion years later couldn't be brought into this era. He couldn't go robbing if he needed money, but the guest elder's subsidy of 100,000 yuan a month solved these troubles. Leader Long Zero, although I agreed to become a member of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, I don't want people from the Huaxia Alien Energy Group to secretly follow me or investigate me." Lin Tian reminded Long Zero. "Understood, I'll go back and go through the formalities, and by the way, I'll remind the members of the Alien Energy Group, so I'll take my leave now." Long Zero said and turned around to leave. Lin Tian held the guest token and put it away, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "With the Huaxia Alien Energy Group protecting my parents as no one will come looking for trouble, I can return to the Star River era a billion years later to cultivate without worry." Lin Tian murmured in his heart. Far away, Long Zero, who had just returned to the car, took out a small monitor that displayed a number 10. Ordinary people didn't know what this number represented, but Long Zero did. 10th ranked ability person. Long Zero took a deep breath, and the calmness that had been on his face turned into shock. He was a 9th order abuser, and the leader of the Huaxia ability group was also a 9th order abuser, and he had previously thought that Lin Tian was a 9th order abuser, but after meeting Lin Tian, he probed him with this kind of detector for testing body energies, only to be shocked to find that Lin Tian was a 10th order abuser. 10th rank, the 10th rank that no one can reach, it actually exists. Long Zero sighed. It was precisely because Lin Tian was a 10th order ability person that he was so polite, not daring to clash with Lin Tian in the slightest. Although a 10th order ability person was far from being able to go against the heavens to the extent that it was comparable to a missile and nuclear bomb, in terms of a single destructive force, a 10th order ability person would be too terrifying, such as assassinating the leaders of various countries, which absolutely no one could withstand. Pulling in a 10th order ability person would only be beneficial to the alien organization as well as to Huaxia, and there would be no harm in it. As for investigating Lin Tian's abilities, he didn't dare, and neither did the alien organization. In a flash, 3 days passed. Although Lin Tongsheng wanted Lin Tian to stay and find a job in the neighborhood, Lin Tian knew his situation and couldn't stay at all, so he told Lin Tongsheng that he had found a job with a monthly salary of 10,000. A monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars is not a low wage for an ordinary worker. Lin Tian's parents are naturally very satisfied, and will not say anything else. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian returned from the vortex and immediately called out to Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, I'm back. Hearing the sound of calling, Xiao Xin'er quickly realized to communicate with Lin Tian. Lin Tian, I was looking for you, I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Xin'er said with a hint of excitement. Oh, what is it? Could it be that you have a way to enter other planets? Lin Tian guessed. That's right, you guessed correctly. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Our Phylan No. 1 high school has cooperated with an interplanetary company, the Millennium Group, and the Millennium Group has given our Phylan No. 1 high school 10 quotas to enter the Millennium Group's headquarters, Planet Milan, for a visit, and if I fight for these 10 quotas, then I can go on interplanetary trips to Planet Milan. At that time, we can carry out the Huaxia era Kung Fu inheritance at Planet Milan. Good, then we'll fight to take one of the spots. Lin Tian decided. Chapter 25 Ministerly Falcon. But this quota is not good to take. Xiao Xin'er suddenly frowned. There are only 10 places in Phylan No. 1 middle school, it is indeed a bit difficult. What are the criteria for these 10 places? Lin Tian inquired. The 9th level of the flesh-body realm is the qualification to compete for a spot. As for what specific criteria, that is decided by the people from the Muriel group. Xiao Xin'er sighed. The 9th level of the flesh-body realm was the standard for competing for a quota, and she was only at the 8th level of the flesh-body realm right now. If she hadn't broken through to the 9th level of the flesh-body realm by the time Millennium picked the spots, then she would not be qualified to compete for those 10 spots. What is the origin of this Millennium group? Xin'er, tell me about it. Lin Tian was a little curious. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said, this Millennium group is not simple. It is a large group that does business across multiple planets and operates across thousands of planets. They mainly deal with all kinds of spiritual liquids. For example, the body-quenching liquid needed for the flesh realm, the marrow-cleansing liquid needed for the marrow-cleansing realm, the blood-concentration liquid needed for the blood-transformation realm, etc. These liquids are all very rare, and even our Xiao family doesn't have the financial resources to buy them in large quantities. I've taken the body-quenching liquid a few times before, and the effect is indeed good. Of course, compared to the effects of the Vajra Indestructible body cultivation, it's far worse. The Millennium group is so huge, why did they choose to cooperate with Phylan First High School? Lin Tian was very strange. After all, with the Millennium group's status it was only right to look down on Phylan No. 1 middle school. Xiao Xin'er explained, it is said that a senior from our Phylan No. 1 middle school entered the Millennium group's senior circle, and under the senior's suggestion, the Millennium group signed an agreement with Phylan No. 1 middle school, preparing to select talents from Phylan No. 1 middle school to enter the Millennium group. Every year, Phylan No. 1 high school does not have many people who enter the university, and many people are not willing to go to a specialized school, so they will directly enter the enterprise company to work, and Millennium group will select these talents. And this time, the 10 quota candidates are an opportunity given by the Millennium group to let the students of Phylan No. 1 middle school see the power of the Millennium group, and then come back to publicize it. About how long before the selection begins? Lin Tian asked. There are still 10 days to go. The Millennium group's executives have already begun to depart, and will arrive at Phylan No. 1 middle school on our planet in about 10 days. Xiao Xin'er said. 10 days is enough time. Lin Tian predicted. With Xiao Xin'er's qualifications and enlightenment, coupled with the Vajra Indestructible body, 10 days would be enough for her to step into the 9th level of the flesh realm. Xin'er, in these 10 days, you'll cultivate with all your might. If there's anything you don't understand about the Vajra Indestructible body, ask me. I'll give you all my assistance to sprint to the 9th level of the flesh body realm. Lin Tian said gruffly. This was the only time Xiao Xin'er could go to another planet. If he lost this opportunity, then Lin Tian could only receive the Yi Jing Jing inheritance on Earth. But if he received the inheritance on Earth multiple times, then the impact would be too great, and Lin Tian was worried that something would happen. Don't worry, I'm sure I can step into the 9th level of the flesh realm within 10 days. Xiao Xin'er said confidently. In order to be able to cultivate at full strength, Xiao Xin'er specifically asked Phylan No. 1 middle school for a 10-day leave of absence. In a flash, 10 days passed. Earth's spaceport. A silver-white spaceship docked here, and a youth walked out from the spaceship under the embrace of several black-clothed bodyguards. He looked at the large aqua-blue Earth and lamented, Earth, so nostalgic, it's been 30 years since I came back. When I was just a high school student who failed the exams, I didn't realize that 30 years of time had passed in a blink of an eye. Ministerly Falcon, the time we agreed with Phylan No. 1 middle school is almost here. The assistant at the side reminded. Fine, let's go. Li Falcon said indifferently. Phylan First Middle School. The principal as well as a number of school executives were waiting to greet at the school's main entrance, and a huge banner in the air read warmly welcome Minister Li Falcon of the Millennium Group to our school. In addition to the principal, all the students of Phylan No. 1 Middle School were also basically present, standing in the school square. Among them, Xiao Xin'er was also clearly here. At this time, Xiao Xin'er had already successfully stepped into the 9th level of the Flesh Realm, and had gained success in enrolling in the program yesterday, obtaining the qualification to compete for the 10 spots in the Millennium Group. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian obtained Xiao Xin'er's permission and his consciousness observed the situation in the outside world. Looking at the outside world from the Guardian Spirit Space was just like watching TV, although it wasn't quite real, it was already very satisfying for Lin Tian. At the very least it was much better than not being able to probe the outside world before. The Guardian Spirit could observe the outside world. This was an ability only possessed by awakened people who had reached the 9th level of the Flesh Realm. However, if the Guardian Spirit wanted to peek into the outside world, it had to obtain the Awakened One's permission, otherwise if it peeked arbitrarily, wouldn't it be impossible for the Awakened One to take a bath or do something secretive without being able to hide it from the Guardian Spirit? Xin'er, what is the origin of this senior Li Falcon of yours? Lin Tian asked. This student Li Falcon is not simple. Xiao Xin'er leisurely said. Chapter 26 C78 Fine Essence Marrow Cleansing Liquid. This senior of ours is only 48 years old this year, and now he is already a Void Realm powerhouse. Above the innate is the Tongshan Realm, and above the Tongshan Realm is the Void Realm. The innate realm can live for 500 years, while the Tongshan Realm can live for 1,000 years, and the Void Realm powerhouse can live for 3,000 years. 48 years old was very young in the Void Realm, and it was estimated that this senior Li Falcon still looked like he did when he was young. Of course, what's even more amazing is that Senior Li Falcon's Guardian Spirit is only a medium Guardian Spirit, and he failed the college entrance exams that year, so I don't know what kind of miraculous encounters he had before becoming a Void Realm powerhouse in just 30 years. As Xiao Xin'er slowly explained, Lin Tian understood quite a bit more about Li Falcon. Li Falcon was not only a Void Realm powerhouse, he was also the minister of the Millennium Group. The Millennium Group was a large group that spanned thousands of planets, and Li Falcon was the minister of the Millennium Group's headquarters, not the minister of a branch, so one could imagine how high Li Falcon's status was in the Millennium Group. Why does it feel like this Li Falcon is simply the protagonist of a novel where waste rises to power? Lin Tian sighed in his heart. Not long after, Minister Li Falcon of the Millennium Group came. At the entrance of the school, Minister Li Falcon and his assistants and bodyguards descended from the sky in the Millennium Group's private flying machine, exchanging cheerful words with the principal of Phylan No. 1 Middle School. And at the same time, the students of Phylan No. 1 Middle School were all frantically shouting Li Falcon's name, as if they were fans chasing after a star. Many of the little girls even revealed a look of adoration. After all, like Li Falcon's powerful strength and high status, plus his appearance and temperament were also good, it was simply the best candidate for them to choose a partner. But they could only think about it, it was unlikely that they really wanted to climb up to Li Falcon. Void Realm, even the principal has to give a warm welcome. If only I could reach the Void Realm, how good it would be. Xiao Xin'er was envious. Although the Xiao family was a big family in Phylan City, the strongest person was only an innate powerhouse, but those few innate powerhouses had left the Xiao family a long time ago to go out and make a name for themselves, and they were almost seldom exchanged, and even she had never seen those old ancestors of the innate realm. Once the Xiao family gave birth to a Void Realm powerhouse, it was enough to leap into the top big family on Earth. Li Falcon was the minister of Millennium Group. Naturally he wouldn't stay in Phylan No. 1 Middle School for a long time, chatting with the principal of Phylan No. 1 Middle School for a while. Then he came to the square and started his speech on the stage that had already been set up earlier. Fellow students, I'm your senior Li Falcon. Once I was a member of Phylan No. 1 Middle School just like you, practicing hard every day just to enter the university and become a noble college student. But to be able to enter the university, students 1 in a million, the university is not the only way to rise. I, Li Falcon, have never been admitted to a university, but now I have also become a Void Realm powerhouse. Our Millennium Group constantly sells all kinds of cultivation medicinal liquids, and has even developed a spirit liquid that can increase the potential of guardian spirits. Guardian spirit potential as well as guardian spirit level are not obstacles restricting our progress. I, Li Falcon, can step into the Void Realm with my medium guardian spirit, and any of you also have hopes of becoming a Void Realm powerhouse. This time, on behalf of the Millennium Group, I've come to cooperate with Phylan No. 1 Middle School, and I'm prepared to select 50 students to enter the Millennium Earth branch for internship after this period of the college entrance exam. The treatment is definitely much better than normal jobs, and in the future, you might also be able to become a ministerial level just like me. Your principal should have also told you that I'm going to select 10 people to enter the Milan Planet Millennium headquarters for a visit, and these 10 people will not only get the opportunity to enter the Millennium headquarters for a visit, but they will also get the latest C78 boutique marrow cleansing liquid that was developed by the Millennium headquarters, which is considered to be my return to my alma mater. This marrow cleansing liquid is 5 times more effective than the usual marrow cleansing liquid, and it also hurts less. Currently this marrow cleansing liquid is not open for sale to Earth due to production issues, and is only sold on a few planets. When Li Falcon mentioned the C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid, many students boiled over. It was important to know that the value of an ordinary marrow cleansing liquid was as high as 50,000 yuan, and it was feared that the price of a single unit of this C78 boutique marrow cleansing liquid was not less than 500,000 yuan. The yearly cultivation expenditure of many students in Phylon Middle School was only tens of thousands of dollars, and even Xiao Xin'er, who was a young lady from a big family, only spent less than $100,000. While this one-time reward was a C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid, and it was also a marrow cleansing liquid that couldn't be purchased from the earth. If they were able to obtain this kind of marrow cleansing liquid, their hopes of stepping into the marrow cleansing realm would greatly increase. Desire. Excitement. This was followed by disappointment. The qualification for a competitive place this time was the 9th level of the Flesh Realm, and there weren't many 9th level Flesh Realm students in Phylon number 1, just a handful of 20 or so, while the marrow cleansing realm students were prohibited from participating. Of course, there weren't many true marrow cleansing realm students, and they didn't want to enter the Muriel group, because stepping into the marrow cleansing realm already gave them a pass to enter the threshold of the university. In comparison, entering a university was more promising than entering the Muriel group. Many students were naturally very disappointed when they didn't even have the chance to obtain a place. However, they still had a chance once they thought that after the college entrance exams were over, the Muriel group would come to the school to recruit interns. At this moment, the principal spoke. All awakened students who have reached the 9th level of the Flesh Realm stand on the stage and come. Even those who didn't have time to enroll can come up as long as they display the 9th level of the Flesh Realm. As soon as the words fell, one student walked up to the stage, while Xiao Xin'er also walked up. Seeing Xiao Xin'er go up, many students were surprised. My goodness, Xiao Xin'er has become an awakened at the 9th level of the Flesh Realm? Didn't she just awaken not long ago? In the test a few months ago, her strength was still the 3rd level of the Flesh Body Realm. How come she's now the 9th level of the Flesh Body Realm? Even if her guardian spirit has unlimited potential like the rumors, it's not so heaven-defying. She's the eldest miss of the Xiao family. Perhaps the Xiao family consumes a lot of resources to cultivate her. On the stage, Xiao Xin'er violently noticed an unfriendly gaze. Xiao Lingyan, she has also reached the 9th level of the Flesh Realm? Xiao Xin'er secretly said. Chapter 27 Force Measuring Pillar. 76 Force. As Xiao Xin'er looked at Xiao Lingyan also looked at Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er, she's reached the 9th level of the physical body realm? So fast. Xiao Lingyan was very surprised. A dozen days ago, Xiao Xin'er was clearly only at the 7th level of the flesh body realm, although she could cross over in the 7th level of the flesh body realm would not be wrong. Crossing over the 8th level of the flesh body realm and reaching the 9th level of the flesh body realm in just 10 days, this speed was too fast. The 8th level of the flesh body realm couldn't beat Xiao Xin'er, who was at the 7th level of the flesh body realm, and now that Xiao Xin'er was at the same level as her, she was definitely not Xiao Xin'er's opponent. Xiao Xin'er is stronger than me, her guardian spirit is also more powerful than mine. The 9th level of the physical body realm can summon a guardian spirit to merge and fight. If Senior Li Falcon asks us to compete in battle, I'm definitely not as good as Xiao Xin'er. 10 spots, I hope I can obtain one. Xiao Lingyan clenched her fists and prayed. 43 students of the 9th level of the flesh realm, not bad. Li Falcon nodded his head. Phylon City was only a small city, and the number of people who could enter the university every year was also small, and the number of people who could enter Phylon number 1 high school 30 years ago was no more than 10. And nowadays, there were 43 students of the 9th level of the flesh realm, and there were still several months to go before the college entrance exams, and at the very least, there would be at least a dozen or even 20 of these 40-odd students of the 9th level of the flesh realm who would be able to impact the marrow cleansing realm. According to this projection, this year, Phylon number 1 middle school might be able to have around 20 students who could enter the university. Seeing his alma mater getting better and better, Liang was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. Ahem, let me talk about the requirements for the 10 quotas. I have limited time, it's impossible to stay in Phylon number 1 middle school for too long. The Millennium Group has a product called the Force Measuring Column, which is sold and used in quite a number of planets. It's a kind of column to test the strength, using the strength of an ordinary person as the basic unit. The 9th level of the flesh realm summoning the guardian spirit to attack the strength of the minimum standard is 30 force. 42 of you will attack the Force Measuring Column, respectively, and the top 10 can obtain the 10 quotas, and I'll take you guys into the Millennium Group headquarters for a tour. After Li Falcon finished speaking, these people at the 9th level of the flesh realm all changed their faces. This was completely depending on the means of attack, and some guardian spirits that were good at defense were at a great disadvantage, but this was Li Falcon's decision, and they didn't dare to refute it. Right at this moment, Li Falcon waved his right hand in the air, and a white jade pillar descended from the void and landed steadily on the stage. This force measuring pillar was about 10 meters high and 2 meters in diameter, and the pillar was carved with the pattern of the Milan flower, which was the symbolic flower of the Milan star. Earth also had force measuring columns, which were the standard equipment of universities, while Phylon First High School was not equipped with such equipment. The main reason was that force measuring columns were too expensive and broke down easily. Phylon First Middle School was not willing to pay such an expense, so they did not enter such equipment. In order, one by one. Lee Falcon pointed at a student standing at the front and said. That student immediately stepped forward, merged with the guardian spirit, and performed martial arts to attack the force measuring pillar. There was a rumble. The huge force measuring pillar exploded into a cloud of light, which converged in the air to form a number 38. This indicated that the student's attack had reached 38 force. 30 force was considered to be the minimum attack of a 9th level combined guardian spirit of the flesh realm, while 38 force was indeed very ordinary. As each student stepped forward to attack the force measuring pillar, there were both strong and weak attacks, with powerful attacks reaching 50 force, while weak attacks could only reach the level of 34 force. The more the students got to the back, the more nervous they became, fearing that they might not play well. Guardian Spirit Space. Xin'er, are you going to perform at full strength? Lin Tian asked. Xiao Xin'er thought for a moment and said, forget it, if we executed with our full strength, that attack would be too powerful instead and would attract the attention of Senior Lee Falcon. In case he sees that I've cultivated a divine level technique, that wouldn't be good. Lin Tian nodded, thinking that Xiao Xin'er had a point, so he said, then, let's perform an attack that is comparable to 70 to 80 force. My turn. Xiao Xin'er walked in front of the force measuring pillar and began to merge with Lin Tian to perform an attack. The 9th level of the flesh realm could summon a guardian spirit, but once it was summoned, it was 2 people and couldn't attack the force measuring pillar together, whereas with a merged body, it was still 1 person, but it could utilize the power of the guardian spirit. The merged state was the strongest attack state of an awakened person, but this state consumed the most power. Xin'er, take control of the body, attack yourself. Lin Tian's power as well as his skill sense seemed to be compatible with another soul in an instant, and it was a wonderful feeling. Xiao Xin'er felt the surge in her body's power, took a deep breath and began to control her power to execute an ordinary straight punch. Boom! The powerful punch bombarded the force measuring pillar, and instantly, the pillar exploded with a number 76. The moment this number came out, the entire audience was shocked. 76 force, what a powerful attack. This is probably the strongest attack. I didn't expect Miss Xiao Clan to become the number 1 in the 9th level of the flesh realm in Phylon 1 in just a short period of time. It's really unexpected. It looks like Xiao Xin'er is a sure bet to get a spot. Chapter 28 Space Jump, Milan Star. 78 power, so strong. Xiao Lingyan's face changed, she thought that she was far from reaching Xiao Xin'er's attack power. To know, some weaker first level of marrow cleansing realm awakened people were able to exert an attack that was only a little more than 100 force. Xiao Xin'er's attack was already second only to the first level of marrow cleansing realm, not much weaker. After Xiao Xin'er finished her test, Xiao Lingyan began her test. 43 force. Xiao Lingyan looked at the strength of her strike and instantly became worried. She knew that her attack wouldn't be too strong. After all, in these 10 days, she had utilized the body tempering liquid to forcefully elevate to the 9th level of the flesh body realm, and her realm hadn't even been stabilized, even though she possessed a higher guardian spirit and had mastered a not-so-weak martial arts attack, but 43 force was already her limit. The figure of 43 force wasn't weak at the 9th level of the flesh body realm, but it wasn't high either. She had already counted, there were currently 9 people before her whose attacks exceeded her in strength, and if 1 more person exceeded her, she would have lost the spot. There are still 6 or 7 more people to test. I hope no one's attacks are stronger than mine. Xiao Lingyan secretly said. However, Xiao Lingyan was quickly disappointed, as the penultimate student tested, hitting 46 strength, surpassing her. If ranked according to strength, she was ranked into the 11th. Seeing such a score, she was filled with loss. I can't get the C78 boutique marrow cleansing liquid. If I could get such a marrow cleansing liquid, I would definitely be able to elevate to the marrow cleansing realm before the college entrance exams, and now that my hopes are dashed, it's all Xiao Xin'er's fault. At this moment, Xiao Lingyan blamed Xiao Xin'er for everything. In her opinion, if it wasn't for Xiao Xin'er, she would be the 10th, then she would be able to obtain a C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid, and she would also be able to go on a trip to an alien planet, which would be something worth bragging about. Xiao Xin'er, I hate you. Xiao Lingyan lowered her head, but her face became a bit grim. Xiao Xin'er didn't notice Xiao Lingyan's expression. At the moment, she was completely caught up in excitement, sharing her joy with Lin Tian in the Guardian Spirit space yet. You. 10 of you get the chance to visit the Millennium Group's headquarters. Time is limited, give you an hour to call home and make arrangements. After an hour I'll take you on my spaceship to leave Earth. Lee Falcon said. Yes, Senior. The 10 students who had earned a spot said in unison. An hour wasn't much time to take a break and make a few more phone calls before they passed. Xiao Xin'er made a call home to inform them that she was going to planet Miriel for a few days, while Lin Tian also took the opportunity to return to the era of Chinese civilization and made a call home to chat with his parents for a while. Afterwards, Lin Tian returned to the Guardian Spirit space. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Get on my flying machine. Li Falcon waved his hand and the large flying machine descended. 10 students plus Li Falcon and the others boarded the flying machine together. This kind of flying machine was flying within the planet, equivalent to an ultra-smaller version of a spaceship, very fast, but the carrying capacity was not large, it could only carry a dozen or so people. The 10 of you shouldn't have traveled in a spaceship before, right? Li Falcon asked. No. Xiao Xin'er and the others all shook their heads. At this time, Li Falcon added, riding a spaceship is not the same as a normal flying machine. A spaceship needs to make a space jump in the middle of space, and if you jump from Earth to planet Milan, it will take 10 days, and these 10 days of uninterrupted space jumping will create a huge pressure on the human body. That's why you guys need to lie down in the space dormant capsule and sleep for 10 days. Xiao Xin'er and the others nodded their heads. Although they had never traveled in a spaceship, they still had some knowledge about this, so as not to make a joke. The craft was very fast and arrived at the Earth spaceport in less than half an hour. Li Falcon's spacecraft was docked at the Earth spaceport, and after a series of formalities, Xiao Xin'er and the other 10 students successfully followed Li Falcon into the spacecraft. Subsequently, Xiao Xin'er entered one of the space dormant pods, and gradually fell into a deep sleep under the coverage of the dormant pod's nutrient solution as well as the sleeping potion. 10 days later, Li Falcon's spaceship descended into Milan Star's Spaceport 13. It's finally here. Xiao Xin'er came out of the dormant capsule and got out of the spaceship to stand at the spaceport overlooking Milan Star. Milan Star is so much bigger than Earth. Xiao Xin'er marveled. Initial estimates showed that Milan Star was at the very least 10 times larger than Earth. Milan Star's volume is 11.3 times that of Earth, and its gravity is 1.8 times that of Earth. You guys might have initial discomfort when you enter Milan Star, but you're all awakened individuals at the 9th level of the flesh realm, so you should adapt quickly. Li Ying reminded. Spaceport 13, Interface 7. Li Falcon brought Xiao Xin'er and they stood here, waiting for the Millennium Group headquarters craft to descend. It was less than 5 minutes. A huge gold-colored flying machine arrived at Interface 7. This flying machine was very domineering, with various runes flashing on it, very dazzling. That should be the runes of the machine civilization era, right? Xiao Xin'er stared at the runes and muttered. Not bad, it is indeed the runes of the machine civilization era. The machine civilization era is very far away from our Star River era. The inheritance is basically severed, but some of the runes stayed in the ancient relics, and after excavation, some of them have been deciphered. For example, the runes on top of this Milanese Gold 20 flying vehicle is a kind of rune that can increase the defense, inscribed by one of our Milanese group's deities on it. Li Falcon explained. Guardian Spirit Space. As Lin Tian listened to Li Falcon's explanation, a thought suddenly sprang up. Wouldn't it be interesting if the runes were applied to the Huaxia era a billion years ago? Chapter 29, Visiting the Muriel Group. Lin Tian's idea of applying runes to the era of the Huaxia civilization was just a fleeting thought. He didn't even have the chance to touch these runes nowadays. Unless he had the chance to learn the rune inheritance of the machine civilization era later, he would only try it out. Xiao Xin'er and the others entered the Milangine 20 flying vehicle, which ran directly towards the Millennium Group's headquarters. Not long after, they arrived. The Millennium Group headquarters. High and mighty. Lin Tian saw the Millennium Group headquarters building from the Guardian Spirit Space and had nothing but shock in his heart. The sense of technology was overwhelming. The skyscraper that was tens of thousands of meters tall was surrounded by a subsidiary building that was also thousands of meters tall. And in the surrounding area, there was also a war fortress arranged. The countless gun barrels, looking at it gave people a chill in their hearts. Where is this a group headquarters? It's clearly a city. Lin Tian marveled. This Millennium Group headquarters definitely covered an area as large as the area of a tertiary city in his previous life, and it was also equipped with all sorts of advanced weaponry, and there would even be deities sitting around. A Millennium Group headquarters of this scale was worthy of being a huge group of companies spanning thousands of planets. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er and the others each had a slightly pale face as they were adapting to the gravity of the Millennium Star. The 1.9 times gravity was nothing to them, but after all, it was the first time they lived in such a heavy environment, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit uncomfortable. After about half an hour had passed, they began to adapt. And at this time, Li Falcon had already left, and a Millennium Group employee was leading Xiao Xin'er and the others to visit the various items and buildings of the Millennium Group headquarters. Here is our quenching building. The quenching liquid produced by the factory is an unfinished product. It needs to undergo the last step of the processing procedure here before it becomes a finished product quenching liquid, and then it is sold to various planets. Here P-67 robots, each of which possesses strength above the innate level, are robots that specialize in transporting goods and are very loyal. Here is the Sorcerer King Statue Hall. Sorcerer King is one of the founders of our Millennium Group and a very powerful deity, but fell due to a battle 100,000 years ago. Otherwise, Lord Sorcerer King might be able to live to this day and age. This employee of Millennium stayed around Xiao Xin'er and them to view the area, except for some special areas where outsiders were not allowed to enter. All other areas could be visited at will. Here, Xiao Xin'er had seen many powerful technologies as well as incredible things that were not available in Phylan City. In addition, here, the innate was worse than a dog. The Tongshan realm great powers were all over the place, and even an auntie who washed the floor could be a peak blood change realm powerhouse. For an entire day, Xiao Xin'er and the other 10 students were visiting the Millennium Group headquarters, and their concepts were completely refreshed. It was at this time that they realized the power of the Galaxy level group, and compared to the Millennium Group, those families and companies in Phylan City were not worth mentioning. Rumor has it that those universities are all managed under the jurisdiction of the Federal Divine Alliance, and any one of them is comparable to the Millennium Group's power, with the top universities even far surpassing the Millennium Group. I wonder what's going on inside those universities. Xiao Xin'er began to look forward to it. There were more than a dozen universities on Earth, but these dozen universities also had strengths and weaknesses. The most powerful university was undoubtedly Star River University, which had been open for 2 million years. The branch campuses of the Star River University have been spread over tens of thousands of planets. The Star River University on Earth is undoubtedly a little behind, but it is still the strongest university on Earth. The fact that a district university had opened branches on tens of thousands of planets showed the power of Star River University. Previously, Xiao Xin'er's goal was to enter an ordinary university, but now her goal was to enter Star River University. But Star River University's enrollment threshold wasn't low. It needed a minimum of the 5th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm, and also needed 900 points out of a possible 1000 for the cultural courses, and even the Guardian Spirit level needed to reach the higher Guardian Spirit, and the Guardian Spirit potential needed to reach the 6th level. These were hard conditions, one could not do without the other. Unless there was a strong person from the Divine Alliance as a guarantee, then the requirements could be lowered, otherwise only these conditions could be met before they could be admitted to Star River University. Xiao Xin'er was certain that she would cross into the 5th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm before the college entrance exam, and as for the cultural classes, she wasn't worried in the slightest. The only thing she was worried about was the rank of the Guardian Spirit. Currently, Lin Tian was a lower-grade Guardian Spirit, and although Lin Tian was not an ordinary Guardian Spirit and could cultivate and upgrade to become a higher-grade Guardian Spirit, time was a problem. The good thing was that there were still several months left before the college entrance exam. Everything was still possible. Night. Xiao Xin'er and the others ate dinner at the Millennium Group's cafeteria. The dinner here was not simple, it was all ingredients that had a quenching effect on the body and could increase strength with long-term use. Late night. Guardian Spirit Space. Xin'er, let's start passing down the I Jin Jing. This is a Chinese-era technique that can relax the tendons and wash the marrow. It's just right for the marrow cleansing realm to cultivate. Lin Tian said. Good. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head, already ready. Chapter 30 Ease the tendon and marrow cleansing, Starry Sky Meridian. Late at night, the night was like black ink. Planet Milan was farther away from the sun, thus the sunlight here was not strong, and the night was darker than Earth's night, with only the lights of the city being enough to illuminate the night. If it was in the suburbs, it would not be an exaggeration to say that you couldn't see your fingers at all. The starry night sky hung there like a black cloth shaking, with only the stars proving that it was dark space. However, just at this time, a huge change appeared in the dark night sky. Wow! A ray of light spread across the dark night sky, illuminating the sky above the Milan star. That single ray of light interspersed together, forming a huge network of human meridians. This vision immediately attracted the attention of many Milanese star powerhouses. Above a certain building at the Millennium Group's headquarters, Li Falcon looked up at the starry sky and saw that human meridian diagram hanging horizontally over Millennium, and said indifferently, a vision. This is a vision that appears from a divine level technique, and it's also a divine level technique that specializes in cultivating the meridians. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the Milan star rule ocean vibrating. Buzz. 1 tremor. 2 tremors. 3 tremors. Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er were in the middle of inheriting the I Jin Jing. They couldn't see the visions or hear the vibrations of the ocean of rules, but they knew that they couldn't inherit the I Jin Jing in its entirety, or else even if they were in the Milan planet, the repercussions caused by that would be great. Thus, they abruptly stopped the inheritance when they were 1/2 of the way through. In the sky above Milan star, the huge human meridian network suddenly collapsed, and blackness once again enveloped the sky above Milan star. Seeing this scene, Li Falcon frowned, contemplated for a moment, and muttered, the vision shattered. This is the remnants of awe, the remnants of a 7 times vibration technique. This level of technique even dares to be inherited in a big star like Millennium. This person who inherited it doesn't know how to keep a low profile at all. It should be known that many awakened people who have obtained god-level techniques simply do not dare to inherit them in crowded planets, but instead harness private spacecraft, enter remote space regions, and inherit them in the middle of space, so that almost no one will find out. However, what Li Falcon never expected was that this time, the one who inherited a god-level technique or even a suspected supreme technique was a flesh realm awakened, and didn't have a private spacecraft at all. At the same time, the deities on Milan star were communicating with their divine sense. A god-level inheritance has appeared on Milan star, or a 7th-order god-level merit law. This is such a big matter that needs to be reported to the Federal God Alliance. I'm afraid that this divine grade merit law is more than 7th rank. The visions are shattered, that's the remnants appearing. Not long ago, the Federal Divine Alliance issued an order that when a higher order divine level technique is released, it cannot be divulged, and can only be reported, and cannot be searched for. I heard that not too long ago, there were several instances of higher order divine level techniques coming out on Earth. Could it be that something big has happened in this universe to cause these higher order divine level techniques to come out one by one? It's hard for us to find out if the divine rank technique inheritors themselves don't speak out, and there's no need to be overly concerned about this matter. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian was impacting the marrow cleansing realm. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness body stood guarding the side, but wasn't too worried. The danger of impacting the marrow cleansing realm was not too great. Besides, the Yi Jing Jing that Lin Tian had received the inheritance was at such a high level that impacting the marrow cleansing realm was very easy, and there was almost no possibility of failure. The human body's meridians were very fragile. Even though the flesh realm awakened would incidentally enhance the strength of the meridians when they cultivated, they were unable to completely change the nature of the meridians, whereas the marrow cleansing realm started off by quenching the meridians and then quenching the bone marrow. The full name of Yi Jing Jing should be Yi Jin Wash the Marrow Jing. The Chinese Yi Jin Wash the Marrow Jing was once separated into two parts in ancient times, which became Yi Jin Jing, but the complete Yi Jin Jing includes the marrow cleansing Jing, and it is only called Yi Jin Wash the Marrow Jing when it is combined. Lin Tian had entered the Shaolin Scripture Pavilion and naturally obtained the complete Yi Jin Jing, which included the marrow cleansing portion, and this technique completely matched the marrow cleansing realm. First Yi Jin, then marrow cleansing. This was the true meaning of the Star River era's marrow cleansing realm. At this moment, Lin Tian was in the process of refracturing his tendons. There were 12 meridians and 8 odd meridians in the human body, and one could enter the marrow cleansing realm by opening one of the 12 meridians and completely quenching it to the extreme. Although the era of Chinese civilization also had the saying of opening the meridians, there was no such thing as quenching to the extreme. In the era of Chinese civilization, a meridian could not be quenched to the extreme even after spending a lifetime in the era of Chinese civilization. But in the era of the Star River, there were all sorts of powerful techniques as well as miraculous medicines, and it was very easy to quench the meridians to the extent that they were even tougher than steel. Under the operation of the Yi Jin Jing, Lin Tian's first 12 meridians, the Han Tai Yin Lung meridian, was easily opened and was quenched over and over again under the operation of the Yi Jin Jing's heart method, a trace of mysterious spiritual energy disappearing into his meridians from the void to assist in the quenching. It takes 3 days. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and muttered. What 3 days? Xiao Xin'er asked. Lin Tian said with a hint of excitement on his face, I've budgeted, I probably need 3 more days to completely cross over into the marrow cleansing realm. I have to cheer up as well and cross into the 10th level of the flesh body realm soon. Xiao Xin'er clenched her fists and encouraged herself. In the next few days, Xiao Xin'er and their 10 Phylon No. 1 middle school students had an unimpeded tour in Milan Star arranged by the Millennium Group, tasting various cuisines as well as going to various places of interest, and everyone's cell phones were filled with photos. The 5th day. The Millennium Group was ready to send Xiao Xin'er and the others back, and before they left, each of them received a C78 boutique marrow cleansing liquid from the Millennium Group. Chapter 31 Blood Hand Organization, Assassination Mission. Earth, Phylon City Xiao Family. Night. Xiao Xin'er should be back soon. Xiao Lingyan sat alone in her room and muttered, her tone filled with coldness and killing intent. She knew that Xiao Xin'er would definitely come back with a C78 marrow cleansing liquid this time, and would even cross over into the marrow cleansing realm in one fell swoop shortly afterward, becoming a marrow cleansing realm powerhouse. At that time, Xiao Xin'er would receive the respect and honor of everyone in the Xiao family, while she would be completely thrown away by Xiao Xin'er and would never be able to keep up with her again. This would be a disaster and torture for her. Suddenly, a thought arose in her, killing Xiao Xin'er and grabbing the C78 marrow cleansing fluid. It was a 2-for-1 deal. I'm not her opponent. Xiao Lingyan sighed and added, but I can hire assassins. Hiring an assassin to assassinate someone from the same clan, this would be a capital offense if discovered by the clan. However, if the assassination was successful, the C78 marrow cleansing liquid in Xiao Lingyan's hand would be hers, and she would be able to easily enter the university. Once she became a university student, even if things were exposed in the future, the Xiao family wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Dry up, Xiao Lingyan said fiercely. There were quite a few assassin organizations on Earth, and with Xiao Lingyan's status, it was difficult to come into contact with large assassin organizations, but there was a well-known assassin organization within a few cities such as Phylon City Bloodhand. This killer organization is not strong, the strongest person is only the peak of the blood realm, but this organization is better at hiding deep. So far no one has found its headquarters, so this killer organization has been peacefully existed until now. The Bloodhand organization dares to kill anyone, as long as they give money, they dare to do anything. After making up her mind, Xiao Lingyan came to her mother's room. Xiao Lingyan's mother's name was Li Yaran, a young lady of the Li family, another large family in Phylon City, who had married into the Xiao family. Normally, Xiao Lingyan had the best relationship with her mother. This time, she was prepared to find her mother to borrow money, otherwise she, a student, would not have the capital to find a killer to assassinate Xiao Lingyan. Mom, asleep? Xiao Lingyan asked as she stood at the door of her mother's room. Her father was often away on business trips and thus did not return and was not afraid to startle her father. It's Lingyan, come in, I'm not asleep. A voice came from inside the room. Xiao Lingyan opened the door and walked in, arriving in front of her mother, revealing a difficult look of wanting to speak. Lingyan, what's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Tell mom will teach him a lesson for you. Li Yaran revealed a ruthless look and said. Mom, it's like this. Xiao Lingyan spoke out her conflict with Xiao Xin'er and also spoke out Xiao Xin'er's threat, vaguely revealing the intention to get rid of Xiao Xin'er. Lingyan, you want to? Li Yaran made a neck-cutting maneuver and said in surprise. Not bad, I want her to die, Mom, will you help me? Xiao Lingyan asked. This. Li Yaran revealed a difficult look. This was assassinating the first miss of the main Xiao family's vein. If this was spread out, her vein would be ostracized and punished by the Xiao family. But if she got rid of Xiao Xin'er, her daughter would receive more attention from the Xiao family and would be able to make her daughter happy. Thus, she agreed, daughter, I can help you, what do you say to do? Xiao Lingyan coldly said, I want to hire Bloodhand's assassin to assassinate Xiao Xin'er, but I don't have any money. Mother, you are in charge of the family's finances, I want you to give me some money, around $200,000. 200,000, so much. Li Yaran was shocked. She could take out 200,000, but once she did, it would be hard for her to hide it from her husband, and with her husband's character, he would definitely not allow it. Mom, can't I? Xiao Lingyan's tears were swirling in her eyes, as if she was going to cry out at any moment. Okay, I'll give it to you. Li Yaran hurriedly said. As long as she made her daughter happy, she was willing to do anything. As for the $200,000 hole, she would just find a random excuse at that time. Soon after, Li Yaran transferred $200,000 to Xiao Lingyan. Swish! A message arrived on her cell phone. It was the message that the transfer was successful. Seeing the $200,000 arrive, Xiao Lingyan revealed a smug look and secretly said, Xiao Xin'er, you're dead. Bloodhand Organization, official website. An assassination message was transmitted into the headquarters. At this time, a few of the higher-ups of the Bloodhand Organization began to confer. $200,000 to kill a young girl at the 9th level of the Flesh Realm. The task isn't difficult and the bounty is high. The person to be killed is Xiao Xin'er, the eldest miss of the Xiao family. Do we really want to kill her? This will offend the Xiao family. The Xiao family is nothing, so what if we kill them? The outside world thinks that the strongest person in our Bloodhand Organization is the peak of the blood transformation realm. Ridiculous, if we don't have innate experts, how can we exist peacefully until now? The Xiao family, not to mention not being able to find the headquarters of our Bloodhand Organization, even if they do, they can't do anything about us. Yes, if we are afraid to take on this mission, how can we carry out an assassination mission? Who should we send? The 200,000 bounty to kill the Xiao family's Missy will only allow us to strike once, and we can only send a maximum of 5 Marrow Cleansing Realm 1 and 1 Marrow Cleansing Realm 2 awaken, so if the bounty holder agrees, we'll reach an agreement. Let's do it! Soon after, Xiao Lingyan received a reply from the Bloodhand Organization. 5 assassins of the 1st level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm, 1 assassin of the 2nd level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm, 1 strike, $200,000. She smiled and gently clicked the agree button. Chapter 32 Killer Attack, Light Body Technique. Finally back. Xiao Xin'er got down from the flying machine and cheered as she looked at the familiar buildings of Earth. Although this place was not as good as the Millennium Group headquarters, it was her hometown, the place where she lived, and no matter how good the Millennium Group headquarters was, it wasn't where she belonged. School entrance. After Xiao Xin'er waved and separated from the 9 students traveling with her, she made a call home to inform her parents that she had returned from Millennium Star. Immediately, she walked in the direction of her home. Normally, Xiao Xin'er drove her flying car to school, but today, after returning from Milan Star, she thought that it wouldn't take long to walk back from school, so she walked back and didn't let the Xiao family's servants come to pick her up. On the wide street, Xiao Xin'er quickly ran. Because nowadays human travelers like to take flying machines or airbuses and so on, thus there are not many people on the streets, and there is a somewhat empty feeling. Suddenly, a Xiao killing aura appeared. Poof! A bullet shot noiselessly, straight toward Xiao Xin'er's head. Gun! Xiao Xin'er subconsciously generated such an idea in her mind. In this era, guns basically belonged to the old antiques. Very few people would use them because the power was too weak. Even the police didn't use guns anymore, but used more advanced laser weapons. But some killers like to use guns and modify them, using special sex bullets, thus having a strong power. Often in the case of the awakened person did not react to the situation, a shot through the awakened person's head, killing him. While laser weapons are numbered, killers are not easy to obtain, and laser weapons have a positioning system on them, which is not suitable for gunmen to use. Thus, in this era, guns became the standard equipment for low-level killers. Subconsciously, Xiao Xin'er knew that she had met a killer. There was a bang. The bullet impacted on Xiao Xin'er's head with a metallic clashing sound. In an instant, a trace of blood emerged from Xiao Xin'er's head. The skin was cracked open, but the bullet was disintegrated. Xiao Xin'er had cultivated the Vajra Indestructible iron and came with Vajra defense. Even bullets couldn't do a single damage to her, but this bullet cracked the skin of her head, so it was evident that the bullet was powerful. It hurts. Xiao Xin'er subconsciously shouted in her heart. At this moment, Lin Tian called out in the guardian spirit space, Xin'er, fall down and play dead. Xiao Xin'er reacted quickly and immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Guardian spirit space. Lin Tian, someone is trying to assassinate me. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Lin Tian nodded, I know, you pretend to be dead first to draw out the assassins. At the critical moment, I will take control of your physical body to fight, don't resist. Good. Xiao Xin'er knew that Lin Tian was stronger than her. His understanding and control of Chinese martial arts far surpassed her. Once Lin Tian took control of his body, then he could explode into a more powerful battle. Just a few seconds after Xiao Xin'er collapsed, swish swish swish, 6 figures appeared beside Xiao Xin'er. One of them was about to detect whether Xiao Xin'er had died. And at this moment, Lin Tian had already recognized the strength of these 6 people. 6 marrow cleansing realm awakened, they should be in the 1st or 2nd level realm. If it was in the past, Lin Tian might have feared these 6 marrow cleansing realm, but nowadays, he was not afraid in the slightest. Xiao Xin'er's physical body was the 9th level of the flesh body realm. It was not true, but in terms of strength, it was no weaker than a strong person of the 1st level of the marrow cleansing realm, and the martial arts he had mastered could be those from a billion years ago, which could be considered as the top divine level martial arts in this era. He expected that these assassins would only know some trash martial arts that were not worth mentioning. Xin'er, let go of your mind. Lin Tian shouted. Instantly, Xiao Xin'er's consciousness fixedly guarded the guardian spirit space while Lin Tian's consciousness occupied Xiao Xin'er's body. Wow! Xiao Xin'er's eyes opened and her eyes became incomparably stern. Just when that assassin was about to touch Xiao Xin'er's body, Lin Tian took control of Xiao Xin'er's body and executed the Vajra Palm, aiming a vicious strike at the assassin's neck. Ka-ching! Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering at the neck, the assassin was instantly killed. What, you didn't die? How is that possible? The remaining 5 assassins were instantly dumbfounded. The bullet just now that was forged using a special or from a certain planet was very sharp. Even if an awakened at the 3rd or 4th level of the marrow cleansing realm was attacked by the bullet, it would still be penetrated through the body. But as killers, their reaction speed was also very fast. Summon the guardian spirit. Summon the guardian spirit. Summon the guardian spirit. In an instant, 5 guardian spirits appeared on the streets, which exuded the same realm aura as the 5 awakened, but actually appeared to be more powerful. Medium guardian spirits. Lin Tian recognized the level of these guardian spirits. These guardian spirits were trashier, but they were also more powerful than these 5 awakened ones. Lin Tian manipulated Xiao Xin'er's body. If he wanted to kill these 5 guardian spirits, he would definitely have to put in some effort, but if he chose to kill these 5 awakened ones, it would be easier. Once the awakened died, the guardian spirits would naturally dissipate. Wow! Lin Tian suddenly disappeared like a light wind, and in the next moment, he bypassed a guardian spirit and appeared beside his host awakened, shattering his heart with a Vajra palm. The second assassin died. At this moment, Lin Tian was like a terrifying ghost, coming and going without a trace. This move was clearly the Shaolin stance lightness technique of China from a billion years ago, which was also known as the legendary lightness technique. During the few days in Milan Star, Lin Tian hadn't just inherited the Ishin Wash the Marrow Sutra, he had also inherited the Shaolin stage lightness technique. Chapter 33 Preliminaries Breakthrough, Strongly Killing 6 People. Lin Tian was aware of the truth that greed for more was not good enough. He was from the Huaxia era a billion years ago, and could easily know countless Huaxia era techniques, but over-cultivating too many techniques in martial arts was not a good thing. Vajra Indestructible Body, Tao Te Ching, Yi Jin Jing, and Vajra Palm, these 4 kung fu martial arts were already enough for Lin Tian to cultivate for countless years, but Lin Tian also knew that just one Vajra Palm attack martial arts was undoubtedly far from enough, and thus he inherited and learned the light body technique. Light body art in the Chinese Shaolin martial arts is not outstanding, belongs to a very common stunts, and not powerful. In the Chinese era is at most the pace is easy a little bit only. But in the Star River era after 1 billion years, the light body art has been raised to an incredible degree. Not only the speed is terrible, practiced to a certain level, can let the awakened person in advance to fly in the air, soaring in the sky between. These few awakened ones were only ordinary awakened ones of the 1st level. Where could they see Lin Tian who was performing the light body technique? They couldn't even see their figures clearly, so naturally, it was difficult to resist Lin Tian's attacks. Die! Along with a flash of golden light, the 3rd assassin collapsed in response. By this time, the awakened 2nd level assassin from the Blood Hand organization was already trembling all over. Damn it, that rewarder only said that Xiao Xin'er was at the 9th level of the flesh realm, but not that this was a peerless demon who could fight across levels. To have omitted such important information, this is a pitfall for us. This assassin was so furious that he hurriedly transmitted a message to the headquarters of the blood-handed assassin organization to deliver this news. When his message transmission was over, his 5 fellow assassins had already collapsed in a pool of blood. Merge! The awakened second killer immediately decided to merge and fight Lin Tian with the help of the guardian spirit's power. After merging, the strength of this awakened person's second-level killer had indeed increased greatly. Although he still couldn't see Lin Tian's movement speed, he was able to block Lin Tian's attacks instinctively. Bang bang bang! Lin Tian was like a ghost attacking this awakened 1-second-level killer again and again. However, what this assassin didn't know was that Lin Tian was attacking while meditating on the Tao Te Ching in his mind, sensing the light body technique. Originally, Lin Tian's light body technique had only reached the peak of his comprehension during this period of time, and he was about to cross over to the level of being able to integrate. After this battle, Lin Tian was practicing the light body technique as if it was a real battle, and with the Tao Te Ching, the supreme Taoist classic technique, assisting in his enlightenment, countless auras appeared and surged into his soul. Suddenly, Lin Tian came to his realization. The light body technique broke through to the level of fusion, and its power went up to another level. You defeated. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, and his figure became even more bizarre, like a rush of wind, instantly slashing through this assassin's body. Everything was serene. This assassin stood there motionless while his neck was chopped by Lin Tian's Vajra palm power, completely losing his life. At the moment of death, the pupils of this assassin shrunk violently, with only one message echoing in his mind, so fast. Bang! The assassin fell to the ground, losing his life. The 6th assassin died. 6 assassins had been killed in a row, and the time Lin Tian had used was only 5 minutes. In a room of a building that Lin Tian couldn't sense, Xiao Xin'er was observing Xiao Xin'er's actions through the window with an advanced viewer, and when she saw Xiao Xin'er fall to the ground after being assassinated by the 6 assassins, she really thought that Xiao Xin'er was dead. But when Xiao Xin'er got up and killed the killers one by one, she froze in disbelief. Those were 6 awakened killer unexpectedly died in Xiao Xin'er's hands. At this time, her body was cold and her heart was filled with fear. The assassination failed. The Blood Hands organization definitely won't strike again. If I let Xiao Xin'er know who paid for the assassins to assassinate her, I'm afraid she'll kill me, right? At the thought of this, his face turned pale with fear. After killing the 6 assassins, Lin Tian's consciousness returned to the guardian spirit space and returned control of his body to Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er regained control of her body, and when she saw the 6 dead killers, her stomach rolled and her face was a little uncomfortable. This was, after all, her first time killing someone, and although it wasn't her killers, it was killed with her hands. In comparison, Lin Tian had killed for the first time but did not have any negative reactions at all. His ability to adapt was very strong. Xin'er, hurry up and go, I guess the police will be here soon. Lin Tian hastily reminded. Xiao Xin'er nodded, her body moved and quickly left, leaving only 6 corpses lying on the wide road. Xiao family. After Xiao Xin'er returned, she immediately informed her grandfather Xiao Badian about the attack. Immediately, Xiao Badian was incomparably enraged and vowed to investigate the information of the assassin. Soon, the news came. The assassin who attacked Xiao Xin'er came from the Blood Hand organization. Rune. Blood Hand organization? Lin Tian asked, Xin'er, what is the origin of this Blood Hand organization? Xiao Xin'er frowned. It's a notorious assassin organization that isn't very powerful and is active in several cities near Phylon City. I heard that the leader of the Blood Hands organization is only at the peak strength of the blood transformation realm. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true or not. If the Blood Hands organization is out to kill me, it must be someone offering a bounty for my assassination. But I haven't offended anyone. How could someone spend a large sum of money to hire an assassin to kill me? Xin'er, think carefully, who has the biggest grudge against you, and who can gain greater benefits if you die? Lin Tian pursued. Xiao Xin'er was silent for a while and said uncertainly, Xiao Lingyan? Chapter 34 Information Leakage. The only one who has the biggest conflict with me is Xiao Lingyan, but she's from the same Xiao family as me, so it's not as if she would hire an assassin to assassinate me. Xiao Xin'er said so on her lips, but in her heart, she felt that this matter was done by Xiao Lingyan, which belonged to a woman's intuition. If it's really Xiao Lingyan's doing, what are you going to do? Lin Tian asked. This. Xiao Xin'er didn't know how to answer anymore. After thinking about it, she could only say, inform the family and let the family deal with it. Xin'er, if the Xiao family handles it, even if it's really confirmed that it was done by Xiao Lingyan, with Xiao Lingyan's identity as a full-fledged clansman plus the maneuvering of her lineage, it won't be a capital offense. Even if she suffers a severe punishment, she'll still harm you the next time, and you'll have completely offended Xiao Lingyan's lineage, so you'll have a lot of trouble in the future. Lin Tian shook his head, disapproving of Xiao Xin'er's method of handling the situation. Then if it was you, what would you do? Xiao Xin'er asked. Kill. Lin Tian's eyes revealed Xiao Qi, and he said in a deep voice, "If it's really Xiao Lingyan who asked the assassin to assassinate you, with my initial understanding of this person, she will definitely be immortal to you. This kind of person is a kind of poisonous scorpion, and if you don't kill them, there will be no end to the trouble." Killing this. Xiao Xin'er frowned, still a little embarrassed. Lin Tian understood Xiao Xin'er's behavior. After all, Xiao Xin'er had never killed anyone before. Even this time, it was him who manipulated Xiao Xin'er's body to kill the 6 killers. If Xiao Xin'er was asked to kill someone and it was someone from the same clan, she would definitely find it difficult to do so for a while. Xin'er, if it was really Xiao Lingyan who did it, leave it to me. Lin Tian said indifferently. Alright. Xiao Xin'er nodded and did not object as she felt that Lin Tian was right. Xiao Lingyan, I hope you didn't do it. A sigh resounded in Xiao Xin'er's heart. The headquarters of the Blood Hand organization. A few of the higher-ups had already gotten the news of the 6 assassins' deaths. If the assassins normally died from failing to carry out their missions, they definitely wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, it was normal for missions to fail. But this time one of the killers sent back a message that made them very angry. Before we confirmed with the employer determined that Xiao Xin'er is just an awakened person of the 9th level of the physical body realm. The guardian spirit level is inferior, and the strongest attack power is 76 power. Due to time, we didn't have time to investigate, but we didn't expect. Where is the 76 force of fleshly body realm 9th awakened person? 6 killers even run away, minutes to be killed in seconds. The employer even hid the information not to inform us. Just now the specific information passed over. Xiao Xin'er was the 9th level of the flesh realm before, but her cultivation has been rising very quickly for some time. Almost every 10 days or so she raises her cultivation by 1 to 2 levels, and she once defeated the peak of the 8th level of the flesh realm awakened person with the 7th level of the flesh realm. Since the last time she had revealed her cultivation, Xiao Xin'er hadn't revealed her cultivation for more than 10 days. It's obvious that her 76 power attack was hiding her strength, and it's likely that she surpassed the 9th level of the flesh body realm and stepped into the marrow cleansing realm after she went to Milanstar and obtained the C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid gifted by the Milaner group. Damn, this employer didn't disclose so much information to us. If she had said so, we would have been able to predict Xiao Xin'er's strength and send out stronger killers to make it foolproof. If the employer were to tell us everything, then the 200,000 reward amount would be far from enough. Against this kind of attack on a rebellious genius, we can all base our bounty on millions. This employer clearly wants to ask our Blood Hand organization to kill someone with the lowest bounty, yet she doesn't give us any specific information, which can go against our Blood Hand's rules. She was unkind in the first place, so we don't have to care about the rules of the assassin organization of not revealing the employer. After some deliberation, the top management of the Blood Hand organization decided to expose the information about their employer, but not publicly. That would affect the business as well as the credibility of the Blood Hand organization. They were prepared to leak the information to Xiao Xin'er. As for the 6 dead assassins, they could only consider themselves unlucky. There's an email. Xiao Xin'er was surfing the internet when she saw the mailbox flashing, so she clicked on the email. As the email popped up, a bloody hand that took up almost the entire computer page appeared. Seeing this bloody hand, Xiao Xin'er immediately recognized it. The symbol of the Bloody Hands organization. There were a few lines underneath this email, which explained the plan of their assassination this time, and that the employer who had ostensibly assassinated her had concealed the information, causing them to lose a lot of money, and that they had decided to divulge the employer's information as a sign of discipline against the employer. IP location Xiao family, remittance account Xiao Lingyan. Seeing this piece of information, Xiao Xin'er was already certain that the person who assassinated her was really Xiao Lingyan. Suddenly, the mail from the Blood Hand organization disappeared into thin air, completely erased, gone from her mailbox, never to be sought again. This was the usual technique of the Blood Hand organization, not letting anyone find out the evidence. Lin Tian, the person who hired the assassin to assassinate me, was indeed Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Xin'er realized to Lin Tian. Chapter 35, Entering the Black Market. How are you sure that Xiao Lingyan did it? Lin Tian was curious. Xiao Xin'er informed Lin Tian of the email sent by the Bloody Hands organization, and spoke the contents of the email. In that case, leave the following matters to me. Lin Tian said directly. As Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, he naturally had to think about Xiao Xin'er's safety. He didn't want to hide a tumor around him at all times. In case Xiao Lingyan really shaded Xiao Xin'er to death in the future, he would never be able to come to 1 billion years later. For Xiao Xin'er's sake and for his own sake, Lin Tian would never show any mercy. On the other side, Xiao Lingyan came to Li Yaren's room and narrated with Li Yaren in fear. Mom, the mission failed, all 6 marrow cleansing realm assassins were killed by Xiao Xin'er. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Xiao Lingyan was very terrified, her face was pale, afraid that she would also fall into the corpses of Xiao Xin'er's henchmen. Li Yaren patted Xiao Lingyan's back and held her in her arms, comforting, "Don't be afraid, it's fine, that Xiao Xin'er doesn't know that it was you who hired the killers. Even if she suspects you, she doesn't have any evidence." Aha! Xiao Lingyan gently nodded her head. However, she knew that Xiao Xin'er had already become a demon in her heart. This demon was a huge obstacle on her cultivation path. She had to get rid of this demon. Xiao Xin'er, you didn't die this time. I will definitely still kill you next time. Xiao Lingyan secretly swore. However, she was also clear that Xiao Xin'er's strength was too terrifying, and she had to have a well-thought-out plan for the next time. For the time being, she didn't dare to lay her hands on Xiao Xin'er again, nor did she think of a good way to do so. In a flash, 3 days passed. The Xiao family investigated but did not investigate clearly who invited the assassins of the Bloodhand organization to assassinate Xiao Xin'er, but the matter of Xiao Xin'er's assassination was booming, and Xiao Xin'er's strength was also exposed. Many Xiao family members were talking about it. Have you guys heard? 6 marrow-cleansing realm assassins assassinated Miss Xiao Xin'er, but they were all killed by Miss Xiao Xin'er. That's awesome. The 9th level of the physical body realm, killing a marrow-cleansing realm awakened person. This is killing the enemy at a higher level. No one in our Xiao family has been able to do this before. Before, we all thought that Miss Xiao Xin'er's talent was poor, but we didn't expect Miss Xiao Xin'er's talent to be so powerful. With Miss Xiao Xin'er around, our Xiao family might become the #1 family in Filan City, and it might even be possible to get out of Filan City. While they were discussing Xiao Xin'er was impacting the 10th level of the flesh body realm in the family's retreat chamber. Xin'er, I've already informed you of the key to impacting the 10th level of the flesh body realm, are you sure? Lin Tian asked with concern. 10%. Xiao Xin'er was very confident. Even without Lin Tian's instructions, she was still 70 to 80% sure, not to mention that she had personally watched Lin Tian impacting the 10th gravity of the flesh realm. Coupled with Lin Tian's current instructions, it would be strange if she wasn't 10% sure. I'm starting. Xiao Xin'er sat down on her knees and started to utilize the Vajra indestructible body to impact the 10th grading of the flesh body realm. The reality was as expected. Xiao Xin'er easily stepped into the 10th grading of the flesh body realm. Both her potential and qualifications had risen a level. After the 10th level of the flesh body realm, Xiao Xin'er's next goal was to impact the marrow cleansing realm. However, Xiao Xin'er wasn't in a hurry. She needed to stabilize the 10th level of the flesh body realm thoroughly before choosing to impact the 10th level of the flesh body realm. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er asked, Lin Tian, have you thought about how to deal with Xiao Lingyan? You can't deal with Xiao Lingyan openly and honestly, otherwise I'll become a sinner of the Xiao family. Don't worry, I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Lin Tian said with a bad smile. Filan City had a place named Black Market. Every city has its own black market, and Filan City's black market is built in a huge underground shopping mall 300 meters below the ground. Only awakened people can enter this black market. Ordinary people are unable to enter this black market. Moreover, the transactions in the black market all rely on eyesight. Everything is carried out in the dark. Most of them are disguised. Who does not know with their own transactions with the person who is, what identity? And on this day, a black-robed man in a skinny outfit entered the place. Lin Tian, your plan is to sell the C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid? Xiao Xin'er said suspiciously. That's right, if you sell the C78 fine essence marrow cleansing liquid in the regular channels, it will come out as soon as you check it. While selling the C78 fine essence marrow cleansing liquid in the black market, there's no way to check it at all. The C78 fine essence marrow cleansing liquid is a good thing for the average marrow cleansing realm awakened person, but it's not very useful for us who have the E-gene marrow cleansing realm, but instead, will let affect the quality of our meridian veins, so it's better to sell it. Using the money from selling it to hire someone from the Bloodhand organization to assassinate Xiao Lingyan, wouldn't that be the perfect plan? Moreover, Xiao Lingyan's relatives might think that this is a retaliation from the Bloodhand organization and won't suspect that someone assassinated Xiao Lingyan. Lin Tian explained. Will the Bloodhand organization's people take this mission? Xiao Xin'er said uncertainly. Definitely pick it up. The Bloodhand organization is originally dissatisfied with Xiao Lingyan. If we release a mission and the bounty is good, the Bloodhand organization will definitely pick it up. Lin Tian was sure. Alright then, everything is up to you. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Entering the black market for the first time, she was a little nervous. Fortunately, she was wearing a large black robe, so others couldn't see her expression. The C78 Fine Essence Marrow Cleansing Liquid was a good thing. It was of high value. The ordinary small black market stores would definitely not be able to eat it and would not necessarily give a good price. Lin Tian let Xiao Xin'er come to one of the bigger black market stores in the black market. House of Abyss, this is it. Xiao Xin'er raised her eyes and looked at this ancient attic, stepping in. Chapter 36, Treating Others the Way They Treat You. House of Abyss. Boss, there's a big business. Xiao Xin'er was a very raspy baritone voice that said. This was a type of voice changer, through which one could change their voice, even changing a female voice into a male voice. Basically those who entered the black market liked to use this type of voice changer. The boss of the House of Abyss was not surprised, and thus did not care at all about Xiao Xin'er's strange voice changer. Follow me. The boss instructed his employees to guard the store, and then brought Xiao Xin'er to the second floor of the attic's elegant room, which was very suitable for negotiating and trading, and the soundproofing effect was very good, so basically the content of the conversation would not be leaked. Just sat down in the second floor elegant room, the boss cannot wait to say, "What big business, say it." C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid, has the boss heard of it? Xiao Xin'er asked. The boss smiled and nodded. Of course I've heard of it. Millennium Group developed the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid, which is very sought after in the black market, but unfortunately, the quantity of this spirit liquid is too rare, and so far it has never been sold to the Earth, and there are only a few chambers of commerce that buy it from other planets and then transport it to the Earth privately, and sell it in the black market channels, and once it appears, it will be robbed, and there will only be one C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid in our Flying Orchid City black market. C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid for sale once, and it was a year ago. I have a C78 Fine Essence Marrow Cleansing Liquid. I don't know what price the boss can offer. Xiao Xin'er said in a low voice. What, you have a C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid? The boss stood up violently, very surprised. C78 Fine Essence Marrow Cleansing Liquid was not an ordinary marrow cleansing liquid. It was considered to be a superb spirit liquid that could help a Flesh Realm 9th Major to have a high probability of successfully impacting the Marrow Cleansing Realm, and even Marrow Cleansing Realm Awakened could impact the minor level by taking the C78 Fine Essence Marrow Cleansing Liquid. As a result, the C78 Marrow Cleansing Liquid was robbed as soon as it appeared. On other planets, the selling price of this marrow cleansing liquid was 500,000 yuan, but on the Earth's black market it rose to 1 million at one point, and it was still in short supply. Not bad, if the price is fair for the boss, I can sell it to you. Xiao Xin'er assured. 700,000. The boss considered for a few seconds and uttered a price. Xiao Xin'er was shocked when she heard it. She didn't expect the price of the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid to be so high. Just as she was about to agree, Tian called out to her in the Guardian Spirit Space. Xin'er asked for $900,000. It was true that Tian wasn't clear about the price of the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid, but this kind of black market boss definitely wouldn't tell the real price, and would inevitably report it at a lower price, thus reporting 900,000 was definitely not too outrageous. Xiao Xin'er heard Tian's words and spoke. Boss, 700,000 is too low. If it's 900,000, I'll sell it to you. 900,000? The boss frowned. Too expensive. Even if I purchase your C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid, I still have to find a channel to sell it, and there are costs in the middle. How about this? One bite. How about 800,000? After several discussions, Xiao Xin'er and the boss set the price at 820,000. This guest, bring out the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid. I need to appraise it. The boss reached out. Good. Xiao Xin'er took out the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid from her accompanying bag and placed it on the table. At this time, the boss took out an instrument and began to analyze and appraise the composition of the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid. This was the most scientific method of testing. After all, the naked eye appraisal could still be deceived. About a minute passed. The boss put away the instrument and said excitedly, "Not bad, it's the real C78 Boutique Marrow Cleansing Liquid. Guess, do you need to pay in cash or transfer money?" "Transfer it, this is my bearer card, transfer it into this card." Xiao Xin'er took out a bearer funds card and handed it to the boss. Bearer funds card, anyone can use it, no password, swipe at will. The advantage was good confidentiality, no one knew who the card owner was. The disadvantage is also very obvious. Once the card is lost, the funds inside will be someone else's. Seeing Xiao Xin'er take out the bearer funds card, the boss secretly said, "What a careful person." Soon after, the boss transferred $820,000 into the card, while he took the C78 Fine Marrow Cleansing Liquid. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Xin'er left and made several chaotic circles around the black market before leaving the black market. Back, just now I was really nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that the voice of the changer was always a tone of voice, I'm afraid that the boss would know that I was nervous and scared. Xiao Xin'er gasped as she sat on a chair in the room. "Start, Xin'er," Tian urged. Good. Xiao Xin'er also stopped being a mother-in-law and opened her computer to enter the Blood Hand organization's darknet to post a mission. Reward for the assassination of Xiao Xin'er of the Xiao family, mission bounty 500,000. As soon as this mission appeared, the Blood Hand organization took it immediately with little deliberation. The third day. Xiao Xin'er, who had recovered her mood, went out to the mall to buy items, and just as she was walking around the corner of a street, a bullet passed through the back of her head, and at the same time pierced through a wall in front of her. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er fell to the ground, her blood dyed the ground red. On a tall building in the distance, a man in black holding a communicator answered, "Mission accomplished." Chapter 37, The Higher Exam is Coming. Xiao Xin'er was dead. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Xiao family, and the entire Xiao family was greatly shaken. Xiao Xin'er was one of only a few higher guardian spirit awakened in this generation of the Xiao family. With a good talent, she had a certain hope to enter the university, and was the key cultivation member of the Xiao family. At the same time, Xiao Lingyan was also a member of the direct line of the Xiao family, with a very high status. But now Xiao Lingyan was assassinated by, although it was not known which force assassinated her, the Blood Hand organization was the first to be included in the list, because the assassins of the Blood Hand organization were basically good at gun assassination, and Xiao Lingyan was precisely assassinated by a gun. In addition, Xiao Xin'er had been assassinated not long ago, thus the Blood Hands organization was most likely the culprit behind this assassination of Xiao Lingyan. With a direct clansman killed, the Xiao family began to launch a retaliation against the Blood Hands organization. However, they only managed to locate a small stronghold of the Blood Hands organization and decapitated a few Flesh Realm Blood Hands organization assassins. However, many of the Blood Hand organization's marrow-cleansing realm and even blood-changing realm killers were also forced to evacuate Phylan City to hide from the wind, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be venturing out recently. Blood Hand organization, why did you kill my daughter? Li Yaren was very sad at this time. She knew that her daughter Xiao Lingyan had asked the Blood Hand organization to assassinate Xiao Xin'er, but she didn't expect the assassination to fail, and the Blood Hand organization lost 6 marrow-cleansing realm assassins. This time, she thought that her daughter's death was a retaliation from the Blood Hand organization. Of course, she also hated Xiao Xin'er very much. If it wasn't for Xiao Xin'er, her daughter wouldn't have hired the Blood Hand organization to assassinate her, and she wouldn't have been retaliated against by the Blood Hand organization for it. Daughter, don't worry, I will take revenge for you and wipe out the Blood Hand organization completely. Xiao Xin'er, don't be complacent either, sooner or later, one day, I will make you pay the price. Li Yaren said with a hideous face. In a flash, 5 months passed. There were only 10 days left until the day of the college entrance exam, and everyone in Phylan No. 1 middle school prepared for the exam. The college entrance exam was divided into 2 exams, one was the cultural exam and the second was the cultivation exam. Among them, the cultivation exam was the most important, but the cultural exam couldn't be ignored either. Usually the cultural exam was regarded as a test of enlightenment and wisdom, which were also extremely important in cultivation. And during this last period of time, Xiao Xin'er began to immerse herself in the sea of books. Unlike the average student, Xiao Xin'er had been reading the Tao Te Ching from time to time, and under the nourishment of the Tao Te Ching, which was a supreme Taoist dharma, her soul had grown stronger and stronger, and her comprehension and memory were also extremely terrifying. Other people needed a few days or even half a month to memorize a book, but she only needed to read it once and she knew it perfectly. Xiao Xin'er's learning efficiency could be said to be far beyond that of other students, thus even though she had taken many vacations, she had almost memorized the textbooks of the 3 years of high school backwards, and even some extracurricular textbooks and even some out-of-the-way knowledge could be almost completely recited. Finally finished memorizing, I can recite countless books and even comprehend the contents of these textbooks. If I still can't score more than 900 points in the exam like this, I'll admit it. Xiao Xin'er closed an ancient book and said, Xin'er, Star River University requires awakened people to reach the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm. In these 6 months, you have continued to cultivate, and you have also reached the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm. This standard has been reached. But I'm only equivalent to a medium guardian spirit now. Star River University requires a high guardian spirit. This standard can't be reached. Lin Tian sighed. In 6 months' time, he had grown at a rapid pace and was now at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. The 12 meridians and the 8 strange meridians had all been opened, and the bones and bone marrow of his entire body had all been quenched to the extreme, and each bone could be taken out to act as a divine weapon. Only needing to open the rumored hidden bones and hidden veins, one could reach the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm, which was beyond the reach of others. 6 months to reach this level was already incomparably fast, but Lin Tian was still unable to become a higher guardian spirit and was barely considered a medium guardian spirit. Higher guardian spirits were basically at the peak of an 8 or above, and he was still far from being considered one. Lin Tian, I've inquired clearly, although Star River University's admission standard is higher guardian spirit, it's not completely so. If a medium guardian spirit awakened person is able to cultivate a martial art to the realm of intent, then he or she can make an exception to enter Star River University. Xiao Xin'er said excitedly. Intent realm? Xin'er, your Vajra palm does have an intention beyond perfection, reaching the intentional realm level, but I'm afraid that if you were to execute the intentional realm level Vajra palm, it would be seen as a divine grade martial art. Lin Tian reminded. Then don't have the Vajra palm, just change it to a lower level martial art. Xiao Xin'er casually said, our Xiao family has quite a few martial arts, even the Vajra palm I have cultivated to the intent level. Cultivating those low-level martial arts is very fast, and with the aid of the Tao Te Ching, in a few days' time I'll be sure that I'll be able to cultivate to the intent level. That's a good way. Lin Tian agreed. In this way, Xiao Xin'er could basically meet the Star River University's admission standards, and was waiting for the college entrance exam in a few days. Chapter 38, Virtual Space. During these few days, Xiao Xin'er chose one of the Xiao family's palm techniques, the clear wind palm, which was a third-order palm technique at a very low level. After only 3 days, Xiao Xin'er cultivated the clear wind palm to the level of intent and comprehended the clear wind palm intent. On this day, The college entrance exam came, and Xiao Xin'er came to Phylon number 1 middle school to take the cultural exam. A certain class. Xiao Xin'er sat in her seat, waiting for the cultural exam to begin. Not long after, a batch of helmets were transported in. At this time, the invigilator teacher said, "You should all understand the rules of the cultural exam of the college entrance exam. In order to prevent letting the guardian spirit assist in answering questions and cheating, the cultural exam will always take virtual space to answer questions. You guys wearing this helmet will enter the virtual space to examine, where only your consciousness can enter, the guardian spirit's consciousness cannot enter." The invigilator finished speaking and began to distribute the helmets. Virtual space. Xiao Xin'er held the virtual helmet, somewhat curious. In this era, virtual space technology was already very mature, and some virtual technology was even like reality, but ordinary people seldom came into contact with virtual technology because entering the virtual world required the consumption of spiritual power, and ordinary people's spiritual power was too weak to connect to the virtual world. The virtual space connected to the virtual helmet in front of me does not belong to the real virtual world, only belongs to the semi-virtual world, but can shield the consciousness of the guardian spirit, because the virtual world only allows human consciousness to enter, and the guardian spirit does not belong to the real living beings. Putting on the helmet, the consciousness inputs the pass number as well as the ID number, transmits the facial features, and detects. After all the information was accurate. Wow! Xiao Xin'er's consciousness came to a virtual space. This virtual space is not big, just a dozen square meters, surrounded by darkness. Not long after, a voice appeared in the virtual space. The cultural examination of the college entrance exam begins. Suddenly, a question appeared in front of Xiao Xin'er, hanging horizontally in front of her. The virtual world answered the question, and the consciousness wrote directly. What a simple question! Xiao Xin'er rejoiced. First question, second question, third question. Xiao Xin'er answered the questions at an unbelievable speed, barely having to think. There were a total of 1,000 questions in the cultural exam, and one question was worth 1 point, totaling 1,000 points. The exam time was 4 hours. To finish the 1,000 questions within 3 hours was very difficult. As long as very good people would finish the 1,000 questions, if they thought too long on a certain question, they would not be able to finish it at all. But after only 2 hours, Xiao Xin'er handed in her paper. Out of the exam room. Xin'er, how was the exam? Tian asked. Xiao Xin'er said confidently, "These questions are all very simple, even a few very out-of-the-way questions. I answered them all. There are only a few questions that I'm not too sure if they're correct or not. I estimate my score to be above 990 points. Expected. Tian nodded. Tomorrow's cultivation exam, I have to go back and take a rest. The culture exam just now could have consumed a bit of my mental energy. I have to make up for it and go to the exam tomorrow in my best condition," Xiao Xin'er said. The next day, Xiao Xin'er arrived at the Federal God Alliance testing point. This was the place where the cultivation exams were conducted, and it was also the most fair place where cheating would never occur. In the case of the school's martial arts exams, there was a high possibility of cheating, privately changing the structure of the guardian godstones as well as utilizing cheating means to change one's cultivation, etc. But in the Federal Divine Alliance's testing point, all cheating means could not be escaped. This is a place established by the Federal Divine Alliance specifically for the preparation of the high school martial arts exams, thus no one dares to cheat under the eyes of the Federal Divine Alliance. Once cheating is discovered, it is to be cancelled, no longer able to participate in the exams, and will even be severely punished. Mountains of people. Xiao Xin'er arrived at the Federal God Alliance testing point, and could only use this word to describe the scene in front of her. It wasn't just Phylon number 1 high school, all the high schools in the entire Phylon city would come here for the cultivation test. Tens of thousands of students were entering the Federation God Alliance testing point one by one, which was the 1,000-meter-tall skyscraper in front of them. Each student had been assigned long ago to the floor of their assigned test point. The testing point, the third testing hall on the 18th floor. One student tested their cultivation, guardian spirit level, and potential, and the student's results were automatically entered into the system at the time of testing. Xiao Xin'er, cultivation at the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm, guardian spirit rank of medium guardian spirit, potential of infinite. When this result came out, many students sighed in succession. Awesome, this girl is actually a student at the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm. I'm afraid she's the number 1 in our entire Phylon city. It's a pity that her guardian spirit is only medium. If it was higher, she would be able to enter Star River University if she had more than 900 points in the cultural examination. Our Phylon city is a small city. Earth has countless small cities like our Phylon city. Our Phylon city hasn't had anyone enter Star River University for about 10 years now, right? I'm afraid that if this girl had a higher guardian spirit rank, she would have been able to enter Star River University. It's a pity, fate has made it so, but even if she can't get into Star River University, with her grades, it's not bad to get into the second largest Earthstar University. Right after Xiao Xin'er's test ended, she suddenly walked up to the invigilator and said seriously, "Invigilator, I want to have an additional test." Chapter 39 Opening the Heaven and Earth Connection. Additional test? When the other students heard this, they were all surprised. The additional test was not an ordinary test, but a test of the perception of a martial art. If one did not cultivate a martial art to the realm of meaning, participating in the additional test would be a willful disgrace. Conducting an additional test was to test whether a martial art had reached the level of the realm of intent, which was an additional test that could allow Star River University to make an exception for admitting medium guardian spirits. Xiao Xin'er on the cultivation test, only the guardian spirit did not reach the Star River University's admission standard, meeting the conditions of the additional trial test. Do you really want to conduct the additional trial test? The invigilator asked. Yes. Xiao Xin'er affirmed. Alright, I'll apply for you, you wait by the side for a bit. The invigilator said. About a few minutes passed, the invigilator walked over to Xiao Xin'er, pointed at a woman, and said, the application is successful, follow her, she will take you into the place where the additional test will be conducted. Seeing that Xiao Xin'er was really going to conduct the additional test, many students wanted to go and spectate, but they were stopped by the examiner. Xiao Xin'er followed the woman from the Federal Divine Alliance's testing point and quickly arrived at a very wide room, a room where a woman in battle armor stood, her entire person seeming to blend in with the surrounding void. Although this woman did not emit a single breath, she brought inexplicable pressure to Xiao Xin'er. Very strong. Xiao Xin'er secretly judged. You're the student who's going to participate in the additional test, aren't you? My name is Xuehua, Federal God Alliance Reserve God Envoy. The woman, Xuehua, said. Yes, I am Xiao Xin'er, the student who is going to participate in the additional trial. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. At the same time, she was secretly shocked. She had also heard of the Federal God Alliance's Reserve God Envoys. Basically all of them were strong at the passing God realm or above, and the best of them were even at the void realm level. A test that was actually such a big shot personally testing her. Xiao Xin'er start. Xuehua made room, allowing Xiao Xin'er to let go of her hands and feet to perform her martial arts. Good. Xiao Xin'er walked to the center of the room and executed the Xiao clan's third-ranked martial art, Clear Wind Palm. Boom! A clear wind palm intent rippled out, transforming the wind into a palm. A clear wind blew up in the middle of the room. Wherever the clear wind brushed through was filled with palm shadows. Densely dotted palm shadows spread out, looking formidable. It really is a realm of intent. Xuehua was surprised, and then secretly sighed. It's a pity that it's only a third-order martial art. Being able to form a realm of intent is the limit, and it doesn't have the potential to form a domain. However, a mere marrow-cleansing realm being able to comprehend the realm of intent in a martial art is a truly extraordinary talent, and is qualified to enter Star River University. When Xiao Xin'er finished executing the clear wind palm, Xuehua nodded. Not bad, it is indeed a realm of intent. You have passed the additional test, and the results will be recorded on the college entrance examination results. Thank you Divine Envoy Xuehua. Xiao Xin'er was very happy. At the end of the college entrance exam, Xiao Xin'er was basically 100% enrolled in Star River University, and under a great mood, she gave herself a few days off and accompanied her parents every day. However, a few days later, she plunged into a new cultivation program. Xiao Xin'er understands very well how fierce the competition in Star River University is, even if she owns a billion years ago Chinese-era Kung Fu, but Kung Fu is not equal to everything. Other people rely on hard work and resources as usual can make up for these gaps. If she was lazy, sooner or later she would be completely surpassed by others. Not only was Xiao Xin'er very much looking forward to life at Star River University, even Lin Tian, who was in the Guardian Spirit space, was also very much looking forward to it. On the fourth day after the college entrance exam ended, Lin Tian finally made progress in his cultivation. Xin'er, I found the hidden vein and hidden bone. Lin Tian was excited. Found it. Xiao Xin'er was instantly happy for Lin Tian. Well, I'll choose to make a breakthrough here. Lin Tian's eyes were tightly closed as his consciousness sensed a golden vein in the underworld within his body and a golden bone that ran through his entire body. This golden vein and golden bone were hidden in the void within his body and could not be sensed at all under normal circumstances. This seemed to be the vein of heaven and earth and the bone of heaven and earth, and because Lin Tian kept on comprehending the Tao Te Ching, his senses continued to be strengthened, which was how he could barely sense the existence of the hidden vein and hidden bone. Following his senses, Lin Tian operated the Yi Tendon and Marrow Cleansing Sutra and began to extend his power into the hidden veins and hidden bones, and began to quench and enhance them. Click 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 click. A burst of crunching sounds exploded within Lin Tian's body. The hidden vein and hidden bone grew brighter and stronger under Lin Tian's controlled quenching, emitting an extraordinary pressure. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth madly poured into Lin Tian's body, quenching the previously quenched meridians and bones for a second time, breaking the previous limit. Suddenly, it was as if Lin Tian's body had become transparent, and a single vein and bone was clearly visible. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if all of Lin Tian's meridians and bones had instantly connected into a large circulation, and a powerful aura burst out. The 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm was completed. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian felt that everything was different. He seemed to have a unique connection to the heavens and the earth, as if he could manipulate the heavens and the earth, yet he seemed unable to do so. Opening the hidden veins and hidden bones is opening the connection with the heavens and the earth. One can better sense the rules of the heavens and the earth. It's a pity that I haven't even stepped over the threshold of the realm right now, let alone the rules. Lin Tian said darkly. But the threshold of rules no longer existed for him. If he cultivated a martial art to the peak of the domain in the future, he could easily sense its rules. If other people knew about this, they would definitely be incredibly envious and jealous. Chapter 40 Shocking Achievements. Half a month after the college entrance exam ended, the results of the cultural exam only came out. Xiao Xin'er checked. 997 points. Seeing this score, Xiao Xin'er sighed. Sure enough, those 3 questions were wrong. In fact, this score was already quite unbelievable. If she really scored 1,000 points, it would be too horrible. The first time the scores came out, Xiao Xin'er shared the results with her parents as well as her grandfather. Subsequently, Xiao Xin'er enrolled in Star River University and only waited for the Star River University acceptance letter to arrive. A meeting of the Xiao family's senior management. Dozens of Xiao family executives were chatting, and suddenly the matter of this college entrance examination came up. Xiao Ao said, "The college entrance exam is over, the results are all down. My grandson Xiao Tangyu scored 756 points in the cultural exam. His cultivation level is the 2nd level of the marrow cleansing realm, and you all know about the guardian spirits situation, so I won't mention it anymore." When Xiao Ao finished speaking, the others were surprised, and one by one, they hastened to congratulate him. "Elder Xiao Ao, your family's Xiao Tangyu is not bad. This time he was able to go to a nice and good university. I don't know which university he applied to?" Elder Xiao Fei asked. "Battle Spirit University, ranked 7th on the Earth University ranking, not bad, right?" Xiao Ao was complacent. After all, his grandson was so powerful, it was considered to have added a lot of face to him. Suddenly, one of the elders asked Xiao Badian, the family head, "How did your granddaughter Xiao Xin'er do?" Before Xiao Badian could speak, Elder Xiao Ao grabbed the lead and said, "Family head, it's not that I'm hitting your granddaughter's strength is undoubted. The combined guardian spirit is even much more powerful than the first awakened person of the marrow cleansing realm, and is able to kill the enemy over the level. However, the college entrance examination has strict indicators for guardian spirits, and the only universities that inferior guardian spirits can attend are those few ranked universities, which can't be compared to the Battle Spirit University that my family's Tangyu attends." After saying that, Xiao Ao gave Xiao Badian a provocative look. Xiao Badian was not angry, slightly smiled, faintly spoke, "My granddaughter's results are average, right? Cultural examination results 997 points. As for the cultivation examination results, the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm, guardian spirit medium, unlimited potential." Such a result was already not average, but too heaven-defying. Medium guardian spirit? How is that possible? Wasn't the test at the Xiao family competition before a lower guardian spirit? Xiao Ao and the other elders were dumbfounded. "Actually, I'm also confused, but do you guys remember that the first time my granddaughter passed out a guardian spirit was mortal level?" Xiao Badian smiled. "That girl Xin'er told me that her guardian spirit is rather special and will be upgraded to a higher guardian spirit, but it requires some special conditions, so her guardian spirit can be upgraded all the way from a mortal grade guardian spirit to a medium guardian spirit. Medium guardian spirit, 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm, 997 points in the cultural exam." Xiao Ao clenched his fists, simply unable to believe this score. This score was simply many times stronger than his grandson Xiao Tangyu, completely crushing Ah. "This score is enough to go to Earthstar University, right?" a senior Xiao family member whispered. Earthstar University, the 2nd-ranked university on Earth, was far more powerful than Battle Spirit University. Compared to Earthstar University, Battle Spirit University was a slag. Just as the many Xiao family executives were immersed in Xiao Xin'er's horrifying results, Xiao Badian continued to burst out of fierce news. "By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, my granddaughter participated in the additional test during the cultivation exam, passed, and has already enrolled in Star River University a few days ago." Boom! This blast of information directly slammed them into a daze. Additional trial, Star River University. Additional test? Family Master, you're not kidding, that requires comprehension of the realm of intent to pass. There are very few ascended realm powerhouses who can comprehend the realm of intent. None of us here can comprehend the realm of intent, and you're saying that your granddaughter can comprehend the realm of intent when she's only at the marrow cleansing realm? Xiao Ao didn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, you can go check and ask the school leaders of Phylan No. 1 Middle School to know. Why should I lie to you?" Xiao Badian spread his hands and said, "Congratulations, Family Master! Congratulations, Family Master! Congratulations, family head, our Xiao family has actually given birth to a Star River University student. It is said that the weakest students graduating out of Star River University students are all innate, and there are even demons that reach the great power of the Tongshan realm as soon as they graduate. It seems that our Xiao family is going to add another Ascendant, or even a future passing spirit realm powerhouse." One Xiao family senior congratulated Xiao Badian. As for Xiao Ao, he was completely forgotten by the crowd. In front of Xiao Xin'er's scores, Xiao Tangyu's scores were completely turned into scum. A few days later, the Star River University notification letter came down. Xiao Xin'er was successfully admitted to Star River University, becoming the only student admitted to Star River University in Phylon City this year. In an instant, Xiao Xin'er's name resounded throughout Phylon City. More than a month later, Xiao Xin'er left Phylon City and traveled to Star River Sky City. Star River Sky City was the city where Star River University was located, and it wasn't an ordinary city, but a giant city suspended in the sky. Guardian Spirit Space. Xiao Xin'er was complaining to Lin Tian, "Hey, this month or so is really tiring. I don't even have much time to cultivate. Every day there's the media interviewing me, and all sorts of people coming to visit. I finally left, or else I'd be going crazy." "It can't be helped. Who let you get into Star River University, or the only student who got into Star River University this year?" Lin Tian said. "Right, Lin Tian, you're about to break through to the blood transformation realm as well, right?" Xiao Xin'er asked. "Well, it's coming soon. I've long since cultivated the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm to the extreme, so I guess it's just in these few days." Although Lin Tian said this on his lips, in his heart, he was worried about the blood exchange realm technique. Shaolin didn't have any blood cultivation techniques, thus he hadn't yet found a suitable blood-changing realm technique, otherwise, he would have already impacted the blood-changing realm. It's time to go to the Huaxia era to look for a blood exchange realm technique. Lin Tian decided. Chapter 41 Goal, Blood Nerve. After arriving at Star River Sky City, Xiao Xin'er arrived at Star River University. What a majestic and spectacular Star River University! Xiao Xin'er stood at the entrance of Star River University and was shocked. Countless divine lights shrouded Star River University, and these divine lights acted as Star River University's defense. And inside Star River University, countless high-rise buildings dazzled the eyes. The scale of these high-rise buildings was comparable to the Millennium Group's headquarters, high-end and full of majesty. Star River University was not for ordinary people to enter, only the students, staff, and instructors of Star River University could freely enter and exit Star River University. Xiao Xin'er could only enter Star River University with her enrollment notice. In only half a day's time, Xiao Xin'er had completed the enrollment procedures. Star River University's accommodation conditions are very good. A student said of small apartments, but the area has 100 square feet, all kinds of facilities should have. There is also a small practice room. Xin'er, there are still a few days left for the school year to start. I'm going to prepare for the breakthrough to the blood transformation realm. If there's something wrong, you can call out to me again. Lin Tian admonished. Okay, you go and get busy. Xiao Xin'er nodded. Afterwards, Lin Tian stepped into the vortex of the Guardian Spirit Space and returned to the era of the Chinese civilization a billion years ago. Where there were blood transformation realm techniques, Lin Tian wasn't too sure, but there was one power that was clear. Huaxia Alien Energy Group, it seems like we still need to find them. Lin Tian dialed the phone number of Dragon Zero, the deputy leader of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. Team leader Long Zero, this is Lin Tian. Lin Tian spoke. Hakai Lin Tian, you rarely call us, what is it that you're looking for me for? Long Zero was surprised. Does your Huaxia Alien Energy Group have any techniques for quenching blood? Lin Tian asked directly. Quenching blood, that's very rare, let me think about it. Long Zero fell into thought. After about a minute, Long Zero returned. We do have a technique that can cultivate blood in China, called blood nerve. Blood nerve, could it be the blood nerve from the novel? Lin Tian was curious. That's just a coincidence. Blood nerve is an ancient Chinese martial art that can condense blood and give birth to the power of blood, but if you're not careful, your blood will flow backwards and you'll go off the deep end, thus it's been classified as a devil's art. Long Zero explained. Where is the blood nerve? Lin Tian asked. Blood nerve is a technique of the Blood God sect, which is an ancient sect but couldn't survive in Huaxia and moved to Noodle Point. This sect used the blood nerve to derive a way to manipulate bugs using blood, and the disciples of the Blood God sect were also called sorcerers. The blood nerve is the Blood God sect's treasure of the sect, only the Blood God sect has it, our Chinese alien group does not have it. Long Zero said. Team leader Long Zero, inform me of the Blood God sect's location. Lin Tian was very impatient. Long Zero hesitated for a moment, but still informed Lin Tian of the Blood God sect's location. The headquarters of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. Long Zero and the leader of the Chinese Alien Energy Group, Dragon Head, were sitting together, conferring. Dragon Head, that guest minister Lin Tian approached me for the location of the Blood God sect. He seems to want to seize the blood nerve. Capture the blood nerve? He's already at the 10th rank, why does he need the blood nerve? That thing is useless to him, right? Moreover, the Blood God sect isn't simple. Even if a 10th ranked aberration, I'm afraid that he'll fall if he breaks into the Blood God sect single-handedly. Dragon Head frowned. Should we remind him? Dragon Zero hurriedly said. Dragonhead waved his hand. No need, Lin Tian is after all at the 10th order alien level. An alien at this level is definitely beyond imagination. Even if he is not able to defeat the Blood God sect, he is still strong enough to evacuate peacefully. Moreover, this guest secretary was also very mysterious and often disappeared and couldn't be found. Perhaps this time he could take the opportunity to spy on him. In addition, if Lin Tian wanted to break into the Blood God sect, this would be beneficial to us instead. The Blood God sect is one of the targets that our Huaxia alien energy group is desperately trying to eradicate, and it was only due to the fact that the Blood God sect is located in the facepoint and the Blood God sect's sorcerers have bizarre methods that we weren't able to eliminate it. After all, guest secretary Lin Tian is also a person of our Chinese nation, and a guest secretary of the alien energy group, so there might be a place to call on him for help in the future. So send 2 detachments of the Heaven and Earth 2 group to infiltrate the facepoint with the most advanced weapons and monitor the Blood God sect situation, so that they can strike at critical moments. Not a bad idea, and we can also see the strength of a 10th order alien. Long Zero gave a thumbs up, agreeing with Dragonhead's decision in a million ways. Lin Tian was not aware of the thoughts of the Chinese alien energy group, and even if he knew, he would laugh it off without a care in the world. Taking an airplane, Lin Tian arrived at the facepoint. Following the range given by Dragon Zero, he arrived at a giant mountain. This giant mountain was exactly where the Blood God sect's headquarters was located. Blood Mountain. The mountain was red in color and thus received such a name. No one knew that there was a very terrifying sect power on this Blood Mountain, the Blood God sect, otherwise it would certainly cause great trepidation. Before Lin Tian arrived at the Blood Mountain, a total of 20 members of the Heaven and Earth Group 2 of the Chinese alien energy group had already sneaked into the town under the Blood Mountain in batches and hidden themselves. Through the high-tech monitors, the Heaven and Earth 2 group had grasped the various passages into the Blood Mountain, so once Lin Tian arrived, they would be the first to know. Guest Secretary Lin Tian is here. Tian E of the Heaven and Earth Group summoned. Immediately, the 20 members of the Heaven and Earth Group 2 acted, ready to enter the Blood Mountain at any time. The entrance to the Blood Mountain. Lin Tian's gaze looked towards the Blood Mountain. Although he had sensed multiple flesh realm auras from that town below the Blood Mountain, he thought that it was a Blood God sect disciple and didn't expect it to be someone from the Huaxia alien energy group. He didn't care about those either. He had only one goal: to enter the Blood God sect and take away the Blood Nerve. Anyone who blocked him would end up miserable. He would not be merciful to the disciples of the Blood God sect, who were known for their wickedness. Chapter 42 Blood Transformation Realm Technique arrives. Huaxia Lin Tian has come to pay a special visit to the Blood God sect. Lin Tian's voice traveled directly from the bottom of the mountain into the Blood God sect's Great Hall on the mountain, vibrating back and forth in the Blood God sect's Great Hall. Blood God sect Great Hall. The Blood God sect Patriarch was in the middle of convening the Blood God sect's General Assembly when he violently heard Lin Tian's voice and instantly stood up from his seat in shock. This voice seems to be coming from far away, yet it's so loud. Could it be the Chinese legendary voice transmission? The Blood God sect Patriarch said in shock. What the Blood God sect Patriarch didn't know was that this wasn't a voice transmission, but a higher level means than a voice transmission. Lin Tian had opened the connection with the heavens and the earth, and to a certain extent, he could manipulate a bit of the power of the heavens and the earth, thus allowing him to transmit the fluctuations of his voice to the Blood God sect's main hall. Right at this moment, a Blood God sect disciple reported in a facepoint language, "Patriarch, there is a Chinese man trespassing on our Blood Mountain at the bottom of the mountain. Let him come up the mountain." The Blood God sect Patriarch thought for a moment and said, "Yes." The Blood God sect disciple responded. The Blood God sect's Grand Hall was located inside the mountain, and the entire hall was set in the mountain, so if one were to view it from the bottom of the mountain, one wouldn't be able to see the Grand Hall at all, plus the fact that the Blood Mountain was relatively steep, so the average person couldn't go up there. In addition, Noodle Point officials could prohibit people from entering Blood Mountain, so Blood Mountain was an incomparably mysterious existence in the hearts of Noodle Point people. When Lin Tian arrived at the open space in front of the Blood God sect's main hall, the Blood God sect's Patriarch led the Blood God sect's sorcerer elders out. "Chinese, what is your business here in my Blood God sect?" The Blood God sect Patriarch asked in a very fluent Chinese. The Blood God sect Patriarch was also originally a Chinese, but since the Blood God sect relocated to Noodle Point, he joined the Noodle Point nationality and was no longer a Chinese. Borrowing the Blood Nerve for a look. Lin Tian stated his purpose. At this moment, everyone up and down the entirety of the Blood God sect's face changed. The Blood Nerve was the Blood God sect's treasure of the sect. Other than the sect leader, no one else was qualified to watch it, and now an outsider was actually coming to the Blood God sect to ask for the Blood Nerve to watch. Give you 2 choices, one is to kowtow and apologize, then compensate another 100 million, I'll let you live. The second choice, that's death. The Blood God sect Patriarch coldly threatened. So there's no negotiation? Lin Tian asked testily. There's no negotiation. The Blood God sect Patriarch waved his witch robe with a large hand. I wanted to deal with this peacefully, but you guys don't agree. If it was an ordinary sect, I would hesitate whether to make a move or not, but for you group of sorcerers who betrayed Huaxia and are evil, I won't be soft. I'll choose the third path, snatch your blood nerves. Lin Tian coldly said. Kill. The blood god sect patriarch ordered. A blood god sect disciple appeared in the surroundings, hiding everywhere, and started picking up guns to keep sweeping at Lin Tian. Although the blood god sect had taken up the path of sorcerers, it had likewise stocked up on quite a few weapons, and there were quite a lot of guns and ammunitions. Bang bang bang. A single bullet came shooting densely. However, the people of the blood god sect realized that these bullets were of no use at all on Lin Tian's body. All of them were bounced off. Suddenly, Lin Tian's figure disappeared. Immediately afterward, the blood god sect disciples in the surroundings let out miserable screams one by one, obviously having suffered an untimely death. Use blood sorcery. The blood god sect patriarch ordered. Immediately, an old sorcerer from the blood god sect began to cast a sorcery spell, and a terrifying bug crawled out from the surroundings. These bugs were blood red and very fast. All of these bugs rushed towards Lin Tian, trying to surround him. These bugs were all carefully cultivated witch bugs, and they loved to devour blood and contained strong toxicity. Once they were surrounded by these witch bugs, even a 9th-ranked aberrant would have to die. The witch worms that covered the sky were heading towards the cage, and in the blood god sect patriarch's opinion, even if Lin Tian was fast, he wouldn't be able to dodge them. Just at this moment, a huge golden palm print appeared in the air and violently crushed towards those witch insects. In an instant, many of the sorcerer insects were all shattered and turned into pieces. Pffffffffff. As the sorcerer insects died, many of the old sorcerers' hearts and blood were traumatized, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. The art of controlling worms is a small path as well. You guys have killed a lot of people by cultivating these witch worms, right? So be it, let's accept the blood god sect today. By the way, Lin Tian's killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tremble. Suddenly, the Blood Shadow Sect Patriarch as well as several Blood Shadow Sect elders transformed into blood shadows and pounced at Lin Tian. Their strength comparable to the 9th level of the flesh realm was undoubtedly displayed. However, in an instant, their figures were frozen in the air, their heads were pierced through by a finger, killing them on the spot. Looking at the corpse of the Blood Shadow Sect Patriarch that fell from the air, everyone up and down the Blood Shadow Sect was completely terrified. We surrender! We surrender! We surrender! Some people spoke Chinese, some people spoke Noodleda, and even some people spoke English. Just as Lin Tian hesitated to kill these people, a voice came from the distance. Guest Minister Lin Tian, we are from the Chinese alien group, leave these people to us. Tian Yi arrived on top of the Blood Mountain with the members of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group from the second group of Heaven and Earth, and immediately reported their identities. Lin Tian saw Tian Zhou and Tian Qi and confirmed their identities. He was a little curious about the sudden arrival of these people from the Chinese Alien Energy Group, but he didn't think too much about it and nodded his head. Alright, I'll leave it to you guys. Lin Tian finished speaking and stepped into the Blood God Sect's main hall. Subsequently, after some searching, Lin Tian found a treasure chest made from a steel box inside a secret room underneath the Blood God Sect's main hall. Lin Tian directly violently destroyed it and found the blood nerve from inside. After reading it once to memorize it, Lin Tian destroyed the gongfu. The blood transformation realm technique has arrived. Lin Tian left the Blood Mountain with a smile on his face. Chapter 43 Star Net Name, Huaxia Heavenly Emperor. How's the situation? The leader of the Huaxia alien group, Dragonhead, contacted Tian on a satellite phone and inquired. Team leader, the Blood God Sect has been destroyed. Tian replied back. How many people did we lose? Dragonhead asked again. Not a single one died. Haksai Lin Tian swept through the Blood God Sect with ease by himself. We only cleaned up the mess when we came. Tian said awkwardly. What? One person easily swept away the Blood God Sect? Dragonhead's mouth grew wide in disbelief. In his calculations, the combined efforts of the Blood God Sect Patriarch and a few elders were enough to fight against a 10th-ranked alien, and he had thought that Lin Tian would have a tough fight with the Blood God Sect. But he didn't expect Lin Tian to easily sweep through. I'm afraid that Hakai Lin Tian is more than 10th rank. Dragonhead and Dragon Zero looked at each other. For a moment, Lin Tian rose to an extremely high position in their hearts. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian came back, closed his eyes and started organizing the blood nerve. The blood nerve was considered a good gong method when placed in the Huaxia era, and it contained many contents, not only methods of condensing blood, but also ways of utilizing blood to perform various evil arts. Those evil arts were basically harmful to the body and Lin Tian automatically filtered them. What he needed was the method of condensing blood, which was the blood transformation realm technique that he needed. The blood exchange realm was about quenching the blood, exchanging the ordinary blood of the body for extraordinary blood, thus forming a powerful bloodline. Thus the more powerful the blood exchange realm technique, the more powerful the bloodline that was cultivated would be. The more powerful the bloodline, the better this would be for future generations. For example, a deity's bloodline was enough to create a huge lineage, with the clansmen far surpassing the strength of ordinary people at birth, and the bloodline could increase their cultivation and easily help them step into a higher level. Xin'er. Lin Tian opened his eyes and called out to Xiao Xin'er. After a while, Xiao Xin'er came to the Guardian Spirit space. Lin Tian, you're back. I was just familiarizing myself with the Star Network and came offline when I heard your call. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Star Network, is that the virtual world you talked about before? Lin Tian was curious. Well, not bad. StarNet is very peculiar. It's like a second world. Everyone in Star River University has to register for StarNet. We've already started school for a day. On the first day our mentor helped us register for StarNet. Everyone's dormitory has a StarNet interface. You can enter StarNet at any time. As soon as she talked about the Star Network, Xiao Xin'er couldn't stop talking, while Lin Tian didn't interrupt Xiao Xin'er and kept listening to her narrate. Gradually, Lin Tian had a more precise understanding of the Star Network. In short, the emergence of the Star Network had facilitated human communication as well as human cultivation. For example, awakened people could engage in never-ending battle cuts on the Star Network, while they could not in the real world. Can I enter the Star Network? Lin Tian also wanted to enter and try. No, the Star Network is for humans. Fey creatures or guardian spirits are not allowed to enter because guardian spirits are not lifeforms in the true sense of the word, so they are not recognized by the Star Network. Xiao Xin'er explained. There shouldn't be any harm in trying, right? Lin Tian asked. Guardian spirits were not allowed to enter the Star Network, but Lin Tian felt that he was not a normal guardian spirit, but a living human, so perhaps he could register for the Star Network. Good, then you can try. Xiao Xin'er summoned Lin Tian out and appeared in Xiao Xin'er's apartment dormitory. Xiao Xin'er pointed her hand to a crystal ball and said, This is the Star Network interface. You can register it if your consciousness enters the crystal ball. It is said that strong people above the Void Realm don't need to rely on the interface, their consciousness can directly enter the Star Network. I'll try. Lin Tian placed his hand on the crystal ball and his consciousness entered it. Suddenly, Lin Tian only felt a flash before his eyes as his consciousness arrived in a void space and a registration box appeared in front of him. Is this successful? Lin Tian wasn't quite sure, so he registered and filled it out in order. Lin Tian. Lin Tian was ready to register the name, but realized that it had already been registered by someone else. A total of many names were tried before and after, and all of them had already been registered by someone. In the end, Lin Tian casually filled in a name called Chinese Heavenly Emperor, only to find that no one had registered it and it was available. The Star Network didn't need any ID numbers or contact information and so on, it only needed to be filled out with gender, age, and the planet it belonged to and so on. Of course, there was also the most important item. Bind Soul. Clicking on the Bind Soul button, Binding Soul began. Detecting Soul. Confirming Human. Not registered. Binding begins. About a few minutes passed, and a voice sounded again, registration successful, StarNet user, Chinese Heavenly Emperor, StarNet number. The Star Network number was very long, it was a unique number belonging to each Star Network user. The Star Network username could be changed, but the Star Network number could not be changed, it was just like the human ID card. After registering successfully, Lin Tian didn't choose to enter the StarNet, but left the StarNet and directly returned to Xiao Xin'er's dorm room. How was it? Did it fail? Xiao Xin'er asked. The registration was successful. Lin Tian said indifferently. I told you, how could a guardian spirit register successfully? No, you just said you succeeded? Xiao Xin'er revealed an unbelievable look, as if she had seen a ghost. Not bad, I registered successfully, Star Network username Chinese Heavenly Emperor, Lin Tian said with a smug smile on his face. Chapter 44, Star River University's Points System. Come, let's enter the Star Network together. Xiao Xin'er couldn't wait to test whether Lin Tian could really enter the Star Network or not. If he could really enter, then the fun would be great. The Star Network interface was just an interface and did not affect several people entering. Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian's consciousness entered the Star Network interface together. This time there was no need to register and they directly entered the Star Network. The Star Network was divided into many regions, with each planet being a large region, and each city of the planet also divided into a region. In the Star Network, as long as one paid a certain amount of star coins, one could travel between the cities of the Star Network at will, and star coins were also the currency of this era. The Star River Sky City in the Star Network was not a suspended giant city, but rather an ancient city situated on the ground, adopting an ancient architectural style. Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian appeared hand in hand on a street. Seeing that Lin Tian had really come in, Xiao Xin'er revealed a look of surprise, and then realized that she was still holding Lin Tian's hand. She couldn't help but blush, and hurriedly pulled her hand back. So soft. Lin Tian's heart swam. Although this was the StarNet virtual world, the sense of touch was no different from the real world. Lin Tian, you really came in. If you spread this news out, there will definitely be many deities using you for research. Xiao Xin'er covered her mouth and joked. Then, are you willing to give it up? Lin Tian half joked. Of course I can't spare it. Xiao Xin'er said offhandedly. But after she finished speaking, she felt that this seemed to be a bit misleading, so she blushed and hurriedly explained, You're my guardian spirit, of course I won't let you use you as a test. Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough, she hurriedly changed the topic again. Tian, since you have access to the Star Network, you can register for a Star Network bank account. StarNet accounts are interoperable with real-world bank accounts. It's inconvenient for you to get a bank account in the real world, but you're not bound to it in StarNet. I'll do it. Tian nodded his head. Afterwards, Xiao Xin'er taught Tian how to play with the Star Network. The Star Network was similar to the second world of humans. Many Awaken love to talk business and chat on the Star Network, but most Awaken love to fight on the Star Network. And one thing worth mentioning was the challenge matches. Challenges were held all the time, and any Awakened could participate in them, but the opponents were basically Awakened at the same stage as themselves. And the challenge matches were also divided into betting matches and normal challenge matches. Xin'er, have you ever conducted a challenge match? Tian asked. No. Xiao Xin'er shook her head. It's only my second day of registering for StarNet. Yesterday when school started, our mentor taught us to register for StarNet. Yesterday for a day plus a small half day today. I'm familiarizing myself with StarNet. There's no rush, let's wait until we're more familiar with StarNet before we have the challenge match. Tian proposed. Xiao Xin'er nodded along. Good. The next day, Xiao Xin'er once again came to the third class of her freshman year. Star River University did not have a large number of students. There were a total of 10 classes in freshman year, with each class numbering around 100 people. It was the Star River University's enrollment target to prefer scarcity over abundance, thus the number of students at Star River University was one of the lowest of the dozen or so universities on Earth, but any of Star River University's students could sweep away the students of other schools. In the spacious classroom, 100 or so students sat demurely, listening carefully to their mentor's speech. Xiao Xin'er's mentor for them was a middle-aged man named Gao Ling, an Awakened at the peak of the Void Realm, second only to the existence of planetary-level deities. At this moment, tutor Gao Ling was introducing the teaching program of Star River University and the relevant rules. I'm sure that every one of you has registered for StarNet, right? Some students have long registered for StarNet and know it very well. It doesn't matter if some of you don't know much about it. Take your time to familiarize yourselves with it, but what I'm going to say next you must bear in mind. It's a matter of whether or not you'll successfully graduate from Star River University. Tutor Gao Ling's words shocked many students. Mentor, could it be that there are still students who will be expelled from Star River University? An unknown student raised his hand and asked. Tutor Gao Ling coldly said, that's right, there are so many students in every class that will be expelled, all because of the points. Star River University uses a point system for free teaching management, and your student cards have the initial 100 points on them. There are almost no classes at Star River University, and all future classes are free for you to study. There will be a deity lecture every week, and it will cost 10 points if you listen to the deity lecture. Going to the gravity room to cultivate also requires points, and eating costs 1 point a month. In short, doing many things in Star River University requires points, and once the points are 0 you will be expelled. Mentor Gao Ling purposely emphasized on the word expelled to prove that this was not a joke, but a very serious statement. Tutor, it's not easy to get expelled, right? If the points are low, the big deal is that we don't need to use them. A student said in a joking tone. Gao Ling let out an evil laugh. I forgot to tell you guys, if you can't accumulate 1,000 points in your freshman year, then I'm sorry, you'll be expelled even if you fail. What? Many students' faces changed. With only 100 points initially, and needing to spend points on everything, and having to accumulate 1,000 points at the end of their freshman year, it was very uncomplicated at this glance. Students who were able to enter Star River University were the pride of every city, so it was no wonder that there were still people who were expelled. If they were expelled, would they still have the face to go back? Thinking of the consequences of being expelled, many secretly swore that they must not be expelled. Mentor, since we have to accumulate points, there must be a way to earn them, right? The one who spoke was Xiao Xin'er. Of course there are ways to earn points. Tutor Gao Ling affirmed. Next, let me tell you what specific methods there are to earn points. In fact, you can check these methods on the official website, but I'll talk about them here as well. Chapter 45, Points Crystal Tablet, Newcomer King. All the students listened very attentively, not daring to desert. This was the key to whether or not they could graduate in the future. Only to see Tutor Gao Ling leisurely say. The first method is to break through. When each of you entered Star River University, your cultivation level was already recorded. For example, the 5th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm. If you break through to the 6th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm, you can earn 100 points. Breaking through small realms to gain points. This is one way. The second method is to take courses. There are 100 courses in freshman year. Each course score is 100 points. If you guys take 90 points, then you can get 10 points. This is also a way to get a lot of points. But each course only has one chance to take the exam. If you pass all of them, you can get 1,000 points. But I have to remind you guys that it's best not to count on this method because it takes a long time to study each course. Not only does it not earn points fast, but it will affect your cultivation. The third method is to break various school records. In Star River University, freshman students will have various records, every 100 years to refresh the record. That is, you have to break the record of 100 years in a certain item. If you succeed in breaking a record, you can get 100 points. For some demonic students, this is a way to furiously brush up on points. The fourth method is the title points reward. You all know about the Star Network's challenge, right, where you can obtain various titles. The points for each title is different. For example, the title of 100 consecutive victories can obtain 500 points, but the difficulty of obtaining the title is not low. The above four are the more common methods of Star River University. There are also some more offbeat methods that you need to find on your own, so I won't go into detail with you one by one. Today's lesson ends here. In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask me inside the class group, but in general, solve the problem by yourself. Star River University emphasizes on free competitive learning. Class dismissed. After class, many students went to the school's official website one by one. What tutor Gowling said today was inevitably not all. If they were lazy and didn't go to check it out, they would easily suffer. Xiao Xin'er was also the first to check the school's official website and found matters related to points. Newcomer King. Tian was also watching the computer screen and saw this word. The Newcomer King was the number 1 freshman and only had 3 months to do so. Whoever gained the most points in those 3 months would become the Star River University Newcomer King and would receive a small spaceship as a reward. Star River University points could not be traded and could only be obtained by oneself, so there was no way to cheat. Xin'er, this time you must win the first place in the Rookie King. Once we win first place in the Rookie King, we will be able to have a small spaceship. Tian was very excited. Tian, who was originally prepared to immediately inherit the blood nerves to step into the blood transformation realm, was now prepared to delay for 3 months. During these 3 months, he could spend his energy on martial arts cultivation, such as mastering the domain. After 3 months, if Xiao Xin'er won the Newcomer King, she would be able to get a small spaceship, then she could travel into space and go to a more remote place to pass down the Huaxia era Kung Fu without God realizing it. 3 months' time, the entire planet's genius competition, the pressure is not small, but for the spaceship, put up a fight. Xiao Xin'er clenched her fists and secretly said. Immediately, she discussed with Tian on how to gain points. Xin'er, you can take courses first. If you take 100 courses, it's worth a total of 1,000 points, which is a significant number of points. Tian suggested. The content involved in a course must be very large. The average student was afraid that it would take half a month to learn a course, and they wouldn't be able to learn a few courses in 3 months. Accumulating the number of points would be too slow and not suitable for brushing up on their points. Xiao Xin'er is different. Her soul, nourished by the Tao Te Ching, has long been transformed. Enlightenment in memory has reached a very horrifying speed, not only forgettable, but also can be read once, completely understand thoroughly. For 100 courses, it wouldn't take her long. Good. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and immediately began to apply for study courses from the campus network. At the same time, one by one, the other students of the freshman year went to acquire points according to their own strengths, and the atmosphere of competition permeated the entire Star River University campus. Star River University had a points crystal monument, which was prepared to incentivize first-year students. The points crystal monument would display the points ranking of the freshman students, updated in real time. 3 months later, the student who ranked first on the points crystal monument was this year's Newcomer King. At this moment, the points crystal tablet was blank. If anyone gained new points, it would appear on the points crystal tablet and be observed by all the teachers and students of the school. That would also be a great honor. In front of the points crystal monument, several older junior students stood there watching. Last year's Newcomer King's score seemed to be 3,865 points. That one was indeed too demonic. I wonder how many points the Newcomer King will be able to obtain this year. Instead of focusing on how many points the Newcomer King scores, it's better to focus on how long it will take for this batch of freshmen to obtain the first batch of points. I'm estimating half a day. 2 hours have passed since the freshman explained the point system today. Let's check back after 10 hours. Just as these several older junior students were about to leave, a sophomore student on the side pointed at the points crystal tablet in shock and said, "There are points." Upon hearing this, the several junior students hurriedly turned around, only to see a name appear on the points crystal stele, hanging high at the top of the points crystal stele, standing out very conspicuously. First place freshman class 3 Xiao Xin'er, 110 points. The initial score was 100 points, which meant that Xiao Xin'er had gained 10 points in just 2 hours. Gaining 10 points so quickly, this speed is even more impressive than the previous class. A junior student was surprised. We can't see anything yet, but gaining 10 points in 2 hours is indeed impressive. Where did this Xiao Xin'er named Xiao Xin'er come from to gain 10 points so quickly? Someone was puzzled. The channel for the 10 points should be the course, right? After learning a course, scoring 90 or more on the exam, you can get 10 points. This person had just finished speaking when he was disliked by another person. Are you stupid? 2 hours to be able to finish a course? 2 hours can't even finish the content of a course, right? Moreover, the content of each course is not simple. You have to thoroughly understand it thoroughly before you can score more than 90 points on the exam. Another person retorted. Just look it up and you won't know. The freshman network can check in detail the source of the points each student has earned. Someone suggested. Immediately, one by one, they took out their cell phones and started checking. 1 minute. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's really 10 points gained from a course. Chapter 46 Leading the First. Against the heavens, learning a course in 2 hours, even if you can't forget it, you can't do it, right? This freshman named Xiao Xin'er definitely has a superb memory, and her comprehension has also reached a very terrifying level, but even if she finishes learning 100 courses, it's only 1,000 points, and this amount of points is bound to be insufficient to become the newcomer king, unless she has outstanding achievements in other areas. To be able to learn a course so quickly, its enlightenment is bound to be not weak, and if the enlightenment is not weak, the strength is bound to be not bad. Perhaps this freshman has hopes of obtaining the newcomer king. While this group of sophomores and juniors were talking, the other students who were also freshmen also learned of the news that Xiao Xin'er had gained 10 points, and one by one, they were dumbfounded. They were still searching for ways to get points and were even at a loss, but someone had already gotten 10 points, and they were also freshmen, so how could the gap be so big? Of course, many of the freshmen who were very confident in themselves didn't feel that the temporary lead had any significance. 3 months of competition, the last moment was the only way to decide who was the ultimate newcomer king. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Xiao Xin'er once again managed to finish a course, easily gaining 10 points, totaling 120 points. Every 2 hours, Xiao Xin'er was able to gain 10 points at a very even rate. At this time, Xiao Xin'er was also called a beautiful schoolmaster by other freshman students, and quickly became popular in Star River University. Not only freshman students, but even sophomores and even quite a few juniors and seniors knew Xiao Xin'er's name. Half a month, Xiao Xin'er rarely sleep, almost always in the study again, the whole 100 courses all finished learning, and each course are examined close to the degree of full marks. Half a month, Xiao Xin'er's points reached 1097 points, of which 3 credits were spent on food and drink, because in Star River University star coins are useless, you must use credits to buy things to eat and drink. 1097 points was still the first place, but she still didn't slack off because the second place reached 973 points, not too much worse than her number of points. Xin'er, this second place isn't simple, it's your formidable enemy. Tian sighed. He couldn't help but be surprised by his strength and talent when he knew about this second place at that time. Jin He. A child of the Earth's Jin family, and a descendant of the Earth Federation's God Alliance's Jin Zun King, at the age of 18 yet he had already reached the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm, and his guardian spirit was a divine-grade guardian spirit, with unlimited potential. In addition, Golden Meditation possessed a triple divine-grade technique, and his enlightenment was extraordinary. His 973 points weren't earned from courses, but rather from breaking through realms, the Star Network Challenge title, and breaking the school's 100-year record. Tian, the course points have been swiped away, I'm going to break through the realm and capture another 100 points. Xiao Xin'er said. When she took the college entrance exam, she was at the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm. When she came to Star River University, she was at the 6th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and now that she had felt the existence of the bottleneck, she could step into the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm at any time. If she broke through from the 6th level of the marrow cleansing realm to the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm, she could gain 100 points from receiving the breakthrough reward, which was enough to once again pull away from the second place score. It's fine, you break through. Tian escorted Xiao Xin'er. Every student's host had a practice room that could be used for closed door breakthroughs, and if something unexpected happened while practicing, they could press the emergency button and a strong person from the school would come to rescue them. Thus, the students' practice rooms were very safe. Xiao Xin'er impacted the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm in the practice room, and she successfully crossed over to the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm after spending just over 2 hours. Before she could stabilize her realm, Xiao Xin'er went out to the Star River University's special place for cultivation appraisal to appraise her cultivation. In front of the crystal tablet of points. Many people were watching, some left, some came over, and there was an endless stream of onlookers. Suddenly, people realized that Xiao Xin'er's points count had risen again. 1193. It was raised from 1093 to 1193 in one go, which meant that Xiao Xin'er had just completed a program with 100 points. Soon, the other students found out that the 100 points came from breaking through the realm. Various places such as restaurants, stores, and entertainment venues were available within Star River University, thus the students would not be bored even if they did not leave the school. On a certain restaurant building, there were 2 freshmen who were drinking and chatting. One of them, with a full head of blonde hair and golden pupils, was clearly Jin He, who was currently ranked 2nd in the freshman points ranking list, while the one sitting opposite Jin He was Zhao Fengshang, who was at the 5th place in the freshman points ranking list. Jin He, at this time you still have the mood to ask me out for a drink? Aren't you afraid that your newcomer king will be taken away by that woman called Xiao Xin'er? Zhao Fengshang half joked. Not afraid, the Xiao Xin'er is just a little bit better at memorization, only 1000 points for all of the district courses, her guardian spirit is a medium guardian spirit, and her cultivation has only just broken through to the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and I'm sure that she won't be able to touch the divine tier feats with her family background, so it'll be hard to gain points on the other items. Let alone me, even you would be able to easily surpass her point count. Jin He waved his hand, not caring. That's right, you're the most talented clan member of the Jin family in this generation, and your old ancestor, King Jinzun, has mentored you many times, so where can that Xiao Xin'er compare to you? Zhao Fengshang said. Drink a few more cups and we'll go to the Star Network Challenge to challenge one more time and impact the 1-day 100 victory title. Jin He raised his cup to drink with Zhao Fengshang. Drinking is fine, the 1-day 100 victory title, I give up, fighting 100 great battles a day, my mental energy will directly dry up, it's better for you, a pervert, to impact it. Zhao Fengshang laughed bitterly. While at this time, Lin Tian accompanied Xiao Xin'er to the Star Network. This time, Lin Tian was in Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit space, and directly realized that he had entered the Star Network interface to the Star Network virtual world, thus he could stay in the Star Network for a long time without having to worry about being forced to return when the time for the guardian spirit summoning came. StarNet Challenge. Xiao Xin'er signed up for the challenge match, and Lin Tian followed suit. The Star Network could detect a person's cultivation level, what the real world was, the Star Network virtual world was, no one could hide from the Star Network. Lin Tian was at the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm, but the Star Network didn't have a setting for the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm, thus Lin Tian's realm on the Star Network was displayed as the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, which was considered to be a loophole. On the Star Network ring, Lin Tian stood there, waiting for his first opponent to appear. Chapter 47, Overtaking, then Counter-Overtaking. Wow! A middle-aged man teleported to the ring, his realm was the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. At the first sight of this middle-aged man, Lin Tian saw his basic information through his Star Network challenge permission. Nickname, Black Tiger 1. Age, 43 years old. Record, 998 wins, 3,987 losses. Realm, 9th level of marrow cleansing realm. Title, None. The middle-aged man named Black Tiger 1 also checked Lin Tian's information at the first time, and found that Lin Tian was a rare novice, and immediately smiled. I didn't think that I, Black Tiger, would be so lucky as to meet a rookie, but your talent is good, and you cultivated to the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm at such a young age, but let me tell you, talent doesn't equal battle power, so I'm going to teach you properly today what it means to fight. Make your move. Lin Tian reached out his hand and invited. Swish. Black Tiger 1's body was like a tiger as he violently rushed over, his aura was truly extraordinary. Although this person had a relatively large number of negative battles in the Star Network, after all, he was an old man who had gone through thousands of battles, and had experienced hundreds of battles, and his battle prowess was not bad. Lin Tian did not experience many battles, but he was born as if he was suitable for fighting. Even when he fought for the first time, he was unusually calm and composed, which could be considered a talent. As soon as the Black Tiger rushed in front of Lin Tian, a tiger-shaped shadow covered his body and the whole thing came crashing down like a fierce tiger. This martial arts stance was the more common 4th-rank martial arts of the Star River era Tiger Impact. Black Tiger 1 had already cultivated this martial art to the consummate realm, and its power was not bad. Break! Lin Tian gently punched the tiger, directly breaking Black Tiger 1's tiger-type shadow, and imprinted his fist on his chest, instantly turning Black Tiger 1 into a point of light and disappearing. Second kill. First victory. Located in a corner of a small city on Earth, a middle-aged man exited from the Star Network and said in a depressed manner, I was actually killed in seconds by a newcomer, what a disgrace. Since his first win, Lin Tian had been making challenges along the way, and each time the StarNet system picked more and more powerful players for Lin Tian. According to the rules of the Star Network, if the number of consecutive victories was higher, the more terrifying the strength of the players encountered would be, thus the title of 100 consecutive victories was not a good one to obtain, and it required a fighting strength far beyond that of the same level to have any hope of doing so. Soon, a day passed and night fell. Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er both exited from the Star Network. As soon as they came out, Xiao Xin'er inquired about Lin Tian, how are your battle results? Lin Tian smiled, not bad, 73 wins. Awesome, I only have 54 wins. Xiao Xin'er spat out her tongue playfully. You're not bad either, I was dominating, a cultivation of the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm fighting people of the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, naturally one by one, I easily killed them in seconds, I didn't even need to use martial arts moves. Lin Tian's expression was very calm, he didn't feel the slightest bit that he had something to be proud of with this record, 100 consecutive victories was just a very simple thing for him. At night, Xiao Xin'er went out for a dinner, and after coming back, she practiced for an hour before continuing to go on StarNet for the challenge match. The next day, it was 7 in the morning. When the students of Star River University passed by the Point's Crystal Monument, they suddenly realized that the first place had changed. Originally, the first place was Xiao Xin'er with 1193 points, the second place was Jin He with 973 points. But now at a glance, the first place had become Jin He, and the number of points had become 1673, a full 700 points at once. What, Jin He boosted 700 points all of a sudden? Where did this gain a large amount of points from? I'll go, I haven't gained a single point until now. This Jin He gained 700 points at once, and the total number of points reached 1673 points. This is too terrifying, there's no way to compare. This is the points gained from the 100 victories in a day title of the Star Network Challenge, gaining 100 victories in a day. This difficulty is absolutely hellish. Many geniuses have been mentally exhausted from so many challenges in a day, but I didn't expect Jin He to persevere. The rumor that Jin He was born with an outstanding spirit that far exceeds that of ordinary people is true. It's just as I guessed before, Xiao Xin'er is not strong enough, and now she's been pulled away by Jin He, and she's a few hundred points behind, so it looks like there's no way she can catch up. Jin He is the most outstanding clan member of the Jin family in this generation. Winning this term's newcomer king seems to be a sure thing. I wonder if he can break the points record of the previous term. On the other side, Jin He exited from the Star Network with a tired face, only feeling that his head was about to explode. He had stayed in the Star Network for the entire 24 hours and had continuously performed 100 challenges. The challenges at the beginning were very easy, the ones he encountered were all relatively weak, and he easily killed the opponents in seconds, but the enemies at the back were all difficult to deal with, and some of them even practiced very bizarre martial arts, giving him a headache. Especially the last few opponents were considered top geniuses when placed on Earth. He engaged in multiple battles without resting, and almost lost under exhaustion. Luckily, he pulled through and earned the title of 100 victories in a day. This title allowed him to gain a full 700 points, which was a huge number of points, allowing him to instantly surpass Xiao Xin'er. Spiritual energy is nearly depleted, let's rest for a day. I've already surpassed Xiao Xin'er by a few hundred points, let her have a few days and she won't be able to catch up. Jin He, who was about to go to sleep, suddenly received a call from Zhao Fengshang. Jin He, the first place you just won has been surpassed by Xiao Xin'er again. Upon hearing these words, Jin He instantly froze. Points Crystal Tablet. Less than 10 minutes after Jin He became number 1, Xiao Xin'er's points count also changed, from 1193 to 1693 in one fell swoop, instantly regaining the number 1 spot again. Many students checked and realized that Xiao Xin'er had just won the title of 100 consecutive victories in the Star Network Challenge. This Jin He is indeed powerful. If you hadn't just obtained the 100 consecutive wins title, I'm afraid he would have really surpassed you to become number 1. One day's 100 victories title, 700 points, quite a lot of points. Xin'er, it took you 25 hours to get the 100 consecutive wins. If you work hard, it's not hard to get the 100 consecutive wins in 24 hours, so you should also try and strive to get this title. Tian hurriedly said. There's no rush, let me take a rest first, nourish my spirit before challenging this title, otherwise I won't have the spirit for another 100 battles. Xiao Xin'er covered her mouth and yawned. Although she had often participated in the Tao Te Ching and her soul was far superior to that of other awakened, she was also a bit tired and sleepy after fighting for so long in the Star Network, thus she wanted to take a nap first. Good, I'll also rest in the Guardian Spirit space, and when I wake up from my sleep, I'll accompany you to win 100 victories in one day. Tian said with a harumph. Chapter 48 An 8 Breathing Pill, Jin He's Determination. 2 days. Jinhua had a tired look on his face as he gathered with Zhao Fengshang. Seeing Jin He's tired appearance, Zhao Fengshang was surprised. What, it's been a day and you still haven't recovered? According to reason, spiritual energy depletion with Jin He's recovery speed, a sleep was enough to make up for it, but how come he was still so tired? Jin He grunted, I know why you ask, it's not easy for me to take the title of 100 victories in one day, and I stepped into the first place in the points ranking, but I didn't stay for 10 minutes before being surpassed by Xiao Xin'er, so I'm in a good mood? I can't sleep even if I want to. That's right, if it were me, I'd be furious too. Zhao Fengshang gloated. He hadn't seen Jin He suffer for a long time, and now that there was someone who was able to press Jin He, it was indeed somewhat surprising. How's it going? How's Xiao Xin'er's investigation I asked you to do? Knowing one's enemy is the only way to win 100 battles, thus Jin He asked Zhao Fengshang to investigate Xiao Xin'er. After all, Zhao Fengshang's family was very well informed, and Zhao Fengshang also had a nickname called Pundit. Because of this, he had asked Zhao Fengshang to investigate Xiao Xin'er. In the past, he hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Xin'er, but now that Xiao Xin'er had won the 100 consecutive wins title all of a sudden, it instantly caught his attention. The investigation is clear. Zhao Fengshang took out a piece of information and handed it to Jin Ming. Xiao Xin'er, female, 19 years old, from a small city Filan City, is the eldest miss of the Xiao family in Filan City. This family is very weak, the strongest people are just a few innate awakened, and these few innate awakened are still traveling outside. I know all of these, say what I don't know, I'm too lazy to read this information. Jin He said in a hurry. Fine, I'll say what you don't know. Zhao Fengsheng said gruffly. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit is a medium guardian spirit, which you know, but if you don't know, Xiao Xin'er only awakened her guardian spirit during the third awakening ceremony, and the guardian spirit that was awakened was a mortal grade guardian spirit in the beginning, and then it turned into a lower grade guardian spirit, before it finally became a medium guardian spirit. Interesting, I know that guardian spirits can be upgraded, but mortal grade guardian spirits are recognized as having little potential. To think that there is a way to upgrade to a medium guardian spirit in a short period of time, even if it is my gene family that would have to pay a great price to do so. It seems that Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit isn't simple, it's not a normal mortal grade guardian spirit, it should be some sort of speciality guardian spirit. Jin He guessed. My guess is the same. Zhao Fengsheng nodded his head. Immediately, Xiao Fengsheng added, this woman has progressed very quickly, she only cultivated to the third level of the flesh realm a long time before she awakened the guardian spirit, and after awakening the guardian spirit, she raised to the seventh level of the flesh realm in almost a month's time, and then became the marrow cleansing realm all the way, and then crossed over to the fifth level of the marrow cleansing realm, comprehended the third level of the martial arts intent, and managed to get admitted into the Star River University. Xiao Xin'er once even encountered an assassination, but exterminated 5 first level of the marrow cleansing realm and 1 second level of the marrow cleansing realm with her 9th level of cultivation in the physical body realm. Killing an enemy over a level is nothing, my guardian spirit is a god-level guardian spirit that grasps the rules. If I let the guardian spirit manipulate my physical body, the 9th level of the flesh realm can even easily kill a strong person at the peak of the marrow cleansing realm in seconds. Golden Meditation said. Immediately, he asked, did you still investigate any useful information? The information you just told me only proves that she is a genius, but I've seen many such geniuses, and even you are far inferior, let alone compared to me. If that's all it is, how could it be possible to achieve 100 consecutive victories in a short period of time? I can only investigate so much. According to my speculation, Xiao Xin'er's performance was average before she awakened her guardian spirit. The problem should be in her guardian spirit. Her guardian spirit isn't simple, but I don't have a way to investigate the guardian spirit in her body. Zhao Fengsheng spread his 2 hands and said helplessly. Forget it, it's just a mere Xiao Xin'er, I don't believe I can't surpass her. Jin He's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He was prepared to hit each item that could earn points with all his might to gain more points in the shortest time possible. I'm not going to rest for these 3 months. Jin He suddenly decided. If you don't rest, I'm afraid your mental and physical strength will collapse. Zhao Fengsheng hurriedly said. No, I can apply to the family for the innate breathing pill, you should know the effects of this pill. Jin He smiled and said. Originally, he wasn't going to use the innate breath regenerating Dan because he felt that no one in this class of freshmen should be able to compete with him, but now that a mysterious and unpredictable Xiao Xin'er had unexpectedly appeared, he didn't have much confidence. If he took the innate breath raising pill, he would have 100% confidence in surpassing Xiao Xin'er. Zhao Fengsheng nodded his head gently. I am naturally clear about the effects of the innate breath of life pill, taking the essence of an innate demonic beast, entering the rules of the unending breath of life, capturing the power of the heavens and the earth, and refining for 77 or 49 days before it can become an innate breath of life pill, and refining the pill must be a void realm or even planetary deity who was proficient in the ancient refining technique to be able to do so. Once one takes an innate breathing pill, one can be in a state of total victory for a few months without getting tired and without their power drying up. Not bad, with my position in the gene family it's enough to apply for an innate breathing pill. Jin He said. The reward for the rookie king is only a small spaceship, much less than the price of your innate breathlessness pill. Wasting an innate breathlessness pill just to compete for a rookie king is a bit of a waste. Zhao Fengsheng sighed. To me, honor is more important than wealth. Jin He said without hesitation. Just as well, I wish you success in capturing the newcomer king. Zhao Fengsheng preened. Many thanks, brother Zhao. Jin Hua laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er were challenging for the one-day 100 wins title at Star Network. This time, they were resubmitting their challenge qualifications to the Star Network, otherwise they would have followed up on their last challenge to continue to impact the 101 wins, and if they kept on impacting, then the opponents they encountered could become more and more perverted, and there could even be talented players at the outer star level, and it would be very easy to encounter an enemy that they couldn't defeat. Thus, by reapplying for the challenge, one could avoid this situation. In order to obtain the one-day 100 wins title, both Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er chose the method of ending the battle quickly, and would never be hesitant if they were able to kill them in seconds with ease. After 21 hours had passed, Lin Tian came out from the Star Network. At this time, he had already obtained the one-day 100 wins title and had obtained 100,000 star coins reward from the Star Network, while the previous 100 consecutive wins title only had a 50,000 star coins reward. Lin Tian stayed in Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit space and waited silently. Xin'er, it's almost 24 hours, hurry up and succeed. Chapter 49 One Day, 100 Victories. Lin Tian kept staring at the time, getting closer and closer to the 24 hours. Seeing that 24 hours were about to pass, Lin Tian was also a bit anxious. If the impact failed, it would be another day wasted. When there were only 5 minutes before the 24-hour deadline, Xiao Xin'er's body moved and softly cried out, "So tired." Xin'er finished, right? Lin Tian asked in a hurry. He didn't know if Xiao Xin'er had failed or not. If she had lost one match, it would be useless to win 100 matches in 24 hours. Winning 100 matches in a day was not just only a requirement to win 100 matches, it was also a requirement not to lose a single match, otherwise the impact would fail. 1. Xiao Xin'er revealed an excited look. These 24 hours had not been easy for her. She had been in a state of mental concentration at all times, and at the end, she was even in a state of full battle power. She had to admit that there were quite a few powerful marrow-cleansing realm powerhouses in the Star Network, and some of them had martial arts that were good at defense, making them really difficult to deal with. She was not very experienced in battle either, relying entirely on her strong physical strength as well as her intent and her Vajrapalm and light body technique, which was how she won the match. It could be said that she had almost no reservations at StarNet. But even so, she had consumed a lot, and although her spiritual power was not depleted, she had also consumed a lot of it, and she was very tired mentally. Fortunately, she finally defeated her 100th enemy at the final moment, completing the 100 wins in a day title task. Lin Tian, I'll submit my title application points first. Xiao Xin'er couldn't wait. She wanted to stay ahead of the second place by more points. That would allow her to securely become the newcomer king. Points Crystal Tablet. Originally, Xiao Xin'er had 1693 points, and Jinhei had 1673 points, and there wasn't much difference between the two. It wasn't certain who would win or lose. Some people thought that Xiao Xin'er was a dark horse, able to surpass the Jin family's Jinhei and win the Star River University's newcomer king, while some people thought that Jinhei had enough energy, and could definitely surpass Xiao Xin'er in one go and successfully obtain the newcomer king title. But right at this moment, many people instantly shut up, no longer thinking that Jinhei had a good chance of winning. Xiao Xin'er, 2,393 points. In an instant, Xiao Xin'er was more than 700 points ahead of Jinhei. Shocking, Xiao Xin'er actually completed the 100 victories in a day title quest as well. It is rumored that Jinhei was born with a strong spirit before he could sustain 100 battles in a day on the Star Network, and he has mastered a few god-grade techniques to be able to achieve 100 victories in 100 battles. What advantage does Xiao Xin'er have to be able to achieve 100 victories? Rumor has it that Xiao Xin'er has mastered the third-rank martial arts realm, but that's not how heaven-defying it is, right? Jinhei could have mastered the sixth-rank martial arts realm, which is much more powerful than Xiao Xin'er. This can't be counted that way. Jinhei is the third level of the blood transformation realm, and the opponents he encountered in the Star Network were also the third level of the blood transformation realm, thus the opponents he encountered were all very powerful. The opponents Xiao Xin'er encountered were much weaker, and the marrow-cleansing realm's mastery of the realm of intent can be a great advantage in the Star Network. The easiest Star Network titles to obtain are 100 wins in a day and 100 consecutive wins. There's not much of a chance for Golden Meditation to turn the tables. For a moment, most of the students felt that the newcomer king would definitely fall into Xiao Xin'er's hands. On the other hand, Jinhei learned that he had been surpassed by Xiao Xin'er by a few hundred points, and although he was a bit flustered, he still had confidence in himself because by this time, the Jin family had already sent the innate breathtaking pill. Xiao Xin'er, I'll work tirelessly to acquire points. I don't believe I can't surpass you. Jinhei muttered. Since obtaining the 100 consecutive victories title and the 100 victories in a day title, Xiao Xin'er had given up on capturing any more title quests. The other title quests were too difficult, and even if they could be accomplished, the time spent would be so long that it wouldn't be worth it to fight for them. At this point, she conferred with Lin Tianyi and decided to go break records. There were many records at Star River University, and by surpassing the records set by others within 100 years, one could set a new record and receive the 100 points rewarded by Star River University. In terms of difficulty, some of the records were indeed difficult to break, but some of the records were not that difficult, and for demonic students, it was entirely possible to hit quite a few of them. Thus, this was an important channel for demonic students to brush their points. Dormitory. Xiao Xin'er had been using her computer to browse through the various records that Star River University had set over the past 100 years, estimating which record she could break. Record for breaking 5 consecutive minor levels in a month's time, set by a freshman student 83 years ago, stepping directly from the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm into the blood transformation realm in a month's time. Machine tower breaking record, 1 hour. Gravity room record, holding on for 10 hours. Record after record allowed Xiao Xin'er to truly see what it meant to be a genius, and many of the records made the current her despair. Each record had detailed indicators and rules. Some records relied on cultivation, and those with low cultivation would definitely not be able to break the record, but some records did not require much cultivation. For example, machine tower breaking. The record holder of this record was a student 10 years ago who broke through all the floors of the machine tower within an hour. The machine tower was a place that specialized in training stance and speed, and there were a total of 5 floors, and the strength and number of machines encountered on each floor were different, but the ones inside weren't real robots, but rather fake robots formed using virtual technology as well as runic formations, but with physical attack capabilities. Because it was training the students' stance and speed, it was thus specific to their cultivation levels. The robots faced by Marrow Cleansing Realm Awakened and Blood Transformation Realm Awakened were different, but one thing was the same: no summoning of guardian spirits or merging was allowed, or else it would be considered a failure. Under the monitoring of the machine tower, whoever used a guardian spirit to assist would be known in the first place, and that would be penalized. Body technique and speed: I have the light body technique from the Chinese era a billion years ago. I should be able to easily break through the machine tower. Xiao Xin'er muttered. Xin'er, you can go to the machine tower and try it out, get another 100 points. Tian urged. Okay, just go to the machine tower to break the first record. Xiao Xin'er decided. Taking the campus ground flyer, Xiao Xin'er quickly arrived at the machine tower. Nowadays, Xiao Xin'er was a celebrity. Her every move was followed by many students, and when she arrived at the machine tower, the news spread, and the news also reached Jin Hei's ears. Chapter 50: A match between two great geniuses. A campus cafeteria. Jin Hei was eating breakfast when the news of Xiao Xin'er going to the machine tower reached his ears. Machine tower: it looks like Xiao Xin'er is going to break into the machine tower and break its record. The machine tower was originally one of my objectives as well, so it's just right to go there and see how capable you really are. Jin Hei hurriedly finished his breakfast and immediately rushed to the machine tower. And at this moment, many people also rushed to the machine tower to witness Xiao Xin'er breaking into the machine tower. For a moment, the machine tower was far more lively than usual. In front of the machine tower, Xiao Xin'er stood in front of the entrance, waiting quietly. There were 18 entrances to the machine tower, which could only be used by 18 people at the same time, thus using the machine tower required waiting in line. Of course, the general situation would not wait for too long. After all, breaking into the machine tower also requires points, 1 point at a time. Many students only break into the machine tower once in a long time. Basically, many students wouldn't stay in the machine tower for too long before coming out. Xiao Xin'er, I'm your fan. Can you give me a contact? Xiao Xin'er, how did you become so powerful? How do you usually cultivate? Can you tell? Xiao Xin'er, remember me? We were in the same class. My name is. One by one, the students surrounded Xiao Xin'er and spoke in a chorus. Suddenly, a student shouted, "Look, Jin Hei is here." Instantly, many girls rushed to Jin Hei's side. Jin Hei was a member of the Jin family, the descendant of the Jin Zun king, with a noble identity and very powerful strength, and he had an extremely high reputation long before he entered Star River University, and was the perfect male god as well as the object of adoration in the hearts of many girls. As Jin Hei arrived, Xiao Xin'er and Tian gazed over. Xin'er, this Jin Hei seems to have heard that you've come over to this side of the machine tower, thus he's run over as well, perhaps to compete with you. Tian said. Compete? I can't match him in cultivation for the time being, but I'm absolutely confident that I can surpass him in body techniques. Don't you have confidence in your light body techniques? Xiao Xin'er rolled her eyes. Of course I have confidence, but having confidence is one thing, you also need to pay enough attention to your competitors. There are still many geniuses in this world, you can't be careless. Tian reminded Xiao Xin'er. Well, don't worry, I won't be careless. Xiao Xin'er secretly nodded her head. At this time, Jin Hei walked over and said with a stern gaze, "You're Xiao Xin'er, right? I heard that you're very powerful. Do you have the guts to compete to see who has the least time to break through the machine tower?" "Why would I want to compete with you?" Xiao Xin'er laughed lightly. Jin Hei was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. According to the routine, shouldn't Xiao Xin'er immediately agree to his competition? Could it be that she doesn't have confidence in her speed? So she doesn't dare to fight? Jin Hei thought wrong for a moment. However, he still wanted to frustrate her here at the machine tower, so he said, "Xiao Xin'er, if you don't dare to fight, you can say so, I won't force you. If you dare to fight, I am willing to pay 1 million star coins if you win. If you lose, you don't need to pay anything, just admit that you lost." 1 million star coins! The students beside them exclaimed when they heard this. 1 million star coins was not a small amount. For many people from small families, this 1 million star coins was enough to support their cultivation for a few years, while for the poor, 1 million star coins would take them a lifetime to earn. According to the conversion of the living standard 1 billion years ago, 1 star coin was equivalent to 5 yuan in the Chinese era of 1 billion years. 1 million star coins would be equivalent to 5 million yuan. Xin'er, this Jin Hei is a member of the Jin family, rich and generous, and is willing to send money to us, so let's take it. Tian hurriedly urged. Well, I promise. Xiao Xin'er answered. 1 million star coins wasn't a small amount for her. In Star River University there was no need for star coins, just relying on points would be enough, but if they were out of Star River University, there were many more uses for these star coins. Without star coins they couldn't buy anything. Even the spaceship needs star coins to buy energy crystals as energy, otherwise the spaceship can't fly. If Xiao Xin'er won the Newcomer King, the energy cost of a spaceship would be a large amount that had to be emphasized. Very well, when the 2 entrances are vacated, we will enter together and see who is the latest to break through the 5 floors before coming out. With a confident smile, Jinhei said. No problem. Xiao Xin'er had no opinion. Soon, someone from the machine tower came out and an extra spot was created. The others also wanted to watch Xiao Xin'er and Jinhei's match, thus no one bothered to occupy this spot. After another 10 minutes, another student came out of the machine tower. The 2 entrances were empty, and Xiao Xin'er and Jinhei came to the entrance. Begin! Swish swish! Xiao Xin'er and Jinhei disappeared into the entrances at almost the same time and entered the machine tower. The first level of the machine tower. In the machine tower, guardian spirits couldn't be summoned out or merged with awakened people, but it didn't prevent guardian spirits from watching the outside world. Thus at this moment, Tian was observing the situation on the first floor of the machine tower. Only to see a very wide corridor suddenly appeared in the middle of a robot. These robots were a little different from real robots, they were made up of virtual, but had physical attacks, so the body seemed a little illusory and had a very strong light. The strength of these robots is simulated based on my cultivation, all of them are comparable to the 7th level of Awakened One. If I were to fight hard, I would be surrounded and eliminated by these robots. Xiao Xin'er seemed to be speaking to Tian and also seemed to be talking to herself. Xin'er, your light body technique has already reached the realm of intentions level, and after so many battles in the star network, you'll have no problem playing normally. Tian cheered in the guardian spirit space. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and her body moved, evading into the void like a light wind, rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish swish swish. A robot's eyes turned into 2 lasers shooting in, while one after another jumped up and attacked Xiao Xin'er. The purpose of the machine tower was to exercise the students' speed and stance as well as their ability to react, to dodge away under such a dense attack, and to successfully escape from their encirclement and arrive at the other end of the corridor. In 30 seconds, Xiao Xin'er easily dodged all the robots' attacks and arrived at the other end of the corridor. Unharmed. Chapter 51, Skillfully Overwhelming Golden Meditation, Breaking Records. The robots on the first level of the machine tower were the weakest, and the robots on the second level surpassed the robots on the first level in terms of number, strength, and skill, but they still belonged to the 7th level of the marrow cleansing realm. Time passed little by little, and the people waiting outside were very anxious. Who do you guys think will be the first to come out? Someone asked. I'm guessing it's Jinhei, he's from the Jin family after all. The old ancestor is one of the most powerful deities currently in the Earth Federation's Divine Alliance, and is able to have access to divine-level martial arts, even divine-level martial arts in the category of body technique, so he'll definitely be the first one to come out, right, and may even break the record. Don't forget, many people didn't look favorably on Xiao Xin'er before, and what happened? Xiao Xin'er's points are now a few hundred points ahead of Jinhei. That's a very big gap. I didn't say I don't favor Xiao Xin'er, but the machine tower is the machine tower, the points ranking is the points ranking, the two can't be necessarily linked. Xiao Xin'er is powerful with points, it doesn't mean she's powerful with everything. For example, the cultivation, she is far worse than Jinhei. The guardian spirit is not as powerful as Jinhei, this everyone does not deny it? Xiao Xin'er and Jinhei should both be able to break through the 5-layer machine tower, it's just a matter of time, but it shouldn't be too long, let's just wait and see. Time flashed by and 50 minutes passed. At this point, many people thought that Xiao Xin'er and Jinhei shouldn't have much hope of breaking the record. But just at this time, a silhouette walked out from the machine tower, panting heavily. It's Xiao Xin'er. Someone shouted. Did she successfully break through and come out, or did she fail and come out? Someone muttered. After all, it was Xiao Xin'er's first time breaking into the machine tower, and the possibility of failure was not unknown. Many people asked Xiao Xin'er if she had succeeded. Xiao Xin'er was silent and did not say anything. A smile hanging on her face, however, indicated her mood. A good mood meant that she had broken through. And immediately afterward, a person's words made everyone stop asking. Someone just sent a message over at the Points Crystal Monument. Xiao Xin'er's points went up by 100 points, and now it's already 2,492 points. The points went up by 100. It goes without saying that she must have broken through the machine tower, breaking the record and obtaining the 100-point reward. Subsequently, people found the latest record of the machine tower on the school's official website, 55 minutes and 23 seconds. Of course, this record was the freshman record. Nowadays, the records that Xiao Xin'er and the others broke were all freshmen's records within 100 years, and other records were not counted. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bullshit for a freshman to compare records with an older student? Any student who cultivated for 4 years in Star River University would undergo an unimaginable metamorphosis, and a record created at random was not something a freshman could break. After a few more minutes, an hour passed. At this time, Jinhei hadn't come out yet, indicating that Jinhei hadn't been able to break the previous 1-hour record. At 1 hour and 10 minutes, Jinhei came out with a smile on his face. As soon as he came out, he said triumphantly, "Xiao Xin'er, have you come out yet?" In his opinion, he should win against Xiao Xin'er this time. However, when his eyes swept, he saw Xiao Xin'er, who was standing there in the distance, and his face instantly stiffened with incomparable embarrassment. "I actually lost." Jin He was in a very bad mood. The surrounding students' comments let him know that Xiao Xin'er had broken the record and gained 100 points again, which made his mood even worse. Xiao Xin'er walked over and directly said, "Jin He, you lost. According to the agreement, you have to pay me 1 million star coins. Give me the account number." Jin He was a bit irritated. Xiao Xin'er immediately reported her account number to Jin He. At this time, Jin He's palm changed and a cell phone appeared and started transferring 1 million star coins to Xiao Xin'er's account. The void ring. Xiao Xin'er's gaze fixed on a ring on Jin He's left hand, and only then did she realize that it was a rare void ring. A void ring was a treasure created by utilizing the fusion of spatial rules on special spatial attribute ores, which could hold things within a small void ring. Previously, Xiao Xin'er had seen a void ring once before, and that was Senior Lee Falcon's void ring. At that time, when he was in Phyla No. 1 middle school, Senior Lee Falcon had taken out the huge force measuring pillar from the void ring, and it was obvious that it was a more advanced void ring that contained a lot of space inside. The value of a void ring was very high. The lowest level void rings were worth more than $10 million, and void rings worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars also existed. It could be said that a void ring was a symbol of status, while no one in the Xiao family owned a void ring. This is a void ring. Worthy of being a genius of the Jin family, only at the blood transformation realm and he owns a void ring. Envious. A girl was filled with envy. A void ring is nothing. Many senior students have void rings, even many students in the third year have void rings. In the eyes of freshmen, void rings are precious and rare, but as long as you stay at Star River University for a few years, it's not hard to get a void ring. The one who spoke was a sophomore student. Hearing the words of this sophomore, many freshmen secretly nodded their heads. Freshmen might not be rich or have high financial resources, but if they were able to stay in Star River University without being expelled and study smoothly until their junior or senior year, every student would be worth a lot of money, and obtaining a void ring would not be a difficult task. The transfer has been successful. 1 million star coin should already be in your account. Jin He put away his cell phone, turned around and left. At this moment, he simply didn't want to stay here and continue to lose face. Originally, he wanted to suppress Xiao Xin'er's authority, but he didn't expect to lose face, not to mention letting Xiao Xin'er win 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins was indeed nothing to him, but it wasn't a matter of money, but a shame that made him lose some of his fighting spirit. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come to the machine tower. After breaking the record of the machine tower, Xiao Xin'er left the place and returned to his dormitory to rest, preparing to take a break before breaking the second record. And at the same time, the news of Xiao Xin'er's match with Jin He at the machine tower immediately spread throughout the entire freshman year. For a moment, many students truly realized that Xiao Xin'er was a demon, and that her talent could not be judged by her cultivation as well as her guardian spirit level. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Xiao Xin'er broke 2 more records in a row. Chapter 52, The Dust Settles, Newcomer King. The 2 records that Xiao Xin'er broke were the Gravity Room record and the Illusion Art record. Gravity chambers were records that were divided according to realms, such as the Marrow Cleansing Realm record and the Blood Transformation Realm record. The Marrow Cleansing Realm needed to impact the record under 10 times gravity, while the Blood Transfiguration Realm needed to impact the record under 20 times gravity. Xiao Xin'er broke the Marrow Cleansing Realm record, breaking the Marrow Cleansing Realm record with the 7th gravity of the Marrow Cleansing Realm, holding on for 10 hours and 3 minutes, which really shocked many people. After all, the difference between the 7th gravity of the Marrow Cleansing Realm's physical body and the 9th gravity of the Marrow Cleansing Realm's physical body was still very large, and it was reasonable to say that the 7th gravity of the Marrow Cleansing Realm would find it very difficult to hold on for a while under 10 times the gravity, and only the 9th gravity of the Marrow Cleansing Realm dared to hold on for a period of time under the gravity chamber. Instead, Xiao Xin'er had lasted 10 hours and 3 minutes under 10 times gravity, breaking the previous record of 10 hours. The others simply didn't know how Xiao Xin'er did it, but Xiao Xin'er herself understood that it was all the work of the Vajra Indestructible body and the E-tendon and marrow cleansing scripture. Entering a 10 times gravity environment, Xiao Xin'er's physical body would also be damaged, and her bones and meridians would be equally damaged. However, Xiao Xin'er cultivated the Yishan Marrow Cleansing Sutra from the Chinese era a billion years ago, forging bones and meridians that far exceeded those of awakened people at the same level, and were even tougher than the average awakened person at the 9th level of the Marrow Cleansing realm, and the healing speed brought about by the Vajra Indestructible body was for the entire body. Damage, healing. Damage again, heal again. Because of this, Xiao Xin'er lasted that long. In fact, she could have lasted even longer, but if that was the case, it would have caused a huge stir, which was why she came out immediately after breaking the record. As for the illusionist record, it was even easier. Star River University had an illusion building that had all sorts of illusions in it. Freshmen basically couldn't block these illusions, and if they fell into an illusion they would be engrossed in it and subsequently sent out by the intelligence of the illusion building. Xiao Xin'er's soul was so powerful that the time she held onto it naturally far exceeded that of the freshmen, and breaking the record became an easy task. Although she had broken these two records consecutively, in these few days, she had also failed several times. After all, it was not possible to break a record every time. Within 100 years of Star River University's inclusion of students, some of these freshmen had created records that were indeed too perverted, and Xiao Xin'er, who had just risen to prominence, had not been able to break their records yet. If another year later enrollment, then Xiao Xin'er has absolute certainty easily break their records. In a flash, 3 months of freshman time passed in an instant. But for the Tai freshmen, they had been living in the shock that Xiao Xin'er had brought. Ever since Jin He jumped up to the first 10 minutes of the points ranking list and was kicked down, he had never been able to ascend to the first place, and the gap not only didn't close, but instead grew bigger and bigger. Xiao Xin'er's name had always been in the first place of the points crystal tablet, and no one could shake it. And her score also broke the record of the previous session, totaling 4,930 points, which was a very terrifying number of points, although it couldn't be counted as the strongest in 100 years, but in the last 10 years, her number of points was considered to be the highest. Dormitory. Xiao Xin'er couldn't help but be excited when she saw that the 3-month freshman period had ended and she had managed to obtain the newcomer king. Tian, our small spaceship is about to arrive. Xiao Xin'er said with great excitement. Once the spaceship arrives, let's take a trip to space and pass down a few martial arts techniques. Tian made a suggestion. He could have purposely delayed his impact on the blood transformation realm in order not to create a big stir. Now that the spaceship was about to arrive, he naturally had to seize the time to inherit the blood nerves and step into the blood transformation realm. That was the only big thing he was currently focusing on. Yes. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Going to space to pass down the Huaxia era Gungfu was also beneficial to her, and she wouldn't have to worry about too much impact from too many god-level Gungfu coming out. It could be said that it would be a matter of words for her to learn as many god-level Gong methods as she wanted to in the future. Of course, she was even more curious about how many god-level techniques Tian had in his body. She always felt that Tian had a treasure trove of Huaxia era martial arts in his body, which she could learn and use endlessly. The day after the 3-month freshman period ended, Xiao Xin'er was notified to go to her class. Her mentor had some things to order. Coming to the class. Many students looked at Xiao Xin'er with eyes of admiration, envy and even jealousy, the same geniuses from Earth, but once they were compared to Xiao Xin'er, they looked very mediocre. Seeing Xiao Xin'er, they felt that they were deeply struck. On the stage, Mentor Gao appeared once again. He looked at everyone with very pleased eyes and said excitedly, 3 months have passed, I've seen everyone's progress in my eyes, everyone is very good, especially student Xiao Xin'er. Saying that, Gao began to praise Xiao Xin'er. When student Xiao Xin'er first entered our Star River University, her performance was mediocre. She was only at the 6th level of the marrow cleansing realm, but 3 months have passed and now she's at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. I'm very pleased with this kind of progress. Of course, what's more praiseworthy is that student Xiao Xin'er has taken the newcomer king in one fell swoop, adding honor to our class. Everyone give student Xiao Xin'er a round of applause. Clapping. All the students kept clapping and cheering for Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er, come over here, this is the spaceship receiving voucher that Star River University awarded you. With this voucher you can go to Star River University Science and Technology Department to receive a small spaceship. Mentor Gao beckoned for Xiao Xin'er to come up. Walking up to the stage, Xiao Xin'er received the receiving voucher handed over by Mentor Gao, revealing a look of excitement. The students below also each revealed a look of incomparable envy, wishing that the person standing on the stage was themselves. A spaceship, if I had a spaceship too, I could freely soar through space. How hippie would that be? If I had a spaceship, every time I have a birthday I would invite all my friends to the spaceship and go into space for my birthday. That would definitely be a very awesome birthday experience. It's a pity that we can't get the newcomer king, but it won't be hard to have a spaceship of our own in the future if we work hard on our cultivation. Right, we are students of Star River University, we can't be rats, it's just a small spaceship, no need to be envious, we'll have it all in the future. But the student who whispered that there was no need to be envious still revealed a look of envy. Later is later, at the very least right now he was very envious of Xiao Xin'er who had obtained a spaceship. Chapter 53 Dangerous College Career. Xiao Xin'er walked down from the stage and returned to her seat. Mentor Gao put away his cheeky demeanor and became very serious. Classmates, after these 3 months, you are no longer considered freshmen, but rather, like the sophomore, junior, and senior students, you are veterans of Star River University, and you will spend an unforgettable and exceptionally competitive college career at Star River University just like the veterans. Perhaps you thought that you only need to earn points in Star River University just like the freshman period and go to various cultivation places to cultivate and improve your strength, then I tell you, you are wrong. Seeing instructor Gao Ling get so serious, the following students' complexions tightened, and one by one, they put away their smiles. Perhaps if I tell you guys a set of data, you will have a better understanding. In this senior year, there are a total of 743 students, while the enrollment of this senior year was 975 students, 42 of them were expelled. Do you know where the remaining 190 went? Tutor Gao Ling asked with a hint of chilling breath. Where did they go? A student stammered and asked. He already had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't dare to be sure and didn't dare to say it. Tutor Gao Ling said in a deep voice, in fact, quite a few of you have already guessed. Yes, these 190 people died in the middle of these years of college career. What I want to tell you guys is that every year, quite a few students from Earthstar River University will die. No matter how demonic you used to be in high school, the proud sons of heaven and the sons of Chi reported by the media, you're just an ordinary student at Star River University, and even the previous newcomer kings have fallen. What, even newcomer kings have fallen? Everyone was stunned. Mentor, how did these students die? Star River University is very safe internally, and those cultivation places have very good protection measures in place. How could so many students die? A student asked in disbelief. Gao Ling smiled and asked, did you guys rarely see the sophomores and juniors during these 3 months, especially the seniors? You didn't see a few of them, did you? When Gao Ling asked this, quite a few students thought back and it was indeed true. It was just that they had been frantically earning points for the past 3 months, and although they had communicated with the sophomores and juniors, they hadn't thought about this issue. In a real sense, these seniors would not intentionally talk to them about their future college careers, and even if they asked, these seniors would just say, you will know about it later. Looking at it now, Star River University's lesson program was definitely very dangerous. Seeing that the students were already in a very tense mood, Tutor Gao Ling directly indicated, some of those seniors of yours are practicing in the outer planets, and some of them are trying out in some dangerous areas of the Earth. Awakened people are tempered in blood and fire. Although the Star Network can temper your fighting skills, the Star Network won't die, so the significance of the real tempering is not very great. Star River Universities. The students of Star River University are required to undergo a real killing practice every year. And killing training naturally comes with danger, so it's more normal for students to fall. Practice? Fallen? Many students fell into worry. After all, so many people die every year, maybe one day it will be their turn. For a moment, several students were in a daze. Tai. Tutor Gao Ling let out a soft shout, instantly jolting these several students awake. As an awakened, you will one day come into contact with killing. This is a world where the strong are honored, unless you are willing to stay in your own city, find a safe job, and go to work and get off work every day, in which case, you might live your whole life, uneventfully. But are you willing to live such a life? If you are willing to do so, you can choose to withdraw from school on your own right now and return to your hometown. Who wants to withdraw from school? Tutor Gao Ling swept a circle, no one spoke, and the few students who were in a daze before also lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Yes, the strong are honored and the weak are the strongest, not only in the Star River era a billion years later, but how could it not be the same in the Huaxia era a billion years ago? Lin Tian muttered in the guardian spirit space. Ever since the moment he became Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, he knew that his future was bound to be a mountain of corpses and bloodshed, and would be accompanied by all sorts of crises. But he had never feared it, he only feared death. And now that he had the hope of becoming a deity, the hope of eternal immortality, what else did he fear? Strength, that was truly everything. Perhaps one day, he could get rid of his identity as a guardian spirit and truly step into this era, becoming the most powerful deity of this era. At this time, Tutor Gao Ling yelled, tell me, have there been any withdrawals? No. All the students shouted in unison, showing their attitude, and even the few students who were in a daze had a determined face at this moment, clearly also getting rid of their daze and firming up their beliefs. Very good. Instructor Gao Ling nodded with satisfaction. These 3 months' time you guys have also been working relatively hard. For the next month, you guys take a good rest and don't need to work too hard, relax and unwind. A month later, I will arrange a small trial for you guys. This is the first trial, basically there will be no fall. After saying that, Instructor Gao Ling dismissed the students. Star River University Science and Technology Department. Xiao Xin'er arrived with the spaceship receiving voucher given by Tutor Gao Ling, and after some inquiries took the elevator to the 33rd floor of the Ministry of Science and Technology. The Space Department office. Xiao Xin'er walked in with the voucher, and with the assistance of the relevant personnel, she quickly completed the various procedures and documents. As for receiving a small spaceship, it was at Star River University's space station. Star River University's space station was above the space city, where a large number of spaceships were docked, and Star River University students who had spaceships were docked at the space station. However, they took the craft down. Under the arrangement of the staff, Xiao Xin'er left Star River University in a flying vehicle and arrived at the Star River University space station. Student Xiao Xin'er, this is a small spacecraft of the SV-7 series manufactured by our Star River University's Science and Technology Department. The carrying capacity is 4 people. The normal spaceflight speed is 1/2 that of a large spacecraft, and it can carry out space shuttling, but the distance is only 1/10 that of a large spacecraft, so carrying out a short-distance spaceflight is very convenient. A space station staff member introduced Xiao Xin'er. Good, then let's go with the SV-7 series of small spacecraft. Xiao Xin'er decided. Chapter 50 for the blood river that runs through the planet. Inside the SV-7 spaceship, Xiao Xin'er sat on a space chair, holding a thick spaceship manual in her hand. The SV-7 spaceship was automated and didn't need to be maneuvered, but familiarizing herself with some of the spaceship's functions would help with space navigation. In a short while, Xiao Xin'er finished reading the entire manual and basically figured out the functions of the SV-7 skyship as well as the buttons. Xin'er, let's give the spaceship a name? Tian suggested. Give it a name? Not bad, yes, we should name it, this is my first spaceship. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and started thinking. How about the Tian Xin ship? Tian suddenly gave a name. The Tianxin ship? Tian, Xiao Xin'er, isn't this combining a word from both of our names? Xiao Xin'er blushed and muttered. If you think it doesn't sound good, you can change it. Tian said. No need to change it, just this one. After saying that, Xiao Xin'er's face became even redder. While at this moment, she was internally ruminating, why did Tian use our names together to name the airship? Usually only men and women who have a very close relationship would do this, it's hard to. Not right, what am I rambling about? He's my guardian spirit, can't mess around with it. But inwardly, he said that he doesn't think carelessly, but he still couldn't help but think carelessly. Just then, Tian's words brought her back to her senses. Xin'er, let's let the Tianxin enter space, try out the Tianxin's performance, and by the way, go to a remote place to pass down the blood nerves. Okay. Xiao Xin'er said in a hurry, diverting her thoughts and stopping her rambling. Shoo! The Tianxin ship sailed away from the Star River University space station and flew towards space. The Tianxin was powered by energy crystals, which were not birthed, but rather a type of energy compressed using high technology, which was dense enough to support technological products like spacecraft for space jumps as well as light-speed flight. When Xiao Xin'er acquired the Tianxin, it had already been filled with energy crystals by the space station staff, so even if it flew continuously for a year, she didn't have to worry about its energy, thus she didn't need to buy energy crystals for the time being. At first, the Tianxin wasn't fast, but when it completely flew out of the Earth and into space, its speed violently increased by many times, flying through space at 1/10 of the speed of light. In the blink of an eye, Earth was no longer visible. Tian, let me take a look at the cosmic map first. Xiao Xin'er called up the universe map that came with the spaceship and started to look up the uninhabited planet area. No man's planet regions were non-living planets where the nearby planets were uninhabited, there were no people in such a region, and even deities whose physical bodies could travel across space would not stay there. If one inherited the blood nerve in an uninhabited planet region, it was very safe, and even if one created a big commotion, the deities wouldn't be able to sense it. Just this piece, located at the edge of the solar system and the Gemini system, it's a desolate galaxy and hasn't been transformed and developed by humans, it's a good location. Xiao Xin'er thought to herself and then asked Tian, what about the Gemini system? Tian looked at the map through the guardian spirit space, and then after Xiao Xin'er's introduction of the Gemini system, he nodded, yes, let's pick this system, you input the spatial coordinates, let's have the Tianxin directly space jump over there. Good. Xiao Xin'er opened the coordinate screen and entered the spatial coordinates of a certain area of the Gemini system, and then she pressed the space jump button. Space jump in 30 seconds, please enter the dormant cabin to avoid encountering danger. The intelligence system of the Tianxin began to remind. The pressure brought about by the space jump, although it had been reduced through the layers of the spaceship, would still bring enormous pressure on the marrow-cleansing realm awakened, and under normal circumstances, only the innate awakened could ignore this pressure, while the blood transfiguration realm awakened would suffer some light injuries. For safety's sake, Xiao Xin'er immediately entered the dormant chamber, relying on the dormant chamber's complete anti-pressure function to resist the spatial pressure brought about by the space jump. Countdown to spaceship space jump. 10, 9, 8, 0. Boom. In the middle of space, a space wormhole appeared and the Tianxin drilled into it and disappeared. Gemini system, an unoccupied planet near the space region. There was a clatter. A small spaceship came out of the space wormhole, and it was Xiao Xin'er's Tianxin ship. Surprisingly, it used up 1% of its energy. It seems that space jumps can't be used often, it's too much of a drain on crystal energy. Xiao Xin'er checked her energy reserves and couldn't help but be surprised. Xin'er, detect if there is any life present in the nearby space region? Tian hastily reminded. Immediately. Xiao Xin'er pressed the button to detect life characteristics. Immediately, a fluctuation was sent out from the Tian Xin ship radiating in all directions. After about 10 minutes had passed, the signal returned. Lin Tian, there are no intelligent lifeforms in the surrounding area, only some microorganisms exist, it's safe. Xiao Xin'er reported to Lin Tian. Then let's go land on that uninhabited planet nearby and then pass on the blood nerves. Lin Tian suggested. Xiao Xin'er nodded and had the ship turn on the automatic landing function, aiming for that nearby uninhabited planet. Not long after, the Tian Xin ship successfully landed within a valley on the uninhabited planet. Xiao Xin'er didn't get off the spaceship because with her physique and strength, she wasn't able to survive in a vacuum. She had to resort to a spacesuit, and if she did, she might as well stay on the Tian Xin ship. Start! Xiao Xin'er urged. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er sat face to face on their knees, both of them concentrating and getting rid of distracting thoughts. The way of blood, the extreme of the Tao, begins with nothing. Lin Tian spoke the blood nerve mantra sentence by sentence while Xiao Xin'er chanted along with Lin Tian. The blood nerve inheritance began. Soon, a shocking change appeared in the sky above this uninhabited planet. A blood river shadow ran through the sky above this planet, as if it wrapped the entire planet. If other people were here, they would definitely be very shocked and would even feel a hint of fear. This blood river was too bright red, as if it was real blood, and as if it contained endless blood killings. And the ocean of rules on this planet was vibrating over and over again, but no one could hear it. Chapter 55 Golden Blood. Buzz. 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 The rule ocean of the nameless planet vibrated 9 times in a row, and after 9 vibrations, the blood river silhouette above the planet slowly disappeared into thin air. If Lin Tian had been able to hear the ocean of rules vibrating, he would have known that the rank of the blood nerve was as high as the 9th divine rank level in the Star River era, second only to the supreme technique. Blood nerve, too esoteric. I didn't expect that blood could be cultivated in such a way. A drop of blood is like a world containing endless rule esotericisms that are endless to explore. Lin Tian muttered. Xiao Xin'er didn't say anything. She was still resting her eyes and digesting the content of the blood nerve's inheritance. An hour later, Xiao Xin'er opened her eyes and revealed a joyful expression. Lin Tian, with this blood nerve, there's no need to worry about the cultivation of the blood transformation realm. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xin'er fiercely added, right, do you still have any suitable martial arts? Let's pass down a few more martial arts at once today, even if we don't cultivate now. It's not too late to think about it later, it's not like we'll forget anyway. Xiao Xin'er's suggestion was not bad. After all, one couldn't run to space every time one wanted to pass down a Huaxia-era Dharma door. Running around time and time again also wasted time, yet consumed energy. Instead of that, it would be better to inherit a few more Huaxia-era techniques and martial arts at once, so that it would be convenient to cultivate in the future. I've long had this plan. I've already prepared the martial arts techniques. Let's stay here for the next 2 or 3 days. Lin Tian smiled and said. For the next 3 days, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er had been inheriting the martial arts techniques of the Huaxia era on this nameless planet in the Gemini system, and one martial arts technique after another was inherited and absorbed by them. 3 days later. Lin Tian, let's go back. If we leave for too long, I'm afraid that Star River University will take a demerit to deal with it. After all, I didn't take a vacation. Xiao Xin'er got a little worried and conferred with Lin Tian. Well, it's indeed time to go back. You let the Tianqin fly out of this nameless planet, then let's directly let the Tianqin space jump to the vicinity of Earth. Don't worry about the energy loss, time is of the essence. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he continued to study the blood nerves, preparing for the breakthrough to the blood transformation realm. Under Xiao Xin'er's control, the Tian Xin ship autopilot above the nameless planet and then opened the space jump space, opening a wormhole and heading to the space near the Earth. At the Star River University space station, Xiao Xin'er returned in the Tianqin ship, placing it in storage at the space station. Every student could place their ship at the Star River University space station, but they needed to pay a certain amount of points, and this amount of points wasn't big, just 1 point a month, which was considered a very cheap storage fee. Even if it was converted into star coins, it was still only 1/10 of the normal storage fee. This is the treatment of Star River University students. Returning to Star River University, Xiao Xin'er rested for a day and then entered the days of hard cultivation. Laziness was a sign of lagging behind, and although she had captured the Newcomer king, her cultivation was not considered outstanding amongst the freshmen. Not to mention that compared to the children of Earth's top-grade families like Jin Ming, even her class had given birth to several blood transfiguration realm awakened ones, while most of the other students were also awakened ones at the 8th or 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. As a result, Xiao Xin'er's cultivation at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm was really a bit unworthy of her status as a Newcomer king. There were many places in Star River University that aided in cultivation, such as the gravity room. Cultivating in that kind of environment in the gravity room could accelerate the tempering of the bones as well as the tempering of the body, allowing cultivation to become faster, and the gravity could be adjusted completely according to one's own strength. There was also the Aura Tower. The Aura Tower was a tower where the deities of Tian University used special means to gather the aura between heaven and earth into a tower, making the aura in this tower far superior to that of the outside world, and the speed of cultivation would be very fast in this, but it was most suitable for Ascended Realm Awakened to cultivate, and it consumed a lot of points to enter this place. Machine Tower, Gravity Chamber, Aura Tower. There were too many places similar to this at Star River University. In short, within Star River University, as long as you had points, you could perform all sorts of auxiliary exercises, accelerating your cultivation and allowing your cultivation to break through at an incredible speed. Xiao Xin'er basically traveled to the Star River University's cultivation treasures every day for cultivation, and then supplemented her cultivation with the E-Tendon and marrow cleansing scripture, progressing at an unbelievable speed, and in just a few short days, she had risen to the peak level of the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and she wasn't far away from impacting the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm. And it was on this day Lin Tian finally chose to impact the blood transformation realm. For her guardian spirit Lin Tian's impact breakthrough, Xiao Xin'er naturally attached great importance to it, and purposely went to the guardian spirit space to guard and observe in passing, so that she could make a breakthrough in the future. Star-like guardian spirit space. Lin Tian sat in the void, his hands resting on top of his legs, his consciousness fixated on the Sea of Souls, and his body operated the blood nerves, starting to condense the blood, impacting the shackles in the depths of the blood. Rumbling. The blood tumbled like thunder. Xiao Xin'er seemed to hear the sound of a large river running endlessly, the sound of a waterfall rappelling down, and the sound of a tsunami. Suddenly, a large amount of black blood seeped out of Lin Tian's body. These were the impurity blood in his body. While discharging the blood, Lin Tian's blood regenerated and generated more blood. Generate blood, expel impurity blood, regenerate blood. Repeating this made Lin Tian's blood become even more pure and powerful, incomparable to ordinary blood. Not long after, a large amount of impurity blood gathered around Lin Tian, like a small black river, while he sat on top of the black river. Xiao Xin'er didn't care about the black impurity blood. This was the guardian spirit space. These black impurity blood would slowly be swallowed and digested by the guardian spirit space. There was no need to deal with it. Gradually, 2 hours passed. Right at this moment, a trace of golden light permeated Lin Tian's body. This golden light was not the golden light that came with the Vajra indestructible body, but rather the golden light that emanated from the blood. Golden blood. Xiao Xin'er murmured. As a student of Star River University, she had long since finished 100 courses and was very knowledgeable. She understood the description of the blood transfiguration realm very well. It was said that the most perfect blood transfiguration realm was to transform the blood of the entire body into golden blood, but many people were unable to do so, and that when one had just broken through to the blood transfiguration realm, there was no golden blood in the body, and even if one had cultivated up to the 9th level of the blood transfiguration realm, there wasn't a lot of golden blood occupying a significant portion of the body. Even if you cultivate to the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, the proportion of golden blood will not be much. Chapter 56 Divine Spirit Lecture. That's right, Lin Tian's accumulation is so majestic, and he has cultivated a billion-year-old Chinese era technique like blood nerve. It's too normal to form golden blood as soon as he breaks through. I guess I'll form golden blood on the occasion of my breakthrough as well. Xiao Xin'er muttered. Rumble. The river of black blood exploded and Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. This time, Lin Tian's clothes didn't blow up anymore because his clothes were clothes created by the unique spiritual power of the guardian spirit space, and they wouldn't easily shatter. First level of the blood transformation realm. Lin Tian felt the power of the first level of the blood transformation realm, which was much stronger than the marrow cleansing realm. His blood seemed to be boiling all over his body. There was a terrifying power and potential waiting to be tapped. Lin Tian, congratulations on stepping into the blood transformation realm. Xiao Xin'er was congratulating Lin Tian and was also sort of congratulating herself. After all, Lin Tian was her guardian spirit. Xin'er, I'll stabilize my realm and comprehend the mysteries of the blood transformation realm. You can call me again if something happens. Lin Tian said indifferently. Good, then I'll go cultivate first. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head gently. At Star River University, there were Divine Spirit lectures every week. The Divine Spirit lectures were given for 2 days at a time, and listening to the Divine Spirit lectures was very cheap as well, merely requiring 10 points, and for those students who had more points, 10 points were nothing at all. Previously, Xiao Xin'er and her class of freshmen rarely came to listen to the deity lectures in order to be able to seize the time to earn points and not waste a day. And now that the freshmen had ended the freshman period points competition, they were ready to come and listen to the deity's lecture. Divine Spirit Meeting Ground. This was a venue that occupied a square mile in size, similar in appearance to an oval-shaped fortress. The outside area was 1 mile square, but the inside was full of secrets, a full 10 miles square, and the place where the deity's lecture would be held was 3 miles square, along with various other areas, ensuring that the students listening to the lecture would be given the perfect logistical services within these 2 days. The entrance to the Divine Spirit venue. Xiao Xin'er walked in, and seeing the huge internal area, she couldn't help but marvel. So big, from the outside, although the deity venue is big, it's not this exaggerated, the internal area is too big, too big. This should be the deity's exerting spatial means to expand the space, similar to the principle of the void ring, right? Lin Tian guessed. Well, that should be the case, only deities have such powerful means, we are far from being able to do that now. Xiao Xin'er continued walking towards the inside, taking the ground-flying vehicle and entering the internal venue, which was a huge square, occupying a 3-mile square. With the eyesight of the 9th level of the marrow-cleansing realm, in such a spacious place, one could see things in a 3-mile square at a glance, thus not affecting listening to the lecture. Within this 3-mile square, there were small platforms. The platforms were half a meter high, circular, and 1 meter in diameter. This was a place for students to sit while listening to the lectures of the deities, one platform for each person. Star River University did not have many students, and many of the students often practiced outside. These densely packed platforms on the venue were enough for the students to use. Xiao Xin'er casually found a table to sit down, not too close to the center of the venue, not too remote. After sitting down, Xiao Xin'er quietly waited for the arrival of the deity. I haven't seen a deity yet, I wonder what a deity looks like. Xiao Xin'er got curious and muttered in a small voice. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. What else could it look like? It definitely looks the same as me, but if the deity is preaching, maybe make the scene a little more grandiose. Xiao Xin'er agreed with Lin Tian. In normal times, deities would definitely look similar to normal people, but if they were preaching, the deities would probably perform powerful means to appear a bit more grandiose. 10 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, above the deity's internal meeting place, a streak of light converged. Not long after, a large amount of light converged to become a tens of meters tall humanoid light figure, which was clearly the appearance of a deity. This deity had the appearance of a 20-year-old youth, wearing a golden robe and purple gold boots, with an auspicious cloud floating behind his head. It's not the original body, Xiao Xin'er secretly said. Although she didn't know much about the realm of the deities, this shadow at the moment, although very solid, was clearly not the real body. Thinking about it, it was somewhat comical for the true body of a towering deity to come running to teach a group of weak students. It should be the incarnation of a deity. Not only Xiao Xin'er, the other freshmen who were listening to the deity's lecture for the first time also guessed so. At this moment, the deity spoke. My name Purple Gold King, the lecture will last for 2 days, during which time you may leave to rest, but you may not leave the venue, nor make any noise. The Violet Gold King's voice was grand, accompanied by the rule words rippling through the void. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian looked at the way the Violet Gold King appeared and the tone of his voice and couldn't help but mutter, what a good pretender. He was sure that the Violet Gold King must normally speak similarly to them, but he definitely couldn't speak like he normally did during the sermon. It would look like there was no majesty. Not long after, the lecture began. The content of the Purple Gold King's lecture was a random lecture, sometimes about cultivation, sometimes about guardian spirits, sometimes about the realm of intent, and sometimes about some domains. As his lecture began, a domain enveloped the entire room, and everyone was immersed between his words, sensing the mysteries contained within them. Worthy of being a deity, 1 sentence and 1 word can expound on the truth of cultivation. Lin Tian sighed and listened carefully as well. 2 days seemed like a long time, but in the students' minds, these 2 days passed quickly. Quite a deep realization. Xiao Xin'er came out of the Divine Spirit meeting hall with a feeling of satisfaction. It was at this time that she truly realized the benefits of listening to Divine Spirit lectures on a regular basis. One might not feel it for a while, but in the long run, the awakened person would have a clear understanding of the future path without going down the wrong path. But such lectures, listening to them once a month was enough, any more would be a waste of time. Cultivation still relied mainly on oneself. Since the lecture at the Divine Spirit venue, Xiao Xin'er combined the epiphanies from listening to the lecture and made a breakthrough not long afterward, crossing into the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm. After stabilizing the realm slightly, instructor Gao Ling had them converge in the class. A month's time arrived. The first mini-trial that tutor Gao Ling had said was coming soon. Chapter 57, Captive Demon Beasts, Dragon Demon Ridge. Freshman Class 3. Xiao Xin'er and the other students arrived one by one, and not long afterward, tutor Gao Ling also came. Seeing tutor Gao Ling, many students were a little nervous. Of course, they weren't afraid of tutor Gao Ling, but they were a little nervous about the next mini-trial. Although tutor Gao Ling said that this mini-trial would almost never encounter danger, who knew if accidents would happen, and in the event of an accident, it would be normal for lives to be in danger. In matters involving lives, some students were still a little nervous inside even if they pretended to be calm. People have arrived, there are a few things to command before I take you to the small trial, all listen carefully. Gao Ling said aloud. The students below also sat one by one, very attentive, listening with their ears perked up. The first point, everything is as commanded, don't act or walk around indiscriminately, or else you'll get a big demerit. Second point, teamwork, every 5 people in a group, divide the group in advance, don't try it alone, otherwise the consequences will be unbearable. Third point, this small trial lasts for a month's time, a time less than that is not allowed to leave early. This is what I ask of you, now gather and follow me. Instructor Gao Ling was in the front, and the many students were in the back. This time, the small trial was for all of the freshman year as a whole, but the location of the trial should be different for each class. Xiao Xin'er wasn't sure where the other classes' trial locations were, but after they entered the large flying machine specially prepared by the school, the flying machines of each class flew in different directions. It was clear that the trial sites of the various classes were not in one place. The large flying machine carried nearly 100 students from the third class of freshman year flying quickly, while on the flying machine, Xiao Xin'er and the others began to look for their teammates. Xiao Xin'er, let's form a team. My strength is the first level of the blood-changing realm. I'm definitely the best teammate. The one who spoke was the class's blood change realm first level awakened person Wu Long'an. The guardian spirit was a super guardian spirit. The potential of the heck reached the 9th rank, the talent was very high, and the strength was not bad either. There are 4 blood-changing realm in our class, why don't we combine them together, plus you, Xiao Xin'er, will be the strongest combination. Another first awakening of the blood transformation realm, Sun Zai, proposed. Forget it, you 4 combined together, I won't participate. Xiao Xin'er refused. Although Wu Longyan and Sun Zai were strong with their cultivation at the first level of the blood transformation realm, making them good choices for teamwork, there were many inconveniences if she were to team up with these 4. First of all, she was a girl, there would be many inconveniences if she was combined into a team with 4 boys, at the very least, it would be better to have 2 girls in a team. Secondly, these 4 people's cultivation is higher than her, if something happens, these 4 people may not listen to her, and she will not listen to these 4 people, when there is a conflict, everyone will not be able to save face. Thirdly, the eyes of these 4 people looking at her had some meaning of adoration, she didn't want to cause any trouble. Seeing that Xiao Xin'er was unwilling to team up with them, Wu Longyan had no choice but to choose others. And Xiao Xin'er invited 2 girls as well as 2 boys based on her knowledge of the students in her class. As soon as these 4 people saw that they were invited by Xiao Xin'er, the newcomer king, they immediately agreed and were very excited. In less than 20 minutes, everyone had found their teammates, and the combination of teams was successful, with a total of 20 teams, one of which had 4 people, and the other teams all had 5 people, totaling 99 people. After another 5 minutes, the large flying machine stopped. The destination had arrived. Xiao Xin'er and the others came down from the large flying machine and saw a very spectacular scene. In the distance, between the rolling mountain ranges, a curtain of light shrouded this mountain range, and at the same time, it also divided this mountain range into multiple regions, with each region separated by a curtain of light, forming a barrier. And in the vicinity of this mountain range, there was a void fortress suspended in the air, and a soldier rode a flying machine to detect this area. Soldiers. This was the first time Xiao Xin'er had seen Earth's military personnel. In Phylan City, all she had seen were police or city police, and there were no military personnel stationed in Star River Sky City. After all, it was the city where Star River University was located, and there were many gods stationed there, so where was the need for military personnel to be stationed there? The military personnel of Star River Era Earth were also under the jurisdiction of the Federation God Alliance, a department under the Federation God Alliance. Some high school students who failed to get into college would choose to join the military and enter the military for training. The talent of the military was generally not too high, but there were also exceptional cases that rose to prominence in the later stages, and the military had a lot of combat experience and had gone through rigorous training, so if one underestimated the combat power of the military, it would be a miserable experience. Of course, the soldiers were also equipped with the most advanced high-tech weapons. Even a marrow-cleansing realm soldier was enough to pose a threat to a blood transformation realm or even an ascended realm awakened, and weapons as well as military combat were their cards and advantages. So many soldiers and void fortresses stationed here, what is this place? A student said curiously. Xiao Xin'er scanned the terrain of this mountain range and combined it with the map of Earth that she had seen, and snapped, this is the Dragon Demon Ridge. Instructor Gao Ling nodded, not bad, this is indeed the Dragon Demon Ridge, one of the areas where demonic beasts live. Demonic beasts were the enemies of humans, the Earth had long been completely controlled by humans countless years ago, and the power of the demonic beasts on Earth was far from being able to compete with humans. If the humans were willing, they could easily erase the traces of the demonic beasts on Earth, but the humans did not go about it that way. It wasn't benevolence, but need. Humans needed the pressure of enemies to grow. If there were no enemies and no grinding, humans would be lazy and slack, and eventually slowly move towards internal war and self-destructive extinction. In human history, most of the many civilization faults were caused by civilizations coming to an end and breaking out into eventual internal wars, and every major war set civilizations back. Gradually, many civilizations disappeared into the long river of history. Thus, appropriately giving pressure to humans was also a good thing. In addition, captive demonic beasts could sharpen the young and strong human beings, wouldn't that be a good thing? And the Dragon Demon Ridge was precisely one of the places where humans kept demonic beasts in captivity. Chapter 58 Watches, Killing Points. Dragon Demon Ridge. Lin Tian gazed through the guardian spirit space and looked at this mountain range. He had once also looked at the map of the Star River era Earth, and although it differed quite a bit from a billion years ago, the major plates hadn't changed much. According to Lin Tian's speculation, this dragon demon ridge should be the location of the divine dragon shelf from a billion years ago. However, the Star River era's heaven and earth aura was so dense that humans were able to awaken guardian spirits, while ordinary beasts were also able to evolve into demonic beasts, awakening their bloodline and breaking free from the shackles of ordinary beasts. Compared to the divine dragon shelf, the trees in the dragon demon ridge were several times larger, and the entire dragon demon ridge appeared even more spectacular. The divine dragon shelf from a billion years ago was very mysterious. I'm afraid that this dragon demon ridge is even more extraordinary. I'm sure there are quite a few terrifying and even transcending innate demonic beasts. Lin Tian guessed. As expected, Gao Ling was introducing the dragon demon ridge at this time while leading Xiao Xin'er and the others to the nearest army stronghold. There are countless demonic beasts in the dragon demon ridge, and according to the strength of the demonic beasts, the military has divided the dragon demon ridge into 4 large regions as well as dozens of smaller regions. The 4 large regions are known as Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4 regions, where the demonic beasts in the Level 1 region are relatively weak. Most of them are at the level of the marrow cleansing realm and the first level of the blood transfiguration realm, and demonic beasts at the first level of the blood transfiguration realm are very rare. Level 2 regions are basically all demonic beasts above the blood transfiguration realm, and there are even innate realm demonic beasts. As for the Level 3 and Level 4 regions, the demonic beasts are even more powerful. The demonic beasts in each region are strictly regulated within a certain cultivation range. If a powerful blood-changing realm demonic beast appears in a level 1 region, the military will take the approach of driving it away or even exterminating it, so that the demonic beasts in this region will maintain a stable realm level. And the area where you guys are going to conduct your little trial is the level 1 area, cell number 3, which just happens to coincide with the number of our freshman class 3. This is an area that I have picked out, and you all will spend the next month in this area before coming out a month later. Gao Ling had just finished speaking when a student asked, "Mentor, what are we going to eat for this month? We don't have a void ring, we can't bring much with us." "What to eat?" Gao Ling coldly said, "To ask such a stupid question, there are so many things that can be eaten in the Dragon Demon Ridge, all kinds of fruits, demonic beasts' meat, all of them can be eaten. You guys just need to bring some point firearms with you. Don't tell me that you don't know which things can be eaten, and which things can't be eaten." The student who was reprimanded by instructor Gao Ling immediately shut up and didn't speak. In fact, it wasn't just this student, quite a few students also wanted to ask this sentence, but they were preempted by this student. It should be known that most of the students present were from people from various large families on Earth, and had lived a very wealthy life before. Although they could not be considered to have meals to eat, they definitely would not personally cook food to eat. For a moment, they didn't react. It turned out that in the midst of the trial, food had to be found and made by oneself, otherwise there would be nothing to eat. As soon as tutor Gao Ling took a look at many people's expressions, he knew what was going through their minds, but being self-sufficient and well-fed was also considered a test for this group of students. Flowers in a greenhouse could never grow up, and this was just an insignificant hurdle on their way to growth. Soon, Xiao Xin'er and her group of students followed Gao Ling to a stronghold of the military camp, said it was a stronghold, but this stronghold was very huge and had everything. All kinds of energy weapons were aimed at the Dragon Demon Ridge. Once there was an accident, they would not hesitate to attack. "Lord Gao Ling, I am Wang Benwei, the commander of the 2nd Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Dragon Demon Legion." A middle-aged man in military uniform stood in front of Gao Ling and said with great respect. He knew Gao Ling's identity as a tutor of Star River University, a peak Void Realm powerhouse. That was a great person second only to a deity. It could be said that all the soldiers in their stronghold plus their weapons were no match for Gao Ling. "Captain Wang, these are my students. You should have received the order from above. Later on, you will prepare some basic survival tools for them, and then send them into Level 1 Area 3. Gao Ling ordered. "Yes." Wang Benwei made a military salute and responded. Quickly, move everything over. 99 parcels, move them all down, send one to each student. Test it, there are quite a few things missing, don't leak them for me." Under the soldiers carrying, Xiao Xin'er and the others were given a military package each. This military bag was not too big and not too small, a bit bigger than a normal school bag, and it was filled with some basic survival attacks. For example, knives, igniters, cups, towels, and so on. It could basically satisfy one's basic needs for survival outside of Yi. Before Xiao Xin'er and the others entered the military craft, Gao Ling once again gathered the 99 students together. "Before you enter the Dragon Demon Ridge, I will also give each of you a watch. This watch has a locating function and can also record the kill points gained from the demonic beasts you killed." Gao Ling took out a watch and showed it to Xiao Xin'er and the others, introducing the watch's functions. "Mentor, what is the use of kill points?" Xiao Xin'er was curious. "There are great uses." Gao Ling smiled. "This is the reward that Star River University has given you for this mini trial. The kill points can be exchanged for all kinds of treasures, directly from the strongholds here in the military. For example, weapons, spirit liquids, martial arts techniques, and so on. Remember, the kill points gained this time can only be used here. Once you leave, the kill points are null and void. You can exchange treasures? Many students were pleasantly surprised. This was a benefit for nothing. The students who were originally still a bit dissatisfied with the mini trial were now all giggling and couldn't wait to immediately enter the Dragon Demon Ridge. Finally, Instructor Gowling admonished, "You are all students of Star River University, everyone's fighting strength is far beyond that of your classmates. Killing the enemy across levels is not a very difficult thing for you. Even if you encounter a demonic beast of the first level of the Blood Transformation Realm, you won't fall if you don't defeat it. But once you are really unlucky, if you are surrounded by more than one Blood Transformation Realm demonic beasts, you should seek help at the first time. Do you understand? There is a help button right on your watch, you can call for help, and there will be military experts to save you at that time." Yes. The many students shouted in unison. Chapter 59 Becoming a Captain. First encounter with a demonic beast. Stepping. One student stepped into the military flying machine. Those who wanted to enter the Dragon Demon Ridge Level 1 Area 3 had to be landed at a safe location by a military flying machine. Private flying machines were not allowed to fly over the Dragon Demon Ridge, this was the military's rule. Otherwise, Gao Ling would not need to go through the military to directly let his students go down. When all the students entered the flying machine, the military flying machine slowly flew up towards the Dragon Demon Ridge Level 1 Area 3. In the blink of an eye, the flying machine arrived in the air above the Level 1 Region Number 3 area and began to land. At this time, a light curtain stopped the flying machine. This light curtain was a barrier that hindered the departure of the demonic beasts, and even the military's flying machine needed designated permissions to enter. Enter the command. Opening permissions. Entering Level 1 Area 3. The light curtain cracked open, allowing the military craft to fly in. The craft then landed on a relatively wide open space in Level 1 Region 3 and landed, allowing Xiao Xin'er and a bunch of other students to get off the craft. Before leaving, Headmaster Wang Benwei said, "All the students of Star River University, in a month's time, I will send a flying vehicle to pick you up and leave. Let's split up and follow the previous grouping, each finding a direction to go." Sun Zai proposed. Everyone nodded and left in groups of 5. Xiao Xin'er, on the other hand, also formed a team with her 4 partners and randomly picked a direction to start moving forward. Not long after leaving, Xiao Xin'er and her 4 partners leaned against a large tree and sat down, beginning to familiarize themselves with each other. Although they knew each other's names, they were not too clear about each other's abilities as well as their cultivation advantages. As a team, understanding each other's strengths would help teamwork. Xiao Xin'er was the first to start introducing. "My name is Xiao Xin'er. My guardian spirit is a medium guardian spirit, but it is rather special and cannot be treated as an ordinary medium guardian spirit. My cultivation is the 9th extreme of the marrow cleansing realm. I specialize in body and palm techniques, and I have comprehended the realm of intent martial arts. My name is Tian. My guardian spirit is a superlative guardian spirit. My cultivation level is the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm. I specialize in defense, and my most powerful martial art is the 5th stage of consummation martial art." A girl in the team introduced herself. The remaining 3 were introduced in turn. Gao Yunyun, Guzhen, and Yao Yufei. Among them, Gao Yunyun was at the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and the other 2 were at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. And their guardian spirits were undoubtedly all superlative guardian spirits. The students who were able to enter Star River University were basically all superior guardian spirits. There were fewer awakened students with higher guardian spirits, and I'm afraid the only student with a medium guardian spirit was Xiao Xin'er. However, Guzhen didn't dare to look down on Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er was the Newcomer King, and as the guardian spirit of the Newcomer King was bound to be very special and powerful, and couldn't be viewed with common sense. Suddenly, Gao Yunyun suggested, "How about we choose a captain? The captain commands and the others follow the arrangements." I agree. The 2 boys followed and agreed. Who to choose? Undoubtedly, the one with the highest prestige amongst the crowd was undoubtedly Xiao Xin'er, the Newcomer King, and her battle power was also the most powerful, there was no doubt about that. Choosing someone else, the others would definitely be unconvinced, but choosing Xiao Xin'er as the captain, no one would be unconvinced. Xiao Xin'er saw that they chose her as the captain. She didn't push back and said, "Since you guys want me to be this captain, then I'll be it. Let me talk about the next arrangement, this time since it is for us to try out, it is bound to be a good trial, we can't waste time hiding, and the demonic beasts killed in the trial can provide killing points, and these killing points can be exchanged for treasures. So let's try to kill as many demonic beasts as we can in the next month to gain more killing points, and at the same time hone our combat power and combat awareness." The 4 nodded their heads. They also knew that they couldn't hide. If they didn't grow up as soon as possible, they wouldn't be able to mix in the increasingly competitive Star River University, and there would be a crisis in the future if they couldn't increase their strength. The Dragon Demon Ridge is huge, even the area covered by Level 1 Region 3 is huge, there are many demonic beasts in here, there are even demonic beasts of the first level of the Blood Transformation Realm. Let's find some Marrow Cleansing Realm demonic beasts to practice on first. Xiao Xin'er proposed. The other four nodded in agreement. Although they had fought many times on the Star Network, fighting on the Star Network did not have the problem of bloodshed or the feeling of death, and it was very different from real battles. If they were to rashly fight with a blood exchange realm demonic beast, they were afraid that they wouldn't be a match, and finding some marrow cleansing realm demonic beasts to practice on and improve some of their battle rhythm and feeling was the best choice. Immediately, the group of 5 began to search for demonic beasts in the first level area. The demonic beasts here were huge, and soon they saw one. It was a black tiger with huge long fangs and a black aura rising from its body. Seeing this demonic beast, Xiao Xin'er recognized it with a glance. Black flame tiger, marrow cleansing realm demonic beast. Just one black flame tiger, who's coming? Xiao Xin'er looked at the other 4. I'll try. Gao Yunyun walked out. Guardian spirit, come out. Accompanied by Gao Yunyun's low drink, a woman with a gorgeous robe appeared. This woman's body was permeated with an icy coldness that vaguely wanted to freeze the void in general. Void realm powerhouse. Xiao Xin'er's pupils shrank as she said. She rarely saw the guardian spirits of her classmates, and Gao Yunyun's guardian spirit was clearly a void realm superlative guardian spirit. Of course, limited by the host's strength, this void realm powerhouse could only exert the power of the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and the martial arts it mastered as well as the realms were restricted. For example, it was very difficult to execute rules, and once forced to do so, it would have a backlash effect on oneself, and even if one could execute a domain, it would be greatly reduced and weak in power. Of course, even if it was weakened, the battle power she could display was much more powerful than Gao Yunyun. If this superlative guardian spirit were to make a move, she should be able to instantly decapitate this black flame tiger, but Gao Yunyun summoned her not to let her make a move, but Bing Liang, I'll deal with this black flame tiger. If danger arises, you immediately step in to save me. Gao Yunyun commanded. No problem. The guardian spirit known as Ice Cold nodded. Chapter 60 Lin Tian will barbecue. Gao Yunyun was adept at swordsmanship, holding a thin sword in her hand as she walked towards the black flame tiger. The demonic beasts of the Dragon Demon Ridge all possessed a certain amount of intelligence, but it wasn't high enough for them to have complex emotions and the ability to think like humans, but they possessed an instinct. Hate humans. For humans, they hated them very much, because it was humans who imprisoned them here for the young human awakened to grind. Thus, when they saw humans, they would all take the initiative to attack. Roar! The black flame tiger roared, and with a vicious stomp of its hind feet, its huge body violently jumped tens of meters and rushed towards Gao Yunyun. Chop! Gao Yunyun chopped out with a sword, and frost filled the air. This move was clearly a more advanced martial arts sword move, and its power was not bad. While Gao Yunyun was fighting the black flame tiger, a few others were watching, learning how to fight demonic beasts in the process. Good reactions and sharp sword techniques. Lin Tian commented as he watched from the guardian spirit space. From the battle with the black flame tiger, this black flame tiger possessed a strength that was not weaker than the 9th level of the ordinary marrow cleansing realm, and although Gao Yunyun was at the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm, she was a student of the Star River University, with a very high level of talent, and the martial arts moves that she had learned were very powerful, thus possessing the ability to fight at a transgressing level, and a strength a little more powerful than that of the ordinary 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. However, Gao Yunyun was, after all, fighting with a demonic beast for the first time, and was slightly nervous, thus she was not able to fully utilize her full strength, resulting in an indistinguishable fight with the black flame tiger. Gradually, Gao Yunyun gained the upper hand. Although the black flame tiger didn't have high intelligence, it didn't mean that it didn't have intelligence. Seeing that it couldn't help Gao Yunyun and was gradually getting injured, coupled with the fact that there were still several humans in the distance, it had the idea of retreating. Wow! With a turn of its body, the black flame tiger was about to flee. Seeing this, Gao Yunyun shouted, Bing Liang, stop it. The superlative guardian spirit Ice Cold standing not far away stepped in. Just by taking one step, she arrived at the black flame tiger's side and slapped her palms over. There was a bang. The black flame tiger was sent flying and landed in the distance. Then, the black flame tiger's flesh began to freeze, turning into an ice tiger in less than a few seconds, completely losing its life. Killed in seconds. From this, it could be seen that the strength of a superlative guardian spirit was far more powerful than Gao Yunyun. Awesome! Lin Tian couldn't help but praise. He had to admit that the superior guardian spirit was very powerful, even though he had mastered the Gongfu of the Huaxia era a billion years ago and had comprehended it to an extremely high level. However, if he were to fight the superior guardian spirit one-on-one, at the same level, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat the superior guardian spirit, and even if he did, he would have to pay a certain price. If this was the case for a super-great guardian spirit, one could imagine the dreadfulness of a god-great guardian spirit. However, Xiao Xin'er's strength was far beyond her class, and if he and Xiao Xin'er were to unite and merge, their strength would still be above the others present. Gao Yunyun, the guardian spirit killed this demonic beast, are you able to gain kill points? Xiao Xin'er walked forward and asked. Gao Yunyun checked her watch and hurriedly said, able to gain points, I just gained 10 killing points. Only 10 killing points? Xiao Xin'er understood that killing points weren't that easy to obtain. A demonic beast with the 9th level of strength of the marrow cleansing realm was only 10 points. If you wanted to obtain a large number of points, you would have to kill a large number of demonic beasts or attack the blood-changing realm demonic beasts. Let's go, let's move on. Everyone take turns fighting the demonic beasts to sharpen up, Xiao Xin'er proposed. Immediately, the 5 of them slowly moved forward, not daring to move too fast. The Dragon Demon Ridge was filled with demonic beasts. Walking too fast could easily be attacked by hidden demonic beasts, which would be dangerous. In 3 to 4 hours' time, Xiao Xin'er and the others encountered quite a few demonic beasts. Everyone took turns fighting the demonic beasts, and all gained quite a few kill points. At this time, noon arrived. The crowd had also consumed quite a bit one by one, and their stomachs were empty. Under the 5 people's search, they found a half-meter-tall rabbit demonic beast called the Giant Rabbit Monster, around the 4th level of the marrow cleansing realm, with tasty meat that could be eaten. They hunted a giant rabbit monster, but soon they were in a difficult situation. Which one of you knows how to barbecue? Xiao Xin'er inquired. In a place like the Dragon Demon Ridge, there was naturally no kitchen. The simplest food to eat was naturally barbecue, but barbecue also required skill. If someone who had never barbecued before made a barbecue, it was either mushy or half-cooked and unable to be eaten. Xiao Xin'er had to admit that she couldn't cook. After all, she hadn't done dishes before, let alone barbecue. Even if she wanted to learn, it wasn't something she could learn overnight. I don't know how to barbecue. I don't know how to either. I've never been able to just eat before. I can't cook. None of you can do it? I don't know how to do it either, so what should I do? Seeing that none of them could cook, Guzhen suddenly suggested, let's ask the guardian spirits. They might be able to cook. Guardian spirits can spend quite a bit of time in the real world, enough time to make a barbecue. Good, let's ask then. Gao Yunyun was the first to ask her guardian spirit, Ice Cold. Ice Cold, do you know how to barbecue? Gao Yunyun inquired. As a result, Ice Cold directly and coldly refused. Host, I don't know how, don't ask me. Several other people also inquired about their guardian spirits, and one by one, they all received a refusal. The fact that they themselves wouldn't know how, and their guardian spirits wouldn't know how, made the 5 people present frown. In that case, was it hard for them to try a haphazard barbecue? Right at this moment, Xiao Xin'er said, my guardian spirit will. Hearing these words, Gao Yunyun and the others were immediately overjoyed. Lin Tian, come out. Xiao Xin'er summoned the guardian spirit Lin Tian. Wow! Lin Tian, who was dressed in casual chair clothes, arrived in front of the 5 people. This was the first time the other 4 had seen Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, as Xiao Xin'er hadn't even summoned her own guardian spirit during the previous battle. Seeing Lin Tian, the other 4's thoughts were ordinary. Other than being slightly handsome, there was nothing special about him. There was no cold and noble temperament like Bing Liang, nor was there a god-like aura. Very plain. But the other 4 didn't dare to underestimate Lin Tian. Lin Tian, none of us know how to barbecue, you help us barbecue. Xiao Xin'er pointed at the corpse of the giant rabbit monster next to her. No problem. Lin Tian nodded. Barbecuing, he was the best at it. Chapter 61 Half a Month of Growth. Although Lin Tian was a freshly graduated college student in the Huaxia era, he had done everything at home, such as washing clothes, cooking, and so on. Parents used to do small business. Every day is very busy. There is a sister at home. He as a brother naturally take up the responsibility of the family. Many of them are from the understanding of the beginning to learn to do. As for the barbecue, that is his parents do business. Parents used to open a barbecue store. He often helped. Long time natural to learn to barbecue. In terms of barbecuing skills, he was first class. Lin Tian walked to the giant rabbit monster and used a knife to dissect it very skillfully, taking out the internal organs as well as the hair. Blood. Lin Tian touched the giant rabbit monster's blood and felt the blood in the giant rabbit monster's veins flowing gently, very slowly. Under normal circumstances, a creature's blood would still flow for a period of time after death, but it was very slow, almost imperceptible, and only slowly would it stop flowing completely. Through the blood of the giant rabbit monster, Lin Tian had a completely clear understanding of the giant rabbit monster's body composition. The more familiar he was with the ingredients, the more he would be able to make delicious food. The shelves were set up and everything was ready. Igniter. Lin Tian took out the fire igniter go from Xiao Xin'er's bag, lit the dead branches that he had found, and began to barbecue the skewered giant rabbit monster's corpse. At this time, Lin Tian made a bold attempt, that was to use the blood nerves to induce the blood within the giant rabbit monster's body, making the entire body of the giant rabbit monster flow, which would enable the giant rabbit monster to be able to absorb the power of the flames inside and out, thus making the meat inside and out to reach a very tasty level. Snap. Snap. Slap. Lin Tian kept slapping the meat of the giant rabbit monster, shaking out some of the grease contained within the giant rabbit monster's body, thus turning the surface of the giant rabbit monster into a golden color. Due to the lack of ingredients, Lin Tian could only adopt a delicate technique to roll the giant rabbit monster's meat over and over again, in a bid to increase the meatiness from the technique, so that it wouldn't be so boring to eat. Normal barbecuing of a giant rabbit monster would take at least an hour or two, but Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. Both his technique and movements were very fast, and he was able to accurately grasp the temperature of the fire, which was not comparable to an ordinary person, and thus only took half an hour to finish barbecuing. Alright, ready to eat. Lin Tian extinguished the fire and said to the crowd. Lin Tian, you can eat too. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said as Lin Tian was preparing to return to the Guardian Spirit space. Guardian spirits were not hungry in the Guardian Spirit space and basically didn't need to eat or drink, but it didn't mean that Guardian spirits couldn't eat. In the past, Xiao Xin'er had eaten and drank with Lin Tian from time to time, and thus understood Lin Tian's habits, being very fond of food. Good. Lin Tian answered. At this fact, Yao Yufei, who was already very hungry, couldn't help himself and took out a knife and swooshed it to cut off a mouthful of the giant rabbit monster meat and put it into his mouth, savoring it. Not bad. I had thought that the flavor would be bad if there were no spices, but I didn't expect it to be this delicious. Xiao Xin'er, your guardian spirit is really powerful. Not only does it know how to barbecue, its barbecuing skills are surprisingly so good. Yao Yufei praised as he gulped down the food. Hearing Yao Yufei's words, the other few people couldn't help themselves and immediately got to work. In less than half an hour, an entire giant rabbit monster was eaten up by all 6 of them. Blessed, Xiao Xin'er, let your guardian spirit do the meals in the future. Gao Yunyun said with an expectant face. Xiao Xin'er gazed at Lin Tian. No matter what, she would not force Lin Tian. If Lin Tian was willing to do it, he would do it. If he wasn't willing to do it, she wouldn't make him do it. You guys have to learn to do it yourselves. I will teach you how to grill, don't always count on others. Lin Tian began to reprimand Gao Yunyun. Listening to Lin Tian's words, Gao Yunyun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. After all, what Lin Tian said made sense. This time she was here to try out. She had lucked out with Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian. If she was alone in the future, wouldn't she be starving to death? Do it on your own, have plenty of food. The purpose of this trial was not only to exercise their fighting ability and try bloody killing, but also to exercise their survival ability and hands-on ability. If they were to rely on others, the meaning of the trial would be lost. Well, I'll learn to barbecue. Gao Yunyun suddenly raised her head and firmly said. I will also learn. Xiao Xin'er expressed her thoughts. The others also nodded their heads and said that they would learn barbecue from Lin Tian. They didn't want to make it delicious, they just wanted to be able to eat it. Quite a few demonic beasts have already surrounded towards our side. It seems like the scent of the giant rabbit beast has attracted them. Let's get out of here. Lin Tian frowned. After saying that, Lin Tian returned to Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit space. Appearing outside for a long period of time was also a pressure for Xiao Xin'er. If she stayed for a while longer, Xiao Xin'er would be a little unable to support herself even at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, which would not be conducive to fighting in the Dragon Demon Ridge trial. Roar! Ow! A burst of beast roars came. A large number of demonic beasts came from all directions. Xiao Xin'er and the others no longer hesitated and quickly shifted, leaving in the direction. Not long after, they managed to shift away and killed a bloody road. In the blink of an eye. Xiao Xin'er's team had already spent half a month in level 1 area 3, everyone was a bit lousy, but they had gained a lot. First of all, their combat experience had improved a lot, and their cultivation had also slightly progressed. The 2 girls, Gao Yunyun and Xian, had made a breakthrough in their cultivation a few days ago, successfully stepping into the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm from the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm, while Xiao Xin'er had stepped into the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm from the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and her strength had skyrocketed. As for Guzhen and Yao Yufei, who were at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, although they had not managed to break through to the marrow cleansing realm, their cultivation had also slightly progressed, and they would not be too far away from impacting the marrow cleansing realm. And without realizing it, Lin Tian had cultivated from the 1st level of the blood transfiguration realm to the 2nd level of the blood transfiguration realm, and had even reached the level where he was about to impact the 3rd level of the blood transfiguration realm. The speed of his progress was heaven-defying. During this period, they had also encountered quite a few other teams, but each team had little interaction with each other. I didn't realize that half a month had passed so quickly. I gained 3,000 killing points. What about you guys? Gao Yunyun asked. I 2,900 killing points. Xian said. I 3,600 killing points. Yao Yufei said. I 3,700 killing points. Guzhen said. At this time, they looked at Xiao Xin'er. In this half-month, Xiao Xin'er had shown more strength than all of them, and when she encountered a large number of demonic beasts, it was Xiao Xin'er alone who had withstood the pressure and killed the most demonic beasts. But how many killing points Xiao Xin'er had gained, they didn't know and were very curious. Chapter 62 Demonic Beast Plan. I 5,200 killing points. Under the 4's expectant gazes, Xiao Xin'er slowly said. My god, 5,200 killing points. Gao Yunyun exclaimed in surprise, very envious. But it couldn't be helped, Xiao Xin'er's attack was the most powerful and the fastest. That speed, they were all very surprised to see. The speed of killing demonic beasts was also incomparably fast, instantly killing them in seconds and then again in seconds. If they weren't not competing with them for the demonic beasts, I'm afraid that they didn't have many demonic beasts to kill. Thus, they were only envious, but not jealous. While Xiao Xin'er and the others were chatting, there were a few demonic beasts gathered together at the central location of Level 1 Region 3. 100-meter tall, blood-red giant tree with eyes and mouth, a white ape, and a one-horned monster. The aura of these three demonic beasts had clearly reached the extreme of the first level of the blood transformation realm and were about to step into the second level of the blood transformation realm. Old blood, what did you summon us for? The white ape was a bit irritated. I'm sleeping at home, so you summoned me here. If there's nothing important, I can go back. Can't it be that it's something about that group of young human powerhouses? This time, humans sent another group of young strong men to our region to hunt demonic beasts. Unfortunately, each of them is very powerful. Some of them are not even weaker than us. Even if they strike, they can't kill him. That is, they are able to kill them, and the top human strongmen will come out to save them. Helpless Unicorn monster sighed. If there were humans here, they would definitely be surprised, because the wisdom of these two demonic beasts is very high. Not other demonic beasts are so stupid and ignorant. At this time, that blood-red giant tree, the demonic beast that these two demonic beasts called Old Blood spoke, I have something to ask for your help. Within this prison, you guys ate the blood soul fruit from my body and your intelligence has increased greatly, thus it is only reassuring to leave this matter to you guys. The other demonic beasts can't help much at all. Oh, what is it? Say it. The white ape said indifferently. I want you to send your demonic beasts to attack the barrier that imprisons us, and by the way, attack that group of young human powerhouses. Remember, it's at all costs. Old Blood frantically said. Old Blood, you're crazy. The white ape and unicorn monster were violently shocked. This idea of Old Blood's was too shocking. This was simply seeking death. I can promise you other things, not this thing. You're asking us to go to our deaths. If the top human powerhouses make a move, we'll be killed instantly. The white ape shook his head and refused Old Blood's request. I just want you guys to attract the attention of the top human military powerhouses and even the army. It's best to have them come over to suppress you. Old Blood spoke out of turn, saying, Old Blood, are you so crazy because you can't suppress your cultivation soon and are about to break through the second level of the blood transformation realm, and you're afraid that the top human powerhouses will kill you and take your blood soul fruit? The unicorn monster said nonchalantly. Old Blood laughed. Not bad, I indeed can't suppress my cultivation soon, and will indeed break through to the second level of the blood transformation realm soon. Within this prison, once I break through to the second level of the blood transformation realm, I will either be driven to other areas or killed. I am a blood soul demon tree, my root system is rooted here. Even if I break through to the second level of the blood transformation realm, I still can't move. The military's powerhouses definitely won't go to the trouble of moving me away. The greater likelihood is that they will kill me to seize the treasure. But I didn't let you guys frantically attack the barrier and the human powerhouses because I was afraid of death, but rather to divert the military's attention and buy time for Lord Mob. What do you mean? What does this matter have to do with Lord Mobe? The white ape was a little confused. Lord Mobe was a Pictongshan realm powerhouse of the Dragon Demon Ridge, and the strongest demonic beast in the level 4 region. Although they had never been out of this region, they had seen from afar the magnificent figure of Lord Mobe crazily impacting the Dragon Demon Ridge's light curtain, and that powerful aura made every demonic beast in the Dragon Demon Ridge incomparably respected. You guys should know about our Blood Soul Demon Tree being able to communicate with other Blood Soul Demon Trees within a certain range, right? Old Blood asked. Of course we know. Didn't you mention the situation of the demonic beasts in other regions to us from time to time? Of course we know. The white ape and the one-horned monster nodded in response. Old Blood continued, there is a blood soul demon tree of the innate realm in the 4th level region where Lord Mobe is located, and he communicated with all the blood soul demon trees in the Dragon Demon Ridge to pass on a message. Lord Mobe is going to impact the Void Realm. Once he succeeds in impacting the Void Realm, Lord Mobe will be able to break the confinement of the Dragon Demon Ridge and successfully escape. However, these demonic beasts had been imprisoned in the Dragon Demon Ridge for their entire lives and had never gone out. They had no idea what the outside world was like, and thought that there were many powerful demonic beasts out there fighting against humans. Even if they escaped, they were still inevitably surrounded and killed by humans. But they didn't know that well, and that's why they had this idea. What? Lord Mobe is going to impact the Void Realm, then the human military must have sensed the fluctuations. It can't be hidden. The white ape and the unicorn monster got worried. That's why we need your help. The demonic beasts in the various regions of the Dragon Demon Ridge are rioting in their own regions respectively, crazily impacting the light curtain barrier, which will definitely cause the military to suppress it. Especially our region. It was even looked at by Lord Mobe, wanting us to stop those young human powerhouses at all costs, so that the human military's attention will shift to each region, sending military powerhouses to suppress each region. And the various regions riot, the entire Dragon Demon Ridge demonic beast breath rushes to the sky. Lord Mobe's impact on the Void Realm will not attract too much attention. Old Blood said. The fate of the Dragon Demon Ridge demonic beasts can depend on us, sooner or later they will die anyway. Are you guys willing to help Lord M obey? Old Blood's huge blood-colored eyes stared at the white ape and the one-horned monster. It had the meaning that if they didn't agree, they would completely break with them. Help! The white ape and unicorn monster beast hurriedly said, helping Lord M pay to impact the Void Realm. Even if we die, it's worth it. Old Blood, you say what to do, we'll listen to you. For a moment, these two demonic beasts became excited and exhilarated, not putting life and death in the slightest bit in their minds. Let's start with this. Old Blood began to plot a plan for the white ape and the one-horned monster. For a moment, the entire Dragon Demon Ridge was stormy. Chapter 63 Dragon Demon Ridge Riot. Ow. In the 4 major regions of the Dragon Demon Ridge, dozens of smaller regions, countless demonic beasts went crazy. Within one area after another, countless demonic beasts began to impact the light curtain barrier. Although these demonic beasts were unable to rush out, the light curtain barrier also needed to consume energy to maintain it, and the energy consumed was very low during normal times, but if it was to resist the impact of countless demonic beasts, the energy consumed was very high. The military monitored this situation, naturally cannot sit back and do nothing, otherwise consume too much energy, which will make the military losses. Around the Dragon Demon Ridge, one military stronghold after another, a large number of flying machines and military warships started and began to fly to the sky above the Dragon Demon Ridge, and a large number of military equipped with all kinds of weapons entered the Dragon Demon Ridge to suppress the demonic beasts in various areas. At the same time, a certain stronghold of the Dragon Demon Ridge military, Gao Ling and Chief Wang Benwei were standing on a high building looking at the Dragon Demon Ridge from afar. Lord Gao Ling, there is a riot in the Dragon Demon Ridge, these demonic beasts are frantically attacking the light curtain. Headmaster Wang Benwei frowned. Strange, isn't your Dragon Demon Ridge usually very stable? Gao Ling was a bit puzzled. I don't know either, usually these demonic beasts won't attack the light curtain because they know that they can't break through the light curtain, this time all of a sudden all of them attacking the light curtain is really unusual. Wang Benwei also said strangely. Level 1 area, Area 3, you military focus on sending people to pay attention to it, there are my students in the trial there, in case there is really a danger, please also ask your military to rescue them immediately. Gao Ling requested. Lord Gao Ling, don't worry, those can be the future powerhouses of humanity, our military will naturally protect them with all our might. Wang Benwei assured. Gao Ling nodded silently as he listened. If it wasn't for the Federal God Alliance having rules that he wasn't allowed to enter the Dragon Demon Ridge, otherwise he would have personally traveled to the Dragon Demon Ridge to secretly guard spirit his students. I hope you are all fine. Gao Ling secretly blessed. Encountering the Dragon Demon Ridge riot in the first trial, his class was really too unlucky, but he believed that his students could get through this crisis safely. Dragon Demon Ridge, Level 1 Region 3. Countless demonic beasts came out from their nests, in groups and with a great momentum. A portion of the demonic beasts impacted the light curtain, while the military powerhouses were fighting the demonic beasts at the edge of the light curtain. While inside the third area, many of the demonic beasts were looking for humans to surround and kill. For a moment, the students of Star River University encountered a large number of demonic beasts besieging them. Xiao Xin'er and the others also encountered a demonic beast pack, at this time the Stygian Sun Wolves. Surprisingly, it's the Stygian Sun Wolves. Guzhen was flustered. The Stygian Sun Wolves were demonic beasts of the 8th and 9th levels of the marrow-cleansing realm, so if it was a single Stygian Sun Wolf, it was nothing. But now, the underworld Sun Wolves that had surrounded them had clearly reached hundreds, and among them, there was also an underworld Sun Wolf leader at the first level of the blood transformation realm. 100 medieval Sun Wolves at the 9th level of the marrow-cleansing realm could be more threatening than even a strong person at the 3rd level of the blood transformation realm. The 5 of them were all marrow-cleansing realm awakened, and they were hardly a match for this group of Stygian Sun Wolves. Go all out, don't hold back. Xiao Xin'er said with a grave expression. Summon the guardian spirit. Gao Yunyun and the others immediately summoned their guardian spirits, while Xiao Xin'er also summoned her guardian spirit Lin Tian. In an instant, the number of the team changed from 5 to 10. Kill. Accompanied by Xiao Xin'er's soft and bright cold drink, the group began to break out. Ow. A single Stygian Sun Wolf charged over. 100 Stygian Sun Wolves surrounded the attack with such a powerful stance that the guardian spirits blocked the front and withstood the first wave of attacks. After all, even if a guardian spirit was seriously injured, returning to the guardian spirit space would slowly heal it up, but once an awakened was seriously injured, that was the real trouble. Rumble. 10 people against 100 wolves. The bloody battle had begun. Not only Lin Tian and the others also encountered quite a few demonic beasts, but they weren't as unlucky as Xiao Xin'er and the others, who encountered a Stygian Sun Wolf pack all at once. One Stygian Sun Wolves fell, while Xiao Xin'er and the others started to slowly get injured, with the guardian spirit being the most injured. Suddenly, a Stygian wolf charged over at the gap behind Gao Yunyun, its hard claws seemingly about to claw through Gao Yunyun's back in the next moment. In a moment of urgency, Gao Yunyun's guardian spirit utilized a domain means. Domain, ice seal strangle. 10 or so meters apart, a force of the domain struck. There was a thud. That underworld sun wolf's entire body was suddenly pierced through by a large number of ice spikes and exploded, turning into ice slag and scattering on the ground. Seeing this thrilling scene, Gao Yunyun said a thank you to her guardian spirit. But at this time, Gao Yunyun also felt that her guardian spirit was consuming a lot. Normally, when not fighting, the guardian spirit could maintain a few hours in the outside world with no problem, but if fighting, 10 minutes or even half an hour was the longest period that the marrow-cleansing realm's guardian spirit could maintain. Her guardian spirit had frequently performed great moves, and this time, it had even performed a domain-killing move, thus consuming a great deal of energy, and soon it would not be able to hold out and return to the guardian spirit space. As expected. A minute later, Gao Yunyun's guardian spirit dispersed with a bang and returned to the guardian spirit space, unable to be summoned out again for a short period of time. Shortly thereafter, Xianqian's guardian spirit also dispersed and returned to the guardian spirit space. Guzhen and Yao Yufei's guardian spirits also couldn't hold on any longer and all returned to the guardian spirit space. By this time, they had already continued to fight the Stygian sun wolves for 18 minutes, decimating no less than 60 to 70 Stygian sun wolves, but everyone was carrying a trace of injuries on their bodies. Lin Tian, how much longer can you maintain this? Xiao Xin'er hurriedly asked. About 10 minutes. Lin Tian predicted and said back. Within 10 minutes, if we can't break out, then we can only choose to seek help. Xiao Xin'er shouted. She knew very well that if they lost such a powerful aide as Lin Tian, the 5 of them would not be able to stop the siege of the remaining underworld sun wolves. There was only one way then, and that was to seek help. Once they asked for help, it was the same as giving up on this trial. For them, failure was very shameful. As long as they weren't facing a desperate situation, they wouldn't ask for help. Another 5 minutes had passed and there were only a dozen or so underworld sun wolves left, but the most powerful underworld sun wolf guardian spirit had yet to make a move and stood far away from their eyeing Lin Tian and the others, seemingly not caring about the death of their own pack. Just at this moment. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and a great white ape appeared. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xiao Xin'er and the others counted one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 white apes appeared, each of them at the 9th level of the marrow-cleansing realm. Ah, humans, you're dead. A huge white ape spat out human language and arrogantly said. Chapter 64. Once the blood river comes out, the entire field is killed in seconds. A demonic beast that can spit out human words. Lin Tian and the others were surprised. It was important to know that demonic beasts that could spit out human words were basically highly intelligent demonic beasts, and their strength was also basically above the innate realm, whereas the white ape at the first level of blood transformation could spit out human words, which was indeed very rare. But at this moment, they were no longer thinking about why the white ape could speak, but were instead pondering what to do. Break out? Not much hope. 2 blood transfiguration realm first level demonic beasts, plus dozens of marrow cleansing realm 9th level white apes. If Lin Tian and the 10 of them were at the peak of their combination, they could still fight, but right now, they couldn't hold them back at all. At this time, Xiao Xin'er was ready to press the watch button to call for help. Although it wasn't clear if the military experts would be able to arrive in time to rescue them in the case of the Dragon Demon Ridge riots, this was the only way to guarantee their lives at the moment. Right at this moment, Lin Tian fiercely stopped Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, I have a way to help us out of our predicament, but I need you to guard it for me for a while. Good. Xiao Xin'er trusted Lin Tian unconditionally. If Lin Tian said that there was a way, then there must be a way. Swish swish swish. Xiao Xin'er's 5 people wrapped Lin Tian in the center, buying time for Lin Tian. And at this time, Lin Tian began to sit on his knees, running the blood nerve. Dying struggle. The white ape leader smiled coldly and ordered, you guys go on and kill them. As for him, he was peacefully immobile, unwilling to take any chances. He was clear that this group of human powerhouses all possessed undercurrents, and it would be over if he went up to attack and was killed. His subordinate clansmen could die, he could not. On the other hand, these marrow-cleansing realm white apes and those marrow-cleansing realm Stygian sun wolves were low in intelligence, so they were naturally humongous. Stygian sun old wolf, let's attack when they are exhausted. The white ape leader said. Ow. The Hades sun wolf chief nodded his head in response. Although he couldn't speak, he knew what the white ape leader meant tomorrow. Bang bang bang. Xiao Xin'er and the others only defended and did not actively attack. Time passed little by little while a bizarre situation appeared on Lin Tian's side. There were dozens of corpses of Stygian sun wolves on the ground, and a lot of blood flowed out of these Stygian sun wolves' corpses, but this blood suddenly flowed under the control of Lin Tian's blood nerve, slowly converging, and then turning into a tiny thread of blood scattered everywhere around. At the same time, a wave of killing will burst out from this blood, which looked somewhat oozing. Fortunately, the Star River era did not have the term devil's skill, otherwise Lin Tian's move would definitely be shouted down and called a devil. The blood river move recorded by the blood nerve is too cruel, but right now, with the underworld sunwolf blood and for the sake of breaking out, I don't care. Lin Tian secretly thought. Half a minute passed and the blood river move was about to form. And at this time, Xiao Xin'er and the others were about to lose their support. Xin'er, you guys step back. Lin Tian stood up, his eyes were blood red, and a wisp of red aura emerged from his body, like a full-blown demon. Blood river. Lin Tian raised his hand in a sky-supporting pose. Instantly, a large amount of blood emerged from the ground, forming a river of blood in the air. The river of blood tumbled and the sound of roaring shook his ears. Seeing this bizarre scene, the white ape leader was shocked. What is this? He felt a crisis where his life was about to die. At the same time, the blood in his body seemed to tumble like this river of blood. Escape! The white ape chief decided instantly, greeting the underworld sun wolf chief, and was about to flee towards the distance. Suddenly, the river of blood descended. The blood that covered the sky enveloped those white apes and Stygian sun wolves. Amidst the horrified gazes of Xiao Xin'er and the others, these white apes and underworld sun wolves were strangled by the blood in the river of blood and turned into piles of white bones. The blood river enveloped at a fast speed, catching up with the white ape leader and the underworld sun wolf leader in the blink of an eye. No! The white ape chief shouted in horror. He gathered all his demonic power and bloodline power to try to break free from the blood river, but realized that he was sinking deeper and deeper the more he broke free. A stream of blood power filled with killing and corrosion eroded his flesh. In the blink of an eye, most of his flesh and blood were chipped away, and he began to gradually lose his consciousness. Not long after, the white ape chief and the underworld sun wolf chief died under the blood river stroke. Clattering. The blood river dispersed and the surrounding battlefield was a mess. A complete corpse was gone, leaving only a field of white bones. With one move of blood river, all of them were killed in seconds. What a terrifying move! The marrow cleansing realm can still execute such a powerful move. Gao Yunyun was stunned. At this time, everyone looked at Lin Tian, shocked by the great move that Lin Tian had executed. Worthy of being the guardian spirit of a rookie king, even a medium guardian spirit is so powerful and terrifying. The four of them secretly said. As for Xiao Xin'er, she was also very surprised. She knew that this should be a blood river move recorded in the blood nerve, but she did not expect the blood river move to be so powerful. However, this method was too cruel, and performing it too much was not good for the heart. I'll go back to the guardian spirit space first. Lin Tian said with a pale face. Casting the blood river had also consumed him a lot, and he couldn't hold on any longer now. Wow! Lin Tian disappeared and returned to the guardian spirit space. Lin Tian, it's best not to perform the blood river move in the future. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness communicated with Lin Tian in the guardian spirit space and said with concern. Okay, try not to perform it in the future. Lin Tian smiled. You've consumed too much, go rest now. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly urged. Well, you guys should also pay attention to safety, find a hidden place to rest first. Lin Tian suggested. I know. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er led Gao Yunyun and the others away from this place, looking for a large tree that seemed to be quite safe for the time being to rest and recover their strength. 4th level area. This region was located in the central location of the core of the Dragon Demon Ridge, a huge abyssal canyon. There was only one level 4 region, and it was also where the mob demonic beasts were located. Underneath the abyss, Mob's huge dragon body lay on its back. Just like his size, he was a scaly dragon, and a demonic dragon at that. The huge body of the demonic dragon Mob was crazily exhaling heaven and earth aura, while his soul was also metamorphosing, and his entire body seemed to be about to merge with the void at any moment. At the void realm, the body could merge into the void and travel through the void. This was the case for the awakened, and the demonic beasts were the same. Suddenly, Mob opened his huge dragon eyes, and a terrifying aura shot up into the clouds, accompanied by the sound of a terrifying roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. I, Mob, ascend into the void today. Chapter 65 Human Subgod, Blazing Sun in the Sky. I, Mob, ascend into the void today. The dragon's roar resounded through the void, transmitting to the entire Dragon Demon Ridge. In an instant, the demonic beasts in the various regions of the Dragon Demon Ridge went crazy, each kneeling down in submission and making a pilgrimage in the direction of the Rank 4 region. Level 4 region. In the middle of the abyss, Mob's gigantic auger dragon demonic body flew out and came over the Dragon Demon Ridge. Break! An enormous dragon claw poked out from the void and violently grabbed the light curtain. There was a rumbling sound. The light curtain trembled violently and shook. It's that auger dragon named Mob. He actually stepped into the void realm. Many military experts were surprised. This is a conspiracy. The riot of demonic beasts in the various regions of the Dragon Demon Ridge is to attract our military's attention so that Mob can safely impact the void realm. Trouble, this dragon demon light shield can only defend against attacks below the void realm. It won't be able to block the void realm auger's attacks. Requesting for support. Requesting for support. Request for support. A military warship opened fire towards Mob, a laser cannon, orbital bomb, and ion cannon all blasted towards Mob. Nay, the dragon scales on Mob's body were too hard, basically ignoring these attacks. Humans had very powerful technological weapons that could exterminate a Void Realm powerhouse with a single strike, but that kind of lethal weapon could not be equipped inside the Earth, otherwise it would cause serious damage to the Earth if used. Basically, only in space battles would those terrifying universe-level weapons be utilized. And within the Earth, technological weapons that could shoot the passing God Realm were already the limit. I, Mabe Jiaolong, have already achieved the Void Realm. Once I get out of the Dragon Demon Ridge, you guys won't be able to trap me. When I step into my achievement as a true dragon, I will definitely wipe out you humans. Mobe arrogantly shouted while attacking the light screen. Foolish and ignorant. The Dragon Demon Ridge military commander smiled coldly and said, "Foolish and ignorant stupid dragon, so what if you are in the Void Realm? We humans have countless deities, each one of them can easily wipe you out if you want to escape from the Dragon Demon Ridge, delusional." Mob stared at the Dragon Demon Ridge military commander, revealing his huge dragon mouth, and said coldly, "Human, I remember you, peak of the Tongshan realm, not bad cultivation. When I break the light screen and come out, I'll be the first to eat you." Bang bang bang. Under Mobe's attacks over and over again, the light curtain in the 4th level area was about to be unable to support itself. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Demon Ridge military commander bowed towards the outside of the Dragon Demon Ridge. Dragon Demon Ridge military commander He Qing grants Lord Gao Ling permission to enter the Dragon Demon Ridge to subdue the Jiao Dragon Mob. Gao Ling was not a member of the Dragon Demon Ridge military and did not have permission to enter the Dragon Demon Ridge. Rules were rules, and even though Gao Ling was a Void Realm human powerhouse, he could not break this rule, or else he would be disobeyed by the Federal God Alliance. Thus, even if the Dragon Demon Ridge was in turmoil and Mabe stepped into the Void Realm to impact the light curtain, he still couldn't enter the Dragon Demon Ridge, but He Qing was the Dragon Demon Ridge military commander, and also the highest power commander here, and had the authority to give Gao Ling the authority to enter the Dragon Demon Ridge. He Qing's words were a guarantee and spoken before all the military soldiers. This was the pass given to Gao Ling. "Commander He Qing, Gao Ling shall promise." Rumble. A figure walked on foot in the void, his aura crushing the sky. At this moment, he was no longer an ordinary-looking tutor, but a human Void Realm powerhouse. He was the peak of the Void Realm just below the deities. This realm was also called a subdivine. Gao Ling was clearly a subdivine. What, there are such human powerhouses here? Mob's dragon body trembled when he saw Gao Ling. "Open the light screen and let Lord Gao Ling enter," He Qing ordered. Under the control of the military system, a huge opening appeared in the light curtain of the level 4 area, and Gao Ling took a step into it, facing off with the Mob Augur Dragon. "Mabe, how much better if you had stayed in the level 4 region and been more peaceful. You have to be an enemy of my human race." Gao Ling's voice was filled with majesty, like a god. "Bull, you humans imprison me here. What do you say about being an enemy? If you let me go, I promise not to be an enemy of your human race," Mob assured. Of course, his words were naturally to fool Gao Ling. As a demonic beast, he only had a never-ending hatred and killing intent towards the human race. How could he not take revenge? He was only saying these words because he wanted to leave, and when he left, no one could care about what he wanted to do. "No, I don't have the authority to let you leave, even if I did," Gao Ling said indifferently. "I'm leaving today." Mob continued to attack this light screen in front of him, trying to rush out. Seeing this, Gao Ling struck. Only a small sun appeared in Gao Ling's hand. The light of this sun instantly illuminated the entire Dragon Demon Ridge. The intensity of the light even covered the sun's light in the sky. Suddenly, the small sun transformed into a spear, which was surrounded by endless flames. Flaming Holy Spear. There was a swoosh. The Holy Spear pierced through the void and went through Mob's body. Demonic Dragon Shield. A shield appeared in front of Mobe's body, a shield that he had refined using his augur dragon scales that had faded away over many years, with extremely high defense. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The demonic dragon shield was penetrated by a single blow from Gao Ling's flaming saint spear. Then, the flaming saint spear penetrated through his body again, running through where his heart was. Feeling the loss of vitality, Mabe inwardly cried out impossibly. "How could you be so powerful? I'm also in the Void Realm." Mabe held on to his last breath and said, "An imprisoned Void Realm that doesn't go through countless battles is nothing more than an ant in my eyes. Besides, I am at the peak of the Void Realm. You are new to the Void Realm. You haven't even stabilized your realm. It's easy for me to kill you," Gao Ling said disdainfully. Hearing Gao Ling's words, Mabe died unwillingly, his dragon body falling down from the heights. Tier 1 Region 3. That's the mentor, so powerful, killing a Void Realm augur dragon that the military couldn't even deal with in one strike. Gao Yunyun stood on the giant tree, looking up at the distant heights, shocked. "Yes, tutor usually looks ordinary, but I didn't expect that a single strike would be so dominating," Guzhen said continuously. "Peak Void Realm, I'll be able to reach it sooner or later." Lin Tian looked up at the sky through the guardian spirit space and secretly said, Immediately, he withdrew his sight and closed his eyes to recuperate. Chapter 66 Blood Soul Fruit Controversy. Once Jiaolong Imobe died, the other demonic beasts couldn't make waves at all. Under the military's suppression, this group of demonic beasts were obedient and honest, not daring to impact the light curtain again. Soon, the Dragon Demon Ridge demonic beasts riot completely subsided, and the trial in Level 1 Area 3 proceeded as usual, but 15 students had already withdrawn from the trial. These 15 students had pressed the help button when they encountered a large number of demonic beasts attacking them, and were saved in time by the military experts, but it also meant that they lost their qualifications for the trial. In this time's demonic beast riot, many powerful demonic beasts had been suppressed and killed by the military, and their numbers had plummeted a lot at once. Especially in Level 1 Area 3, the number of demonic beasts had dropped even more, and coupled with the many students constantly hunting and killing, it was already less than 10% of the usual number. At this time, the demonic beasts were hiding, not daring to show themselves. Previously, it was the demonic beasts that were searching for humans, while now it was the humans that were searching for the demonic beasts. It's been 10 minutes, and I can't see a single shadow of a demonic beast. Guzhen complained. Normally, one could see a demonic beast in 2 or 3 minutes, but now 10 minutes had passed without seeing a single demonic beast, and at this rate, he wouldn't be able to kill a few demonic beasts in half a day. He still wanted to accumulate a large amount of killing points. There are still 13 days left, take your time to find it. If there are really no demonic beasts, let's just consider it a vacation. Yao Yufei joked. With Yao Yufei saying this, the few people present all laughed and became less depressed. Suddenly, the sound of a battle came from the distance. There's a battle, the fluctuations are quite large, let's go over and take a look, we might even be able to pick up the pieces. Guzhen urged. Okay, then let's go over and take a look. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and agreed. Anyway, since she couldn't find any demonic beasts at the moment, she might as well go over to the battle and take a look. In case the other students were in trouble, they could still help out a bit, and if there were a large number of demonic beasts, it wouldn't be too much for them to get a piece of the pie. It was better than wandering around here without a head. Immediately, the 5 of them moved quickly, rushing towards the direction of the battle. On a small mountain peak, a huge blood-red giant tree was situated there, and this blood-red giant tree was none other than the Blood Soul Demon Tree, one of the culprits for creating the demonic beast riot. At this moment, around the Blood Soul Demon Tree, there were 15 students. These 15 students were surrounding this Blood Soul Demon Tree. Under normal circumstances, a demonic beast at the first level of the Blood Transmutation Realm would not be able to block the siege of 15-star River University Marrow Cleansing Realm 9th Awakened Ones, but now, this Blood Soul Demon Tree was clearly no longer at the first level of the Blood Transmutation Realm from before, but rather, it was at the 4th level of the Blood Transmutation Realm. Raising from the first level of the Blood Transfiguration Realm to the 4th level of the Blood Transfiguration Realm in one go, this was the effect brought about by thick and thin growth. This Blood Soul Demon Tree had already lived for hundreds of years, because his species had a long lifespan, and thus did not worry about living a long life, but after living for such a long period of time, even if he did not intentionally cultivate, his cultivation level was still slowly increasing. In order to suppress his cultivation and not step into the 2nd level of the Blood Transfiguration Realm, he had been forcibly suppressing his cultivation or even compressing it and sealing it within his body. This was because he knew that once he broke through to the 2nd level of the Blood Transfiguration Realm, what awaited him would most likely be death. Now, he had to break through because 15 talented young human powerhouses at the 9th level of the Marrow Cleansing Realm had arrived. Even if he were to die, he would still have to die well, so he instantly broke through, impacting to the 4th level of the Blood Transformation Realm in one fell swoop, his strength surging many times over. Young human fellows, just with you guys you want to kill me? My old blood has lived for hundreds of years, these hundreds of years have been refining my flesh has long been comparable to the 7th and 8th level of the Blood Transformation Realm, now my cultivation has even stepped into the 4th level of the Blood Transformation Realm in one fell swoop, and my true battle power is comparable to the 5th level of the Blood Transformation Realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't move, you guys wouldn't have been my opponents at all. Old Blood coldly said. As he spoke, he frantically attacked the 15 students as well as their guardian spirits with one branch after another. Damn it, this guy's defense is too powerful. My guardian spirit can deal with the 1st level of the Blood Transformation Realm or even the 2nd level of the Blood Transformation Realm, but there's no way to injure this Blood Soul Demon Tree of the Blood Transformation Realm. A student said helplessly. Me too, if I can't kill this Blood Soul Demon Tree, I simply can't seize the Blood Soul Fruit on him. Blood Soul Fruit, that's a good thing. The Blood Soul Fruit on the Blood Exchange Realm Blood Soul Demon Tree isn't very advanced, but it's just right for us. There are more than 20 Blood Soul Fruits on this Blood Soul Demon Tree, it's more than enough for each of us to share one. The faces of the 15 students all revealed excitement, itching to pluck those Blood Soul Fruits immediately. The Blood Soul Fruit was a treasure that had an uplifting effect on the soul, increasing the quality of the soul and enhancing enlightenment and wisdom. For demonic beasts, the Blood Soul Fruit was even something that could unlock spiritual wisdom. The white ape as well as the one-horned monster before had opened up their spiritual wisdom because they ate the blood soul fruit from the blood soul demon tree, possessing a wisdom no less than that of an ordinary human being, or else they wouldn't have been able to speak at all. According to the price on the earth market, a blood soul fruit of the blood transformation realm was worth 1,000,000 star coins. Not far away, Xiao Xin'er and the others also came and saw this blood soul demon tree. Surprisingly, it's a blood soul demon tree of the 5th level of the blood transformation realm. Strange, isn't this area only filled with demonic beasts of the 1st level of the blood transformation realm? How did such a powerful demonic beast appear? Xiao Xin'er said strangely. My guardian spirit said that this demonic beast just broke through. It should have suppressed its cultivation for a long time, and as soon as it broke through 3 small levels in a row and stepped into the 4th level of the blood transformation realm. Gao Yun whispered. This blood soul demon tree's defense is still impressive, withstanding the attacks of so many students and guardian spirits. The branches didn't even shatter. Guzhen was surprised. Yao Yufei stared at the blood soul demon fruit on the blood soul demon tree and said excitedly, "That's a blood soul fruit, a blood transformation realm blood soul demon fruit that's worth 1,000,000 apiece. Should we join the battle group and besiege this blood soul demon tree?" Guardian spirit space. As soon as Lin Tian heard 1,000,000 a blood soul fruit, he immediately urged, "Xin'er, this blood soul fruit is worth so much, let's take them all." You mean I'll take them all? From under their noses? Xiao Xin'er was surprised. That's right, they can't deal with this blood soul demon tree, it's not too much for us to take it. Lin Tian laughed badly. But I don't have the strength to take it away either. Xiao Xin'er said. But I do. A powerful aura emerged from Lin Tian's body, and his previous weakness was gone. Chapter 67 Light Body Technique Realm. The 3rd level of the blood transformation realm. Lin Tian had once again risen 1 level in his cultivation, and his strength had progressed quite a bit. Lin Tian, even if you recover and your strength breaks through, it's useless. I'm at the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm. You can only exert the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, "That's right, it's true that I can only exert the cultivation of the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm in the outside world, but I'm different from the unusual guardian spirits. I can exert the full power of my martial arts realm, whereas the other guardian spirits have their martial arts realms greatly discounted. For example, that Gao Yunyan's guardian spirit Ice Cold is obviously a strong void realm practitioner and grasps the power of the rules. But he doesn't dare to exert the power of the rules, and even the power of the realm power was greatly reduced. But I'm different, I'm not restricted in the slightest when I cast my intentional means. Not bad, but even so, you can't kill that blood soul demon tree. He's at the 4th level of the blood transformation realm, and his defense is very perverse." Xiao Xin'er added. Not bad, that blood soul demon tree is indeed powerful, but do you think that I just had a cultivation breakthrough? Lin Tian mysteriously said. More than just cultivation? Could it be? Xiao Xin'er violently thought of a possibility. Not bad, domain. Lin Tian opened his hands, and a force of the domain swept out in the guardian spirit space. Dozens of meters in a radius were all under Lin Tian's control. This was a domain belonging to the light body technique. In this domain, Lin Tian's speed would receive a terrifying increase, truly coming and going without a shadow, comparable to instantaneous movement in general. Although the light body technique martial arts domain could not increase its killing power, it was just right in today's situation and could be used to bring out strange effects. I've already realized the light body technique domain. I can completely pick those blood soul fruits with ease. There's no need to fight hard against that blood soul demon tree with its perverted defense. This light body technique domain is where my confidence lies. Lin Tian revealed a look of "I'm very powerful" and said. Good, then you go. Xiao Xin'er summoned Lin Tian. Swish. Lin Tian's body moved, and his light body technique allowed him to rush towards the blood soul demon tree at the speed of a ghost. In an instant, he crossed over the students who were besieging the blood soul demon tree and arrived on top of the blood soul demon tree, stepping on the air step by step. Treading the air. This was originally a means that could only be done by an ascended realm awakened, but Lin Tian was able to do so at a low altitude by executing the light body technique. Human guardian spirit, you want to pick my blood soul fruit? Seek death. The branches of the blood soul demon tree continuously killed Lin Tian, trying to strangle him to death. Just at this moment, Lin Tian released the light body technique domain. The domain opened up, and Lin Tian's body completely transformed into the wind, moving within the domain at will, so fast that the blood soul demon tree couldn't even aim its attack. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian crossed over the blood soul demon tree's heavy obstruction and arrived at the crown of the tree, plucking a blood soul fruit in one fell swoop. Aha! The blood soul demon tree screamed miserably. The blood soul fruit was equivalent to a part of his body. Under normal circumstances he wouldn't pick his own blood soul fruit, it would be harmful to him. Once all of the blood soul fruits were removed, he would be very weak, just as if his essence had been taken away. At one time, he had only painfully given up 2 blood soul fruits, granting them to the white ape chief and the unicorn monster, which was equivalent to accepting 2 little brothers and letting them protect his safety from the young human powerhouses who had come to the trial in the past. But since those 2 times of giving up the blood soul fruit, he had never lost a blood soul fruit again, and he didn't expect to have one forcibly taken away today. This made him very angry. Go to hell. Countless branches flew above, constantly weaving and twisting in the air, even going so far as to attack his own body. But even so, he was unable to attack Lin Tian, who was in the realm of the light body technique. The second one. Accompanied by Lin Tian's shout, the second blood soul fruit of the blood soul demon tree was plucked away. Seeing Lin Tian tease the blood soul demon tree in such a way and easily take away the blood soul fruit, the others were stunned. My god, this is a domain, and it's such a powerful body technique domain, isn't it afraid of backlash? Medium Guardian Spirit, this is the Guardian Spirit of our class Xiao Xin'er, the Guardian Spirit of the Rookie King is really powerful. Isn't Xiao Xin'er only at the marrow cleansing realm? The guardian spirit of a marrow cleansing realm awakened person can easily release such a powerful field. Why isn't she afraid of backlash? It's probably because the guardian spirit is special. Perhaps this guardian spirit has a unique perception of the domain, which is why it can easily release the domain at a very low cost. Don't focus on being powerful. If all this guardian spirit takes away the blood soul fruit, what are we going to share? Kill, charge up and grab the blood soul fruit. One student in Guardian Spirit rushed up, but the Blood Soul Demon Tree had gone crazy, blocking everyone regardless, not letting them have a chance to snatch the Blood Soul Fruit at all. Not long after, Lin Tian took away 18 Blood Soul Fruits, leaving only a few Blood Soul Fruits there. Then, Lin Tian walked away, no longer snatching the few Blood Soul Fruits. It wasn't that he didn't want to pick the Blood Soul Fruits anymore, but he just couldn't take them anymore. Xin'er, these are the Blood Soul Fruits I snatched. Lin Tian took out a single blood soul fruit from his shirt pocket, sleeve, and inside his clothes. Seeing the 18 blood soul fruits, Guzhen and the others were stunned and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although they were eager to get the blood soul fruit, it was snatched by Lin Tian and naturally belonged to Xiao Xin'er. On the other side, the blood soul demon tree that had lost 18 blood soul fruits had lost a large amount of its essence and fell into a weakened state, thus it was no longer able to hold off the siege of 15 students, and was ultimately besieged to death, and the few blood soul fruits that were left were snatched by the crowd. As for the blood soul fruit in Xiao Xin'er's hand, no one dared to grab it, not to mention that Xiao Xin'er's strength is very powerful and is the new king of this term. Just the article that students are not allowed to kill each other is enough to make them not dare to make a move. The blood soul fruit scramble event passed, and Xiao Xin'er's team separated from the other teams. For the next 10 days, Level 1 Area 3 was very calm. Xiao Xin'er and her team didn't look for demonic beasts to kill in these 10 days, but quietly cultivated, striving to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. Using these 10 days, Xiao Xin'er completely raised her cultivation to the peak of the 10th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and once she returned to Star River University, she was completely ready to impact the blood transformation realm. On this day, the 1-month deadline arrived. The trial ended, and a large military craft landed from the air into the Tier 1 Region 3. Chapter 68 Killing Points First. It's finally time to leave. A month. I don't even know how I spend it. I'm so nostalgic for the food, I never want to eat those fruits again. Hurry, hurry, I don't want to stay in Dragon Demon Ridge for a moment. Get on the flying machine, quick. One by one, the teams rushed in. Almost every team was in a very sorry state. Some of the students were even injured, but luckily, there were no deaths this time. It was considered to be a relatively successful mini-trial. Soon, Xiao Xin'er's team also arrived on this side of the flying machine. When the personnel arrived, the military's flying machine flew away from the Tier 1 Region 3 and returned to a certain small stronghold outside the Dragon Demon Ridge. Just after returning to the stronghold, Xiao Xin'er and the others met their mentor Gao Ling, who they hadn't seen for a month. Not bad, this time your trials made me quite satisfied. You guys go and wash yourselves first. Some of you haven't washed yourselves for a month, right? Gao Ling smiled and said, Ah. As soon as they heard this, some of the girls instantly reacted and immediately screamed. Indeed. Some of them hadn't bathed for a month. Although the Dragon Demon Ridge had water and rivers, there were also many demonic beasts. Some of the students didn't dare to enter the rivers to bathe for the sake of safety. At most, they would just wipe their arms and faces with water. However, the awakened person of the Marrow Realm's metabolism is not the same as ordinary people, and produces fewer impurities, so it's not like ordinary people who don't take a bath for a week to be covered in a foul odor. Even if they didn't bathe for a month, they would only have a slightly unpleasant odor. But for girls who loved cleanliness, a little odor was enough to make them collapse. Previously, they were in the Dragon Demon Ridge, surrounded by demonic beasts, making their spirits tense and their attention focused on the demonic beasts, so they didn't think about the issue of bathing. But now, after Gao Ling said this, they immediately reacted. Immediately, they rushed towards the stronghold's bathshore at the fastest speed of their lives. The next day, every student had changed into clean clothes, and all of them were full of energy and vigor. Gao Ling gathered them in a small clearing and began to collect their watches. Each student went up and handed their watch to an officer, and the kill points were tallied. Sun Yang, 3,640 kill points. Wu Guan, 3,924 kill points. Not long after, Wu Longen, who was already at the second level of the blood transformation realm, walked up and handed over his watch, and the number of his kill points was reported. Wu Longen, 10,008 kill points. Hearing this number of kill points, many students were stunned. This was more than 10,000 killing points, and if they were to calculate it at 10 points for a demonic beast at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, this was equivalent to killing 1,000 demonic beasts. Of course, he hadn't killed that many demonic beasts, and part of those points came from Blood Exchange Realm demonic beasts. A Blood Exchange Realm first level demonic beast was worth 100 killing points. The other few Blood Exchange Realm students were similar, their killing point counts were all around 10,000, after all, the few of them were on the same team and had similar strengths, so naturally the difference in the number of points gained was not too big. Gao Yunyun, 4,900 kill points. As a member of Xiao Xin'er's team, Gao Yunyun's results were very impressive and belonged to a relatively high level in the entire class. The other students' kill points counts were all above and below 4,000, while Gao Yunyun originally only had the cultivation of the 8th level of the marrow cleansing realm and was at the bottom of the class, but now she obtained such a good result, which instantly made the other students envious. Obviously, they thought it was Xiao Xin'er's credit. Being on a team with the newcomer king, it was hard not to get high kill points. Xian, Guzhen, and Yao Yufei's kill point counts were also quite high, all of them were around 5,000 kill points. At this time, the students were guessing how many points Xiao Xin'er had. I'm guessing more than 8,000, but it's hard to say if there's 10,000, after all, Xiao Xin'er is only at the marrow cleansing realm, and even though he's gotten the newcomer king isn't a competition for strength, and his strength isn't necessarily stronger than a blood transformation realm awakened. Well, I'm guessing it's only about 8,000. No matter how many kill points it is, it's something we need to look up to. Guardian Spirit Space. Ha, Xin'er, they think you only have 8,000 killing points, so they'll be surprised later. Lin Tian hahad. Okay, listen to you, want to be the last one on the finale? Xiao Xin'er consciousness body gently covered her mouth and laughed. That's a good suggestion for a finale. Lin Tian nodded his head. Not long after, the other students went up and handed in their watches, leaving Xiao Xin'er alone. Under the gaze of the entire class, Xiao Xin'er walked up and handed over her watch to the officer, who in turn announced her point count. At this point, Gao Yunyun, Guzhen, and the others got excited, their faces red. The others didn't know Xiao Xin'er's kill points count, but they did. Xiao Xin'er, 11,839 killing points. The officer announced. 11839 killing points. Sun Zai, Wu Longen, and a few other blood transformation realm awakenings were instantly incredulous. Xiao Xin'er's efficiency in hunting demonic beasts was even higher than theirs? They were the strongest team in the class, Winning the first place in the small trial killing points with a marrow cleansing realm awakened, Xiao Xin'er once again proved her strength. Not bad. Instructor Gao Ling praised under his breath, his eyes revealing a pleased expression. In this class, the one that made him the most proud and satisfied was Xiao Xin'er, with an unlimited future. As long as she didn't fall, even becoming a deity was very possible. As for the other students, he wasn't too optimistic. The Void Realm War was their limit. Your killing points can be exchanged into treasures. Follow me. Gao Ling brought the students to a hall in the military stronghold. There were all sorts of treasures displayed on the screen in the hall. There were weapons, armor, spiritual liquids, robot guards, and martial arts techniques. Wow, there's even a redemption for 9th rank martial arts techniques, but the price is too high, 100,000 kill points. It's more or less the same for all of us to put together in one piece. Purple Sky Sacred Wings, wearable to fly into high altitude, speed comparable to supersonic fighters, requires 300,000 killing points. Innate Spiritual Liquid, can assist the Blood Exchange Realm 9th awakened person to impact the innate realm, can also help the innate strong person to impact the small realm, 10,000 killing points. One good thing after another appeared in front of the students' eyes, and they couldn't wait to redeem all of them, but the prices of these treasures also made them sigh. In the end, they could only target those treasures that required fewer kill points. This item is not bad. Xiao Xin'er stared at a treasure. Chapter 69 End of Trials, Send Something. Tian Lan Purple Clothes. Xiao Xin'er's gaze was fixed on the introduction of this dress. She didn't just fancy this dress because it was beautiful, but it had a use. The Heavenly Lan Purple clothing was a piece of clothing refined using various rare materials as well as memory metal and morphing metal, which could automatically turn into various formations of clothing to satisfy everyone's needs. Moreover, this piece was added with the memory metal, so even if it was destroyed, it could recover and heal into a complete piece of clothing, unless the damage was too severe to be lost. In addition, the Heavenly Lan Purple clothes could also be used as a battle armor, with a very powerful defense, making it a very versatile set of clothes. Of course, the level of this clothing was not very high, merely only suitable for the blood transformation realm as well as low-level ascended realm awakened to wear. For the ascended and above, this clothing was of a lower grade. Above the Tianlan purple clothes, there were more advanced memory morphing clothes, but the price was not something that today's Xiao Xin'er could afford. In addition to functions such as defense morphing recovery, she also had a function that girls loved more: cleaning. The heavenly lawn purple clothes were untainted by dust and could draw on the impurities expelled from the human body to fling them out into the outside world, allowing one's body to remain clean at all times. 8,000 killing points, it's not too expensive, I have a full 10,000 plus points, so I'll buy it. Xiao Xin'er decided. This was the one treasure she was most satisfied with. As for the other techniques, martial arts, weapons and so on, they were not suitable for her. There are still 3,839 killing points left, what should I exchange? Xiao Xin'er stroked her chin, pondering. Suddenly, she thought of her dad Xiao He and her younger brother Xiao Ling. Dad's talent isn't high, he's only at the 6th level of the marrow cleansing realm, and even though the Xiao family is a big family in Phylan City, it can't supply every member of the clan with marrow cleansing fluid to cultivate, so why don't we exchange some marrow cleansing fluid for Dad, and some body refining fluid for his younger brother? There were many types of marrow cleansing liquids and body refining liquids. Some of the marrow cleansing liquids and body refining liquids sold on the market had quite a lot of impurities, which would not be conducive to future cultivation if taken for a long period of time, but there were also quite a few marrow cleansing liquids and body refining liquids that had almost nothing in the way of impurities, but these types of cleansing liquids were almost a special supply, and were not sold in the regular channels. For example, due to the scarcity of the C78 fine marrow cleansing liquid, it was only sold on a few planets, and on Earth it could only be purchased on the black market at a high price, which was expensive and could not be used for a long period of time. The military also had special supply of marrow cleansing liquids and body refining liquids. For example, the G23 marrow cleansing liquid and the military basic body refining liquid. Xiao Xin'er also saw these two types of elixirs on the screen and they were not expensive. The G23 marrow cleansing liquid was 500 killing points apiece, and the military basic body refining liquid was 10 points apiece, which was enough to purchase a large amount of marrow cleansing liquid and body refining liquid with her current number of killing points. After deciding, Xiao Xin'er submitted her exchange to the military. Not long after, the Tianlan purple cloth, G23 marrow cleansing fluid, and the military basic body refining fluid were presented to Xiao Xin'er. The others also redeemed their favorite treasures, and everyone's faces were filled with overflowing smiles. This little trial was truly a huge gain for them, and the students who were originally not too satisfied with this trial now couldn't wait to have another trial. When all the students had finished redeeming their killing points, this trial was considered to be truly over. Back to school, Gao Ling ordered. Yes. The many students responded in unison. After returning to Star River University, the first thing many of the students did was to go to the various restaurants to have a beautiful meal and then have a beautiful sleep. But soon, every student entered a state of frantic cultivation. Xiao Xin'er, on the other hand, the first thing she did was to impact the blood transformation realm. When she was at the Dragon Demon Ridge, she had already started to manage to impact the blood transformation realm, but it wasn't suitable for impacting a large realm there, and with the trials coming to an end, she decided to return to the school before making a breakthrough. Practice room. Xiao Xin'er began to shut down and blocked Lin Tian's senses. It wasn't a good look to impact the blood transformation realm. She didn't want Lin Tian to see her covered in blood. Boom! The blood nerves operated. The impurities in the blood surged out crazily and discharged out of the body, forming fishy-smelling black blood, which flowed into the sewage pipes of the practicing room without affecting the practicing room. Time passed slowly. Xiao Xin'er's breakthrough was very instantaneous. A few hours later, Xiao Xin'er opened her eyes, her gaze permeated with joy. She had successfully crossed over into the blood transformation realm. After taking a shower, Xiao Xin'er immediately threw away the previous set of clothes and changed into the Tianlan purple clothes, then formed a set of clothes that suited her according to her own intention. The next day, Xiao Xin'er arrived at the school's mail courier office, ready to send something to her home. The G23 marrow cleansing fluid and the military basic body refining fluid were all sent away, and she also sent away the blood soul fruit, 2 in total. Blood soul fruits could increase enlightenment and enhance the quality of the soul. Blood soul fruits of the blood transformation realm were helpful to awaken persons at the peak of the blood transformation realm. She was preparing it for her grandfather Xiaobadian. Xiaobadian was already not young, over 70 years old, almost reaching the life expectancy limit of an ordinary person. If he couldn't step into the innate realm again, then he could only live out his life to the end. If she were to take the blood soul fruit, she might be able to increase her hopes of impacting the innate realm. It was with these considerations in mind that she chose to send away 2 blood soul fruits to her grandfather. As for her, she didn't need the blood soul fruits at all. With the Tao Te Ching as well as various Chinese era techniques, the quality of her soul was far beyond the average, not to mention her enlightenment. Taking the blood soul fruit would instead add some soul impurities and lower the quality of her soul. For the next 3 months, there wasn't a single trial, and mentor Gao Ling didn't arrange a cultivation plan for them. Thus, everyone struggled to cultivate according to their own plans. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and it seemed that the influence of the trials had caused the potential of every student to explode, progressing at a much faster rate than before, with many of the students at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm crossing over into the blood transfiguration realm. And the students in the blood transformation realm had basically all risen a small level as well. As for Xiao Xin'er, the speed of her progress was even beyond the imagination of the others. In 3 months' time, she had risen from the 1st level of the blood transfiguration realm to the 4th level of the blood transfiguration realm in one fell swoop, becoming number 1 in her class. But at this time, Xiao Xin'er had one sorrow. This chi and blood power is too majestic, isn't it? It's affecting my temperament. Chapter 70, Concealing Chi and Blood, Turtle Breath Technique. The blood transformation realm condensed blood, making it more and more pure and powerful. As for Xiao Xin'er, she cultivated the blood nerve, a Chinese era technique that allowed all the blood in her body to be completely transformed into golden blood. Nowadays, the golden blood in her body had already taken up 40%. How powerful was the chi and blood power contained in such powerful blood? Chi and blood were closely related to temperament, and with the power of chi and blood being so majestic and powerful, Xiao Xin'er's temperament had indeed undergone a huge change, becoming incomparably rigid and strong, with less of that softness of a woman's. This was a change that the blood transformation realm had to go through. Waiting to step into the innate realm awakened person level, return to the basics, the breath will return to the calm again. However, Xiao Xin'er was somewhat unaccustomed to her own temperament, and wanted to regain that soft temperament, which was the temperament that a woman should have. Just as she was worried, Lin Tian in the guardian spirit space spoke. Xin'er, if you want to recover your temperament, you only need to calm your chi and blood. How do I calm my chi and blood? Xiao Xin'er's eyes were filled with anticipation. There is a Chinese martial art called turtle breath kung fu. Hiding your breath and calming your chi and blood is an easy task. If you cultivate the turtle breath technique, not only can you calm and conceal your chi and blood at the blood transformation realm, but you can also conceal your cultivation so that other people can't detect it. Lin Tian slowly introduced. There is such a gong method. Xiao Xin'er was overjoyed and immediately wanted to learn this technique. The turtle breath technique was not considered a secret technique in the Huaxia era a billion years ago, and there were complete versions of it on the internet. Thus Lin Tian returned to the Huaxia era to memorize the contents of the turtle breath technique on the internet. Xin'er, let's go to space again. Lin Tian said in a hurry. Xiao Xin'er had harvested quite a lot in the trial this time. Any blood soul fruit was enough to be exchanged for millions of star coins. She could be considered a full-fledged little rich woman now, and naturally didn't care about the energy consumption of the spaceship. Applying for a day out was quickly granted. After half a day, Xiao Xin'er returned to Star River University from space, and at this time, she had already inherited the turtle breath technique. It only took 3 days for Xiao Xin'er to completely learn the turtle breath technique, hiding all her chi and blood in the depths of her blood, and her entire temperament once again turned into a soft and gentle image. Once her temperament changed, her beauty instantly increased by several times. Right at this time, Star River University's vacation came for a period of 10 days. During these 10 days, the students basically went home to visit. Star River University was a 2-year grade, from freshman year to senior year graduation, a total of 8 years in Star River University. This rule was not the same as the university time in the 1 billion years of Huaxia era. And between these 10 years, there were very few vacations, and every vacation was worth cherishing. When the vacations were announced, Xiao Xin'er had plans to go home and visit like everyone else. Filan City, Xiao family. On this day, the Xiao family was having a big banquet and celebrating warmly, because today the 2 college students of the Xiao family were about to go home. Hall. A group of people were waiting anxiously, and once Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Tangyu returned, they immediately opened the banquet. Family head, are they arriving today? A family patriarch asked. Yes. Xiao Badian nodded his head. The news has been confirmed. They left a long time ago. Earth's transportation is very convenient, so they are expected to arrive very soon. At this time, Xiao Ao also stroked his beard and smiled. I just got in touch with my grandson. He is estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. My grandson is progressing very fast at the Battle Spirit University, and something has also happened that has stunned me. What stun thing? Elder Xiao Fei was curious. Haha, allow me to keep it a secret. When my grandson comes back, I will personally let him talk about it, and I guarantee that each and every one of you will be shocked. Xiao Ao said smugly. Xiao Badian looked at Xiao Ao and secretly shook his head. Xiao Ao had a high status in the Xiao family, and his nature wasn't bad, but he just loved showing off and bragging too much, and he liked to compete with others, and he especially liked to compete with him, the head of the family. However, he didn't brag about his granddaughter, but he also knew what a great achievement his granddaughter had obtained. Star River University Rookie King. At first, he was truly shocked when he heard this news, almost so shocked that his heart banded. What was the concept of Star River University Rookie King? It meant that her granddaughter had stepped on the heaven's pride and God's descendants of each of Earth's top families, crushing all the Star River freshman students in one fell swoop and becoming the #1 newcomer. If it was Xiao Ao, he would have proclaimed it everywhere, but he didn't. Sometimes a low profile is a good thing, and a properly high profile is fine. It wasn't long before Xiao Tangyu returned. "Good day, Grandpa, good day to all the elders." As soon as Xiao Tangyu returned, he paid his respects. At this time, many Xiao family elders observed towards Xiao Tangyu, although they were not clear about Xiao Tangyu's strength in the end, but they had a vague feeling that Xiao Tangyu was not weaker than the 8th or 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. But think carefully but feel unlikely. When he first entered the university, Xiao Tangyu was only the 2nd level of the marrow cleansing realm, and it was only 8 months ago that Xiao Tangyu crossed so many small levels and entered the 8th and 9th levels of the marrow cleansing realm? To know, many elders of the Xiao family who were over 40 years old had spent decades to cultivate from the 1st level of the marrow cleansing realm to the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm. "Tangyu, tell the elders about your current cultivation level," Xiao Ao hurriedly said. "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Tangyu nodded. "I have now cultivated to the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm." "What, really the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm?" The many Xiao family elders were astonished. "Elder Xiao Ao, what's going on? Our Xiao family has had quite a few clansmen who have entered the Battle Spirit University in the past, but none of them have progressed at such a fast rate. Even the awakened ones with superlative guardian spirit talent can't have such a fast rate of progression, right?" Elder Xiao Fei was filled with curiosity. "Tangyu, go ahead." Xiao Ao gave the opportunity to explain to his grandson, Xiao Tangyu. Xiao Tangyu puffed out his chest and belly and said proudly, "At the Battle Spirit University, due to my excellent performance and because I am a plant lineage guardian spirit, I was accepted as a close disciple by a Peak Tongshan realm tutor who was also a plant lineage guardian spirit, and I was trained by that tutor's devoted cultivation, which has led to my progressing at such a fast rate." Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath. Xiao Tangyu had actually worshipped a Peak Tongshan realm powerhouse as his mentor. This was a peerless powerhouse that could easily overthrow the Xiao family. A look of envy and jealousy appeared on the faces of the Xiao family's people for a moment, along with a trace of respect. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, I'm home." Xiao Xin'er had come home. Chapter 71, Defeating Xiao Tangyu again. Seeing Xiao Xin'er return, Xiao Xin'er's grandfather, mom and dad were all very happy. "It's good to be back." Xiao Beishan's aged face revealed a happy smile. Xiao Ao and a bunch of other Xiao family elders' gazes also stared at Xiao Xin'er, seeing that Xiao Xin'er's body didn't reveal any powerful qi and blood power, and as for the realm, they couldn't sense it vaguely. At once, they knew that Xiao Xin'er had cultivated a technique to conceal her breath. However, the technique of concealing breath basically could not conceal the powerful qi and blood power of the blood transformation realm, and only by stepping into the innate realm could the body's qi, blood, and flesh return to unity, return to the basics, and the breath would be simple and unobtrusive. But obviously, they didn't think Xiao Xin'er had reached the innate realm. Cultivating from the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm to the innate realm in a few months' time had not even appeared in the history of the earth, unless there was a deity forcibly instilling power to pull out the hairs and forcibly elevate them to the innate realm, but that would undoubtedly be depleting their potential and becoming a wasted talent. Less than the innate realm, and it can't be the blood transformation realm, it seems to still be a marrow cleansing realm. Xiao Ao somewhat looked down on Xiao Xin'er. Entering Star River University but progressing so slowly was a bit humiliating. However, when he thought that Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit was only a medium guardian spirit, this slow cultivation speed was normal. As for why it was so fast before, it was estimated that it was with the help of certain treasures that consumed a lot of potential could be possible. Xiao Ao, who thought he was smart, felt that he had guessed correctly and immediately coughed lightly. "Today both of our Xiao family's college students have returned, so I think that in addition to a big feast, we need to carry out an activity to liven up the atmosphere." "Xiao Ao, what do you suggest?" Xiao Badian looked at Xiao Ao. "I'm sure everyone in the family wants to know how my grandson Xiao Tangyu and the family's eldest young lady Xiao Xin'er are progressing in the university, and a real battle is the best way to test progress. How about letting them spar? What do you guys think?" Xiao Ao suggested. "This is a good idea, it's good to let them spar." Eldest Miss Xiao Xin'er is a student of Star River University, while young Master Xiao Tangyu entered Battle Spirit University and studied under a Peak Tongshan realm powerhouse. The speed of their progress is unbelievable, they are both very powerful. "I agree that they should spar," one Xiao family member yelled. "Guardian Spirit Space. Ha, a fellow at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm sparring with you at the 4th level of the blood transfiguration realm, that's just too big of a gap." Lin Tian laughed out loud. Not to mention that Xiao Xin'er was several levels higher than Xiao Ao. Even if Xiao Xin'er was also at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm, she had easily killed Xiao Tangyu in seconds. The gap was just like the gap between an ant and an elephant, it wasn't even at the same level. Elder Xiao Ao saw cousin Xiao Tangyu progressing so quickly. "I'm afraid he wants to show off a little," Xiao Xin'er said helplessly. Lin Tian nodded his head and smiled. I guess he didn't sense your chi and blood power and thought that you were still at the marrow cleansing realm. That's why he dared to let his grandson to spar with you. If he knew that you had already crossed over into the 4th level of the blood transfiguration realm, he wouldn't have dared to say this even if he was given 10 guts. Xin'er girl, do you agree to a sparring session? Xiao Ao asked. If grandpa allows it, I have no problem with it. Xiao Xin'er bowed her head and said. At this moment, the crowd's eyes looked at Xiao Badian. A sparring session is a sparring session. Xiao Badian said indifferently. Then why don't we cut the duel first and open the banquet later? Elder Xiao Ao ordered the people to disperse, allowing Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Tangyu to spar right in the hall. The Xiao family hall was large enough for the two to let go and spar. In the center of the field, Xiao Tangyu and Xiao Xin'er faced each other face to face. Xiao Tangyu took a fighting stance and summoned his guardian spirit. The withered vine guardian spirit surrounded Xiao Tangyu. Plant-based guardian spirits are different from human guardian spirits. I didn't know how to utilize plant-based guardian spirits at all in the past, but my teacher showed me the wonders of plant-based guardian spirits, allowing me to step into a new world. I've also learned a 6th rank martial arts stance that combines the plant-based guardian spirit to perform, so I'd like to ask my cousin to teach me. Xiao Tangyu said nonchalantly. Then strike. Xiao Xin'er said indifferently. You're not summoning the guardian spirit? Xiao Tangyu frowned. No need. Xiao Xin'er shook her head. At this moment, Xiao Tangyu was a little angry, thinking that Xiao Xin'er was belittling herself and disdaining to summon a guardian spirit to fight him. Good, very good, I'm going to let you know that I'm not the same person I used to be. Xiao Tangyu's mind moved, and the vines of the withered vine guardian spirit rotated crazily, entangling and twisting together to form a sharp thorn, carrying a terrifying power that violently stabbed at Xiao Xin'er. Vine drill. The attack was powerful and super fast. This move was precisely one of Xiao Tangyu's best moves. When he was at Battle Spirit University, he had used this move to defeat a sophomore student at the 9th level of the marrow cleansing realm with a single strike, proudly standing out at Battle Spirit University. However, just as the vine drill was about to pierce Xiao Xin'er's body, Xiao Xin'er's palm emitted a faint golden light and grabbed the vine, making it unable to advance a single millimeter further. Not bad speed, not bad strength, but still too weak. Xiao Xin'er commented. Too weak. These 3 words hit Xiao Tangyu's heart hard, causing his face to turn white. Impossible. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er disappeared. No, it wasn't disappeared, but it was so fast that it surpassed his visual senses. Then, there was a pain in his chest, and his entire body flew backwards. Tangyu. Xiao Ao aided Xiao Tangyu, revealing his nervousness. I lost again. Xiao Tangyu said despondently. He had thought that he had progressed at such a great rate that he could close the gap with Xiao Xin'er, or even surpass her, but he had never thought that the gap had gotten even bigger. In the past, he could still fight with Xiao Xin'er, but now he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. The gap between the two was too great. What a deep heart, obviously reaching the blood transformation realm but deliberately hiding his cultivation. Xiao Ao helped Xiao Tangyu up and looked at Xiao Xin'er with a burning gaze as he coldly said. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said, Elder Xiao Ao, I didn't hide it on purpose, you didn't even ask me what realm I had reached. As soon as I got home I said that I wanted to spar, all of this was arranged by you, how can you blame it on me? With a turn of phrase, Xiao Xin'er suddenly said, since Elder Xiao Ao wants to know how I've progressed, why don't I just spar with Elder Xiao Ao personally? The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Chapter 72 Punching an Elder in the Face. You want to spar with me? Xiao Ao was so angry that his beard lifted up and he glared angrily. At this time, Xiao Badian hurriedly dissuaded him, Xin'er, how can you talk like this? Xiao Ao is a family elder and you are a junior. What's it like for a junior to spar with an elder? On his lips, he was blaming Xiao Xin'er, but Xiao Baishan's eyes didn't show any hint of blame. No, it's proper for elders to guide their juniors. Since girl Xin'er wants to spar with this old man of mine, then I'll accompany you to spar, but my old man is getting old, so I might be a bit unable to control the strength of my strikes. Xiao Ao's implication was that in case he shot out and hurt you, then don't blame me. Elder Xiao Ao is willing to guide me as a junior is the blessing of the junior, even if the shot is a little heavier, it won't matter. Xiao Xin'er politely said. Xin'er. Xiao Badian let out a low cry, trying to dissuade Xiao Xin'er once again. However, Xiao Xin'er only smiled faintly at him and did not say anything. Seeing this, Xiao Badian knew that he could not dissuade Xiao Xin'er and could only give up. However, he secretly built up his strength. In case Xiao Ao injured his granddaughter, he would definitely be the first to strike. As for whether Xiao Xin'er would beat Xiao Ao, he never thought about it. Xiao Ao was an elder of the Xiao family, a patriarchal figure, and although his strength was a bit weaker than his, he also had the 6th level of the blood transformation realm, and his battle power was not weak. How long had his granddaughter only been cultivating? Even if she had a demonic talent, she was bound to be no match for Xiao Ao for the time being. However, he still knew too little about his granddaughter. According to the cultivation level, Xiao Xin'er is currently in the 4th level of the blood transformation realm, which is 2 small levels lower than Xiao Ao's 6th level, but Xiao Xin'er's combat power is far beyond the same level, and the 4th and 6th levels of the blood transformation realm belong to the same blood transformation realm, and do not cross a large realm, and thus there is not much of a gap. According to the general battle strength calculation, Xiao Xin'er is enough to easily defeat the 7th and 8th level of the blood transfiguration realm awakened person, and defeating an elderly 6th level of the blood transfiguration realm is simply easy. In the center of the field, Xiao Xin'er and Xiao Ao were about to exchange blows. At this moment, the Xiao family's crowd was all incredibly excited. This was a battle cut between the younger generation and the elders. Thinking about it made their blood boil. Although no one thought that Xiao Xin'er was a match for elder Xiao Ao, but at the very least, she could support herself for a few moments. Sister, go for it, beat elder Xiao Ao. Xiao Xin'er's younger brother, Xiao Ling, shouted. The others listened to Xiao Ling's words and laughed softly, unimpressed. If Xiao Xin'er beat elder Xiao Ao, it would definitely be the sun rising from the west. Merge! Xiao Ao immediately merged with the guardian spirit, and a powerful force of qi and blood rose up, shaking the hall. Luckily, this hall was forged with special metals. If it was an ordinary house, it would have definitely shattered directly. Rumble! An enormous large hand shadow emerged from Xiao Ao's body and slapped Xiao Xin'er with a palm. The might of this move was clearly a 6th rank martial art, and it was a consummate level 6th rank martial art. It's our Xiao family's 6th rank martial art Great Wind Hand. Someone exclaimed. The consummate level 6th rank martial art Great Wind Hand, and a move executed by the 6th awakened level of the blood transformation realm's combined guardian spirit, was enough to astonish the heavens and the earth. While the crowd was speculating on how Xiao Xin'er would respond, Xiao Xin'er's body steeply erupted with endless golden light, converging into a golden palm that pushed horizontally. Vajra palm! An angry-eyed Vajra seemed to walk out of the void, crushing Xiao Ao with a palm. Boom! The gale hand shattered and the Vajra palm continued to crush away. Right at this moment, an armor flashed on Xiao Ao's body, defending against the Vajra palm, but the entire person was still shaken back a dozen steps and crashed into the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Ao's face was red and his body was churning with qi and blood. Seeing this scene, all the people of the Xiao family were dumbfounded, even including Xiao Badian. Xin'er girl won? Xiao Badian was stunned. Elder Xiao Ao was a blood transformation realm 6th awakened, and had mastered the perfection level 6th order martial arts, and his combat experience was very old-fashioned, but he actually lost in a single move. More importantly, it seemed that his granddaughter had not merged with the guardian spirit just now. Elder Xiao Ao, do you still want to give advice? Xiao Xin'er stepped forward and asked. Xiao Ao looked embarrassed and hurriedly set his face straight, saying in a serious manner, Xin'er, your talent is indeed good, and you've progressed very quickly at Star River University, so there's no need for guidance. As for losing, he wouldn't admit it. Xiao Badian hurriedly opened his mouth to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone, quickly take your seats. Today is a big day to celebrate the return of our Xiao family's 2 college students, don't delay. Right, everyone take your seats. Xiao Ao also seemed to have found a step and hurriedly changed the topic. Although the topic was shifted over, the way people looked at Xiao Xin'er changed. Even those elders didn't dare to look at Xiao Xin'er with eyes that looked at their juniors. They knew very well that Xiao Xin'er was able to defeat elder Xiao Ao, and they were afraid that she wasn't very far from stepping into the innate realm. Perhaps the next time they saw Xiao Xin'er would already be an Ascendant realm powerhouse, a level with the Xiao family's old ancestors, an existence they needed to look up to. Xiao Tangyu's face also regained its calmness at this time. He completely gave up competing with Xiao Xin'er. The two were not at the same level at all. Even if he had the assistance of a teacher of the Tongshan realm, he was still completely incapable of comparing with Xiao Xin'er. Perhaps in Star River University, Xiao Xin'er is also a bright that dazzling star. Xiao Tangyu secretly said. After the Xiao family banquet, Xiao Xin'er met her grandfather alone. Grandpa, have you taken the blood soul fruit I sent? Xiao Xin'er asked immediately. Took it, the effect of the blood soul fruit is indeed good. I can already feel that the quality of my soul has improved quite a bit, but I still can't break through to the innate. Grandpa is already old. Unless I can get the innate sacred water to wash my flesh and regain my youth, there's no hope at all of stepping into the innate. The best age stage for the blood transformation realm to impact the innate is before the age of 50. Once it exceeds the age of 50, then the difficulty of breaking through is incomparably greater, and Grandpa is already over 70 years old. It is estimated that there is no hope of breaking through to the innate in this life. Xiao Badian said helplessly. Impacting the innate is the dream of every awakened person who doesn't want to enter the innate. Once they enter the innate, their lifespan will skyrocket, which is equal to living a few more lifetimes. Xiao Badian, who was already almost at the end of his lifespan, naturally wanted to step into the innate, but with such a talent, he was too young to do anything about it. Grandpa, I will definitely obtain the innate holy water for you. Seeing her grandfather's aged face, Xiao Xin'er secretly swore in her heart. Chapter 73 Time Star Tower. During the 10-day vacation, Xiao Xin'er had been at home with her own parents' grandfather and had not spent much time cultivating. In addition, she had given her parents a few blood soul fruits to increase the quality of their souls as well as their enlightenment, and with the marrow cleansing liquid that she had sent earlier, there was a high hope that her father, Xiao He, would break through to the blood transformation realm. The blood transformation realm was a very powerful level in the Xiao family, and it would be more than enough for him to become the next head of the family. As for her younger brother, Xiao Ling's progress is also very fast, and it should be no problem for him to go to university. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Xiao Xin'er left the Xiao family to return to Star River University, opening a new stage of cultivation. Just after returning to the school, Xiao Xin'er got a notification. The second trial of freshman year has arrived. However, this trial was different from the past. It was not a combat trial. Not only was there no danger whatsoever, but it was a great opportunity, a great chance that other universities could not obtain. As for what kind of great opportunity it was, no one knew because this matter needed to be personally notified by instructor Gao Ling. Freshman Class 3. All the students had returned and gathered here. Everyone was very excited, looking forward to Tutor Gao Ling informing them of the contents of this chance trial. On the stage, Tutor Gao Ling swept his gaze below and said aloud, "Classmates, previously, I informed the class group that there would be a chance trial this time, so I'm sure that many of the students are already very much looking forward to this trial. I might as well tell you that this trial is a chance that you can't imagine, and it's also an exclusive chance for every freshman class." Mentor, what exactly is chance? Don't hide it, hurry up and tell me. Yes, we can't wait. Mentor, hurry up and tell me. One student after another couldn't wait. However, Tutor Gao Ling remained unhurried. Students, there's no need to rush. Before that, I would like to ask, you guys should know something about the realm of deities, right? Understand a little. Some students replied. Sun Zi, tell us about the divisions of the divine spirit realm. Gao Ling pointed his finger at Sun Zi and said. Sun Zed stood up and replied seriously, when an awakened person condenses a star core after the peak of the void realm, they break through to the planetary realm, where they can detach themselves from the planetary gravity and physically cross space, and this level is also referred to as divine spirit. When the planetary realm was only the weakest deity realm, this level was also divided into 9 sublevels. Above the planetary realm are the stellar realm deities. This class of deities are relatively rare, each one is a big shot. It is said that there is only one stellar level deity in our Earth Federation's Divine Alliance, and that is the Jin family's oldest ancestor, Lord Jin Zunwang. Above the stellar realm is the cosmic level deity. A deity at this level is an incomparably powerful existence when placed in a galaxy. As for existences above the cosmic level, I'm not sure. Good answer, more comprehensive. As for the realm above the stellar realm, it is called the supreme level. There aren't many of us humans at this level, so everyone doesn't need to know about it. Instructor Gao Ling added. However, Lin Tian secretly memorized this level. Supreme level. Then, Tutor Gao Ling added, everyone knows that our Earth is the origin of human civilization, and countless years ago, many humans came out from Earth and multiplied to various parts of the universe, discovering one planet after another, and ultimately forming the huge human Star River Alliance. And more than 1,000,000 years ago, Earth gave birth to such a deity. His god name was Star Saint King, proficient in the rules of time and the rules of stars, a supreme deity of the 9th level of the stellar realm, but unfortunately, he eventually died in battle. One of his treasures was named the Time Star Tower, which was kept by the Earth Federation God Alliance after his death, and your chances for this trial are related to this Time Star Tower. Stellar level deity, Time Star Tower. Many students sucked in a breath. This trial was actually related to a deity of this level. No wonder it was called a heavenly opportunity by Tutor Gao Ling. Tutor, is it hard to let us enter this Time Star Tower? Xiao Xin'er was also a bit curious. Tutor Gao Ling smiled and said, not bad, it is indeed a trial of opportunity for you to enter the Time Star Tower. The Time Star Tower is a very powerful and magical treasure that contains the laws of time within it, which can adjust the passage of time. The first layer of the Time Star Tower is twice the passage of time in the outside world, 1 day in the outside world and 2 days in the inside. The second layer is 4 times the passage of time, and the third layer is 6 times the passage of time. The 9th layer is 18 times the passage of time. The Time Star Tower has a total of 9 layers, and each of you can enter the Time Star Tower to cultivate, but as for how many layers you can enter, it depends on your talent. As instructor Gao Ling narrated, the students basically figured out the Time Star Tower's chance trials. Not only is the passage of time in the Time Star Tower different from the outside world, its interior also contains pure starlight, which is an extremely special energy, and the starlight in the Time Star Tower is very gentle and easily absorbed by the human body, and can be used to quench the flesh, sinews, bones, blood, and soul. But due to the opening of the Tower of Time and stars need to consume a huge amount of energy, and the higher the cultivation level of the strongest person to enter the Tower of Time and stars, the more energy they need to consume. It was in consideration of the energy consumption problem that the Earth Federation God Alliance decided to open it once a year, and only give it to the freshman students of Star River University, and only for a month. A person only had one chance to be a freshman. Thus, this was the greatest trial of chance for freshman students, and it was exclusive to Star River University students. Students from other universities did not have this treatment. The first layer of the Time Star Tower is every student can enter. The first layer is twice the passage of time. The higher the number of layers can stay naturally longer. According to the outside world a month counting words, in the 9th layer Cultivation can stay 18 months time, while in the first layer Cultivation can only stay 2 months time. Anyone who wants to go to the upper level to cultivate, but not everyone can go to the upper level, need to be strong enlightenment. In each layer of the Time Star Tower, there was a star map, and one could enter the next layer by sensing the star map and lighting it up. Even though Xiao Xin'er and the others hadn't been to the Time Star Tower, they could guess that the star map wasn't easy to comprehend, and it was bound to be very difficult to enter the higher levels of the Time Star Tower. Just as the students in the class were immersed in the shock of the Time Star Tower, Instructor Gowling announced, "We will be entering the Star Time Tower in 3 days, you have 3 days to prepare." Chapter 74 Space in Space. Lin Tian, what do you think I should prepare? Xiao Xin'er sought Lin Tian's opinion. Instructor Gowling gave them 3 days to prepare, and 3 days later they entered the Time Star Tower. This time, it was the trial of chance, which was both a chance and an invisible competition. Anyone knew clearly that the more they advanced to the higher levels of the Star Tower, the more time they fought for cultivation, and such benefits could not be exchanged for star coins. There was only one chance in a university career. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "If you enter the Star Tower of Time, you can either stay honestly on the first floor, or you can comprehend the star diagram and light it up by sensing its mysteries, which requires an extremely high level of enlightenment." Other students are expected to purchase treasures that assist in enhancing their enlightenment, but you have the Dao De Jing, which is a supreme technique that can completely assist you in comprehending the star diagram, and the effect is not something that can be compared to other auxiliary treasures, so you don't need to purchase some auxiliary treasures, and there is food prepared inside the Tower of the Stars, so you don't need to bring it with you. Then I don't prepare anything? Xiao Xin'er asked. If you ask that, I really hope that you prepare something. Lin Tian snapped to mind. What things? Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Guardian Spirit Pill. Lin Tian smiled and said. Guardian Spirit Pill. When Xiao Xin'er heard this, she immediately knew what Lin Tian wanted this for. The Guardian Spirit Pill was a treasure prepared by awakened people to increase the time of summoning a guardian spirit. Under normal circumstances, an awakened person who summoned a guardian spirit could only stay in the outside world for a short period of time, without fighting for a maximum of 3 to 4 hours, and once the time was up, it would have to return to the guardian spirit space and would not be able to summon it again for a short period of time. However, the Guardian Spirit Pill can increase the time of summoning the Guardian Spirit. As long as there is no battle, its time can be expanded to 10 hours. However, once there was a battle, the effect of the Guardian Spirit Elixir would be severely reduced and could only be increased by a few minutes. The usefulness of the Guardian Spirit Pill was not small, and its price was also very expensive. A Guardian Spirit Pill was 100,000 star coins. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to buy a Guardian Spirit Pill, and even if they could afford it, they couldn't afford to buy it. Lin Tian, you also want to cultivate in the Time Star Tower, so you want me to buy Guardian Spirit Pills, right? Xiao Xin'er guessed. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded. As long as I have the Guardian Spirit Pill, I can cultivate in the Time Star Tower for 10 hours a day. I have 3 million star coins on my account on StarNet, which is only enough to buy 30 Guardian Spirit Pills, so you can help me purchase another 70 Guardian Spirit Pills. Buying 100 Guardian Spirit Pills at once had reached a value of tens of millions of star coins, comparable to the value of a lowest grade void ring. And as Guardian Spirit Pills were consumables, spending so many star coins in one go could only be described as a tycoon. But if it was used for something that could be transformed into strength, the 10 million star coins were worth spending. Alright, I'll sell some blood soul fruits first, otherwise I can't afford so many Guardian Spirit Pills. Xiao Xin'er said. Previously, he had obtained 18 blood soul fruits and gave 2 to her grandfather, 1 to her brother, and 1 to each of her parents, leaving 13 left. These 13 blood soul fruits could be sold for a full 13 million star coins, enough to buy 130 Guardian Spirit Pills, which was naturally more than enough. Within 3 days, Xiao Xin'er quickly sold the blood soul fruits in her hands to her classmates. Since these students were in dire need of enlightenment-enhancing treasures, the price of the blood soul fruit was speculated to be very high, and all of Xiao Xin'er's sales at 1.5 million star coins were snapped up. After the blood soul fruit was sold out, Xiao Xin'er immediately ordered Guardian Spirit Pills for Lin Tian on the Star Network. StarNet was not only a virtual world, a battle platform, but also the largest trading platform. Many transactions were traded on StarNet, and purchasing items could also be placed on StarNet, with items arriving very quickly. As expected. In less than 5 hours, the 100 Guardian Spirit Pills that Lin Tian needed arrived in Xiao Xin'er's hands. 3 days passed in a flash. It was 7 o'clock in the morning on this day. All of the first-year students of Star River University gathered at Star River University's 10th Square. Nearly 1,000 students gathered here, and everyone's face was filled with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, a large flying machine landed in the number 10 square, and one by one, the students entered these large flying machines and rode the large flying machines into the Star River University Space Station. This time, they were going to enter a large spaceship and ride it into space. That's right, their destination this time was in space. Because the Time Star Tower was somewhere in the solar system, drawing on the power of the stars from time to time. Somewhere in the solar system, a large spaceship carrying thousands of students flew quickly and arrived at a certain region of the solar system in a short while. At this point, the spaceship stopped. Suddenly, the void cracked open a huge mouth, swallowing the spacecraft in one go, and everything returned to calm. The students who were inside the spaceship knew nothing about it. Students, all come down, Gao Ling said to Xiao Xin'er and the others. The spaceship hatch opened, and outside was an endless starry sky. At this moment, many students were shocked. Mentor, it's space outside, there's no air, we're only at the blood transformation realm cultivation, we'll die if we enter space. It's not true that this is space, but we won't die. A mentor forcefully dragged a student to the outside, only to see that student peacefully stepping in the starry space. Nothing happened at all. Seeing this scene, the other students walked out. Xiao Xin'er came out as well, her feet stepping in the starry sky and levitating. This feeling was very rare. Look guys! A student shouted, his finger pointing into the distance. There was a lofty giant tower there, surrounded by countless starlight, and it was beautiful. Anyone could guess that this tower was bound to be the Time Star Tower. Mentor, what's going on here? How are we able to stand in the middle of space, and there seems to be air here? Class 3 Sunzai curiously asked his mentor Gao Ling. This is a space that is in the middle of space. It was specially opened up by the gods for the Time Star Tower, and the Time Star Tower is the core formation base of this space. If the Time Star Tower doesn't go out, this space won't go out. Gao Ling explained. So it's a space that was opened up. At this point, the students understood. If it was an opened up space, it would be too normal for them to be able to stand peacefully. Chapter 75 Sacred Blood Bodhi Seed. Let's go, you guys go over to the Time Star Tower and wait for the gods to open the Time Star Tower. Gao Ling pointed at the Time Star Tower and said to the students. Xiao Xin'er nodded their heads and quickly ran towards the Time Star Tower side. The 1,000 students quickly gathered at the entrance of the Time Star Tower and waited for the Time Star Tower to open. Suddenly, a monstrous giant hand emerged from the void and slapped down from above the Time Star Tower. Only to see the Time Star Tower's light flourish, and the entrance gate slowly opened. Go in! A voice filled with majesty rang out. It was the voice of a deity. Wow! 1,000 students immediately surged inside the Time Star Tower, and in the blink of an eye, all of them were inside. While the students entered the Time Star Tower, the 10 tutors outside chatted. Gao Ling, do you have the guts to compete with me to see whose student entered the higher layer? You have a newcomer king in your class, so you have the advantage. You wouldn't be afraid to bet, would you? A tall man patted Gao Ling's shoulder and said. This man was Meng Mo, the mentor of Class 5, and also Jin Ming's mentor. Meng Mo, you really want to bet with me? Let's bet on a divine crystal then. Gao Ling said with an indifferent face. You're crazy to bet so much. Meng Mo was startled. Divine crystal was a crystal with very high energy, and it was also the currency used by the gods. Void realm powerhouses didn't have many divine crystals, and one divine crystal was enough to make a void realm awakened person suffer from flesh pain for a long time. If you don't dare to bet, don't bet. Gao Ling said disdainfully. Just bet, who are we afraid of? Meng Mo said with a wicked smile of triumph. He was very confident in himself, because their class's Jin He had good enlightenment, and this time, he had received an auxiliary treasure to enhance enlightenment given by the Golden Zune King, so he could definitely enter a relatively high tier. This matter was something that very few people knew about except for him before. As for Xiao Xin'er from Gao Ling's in their class, this newcomer king, he didn't pay much attention to it at all. How much more enlightened could it be compared to the powerful auxiliary treasures bestowed by the Golden Zune King? This world still relied on background and substance, and talent was sometimes not enough even if it was high. Xiao Xin'er, mentor, I'm counting on you to win a divine crystal, don't let me down. Gao Ling silently expected in his heart. Time Star Tower, first floor. This layer was very spacious, and it wasn't crowded at all for 1,000 people to enter here. Not to mention holding 1,000 people, even holding 10,000 people would be easy. Look above your heads. Hearing this voice, the students raised their heads, only to see that the top of their heads was like a starry sky, with one star forming a star map with each other. This was the star map. However, the stars on this star map were dim, and one had to light up this star map in order to enter the second level. Around the first level there was also a closed chamber as well as a hall for storing food and so on, ensuring that every student would not go hungry and eat when they wanted to. Hey, this star diagram is too complicated, can't figure it out at all, you guys go and enlighten yourselves, I'll just cultivate on the first level. A student at the first level of the blood transformation realm said and walked towards one of the closed chambers, walking in and closing the door to cultivate. Let's go too. Some of the students also gave up their enlightenment and began to close their doors at the first level. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er sat on her knees and began to enlighten this star diagram. Although Lin Tian wanted to comprehend Xiao Xin'er instead, tutor Gao Ling had also mentioned that the guardian spirit comprehending the star diagram didn't count, and that this star diagram was very strange, and that other people couldn't speak out their feelings if they comprehended it, and that only if they comprehended it themselves would they be able to understand the mysteries of the star diagram. Understand is to understand, do not understand is not to understand. It is useless to say, everything is in the realization. Tao can be Tao, very Tao. Xiao Xin'er silently recited the Tao Te Ching while trying to sense the star diagram. With the aid of the Tao Te Ching, Xiao Xin'er's enlightenment received an unimaginable increase, and a star outlined a complete map within her consciousness. These stars combined with each other in 1,000 different ways. Gradually, she began to somewhat understand the esoteric meaning of this star map. The so-called lighting up the star map was to perceive the meaning of this star map, and by infusing its meaning into a star, one could light up the star and enter the second level. After realizing this point, Xiao Xin'er began to focus on comprehending the star diagram's arcane mood. It wasn't just Xiao Xin'er who realized this point, the others also gradually realized this point. The next step was to see who was able to realize the meaning. At this time, quite a few students began to use their own means. Some students took out similar treasures like the blood soul fruit and swallowed them in one gulp, starting to understand the star diagram. Some students took out all kinds of auxiliary treasures, such as the soul incense, which can be smelled to enhance enlightenment. Eye-opening holy liquid, drops into the eyes can see clearly some special fluctuations, and even the fluctuations of the realm of intention can be seen, to be able to understand the realm of intention of the esoteric faster. Right at this moment, Golden Medieval Sun took out a treasure that attracted many people's attention. It was a Bodhi seed. But if one thought of it as an ordinary Bodhi seed, that would be a big mistake. It was a Kuei treasure, the Holy Blood Bodhi seed. The Sacred Blood Bodhi seed was a Bodhi seed that was born from the Sacred Blood Bodhi tree, and each Sacred Blood Bodhi seed required 100,000 years to produce, and its value was enough to make a Pekinate awakened person lose all of his family's money, and even a great power of the Tongshan realm would want to obtain a Sacred Blood Bodhi seed. Sacred Blood Bodhi seed had many uses, such as meditating wisely, enhancing enlightenment, and sensing the state of mind. If one were to hold a Sacred Blood Bodhi seed in one's mouth, even a wastrel would be able to become an enlightened genius. This kind of exotic treasure was very difficult to obtain, and it was exchanged by King Jin Zun from other powerhouses to give it to Jin Meizi. At this moment, Golden Meditation contained the Sacred Blood Bodhi seed and began to comprehend the star diagram. A strand of Bodhi breath surrounded Jin He, assisting him in comprehending the star diagram. Which one of you will be the first to light up the star and enter the second level of the Time Star Tower? A student wondered. I reckon it's Jin He. He even took out the Sacred Blood Bodhi seed. Compared to the Sacred Blood Bodhi seed, these auxiliary treasures we took out are just trash. Xiao Xin'er also has a high level of enlightenment. Maybe she can be the first to enter the second level of the Time Star Tower. Xiao Xin'er is the newcomer king. It's not true that she has great enlightenment, but she doesn't have auxiliary treasures, so she's still no match for Jin He. Let's not discuss them, let's just hurry up with our enlightenment, let's not waste time. One student quieted down, all of them quietly participating in enlightenment. 1 hour later. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er stood up. Chapter 76, No One Can Reach. Stepping into the 9th layer. Xiao Xin'er suddenly stood up, which caused many students to sweep their gazes over. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er was seen waving her hands as a wave of intent rippled out. Swish! The star diagram above fiercely absorbed this intent fluctuation, and immediately, one of the stars blazed with light, illuminating the entire star diagram, and then it dimmed again, but it was many times more obvious than before. Lighting up the star map. Xiao Xin'er was the first to do it. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the star diagram and covered Xiao Xin'er's body, instantly moving Xiao Xin'er away. Xiao Xin'er has entered the second level. Many students were stunned. This was too fast, so fast that they hadn't reacted yet. As for Jin He in the distance, he had received the Sacred Blood Bodhi seed from his old ancestor, the Golden Zun King, and had thought that he could easily crush everyone and become the brightest star of this trial of chance, but he hadn't expected that he would still be easily crushed and blown away by Xiao Xin'er. If he didn't have the Sacred Blood Bodhi seed, wouldn't his enlightenment be far inferior to Xiao Xin'er? At the thought of this, he instantly wanted to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Hee, someone has entered the second level of the Time Star Tower so soon. Gao Ling was surprised. He, it must be Jin He from our class. Meng Mo said triumphantly. Maybe it's Zhao Fengsheng from our class. The mentor from class 7 interjected. Our Jiju might also be the first to enter the second floor. Oh, this thing called enlightenment is something that no one can say. Besides, the star diagram of the Time Star Tower doesn't just require enlightenment, it also depends on some luck, don't you think so? The mentor of the 10th class faintly said. One by one, the tutors argued, but everything was speculation, and they didn't know who was the first to enter the second level of the Time Star Tower. The Time Star Tower was a masterless object, no one could know what was going on in the Time Star Tower, and even the same deity who had opened the Time Star Tower couldn't peer into the Time Star Tower. Treasures such as the Time Star Tower naturally had an artifact spirit, and all the rules running under the control of the artifact spirit. Other people who wanted to enter the Time Star Tower had to go through the consent of the artifact spirit, and peeping into the situation of the Time Star Tower needed the consent of the artifact spirit as well. The Federal Divine Alliance had long had a rule that within the month that freshman students entered the Time Star Tower, no one was allowed to interfere with the operation of the Time Star Tower, and all matters had to be stopped at the end of the month for the Time Star Tower to stop operating before the Time Star Tower could be opened again. Deities didn't even have the authority to open the Time Star Tower, and these tutors were only in the Void Realm, so naturally they didn't have the authority to know what was going on inside the Time Star Tower. The second level of the Time Star Tower. Xiao Xin'er came to this layer, and the strong energy of the starlight surged inside her body, which was quite a bit stronger than the first layer. But this was not Xiao Xin'er's goal, her goal was the higher levels. While running the blood nerve to cultivate, she meditated on the Tao Te Ching to refer to the star diagram. The star diagram above the second layer was a bit more complex than the star diagram on the first layer, and the meaning contained within it was also a bit higher up. At this level, Xiao Xin'er had been comprehending for a full 5 hours before she realized a little bit of the meaning contained in this star diagram. And right at this moment, Jin He came to the second level. Seeing Xiao Xin'er, Jin He breathed a sigh of relief and secretly said, "Finally coming to the second level and catching up with you." But suddenly, a flash of light shot down from the star diagram, wrapping Xiao Xin'er and moving to the third level. Jin He had just arrived at the second layer and only saw a back of Xiao Xin'er, and was truly depressed. Outside, someone has entered the third layer. Gao Ling saw that the third layer of the Time Star Tower was functioning and the reserve energy was depleting, indicating that someone had stepped into the third layer of the Time Star Tower. Who is it? Xiao Xin'er, or Jin He? He wasn't sure who it was, but he hoped it was Xiao Xin'er. On the third level, Xiao Xin'er spent 13 hours to comprehend the intentional mysteries on the star diagram and lit up the star diagram to cross over to the fourth level. Just like that, Xiao Xin'er impacted the Time Star Tower all the way, heading straight to the 9th layer of the Time Star Tower at an incredible speed. When Xiao Xin'er arrived at the 8th layer of the Time Star Tower, only 4 days had passed in the outside world. The 8th layer of the Time Star Tower. Xin'er, you swallowed the Guardian Spirit Pill and summoned me out. This is the 8th layer now. The light of the stars is incomparably dense, and the passage of time here is also very fast, a full 16 times that of the outside world, so I'll cultivate on this layer for a while first. Lin Tian couldn't wait to come out, thus he hurriedly called out to Xiao Xin'er. Good. Xiao Xin'er took out the Guardian Spirit Pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The power of the Guardian Spirit Pill entered the Guardian Spirit space. Come out. Xiao Xin'er summoned Lin Tian with a thought. Appearing in the outside world, feeling the dense starlight energy, Lin Tian was thrilled. What a pure energy, hey, I'm not polite. Sitting on his knees, Lin Tian operated the blood nerve, Vajra Indestructible body, and I Jin Washing Marrow Sutra to simultaneously draw in the energy of the starlight to use to quench his body's bones and blood. However, these 3 great techniques were not specialized in absorbing energy after all, thus the speed of absorption was not fast. If I were to step into the innate, then I would be able to completely absorb the starlight energy at extreme speeds, and the speed of refining would far exceed the current speed. Lin Tian secretly sighed in pity. He was only at the 7th level of the blood transformation realm right now, and was still far from the innate realm. However, he was certain that he could cross over to the 10th level of the blood transformation realm in one go within the Time Star Tower, and once he was out of the Time Star Tower, he could proceed to impact the innate realm. Time passed. Xiao Xin'er had spent 10 days on the 8th level of the Time Star Tower before she finally lit up the Star Tower and entered the 9th level. If the 10 days on the 8th floor was converted to the outside world, it was only half a day. At this point, there were still a little more than 25 days left for Xiao Xin'er to enter the 9th floor, and the rate of time passing on the 9th floor was 18 times that of the outside world, thus Xiao Xin'er could still stay on the 9th floor of the Time Star Tower for another 400 to 500 days, or more than a year. Rumble. A large amount of starlight energy turned into a tidal wave that surged into Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian's bodies, although most of the energy escaped once again, and only a small portion of it was absorbed, but swallowing starlight energy in such a way made it seem as if their bodies underwent another metamorphosis. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er broke through. Chapter 77 Blood Transformation Realm 10th level. Leaving the 5th level of the Blood Transformation Realm. In the first 8 floors of the Time Star Tower, Xiao Xin'er hadn't been cultivating much seriously, instead she had been comprehending the star diagram, but even so she had accumulated her cultivation to the peak of the 4th level of the Blood Transformation Realm. Now once she entered the 9th level of the Time Star Tower, a large amount of starlight was integrated into her blood, promoting the rapid progress of the blood nerves, thus this was how she easily crossed over into the 5th level of the Blood Transformation Realm. 30 days later, Xiao Xin'er crossed into the 6th level of the Blood Transformation Realm. 80 days later, Xiao Xin'er crossed into the 7th level of the blood transformation realm. 150 days later, Xiao Xin'er crossed into the 8th level of the blood transformation realm. 250 days later, Xiao Xin'er crossed into the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. 400 days later, Xiao Xin'er broke the shackles in one fell swoop and achieved the 10th level of the blood transfiguration realm. By now, Xiao Xin'er's blood had turned into golden blood, just like a god. Xiao Xin'er had broken through to the 10th level of the blood transfiguration realm, and Lin Tian had naturally reached the 10th level of the blood transfiguration realm long ago. At this point, there were tens of days left for Xiao Xin'er to be able to stay at the 9th level of the Time Star Tower. It was a good choice to use these dozens of days to stabilize her realm and cultivate her martial arts. Xiao Xin'er's martial arts level was still at the realm of intent level, and if she was able to comprehend a domain, then it would definitely be able to drastically increase her combat power. But the domain is not so easy to comprehend. On the talent, Xiao Xin'er is not like Lin Tian, and the understanding of Chinese martial arts is not like Lin Tian, so want to follow Lin Tian. General comprehension of the domain is not easy. But nothing is absolute. As long as Xiao Xin'er is given a little more time, her realization of the domains will definitely be a natural thing. Without realizing it, tens of days passed by in a flash. On this day, the gate of the Time Star Tower opened. A student came out from the Time Star Tower. The way to come out from the Time Star Tower was that the students on the first floor were the first to come out, then the portal appeared on the second floor of the Time Star Tower, and the people inside would come out again. And so on. Those on the 9th level of the Time Star Tower came out last. Gao Ling, our bet will be revealed soon. From the current operation of the Time Star Tower, there are people on the 7th and 9th floors. I don't know who the students on this 9th floor are, so I guess we'll know if we win or lose when the people on the 7th floor come out. Meng Mo said with a smile. He thought that the person who entered the 9th layer was bound to be Jin He. As for the 7th layer, it was estimated to be Xiao Xin'er. Yeah, we'll know the winner and loser when the person on the 7th floor comes out. Gao Ling didn't have any mood swings at all and was very calm. Soon, the portal of the 2nd layer of the Time Star Tower opened, and the students inside walked out. Then it was the turn for the people on the 3rd layer of the Time Star Tower to come out. Gradually, it was the turn of the 4th and 5th layers of the Time Star Tower. As for the 6th layer, it was empty. No one was on the 6th layer. At this time, the 7th portal of the Time Star Tower opened. A figure walked out. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged on the person on the 7th level of this Time Star Tower. They all knew that there were only 2 people left who hadn't come out now. One person was Jin He and the other was Xiao Xin'er. As for whether the person on the 7th floor was Xiao Xin'er or Jin He, it was immediately revealed. It's Jin He! Someone shouted. Seeing that the person on the 7th floor was Jin He, Meng Mo's face turned white and his body swayed a little, unable to stand. No way, Jin He has the sacred blood Bodhi seed. How could he lose to Xiao Xin'er? He was dumbfounded. It was precisely knowing that Jin Hua had the sacred blood Bodhi seed in his hands that he dared to bet with Gao Ling, wanting to pit Gao Ling against a divine crystal, but he never expected to lose a divine crystal. Sacred blood Bodhi seed? Hearing Meng Mo's mutterings, Gao Ling realized where Meng Mo's guts came from. The sacred blood Bodhi seed was something that even he cared very much about. He could afford it but had no place to buy it. It was very rare and not easy to find, and only existences such as the Golden Zun King could easily get their hands on a sacred blood Bodhi seed. It seems that Xiao Xin'er in my class is more talented than I thought, Gao Ling said with relief. Immediately, he reached out to tutor Meng Mo to ask for a divine crystal. Meng Mo, you lost. A divine crystal should be given to me, right? Meng Mo's face was black and blue. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he took out a divine crystal filled with rule fluctuations from the void ring and handed it to Gao Ling. Here you go. It's just one divine crystal, I have plenty. But from the look on his face, he knew that this one divine crystal had really caused him to hemorrhage money. The 9th floor portal of the Time Star Tower opened, and just as everyone expected, Xiao Xin'er walked out from inside, attracting everyone's attention. Admiration, envy, jealousy, and of course, admiration. The 10th level of the blood transformation realm, the weak point also surpasses Jin He. Gao Ling whispered. As a sub-divine level powerhouse at the peak level of the void realm, he naturally saw through Xiao Xin'er's cultivation level, which was clearly the 10th level of the blood-changing realm, while Jin He was only at the 9th level of the blood-changing realm. Most awakened people cultivated to the 9th level before impacting the next realm, but Gao Ling knew that many of the top great family's supreme geniuses impacted the 10th level before choosing to break through to the next realm. For example, the Jin family's Jin He chose to impact the 10th gravity in every realm. Even he had impacted the 10th gravity, but not in every realm. If one started at the physical body realm and impacted the 10th gravity in every realm, one's future potential would gush out, and both one's combat power and reserves would reach a level that others would look up to. It was even possible to achieve deicide. To kill a deity with the void realm, this was the benefit of impacting the 10th gravity in every realm before choosing to break through. However, if one wanted to impact the 10th level of each realm, the cost as well as the resources required would be unimaginable to others, and would require heaven-defying talent. In Gao Ling's opinion, Xiao Xin'er possessed a heaven-defying talent, which allowed her to impact the 10th level of the blood transformation realm. Go back. The instructors of each class led the students into the large spaceship, leaving this space and returning to the Star River University space station on Earth. Just after returning to Star River University, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian proceeded to prepare to impact the innate realm. They had both reached the 10th extreme of the blood transformation realm, and were only missing an innate realm technique to impact the innate realm. As for the innate realm technique, Lin Tian had already thought about it. Taoist innate gong. This was the purest innate gong method of the Taoist family, the most suitable for Star River era innate realm awakened people to cultivate, and naturally the most suitable for him. Chapter 78, Innate Kung Fu, Entering Wudong. Innate Kung Fu was an internal Taoist Kung Fu, a Kung Fu of the ancient Chinese Juanjin sect, but the Juanjin sect is no longer around. It seems that only Wudong has innate Kung Fu now. Lin Tian secretly thought. He hadn't collected the innate before. If he wanted to get the innate gong, he must still make a trip to the Huaxia era. After speaking to Xiao Xin'er, Lin Tian drilled into the vortex of the guardian spirit space and returned to the Huaxia era. After returning, Lin Tian made a phone call to his home and chatted with his parents for a while, then he immediately prepared to set off for Wudong Mountain. Wudong was a great Taoist sect, and the incense was flourishing, but as a cultivation sect, Wudong had already declined. Moreover, the aura of heaven and earth in the Chinese era was thin, so Lin Tian estimated that no one in Wudong would be able to learn the innate skill. As a strong person of the 10th level of the blood transformation realm, Lin Tian was walking horizontally in the Huaxia era, and his family also had the Huaxia alien energy group to take care of him, so he could be completely carefree, so he directly came to Wudong Mountain. Wudong Mountain. A group of Wudong disciples were wearing Taoist robes and practicing Taoist martial arts in the martial arts training ground, each shouting, their moves traveling like water, which was very nice to look at, but they were missing a momentum. In other words, it was just an empty form without much power. It's a pity, hundreds of Wudong disciples, yet there are only 3 martial artists of the first level of the physical body realm. Wudong has indeed fallen. A sigh came from not far away. Who? An elder of Wudong who was over 100 years old, Chang Ming Taoist master, angrily swept his eyes around and shouted. The visitor had dared to insult Wudong, which truly shook him to the core. At this time, a young man walked on foot from not far from the stone level, very fast, and light footsteps, did not reveal half a sound, really some ghosts. I have no intention of insulting Wudong, I am just telling the truth. Shaolin disciples still have a lot of flesh realm first level martial artists, while Wudong's flesh realm disciples up and down are only a few. What is it if it's not declining? This youth was none other than Lin Tian. What fleshly body realm? What is the decline? The kid who is full of nonsense. Hurry up and get lost. This is the interior of Wudong. It's not for you, a tourist. If you don't leave again, be careful, I'll let you beat you to leave. Changming Dao Master coldly said. Lin Tian smiled faintly and said, it's fine to let me go. I came here to ask for only one thing. Hee, still wanting something from our Wudong. Who do you think you are? But I am curious about what you want. Tell me. Changming Dao Master took a step towards Lin Tian, standing 10 meters away from him, looking straight at him. Innate Kung Fu. As soon as Lin Tian exited the room, the entire room was shocked. You want our Wudong's innate merit? You're quite bold. This is our Wudong's Jinshi Gong method inherited from the Juanjin sect. What qualifications do you have to get it as an ordinary person? Come on, blast him away. Elder Changming ordered. Yes, Elder Changming. 3 Wudong disciples hurriedly walked over, about to whisk Lin Tian away. I didn't come here to fight, and you guys aren't my opponents. Lin Tian just glanced at the 3 Wudong disciples. A bizarre scene happened. That Wudong disciple unexpectedly stood there unable to move, unable to control his body anymore. Why aren't you guys moving? Elder Changming angrily rebuked. Elder Changming, we don't know what's going on, we can't control our bodies anymore. The 3 Wudong disciples were in tears. Are you an alien? Elder Changming revealed a wary look. In his opinion, only an exalt could do such a bizarre scene. Immediately, Elder Changming said, our Wudong's Grand Elder is a member of the Chinese alien energy group. You aliens can't mess around in China, or else you'll suffer the consequences. I'm not an alien, and I don't have the time to spend time with you. After saying that, Lin Tian waved his hand, making Chang Ming Taoist unable to move. This wasn't a martial art, nor was it a supernatural ability, but it was just the use of the blood nerves. Lin Tian used the blood nerves to communicate with the blood of the Wudong disciples and Elder Changming, making their blood flow in the route he wanted, thus making their bodies paralyzed and unable to move. This belonged to a small trick and could only deal with some weak people. It was not considered a powerful tactic. Everyone on, I don't believe he can deal with everyone at the same time. Chang Ming Dao growled. But at this time, many Wudong disciples had already been scared silly, and did not dare to go forward at all. They were also just ordinary people, how would they dare to make a move? On the contrary, there were about 10 Wudong disciples who rushed over, relying on their large numbers. But in an instant, they fell one by one. Not being at the same level, even more numbers were still ants. Who is causing trouble in Wudong? A white-bearded Taoist priest appeared leading a group of Wudong executives. Seeing that white-bearded Taoist master Changming hurriedly said, "Great Elder, this person doesn't know what means he used to make us unable to move, and he also wants our Wudong's innate skill." Upon hearing Taoist Master Changming's words, all the people of Wudong including the white-bearded Grand Elder's complexion changed and their hostility was filled with hostility. However, due to Lin Tian's strength, the white-bearded Grand Elder didn't make a move. Instead, he saluted first and said, "My friend, I'm Wudong's Changha Taoist master. Can you tell us where you're coming from? Maybe we still have some connection. There's no need to make a conflict." He guessed that Lin Tian was already a Chinese alien, and he was a member of the Chinese alien group, once a member of the Heavenly group, now older and holding the position of guest secretary. Although he was no longer in the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, some of his old friends were still around, thus he knew a lot about the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, and also knew quite a few alien energy practitioners in Huaxia. If Lin Tian was a friend of a friend, he was polite, otherwise it wasn't too late to make a move. Lin Tian. Lin Tian only uttered a name. The others didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this name, but as soon as Grand Elder Long Zero heard this name, he immediately looked flustered and hurriedly said, "Is my friend the new guest secretary of the Chinese Alien Energy Group?" "Sort of, Long Zero made me an honorary guest secretary, of course I didn't care much about it, as for Ben I lost it," Lin Tian said indifferently. "It's really a big fire that broke out of the Dragon King's temple, a family guest secretary Lin Tian doesn't just want the innate merit, how big of a deal is it, I'll let someone take it later," Great Elder Long Crane hurriedly said. Seeing that Great Elder Changha's attitude suddenly changed so quickly, the rest of Wudong was confused. Chapter 79 Rule Treasure Code, just one step away. Alright, hurry up. Lin Tian nodded slightly. He was somewhat clear on why the Wudong Changha Grand Elder's attitude had shifted so drastically. It should be because he had heard something about him and was therefore in awe. One had to know that he had once swept away the Blood God sect that had given even the Chinese Alien Energy Group a headache. And although this Great Elder of the Long Crane had good strength and had reached the 7th level of the Flesh Realm, but after all, he was already old and didn't have too much fighting power left. If he didn't have deep seniority, I'm afraid that it would be an extravagance for him to hang up a guest secretary in the Alien Energy Group. Lin Tian's strength was above the 10th level. The entire Chinese Alien Energy Group was shocked, and even ordered not to mess with Lin Tian. Elder Changha naturally also received a notice. Although the innate power is the secret code of Wudong, but this thing has been a long time no one can be practiced, can only practice the moves, just to recuperate. As for the innate internal force is a luxury. As for the innate inner strength, it is a luxury. A gong method that is not very useful, passing it out is just passing it out. In fact, there are a few hidden Taoist sects that have innate power, not unique to Wudong, and there is no need to offend Lin Tian, who has a monstrous strength, for the sake of an innate power. Great Elder Changha thought very clearly, which is why his attitude changed so quickly. However, the other Wudong people were not clear about Grand Elder Changha's thoughts, nor did they know Lin Tian's identity, thus one by one, they began to discourage him. "Grand Elder, the sect leader has gone out, this innate merit matter should be consulted with the sect leader, it can't be freely taken to outsiders. Yes, our Wudong can't succumb to the enemy, now it's a society with the rule of law, the big deal is to call the police. Wudong's weight in the country is still very heavy, still can't rule him? I don't agree to hand over the innate merit to him, only the sect leader has this right, but I know the sect leader will definitely not agree." No matter how these Wudong elders and disciples refuted, Grand Elder Changha was still bent on having his way and immediately went to fetch the innate merit. "Guest Minister Lin Tian, this is the innate merit sample, take it." Great Elder Changha offered it with both hands. Lin Tian took the innate merit and flipped through the pages. In a short while, he finished reading the entire innate merit technique completely, and memorized it completely, word for word. "Alright, I'm done reading, here." Lin Tian returned the sample innate feat to Grand Elder Changha. "This." The Great Elder of the Long Crane was dumbfounded. This was only flipped through a few times and then he didn't want it anymore. It wasn't for the innate merit that he purposely came to the door, it seemed that there was also a tendency to forcefully rob it. "But now, how? I've memorized it all, what do I need it for?" Lin Tian smiled and turned around to leave. "Memorized it all?" A word came to the mind of Great Elder Changha: unforgettable. In today's world, some special human beings possess the skill of unforgettable memory, but it was very rare, and he didn't expect Lin Tian to possess this ability as well. When Lin Tian walked away and disappeared from the sight of the Wudong crowd, many of the Wudong people questioned the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, why are you afraid of him? You're also a guest minister of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. Why are you afraid of him when you have the backing of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group?" Elder Changming regained his freedom at this time and immediately said in exasperation. Great Elder Changha sighed, "Although we are both guest secretaries, our statuses are not the same. I am a guest secretary who begged to come, an ordinary guest secretary. Whereas he is an honorary guest secretary personally invited by Vice Leader Long Zero, a guest secretary of the highest rank. In addition, his strength is far beyond your imagination, guns can't even help him, and even the leading leader of the Chinese alien energy group is very afraid of him, claiming that he must not be messed with, or else he won't be able to keep him. Hiss. When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a breath. Hearing Grand Elder Changhe say this, wasn't this Lin Tian a Superman? Elder Changming was also secretly glad that Lin Tian wasn't a great devil at this moment, otherwise his little life wouldn't be guaranteed. And at this time, Lin Tian had already left the Huaxia era and returned to the Guardian Spirit space. Xin'er, I've organized the innate realm feats, let's go to the space inheritance innate feats. Lin Tian had just returned from the Huaxia era, then immediately called out to Xiao Xin'er. Innate feats? Good, I'll immediately go to the Star River space station. Xiao Xin'er exclaimed with great joy. Immediately, he asked his mentor, Gao Ling, for a leave of absence to have some fun in space. As long as the time wasn't too long, the mentors of Star River University would agree, and Xiao Xin'er had asked for leave to go out for a day or too many times before, and they all agreed. Of course, it also depended on the person. If it was an ordinary student who took leave frequently, then the tutor probably wouldn't agree. Entering the Star River space station and taking the Tianqin spaceship, Xiao Xin'er quickly arrived in space, still going to the nameless planet from before, and began to inherit the innate skill. When Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er inherited the Huaxia era innate skill, an ocean silhouette appeared over the nameless planet. It wasn't a real ocean, but a sea of innate true essence. The innate realm required the condensation of innate true elements, which slowly brought together countless innate true elements, eventually converging into the innate true element sea, and this vision represented the nature of the innate feats. As for the innate merit inheritance, the ocean of rules vibrated 9 times, but this time it was not a simple 9 times. After the rule ocean vibrated 9 times, countless rule words flew out from the rule ocean, seemingly about to transform into a book over the nameless planet. But it completely collapsed and dissipated the moment the book was about to form. If Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian were a little more knowledgeable, if they saw the scene, they would have known that this was the rhythm of a supreme merit technique that had almost reached the supreme merit technique. Once a supreme merit law came out, it wouldn't vibrate 10 times in the ocean of rules, but it would be able to form a merit law rules treasure code after 9 vibrations, which was the treasure code form of a supreme merit law. This treasure dictionary was extremely useful. It could assist in comprehending the supreme merit law, and it could also be used as a treasure of inheritance to pass on. In short, a supreme technique was enough to act as the treasure of a cosmic level power. Even the Human Federation God Alliance would have to enshrine it. However, if the remnants were to appear in the world, then the supreme merit law treasure would not appear. And this time, the complete innate Gongfu appeared, but it did not reach the level of supreme Gongfu, but it surpassed the 9th order god level Gongfu and was at the level of half-step supreme Gongfu. If it was in the Huaxia era, the innate merit was not as good as the blood nerve, but the way of heaven and earth contained in the innate merit was not comparable to the kind of evil merit law like the blood nerve, and this kind of heavenly supremacy exerted an incredible effect under the nurturing of time. A billion years later, under the underpinnings of time, the innate Gong can only surpass the blood nerve in terms of hierarchy. Chapter 80 Student Mission. The inheritance of the innate skill ended, and Xiao Xin'er returned to Earth in the Tianqin spaceship. As soon as they returned to Star River University, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er began to comprehend the innate Gong, an innate realm technique. A full 5 days had passed before Lin Tian was ready to impact the innate realm. The innate realm was a very important realm and a very important watershed. Some people claimed that everyone under the innate was mortal, and this was true. The lifespan of awakened people below the innate realm, even those at the peak of the blood transformation realm, was no different from that of ordinary people. However, the lifespan of an ascended realm awakened person far exceeded that of an ordinary person, reaching as long as 500 years. Thus, the difference between the innate realm and the blood transformation realm seemed to be only 1 step, but the difference was hundreds of years of life. Thus the shackles between the blood transformation realm and the innate realm were also called the heavenly gap. Crossing the heavenly rift, achieving innate, and living for 500 years. This was the dream of every awakened person, and it was also the dream of Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er, but it was only one of the dreams on the path of life. Innate, Tongshan, void, planetary deity. One could become a supreme existence only after crossing each and every heavenly barrier. Xin'er, I'll impact the innate realm first, in case something goes wrong, you as an awakened can also stop me. Lin Tian proposed. He did not want the two of them to impact the innate realm together, and there was no way to stop them if something went wrong at that time. Lin Tian's consciousness was fixed within his body, and he operated the innate technique wholeheartedly, without the slightest distraction. Gradually, his entire being was like traveling through time and space, back to the infant age, back to the embryonic age, back to the time when he was being conceived in his mother's womb. A strand of innate chi slowly formed from within his body, just like the innate chi that came with a human being's conception, unadulterated and pure. When humans were embryos, very thin innate chi existed within their bodies, but after birth, after absorbing the turbid chi from the outside world, the innate chi slowly escaped and could not be retained. And stepping into the innate from the blood transformation realm was to bring the lost innate chi together again, transforming the body into an innate body. Right at this moment, Lin Tian's flesh, bones, and blood all cooperated with the innate skill, providing its energy to transform it into an innate body. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian's aura began to lower, the power of his qi and blood decreased greatly, and even his skin became a little wrinkled. This was a process of transforming the innate body that no one could avoid. As the innate qi became more and more abundant, Lin Tian's breath began to rise back up again. Then, the innate qi counter complemented his entire body, and his qi and blood recovered once again. At the same time, the cells in Lin Tian's body began to metamorphose under the influence of the innate qi, becoming more vibrant and vital. Rumble. Countless energies poured in from the outside world, helping the innate qi to grow, gradually turning into innate true essence and storing it in the sea of Dantian. The innate gong kept running, and the speed at which the energy from the outside world converged grew faster and faster, and began to thicken, with a tendency to transform into liquid energy. It was unknown how long had passed. Under the operation of the innate skill, Lin Tian's body violently acted like a taotai, and at once absorbed a large amount of energy that was about to be liquefied into his body, helping his body to break the final shackle and cross the heavenly rift, achieving an innate body. At that instant, an innate majesty emanated from Lin Tian's body, vaguely shaking space. Innate realm, accomplished. Lin Tian opened his eyes and revealed a look of ecstasy. With this, he had achieved the innate realm and had a lifespan of 500 years. On the side, Xiao Xin'er, who was observing Lin Tian's breakthrough, also rejoiced for Lin Tian. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xin'er also began to impact the innate realm. Like Lin Tian, Xiao Xin'er also stepped into the innate realm very smoothly, transforming into an innate body with a lifespan of 500 years. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. Counting the days, Xiao Xin'er had already entered Star River University for a year. A year was equivalent to half of the time that had passed since the first 2 years of college. Every student had progressed very quickly compared to the past, and had made huge improvements, and the biggest improvement was undoubtedly Xiao Xin'er, who had crossed over from the 5th level of the marrow cleansing realm to the blood transformation realm in a year's time, and had made a direct breakthrough to become an innate realm powerhouse. Xiao Xin'er was also the only innate realm awakened person in the first year. Even Jin He had only just stepped into the 10th level of the blood transformation realm. On this day, a notice came down from Star River University, a cultivation arrangement for the freshman students for the next year. Instead of a cultivation arrangement, it was more like final grading planning. Star River University had to conduct final grading for every grade, and freshman final grading was mission evaluation as per usual. Task evaluation is the students take the tasks arranged by Star River University, complete these tasks to obtain the task completion evaluation, and use these evaluation points to convert into the final grading. Tasks are issued and students take them. This was similar to the Cosmic Mercenaries, but the types of student missions released by Star River University were not the same as mercenary missions. Many of those mercenary missions were chasing down cosmic thieves, protecting important missions, raiding savage planets, searching for treasures, and so on, and those were not the types of missions that the students of Star River University took on. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Star River University's missions could be divided into 6 levels of ECPAs, with E rank missions being the lowest and S rank missions being the highest. And the degree of task completion could also be divided into 4 levels: qualified, good, very good, and perfect. Students could take the corresponding tasks according to their own strengths and specialties. For example, if they took an E-level task and the degree of completion was qualified, they could obtain 1 final evaluation point. If they took an S-level task and the degree of completion was at the perfect level, they could obtain 100 final evaluation points. The higher the task taken, the better the degree of completion, the higher the final evaluation points obtained. If the final evaluation points were ranked high in the grade, Star River University would have precious rewards. At the same time, the final evaluation points would also be converted into points and added to the students' points. A final evaluation score could be converted into 10 points, thus these tasks were also considered an income channel to increase points. On this day, StarNet, Star River University released some quests that were suitable for first-year students to take. Many students immediately entered the Star Network to check out these tasks, and Xiao Xin'er was also the first to enter the Star Network. Chapter 81 Tarot Star A Ranked Quest. StarNet. Freshman Year Mission Office. Many students entered the StarNet and teleported here, and began to check out the Tai Chi missions. For the mission system that had just opened, many students held an incomparably strong interest. At this time, Xiao Xin'er also came, her gaze fixed on the large number of tasks on the virtual screen. Level E mission, clean Star River University's number 13 teaching building for a week. Level D task, help tutor Li Luoyue procure test materials, totaling 378 materials. Level C task, travel to the Dragon Demon Ridge to hold down the fort for a month. Level B mission, the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Demon Cave have fled in a rampage and are affecting the nearby cities. Please enter the nearby cities to find the demonic beasts to behead. Level a mission, enter the Star Network and challenge the freshman students of Taro Star and River University, a total of 30 challenges, qualified need to win 25 games, perfect win 30 games. The densely packed tasks made Xiao Xin'er look a bit dazzled. But after carefully scanning around the tasks, she basically had some understanding of the division of these tasks. E-level tasks were undoubtedly the simplest, there was no need to go out of Star River University at all, just need to clean and do some small jobs in Star River University. But E-class mission is undoubtedly the most uneconomical, time-consuming long not to mention, due to the mission level is too low, the final evaluation score is also very low, dozens of E-class mission is not as good as a S-class mission. However, the difficulty of S-ranked missions is not comparable to E-ranked missions. If students with low strength and low talent do a lot of E-ranked missions, they can earn a lot of final evaluation points by relying on the number of missions. D-level tasks are slightly higher than E-level tasks, but also not difficult, is the need to go out of Star River University. As for C-level missions and B-level missions, they were a little dangerous, but the grade was higher, and the final evaluation points earned were inevitably good, but there was also a failure. The grade of A-level tasks was very high, but the difficulty of completing them was also very perverse. For example, that a rank mission that challenged the freshman students of Taro Star and River University had a total of 30 challenges, but passing required 25. What does this mean? It meant to defeat a large portion of the most elite students of Taro Xinxing University. Challenging the first-year students of Taro Xinxing River University, this is clearly to provoke Taro Xinxing River University. It can be imagined that the other side will certainly send the most elite students to meet the battle. If their strength was not good, it might be difficult to even qualify. In addition, the tasks above B-level were all limited in number of times, and could only be taken on one task at a time. This was for fear that some students who clearly couldn't complete them would insist on taking on a large number of tasks, delaying other students from taking on the tasks. After all, some quests were limited to a certain number of people, so if some students took them indiscriminately, wouldn't other students who really wanted to take them have no way to do so? It was the rule that one person could take a B-level or higher quest. However, EDC-level quests, which were not at a high level, and thus multiple quests were taken, but the total number of quests had to be limited to 10. For those EDC-level missions, Xiao Xin'er was not interested at all. Next to Xiao Xin'er, Lin Tian also appeared. This was the Star Network. Lin Tian could also come in and thus was not restricted. However, he was not a student of Star River University and thus had no way to receive Star River University's quests. At best, he could only look at them. Lin Tian, which mission do you think I should take? Xiao Xin'er asked Lin Tian. That mission to challenge Taro Star River University is good. You can check the overall strength of Taro Star River University before seeing if you can take it, otherwise wasting time can be quite a lot. Lin Tian made a suggestion. I'll look it up on StarNet. With a thought, Xiao Xin'er had a virtual box appear in front of her, and she started typing in Taro Xinxing River University to start her query search. This was a basic information query, thus it was not a secret that one could just look it up on the Star Network. Soon, a set of information appeared, an introduction to the Taro Star River University. After reading it, Xiao Xin'er realized that the overall strength of the powerful people of Taro Star River University was one level stronger than Earth's Star River University. It turns out that our Earth is so weak, this Taro Star has only been incorporated into the Federation God Alliance for 500,000 years, but this Taro Star River University is ranked 103rd in Star River Universities, while our Earth's Star River University is ranked 206. Xiao Xin'er sighed. It couldn't be helped that Earth had a lack of resources, and many powerful Earth powerhouses traveled to other planets or entered the universe to practice. In the long run, Earth became weaker and weaker, and even though it was an ancestral star, it was reduced to an ordinary star. And Earth's Star River University was also the first Star River University, but one after another, other Star River Universities also surpassed Earth, and one by one, the students were stronger than the students of Star River University. To talk about qualifications, in fact, the qualifications of the students of Star River University were not much worse, but the resources could not keep up with the Star River Universities of other planets. The main thing was that there were quite a few students from other Star River Universities who possessed divine bloodlines, and there were many sons and daughters of God similar to Jinhei. For example, on star planet Taro, many sons of gods popped up every term. After all, the number of deities on star planet Taro was far greater than that of Earth. If it weren't for the regulations of the Federal God Alliance, these deities of the Earth Federal God Alliance were afraid that they would want to move away to live on planets with better cultivation environments. This Taro star will give birth to no less than 10 ascendants at the end of each year, and even once gave birth to 20 ascendant realm awakened at once. Xiao Xin'er was dumbfounded when she read this introductory paragraph. It must be known that even at the end of Star River University's freshman year, at most, only a few, or even one or two, innate realm awakeners would be born. For example, this year's session. Currently, there was only her in the innate realm, and Jinhei was still in the 10th level of the blood transformation realm. As for when he would be able to successfully impact the innate realm, no one was sure. It could be guessed that this year's freshman class would have 2 or 3 innates at most. From the number of freshman innates, Earth Star River University was much weaker than Taro Star River University. It's worthy of being classified as an A-class mission. I'm afraid that even Jean Hay wouldn't dare to take this A-class mission, Xiao Xin'er secretly said. However, this mission took a short amount of time, so if she was strong enough, she could definitely complete this A-ranked mission in a short period of time. Let's choose this A-ranked mission, Xiao Xin'er decided. She was very confident in her own strength. Even if she couldn't sweep the freshman students of Taro Xin'er River University, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve a pass. Soon, she took the mission and submitted her application, waiting for Earth Star River University's consent. Chapter 82: A dispute between two headmasters. Earth Star River University Freshman Tutor's Office. Gao Ling was sitting on his desk when he suddenly received a message. He clicked on it to check it. Xiao Xin'er has taken on an A-ranked mission? As a mentor, he was one of the people who reviewed A-ranked missions, and if he didn't have the time to review it, this mission application would be transmitted over to the other specialized person in charge. Meng Mo, Gao Ling's nemesis in the same office, heard Gao Ling's words and couldn't help but laugh. Gao Ling, all A-ranked quests are very difficult. Which A-ranked quest did Xiao Xin'er from your class choose? The A-ranked mission that challenged the freshman students of Taro Xin'er River University. Gao Ling casually returned. Oh, that mission, I remember that mission was added by you, right? The entire Federation God Alliance has a total of 10,245 Star River Universities, and our Earth Star River University is ranked 206, which logically belongs to the top position amongst the entire Star River Universities, but as the first Star River University, or the Ancestral Stars Star River University, this ranking is very embarrassing. That Taro Star River University is 103rd, much higher than us, and you had to add this task. Meng Mo paused, and then said, although Star River University has a provision that a low-ranked Star River University can challenge a high-ranked Star River University freshman, and once the challenge is successful, the resources of the Federal Divine Alliance will be tilted a little bit, but you should at least choose a Star River University whose ranking is not too much higher than ours, right, to challenge the Taro Star River University? That's not looking for abuse, that Xiao Xin'er from your class may not even be able to qualify. While speaking, he was also secretly gloating. If Xiao Xin'er failed the first task, not only would Xiao Xin'er lose face, but Gao Ling, the tutor, would also lose face. Gao Ling said indifferently, this is not my intention, it is the principal's intention. Don't you know about the principal's entanglement with Taro Star? His old man naturally wants to teach Star River University of Taro Star a lesson so that he can get back his face. Meng Mo snapped to mind and said, you mean the incident where our school was stomped down by Taro Star and the principal was taunted by the principal of Taro Star's Star River University at the Federation God Alliance's Star River University exchange meeting? Naturally, it's that incident, what else is there? Gao Ling said. Then it's no wonder that the principal was so furious back then that he almost had to do it on the spot with the principal of Taro Star River University. When he thought of that image back then, Meng Mo understood the principal's mood and why the principal asked Gao Ling to release this mission. Meng Mo, do you want to gamble again and win back the one divine crystal you lost? Gao Ling smiled and said. Bet on whether Xiao Xin'er can succeed in the challenge? Meng Mo asked. Yes, bet on that. Gao Ling nodded his head. This. Meng Mo pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, forget it, don't bet on it, that Xiao Xin'er from your class is indeed too demonic, and there is a real possibility of success. I don't want to lose another divine crystal, I won't do it. Gao Ling shook his head, no longer gossiping with Meng Mo. He incidentally tapped on the virtual computer screen and agreed to Xiao Xin'er's application. The moment he agreed to the application, the tutors in the tutor's office of Star River University in Taro Star as well as the other mission offices from afar also received the application for the challenge from Earth Star River University at the same time. At that moment, the message was delivered to the Taro Star River University rector's office. Headmaster, Earth Star River University has sent an application letter for a challenge. A freshman from their school is about to challenge a freshman from our school, so let's get ready. The assistant principal immediately reported to the principal after receiving the letter. The principal of Tarosian Star River University was a burly man dressed in a kuei. His appearance looked like he was only in his 40s, but his actual age had already reached 5,000 years old. He was a planetary level awakened, and in the eyes of the people was also a great deity with a lifespan of up to 10,000 years. People honored him as Principal Giant Tower. Principal Giant Tower heard the assistant's words and smiled coldly, saying, Earth Star River University, Star River University's ancestor school. The name is loud, but the strength is getting worse and worse. The old man Windy White who almost dead with me at the beginning is still the principal now, right? I guess it's his idea, otherwise how would the district Earth Star River University dare to challenge our school? Their school can be too much weaker than us, the Star River University. Of Terra they are much weaker than us. You tell the first-year students to prepare, send 30 decent students at random to greet them, remember not to let the other side students pass. Yes, principal. The assistant responded. The school has agreed to my application, just waiting for the arrangements. Xiao Xin'er began to look forward to it. This wait shouldn't be too long. It was estimated that the challenge would be ready in a few hours. Because the challenge was also in the Star Network, thus Xiao Xin'er didn't go offline and waited while looking at the tasks on the virtual screen. 3 hours later, Earth Star River University sent a notification that they had finished negotiating with Taro Star River University and could proceed with the challenge at any time. Choose the challenge. Xiao Xin'er saw a challenge button appear for her ranked mission and clicked to start the challenge. Suddenly, an attraction came through, which was teleporting. The Star of Terra was far away from Earth, thus the distance between the star networks was also relatively far. Xiao Xin'er had to teleport to the Star of Terra in the star networks in order to perform the challenge. Xiao Xin'er disappeared and went to Taro Star River University. The challenge officially began. A martial arts ring. Xiao Xin'er sat there on her knees, quietly waiting for the students of Taro Star River University to arrive and accept the challenge. And surrounded by many seats, many students immediately came to watch after getting the news. In a short while, the surrounding seats were filled with people, some of which were students from Taro Star River University, while the other part were other Star Network viewers who had gotten the news and had specially come to watch. This challenge was public, anyone could watch it, but once the Star Network challenge site was full of people, other people couldn't teleport in, but they could watch it on video. And at the challenge site, Tian was sitting there. He had spent some star coins and teleported to Taro Star as well, and came to the challenge site at the first opportunity, occupying a seat so that he could watch Xiao Xin'er's competition live. Xiao Xin'er also saw Tian amongst the countless crowds and gently nodded her head in a gesture. Chapter 83 Giant Troll Human Race Demon Go. The number of first-year students from Taro Star River University was much larger than the number of students from Earth Star River University, and many of them wanted to challenge Xiao Xin'er and show off their prowess. But there were only 30 spots. Xiao Xin'er would only engage in 30 battles, thus Taro Star River University must have picked 30 powerful students. Some of these students were unable to be distracted due to the fact that they were on a mission and thus would not participate in the battles. After an hour of selection, Star River University selected a relatively powerful team of 30 students. At this time, the first student came out. As soon as this student came out, many Taro Star River University students recognized him. It's Omian from the 5th class of freshman year, the freshman rookie known as the Golden Little Cyclone. Some people have given some rankings to some of the top freshman students of this term, and this Omian can be ranked in the 80th place of freshman student potential. Someone said. There were thousands of students in Taro Star freshman year. The 80th position of potential was very forward. In Taro Star River University, freshman students could be ranked so high, it was enough to be called a genius student. As soon as Omian took the field, many students cheered for Omian. As for Xiao Xin'er, she wasn't a student of Taro Xin'er River University, and the people present wouldn't cheer for her. To them, Xiao Xin'er was an alien who had come to provoke their Star River University, so naturally, they wouldn't give her a good face. Omian, defeat this Earth Star River University student. Someone shouted. Many people clamored for Omian to defeat Xiao Xin'er, and Omian himself looked down on Xiao Xin'er. In his opinion, Earth Star River University didn't have any subject matter and wasn't his opponent at all. Since this was not a challenge match, he was also unable to check Xiao Xin'er's information and was not clear about Xiao Xin'er's cultivation. Otherwise, knowing that Xiao Xin'er was an Ascended Realm Awakened, he would have been trembling in fear. Because he was only at the 8th level of the Blood Transformation Realm, he was no match for an Ascended Realm Awakened. If he were to face a trash Ascendant Awakened, he might have hoped to win, but Xiao Xin'er was a student of Earth Star River University. Her fighting strength was bound to be very frightening, and he definitely didn't have the power to fight. Begin! With the referee's order, the match between Xiao Xin'er and Omian began. As soon as it started, Omian transformed into a small golden whirlwind and flew towards Xiao Xin'er to attack. The entire ring was wrapped in a whirlwind, and Omian's speed was so fast that he couldn't be seen at all. His nickname, Golden Little Cyclone, was not just a name, it was truly a person's name. Many awakened who were at the same level as him were defeated without being able to see his movements. For a Blood Transformation Realm Awakened, Omian's speed was undoubtedly very fast, but in Xiao Xin'er's eyes, his speed was too slow. As Omian approached Xiao Xin'er blasted her fist over, dispersing the whirlwind and hitting Omian squarely in the chest. With a bang, Omian's body turned into a point of light. One blow killed in seconds. This was the Star Network, and when Omian was killed, he only lost a little bit of his spiritual energy, and it didn't do much harm to his body. Soon, Omian reappeared in the challenge arena with an ironic face. He didn't clamor for anything, as he knew he hadn't lost unjustly, but he felt humiliated. To be the first one on the field and be killed in seconds, this was a disgrace. Then, according to the lined-up order, the second student came on, and was still killed in seconds. The third student came on, and was killed in seconds. The fourth student came on, and was killed in seconds. As more and more students failed, at this point, the Taluwa Star River University students present began to feel a bit emotionally uneasy, and the Taluwa Star River University students who were secretly observing this battle also felt troubled. Xiao Xin'er's strength was beyond their expectations, and it was clear that she was an ascended realm awakened. It had only been a year since freshman year, and Earth Star River University had given birth to an ascended realm awakened, which was indeed beyond their expectations. They thought that the student that Star River University came to challenge this time was the 9th level of the blood transformation realm, but if it was an ascended realm awakened, it would be difficult to disqualify Earth Star River University's challenger this time. The office of the president of Star River University of Tarot Stars. Principal Giant Tower's assistant informed Principal Giant Tower of the challenge and pulled up the video image of the StarNet challenge field and said, "Principal, now that our school students have been defeated one by one, their morale is a bit low, and if they continue to lose, it will have a bit of an impact on our Star River University's reputation." Principal Giant Tower looked at the image in the Star Network and muttered, "Old man phoned by Star River University." This term did come out with an extraordinary student greatly disrupting the previously arranged order of appearance. "Let's have demons go make an early appearance." "Yes, Principal." The assistant answered and immediately sent the order message. Star Network. A small giant with a height of 4 meters appeared. His muscles were so terrifying that ordinary people were just like little kids compared to him. Seeing this person, many spectators boiled over. "Oh my god, the 11th person to appear is actually Mughal," someone exclaimed. Tian stared at this small giant from the audience and revealed a surprised expression. This person's size was definitely not an ordinary human. Listening to the conversations of the people around him, Tian knew the identity of this Devilgo. Troll human race. This was the human race group of Tarot Star. There were countless planets in the universe, and humans had occupied an unknown number of planets. In the beginning, humans were indeed like humans on Earth, but there were a lot of aliens, and humans and aliens reproduced and gradually gave birth to a lot of new ethnic groups. Trolls are a kind of human race nowadays. This race is said to be the offspring of humans and trolls, not as big as trolls, but taller than humans. Trolls are naturally powerful. Flesh realm trolls can easily crush ordinary human flesh realm awakened, but trolls want to become strong is difficult, because of the enlightenment. The enlightenment of the troll human race is generally very low, and there is no way to compare it with normal human race. Thus the troll human race does not have a high status among the human race, and is usually used as cannon fodder, serving as the vanguard when invading other planets. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Some troll human race's enlightenment is quite good. For example, this Moge's enlightenment talent was very top-notch when placed in the Tarot Star River University, and coupled with his physical body talent, his combat power was terrifying. According to the potential ranking, he was located at the 5th highest freshman potential in Tarot Star River University. Chapter 84 Trollish Transformation. Demonic Go is on the field now. It seems like he wants to end Xiao Xin'er's winning streak, otherwise if he keeps losing, our Tarot Star River University will lose face. A freshman student sitting next to Tian said. Imoga took the stage, his innate aura on display. First level of the innate realm. Xiao Xin'er revealed some importance. The advancement of the innate realm was relatively difficult. Some students were already in the innate realm in their sophomore year and were still in the innate realm by the time they graduated. Sometimes crossing a small level would take half a year, or even a year. To be able to ascend to the Tongshan realm at the time of graduation, that was an absolute genius. Earthstar River University's Xiao Xin'er, admit defeat or I'll crush you to death. Devilgo shook his huge hands and coldly said. The voice was incomparably loud and deafening. With Devilgo's huge hands, if it was a weak person, they would really be pinched to death by him. Begin! Only at this moment, Demongo's right hand was pressed in the void, and a huge palm appeared out of thin air crushing towards Xiao Xin'er. Troll Hand. This move was the 9th rank martial art of the troll human race. Only the troll human race and the troll race were able to successfully cultivate it. It was one of the most suitable martial arts for the troll human race, and it was very frightening in its power. Buzz! A golden light went straight towards the giant demon hand, and it was clearly a giant golden palm. There was a rumble. The troll hand cracked open, and the light of the golden giant palm shone on the challenge ring. The golden palm. Xiao Xin'er had already cultivated the Vajra palm into a realm of meaning, and her realm attainment was very profound, allowing the power of the Vajra palm to increase several times. Buzzing. A Vajra surfaced on Xiao Xin'er's body and slammed her palm. Between the Vajra palm, there was a golden text floating. It was Buddhist text. The others couldn't read the Buddhist text, but they felt that this move was arcane and terrifying. Divine grade martial arts. Moge's face changed. He was well aware of how terrifying the martial intent of a divine grade martial art was. And while the troll human race didn't have divine grade martial arts, and he hadn't mastered a divine grade martial art, he had a physical advantage that others didn't have. That was his body. Swish! Devilgo's feet moved and his entire body slammed towards the Vajra palm. His terrifying strength combined with his physical advantage made his collision carry a terrifyingly huge force. Even a small building would have to crumble under his collision. However, compared to Xiao Xin'er's Vajra palm, his collision was still weak. The Vajra palm was a martial art from the Huaxia era a billion years ago, plus Xiao Xin'er's power was also extremely terrifying, and Moge's thoughts fell flat. Only a bang was heard as Moge was sent flying by the Vajra palm with a slap. There was a rumbling sound. A large hole was knocked out of the ground by Moge, and when Moge climbed up, this large hole instantly disappeared under the repair of the star network. Moge is going to lose. A student sighed. It's not certain yet, don't forget guys, Devigo still has the ultimate move. Another student reminded. Hearing this, many students revealed some fear. Not bad, Devilsko still has that one move. Once that move comes out, I'm afraid that Xiao Xin'er might actually be defeated. You've angered me. Devilgo roared from the challenge ring. Then, his body began to change amazingly. His original height of 4 meters was now rapidly pulling up. 5 meters. 6 meters. 7 meters. In the blink of an eye, Devilgo became 10 meters tall, like a true troll. A troll's height was 10 meters, and its strength and defense were far more powerful than that of the troll human race, but a troll's intelligence and enlightenment were even lower, just like a barbarian. Now that Devilgo had turned into a troll, his rationality had also lost some of it, and his eyes had some more madness in them, which was the aftermath of trollization. Of course, compared to the increase in strength, this after effect was irrelevant. Knock knock knock. The ring trembled with every step that Devilgo moved. At this moment, Devilgo's strength had increased by at least 10 times, and he could definitely easily defeat his previous self with a single punch. This was Moge's bottom card, and his capital to become the 5th highest freshman potential of Taroshin Star River University. Giant Tower Principal's Office. Principal Giant Tower looked at the trollish change of Moge on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, after Moge's transformation, his strength has increased a lot. It should be enough to defeat Xiao Xin'er and gain a bit of face, and it's best if he can create a bit of a psychological shadow for her, so that Xiao Xin'er won't be able to do anything with her strength in the following battles, then that would be perfect. The principal of the Giant Tower was focusing on this move, while the principal of Star River University, Feng Bai, who was far away from Earth, had heard that a freshman from his school was challenging the freshman of Star River University in Taro and had achieved a good result, thus he had also come to watch the battle. Earth, Star River University President's Office. A childish old man with a white beard was staring at the image in front of him and said very approvingly, "Not bad, this little doll's strength is not bad, the first level of the innate realm, it didn't bring shame to our Earth's Star River University." He frowned when he saw Moge changing into a troll. Surprisingly able to have the ability to change into a troll, this little guy's troll bloodline isn't low, his talent is also quite high, his future potential is good, there's hope to become a sub-god. As for a deity, there's not much hope. Principal Feng Bai commented. At the same time, he began to worry about Xiao Xin'er. He naturally hoped that Xiao Xin'er would win, preferably sweeping all of the freshman year students of Taroshin River University along the way, but Moge's combat power after transforming into a troll had indeed soared, and he could easily slap to death an awakened of the first level of the innate realm. At the same realm, the difference between humans and trolls was huge. Unless they reached the void realm or above, humans could make up for the difference in physique, while it was difficult to make up for it at the innate realm. This was a racial limitation. Great Troll Hand. Devilgo's palm descended from the sky, and its power was dozens of times more terrifying than the previous giant demon hand. The great giant demon hand was something that could only be executed as long as one was in a giant demonization situation. It was a giant demon race martial art, and although it was not a divine grade martial art, it was superior to the human race's divine grade martial art. The moment the great troll hand came out, it was like covering the sky. At once, the entire room breathed heavily. No one thought that Xiao Xin'er could block it, and all felt that this move could kill Xiao Xin'er. However, there was one person who thought otherwise. This move is not bad, but there's no way to defeat Xin'er with pure power. Lin Tian murmured. One of the students on the side heard Lin Tian's low murmur and couldn't help but retort, how could Xiao Xin'er possibly be able to block Moge's great giant demon hand? Who are you? But in the next instant, his afterglow caught a glimpse of the scene in the challenge arena and he was dumbfounded. Chapter 85 Domain Present, Strong Enemy Defeated. On the challenge ring, Xiao Xin'er's body suddenly disappeared, and Moge's huge palm fell short. How is that possible? The one next to Lin Tian said idiotically, Devilgo's great giant demon hand has the power to suppress and confine. Once faced with this great giant demon hand, it's simply difficult to dodge it. But in fact, Xiao Xin'er not only dodged it, but also instantly disappeared without a trace. On the challenge ring, a field swung open. It was the light body technique field. The day after Xiao Xin'er broke through the innate realm, she had comprehended the field of the light body technique. An innate could fly, and thus had a unique sense of heaven and earth, able to slightly manipulate the power of heaven and earth, thus achieving the purpose of flight. The domain of the light body technique was also the manipulation of the power of the heavens and earth, thus allowing Xiao Xin'er to instantly realize the true meaning of the light body technique and step into the domain level in one fell swoop. This was also Xiao Xin'er's only martial art that had crossed into the realm level. As the domain unfolded, Xiao Xin'er hovered in mid-air, her gaze looking straight at Mo Go. There was a gasp of surprise in the surroundings as they couldn't see Xiao Xin'er's movements clearly. Seeing that his attack fell short, Mo Go continued to attack Xiao Xin'er. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er disappeared without a trace as a breeze and appeared in another instant. Within Xiao Xin'er's domain, he was the wind and could float with the wind at will. The power of the Devil's Golem could blast everything to pieces, but it couldn't catch the wind. When the light body technique domain unfolded, everyone was clear about the end. Although they weren't sure just how powerful Xiao Xin'er was, this field alone was enough to make Xiao Xin'er invincible, and there was a time limit for devilgostralization. The office of the president of Tarosian Star River University. The principal of the giant tower side, Mo Go, is lost. He actually met an innate who knows the domain of bodywork. If it was the first innate in the domain of strength, he might still have hoped to win, but the innate in the domain of bodywork completely restrains Mo Go. Compared to the loss of Principal Giant Pagoda, Principal Fengbai was overjoyed. Alone in the office of the principal of Earthstar River University, he let out a loud laugh, happy to the extreme. Star Network, the challenge ring. Devilgo was getting more and more impatient as his attacks fell short again and again. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Vajra Palm. As soon as Xiao Xin'er appeared, a palm carrying the Vajra Palm intent violently blasted Devilgo's face. The tremendously powerful palm directly smashed Devilgo's huge body to the ground, directly smashing the ground several meters deep. Right at this moment, Devilgo's trollification effect was lost, and he recovered his original size, lying there very weak, the aftermath coming up completely. Mogul, lost. As Devilgo retreated, the other students went on one by one, but all ended in failure. No, Demon Go trollification is lost. The other few favored students are probably not Xiao Xin'er's opponents either. Stopping Xiao Xin'er from challenging to qualify can't be done, but definitely can't allow her to win all 30 battles. Then the face of our Tarosian River University will be completely disgraced, and that old guy Fengbai will definitely be in the deuce as well. It seems that we must let that girl Xianyun make a move. Principal Giant Tower muttered. Xianyun was one of his offspring's juniors, and also one of the most demonic students in the freshman year of the Starry River University of Taro, ranking first in freshman potential, and her strength was also the most terrifying, having heatedly reached the second level of the innate realm. A demonic talent, superb fighting strength, and the second level of the innate realm. Principal Giant Tower was 100% certain that Xianyun could easily defeat Xiao Xin'er. But this time, Xianyun did not participate, and was not among the 30 slots. But that wasn't even a problem, as long as one person was replaced. But Xianyun would not necessarily participate. Forget it, I'll go and talk to her in person. Would she still disobey an order from me, an old ancestor? Principal Giant Tower laughed slightly. Taro Star, in the middle of a valley. A woman, red as blood, wore a pair of feathered weapons on her back, which were flying weapons. She was seen weaving between the valleys, holding a sharp sword as she continuously cut down a single demonic beast, among which there was no lack of innate first-level demonic beasts, and there were even quite a few flying demonic beasts. This was a field of demonic beasts captive in Taro Star. Due to the fact that there were too many demonic beasts reproducing, they needed to be hunted down. Thus Star River University issued a mission to hunt down the demonic beasts and reduce their numbers. This woman was none other than Xianyun, accepting this one mission and was constantly hunting these demonic beasts in order to complete the mission. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared, converging to create a large face that hovered in the valley. Sensing the presence of this aura, countless demonic beasts lay on the ground not daring to move, while those flying demonic beasts crashed to the ground in fear. This was the aura of a deity, and the appearance of this large face was clearly the giant pagoda principal. Old ancestor, what brings you here? Xianyun stopped killing and stood with her sword, slightly bending down to greet Principal Giant Tower. Xianyun girl, a student from Earthstar River University has come to challenge our Star River University. She is the first level of innate. Many students have lost, including the trollified Devil's Go, and I reckon that a few others aren't a match for that student, so go and defeat her. Don't let our Star River University in Taro Star lose all the face. Principal Giant Tower said. Old ancestor, I'm hunting demonic beasts to complete my mission. Xianyun said, refusing somewhat inwardly. The giant pagoda principal deliberately fumed. It's just a mission, and there's no time limit for this mission. You can just go to the nearby garrison stronghold to rest, and enter the Star Network at a moment's notice and participate in the battle. It won't take you much time. Could it be that you don't even listen to my words, old ancestor? Seeing that the old ancestor was furious, Xianyun's calm face also revealed panic and hurriedly said, Old ancestor, don't be angry, I'll just go. Good, I'll wait for news of you defeating the students of Earthstar River University. As soon as the words fell, the big face in the air disappeared into thin air. The office of the principal of the Star River University of Taro Stars. The principal of the giant tower had a smile on his face as he muttered, "The Xianyun girl has made a move, so it's 100% a sure win." "Humph, old man Feng Bai, I'll make your school lose face again at the next Star River University exchange meeting." On the challenge ring, Xiao Xin'er was as valiant as an invincible female god of war, defeating each and every Taro Star River University student, leaving everyone dumbfounded. After Emogo, the fourth, third, and even second highest potential freshman students of Taro Star River University also lost to Xiao Xin'er. And at this point, Xiao Xin'er had already defeated 28 consecutive matches, with only 2 matches left. Chapter 86 Xianyun appears, a battle between two women. Xiao Xin'er had won 28 consecutive matches, defeating 28 freshman students of Taroxing Star River University, and even if she lost the 2 matches behind her, she would still be able to obtain a very good evaluation. A very good evaluation for an A-ranked quest, which would at the very least earn her a final evaluation score of 70 points. Who will the 29th person send? The freshman students of Taro Xingxing River University started to get curious. At this point, the battlefield was very clear. Other than Xianyun, the others were not Xiao Xin'er's opponents at all, and they could not escape the word defeat even if they went on the field. However, if Xiao Xin'er was allowed to keep winning for 30 matches, sweeping away the freshman students of Taro Xingxing River University, it would definitely be a foot on the face of Taro Xingxing River University. As a result, this 29th person was delayed and seemed to be putting off the time. In the audience, many Taro Xingxing River University students were whispering. It seems like they are waiting for Xianyun to appear, but Xianyun is very low-key and aloof, and doesn't like this kind of competition much, so she didn't come to participate. Will they be able to wait? They should show up. After all, the freshman students of Taro Xingxing River University almost wiped out. If they lose again, they'll lose everything. Xianyun doesn't want to see our school lose face, right? Maybe. With Xianyun's temperament, whether or not our Taro Xingxing River University loses face has very little to do with her. Don't forget, Xianyun is the descendant of the principal. This battle will definitely attract the principal's attention. If the principal invites Xianyun, would Xianyun dare to refuse? Right. If Principal Giant Tower opens his mouth, Xianyun will definitely come, but only Principal Giant Tower can make Xianyun come, but Principal Giant Tower doesn't always open his mouth. Listening to the people around him talking, Lin Tian became curious about this so-called Xianyun. One must know that Xiao Xin'er was displaying such a terrifying strength nowadays, but they were still holding out hope for that so-called Xianyun, believing that Xianyun could defeat Xiao Xin'er, which was enough to illustrate the extent of the demonic nature of that Xianyun. Xianyun, from the name it should be a woman, Lin Tian secretly said. Just as Lin Tian was pondering, suddenly there was a commotion at the scene. Look, Xianyun has appeared. Xianyun really appeared. It said that Xianyun is hunting demonic beasts in the Demon Valley. I didn't expect that she would delay her mission midway to rush here. It seems that it was really the principal of the giant pagoda who opened his mouth to allow her to come, otherwise, Xianyun definitely wouldn't have come to participate in the competition. Xianyun is at the second level of innate. Her talent and potential are the first amongst freshman students. It shouldn't be difficult for her to win over Xiao Xin'er. Lin Tian's gaze also looked towards the distance, only to see a woman in red walking towards the ring on foot. Xiao Xin'er gave off a feeling of freshness, purity, and beauty, soft without losing her heroic spirit, but this Xianyun gave off a feeling of being high above the rest, like a cold fairy, with a chilly and cold aura, killing indecisive people. The 29th game, I'll do it. Xianyun opened her mouth, not many words, but a mighty wind, giving off a feeling of dominance. On the ring, Xiao Xin'er looked at Xianyun in front of her and revealed a gloomy expression. In her eyes, Xianyun seemed to have turned into a mountain of blood in a sea of blood, with endless corpses and bones under her feet. This was a battle-hardened female slayer. So powerful, Jin Hei is too weak compared to her. Xiao Xin'er commented. At this point, she had to admit that Taluo Star River University was powerful, far more powerful than Earth Star River University. From the other people's battle performance, the Talosian students were very skillful in battle, unlike the students of Earth Star River University who were so inexperienced in battle, which might have something to do with the environment. The students of Earth Star River University were still too comfortable, while the students of Star River University of Taro were bound to be very cruel in what they experienced. In fact, Xiao Xin'er guessed correctly. Talosian Star River University received a lot of resources from the Federation God Alliance, and the teaching method was different, with rich rewards to stimulate students to kill and fight, and the annual death rate of Talosian Star River University students was several times that of the students of Earth Star River University. The students created by the cruel training were naturally powerful, but the cost was also great. As for which teaching method was better, that was a matter of opinion. After all, a college career was just a small slice of one's life, and the real growth came after graduating from college. You're good, but not my opponent. Xianyun observed Xiao Xin'er for a moment, revealing an admiring look, but without the slightest scruple. This was the confidence of her own strength. Let's battle, there's no point in talking more. Xiao Xin'er's battle spirit was high. Very well, let's battle then. I'm at the second level of innate. I didn't want to bully you at the first level of innate, but my old ancestor said that this battle will be won, and I've never been in the habit of letting people down. I'll fight you at my strongest." Saying that, Xianyun took out a sword. She was an awakened who was proficient in the Tao of the sword, and when she held the sword, a dense sword intent gushed out, enveloping a certain part of the ring. Her sword intent was full of killing intent, and if a blood transformation realm awakened faced her sword intent, it was feared that he would be directly killed by her sword intent within 100 meters. Sword intent was known as one of the strongest attacks of the realm of intent. "Begin!" The referee gave an order. Swoosh! Xianyun struck, slashing a sword through the air. This sword seemed to carry a sea of blood to kill. A feeling of despair filled all parts of the ring. Even the people near the ring were affected. Each one of them turned pale and scared. They backed away in a hurry. This was the Star Network. What they had here was their spiritual consciousness, but the sword intent was straight to the soul, naturally enough to affect them from a distance. "Very powerful sword intent. I just don't know if you can break through my defense." Xiao Xin'er operated her Vajra indestructible body. A golden light surrounded her surroundings, and it was as if her entire body had turned into a Buddhist Vajra, no, a female Vajra. Dense sword chi carrying sword intent bombarded Xiao Xin'er's body, but they were all blocked by the protective golden light of the Vajra indestructible body. And at that moment, Xiao Xin'er also struck. As the light body technique field spread out, Xiao Xin'er's speed soared to the extreme, while her adamantine palm slammed into Xianyun. Facing Xiao Xin'er's adamantine palm, Xianyun didn't dare to meet it. Her human sword united and flashed away as a sword light. On the ring, the two women's speed was played to the extreme. It was almost impossible to see the battle. Only awakened with high cultivation could see their movements. Seeing this scene, many students were shocked, which made them realize the gap between themselves and them. Chapter 87 All Battles, Perfect Grading. This Xianyun's cultivation level is one level higher than Xin'er's, and her battle experience is far more pure than Xin'er's. If she hadn't practiced a technique and martial art far inferior to Xin'er's, I'm afraid that she would have easily been able to win long ago. Lin Tian watched for a while and secretly evaluated. Although Xianyun's strength was very heaven-defying, she was still not Xiao Xin'er's opponent. The power techniques of the Huaxia era from a billion years ago were too perverse, far exceeding normal divine-level power techniques. Xiao Xin'er's cultivation time was short, and she hadn't yet completely tapped into the essence of the power techniques of the Huaxia era, or else this battle would have been very easy. However, this is not Xiao Xin'er's fault. After all, Gongfu martial arts enlightenment is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is something that slowly precipitates out with time cultivation. If you don't go through the time precipitation and practice time and time again, it wouldn't be too normal to grow to an extremely high level all of a sudden. On the ring, the battle was still going on fiercely. The more they fought, the more shocked Xianyun became. What's going on? She's clearly only at the first level of the innate realm. How come her innate true origin is even more powerful than mine? Moreover, the divine level martial arts she cultivates are even more powerful than mine. If this continues, it won't be good for me. Xianyun secretly said. She felt that if this continued, she would be exhausted. An awakened at the second level of the innate realm being consumed by an awakened at the first level of the innate realm, it was really a bit unbelievable that this had happened to her. Before this, she had never believed that she would be consumed to death by someone whose cultivation was a small level below her, but today it was truly going to happen. The opponent's physical body was invincible, his speed was invincible, and his martial arts were invincible. There were almost no weaknesses, and such an opponent was the most difficult to deal with. And her only advantage was her combat experience. Even her sword intent was no longer an advantage at this moment, because the opponent's defense was too perverse and was equipped with a domain. The office of the president of Taroshin Star River University. The principal of the giant tower watched the battle between his offspring Xianyun and Xiao Xin'er in stagnation, somewhat in disbelief. Xiao Xin'er was actually able to fight against Xianyun and not even lose the battle, looked away. The thought that Xianyun would lose arose violently in him. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be removed and took root, making him a little uncomfortable. Principal Feng Bai on the other star was laughing his ass off. "Ha, giant tower old man, let you fool around. How about your Taro Star River University being ranked high, but you're still not swept away by our freshman student, Xiao Xin'er, all by herself? When Xiao Xin'er returns in full victory, I'll definitely contact you to strike you down a bit." Principal Feng Bai was alone in his office talking to himself. Star Network, in the ring. In a flash, half an hour passed. At this time, the originally calm Xianyun also began to get a little anxious. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er's right hand touched Xianyun's body. At this critical moment, Xiao Xin'er activated her blood nerves to trigger the blood in Xianyun's body. Immediately, the blood in Xianyun's body tumbled, but it was suppressed by her in time. However, affected by this, Xianyun's movement stalled. Break! Accompanied by a soft shout. Xiao Xin'er's innate true essence transformed into a force of yin and yang, forming a taiji diagram, sending Xianyun flying with a single blow. This move was clearly a taiji fist. As an awakened, how could one only know an attacking Vajrapalm? Thus Xiao Xin'er had also obtained the Taijiquan cultivation method from Lin Tian, inheriting the Taijiquan martial arts of the Huaxia era. The Vajrapalm was inconvenient to perform during close combat, but Taijiquan was unaffected, and was very convenient for both close and long-distance combat. In the Star River era, the power of Taijiquan was terrifying, and it could be transformed into a Taijita to suppress everything, and it could also be invincible in defense. However, Xiao Xin'er had not cultivated for long, and had only barely reached the perfect level, and had not even realized the meaning, thus she had not performed it before. However, in this situation just now, performing the Taiji fist was the most effective method of attack. As expected, Xianyun was sent flying, and the sword in his own hand was instantly dislodged. One wrong step. Xiao Xin'er took the opportunity to launch an uninterrupted onslaught on Xianyun, the light body art field unfolding, her speed being utilized to the extreme as if she was instantly moving over and over again. Bang bang bang. The Vajrapalm and Taiji fist switched back and forth without appearing to clash in the slightest. Under a series of furious attacks, Xianyun was blindsided. Boom! A blood-colored figure was knocked into the ring from the sky, shattering the ring. The crowd gazed over and saw Xianyun lying on top of the shattered ring in the center of the ring, drenched in blood. Although StarNet was a virtual world, everything was real, and it was time to get hurt, and it was time to bleed. It's over, Xianyun are defeated. The students of Taro Xingxing River University wailed. As a student of Terexing Star River University, witnessing their school being swept away by a single student from a school on an alien planet was a bad feeling. The misery was incomparable. Seeing Xianyun fall down in the ring with serious injuries and not admitting defeat, Xiao Xin'er didn't stop in the slightest. Descending from the sky, a huge Vajrapalm blasted down from the sky like the palm of the Buddha. Boom! As the Vajrapalm fell, light shone in all directions, illuminating the entire arena and obscuring people's sight. When the light dispersed and people observed the situation in the arena, they suddenly realized that Xiao Xin'er was the only figure above the ring. As for Xianyun, she was gone. A student was still dumbfounded at this point and asked, "Where's Xianyun?" Xianyun, defeated. Another student said helplessly. Soon, Xianyun, dressed in red, appeared under the ring, obviously having just reappeared on the star network again. Due to the loss of a lot of spiritual energy, coupled with her mood, it made her face look very ugly. Xiao Xin'er, I'll remember you. The next time I meet you again, I will definitely defeat you. After saying these words, Xianyun went offline and left. In the 29th match, Xiao Xin'er was victorious. As for the last match, there was no longer any need to fight at all. The students of Star River University were also too lazy to fight, and randomly took on a student who directly conceded defeat in the opening to end the match. As of this moment, Xiao Xin'er had swept the Taro Xingxing River University with a record of total victories. The A-ranked mission to challenge the freshman students of Taro Star River University passed with a perfect evaluation score. Earth, Star River University. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness returned, very tired and sleepy due to the fact that she had fought 30 consecutive battles and a few of them were a bit more taxing, especially the last one which made her use almost all of her strength, thus consuming her mental energy a bit severely. As soon as she came back, she went to bed and fell asleep. At this time, her battle results were spreading wildly within Star River University. Chapter 88, Ancient Era Tablet. Earth, Star River University. Did you guys know? Xiao Xin'er completed an A-ranked mission. And it was completed perfectly. It's just an A-ranked mission, it's not an S-ranked mission, what's all the fuss about? This isn't just any A-ranked mission, it's an A-ranked mission that challenges the freshman students of the Star River University of Taro. Just check out the Star River University of Taro. It's a Star River University that's a lot more powerful than our Star River University school on Earth. This time, Xiao Xin'er swept away the freshman students of Taro Star River University, which included defeating a couple of students at the first level of the innate realm, as well as a student at the second level of the innate realm. I checked, this Taro Xingxing River University is so powerful. On the historical exchanges, our school was completely crushed, especially on the last Star River University exchange held. Taro Xingxing River University crushed our school's students the entire time. This school's students are very scary and powerful. Awesome, Xiao Xin'er actually swept away the freshman students of this school all by herself. It's too much for our school's face. In an instant, Xiao Xin'er's fame far surpassed that of before. Before, Xiao Xin'er only had great talent, but she didn't win the recognition of the other students, and would even make the other students envious and even jealous. But now it was different. Xiao Xin'er had swept away the freshman students of Taro Star River University, which was an added honor to Earth Star River University, and naturally gained the admiration and even respect of many Earth Star River University students. Even those sophomore, junior, and senior students who heard about this matter deeply remembered the name Xiao Xin'er. The next day, Xiao Xin'er woke up with full spirits. Xin'er, what mission are you going to take on next? You perfectly completed an A-ranked mission this time, earning 80 final evaluation points. You're already far ahead of the others. Lin Tian conferred with Xiao Xin'er. I haven't thought about it yet, why don't we go back and see what suitable quests there are? Xiao Xin'er proposed. It can be done. Lin Tian nodded and immediately entered the Star Network with Xiao Xin'er to look for suitable Star River University missions. Most of these missions were E-ranked missions and D-ranked missions, which were low-graded and very large in number, as for A-ranked missions were very rare, and S-ranked missions were even more rare. In fact, the people of Star River University were not willing to release S-class missions. After all, S-class missions were too perverted, it was not something that a student could accomplish, and releasing them was just a way to make up the numbers, and no one really dared to take them. Suddenly, Star Network, the freshman mission office caused a sound of surprise. You guys, come look, a new S-ranked mission has appeared. This S-ranked mission seems to be something that everyone can take on. Xiao Xin'er's and Lin Tian's gazes also looked over and instantly saw that S-rank mission. S-rank mission, decipher the ancient ruins inscription, 83 words in total, 43 of which have been deciphered. If you can decipher the remaining 40 words, it will be considered a perfect completion of the mission, and there will be an amazing reward bestowed by the Association for the study of ancient scripts. Deciphering even one word would be considered as passing, and a certain reward would be given. Seeing this quest, the others were stunned. This S-rank mission seemed very simple. Deciphering 40 words was considered perfect completion of the mission, and deciphering one word was considered qualified. Did this not mean that if one was lucky, deciphering one word would be enough to complete this S-rank mission? A qualified S-rank mission can at least earn 70 final evaluation points. And there were also rewards from the Ancient Script Research Association, which was very exciting to think about. The Ancient Script Research Association was a huge association, spread across countless human planets, and had been dedicated to researching the scripts of various eras, and through researching the meaning of these scripts, it gradually unearthed the essence of some ancient scripts as well as the backgrounds of various eras, and showed the backgrounds and lives of the ancient era for the Star River era human beings, recreating those civilizations that were severed in the long river of time. For example, the runes of the Machine Civilization era are the most powerful kind of ancient scripts that the Ancient Script Research Association has unearthed from the ancient relics of the scripts, but the rune scripts have been unearthed too rarely, and belong to the very rare but precious scripts. And each runic script can invoke the rules, very powerful, very difficult to understand and decipher. There are not many runic scripts that can be utilized in today's Star River era, but they are extremely useful, and all of this is due to the Ancient Script Research Association. From this, it could be seen that the power of this Ancient Script Research Association was very strong. According to the division of power, this research association was above Star River University, a major power at the top of the human race, while Star River University was only a human training institution. Take this S-class mission. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of people, and there is no penalty for failure. It can be given up at any time. Let's just go observe and watch. In case we deciphered an ancient text, it would be a big profit. I can read a lot of ancient textbooks. Maybe I just happened to come across an ancient text that I recognize. Who can say this thing? Ancient era inscriptions. I haven't seen them yet. I don't know what kind of inscriptions they are. I have to go and take a look. Many students had picked up this S-ranked quest. When Lin Tian saw this quest, he couldn't help but urge, Xin'er, why don't you also take this quest and try it out, just in case it's a script from that era, you'll be able to complete it easily. Xiao Xin'er knew which era Lin Tian was talking about, so she nodded and went to apply to take this quest. Star River University, Mission Office. The application to take on the S-ranked mission Ancient Era Tablet Interpretation was passed on, checked by the people in the mission office and agreed one by one, then the relevant information was passed on to Principal Feng Bai. This time, the mission was issued by Principal Feng Bai himself. Principal's office. The assistant whispered beside Principal Feng Bai, Principal, there are already more than 100 students who have taken up the S-rank quest Ancient Era Tablet Interpretation quest. I know, later on, you have someone arrange for these students to go to the Ancient Era tablet. Principal Feng Bai waved his hand and said. At this time, the assistant was puzzled. Headmaster, this inscription has just been unearthed, and even those experts from the Ancient Script Research Association don't understand some of the words on it, so why are you using it as an S-ranked mission this time? I'm afraid that not a single person can decipher any of the characters. That's a billion-year-old Chinese era script. What do these students know about Chinese characters? Chapter 89 Huaxia Script. Singing the praises of the tablet. If they don't understand it, they don't understand it. This ancient era stone tablet was extracted from one of our Earth's undergrounds, and it is a very rare piece of stone tablet that has recorded the Huaxia era script. A billion years ago, it's nice to know what life was like back then. Unfortunately, there are too few Chinese characters that have been deciphered, and even fewer that have been passed down to the outside world. I guess this group of students don't know Chinese characters either, but at the very least, we can let them observe the stone monuments of the Huaxia era and gain some insight. Principal Feng Bai smiled. Those tablets that recorded ancient scripts would be taken away by the experts of the Ancient Script Research Association once they appeared, thus Star River University didn't even leave a single tablet behind. This time, he took the opportunity of the opening of Star River University's freshman mission system to apply to the Ancient Script Research Association to temporarily withhold this stone tablet. If it so happened that a student deciphered one of the characters, and it was the one that the experts from the Ancient Script Research Association hadn't deciphered, it would be a matter of honor for Earth Star River University, and Earth Star River University would be praised by the Ancient Script Research Association as well. Of course, there was no harm even if he couldn't decipher a single text, he didn't care in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, this S-ranked mission was nothing more than something he had commanded with a single word, and it didn't take any effort at all. Star River University Museum. A 4-meter-high, 2-meter-wide stone monument was placed in an exhibition hall, covered by special glass. This kind of glass was very tough, and even an attack by an ascended realm awakened could not cause even a hint of damage to it. At this moment, there were quite a few black-clothed people standing around this exhibition hall. These were the bodyguards of the experts of the Ancient Script Research Association, responsible for protecting their safety, and those few experts were sitting on the chairs beside the stone monument. Said experts, in fact, they are also very young, everyone's strength is also very terrifying, all in the innate realm above, but not good at fighting just. At this moment, the freshman students who had taken up this S-rank task came to the exhibition hall one by one, their eyes staring at this stone monument of the Huaxia era, frozen, with a completely perplexed look on their faces. Unrecognizable. Still don't recognize it. This stone tablet was very dilapidated, and many of the characters had disappeared, leaving only 83 complete characters. But of these 83 characters, they didn't recognize any of them, and they weren't even sure which civilization's writing it was. In the crowd, Xiao Xin'er stared at the broken stone tablet, not recognizing it much. Although she had inherited the gongfu from the Huaxia era, those gongfu were recited by Lin Tian and were recognized by the universe and directly passed down to her, allowing her to understand the meaning of the gongfu. But in reality, she hadn't really seen any Huaxia script. At this time, when Lin Tian in the Guardian Spirit Space saw this broken stone tablet, he immediately had a scene as if he had traveled back to the Huaxia era to visit a museum. Huaxia script, this is a stone tablet from the Huaxia era, I didn't expect it to have been preserved for 1 billion years. Lin Tian was surprised. If ordinary things were preserved for 1 billion years, I'm afraid that they would have long become a pile of dirt, but this stone tablet had been preserved for such a long time, I'm afraid that it was placed in a special place, and that was why it was still preserved in good condition. Although many of the words on this tablet had worn out, there were still 83 words that were clearly visible. Lin Tian naturally recognized these 83 words and slowly understood the meaning of the inscription from these 83 words. It was a tablet of a great man's sacrifice, and the time was 2314, as the time of the inscription was engraved underneath. The year 2314, this is a great man from 300 years later, who fought against disaster to save countless victims, and as a result, died under an earthquake, and was sung by countless people to construct an inscription to be buried in the ground. Lin Tian muttered. The meaning of the monument was just singing praises of this great man's achievements and paying tribute to his life. As for the name of this great man, Lin Tian did not know it because that name happened to be worn out. Xin'er, this is the writing of the Huaxia era, I understand all of it, I'll tell you now and you memorize it all. Lin Tian called out to Xiao Xin'er and said, words from the Huaxia era, really? So, I can perfectly complete this S-ranked mission. Xiao Xin'er rejoiced, but her face was filled with composure. Several experts, which era's writing is this? A student asked in confusion. This is the writing of the Huaxia era. The experts didn't speak, but a Jin He who was walking in the distance spoke up. As soon as they saw Jin He open his mouth, several experts were a bit displeased. After all, this student grabbed the opportunity to open his mouth in front of them, this was disrespecting them. Several experts, I'm sorry, just now I had a momentary slip of the tongue, I hope the several experts of the Ancient Script Association don't mind. I am Jin He of the Earth's Jin family, and I greet the several experts on behalf of our Jin family's old ancestor Jin Zunwang. Jin He said with a courteous look. However, anyone could hear that this was not an apology, but rather just moving his own backstage. The name of the Golden Zun King was indeed good, and once these experts heard it, the gloom on their faces disappeared and instead, they revealed smiles. The Golden Zun King was a stellar-level deity, far beyond ordinary deities. Even the bigwigs of the Ancient Script Research Association had to be respectful when they met the Golden Zun King, and they were just one of the countless experts of the Ancient Script Association. In terms of status, they couldn't even catch up to King Jin Zun. Jin He was the descendant of the Golden Zun King, so how could they dare to be angry at Jin He? As Jin He said, this stone tablet is indeed a stone tablet from the Huaxia era, recording the characters of the Huaxia era, but the few of us have only deciphered 43 characters so far, so if any of you can decipher the characters that we haven't, you will be considered as qualified to complete this S-ranked quest, and at the same time, our Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts will have rewards to give out as well. An expert stated. At this time, Jin He walked over to the Huaxia era stone tablet and scrutinized it for a few seconds. As a descendant of the Jin family, he was naturally involved in ancient scripts. King Jinzun was also a deity who liked to collect various ancient relic items, and in the Jin family there were records of Huaxia era scripts, and Jin He had once seen some Huaxia scripts, thus he did recognize a few Huaxia scripts. These few experts might not necessarily be able to recognize all the Huaxia characters deciphered today, thus the chances of picking up on them were high. I recognize this character, it's fire in Chinese characters. Jin He said excitedly. Student Jin Ming, this character has already been deciphered by us. An expert pointed to a large white sheet of paper on the table in front of him, on which there were 43 Chinese characters, as well as translations of the Star River era's characters, among which was the word fire. Chapter 90, The Arcane Realm of Words. Awkward. It was really embarrassing. Jin He had wanted to show off, but suddenly forgot that there were already 43 characters that had been deciphered, or else he would have gone to see for himself which 43 Chinese characters had been deciphered, and he wouldn't have gotten into such an embarrassing situation. However, he was thick-skinned and treated it as if it hadn't happened and continued to observe the stone tablet. On the other hand, those few experts sat there without showing any look of anticipation, as if they didn't expect this group of students to be able to decipher the remaining 40 Huaxia characters. To know, a few of them had been studying Chinese characters for hundreds of years, and they already remembered all those Chinese characters that were researched within the Ancient Character Research Association, and they only didn't know about the Chinese characters that were researched by some private character research associations alone, and were not shared with the Ancient Character Research Association. Thus, they did not feel that this group of students had come into contact with too many Huaxia scripts, much less deciphered the Huaxia scripts they did not know. Suddenly, one of the students asked several experts, since you are unable to decipher these remaining 40 Huaxia characters, if someone were to interpret its meaning haphazardly, wouldn't you be unable to know it? In an instant, the gazes of many students seemed as if they wanted to kill this student. This was because these students had just thought of this method and were hesitating to try it out, but they didn't expect this student to foolishly say it. But soon, they all realized that this student was not being silly, but they were. Of course we can identify it. If we couldn't even identify it, would the Ancient Script Research Association still be able to exist to this day and become one of the top organizations of the human race? One of the experts said confidently. At this point, he began to explain an unknown field of knowledge to the students, the field of writing. You should all know that there are laws in the universe, and everything revolves around them, and the first time a god-level gong method comes out will be recognized by the laws of the universe's origin, thus descending a vision. And when god-level feats come out, they basically come out in the form of words, thus words are a medium that can be sensed by the laws. Words are both inheritance, and language is also a medium for passing down knowledge. If an ancient guardian spirit remembers a divine-level technique from the ancient times and before the cosmic civilization fault, it can also cause the laws of origin to recognize it if it is dictated through language. As for the language inheritance, I won't introduce it, but will mainly introduce the written inheritance. The words that are closest to the laws are undoubtedly runes, which can be directly utilized in act on weapons, spacecrafts, and even some special formations, and although other words are not as close to the rule words as runes are, the meaning of each word has long since been left behind in the river of time in the ancient times, and is indelibly indelible for eternity. For example, the fire in the Chinese script, the meaning it represents refers to the fire of our Star River era. You can't intentionally interpret it as water. A wrong interpretation can't be recognized by the laws. It is only necessary to utilize a secret ritual that bridges the words and the laws to recognize the authenticity of the interpretation of the words. If you interpret it haphazardly, the text will go up in smoke under the power of the laws, and the caster will suffer a backlash from the laws, which is not serious, but will result in injury. Thus, no one dares to interpret the text carelessly, and the consequences can be very serious. I advise you not to harbor such thoughts, and let me tell you, if you want to decipher it, we will give you samples of the secret rituals, and you will recognize them on your own, and you will bear the consequences if you fail. After the expert finished speaking, some of the students' faces turned white. There were consequences for failing this haphazard interpretation. Who would dare to interpret this haphazardly? At this moment, even Jin He didn't dare to guess the meaning of this written stone tablet haphazardly. It seems that none of this group of students recognize it. A few experts looked at each other and laughed, having already expected this result. If it wasn't for a phone call from President Feng Bai of Star River University retaining them, otherwise they would have long ago returned to the headquarters of the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts on a spaceship with this Huaxia era stone tablet. I do recognize these Huaxia characters. Xiao Xin'er suddenly stepped forward and said. You? Jin He stared at Xiao Xin'er incredulously, in complete disbelief. Xiao Xin'er had a demonic talent and superb battle prowess, which he very much recognized and admired, but deciphering Huaxia characters had nothing to do with talent. He came from a distinguished family, the family where the Golden Zun King was from, and only then did he have the opportunity to come into contact with a few Chinese characters, thus recognizing a few Chinese characters. But what about Xiao Xin'er? A small family in a small city, not to mention having no access to Chinese characters, she didn't even know the cosmic characters of the former universe civilization, the runes of the mechanical civilization, or the ancient god characters of the ancient god civilization. He didn't believe that Xiao Xin'er had contact with the characters of the Chinese civilization era, nor did he believe that Xiao Xin'er was able to decipher the Chinese characters. But he was a bit confused as to why Xiao Xin'er stood out at this time. Little girl, you are able to decipher it? You can't joke about it. Once you make a mistake when recognizing the Chinese characters, you will be subject to the backlash of the law. Once the backlash is still fine, but if you have more backlashes, you will also die. Do you know why our Ancient Script Research Association was able to master some of the scripts of the Huaxia civilization without knowing anything about it? That was all through guessing over and over again, eventually recognizing the correct Huaxia script by fluke. And at what cost, do you know? An expert said in a heavy tone. If I didn't guess correctly, the price was the lives of countless members of the Ancient Script Research Association, right? The Huaxia script that is mastered today was attempted by generations of people who sacrificed their lives, right? Xiao Xin'er guessed. Not bad. The experts nodded. Since you know the cost, do you still want to try? An expert reminded. Several experts, interpreting it haphazardly will naturally backfire, but I really know these Chinese characters, so I can naturally interpret them correctly. Xiao Xin'er smiled faintly, appearing very calm and not at all flustered. Seeing Xiao Xin'er in such a demeanor, a few experts had a thought. Perhaps this girl really knew Chinese characters. Chapter 91, Script Recognition Ceremony. This is the character for praise, such as praise and appreciation are used with this character for praise. Xiao Xin'er pointed at the first of those 40 undeciphered Chinese characters and read. You said it's the word praise, that's it, it has to be recognized, several experts, let her recognize it now. Jean He hurriedly urged. The several experts nodded and took out a scroll from the void ring on their bodies. Spreading out the scroll, many of the students' gazes looked over. One could only see that the scroll was made from a strange kind of paper that was very ornate and the quality looked very good. And the length of the scroll spread out was about 1 meter, and the width was about 30 centimeters. The large scroll was laid out on the table, and the students could clearly see a large number of mysterious symbols as well as lines engraved on it. Looking at the same made them feel very esoteric. This is the already manufactured secret ritual scroll, it can be used directly, there are 3 circles here. The expert pointed to 2 large fists and a small circle on the scroll. The small circle was only the size of a couple of thumbs, while the large fists were the size of fists. The expert pointed at the circles and explained, these 2 large circles have Chinese characters written inside them as well as characters translated from the Star River era, while this small circle is a drop of blood, and since this student wants to decipher it, this drop of blood will naturally be dripped by you personally. After the blood drop is completed, you put your hands on the scroll and your consciousness is poured into it, and the communication ceremony can start the consciousness. If it is interpreted correctly, the scroll will shine brightly, and the shadows of the Chinese characters and the translated characters of the Star River era will merge into one at the top of the scroll, proving that the two mean the same thing. If it is interpreted incorrectly, the scroll shatters and the caster recoils and is injured. Several experts, I understand, let's begin. Xiao Xin'er stepped forward and said seriously. Good, this is a special brush, you right? An expert pointed at the brush and said. When Xiao Xin'er picked up the brush and prepared to write the Chinese characters on, the other onlooker students all started to get nervous. Xiao Xin'er wrote stroke by stroke, while the hearts of the other students followed the strokes up and down. I hope Xiao Xin'er can decipher it successfully. Many students secretly hoped. After all, if Xiao Xin'er succeeded in deciphering it, Earthstar River University would have more face. However, there were also a few students who hoped that Xiao Xin'er would fail to decipher it, and one of them was Jean He. The Chinese characters' on writing style is relatively soft, as long as the writing is not wrong, it's fine, everyone has their own style, but it does not affect the ceremony. Subsequently, Xiao Xin'er penned down the Zan character of the Star River era. After the writing of the 2 eras was finished, Xiao Xin'er put down the brush and placed her right index finger on top of the small circle, forcing out a drop of golden blood. This scene yet again shocked many students. Pure golden blood. Someone exclaimed. A drop of blood was enough to tell many things out. Judging from this drop of pure golden blood, Xiao Xin'er's entire body's blood was bound to be golden blood that was known as the blood of the gods. The degree of this blood quenching had truly reached the most perfect level. Worthy of being a rookie king, the blood transformation realm has been cultivated to the most perfect degree by her. Many students whispered. At this time, those few experts also heard the students' comments, and only then did they realize that this little girl in front of them was actually the freshman year's newcomer king of this term. At that moment, they let out gazes of appreciation. The Star River University's rookie king was not simple. If he didn't fall, he would definitely be able to reach the subdivine level in the future. As for whether or not he would be able to become a deity, no one could guarantee it. Let's begin. An expert said. Xiao Xin'er nodded and pressed her hands onto the scroll, slightly closing her eyes as her consciousness communicated with the scroll and started the initiation ceremony. The eyes of all the students, including the few experts, widened as they stared at the scroll and watched attentively. For the few experts, they naturally hoped that Xiao Xin'er would be able to decipher it correctly. Then the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts would have one more Chinese-era script, which would be very helpful for the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts research on the Chinese civilization, and it would also allow for the future to sacrifice fewer researchers. Buzz. The scroll was generous with light, and the two era scripts also presented a radiant shadow above the scroll, and under the gaze of the people present, the two scripts fused together and erupted into an even more intense light. The scroll did not shatter, the words merged, and the recognition ceremony was successful. All of this marked the success of the text recognition. Xiao Xin'er had correctly deciphered this Chinese character. At this moment, what Jin He thought in his heart was, Xiao Xin'er qualified to complete the S-rank mission. And what many students were thinking was, Earthstar River University was once again famous. What those few experts were thinking was, the Ancient Script Research Association had once again produced one more Huaxia script. Xiao Xin'er looked at the successful recognition of the ceremony and revealed a happy smile, communicating with Lin Tian's consciousness, saying, Lin Tian, I've successfully deciphered a script. Lin Tian haha, these characters are mysterious billion-year-old characters to this group of experts, but it's too simple for me. Hey, if I wasn't a guardian spirit, I really want to go to the Ancient Characters Research Association to be an expert, so I guess I'll be rising up to the top very soon, but the greater likelihood is that it'll be dissected. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian's words were half joking, but it was true that being too high profile wasn't a good thing. However, Xiao Xin'er was fine even if she was high profile this time. She had already figured out how to explain it. Of course, she naturally wouldn't explain if no one asked her about it. Several experts quickly adjusted from their joy and reverently asked Xiao Xin'er for advice. Student Xiao Xin'er, can you tell us how you recognize this Chinese character? The other students all looked at Xiao Xin'er, they were all very curious as well. Several experts had inquired, so if she didn't explain, then it would definitely cause more suspicion, so Xiao Xin'er said what Lin Tian had given her to say. I obtained the divine inheritance of a deity from the era of the ancient god civilization, and that deity happened to have studied the Chinese characters quite deeply, thus I know some Chinese characters from his inheritance, but what I know is not very complete. Xiao Xin'er deliberately pretended to be in a difficult situation and slowly said. Chapter 92, 30 Chinese characters, 180 rating points. The inheritance of the ancient god civilization's deities. Upon hearing this, many students cast envious gazes. At this time, they finally understood why Xiao Xin'er had such a demonic talent despite her ordinary background and was very powerful in every aspect. It turned out that she had received the inheritance of a deity from the era of the ancient god civilization. Of course, they also had to admire Xiao Xin'er's own talent. If her own talent was not enough, even if she had obtained the inheritance of a deity from the ancient god civilization era, she would still be a waste. The inheritance of an ancient god civilization deity, what good fortune! Jin He was very jealous. Don't look at his old ancestor who was a stellar great deity, but he wouldn't have left behind an inheritance, and many deities wouldn't be able to leave behind an inheritance in time if they died in battle, and only some ancient deities would leave behind an inheritance at the time of the end of their life, but it would be inherited to their own descendants. Thus, to accidentally obtain the inheritance of a deity from the era of the ancient god civilization, that luck was really very good to the point of bursting. Not only this group of students, but the experts also believed Xiao Xin'er's words. However, they never expected that Xiao Xin'er was completely fooling them. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian looked at the group's expressions and knew that they believed it, so he couldn't help but laugh. It seems that each and every one of them believes it. Xin'er, when you said today that you had received the inheritance of the ancient god civilization's deity spirit, the rapid increase in your strength and the origins of your god-level feats will no longer make people suspicious, and they won't be able to associate you with the guardian spirit of the Chinese era's civilization either. Not bad. Compared to the Huaxia era civilization guardian spirit and the many Huaxia era feats, the ancient god civilization divine spirit inheritance is not the least bit conspicuous. With my status as a student in the Star River era and the importance that the school has placed on me is enough to protect me, and other people wouldn't dare to covet the inheritance of a divine spirit. After all, they won't be able to obtain the inheritance once it's been accepted. Xiao Xin'er communicated with Lin Tian. This was the perfect plan that she had thought of after conferring with Lin Tian, and it was just the right time to use this S-ranked mission to say it and make everyone believe it. Student Xiao Xin'er, congratulations on deciphering a Chinese character and qualifying to complete this S-rank mission. May I ask if you want to continue deciphering Chinese characters? An expert asked very politely. Nowadays, these few experts no longer treated Xiao Xin'er as an ignorant student, but as a researcher and a great expert with a very high level of knowledge about Chinese characters. I want to continue deciphering, Xiao Xin'er said. Good. The several experts were laughing their asses off. Xiao Xin'er's continued deciphering showed that Xiao Xin'er knew other Chinese characters as well. This time it would not only allow the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts to have one more Huaxia script, but many more Huaxia scripts, which would be a major impactful event for the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts. And the few of them who witnessed this scene, or even the experts who led this scene, would inevitably receive awards and generous treatment from the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts when they returned. Just thinking about this made them excited. As expected, Xiao Xin'er began to decipher one Chinese script after another, and after a ceremony of recognizing the scripts, the deciphering proved to be all correct. Of course, Xiao Xin'er didn't succeed in deciphering all of them, that would be too unbelievable. She had only deciphered 30 Chinese characters, and the remaining 10 Chinese characters were deliberately not deciphered, so as to give the illusion that she did not recognize all the Chinese characters. The deciphering of the 30 characters allowed Xiao Xin'er to earn a very good final evaluation score, a total of 90 points. For Xiao Xin'er, 90 points was enough. She didn't expect to have to hit 100 perfect final evaluation points. This time, with the 90 points plus the 80 points for the task evaluation score for the A-level task challenge Tarot Star and River University freshman, she had currently obtained a total of 170 points, far surpassing the other students. Several experts recorded the Chinese characters that Xiao Xin'er had deciphered in a brand new scroll and transmitted the news to the headquarters of the Association for the Study of Ancient Characters through the Star Network in the first instance. Student Xiao Xin'er, we will be staying at Star River University for a while longer. As for the reward for you deciphering so many Chinese characters this time, our headquarters will discuss what reward to give you, and it will take about quite a bit of time before we can send the reward to you. But we can communicate with Star River University right now and add another 90 points to your very good rating of 90 points as our first wave of reward thanks. An expert said with sincere gratitude. What, 180 points? That's not fair. Jin He jumped out and retorted. The most perfect S-ranked mission completion was only 100 points, and for this expert to increase it to 180 points with a single sentence was outrageous. How would this allow the others to compare themselves to Xiao Xin'er? That expert's gaze went to Jin He, no longer so polite, and directly said, fellow student Jin He, even if your old ancestor Lord Jin Zun Wang is here, he shouldn't object to this. Xiao Xin'er deciphered so many Chinese characters, which has a great significance in the study of human history. It's not something that can be compared to a mere 90 points. Jin He knew that he had overreached and lowered his head to stop speaking. Many thanks to the several experts. Xiao Xin'er smiled and thanked. Adding an additional 90 points, this was indeed an unexpected pleasure for her, and there were also subsequent rewards. With the Ancient Script Research Association's wealth as well as its massive power, this reward would definitely not be low. At once, she was somewhat looking forward to it. At the same time, the situation in the exhibition hall also reached Principal Feng Bai's ears. Principal's office. Principal Feng Bai was astonished when he heard the news that Xiao Xin'er had deciphered 30 Chinese characters. Xiao Xin'er actually obtained the inheritance of the ancient god civilization's deities and also deciphered 30 Chinese characters. This is too much luck. At this moment, the assistant who was reporting the information said, Principal, those experts from the Ancient Script Research Association asked us to give Xiao Xin'er an additional 90 points as the first wave of thanks, and the subsequent rewards will be issued after consultation at the headquarters. Just 90 points, allow it. The principal waved his hand, indifferent. Compared to deciphering 30 Chinese characters, these 90 points were really nothing. Moreover, this time, the Ancient Script Research Association had obtained 30 new Chinese civilization scripts, and the harvest was so huge that with the Ancient Script Research Association's usual style, not only Xiao Xin'er would be able to obtain a staggering amount of rewards, even Earthstar River University would be able to obtain a large amount of benefits. If we can pull in a few cooperative projects from the Ancient Script Research Association through this matter, that would be really great. Principal Feng Bai murmured with his right hand resting on his chin. Chapter 93, Striving for Project Cooperation. Principal Feng Bai was very clear about the enormity of the Ancient Script Research Association. All of the Star River universities put together were inferior to one Ancient Script Research Association, let alone a mere Earthstar River University. Ancient Character Research Association has many deities, and they control a large number of severed civilization characters. Many large forces or companies, cosmic plutocrat organizations want to use certain characters, that must go through the Ancient Character Research Association. For example, runes, this is the most widely used text in the entire universe. If the use of runes for commercial purposes, as long as it is the Ancient Script Research Association researched runic text, these forces also have to pay a certain amount of money to the Ancient Script Research Association, which is the patent right. How many powers were there in the entire universe? There are too many places that utilize words, and just by charging the patent-derived take, the star coins earned by the Ancient Script Research Association are an incalculably huge number. Such a huge research association, if it casually released a small project to cooperate with Earthstar River University, then Earthstar River University could definitely grow by leaps and bounds. Chance. This is an opportunity for our Earthstar River University. Earth has been out of the spotlight for too long. This time, we must negotiate with the top management of the Ancient Script Research Association. Our school students have brought them so much help, is it fair to say that I won't be given a project to work with? With this thought in mind, Principal Feng Bai immediately contacted a high-ranking person he knew at the headquarters of the Ancient Script Association. Swish! Star Network, Interstellar Projection. A shadowy image was presented in front of Principal Feng Bai. This was an advanced use of the star network, which could instantly utilize the connection between the various planets of the star network to make an interstellar projection in the real world, and opening this function cost quite a few star coins. But every deity could afford to pay this kind of fee, but this ability could only be utilized between planets, and once it entered space, then it could not be used. The range covered by the star network was the interior of the planet, excluding space. Soon, the screen connected. Principal Feng Bai, why do you have the time to find me? You even opened up the interstellar projection, this would cost quite a few star coins, you're surprisingly willing to spare it. A white-bearded old man appeared in the interstellar projection and flirted with Principal Feng Bai. Principal Feng Bai said awkwardly, Counselor Zhang, we are all deities, I still don't care about the star coins spent on a mere interstellar projection. I'm looking for you for something big. A student from our school has deciphered 30 new Chinese characters, this matter should have been passed on to your headquarters, right? A student from your school deciphered 30 new Huaxia characters? Are you not swindling me? Counselor Zhang was a bit disbelieving. If you don't believe me, you can go and check, with your authority you should be able to find out soon. Principal Feng Bai hurriedly said. Alright, I'll check, you wait. Counselor Zhang began to use his authority to investigate. And Principal Feng Bai laid down on the reclining chair and waited silently. After about 10 minutes, Counselor Zhang's expression became very shocked and dismayed. Principal Feng Bai, it's surprisingly true, a freshman student from your school called Xiao Xin'er has received the inheritance of an ancient god civilization deity, and that deity just happened to be studying the Chinese characters, and this time, he deciphered 30 Chinese characters. Such a student is Kuei treasure you give me to protect it well. We also excavated a lot of Chinese characters within the Ancient Character Research Association, but have not been able to decipher them. This school may be able to help us decipher more Chinese characters. As he spoke, this Counselor Zhang became excited. Principal Feng Bai had long known that Counselor Zhang had such an expression. For those experts and executives of the Ancient Script Research Association, words were far more important than starcoin money. Researching words was their greatest hobby, and earning money was just to better research words. Counselor Zhang, my students, I will naturally protect them well, but our school has gotten so much credit this time, is there no reward? Principal Feng Bai tapped the table in front of him with one hand, waiting for Counselor Zhang's reply. Of course there are rewards, star coins, weapons, feats. How much do you want? Name a number. Count it as our Ancient Script Research Association's sponsorship of your Earth Star River University. Counselor Zhang looked like he was rich and generous. No, I don't want any star coins, weapons, or gong methods. I just want your Ancient Script Research Association to give our Earth Star River University a long-term project to cooperate with just. Principal Feng Bai stated his purpose. Project cooperation. Counselor Zhang's eyes widened. Principal Feng Bai, you've always been meticulous in your calculations. I didn't expect that you would have such a big appetite this time, wanting a project cooperation from our Ancient Character Research Association. Do you know how many huge conglomerates and plutocrats spanning thousands and thousands of planets wanted a small project from our Ancient Character Research Association? But they spent countless star coins and couldn't even manage to get their hands on it, and with one sentence, you want a project cooperation? One word, to give or not to give. If not to give, in the future, if your Ancient Character Research Association wants to borrow our school's students, sorry, no borrowing. Principal Feng Bai had a helpless look of what you can do to me. You. Counselor Zhang pointed angrily at Principal Feng Bai through the interstellar projection. He really didn't dare to offend Principal Feng Bai yet. If he offended Principal Feng Bai and then didn't allow Xiao Xin'er to help the association for the study of ancient scripts to decipher more Chinese scripts, then the loss would be even greater. After contemplating for a while, Counselor Zhang said, how about this, I'll go and apply with the higher-ups, and try to apply for a project for you, but I can't guarantee what exactly it is. Good, thanks a lot Counselor Zhang. If there is an opportunity in the future, I'll treat you to a drink at the Star God Tavern. Principal Feng Bai said smilingly. Good, after it's done, I'll definitely rip you off later. Counselor Zhang was also in a good mood and joked a little with Principal Feng Bai. The efficiency of the Ancient Script Research Association was still good. After only 5 days had passed, Counselor Zhang came to find Principal Feng Bai. Principal Feng Bai, the notice from above has come down. It has been decided to give you a project. It's a Rune project, it's a good one. Counselor Zhang said excitedly. It's really a Rune project? Principal Feng Bai said excitedly. Chapter 94 Level S Mission, Refining Runes. Rune projects had always been one of the most lucrative projects, and the value of the Ancient Script Research Association's Rune project, even the smallest one, was enormous. Principal Feng Bai had thought that he would only be able to get an even smaller fringe project, but he hadn't unexpectedly applied for a Rune project. A Rune project was definitely more important than several ordinary projects. The most crucial issue was that Star River University currently did not study runes, not because it was incapable of doing so, but because it had not gained the recognition of the Ancient Script Research Association. But now, with the arrival of the Rune project, they could study runes in a proper manner. Counselor Zhang, quickly tell us what kind of rune project it is? Principal Feng Bai was a bit impatient. Counselor Zhang hurriedly replied back, it's a runic weapon project. The Ancient Script Research Association is preparing to give you one of Earth's runic weapon refining projects. It's not really rule-based weapon refining, that's a big project above the void realm and even at the deity level. It's not something that your district Star River University can afford to eat. What you will be refining is the simple rune weapons project, from 9th grade rune weapons all the way up to 5th grade rune weapons, and you can even sell them. And the Ancient Script Research Association is only responsible for giving you technical support, and of course will collect a certain amount of fees from it. This project is very good, knowing that rune weapons have always been a bestseller and their value remains high. A very good runic project indeed. Principal Feng Bai was satisfied. The rune weapon refining project could not only be sold to expand Star River University's financial income, but it could also be used as a reward to incentivize the students, and in the long run, this would definitely be of significant use to Star River University's development. In addition, with this Rune project, Star River University can also take this opportunity to cooperate with some top group companies, which is another opportunity. In short, once Star River University had this Rune project, it could definitely develop rapidly and rise a few more levels in the Star River University rankings, and even have the hope of surpassing Star River University of Taro in the future, recreating the glory of millions of years ago. Counselor Zhang, how many years is the term of cooperation? This was also the issue that President Feng Bai was more concerned about. If the cooperation period was too short, this would not be worth too much. Counselor Zhang said, Principal Feng Bai, don't worry, our Ancient Script Research Association will naturally not engage in short-term cooperation. The minimum time is 10,000 years, and if Earth Star River University performs very well in this program, the contract will be renewed at a later stage to increase the cooperation time again. 10,000 years, a long time. Principal Feng Bai nodded in satisfaction. While Principal Feng Bai and Director Zhang of the Ancient Script Research Association were discussing specific cooperation project matters, Xiao Xin'er was also looking for various tasks. In the past few days, Xiao Xin'er hadn't taken on any more ranked quests. The difficulty of ranked missions was very high, and some of them were not suitable for her, and there were only a few ranked missions, so if they weren't suitable, she would have to settle for the second best and take on a B-ranked mission. Xiao Xin'er didn't mind the fact that the B-ranked missions had fewer evaluation points. In short, it was a workout. The reason why Star River University opened the mission system, letting students take on one mission after another, this is also to exercise the students' ability. Otherwise, if they just cultivate blindfolded, in the future, when they leave the university campus and enter the society, won't they not know anything? Star River University cultivates all-round talents. Cultivation is important, other aspects should also be all-encompassing. B-level missions, C-level missions, Xiao Xin'er took on one after another, doing the missions without a care in the world, but she didn't forget to cultivate. Apart from the time she spent doing the missions, she basically spent the rest of her time cultivating. She was preparing to raise her cultivation to the 3rd level of innate in one fell swoop after the end of her freshman year, which was one of her goals. In more than 2 months, Xiao Xin'er had completed a total of 3 B-ranked quests, 4 C-ranked quests, and even 2 D-ranked quests as well as a C-ranked quest. Such an efficient speed of completing quests allowed Xiao Xin'er to gain a large number of final evaluation scores. While Xiao Xin'er's final evaluation score was 260 when she completed the S-ranked quest Interpreting Chinese Characters quest, now she had raised her final evaluation score to 500 evaluation points, far surpassing the other students. On this day, Xiao Xin'er had just completed a C-ranked mission and was searching for a new mission on the Star Network. Suddenly, a new S-rank mission appeared on the virtual screen. S-rank mission, refining runic weapons. Within a month, refining a 9th grade runic weapon is considered qualified, refining an 8th grade runic weapon is considered a good evaluation, refining a 7th grade runic weapon is considered a very good evaluation, and refining a 6th grade runic weapon is considered a perfect evaluation. Many students were dumbfounded when this S-rank task came out. I'll go, rune weapon refining task. We haven't even taken up the study of rune weapons, how can we refine them? Yeah, Star River University's curriculum only introduces runic weapons, but it doesn't teach us how to refine them. We don't know how to do it either. Stupid, if we know how to do it, how can we call it an S-rank mission? Although we don't know how, we can learn. I'm going to learn runes. If I learn it, I might be able to refine rune weapons. If I learn it, I might be able to make a runic weapon. If I learn it and then take this S-ranked mission, won't I be able to get a lot of final evaluation points? Che, you wouldn't be unaware of how difficult runes are to understand, would you? I don't know how many people have studied runes, although there aren't many runes, and there are fewer runes that can be utilized, but the number of people who can use runes to refine weapons is too few and far between. Even though the runes we are utilizing are simple runes, and not real runes, the simple runes are also very difficult to control. Try it anyway, getting in touch with runes isn't a bad thing. Refining a runic weapon. Xiao Xin'er stared at that S-ranked mission, and suddenly thought of that purple sky sacred wings flying weapon she had seen when exchanging treasures in the Dragon Demon Ridge before, which was worth as much as 300,000 kill points, and the speed of flying in the air with this weapon surpassed that of supersonic fighters. The purple sky sacred wing was a runic weapon, a weapon that utilized simple runic inscriptions. Runes were divided into real runes from the era of mechanical civilization. For example, the runes used in large flying machines and spacecraft were real runes from the era of mechanical civilization. This kind of rune could directly communicate with the laws, but it was very difficult to inscribe, requiring an awakened above the void realm to control and inscribe. The simple rune is a brand new rune researched by the Star River era based on the runes of the mechanical civilization era, and it is specifically used to make weapons. Chapter 95 Rune Weapons. Not many runes from the era of mechanical civilization had been passed down. They were very rare, but every single rune text could explode with terrifying power, but the power of simple runes was only a few tenths or even 1/10,000th of that of real runes. The difficulty of controlling simple runes was not high, and it was possible for even an awakened of the blood transformation realm to create a runic weapon. First of all, the awakened person must learn simple runes. This is the minimum step. If they don't know anything about runes, wouldn't they be blind? Learning simple runes and then learning inscribing simple runes on the weapon. This step required a certain amount of talent and inscribing skill. The real runic inscription is to utilize the rules of inscription, while the suggestion of runic inscription is to utilize the blood of demonic beasts. Use the inscription pen to dip into the blood of demonic beasts to inscribe on the weapon. Once the inscription is successful, the simple runes will be melted into the weapon, increasing the weapon's weapon, turning it into a runic weapon that has various special effects. Rune weapons can be categorized into 9th grade rune weapons to 1st grade rune weapons. Among them, the 9th grade runic weapon is the lowest, and the 1st grade runic weapon is the highest. However, there were actually weapons that were even lower than the 9th grade runic weapons, that is, the defective runic weapons, which were weapons that failed to be refined, but some of them could be used once or twice, and after 1 or 2 times, the runes disappeared and became ordinary weapons. But even if it is a defective runic weapon, its price has always been high. Without more than 1,000 star coins can't buy a defective runic weapon at all, and the price of a 9th grade runic weapon has always been above 10,000 star coins or even tens of thousands of star coins. Strange, I haven't heard that Star River University has a department for refining runic weapons. Why is it suddenly releasing an S-ranked mission for refining runic weapons? Xiao Xin'er muttered. She didn't know that this mission was entirely caused by her, allowing Star River University to obtain a rune project in cooperation with the Ancient Script Research Association, and now the rune project was officially launched. Principal Phone Bai took the opportunity to just release this quest, sort of a precautionary shot in advance for the opening of the rune project. As for whether or not there were any students who could learn runes to refine a rune weapon, that wasn't too important. At the very least it was a way to let many students know that Star River University could refine rune weapons. Once this S-ranked mission was released, many students were ready to touch some simple runes, and even wanted to learn simple runes. However, there were very few places that could learn simple runes, and previously, Star River University did not have the conditions to learn them, and the only way to learn rune knowledge was to go to a specialized rune institution. But on the very day that the S-rank rune quest was released, Star River University added a rune course that explained the rune learning process as well as the refining process in detail. However, in order to learn this course, one had to take an S-rank rune quest. From learning to refining a rune weapon in a month's time, this was truly an incredible challenge for many students. Many students didn't want to complete this task, but wanted to learn runes, so they took it. Even if the mission failed after a month, they could at least learn a few simple runes, and it would be good to take it out later to blow their minds. As a result, many students began to take this S-ranked quest and applied for rune learning courses on StarNet. Xin'er, why don't you also take this quest and then teach me about runes? I'm also interested in simple runes. Tian proposed. Well, I'm also going to apply for the rune course. Mastering one more knowledge will be helpful for cultivation in the future. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er picked up the S-rank rune quest and then enrolled for the rune course. The rune knowledge imparted by this rune course was provided by the Ancient Script Research Association, and it was a relatively complete and simple rune knowledge, with everything from learning rune knowledge to refining rune weapons, which was of very high value. Of course, this course taught less powerful runes, and the method of refining runic weapons was also relatively simple. At most, it could only refine a 5th grade runic weapon. As for more profound runic weapon refining methods and more profound simple runes, the Ancient Script Research Association did not open up to Earth Star River University for the time being. After all, the runic program that the Ancient Script Research Association cooperated with Earth Star River University stipulated that it was from 9th grade to 5th grade runic weapons. So many simple runic scripts. Xiao Xin'er was studying the rune course in the middle of the star network, and the rune course was divided into one stage after another. Each stage of the runic course needed to be learned step by step, and after memorizing the contents of each stage, a small test would be conducted, and only if the test was passed could the next stage of knowledge be learned. It is not permissible to learn the entire rune course at once. If you wanted to learn the complete rune course, you had to study it seriously. Xiao Xin'er's memory and comprehension were terrifying, and she could easily learn a stage of the course after reading it. In less than half a day's time, Xiao Xin'er completed the entire rune course and firmly memorized hundreds of simple runes as well as their meanings and refining methods. But this was just memorization. The real refining required actual operation. Principal's office. Principal phoned by got the news that Xiao Xin'er had completed all the rune courses and applied for the refining requirement. Completed all the lessons. This enlightenment and speed is too fast. Phoned by was somewhat surprised. If a Tongshan Realm awakened person was this fast, he thought it was normal. After all, Tongshan Realm awakened person's soul was very strong and their memory was superb, whereas awakened people below the innate realm and even innate realm strength of their souls increased slowly and their memory wasn't that perverted. But Xiao Xin'er had completed all stages of the test in less than half a day. That meant that she had truly mastered the knowledge of the rune course. However, once one thought that Xiao Xin'er had obtained the inheritance of a deity from the era of the ancient god civilization, it wasn't hard to understand that her soul strength memory was superb. Assistant, has the first batch of weapon materials been transported over? Principal phoned by summoned his assistant and asked. Principal, the first batch of materials have just been transported over. The assistant said. Immediately open the rune tower, transport the weapon materials into the rune tower and let the students actually refine the rune inscriptions. There is already a student who has completed the rune course, we have to let people practice immediately. Principal phoned by urged. Yes. The assistant said in surprise. Chapter 96 Tao Te Ching and Rune Inscriptions. Rune Tower. This was the latest Star River University building that had been gotten out, a place specially prepared for runic weapon refining. From the specifications, the Rune Tower had a total of 18 floors, of which the 9th floor was a floor prepared for students to complete S-ranked missions, where students could take some low-grade weapons to refine rune weapons. The value of these low-grade weapons was not high. Even if they were refined and discarded, it didn't hurt. With Star River University's financial strength, a mere batch of low-grade weapons was nothing even if they were completely destroyed. On this day, Xiao Xin'er came to the 9th floor of the Rune Tower, and the administrator of the Rune Tower quickly arranged a refining room for her, allowing her to refine at ease. Rune Tower's 9th floor, number 18 refining room. Xiao Xin'er received 50 low-grade weapons and placed them on a shelf to the side, while she stood on a rune table and placed a sharp longsword on it, while the blood of a demonic beast and a rune brush had already been prepared to the side. Swish! Lin Tian was summoned out by Xiao Xin'er and stood next to her. At this time, Lin Tian looked at Xiao Xin'er and asked, Xin'er, what simple rune are you going to inscribe on your first weapon? Xiao Xin'er pointed at the longsword in front of her and said, this is a sword, it should pursue sharpness and speed. At best I can only inscribe a one-word simple rune right now. It's most suitable to inscribe the simple rune of Feng. The simple rune represents sharpness. Try it, I'll observe from the side. Lin Tian stood a little farther away so as not to get in Xiao Xin'er's way. Xiao Xin'er nodded, holding the rune pen and dipping it into the demonic beast's blood. She began to inscribe the simple rune with full concentration. Inscribing a rune was to inscribe a rune onto the body of a weapon. This step required a very precise inscription. One could not make a wrong step or have a shaky hand, otherwise it was bound to fail. Don't look at just a small simple rune front, but you have a word inside but contains many mysteries. Every stroke is very elaborate. If the simple rune is enlarged countless times, then these murals are constructed with a number of tiny strokes. A normal inscription of a word could be completed in a second. But inscribing a simple rune needs to be carefully drawn, very time-consuming. Without a minute or two, don't even think about inscribing a simple rune text out. Of course, this was only limited to novices. If it was a runic master, it was easy to inscribe a simple runic text. If simple runes were still so complicated, one could imagine how difficult real runes were. Many people could not learn a real rune in just a few years, and even some people could not learn it in their whole life if they were stupid. Time passed little by little. Lin Tian was observing Xiao Xin'er's inscriptions very carefully, as if his whole body was one with Xiao Xin'er, replacing himself with Xiao Xin'er's position, as if he was also inscribing. Unity of mind and spirit. This was the tacit induction between the awakened and the guardian spirit. Ka! Accompanied by a soft sound, Lin Tian's gaze looked towards that sword. At this moment, a crack appeared on that sword, and above this crack was a broken rune. Refining failure. Once a rune was refined incorrectly, the chaotic power contained in the rune would shatter the weapon, which was why runes were so expensive. Thus refining them was too difficult and the cost of failing to do so was too high. If a weapon could be attempted countless times, then everyone would have the hope of refining a runic weapon. However, it was not to be. Attempting to refine a runic weapon also required a huge amount of money to support it, and individuals did not dare to try it casually. This time, the supply of weapons was provided by Star River University, and Xiao Xin'er was not heartbroken after refining a weapon. After resting for a while, Xiao Xin'er adjusted her mind and continued to start refining. The second weapon refining was discarded. The third weapon was discarded. The fourth weapon was discarded. At this time, Xiao Xin'er realized how difficult it was to refine rune weapons. Such a simple rune weapon was so difficult, those slightly higher grade rune weapons must be even more difficult to refine. Looks like I don't have much talent for refining runic weapons. Xiao Xin'er laughed to herself. Suddenly, Lin Tian reminded from the side, Xin'er, you might as well meditate on the Tao Te Ching and utilize it to assist in refining runic weapons. A single word woke up the dreamer. Xiao Xin'er fiercely remembered that she still had the Tao Te Ching. It was a supreme treasured text that assisted in enhancing enlightenment and talent. Coming from the Huaxia era a billion years ago, it was almost omnipotent. Good. Xiao Xin'er took a deep breath and recited the Tao Te Ching in her heart. Tao may be Tao, but very Tao, name may be name, but very name. As Xiao Xin'er recited the Tao Te Ching silently, it was as if her surroundings had transformed into a world of Tao, and as she stood in the world of Tao, feeling the endless rhythm of Tao, her entire soul was subjected to an unimaginable enhancement. In such a state, her spirit was far beyond what it was before, as if she had transformed into a Taoist true immortal. Runes were also one of the forms of the Tao. With the assistance of the Tao scriptures, Xiao Xin'er had an incredible understanding and control over runes. Holding the pen, inscribing. In one fell swoop, a light appeared on a sword in an instant, and the simple rune foam slowly merged into the body of the sword and disappeared. The simple rune inscription grew, and the sword had become a runic weapon, but it was only the lowest level runic weapon, a 9th grade runic weapon. I did it! Xiao Xin'er couldn't believe that it was so simple to successfully complete the inscription. Of course, the Tao deity scripture is the supreme Tao treasure. A billion years ago, the Tao deity scripture made countless Tao realm cultivators regarded as a classic, and the Taoist mysteries were gathered in a single Tao deity scripture. A billion years later, the rules of the universe have changed, and under the brewing of the underpinnings of time, the level of the Tao deity scripture has long since undergone an incredible metamorphosis, and assisting in the refining of runic weapons is too simple. Lin Tian said. With the Tao Te Ching, it won't be hard for me to complete this S-rank refining rune weapons quest. Xiao Xin'er was very happy and continued to start refining again. The following refining was very easy, and one 9th grade runic weapon was refined, with almost no failures. Xin'er, let me try as well. Lin Tian suddenly interrupted Xiao Xin'er's refining with a look of excitement. Are you going to refine it as well? Xiao Xin'er didn't understand what Lin Tian, a guardian spirit, was doing by learning rune weapon refining, but still allowed it. She would never refuse her guardian spirit. Chapter 97 Rune Quest, perfectly completed. Xiao Xin'er had also taught those contents to Lin Tian when she was learning the rune course before. Thus, Lin Tian was also equivalent to learning the rune course and mastered those simple runes as well as the method of inscribing and refining weapons. He similarly picked up the rune brush and began inscribing the weapon by meditating on the Tao Te Ching. However, due to being slightly nervous for the first time, his hands shook, causing his first refining to fail. Although the Tao Te Ching was heaven-defying, it would still fail if one was not careful. Second time. Lin Tian adjusted his mind and succeeded in inscribing it in one go. Not long after, Lin Tian also inscribed 10 9th grade weapons successfully, his inscribing technique becoming more and more pure. 9th grade weapons were just a passing standard for completing S-grade rune weapon refining. Refining a 6th grade weapon was the only way to obtain a perfect rating, and such low-grade weapons could not be inscribed with 6th grade rune weapons. 6th grade rune weapons had precise requirements for the material of the weapon, and the price of a 6th grade rune weapon was also basically in the tens of millions of star coins, not something that an ordinary person could afford. If Xiao Xin'er wanted to take a good quality weapon and inscribe a 6th grade runic weapon all at once, Star River University would definitely not allow it, and if she refined too much, the loss of the weapon material would also be very huge. Thus, one must refine runic weapons step by step. Inscribing a 9th grade runic weapon would allow one to apply for a better weapon to refine an 8th grade runic weapon, and then apply for a better weapon to refine a 7th grade runic weapon. Only in the end would one have the chance to apply for a higher quality weapon to inscribe simple runes to refine a 6th grade weapon. Lin Tian, why don't you go back to the Guardian Spirit space first? I'm going to apply for a batch of better weapons to refine 8th grade weapons. Xiao Xin'er said and took these refined 9th grade weapons to the Rune Tower Administration to apply for better weapons. First floor. Rune Tower Administration Office. A middle-aged man with white hair sat here, watching a movie on the virtual monitor to pass the time. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er came. Management, I've come to apply for a weapon. Xiao Xin'er spoke. So soon, the weapons are all refined? The management casually said something, then walked to the warehouse on the side and went to fetch a batch of weapons and handed them to Xiao Xin'er. Seeing this batch of materials, Xiao Xin'er couldn't help but say, "Management, these weapons are very low level like the previous ones. I want to apply for a higher level weapon to refine the 8th grade rune weapon." You want to apply for better weapons? Then you have to refine a 9th grade runic weapon before you can, otherwise I don't have the authority to give you a better weapon, that's the rule. Management spread his hands. Here, this is my refined rune weapon. Xiao Xin'er opened the black cloth bag she brought with her, and inside was stored a large batch of 9th grade runic weapons. Managing to pick up a longsword rune weapon, carefully inspected it, inside recognizing the level of this rune weapon, it was clearly a qualified 9th grade rune weapon. Gulp! Managed to swallow hard in surprise. Refining for the first time, and also refining a runic weapon just after completing the runic course, this talent level was too demonic, wasn't it? He had thought that no one of the freshman students this time could refine a runic weapon, it was just the principal doing it for show. The real runic weapon refining still relied on some mentors or junior and senior students. But unexpectedly, the first one to refine a runic weapon in the rune tower was a freshman student. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Xin'er be qualified to complete an S-rank mission? Management looked at Xiao Xin'er in shock and said in his heart, "Management, am I qualified to receive a better weapon?" Xiao Xin'er asked again. "Yes, qualified." Management hurriedly took out more quality weapons and handed them to Xiao Xin'er. As for the batch of 9th grade runic weapons that Xiao Xin'er had refined, they were temporarily placed in the management office's warehouse. According to the regulations, if a freshman student refined a rune weapon, after deducting the material fee and the damage fee, 1/2 of the income would be split to the student, a request made by these principals. Such a share was very high, but since it was not thought that any student could refine a runic weapon, this share claim was not publicized. If Xiao Xin'er had known about this, she would have been very excited. Principal's office. The news from the management office was reported up the layers and finally passed to Principal Fengbai's hands. What, Xiao Xin'er qualified to refine a 9th grade runic weapon, and the success rate is still very high, could this be a born runic master? Principal Fengbai was astonished. At once, he began to pay attention to the situation of the rune tower, and asked the management to record the number of rune weapons that Xiao Xin'er had refined, and wait for a month to commute the profits from this batch of weapons to Xiao Xin'er. Star River University didn't lack that much money, and the students' money should never be possessed. A day later, the rune tower once again sent word that Xiao Xin'er had inscribed an 8th grade runic weapon. 3 days later, shocking news came from the rune tower that Xiao Xin'er had inscribed a 7th grade runic weapon. It wasn't until 10 days later that news came from the rune tower that Xiao Xin'er had inscribed a 6th grade rune weapon. Inscribing a 6th grade runic weapon meant that Xiao Xin'er had perfectly completed the S-rank service of inscribing a runic weapon. Shocking news over and over again had caused Principal Fengbai to have long since spoiled himself and not be too surprised. At this time, even if Xiao Xin'er did something unbelievable, it was still very normal in his eyes. Rune Tower, 9th floor. At this time, Xiao Xin'er had already switched to a large rune room and was studying the refining of the 5th grade runes, and had already refined and discarded 3 weapons, but was still unable to succeed. She was also very tired, and inscribing rune texts was a very mentally exhausting and physically draining thing. With all the strength and concentration of the entire body, inscribing once was fine, but inscribing for a long period of time would be too much for anyone to bear. Xin'er, take a rest. The refining of a 5th grade runic weapon is too difficult. It's fine for you to have the assistance of the Tao Te Ching in terms of enlightenment, but the control of the technique needs to be very precise, and the simple runes corresponding to a 5th grade runic weapon are also very complicated and require a very high level of cultivation, so there's no rush. Lin Tian discouraged. Alright. Xiao Xin'er put down her rune pen, and as soon as her spirit relaxed, her entire body drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Lin Tian hugged Xiao Xin'er and carried her to a bedside. The large rune room was a complete living room, and thus should have. Being hugged by Lin Tian, Xiao Xin'er's spirit was shaken and she suddenly felt less tired. She felt a little embarrassed and wanted to break free, but her body was unwilling to move as if she was, and so she had been carried peacefully to the bed by Lin Tian. You rest and sleep well. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he entered the guardian spirit space, not adding to Xiao Xin'er's physical burden. After all, him being in the outside world for a long time would make Xiao Xin'er even more exhausted. Chapter 98, Returning to Huaxia to look for demonic beasts. While Xiao Xin'er was lying on the bed in the large runic room resting, Lin Tian returned to the Huaxia era. Nankou City, Jade Market. Lin Tian came here to prepare to purchase some gifts for his parents and sister to give to them. In addition, he also had an idea of inscribing runes on these gifts, inscribing the gifts as runic weapons. For example, a jade pendant, on which the combined runes of the words defense and imperial were inscribed, could be inscribed with an 8th grade runic defense treasure, which, if worn by his parents, would be able to automatically defend itself in times of danger and protect the host's safety. It was also possible to inscribe runes that nourished the body on the bracelet, turning the bracelet into a treasure that could nourish the body. All of these were uses of runes. Lin Tian then thought of creating such runic weapons to give to his parents and sister in the Huaxia era. Weapons weren't hard to find, any item could act as a weapon, but demonic beast blood was a bit difficult to do. Whatever, let's buy the gifts first. Lin Tian began to look for suitable gifts in the jade market. After shopping around, he finally bought 6 gifts, 3 of which were jade pendants and 2 bracelets and a jade trigger. 6 gifts, 2 for 1, just enough to split between them. The next step was to search for demonic beast blood. The Huaxia era was so huge, there were bound to be places where the aura of heaven and earth was thick, and if there was a place where the aura of heaven and earth was thick, then it was bound to be able to give birth to demonic beasts. As long as you kill a demonic beast, you can take its blood as something to inscribe runes, and then take its hair and make it into a rune brush. Wouldn't it be fun to get two things in one? Thus, Lin Tian dialed the phone number of Long Zero of the Chinese Alien Energy Group. Long Zero, I'm consulting you about something. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Guest Minister Lin Tian, what is it? Long Zero acted very politely. Do you know where there are demonic beasts in Huaxia? Lin Tian asked bluntly. Demonic beasts? You mean the kind of demonic beasts in novels? But it's fine if you take some very powerful monsters as demonic beasts. We often call some powerful creatures monsters, and if they are monsters, there are some that really exist in some of the Jedi in Huaxia. Long Zero replied. Well, it's the demonic beasts that you call monsters. Lin Tian answered. Every era had a different name for demonic beasts. In ancient times, they were called elves and monsters, mortals called them monsters, some called them demonic beasts, and so on. It was nothing more than a name. Pliant Minister Lin Tian, how about we meet and talk again? Long Zero said. I'm in Nankou City, you have no problem coming to Nankou City, try to be as fast as possible. Lin Tian said to Long Zero in a tone that carried a bit of command. Good. Long Zero said back. Dragon Zero's speed was really fast. 5 hours later, he appeared in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Guest Minister Lin Tian, what are you looking for a demonic beast for? Long Zero was a bit curious. Lin Tian looked at Long Zero indifferently and said, killing demonic beasts and taking some blood to do some tests. I see. Long Zero nodded gently, and then he took out a map with the locations of the demonic beasts in various places marked on it. According to what our alien energy group has grasped, there are currently 23 demonic beasts within the borders of Huaxia, and these demonic beasts have varying degrees of strength, with the weak ones being able to deal with even 4th or 5th ranked alien beasts, and the strong ones being comparable to a 10th ranked alien beast, or even surpassing the alien beast's level. And they can only be cannonballed for destroy. However, these demonic beasts are located in deep swamps or even some desperate places, so it's not convenient for the army people to enter, plus they don't come out, so they've been left alone. Where is the most powerful one of the demonic beasts? Lin Tian asked. Here. Long Zero pointed at a piece of the sea. Here is the lair of an evil Jiao. This evil Jiao is similar to the Jiao dragons of myths and legends, but it often destroys warped ships and is very cruel, thus we call it the evil Jiao. The strength of this evil Jiao is the most terrifying. It once shook a cannonball hard but not. A 9th ranked alien went to provoke it and was swallowed by it in one bite. Moreover, it is very fast, and if it enters the sea, it is difficult for the military to deal with it, thus it has always been a headache for Huaxia. Here. Lin Tian looked at the location. It wasn't very far from Nankou City, and if he went out to sea, he could reach this part of the sea in a few hours. He hadn't thought that there would be a Jiao dragon so close to his hometown. If it was a scaly dragon from the Star River era, it would definitely be very powerful, such as the scaly dragon from the Dragon Demon Ridge, which spat human words, flew through the sky and was very powerful, but the scaly dragon from the Huaxia era, which was affected by the heaven and earth's spiritual qi, was bound to be not very good in terms of strength, and at the most, it would be comparable to the blood transformation realm, and it would not be enough, and it might only have the strength of the marrow cleansing realm. This is the auger dragon. Lin Tian pointed at the Jiao dragon's nest on the map and decided. What, you want to hunt the evil Jiao? Long Zero's face changed drastically. He had thought that he had made the evil Jiao sound so powerful that Lin Tian should not dare to hit this Jiao dragon, but he had not expected that he was still prepared to go after the evil Jiao. Not bad, an evil scaly dragon is just a scaly dragon. Can team leader Long Zero arrange a boat for me and send me to this part of the sea? Lin Tian requested. Guest Minister Lin Tian, I advise you not to go, this evil Jiao is too powerful. Dragon Zero dissuaded. Could it be that team leader Long Zero thinks that I'm not a match for that evil Jiao? Lin Tian frowned. Long Zero didn't say anything, but the expression on his face already told Lin Tian the answer, yes. Seeing this, Lin Tian felt the need to show his strength. Team leader Long Zero, give me a place. Lin Tian brought team leader Long Zero to a remote abandoned construction site in Nankou City. Long Zero was a bit puzzled as to what Lin Tian was doing by bringing him here, only to see Lin Tian pointing at a small abandoned building not far away, which was almost on the verge of collapsing and had long since been unoccupied. I can break this small building into pieces with a single strike. Does team leader Long Zero believe that? Lin Tian smiled. Don't believe it. Long Zero shook his head. Although the small building was small, it was a huge big thing for a person, so if he knocked the small building down, he believed it. But if one were to break such a huge small building into pieces, what level of power would be required? He was unable to imagine. To reduce a small building to pieces with a single strike, that was not a human, but a god. A god like a humanoid missile. But then a scene occurred that almost made him stomp his eyes out. Chapter 99 Plan to hunt the evil scale. In front of the small building. Lin Tian stood there, and his entire body suddenly flew up into the air, stomping on the void step by step as he walked above the small building. Flying. Long Zero was surprised. How was it possible for a person to fly? This was a bit of a break in the laws of nature. Even if it was some supernormal abilities that manifested wings, it was only with the power of the wings that one could do so, whereas Lin Tian just flew into the air without the help of anything and walked as if he were walking on a flat surface in the air. This was too unbelievable. However, what was even more unbelievable was yet to come. Only to see that a huge Buddhist Vajra suddenly appeared on Lin Tian's body, emitting a violent light. Suddenly, Lin Tian pressed down a palm in the void. A huge Vajra palm descended from the sky and blasted that small building. At once, the large small building instantly turned into pieces under the terrifying power of the Vajra palm and the crushing force of the innate true essence power. Even the ground had a crater punched out by Lin Tian. The power of a palm was terrifying like this. This is simply more powerful than a missile. Long Zero's mouth opened wide, revealing a very exaggerated expression. At that moment, he realized that he had far underestimated Lin Tian's strength before. This wasn't a 10th rank. 110th ranks wouldn't even be enough to kill Lin Tian with a single slap. This was a level that far surpassed the 10th rank. As for what level it was, I'm afraid that no one other than Lin Tian would know. After destroying the small building, Lin Tian flew back to Long Zero's side. Team leader Long Zero, am I strong enough to hunt the evil Xiao? Lin Tian said smugly. Enough, too much. Long Zero nodded his head fiercely. His speech was a bit incoherent, and his body had inadvertently lowered a bit. Standing in front of such a terrifying existence as Lin Tian, he didn't even dare to raise his chest and abdomen. The pressure was too great. Suddenly, Long Zero asked, Guest Minister Lin Tian, can I call up some members of the alien energy group to observe you battle the evil Xiao? Yes, I don't mind. Lin Tian said indifferently. He only needed to hunt the evil Xiao, take its blood, and then make a rune pen out of the evil Xiao's beard. As for the other things, he didn't care. Alright, I'll then just arrange for a large ship and have some more members of the alien energy group come over. Long Zero began to pick up the phone and ordered. After Long Zero had ordered everything, the night was deep. The darkness was naturally not conducive to action, nor was it conducive to searching for the evil Xiao. Thus, Lin Tian conferred with Long Zero and set off early the next morning. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning. Nankou City, Harbor. A large ship was already docked there, and a dozen or so members of the alien energy group were standing on the ship. All of them were those members of the alien energy group that Lin Tian had dealt with before. Tianyi, Tianqi, Tianjiu, and Earth 13. Team leader Long Zero, Guest Minister Lin Tian. The members of the alien energy group greeted group leader Long Zero and Haksai Lin Tian one after another. After boarding the ship, the large ship started and sailed to the part of the sea where the evil Xiao was located. On the boat, Tianyi inquired of Long Zero, Team leader Long Zero, you told us that you wanted to observe Hakai Lin Tian hunting demonic beasts and asked us to come over to spectate. What kind of demonic beasts are being hunted, and you didn't say anything about it ahead of time? If I had said that, you guys would have been too scared to come over. Long Zero laughed. How can that be? In your eyes, are we that timid? Tianqi said unconvincingly. Okay, you and I will say it, you guys sit tight. Long Zero said mysteriously. One by one, the dozen or so members of the alien energy group sat demurely and steadily, their ears perked up as they listened. Guest Secretary Lin Tian is hunting the evil Xiao. Long Zero slowly said. Evil Xiao. Upon hearing this word, everyone's faces changed drastically, fearful, panicked, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Tianyi immediately felt his scalp hairy and trembled. Team leader, don't tell us that it's the same evil Xiao that once shook the military missiles hard, swallowed a 9th-ranked alien in a single bite, and was invincible in the sea? Not bad, it's exactly that evil Xiao. Long Zero nodded. Tianqi on the side hurriedly smiled bitterly and said, Team leader Long Zero, is it still okay for us to get off the ship now? No, you guys must go and observe. Long Zero directly ordered, everyone is not allowed to leave early. Don't worry, Client Secretary Lin Tian's strength is far beyond your imagination. The evil Xiao is not a match for Client Secretary Lin Tian. Do you guys still not trust me? If it was dangerous, would I go? When the others heard this, they couldn't help but feel a trace of hope in their hearts. At that moment, they all looked at Lin Tian. It was hard to imagine how Lin Tian could fight with an invincible evil Xiao. A few hours later, the sea where the evil Xiao was located arrived. Team leader Dragon Zero, do you have any good suggestions to lure out that evil Xiao? Lin Tian asked. If he really didn't have a good solution, he would have to dive under the sea to look for the evil Xiao. With his strength, that little pressure from the seawater was nothing, and he could also go for a long time without breathing. Use blood and flesh filled with blood. I've already loaded quite a few sheep on the boat, kill them and throw them into the sea. It can definitely lure out the evil Xiao. Long Zero affirmed. Good, then do as you say. Lin Tian gave Long Zero the task of drawing out the evil Xiao. Long Zero ordered people to decapitate the sheep, then had the sheep that hadn't died yet thrown into the ocean. One sheep struggled desperately in the ocean, its blood staining the waters red. Long Zero was busy while Tian and the others were nervously looking at the sea, fearing that the evil dragon would suddenly come out and eat them. Drive the boat a little farther away so that the battle doesn't affect you guys when the time comes. Lin Tian ordered. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Tian and the others cast grateful gazes, itching to immediately save Lin Tian's leg, calling out for his wisdom. Gradually, the boat sailed slightly farther, but it wasn't very far, just a few hundred meters. Lin Tian sat at the bow of the boat, closed his eyes and quietly waited. Suddenly, Lin Tian opened his eyes and looked at the sea not far away. It's coming, Lin Tian whispered. At this moment, Long Zero was all excited but also had a hint of nervousness, while the others were filled with panic now. The evil Xiao is coming out, we won't be finished, I haven't gotten a daughter-in-law yet. If you didn't marry your daughter-in-law and died, the key is that I married a daughter-in-law like a flower, I can't afford to die. Show love, get lost. A few words of jokes eased the atmosphere of the dozen or so people a bit. At this time, the sea's surface rolled over. Aang. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, an auger dragon head appeared on the surface of the sea and swallowed a dead goat in one bite. The huge dragon's eyes emitted a morose aura, sending chills down the bodies of those present. Chapter 100 Selling the Xiao Dragon's Corpse. Surprisingly, it's at the blood transformation realm. It seems that it's still at the peak of the blood transformation realm. It's estimated to be only second to the innate battle power. Lin Tian secretly evaluated. If it was before, he would definitely not be a match for this evil Xiao, but he was now at the third level of innate cultivation. Even if this evil Xiao was also at the third level of the innate realm, Lin Tian was certain that he would be able to kill it. A mere blood exchange realm evil Xiao was not worth mentioning. You guys stay on the boat, don't move, I'm going to kill this evil Xiao. With that, Lin Tian turned into a golden light and flew out. Seeing Lin Tian fly away as a golden light, Tian and the others were dumbfounded. Long Zero had seen part of Lin Tian's strength but he wasn't surprised, but Tian and the others hadn't seen it before, so one by one, they fell into a daze. On the surface of the sea, Lin Tian gazed at the evil Xiao, while the evil Xiao also noticed Lin Tian, a human, and stopped eating. Suddenly, the evil Xiao flew up from the surface of the sea. This was an instinct as a Xiao dragon, flying in the air. However, due to the evil Xiao's low cultivation, it could only fly low over the sea. A 50-meter-long body, pitch-black scales of the Xiao dragon, horns like antlers, mountain-like dragon whiskers, and a big bloody mouth. Swish! The dragon's claws turned into a cold aura and grabbed at Lin Tian, so fast that the average blood transformation realm wouldn't necessarily be able to react. Seeing this, Long Zero and the others also started to get nervous for Lin Tian. Griffin, get lost! Lin Tian kicked over, the kick containing innate true essence directly exploding the air and ruthlessly hitting the Xiao Long's claws. There was a thud. The large Xiao dragon was sent flying by Lin Tian's kick, sending the sea surface crashing out into shocking waves. I'll go, a kick sent the Xiao dragon flying, what a terrifying power. Tian was surprised. And the Xiao dragon that was kicked away saw that its claws were bleeding and charged over in great anger, vowing to eat Lin Tian. Light body technique domain. The domain opened up and enveloped the sea. In the next instant, Lin Tian's figure disappeared. Swish swish swish. Within the light body technique domain, Lin Tian's speed received a terrifying increase as he launched a rapid attack on the Xiao dragon. Every second, Lin Tian hit the Xiao dragon dozens of times. And due to the speed, not only could Dragon Zero and the others not see Lin Tian's movements, even the Xiao dragon itself was unable to see Lin Tian's movements clearly. Lin Tian didn't attack very hard each time. He was afraid that if he went heavy with his power and pierced through the Xiao dragon, thus causing a large amount of the Xiao dragon's blood to flow into the seawater, that would be bad. He wanted to lose the auger dragon intact and tried his best to kill the auger dragon without creating wounds. In less than a minute, the Xiao dragon withstood many attacks from Lin Tian, its organs were shattered and it immediately lost its vitality, turning into a corpse lying on the surface of the sea. Get up for me. Lin Tian tugged on the Xiao Long's tail and lifted it with force, directly lifting up the 50-meter-long Xiao Long's corpse. Dragon Zero, can this ship carry this Xiao dragon corpse? Lin Tian asked loudly. Prime Minister Lin Tian, no problem, this large ship has a large carrying capacity, don't worry. Dragon Zero assured. Lin Tian immediately lifted the corpse of the Xiao dragon and flew above the large ship, placing the Xiao dragon directly on the deck of the ship while the others retreated into the cabin. Although the Xiao dragon was dead, its residual power was still there. When Tian and the others felt the dragon's might of the Xiao dragon, their bodies still couldn't help but tremble. This was from the body's instincts, and it was difficult to control it for a moment, while Long Zero was better, but he couldn't manage to be calm and composed either. Even a dead auger dragon could give them such a great intimidation, so one could imagine how terrifying this auger dragon was. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, even more of them would only be able to give this auger dragon a tooth gap. Inside the cabin, Long Zero and the others sat with Lin Tian while the ship slowly traveled back to Nanku City. Guest Minister Lin Tian, you said that you want to kill demonic beasts for their blood, so you shouldn't need anything else. Can you sell it to our alien energy group? Our alien energy group can't just fight and kill. We also researched some things and have created a lab in cooperation with the state. This Jiao Dragon's corpse will be of great use to our research. Dragon Zero requested. I only need the blood of the Jiao dragon, as well as the dragon's beard and a bit of the dragon's bone to create a brush from the bone and beard. Lin Tian said. Hakai Lin Tian, could it be that you want to draw a Dao talisman? Earth 13 asked curiously. Daoist priests often used brushes as well as special blood and vermilion sand to draw talismans, and although those talismans were basically useless, some of them were not ordinary talismans and were able to provide a little effect. Thus, she guessed that Lin Tian used brushes and blood to draw talismans. However, she guessed wrong. Lin Tian wasn't drawing talismans, but inscribing talismans and creating talismanic weapons. Of course, Lin Tian wouldn't confess to these things. The secrets of runes, Lin Tian didn't want to divulge them in the Huaxia era. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Long Zero immediately chided, Earth 13, Lin Tian's guest minister's matters are not for you to pry into. It's fine, it's just a small matter. As for what I used it for, I won't disclose it, but if the Jiao Dragon corpse can be sold to your alien energy group, I don't know what price your alien energy group can offer. Lin Tian often stayed in the Star River era anyway, and didn't spend much time in the Huaxia era, thus there was no use in wanting this Jiaolong corpse, and there was no place to store it, so he might as well sell it to the alien energy group. 100 million, plus a set of villas in the rich area of Nanku City. Our Huaxia alien organization's funds are also very tight, unlike some big plutocrats who can move billions and billions of dollars at a time. If it's less, we can continue to make conditions. Long Zero said awkwardly. He knew that if Lin Tian sold the Jiao Dragon corpse to a world-class plutocrat, there were definitely people who were willing to spend billions or even tens of billions to buy a Jiao Dragon corpse. This Jiao Dragon corpse was full of treasures and had too much symbolic significance. It was not something that could be measured in terms of money. 100 million, I agree. After all, this time it was also you guys who helped me find the Jiao Dragon. You guys also have the credit. I naturally won't ask for too much. Lin Tian nodded his head. In the Huaxia era, too much RMB was just a number. It didn't help him much in his cultivation. There really wasn't much difference between 1 billion and 10 billion to him. On behalf of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, I would like to thank guest minister Lin Tian. Long Zero said excitedly. Soon. The ship returned to Nanku City, but it didn't dock at the Nanku City harbor, or else the corpse of a scaly dragon wouldn't have been able to be hidden at all. The ship was docked at a remote coastline in Nanku City, and by the time it reached land, the military had already assisted the Huaxia Alien Energy Group in sending a few dozens of meters of large buses, which was enough to fit a corpse of a Jiao dragon. Chapter 101 The first batch of rune weapons of the Huaxia era. The military was cooperating with the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, thus secretly escorting the corpse of the Augur dragon. After arriving at the secret base, the military and the Alien Energy Group collected the blood of the Jiao dragon and gave it all to Lin Tian and delivered it to a villa in a wealthy area of Nanku City. This villa was the same villa that the Alien Energy Group had gifted to Lin Tian, and by placing the blood in the villa, it also saved Lin Tian the trouble of transporting it back and forth. Moreover, the Alien Energy Group had quickly invited a master carver to use one of the Augur dragon's finger bones to carve out a brush barrel, and made the dragon's whiskers into bristles, creating a single Augur dragon brush. As a result, Lin Tian did not have to take the trouble to hire someone to manufacture the brush, saving him a lot of time. Lin Tian was very satisfied with the services of the Alien Energy Group. Moreover, after the Alien Energy Group arrived at the secret base with the transportation of the Augur carcasses, $100 million were transferred into Lin Tian's account within a few hours. The efficiency was very fast. Nanku City, private villa. Lin Tian was in the hall of the villa, placing the 6 gifts in order, preparing the good Jiao dragon blood and the dragon bone quill. The Dao deity scripture inherited by Lin Tian had long since been stripped down in the Star River era and was no longer the same as the real Dao deity scripture, otherwise it wouldn't be called an inheritance. Thus, the brand new Tao Te Ching was a true supreme dharma, and even when it came to the Huaxia era, the effects of its Tao Te Ching still existed. At this moment, Lin Tian meditated on the Tao Te Ching, turning the hall into the Tao Te Ching's world of Dao, while his soul was under a special state of perfection. Swish swish swish. Lin Tian executed the pen and engraved the runes of defense on the back of the jade pendant, easily inscribing it successfully. With a flash of light, the runes merged into the jade pendant, making the jade pendant an 8th grade runic weapon. The material of the jade pendant was not very tough, and an 8th grade runic weapon was the limit of what Lin Tian could inscribe. If he were to forcefully inscribe a 7th grade runic weapon, the jade pendant would directly shatter. Jade pendant, bracelet, jade trigger finger. Lin Tian inscribed them one by one, inscribing all of these gifts into runic weapons. It's time for my parents to come over, Lin Tian secretly said. It was impossible for him to stay in the Huaxia era for a long time, and this villa was a waste to leave it empty, so he might as well let his parents come and stay. Furthermore, he couldn't hide the matter of his fake job for long. His parents had mentioned many times that they wanted to visit the place where he was working, and had often inquired as to why they had taken the initiative to call him but showed that they weren't at the server. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he came clean with his parents. This time was a chisel. "Mom and Dad, I bought a house in the city, I'll come pick you up to take a look." Lin Tian called his parents. When Lin Tian's parents learned that Lin Tian had bought a house in the city without saying a word, their first reaction was shock and the second was surprise. Thus, they immediately came over, not needing Lin Tian to pick them up at all. From Lin Tian's town to the center of Nankou City was just over an hour's time. An hour and a half later, Lin Tian's parents arrived at the rich area where Lin Tian's villa was located, while Lin Tian personally greeted his parents. "Tianer, this is Nankou City's fully parked neighborhood, it's a high-class villa area. Ah, what did you ask us to come here for?" Lin Tongsheng was astonished. The villas here were basically in the tens of millions of dollars or more, with the most central large upscale villas being in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more. He didn't think that his son working part-time for such a short period of time would be able to earn so much money. Being able to afford a small house in the city and make a down payment was already considered impressive. "Dad, my house is in here," Lin Tian said with a smile. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Lin Tongsheng and Su Xiulian were filled with shock. They had a lot of questions to ask, but they didn't know how to ask them, so they kept following Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian felt that he should buy a car for his parents, otherwise it wouldn't be too convenient to travel around the city like this. Not long after, the three of them arrived at Lin Tian's private villa. Looking at the large villa in front of him, Lin Tongsheng was astonished. "Tianer, this is your villa?" The location and area of this set of villa as well as the decoration, at least it would cost more than $30 million, without this price it simply couldn't be taken. "Yes, this is my villa." Lin Tian opened the door of the villa and led his parents inside. Villa Hall. The three of them were sitting on the sofa. At this time, the parents had a gloomy face. Not only did they not have the joy they had before, instead they were full of worry. He was worried that his son had done something bad, otherwise how could he afford such an expensive villa in a short period of time? "Son, what did you say you were doing? What's going on with this villa?" Lin Tongsheng questioned, full of majesty. "Dad, don't worry, your son didn't do anything bad. This is equivalent to a set of villas rewarded by the organization, and it also rewarded me with 100 million yuan of funds," Lin Tian explained. "Institution?" Lin Tongsheng still didn't believe him. "How could an organization give you money and a villa? Don't hoodwink me." Seeing that his parents didn't believe him, Lin Tian also felt that it was normal. It would be strange if he believed it so quickly. "Because your son is not an ordinary person," Lin Tian explained once again, and then he immediately activated his Vajra indestructible body, and his body erupted with golden light, just like a Buddha. Then, he snapped his fingers with an innate true essence, directly pulverizing a stool in the hall. Seeing this scene, Lin Tongsheng and Su Xiulian were stunned. "This is..." They looked at Lin Tian, waiting for an explanation. This scene was too metaphysical. Lin Tian looked at his parents and said, "Mom and Dad, you should have seen mythological dramas, so just think of me as one of those people who cultivate. I'm very powerful. I helped the organization kill an evil scaly dragon not long ago, so this villa and the money were rewarded by the organization. They took the auger dragon for research, but this matter, you guys don't leak it out. Promise not to leak it," Lin Tongsheng assured. "Mom and Dad, don't be nervous, even if it leaks out, it's fine, you're my parents, no one dares to do anything to you. By the way, this is the treasure I've created for you." Lin Tian's manufactured runic weapons jade pendant and bracelet and trigger finger were taken out. One jade pendant for each person, the trigger finger for Dad, and the bracelet for Mom. This one jade pendant and bracelet are reserved for my sister. Lin Tian pointed at the remaining jade pendant and bracelet and said. The runic weapon required a blood drop to recognize the owner, and after the parents dropped their blood to recognize the owner, they were connected to the runic weapon salary and blood, and they immediately felt the magic of this thing, and the two of them were overjoyed. Chapter 102, 160 million star coins divided. It took a small half a day for Lin Tian's parents to come to terms with the fact that Lin Tian was a cultivator, and they also finally understood why Lin Tian was always away from the server. However, they were still rather worried about Lin Tian's safety and told Lin Tian to stay safe while he was out. At the same time, Lin Tian also handed over the bank card with the $100 million deposit to his parents. The parents didn't accept it at first, but only put it away as safekeeping after Lin Tian persuaded them time and time again to give it to Lin Tian for his daughter-in-law in the future, causing Lin Tian to cry and laugh a little. The next day, Lin Tian's younger sister, Lin Xianxian, also came to Nankou City, Lin Tian's villa. When her younger sister learned about everything, she accepted it very quickly, looking at Lin Tian with a face of adoration, and even asked Lin Tian to teach her to cultivate. However, this era was not suitable for cultivation at all, so Lin Tian deliberately described cultivation as very bitter, dispelling his sister's thoughts. After taking care of his family, Lin Tian was very relieved and no longer had to worry about his worries. After ordering everything, he returned to the Star River era. Rune Tower. Xiao Xin'er was refining runes when she suddenly sensed Lin Tian's presence and hurriedly called out to him, "Lin Tian, you're back. When I saw that you weren't in the Guardian Spirit space, I knew that you went to that side of the vortex, so I didn't bother you." Xin'er, did you refine a 5th grade runic weapon in these 7 or 8 days? Lin Tian asked. No. Xiao Xin'er shook her head and said, 5th grade rune weapons are too difficult, I'm still unable to precisely control the techniques. These past few days, I haven't inscribed any more 5th grade runic weapons, instead, I've been re-inscribing 9th grade and 8th grade runic weapons without relying on the Dao De Jing to do so, and the results have been quite good. With regards to Xiao Xin'er's approach, Lin Tian felt that it was very good. If one could inscribe a runic weapon without relying on the Tao Te Ching, if they trained like this, when the technique matured, they could inscribe higher quality runic weapons if they utilized the Tao Te Ching again. This was also considered a method of exercise. In the next few moments, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er cycled through inscribing runic weapons, their techniques becoming more and more pure. In a flash, Xiao Xin'er had already spent a month in the Rune Tower. During this month, not only Xiao Xin'er, some other students also came to the Rune Tower, but other than Xiao Xin'er, the others were basically unable to inscribe a runic weapon. The lucky ones could inscribe a defective product, but it was not very useful, they could not even qualify. 1 month later. In front of the Rune Tower. The Rune Tower management began to announce the results. Many students, although they knew they had failed, still lingered to see if anyone had managed to inscribe a runic weapon in this 1 month's time. Students, you have taken the S-ranked rune weapon refining task. Now that 1 month has passed, let me announce the results. There is only one person who has completed the task this time. As soon as the Rune Tower management's words fell, everyone's eyes consciously looked at Xiao Xin'er. There was no way, Xiao Xin'er was too demonic. They felt that if anyone was able to complete this S-class mission, it would inevitably be Xiao Xin'er, and as for Jin He, this type of heavenly pride had long since become unworthy of being compared to Xiao Xin'er. As for how many grades of rune weapons Xiao Xin'er had refined, the students were speculating one by one. Some guessed that Xiao Xin'er had only refined a 9th grade runic weapon, while others guessed that Xiao Xin'er had refined an 8th grade runic weapon. As for higher level runic weapons, they didn't dare to guess. At this time, the Rune Tower management added, the student who successfully refined a runic weapon is student Xiao Xin'er. Not only did she refine a runic weapon, her efficiency was very fast, but she also successfully refined a 6th grade runic weapon. According to the principal's rules, when a student refines a runic weapon, half of the real profit will be shared with Xiao Xin'er, in addition to the cost of materials, wear and tear, and the cost of renting a runic room in the runic tower. This time, according to the runic weapons refined by Xiao Xin'er, a total of 160 million star coins will be received as a share, and it will be credited to Xiao Xin'er's personal account within 3 days. Boom! Hearing this news, all the students were all shocked. A 6th grade runic weapon, this was a runic weapon worth more than 10 million star coins. Xiao Xin'er was actually able to refine a 6th grade runic weapon. Didn't this mean that Xiao Xin'er would be able to continuously earn a large amount of star coins in the future? Even though the sale of runic weapons was partly material money, partly taxable to the Ancient Script Research Association, and partly to the seller, even under the layer-by-layer division, each 6th grade runic weapon was enough for Xiao Xin'er to gain a few million star coins as a share. If awakened was the most honorable cultivation profession in this era, then rune masters were the most lucrative profession in this era. Every rune master was very rich and hardly lacked resources. But to become a rune master, not only did one need an inheritance, one also needed talent. This time, Star River University had opened a rune course, giving them the opportunity to learn runes, but they didn't have the talent to become a rune master. And Xiao Xin'er had not only become a rune master in just 1 month, but she had also become a 6th grade rune master, and as long as she went to the Rune Master Guild for a certification test, she would be a proper rune master. Of course, there were also people who thought that Xiao Xin'er was bound to have come into contact with runes before taking the rune course, such as the inheritance of the ancient god civilization, which would definitely have a rune inheritance, and that's why Xiao Xin'er was able to refine a 6th grade rune weapon in such a short period of time. But no matter what, Xiao Xin'er becoming a 6th grade rune master was already a done deal. Compared to the 160 million share in the identity of a 6th grade rune master, the 100 end of period evaluation points Xiao Xin'er had obtained from completing the S-ranked mission perfectly this time around was undoubtedly considered a small matter. 3 days later, Star Network. Xiao Xin'er's personal account had an extra 160 million star coins, so she couldn't wait to go to StarNet to order a void ring. She had wanted a void ring for a long time, and this time she could finally get her wish. She couldn't look at ordinary void rings. If they were too small, they wouldn't hold much. What she was looking at was a void ring that was 10 cubic meters in size and worth 100 million star coins. Purchase. Xiao Xin'er purchased this void ring on the Star Network's virtual trading platform. The void ring purchased in the morning was delivered to her by campus courier in the afternoon. After dropping blood and recognizing her owner, Xiao Xin'er obtained her first void ring. Chapter 103 Rune Master Guild. Having mastered the technique of inscribing rune weapons, Xiao Xin'er could say that it was too easy to make money nowadays, and if she lacked the funds, she could completely take up the task of manufacturing rune weapons on top of the star network. If any large consortium needs a lot of runic weapons, she can do it on their behalf, and take a large amount of commission from it. This is a shortcut to obtaining a large amount of star coins, far faster than the general method of money. Of course, you can also buy your own weapons, and then inscribe runes to create runic weapons to sell, but this kind of is not legal, and thus the sale of runic weapons need to be given permission by the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts. For example, Star River University hadn't received a program from the Ancient Script Research Association before, so it couldn't open rune courses or sell rune weapons. Any business project regarding words could not bypass the Ancient Script Research Association or it would be considered illegal. The power of the Ancient Script Research Association was so strong that even Star River University and universe-level plutocrat conglomerates didn't dare to fight against the Ancient Script Research Association. As a result, in the black market, it was very difficult to buy rune weapons. Basically, the only way to sell them was to sell them in small quantities on the sly, and not to be caught, or else you would end up in a miserable situation. This is monopolization. A monopoly that belonged to the Ancient Script Research Association, but there was no way around it. This was after all a text that the Ancient Script Research Association had researched with countless people's lives, and if you wanted to make money off of the text, you had to give the Ancient Script Research Association the benefit of the doubt. Xiao Xin'er had just purchased the Void Ring and spent 100 million, and immediately felt that she didn't have enough star coins. There were too many things she wanted to purchase, and the prices of many things made her look away. Thus, he was prepared to rely on rune weapons to make money, and in the future, he would have a stable route to make money. If she sold weapons herself, there were too many intermediate procedures that she was too lazy to get. It would be better to refine runic weapons for those large consortia, or Star River University. But last time, it was because she had taken on an S-class mission that Star River University was willing to let her refine runic weapons and give her a share. If it was now, no. Because she didn't have a Rune Master certificate, not considered a true Rune Master. Rune Masters without certificates were not recognized in this era, because many Rune Masters from evil organizations didn't dare to go to the Rune Master test because of their identity, so they never had Rune Master certificates. Although Star River University was clear about Xiao Xin'er's body, the Rune Project was a real project, a project in cooperation with the Ancient Script Research Association, and all the formalities must be reasonable and formal, and there must not be any fudging. Thus, Xiao Xin'er had to obtain the qualification of Rune Master in order to be able to refine runic weapons for Star River University and earn star coins. To take the Rune Master exam, then I must go to the Rune Master Guild. Xiao Xin'er muttered. The Rune Master Guild was an organization under the Ancient Script Research Association, and it was also one of the more influential organizations of the Ancient Script Research Association, spread across countless planets. Among them, there was a Rune Master Guild in Earth's Star River Sky City. It was impossible to assess rune masters in the Star Network, because the Star Network was, after all, a virtual world, and there was still some deviation from reality, especially this technique of runic inscription. If you assessed or practiced it in the Star Network, it would be a deviation from reality, or else Xiao Xin'er would have long ago practiced or inscribed runic technique in the Star Network, instead of having to go to the Rune Tower. The assessment was also the same. One had to go to the Rune Guild in reality, but one could pick up tasks from the Rune Guild in the Star Network. Xin'er, go to the Rune Guild and take the assessment. Having a certificate is also convenient. Lin Tian urged. Well, it's time to go for a certificate assessment. It's also a status symbol. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. After leaving the Star River University gates, Xiao Xin'er went straight to the Rune Master Guild. Star River Sky City was huge. If one were to walk, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours from Star River University to the Rune Masters Guild. Xiao Xin'er then took a ground vehicle and arrived at the Rune Master Association in less than 5 minutes. Rune Master Association. It was very lively with people coming and going. As the only Rune Master Association in Star River Sky City, there were naturally many people coming here every day. Of course, not all of them were Rune Masters. The number of runesmiths is still very rare, but many people come to the Runesmith Guild either to do the license. After all, if a small company is to buy rune weapons, also need to come here to do the license, with the Huaxia era of some companies to do all kinds of formalities. Thus, to do the license, to ask the Rune Master to manufacture rune weapons, to see the fun, or to assess the Rune Master. The Rune Master Guild was very large, and the first floor was a place for all sorts of licenses, and it was very cluttered with people. Xiao Xin'er took the hovering elevator and came directly to the second floor. There weren't many people on the second floor, but there were quite a few. At this time, she arrived in front of a woman staff member and inquired, "May I ask where to go for the Rune Master exam?" The woman staff member was surprised when she looked at Xiao Xin'er being so young, yet she wanted to take the Rune Master exam, but she still pointed the way. "There is a Hall 4 over there. You go to Hall 4 to check in and wait for the Rune Master Guild to make arrangements. It is estimated that you will have to wait for a few hours and thus basically have to make up a certain number of people before you can conduct the examination." Xiao Xin'er nodded. She did understand this practice. After all, if one came to conduct an examination, then the rune masters of the Rune Masters Guild would be very tired. To gather a certain number of people and conduct the examination together at the same time, this was very time-saving, but it would likewise bring a certain amount of pressure to the other Rune Master examiners. Hall number 4. Xiao Xin'er had gone through the application procedures at the counter and had been sitting on one of the sofas in the hall quietly waiting. Time flashed by and 2 hours passed. Xiao Xin'er scanned the entire hall and there were 13 people waiting. 5 of them were young people, including her 6 middle-aged people, and 2 elderly people with graying hair, very senile already. All of these people should not have become true Rune Masters yet, and if they were upgrading their assessment, they wouldn't be waiting here. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a Rune Master's robe appeared and shouted, 13 of you come with me, and immediately arranged for a 9th grade Rune Master assessment. Seeing that it was finally time for the examination, some people breathed a sigh of relief while others revealed a nervous expression. Xiao Xin'er, on the other hand, was calm. Chapter 104, Assisting the Elderly. Rune Master Guild. On the 3rd floor, a very spacious hall. The 3 judges sat in front of the table, one by one scrutinizing Xiao Xin'er and the others. Xiao Xin'er's gaze glanced at the clothes of these 3 people, and above the left chest of the clothes was wearing a small plaque, which was clearly a Rune Master badge. There was a very important preoccupation with the Rune Master's badge. What level wore what level badge? It could be worn without it, but it could not be worn haphazardly. A 9th grade Rune Master's badge was a copper-colored 1 star, an 8th grade Rune Master was a copper-colored 2 stars, and a 7th grade Rune Master was a copper-colored 3 stars. 6th grade Rune Masters were silver 1 star, and so on, while 1st grade Rune Masters were gold 3 stars. And these 3 people were all clearly silver 1 star 6th grade Rune Masters. 6th grade Rune Masters were considered a good rank amongst Rune Masters, with a high status, comparable to Xiao Xin'er's current rank. At this moment, one of the 6th grade Rune Masters spoke. I am the 6th grade Rune Master Yunli of the Rune Master Guild, and the 2 of them are Xinjin and Zhao Deliang, who are in charge of assessing you this time. Halfway through his words, Rune Master Yunli gazed at the 2 old men, Guyoluan, Zhenjilao. How many years has it been since the 2 of you took the test, and you can still take it? Hearing Yunli Rune Master's words, those 2 old men smiled awkwardly. Yunli Rune Master, it is the desire of the 2 of us to take the exam to become Rune Masters. Although we are not at the right level, we are occasionally able to inscribe a 9th grade runic weapon, and if we are lucky, we can successfully pass the exam. Guyoluan said. Your success rate is also too low. Everyone only has 3 chances to apply for the Rune Master entrance examination in a year, and each time there are 3 chances to inscribe rune weapons in the last gate, but you all failed to refine them 3 times, and the best one was just a little bit short of success, and refine a defective product, so it's really hard to pass at such a level. Yunli Rune Master struck out. Depends on luck. Xian Jilao laughed awkwardly. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian couldn't help but look at the 2 men and commented, these 2 men really do have some perseverance, so old, they probably don't have a few years left to live. I didn't expect that they would still be so persistent. Lin Tian, do you want us to help them? Xiao Xin'er sprouted this idea and said. Alright then, let's help. You silently recite the Tao Te Ching and control the Tao Te Ching's aura of the Tao into their bodies. In this way, their state will be better than ever. If they really don't have the level, then they still won't be able to pass the examination. Lin Tian said. We can only help them this much. At the very least, we can let them fulfill this wish before their lifespan proper ends. Xiao Xin'er smiled inwardly and said. There are 3 steps in the introductory Rune Master examination. The first one is the rune test. Later on, you will be given a roll with various simple runes on it. You have to identify the basic simple runes. It's very simple. Introductory Rune Masters basically recognize them. You just have to identify these simple runes. Immediately, Yunli Rune Master had someone bring 13 rolls, 1 for each person. In less than 10 minutes, the examination was over and all passed. This was the simplest test. If one couldn't even pass the first test, then they really had come to lose face. The second test is to write simple runes. The writing of simple runes is about standardization and not a single mistake. Use ordinary pens and ink to write 100 simple runes that you are good at on white paper. 99 of them must be at a qualified level. If you fail to write 1 rune, then leave, and the third test doesn't need to be conducted. Yunli Rune Master coldly said. Everyone who came to the 9th grade Rune Master test had practiced many times before, thus this test wasn't difficult for them, and it was naturally easy for Xiao Xin'er as well. Xiao Xin'er was at the level of a 6th grade Rune Master. If she couldn't even write the runes well, what kind of Rune Master would she be? In the second test, Xiao Xin'er finished writing 100 runes. At this point, the most important third test came inscribing a runic weapon. The weapons were provided by the Rune Master Guild, and they were all very cheap weapons, not even comparable to the application assessment fee paid by each person, thus even if they were smoked out, the Rune Master Guild would not lose money. Hand out the weapons to them, 3 weapons per person, now start inscribing runes and refining. Yunli Rune Master said. When the weapons arrived, the others didn't refine them immediately, but were adjusting their state. A rune master's state was very important. A good state succeeded in inscribing in one go. If the state was bad, it would fail over and over again. 3 chances, must succeed once to be considered passed. In such an occasion, they would inevitably be a bit nervous, thus adjusting their state was necessary. However, there was one person who didn't need to adjust her state, and that was Xiao Xin'er. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er picked up a sword and placed it on the runic table to inscribe it. Swish swish swish. Almost within a few seconds, the light above the sword flickered and the runes merged into the sword, turning an ordinary weapon into a runic weapon. The inscription was successful. So fast. The others looked toward Xiao Xin'er, truly unable to believe that Xiao Xin'er was so young, less than 20 years old, to have such high attainments in runes. Not bad. Yunli appraised Xiao Xin'er with an appreciative glance. This kind of inscribing prowess, even if he went up to refine a 9th grade runic weapon, it would be nothing more than that. Xiao Xin'er succeeded in her inscription and walked to a side seat to wait for the others to inscribe without affecting the others. About 3 minutes passed, and one after another, people inscribed. Xin'er, start. Lin Tian faintly said. Xiao Xin'er secretly nodded her head and silently recited the Tao Te Ching in her heart, and a wisp of breath drifted out to those 2 old men under her control. For a moment, the 2 old men were in a much better state of mind. Strange, why are they suddenly in such good shape? The 2 wondered, but they suddenly felt that they must have succeeded in inscribing this time. Immediately, they stopped adjusting their state and immediately seized this opportunity to start inscribing. Although these 2 old men's movements weren't all in one go, they were very smooth, traveling like water without a single pause. Wow! Light flashed on the 2 men's weapons, and the inscription was successful. Seeing the 9th grade runic weapon on the runic table, the 2 men burst into old tears. They had finally become rune masters. Chapter 105, Consecutive Application Examinations. They actually succeeded in inscribing? Yunli Rune Master was astonished when he saw Gu Yoluan and Qian Jilo successfully inscribe a 9th grade runic weapon. These 2 old men had been taking the test for many years and failed every year. It wasn't a matter of effort or not, it was a matter of talent. In his opinion, these 2 old men really didn't have the talent to become rune masters. The success rate was too low, coupled with the fact that they were prone to nervousness during the test. The success rate was many times lower than usual, and a 1% success rate wasn't even a certainty. The hope of wanting to practice a 9th grade runic weapon in just 3 times was very, very low, basically hopeless for a lifetime. But he didn't expect the 2 to succeed at once this time, and they succeeded in the test at the same time. Strange. Yuli shook his head, secretly puzzled. This situation was really too rare. However, even if these 2 became rune masters, no group of companies would dare to ask them to refine rune weapons. It would be a loss. For the 2 old men, this rune master certificate was just a decoration. It was just a way to fulfill their wishes. Click 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 click. A cracking sound came from the others as their rune inscriptions failed and their weapons shattered. Failure. Seeing this kind of situation, Yunli was already not surprised. In the entry rune master examination, it was a regular occurrence that not a single person succeeded in the examination, and now that 3 people had succeeded in the examination at once, it was already a very rare occurrence. Not long after, everyone's first refining ended, and apart from Xiao Xin'er and the 2 old men, all the others failed. 2nd time. 3rd time. All of these only refined remnants, but not a single true 9th grade runic weapon. It could be said that all of these people were just here to take their chances. After all, the fee for applying for the Rune Master examination wasn't that high, and in case they were lucky enough to succeed in the examination, then they would make a lot of money. But luck wasn't something everyone had. Xiao Xin'er, Xian Jilao, Gu Yoluan, the 3 of you succeeded in your assessment and managed to become 9th grade Rune Masters. Come with me, I'll come for you to go through the formalities to become 9th grade Rune Masters. Yunli Rune Master laughed cheerfully. Everyone had thought that this would be the end, but suddenly Xiao Xin'er stepped forward and said, Rune Master Yunli, if I want to continue to take the 8th grade Rune Master exam, this should be fine. You want to take the 8th grade Rune Master exam? Yunli Rune Master was startled. Not bad. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head in response. Yunli Rune Master said in a deep voice, according to the regulations, a 9th grade Rune Master can apply for the 8th grade Rune Master's examination at any time as long as they are available, and if someone is examined consecutively from the 9th grade Rune Master, they can be examined for free, so you can continue with the examination. The people who were originally ready to leave saw that Xiao Xin'er was going to apply for the 8th grade Rune Master assessment and immediately wanted to stay and spectate, so they asked, Yunli Rune Master, can we continue to stay and watch? Yunli Rune Master cast his gaze in Xiao Xin'er's direction. If Xiao Xin'er Rune Master agrees, I have no problem with it. Xiao Xin'er smiled sweetly. If everyone is willing to spectate, then stay and watch. The 8th grade Rune Master's assessment was unlike the 9th grade Rune Master's assessment, which had 3 tests. The 8th grade Rune Master only needed to assess one item, which was inscribing a runic weapon, and only needed to inscribe an 8th grade runic weapon to officially become an 8th grade Rune Master. Xiao Xin'er stood in front of the runic stage, while Yunli Rune Master had already ordered someone to fetch the better weapons and put them aside. Rune Master Xiao Xin'er, begin. Yunli Rune Master said. Xiao Xin'er nodded and began inscribing the runes. Swish swish swish. It was easily inscribed in a single breath. Light shone brightly on the weapon, and the runes gradually merged into the interior of the weapon. The difference between an 8th grade runic weapon and a 9th grade runic weapon was in the power. An 8th grade runic weapon was much more powerful than a 9th grade runic weapon, and the means of identification between the two could be used in addition to the intensity of the light that shone when the runes were incorporated, but there were also special means of identification that could be used. For example, the rune detector, by detecting the strength of the runes within the weapon. While detection by the human eye was subject to error, the rune detector could accurately detect the degree of qualification of a runic weapon. At this time, Rune Master Yunli fetched the rune detector to test Xiao Xin'er's 8th grade rune weapon. The Rune Master Guild's requirements for an 8th grade rune master were very strict. It had to be a qualified level 8th grade rune weapon. If it was less than the qualified standard, then it would be considered a failure in the examination. Drip drip drip. The test quickly ended. Master Yunli looked at the results on the runic detector and immediately exclaimed, "Perfect quality." An 8th grade runic weapon was a relatively low grade runic weapon for a 6th grade runic master, but as a 6th grade runic master, it was difficult for him to create a perfect quality runic weapon. In terms of quality, Xiao Xin'er had already surpassed him. Awesome! Yunli Rune Master internally complimented. So young and with such high runic attainments, he hadn't seen such a demonic runic genius in many years. But immediately afterward, Xiao Xin'er made a remark that shocked him so much that he almost threw away the runic weapons in his hands. Rune Master Yunli, I would like to continue applying for the 7th grade Rune Master's examination. Xiao Xin'er said softly. You want to apply for a 7th grade Rune Master? Yunli Rune Master said dully. Aha! Xiao Xin'er softly answered. Taking a deep breath, the 3 Rune Masters looked at each other and nodded. It was at this moment that they realized what it meant to be a rune demon. As for those test failures watching from all around, including the 2 old men who had succeeded in the test by fluke, they were all dumbfounded one by one. Compared to Xiao Xin'er, they felt that they were too foolish and were not at the same level at all. Fine, you continue with the 7th grade Rune Master assessment. Yunli Rune Master agreed. The 7th grade Rune Master examination continued. This time, Xiao Xin'er silently recited the Tao Te Ching, and her entire body entered a strange state, instantly completing the inscription of a combined rune. A 7th grade rune was not a single simple rune, but a combination of several simple runes, which exerted more power, before a 7th grade rune weapon could be inscribed. It was said that a 1st grade runic weapon was a tight combination of a large number of runes, with a level of complexity that surpassed even a true single rune. In fact, a 3rd grade runic weapon made from simple runes had already surpassed weapons made from true runes. Although Star River era humans' research on simple runes had yet to truly break through the peak of mechanical civilization's runes, sooner or later they could truly surpass them. Chapter 106 Rejecting the Invitation. After Xiao Xin'er inscribed a 7th grade runic weapon, Yunli Rune Master had already seen it and went up to test it, and the quality was still at the perfect level. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er was already a 7th grade Rune Master. Rune Master Yunli, I'm going to continue applying to test for a 6th grade Rune Master. Xiao Xin'er said once again. Thud. This sentence caused everyone to be shocked once again. Several people from Yunli Rune Master were only 6th grade Rune Masters, but they didn't expect that a newcomer received today had applied for a 6th grade Rune Master examination at once. I'm afraid that this kind of situation would be a rare encounter in one's lifetime. Rune Master Xiao Xin'er, can I take the liberty of asking, how many grades of Rune Master is your level? Yunli Rune Master asked curiously. He knew that it must be a bit presumptuous for him to inquire like this, but he still couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Xin'er faintly said, 6th grade. Hearing Xiao Xin'er's answer, Yunli Rune Master and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Xin'er had surpassed them in rune attainments at such a young age, they would have been embarrassed to stay here. Guardian Spirit Space. Xiao Xin'er, your rune level is so high that they were all stunned one by one. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Can I not know my level? If I didn't have the Tao Te Ching, even if I was able to become a rune master, my level would still be average. Xiao Xin'er knew her level very well and thus did not have a bit of pride. Moral scripture is also a part of strength. It doesn't count as cheating. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Right at this moment, Rune Master Yunli apologized. Rune Master Xiao Xin'er, the 3 of us are all 6th grade Rune Masters as well, so we are not qualified to apply for a 6th grade Rune Master examination for you, and someone above a 5th grade Rune Master must preside over the examination. You wait here for a while, I'll personally go and invite a 5th grade Rune Master over. Good. Xiao Xin'er sat on a side seat and waited. After Yunli Rune Master left the hall, he went directly to the 5th floor of the Rune Master Guild. This was where the Rune Master's offices were located, and there were many Rune Masters from the Rune Master's Guild dealing with Rune Master affairs here. A certain office. Rune Master Yunli knocked on the door and entered. Master Zhang, are you busy? Yunli Rune Master said politely. Standing in front of him was an old rune master, with a rune master rank of 5th grade, as well as an ascended realm awakened who was now over 200 years old. 5th grade rune masters were called rune masters, and their status was far from being comparable to 6th grade rune masters. It was a qualitative leap from a 6th grade rune master to a 5th grade rune master. As soon as Master Zhang saw that it was Rune Master Yunli, he asked, "Yunli, aren't you presiding over the Rune Master entrance examination? Has this batch ended?" "It's not considered over yet. The introductory examination is over, but there is an examiner who has been examined all the way from a 9th grade Rune Master, and now she wants to apply for a 6th grade Rune Master examination, and we're not qualified to give her an examination, so I'm asking you to preside over it." Yunli Rune Master explained. "Oh, someone who has been assessed all the way to 6th grade Rune Master? It seems to be a wild Rune Master who possesses the level of a 6th grade Rune Master and has never come to the Rune Master Guild to apply." Master Zhang muttered. "It shouldn't be considered a wild card. The other party is very young, less than 20 years old, and should be a student of Star River University." Yunli Rune Master hurriedly said. "Less than 20 years old?" Master Zhang was shocked. Then, he hurriedly urged, "Quickly, take me to see, this kind of demonic genius must be invited to our Rune Master Guild." Seeking talent was like a thirst. The Rune Master Guild's demand for talent was also very great, especially since every local Rune Master Guild was considered a competition. If one could pull in a genius Rune Master to join the Rune Master Guild, it would be a huge benefit to the development of the Rune Master Guild. Most runesmiths were reluctant to join the Runesmith Guild because of the restrictions and the inability to earn as much star currency as they wanted. However, there were also benefits to joining the Rune Master Guild. First, being able to learn more runes, and even being able to request a senior Rune Master at any time. Second, there was a huge backer who wasn't afraid of being bullied. Third, the test materials didn't cost anything and could be squandered at will. To know, many rune masters in order to improve the level of runes, constantly buy weapons to try to refine more advanced runic weapons. Its material loss is also a huge expenditure, while in the Rune Master Guild, but at any time you can mobilize a large number of weapons to refining runic weapons, the level of runic attainment will be raised very quickly. Of course, people have their own aspirations, and the Rune Master Guild could not force any rune master to forcefully join the Rune Master Guild. 3rd floor. Rune Master Examination Hall. Suddenly, a hurried figure barged in. It was an old man, wearing a Rune Master robe, with a silver 2-star badge hanging on the left chest of his shirt. This badge proved the identity of this old Rune Master, a 5th grade Rune Master. "Where is that genius?" Master Zhang shouted as soon as he entered. Immediately after, Rune Master Yunli also walked in and whispered in Master Zhang's ear. At this time, Grandmaster Zhang walked toward Xiao Xin'er's side and hurriedly said with a smile, "Xiao Xin'er is a Rune Master. I'm Rune Master Zhang Bing of the Rune Masters Guild, and I'm ranked at the 5th grade. I want to invite you to join our Rune Master Guild. The treatment of our Rune Master Guild can be very good." Before Grandmaster Zhang could finish his words, Xiao Xin'er hurriedly interrupted. "Grandmaster Zhang, runes is just a secondary occupation for me. My real main occupation is awakened. I don't want to spend too much time on runesmith, and I'm not interested in joining the Runesmith Guild either." "Don't want to spend too much time on Rune Master?" Listening to these words, Master Zhang felt his face raw. He had lived for 200 years, and now he was still only a 5th grade Rune Master, and a little girl less than 20 years old didn't want to spend too much time on runes, and was already applying for the 6th grade Rune Master examination. This gap. "Alright, since Rune Master Xiao Xin'er doesn't want to, I won't force myself, but I still want you to go back and think about it. Your talent in runes is too good. If you cultivate it properly, you can hope to become a 2nd grade Rune Master or even a 1st grade Rune Master in the future." Grandmaster Zhang persuaded. "Grandmaster Zhang, I've already considered it very clearly. Can we start the 6th grade Rune Master examination now?" Xiao Xin'er inquired. "It can. You start. I'll just watch from the sidelines." Grandmaster Zhang stretched out his hand to make an inviting gesture. Chapter 107, 6th grade Rune Master. In front of the rune table, Xiao Xin'er quickly entered her state and recited the Tao Te Ching silently. Inscribing with a pen, multiple runes were combined together to be inscribed on a knife by Xiao Xin'er in one go. There could not be a single pause in between. If there was a pause, the inscription of the 6th grade rune weapon would have failed. In Star River University's rune tower, Xiao Xin'er had inscribed 6th grade runes many times, thus she was very familiar with the inscription of 6th grade runes. Swish swish swish. In less than a dozen seconds, Xiao Xin'er had already succeeded in inscribing, but her mental energy was consumed quite a bit. When inscribing a rune, the mental energy had to run along with the rune pen and be fully concentrated. Not even a hint of excessive mental emotional fluctuations would do. Without the assistance of the Tao Te Ching, she would not have been able to do this, but with the assistance of the Tao Te Ching, this was a breeze for her. Wow! Dramatic light penetrated from above the blade, illuminating the entire runic examination hall. The 6th grade rune weapon became a success. Yunli immediately stepped forward to inspect the 6th grade rune weapon after Xiao Xin'er refined it. This time, the runic weapon that Xiao Xin'er refined was not of perfect quality, it was only of excellent quality, but even if it was of excellent quality, it was still very good. Many 6th grade rune masters could at best only refine qualified grade 6th grade rune weapons, and only by chance were they able to refine excellent quality 6th grade rune weapons. Judging from the quality of this excellent quality 6th grade rune weapon, Xiao Xin'er had already surpassed quite a few 6th grade rune masters in terms of her runic attainments. 6th grade runic weapon, excellent quality, the test is successful. Master Yunli Rune Master announced. This time, with Grandmaster Zhang, a 5th grade Rune Master, witnessing, the assessment was valid. On the 4th floor of the Rune Master Guild, Grandmaster Zhang as well as Rune Master Yunli, they took care of the various formalities for Xiao Xin'er, and then gave Xiao Xin'er a silver 1-star rune badge and a set of Rune Master clothing for free. Xiao Xin'er put it into the void ring and then left. As for the 6th grade Rune Master's certificate, it didn't come down that quickly. The Rune Master Guild needed to assess it layer by layer, and it would take at least 10 days and half a month before it could be issued. In the next few days, Xiao Xin'er rarely took up any assignments from Star River University. His final evaluation score had already been far ahead of the others, sitting firmly at number 1, untouchable by anyone. She cultivated with all her might in the past few days, preparing to make an impact on the 2nd level of the innate realm. It had been some days since she had broken through to the 1st level of the innate realm, and with her constant daily cultivation of the innate technique, a billion-year-old Chinese era technique, the speed of accumulating innate true element was far beyond that of the others. The average Star River University student would need half a year to cultivate from the 1st level of innate to the 2nd level of innate, even if they took a large amount of innate spiritual liquid to assist them, whereas Xiao Xin'er's full-force cultivation without the aid of any external objects, 1 or 2 months would be enough. Now, she had already reached the peak of the 1st innate level and was about to cross over to the 2nd innate level. Star River University, Aura Tower. The Aura Tower was a cultivation treasure that gathered heaven and earth's spiritual chi. If an innate awakened person wanted to impact the innate minor level, it would be best to choose to retreat in the Aura Tower because the breakthrough of the innate level required a large amount of heaven and earth's spiritual chi. If one were to retreat in general, the supply of heaven and earth's spiritual chi would be insufficient, thus causing the breakthrough to be interrupted, which would be rather embarrassing. Cultivating in the Aura Tower also required the consumption of points, and different points needed to be charged according to the grade of the Aura Room, with a low-grade Aura Room costing 10 points a day, which wasn't too expensive. The higher-grade Aura Room requires 100 points a day, or even hundreds of points, which is not affordable for freshmen, and is basically rented by sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. Xiao Xin'er rented the low-grade Aura Room for 3 days at a time. Aura Tower, 3rd floor, Aura Room number 5. Swarms of aura filled the Aura Room and could almost be seen with the naked eye. Aura was a special gas that was invisible like air when it wasn't very dense. If it was more concentrated, it would form a foggy aura. If the aura converged to a certain degree, it would form a liquid aura. If it was even more dense, it would form a solid aura after a period of time, and this time of the year, the aura was also known as a spirit stone. The value of a spirit stone is basically above hundreds of millions of star coins. And some spirit stones, after the rippling of rules and the evolution of countless years, their quality is getting higher and higher, eventually forming a divine crystal with the power of rules. Divine crystals were also considered a kind of currency for the gods, and the divine crystal that Tutor Gao-Ling had bet with Meng Mo was this kind of divine crystal. In the Aura Tower, there was an aura room that was completely liquid aura, but the price was very expensive, 500 points a day. Lin Genius was at the 1st level of innate heaven. Going to an aura room with liquid aura was a complete waste. A resisting aura room would be enough. On the futon, Xiao Xin'er sat on her knees and began to run the innate gong. As for Lin Tian, he was also summoned out by Xiao Xin'er and was also practicing on the side. The aura room was so full of aura that it was almost on the verge of reaching the level of mist. It was a bit of a waste for one to cultivate, so Lin Tian naturally came out to help absorb it for a little while longer. Both of them operated their innate skills and crazily absorbed the heaven and earth aura of the aura chamber. Instantly, a tidal wave of aura formed inside the aura room, wrapping the two of them up. I don't know how long it took to pass. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Xiao Xin'er's body, an aura belonging to the 2nd level of innate. The impact was successful. Xiao Xin'er opened her eyes and saw a joyful Lin Tian. Xin'er, congratulations. Lin Tian congratulated. Well, I'll stabilize my realm a bit more. It's still very early, let's continue cultivating again. Xiao Xin'er said. Immediately, the two of them continued their closed-door cultivation. For 3 days in a row, they stayed in the Aura Tower to cultivate. By the time they came out, Xiao Xin'er had completely stabilized her cultivation at the 2nd level of the innate realm, and was completely in the same realm as Xian back then. If Xiao Xin'er also had the cultivation of the 2nd level of the innate realm back then, she could suppress Xian with just her hands. After a few more days, the Rune Master Association sent someone to deliver the 6th grade Rune Master's certificate. At this point, Xiao Xin'er had officially become a 6th grade Rune Master, and this 6th grade Rune Master status was common to any planet in the universe under the Union God Alliance. The day after the certificate arrived, Xiao Xin'er went to the Star River University's Rune department, a newly opened department, to apply to become a Rune Master of Star River University, to join the Rune program, and to refine Rune weapons for Star River University. After everything was in place, Xiao Xin'er occasionally refined runic weapons at the Aura Tower, earning a share of Star River University's runic weapons. In a flash, half a year passed. The freshman career was coming to an end. Chapter 108 Freedom Challenge. The last half a month. Half a month. There was only half a month left until the end of the freshman career, and at this time, the freshman mission system was closed and the final evaluation scores were basically all out. First place Xiao Xin'er, 1824 final evaluation points. Second place Jin He, 824 final evaluation points. Jin He was considered lucky in the latter half of the year, completing several A-ranked missions in a row, but the distance from Xiao Xin'er was still too far. 8th place, Zhao Fengshang, 484 final evaluation points. As for the students outside of the 100th place, their final evaluation scores were basically all within 200 points, basically relying on some DC-level missions to obtain their evaluation scores, and were completely unable to compare to Xiao Xin'er. However, this final evaluation score was not considered the final grade. In the last half month of their freshman year, the freshman students still had to take the last test. Actual combat. Strength was the only indicator to test all standards. No matter how demonic your talent was, if the strength didn't work, everything was a floating cloud. In the Star River era, only those who were strong had the right to speak. Thus, freshman students were to challenge each other. The final evaluation score rankings were currently out, and the lower rankings could challenge the higher rankings, and if they beat the other side, they could obtain 1/10 of the other side's evaluation score. On the contrary, if one loses, one needs to pay 1/10 of the evaluation points as well. Each person had 3 chances to fail, and if after 3 failures, they lost the qualification to continue the challenge. Half a month's time, free to initiate challenges. The final evaluation score after half a month was the real achievement. Xiao Xin'er's final evaluation score was 1824. If she was able to get 1/10 of her final evaluation score, that would be 182 final evaluation score, which was a huge temptation for many students. And among the students who had their eyes on Xiao Xin'er was Jin He. Star River University, an upscale restaurant. Jin He and Zhao Fengshang were gathering for dinner. The two of them had family friendships, and the two of them had also grown up in the same elementary school, middle school, high school, and now a university, thus they had a very good relationship and often got together for meals. And at this moment, the two were discussing about the Freedom Challenge. Jin He, you want to challenge Xiao Xin'er? Zhao Fengshang suddenly asked. Not bad. Jin He nodded. Not only me, there should be a few people who challenge Xiao Xin'er. Stimulated by Xiao Xin'er in these half a year, several students from the big families relied on their families' resources to cross over to the innate in one go, and now there are already 8 students who have become innate powerhouses, and this term is also known as the strongest term in 100 years. You and I are now both at the peak of the second level of the innate realm, and are qualified to challenge Xiao Xin'er. You and I have both taken the divine liquid bestowed by our old ancestor, which has quenched our innate bodies and crossed over to the second level of the innate realm in one fell swoop. The realm isn't very stable, so we may not necessarily be Xiao Xin'er's opponents. Last time, Xiao Xin'er swept away all the freshman students of Taoxing River University. You wouldn't not remember this, would you? Zhao Fengshang frowned. To the average student, the freshman final ranking was just an achievement, it was nothing. However, for Zhao Fengshang and Jin He, this grade was very important, it was their evaluation in the family. Their clans bestowed resources based on their performance at Star River University. After all, there were a lot of people in the big clans, and 1 or 2 geniuses would be born every other year. For example, among the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, there were also clansmen from the Jin and Zhao clans. With many clansmen, there was a lot of competition, and if they didn't perform well, the resources were reduced, which could be detrimental to their cultivation. The fact that they cultivated so much faster than ordinary people wasn't just due to the guardian spirits and techniques, but the resources in them also accounted for a large portion of the factor. As a result, they all sought to go higher in their final grades. They also really wanted to have gained Xiao Xin'er's final evaluation points, but if they lost, they would lose a lot of their own final evaluation points, and their rankings would inevitably drop. Zhao Fengshang, it's not that I don't remember, it's that you've forgotten what the Star Network is. It's a place where guardian spirits can't enter. And this time, the Freedom Challenge isn't in the Star Network, it's in the real world. Jin He revealed a confident smile. Guardian spirits. Zhao Fengshang suddenly remembered. The two of them could both possess god-level guardian spirits, and Xiao Xin'er, she was just a medium guardian spirit. If they were in the Star Network, the two of them would have absolutely no hope of beating Xiao Xin'er, but in the real world, once the god-level guardian spirit came out, they could easily crush the other party's guardian spirit. Right, the power of a god-level guardian spirit is unimaginable to those medium guardian spirits. God-level guardian spirit comprehends profound laws, and can even fight against the laws of the universe to a certain extent. General guardian spirits are restricted by their status to not be able to utilize their full strength. For example, super guardian spirits, the domain ability is greatly reduced, and the lowly law ability is even more unable to be exerted, or else the power of the backlash will descend. But the divine level guardian spirit can mobilize certain laws of heaven and earth to suppress the other party. In the first year, none of us fought Xiao Xin'er with a guardian spirit. This time we can use a guardian spirit. He is not a match for our guardian spirit at all. Defeating Xiao Xin'er is easy. Zhao Fengshang laughed out loud. At this time, Jin He suddenly calmed down and said, "There's no hurry, let's not make a move first. There are 2 more divine guardian spirit ascendant realm awakened among this term, and there are also 2 specialized superlative guardian spirit ascendant awakened. They'll surely challenge Xiao Xin'er, so let them fight first, and try Xiao Xin'er's cultivation." Xiao Xin'er's strength has risen too quickly. I suspect that she has already crossed over into the 3rd level of the innate realm. 3rd level of the innate realm? It's not that fast. We have been rewarded by the old ancestors of each family. It's the innate divine liquid refined from the essence of the old ancestors' various treasures. It's the best auxiliary cultivation treasure for the innate realm. Xiao Xin'er doesn't have an old ancestor. Even more star coins can't buy innate divine liquid. She shouldn't be able to cultivate that fast, right? Zhao Fengshang said. Can't be careless. Before I was just too careless and reckless. That's why I was slapped in the face by her time and time again, making me lose face in the family. This time I absolutely have to be careful and careful again. Jean Moi said stoically. Listening to Jin He's words, Zhao Fengshang laughed. Not bad, your nature is indeed much more composed now. There is progress. You're the one who is the most low-key and calm. If we're talking about real battle power, you're not much weaker than me, yet you've always been very low-key. Jin He complimented. The two ate while complimenting each other. At this moment, Star River University was in a cloud of smoke, and the battle intent enveloped a large circle. Chapter 109, Exceptionality Superior Guardian Spirit. Star Network, Freshman Challenge Screen. Anyone who wanted to challenge another student could launch a challenge on the challenge screen. At this moment, one challenge application was rotating back and forth on the challenge screen. Suddenly, a challenge application attracted the attention of many people. Ryusei Taichi challenges Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er was ranked number 1 in the final evaluation score, and was also the newcomer king, as well as a 6th grade rune master, and had a high reputation in people's hearts. As for Lu Shengtai, his reputation was not low either, possessing a special super guardian spirit in his own cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st level of the innate realm. For the sake of their final grades, many students utilized a large amount of resources to progress at a rapid rate. And Lu Shengtai was the best of this group of students. When the news of Ryusei Taichi challenging Xiao Xin'er spread, the entire freshman student circle boiled over. Yanagi Taichi dares to challenge Xiao Xin'er. Isn't he afraid of losing a tenth of his final evaluation points? Lu Sheng Taichi is said to be an awakened person at the peak of the 1st level of the innate realm, but Xiao Xin'er reached the 1st level of the innate realm a long time ago, and now she might have crossed over to the 2nd level of the innate realm. Can Lu Sheng Taichi beat Xiao Xin'er? I think Lu Sheng Taichi is definitely not Xiao Xin'er's opponent. Xiao Xin'er swept away the freshman students of Star River University of Taro in the Star Network at first, shocking everyone. For our Earth Star River University to gain face, besides Xiao Xin'er, who else can do it? I think it's possible for Ryusei Taichi to win. You guys don't forget that Ryusei Taichi's guardian spirit is a speciality superlative guardian spirit, which can cast powerful domains as well as laws without the need for a backlash, and it's said that during one of the missions, Ryusei Taichi decapitated an ascended realm 1st level awakened criminal with a peak blood transformation realm cultivation. Not bad, this time you can fight with your hands guardian spirits. Xiao Xin'er's combat power really doesn't have much of an advantage. Ryusei Taichi. Xiao Xin'er also received Yanagi Taichi's challenge application in the first place. This application couldn't be rejected because Ryusei Taichi's ranking was behind her, at the 6th place of the final evaluation score. A low ranking could apply to challenge a high ranking and could not be refused. This was the rules of Star River University. Xin'er, this Lu Shengtai seems to be only at the 1st level of the innate realm, right, and he dares to challenge you? You are now at the 3rd level of the innate, defeating him should be easy. Lin Tian also saw the challenge application and couldn't help but say, well, I'm not afraid of the 1st level of the innate realm, but if I meet an awakened person who is also at the 3rd level of the innate realm, then it would be dangerous. There can be several divine guardian spirit awakened amongst the great ones. Xiao Xin'er frowned. Don't worry, leave the god-level guardian spirits to me. Lin Tian said very easily. If it was half a year ago, he really wasn't sure how to deal with a divine grade guardian spirit, and he would even be easily beheaded by a divine grade guardian spirit. But nowadays, he had a bottom card of his own. Well, I can only rely on you as well. I'm no match for a god-level guardian spirit. Xiao Xin'er was very self-aware. Don't look at the fact that she had swept through the Taro Star River University, but that was only in the Star Network, but in reality, it was possible to mobilize guardian spirits to fight, which was completely different from the Star Network. She had never seen a god-level guardian spirit fight, but she also knew how terrifying god-level guardian spirits were. Crossing levels to fight was something as easy as eating and drinking tea for a god-level guardian spirit. Let's go to the Star River University Challenge Arena. Xiao Xin'er's consciousness communicated with Lin Tian. Star River University, Challenge Field Number 1. Star River University had a total of 4 large challenge arenas. If students had conflicts, they could go to the challenge arena and rely on battles to resolve the conflicts. The number 1 challenge field was for first-year students, while the number 2, 3, and 4 were for sophomores, juniors, and seniors. Normally, the challenge field had many students challenging it, but during this half-month period, the challenge field 1 strand only gave challenges to the students who initiated the challenge application, and other challenges were not allowed to be carried out. At this time, many first-year students in Challenge Field 1 were sitting in the audience, and many campus vendors selling snacks and fruits were selling all sorts of things, and everyone could use their points to buy a whole bunch of food. In addition to the first-year students, a few sophomores and juniors could vaguely be seen. Eating and drinking while observing other students' challenges was a great pleasure. At this moment, a challenge stage. Lu Shangtaichi sat cross-legged in the center of the challenge stage, his hands leaning on a rune weapon blade, his eyes closed tightly, very calm. He was waiting for Xiao Xin'er to arrive. On the other challenge stages, there were still other students fighting, but they were basically blood exchange realm battles, not too exciting. In comparison, the battle between Ryusei Daichi and Xiao Xin'er was more worthy of anticipation. Xiao Xin'er is here. A person shouted. Immediately, many gazes looked over. Only to see a beautiful woman in a long, beautiful purple dress walking slowly. It was none other than Xiao Xin'er, the Star River University's man of the hour with various titles. At this moment, Lu Shangtaichi saw Xiao Xin'er coming and muttered, "You're here, come up and fight." Standing up, Lu Shangtaichi drew the long blade of the runic weapon in his hand. This blade was clearly at the 7th grade level. 7th grade weapons were the highest level weapons that could be utilized in a free challenge match, and other high level weapons were forbidden. Swish! Xiao Xin'er's figure moved and arrived on the challenge stage. The original casual Xiao Li purple clothes long dress instantly changed into a set of leather armor battle dress, a leather armor battle dress suitable for combat. This was the Tian Lan purple clothes, which possessed a morphing metal that could automatically change its form with the wearer's intention, and if divided according to the runic weapon level, it was also considered to be at most a 7th grade, which was considered to be within the stipulated range, and was allowed to be worn. The free challenge match also had a referee who was here at all times to arrange challenges. With the referee's order, the battle between Xiao Xin'er and Lu Shangtaichi began. Swish swish! Both Xiao Xin'er and Lu Shangtaichi chose to summon a guardian spirit at the first moment instead of merging with it. When an awakened person's cultivation was low, merging with a guardian spirit and utilizing the guardian spirit's power was undoubtedly the strongest means of attack. However, when Xiao Xin'er entered Star River University and learned many of the fighting styles of guardian spirits, she realized that merging with a guardian spirit was not the strongest means of attack for awakened beings, especially for god-level guardian spirits and speciality super guardian spirit awakened beings. God-level guardian spirits and special super guardian spirits could utilize their domains and law power without much restriction, thus fighting with their own bodies was the strongest state, and merging with the body of an awakened person would be restricted instead. Thus, Xiao Xin'er and Lu Shangtaichi would not choose the foolish technique of merging attacks. Chapter 110 Great Compassion Curse. Seconds. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit was Lin Tian, an ordinary-looking human, while Lu Shangtai's guardian spirit was an illusory huge silhouette, hidden by a mist, completely unreadable. This is Lu Shangtai's speciality super guardian spirit, the illusory death spirit. Many people exclaimed in shock. The phantom death spirit was a special kind of living spirit, between death and life, which could also be called a soul body that existed in the real world, or a ghost body. It was said that Ryusei Taichi's family clan performed some sort of mysterious ritual at the time of the clan member's newborn, a ritual that would allow the clan members to awaken the guardian spirit of the ghost body when they performed the awakening ritual at the age of 16. As a result, Ryusei Taichi's clan members are mostly special types of ghost body guardian spirits. And Yanagi Taichi's guardian spirit was an even more special type of super guardian spirit among the ghost bodies, the phantom death spirit. Dead spirit boundary. As soon as Ryusei Taichi's phantom death spirit guardian spirit appeared, he immediately made a seal with both hands and cast the secret technique death spirit boundary. Instantly, a shadowy boundary covered the entire challenge ring. In the audience, in a corner, Jin He and Zhao Fengshang were sitting together, commenting on Lu Shangtaichi's guardian spirit. The Phantom Death Spirit, this guardian spirit is indeed good, especially the dead spirit boundary. It is a secret art that was created by combining the laws of death and the realm of the dead spirit. Once cast within the boundary, all kinds of dead spirits will be generated by the laws to attack the enemy. These dead spirits are very hard to kill, and these dead spirits keep appearing as long as the Phantom Death Spirit doesn't die or doesn't run out of power. Zhao Fengsheng muttered. Well, not bad, although Lu Shangtai's strength is not good, but the guardian spirit is indeed powerful, second only to the god-level guardian spirit. While Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit is not very distinctive, it is said that when their class was in the Dragon Demon Ridge trial, Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit casted out a field of stance, but the field was useless against the phantom dead spirits. Jinhei shook his head, not optimistic about Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit Lin Tian. As I see it, Xiao Xin'er's only advantage is her cultivation. If Xiao Xin'er is in the second level of the innate realm, then Lu Shangtai could easily lose. Zhao Fengsheng estimated. Jinhei laughed. That's not necessarily true. The difference between guardian spirit levels has too much of an impact on strength. One is a specialty super guardian spirit, and the other is a medium guardian spirit. How can it be compared? On the challenge stage, Lin Tian's gaze was fixed on the death spirit phantom. His eyes were very calm, not a single fluctuation. Xin'er, leave it to me, you don't need to make a move. Lin Tian said indifferently. Humph. Xiao Xin'er stepped back and handed the fight over to Lin Tian. A mere Lu Shangtai of the first level of the innate realm, even if the guardian spirit was a specialty superlative guardian spirit, it was not worth her fighting. On the opposite side, Lu Shangtai ordered his guardian spirit, kill Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit. Yes, host. The phantom death spirit responded. Clattering. A large number of white dead spirits appeared in the dead spirit boundary and madly surged towards Lin Tian, attempting to split him up and eat him. Seeing this scene, some students revealed a curious expression. They were curious about how Lin Tian should deal with these dead spirits. After all, it was simply difficult to kill these dead spirits with normal methods. Suddenly, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the void, his mouth wriggling unceasingly. Then, a Buddhist incantation flew out from Lin Tian's body, transforming into a golden light that danced in the sky. Buzzing. As soon as those dead spirits touched the Buddhist light, they instantly turned into nothingness. The others weren't sure what Lin Tian was doing, but Xiao Xin'er knew. This was the Great Compassion Mantra. Lin Tian had inherited a number of Chinese-era techniques, and among them was the Great Compassion Mantra, a Buddhist auxiliary technique. The Great Compassion Mantra could spread all sentient beings, as well as calm the mind and dispel distracting thoughts. Therefore, not only Lin Tian, Xiao Xin'er also recited the Great Compassion Mantra from time to time to remove distractions in her mind, so that she could easily enter a state of no sorrow and no joy. And the Great Compassion Mantra happened to be the nemesis of some shadowy creatures, such as dead spirits. The phantom death spirit was completely looking for death when it fiddled with the dead spirit in front of Lin Tian. As Lin Tian continued to recite the Great Compassion Mantra, countless golden lights transformed the challenge stage into a world of Buddha's earth. Those countless dead spirits instantly swept away. Then, countless Buddhist golden light showered the phantom dead spirits. In full view of everyone, the phantom death spirit let out a miserable cry. Ah! A black gas emerged from the phantom death spirit's body, and the mist that had enveloped him disappeared, presenting his true form as a slim man's description. But at this moment, amidst the golden light of the Great Compassion Mantra's incantation, his face was somewhat hideous and terrifying. No! Ryusei Taichi felt that his guardian spirit was about to lose consciousness, and his body was dissipating. He was so frightened that he hastily summoned back his guardian spirit and let him enter the guardian spirit space to recuperate. I admit defeat, Ryusei Taichi said in a hurry. He didn't dare to fight any longer, otherwise not only would the guardian spirit be unprotected, but he himself would also be seriously injured. In terms of personal combat power, without the guardian spirit, where was he a match for Xiao Xin'er? It was better not to seek abuse. The challenge is over, the winner is Xiao Xin'er. The referee announced the result. The battle ended so quickly. Many people couldn't believe it. They thought that there would be a battle between the dragons and the tigers, but it turned out that Lin Tian took care of Lu Shangtai's super guardian spirit with a great compassion curse. At this moment, many people cursed, thinking that Lu Shangtai's guardian spirit was too useless. What kind of broken specialist superior guardian spirit? Xiao Xin'er's medium guardian spirit sat there and moved its mouth a few times, emitting a ball of golden light. It secured Lu Shangtai's superior guardian spirit. It's a lower guardian spirit, right? Disappointing, disappointing. If this is the level of the super guardian spirit, then forget it, it's too weak. With one student after another yelling, Yanagi Taichi was completely groundless and immediately fled in shame after the challenge was over, leaving the number 1 challenge arena. Of course, there were quite a few students who could see why the phantom guardian spirit was easily handled. The phantom guardian spirit was restrained. Jinhei frowned. Well, it was indeed restrained. Although Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit didn't put up a full fight, it could be seen a little bit. It should be able to exert the strength of the second level of the innate realm. From this, it can be seen that Xiao Xin'er is bound to be at the second level of the innate realm, and Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit will know a secret art that restrains the art of the shadowy necromantic spirit, similar to the Great Brightness divine mantra. Zhao Fengsheng stated his guess. Chapter 111 Battle God Level Guardian Spirit. What should we do? Should we challenge? Zhao Fengsheng consulted Jin Hei's opinion. Jin Meditation pondered for a while and shook his head. No, wait a little longer. There are still a few people who will probably try for us. Lu Shengtai is only just restrained. If not, Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit isn't much of a big deal. This kind of secret technique that can restrain evil darkness can't be of much use to normal guardian spirits. Lu Shengtai is purely unlucky. Yes, we can't be in a hurry. This time Xiao Xin'er didn't put up a fight. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit only released a secret technique. It's completely impossible to see the bottom line. It's not beneficial for us to challenge too early. Let's wait until the others can't help but challenge Xiao Xin'er. Zhao Fengsheng nodded in agreement. In a flash, 3 days passed. Not a single person went to challenge Xiao Xin'er in these 3 days. One by one, they were all watching, hoping that others would test Xiao Xin'er's strength, but not everyone was a little cutie. And thus were all on the prowl. Finally, on the 4th day, someone couldn't hold back and issued a challenge application to Xiao Xin'er. Fire Dragonchild has applied to challenge Xiao Xin'er. Star Network. This application challenge on the challenge screen was very enviable and attracted the attention of many. Compared to Lu Shengtai, Fire Dragonzi's fame and strength was much stronger. Fire Dragonzi was located at the 4th place in this final evaluation score, and his cultivation had also reached the peak of the first level of the innate realm. What's more, his guardian spirit was a divine grade guardian spirit, the King of Fire Amazing. The King of Amazing Fire was an ancient god from 5 million years ago, a deity at the end of the ancient god civilization era, who fell and died during a great war in the ancient god civilization era. The technique that Fire Dragon's son cultivated was also the technique of the King of Fire Amazing, the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets, which was a combined fire divine technique that went from the physical realm all the way to the divine spirit realm, and was divided into the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Flesh Body Technique, the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Marrow Cleansing Technique, the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Blood Transformation Technique, the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Precursor Technique, the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Passing Through the Gods Technique, as well as the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Void Technique. The final step was the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets Divine Spirit Technique. This was the Fire Dragon Divine Secrets created by the King of Fire Amazingness as a combination of several techniques in one, and it was very powerful. The Fire Dragon's son alone had allowed his clan to rise in just a few years, and the Fire Dragon's son had even worshipped a deity from the Earth Federation's God Alliance as his master. The background was there, and so was the strength. As Fire Dragonzi challenged Xiao Xin'er, each one of them was very much looking forward to it. Fire Dragon Z was not restrained by Lin Tian like Lu Shengtai, thus many people were very optimistic about Fire Dragon Z, believing that Fire Dragon Z had the hope to defeat Xiao Xin'er. Challenge Arena Number 1. A burly youth with a flaming glow and wearing a flaming battle armor stepped into the challenge arena. It's Fire Dragonzi. Many people exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the Fire Dragonzi was filled with battle intent, and had the momentum to sweep away all enemies. Entering the challenge stage, Fire Dragonzi stood there, quietly waiting for Xiao Xin'er to appear. Soon, Xiao Xin'er also came. Xiao Xin'er, come out. I've already investigated your bottom line, so what if you're the second level of innate? I'll still defeat you. As soon as the words fell, the aura of the second innate level erupted from Fire Dragonzi's body. The fiery flames were monstrous and spread out, causing the people around to feel a blazing aura. Second level of innate. Jin Hua and Zhao Fengsheng's pupils shrank, somewhat misjudging Fire Dragonzi's cultivation level. They thought that Fire Dragonzi was at the first level of innate, but they didn't realize that he was already at the second level of innate. I see, Fire Dragonzi's master is the Black Flame King of the Earth Federation's God Alliance. Although he is not considered to be a very powerful deity, if he devoted his efforts to cultivating Fire Dragonzi, he could easily allow him to step into the second level of innate in a short period of time, and I guess he has also bestowed him with the innate divine liquid. Jin Hei guessed. A Fire Dragon child of the second day of innate, whose battle power isn't much weaker than ours, should be able to test out Xiao Xin'er's battle power, and even hopefully defeat Xiao Xin'er. Zhao Fengsheng predicted. I do hope that Fire Dragon's son can defeat Xiao Xin'er. Jin Hei smiled evilly. If that were to happen, wouldn't it prove that Xiao Xin'er's strength is not good? Even if she loses, Xiao Xin'er loses 1/10 of her final evaluation points, her ranking will still be number 1, whereas Fire Dragonzi's final evaluation points are 700, and after getting 1/10 of Xiao Xin'er's final evaluation points, he surpasses me and ranks higher than me, and I can defeat him as well. At that time, I'll challenge Fire Dragon Z first and then Xiao Xin'er, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not bad, then let's pray that Fire Dragonzi can defeat Xiao Xin'er. Zhao Fengsheng picked up a cup of wine and raised his glass with Jin Ming in the audience. On the challenge stage. Fire Dragonzi and Xiao Xin'er stood there, waiting for the challenge to begin. Begin! The referee gave a command. Xiao Xin'er and Fire Dragonzi summoned their guardian spirits at the same time. Rumble! The King of Amazing Fire appeared, raging flames wrapped around the King of Amazing Fire. The light of those flames was like the white moon, and the temperature was so high that the people in the audience felt like they had entered the scorching heat. This was still the barrier of the regular challenge stage runic formations. If they were to face it directly, their feelings could be imagined. What a high temperature! Xiao Xin'er frowned tightly and operated her innate skill to form an innate skin shield, which made her feel better. Lin Tian, on the other hand, did not care and hardened himself against this high temperature. The King of Amazing Fire was a god-level guardian spirit and a former ancient god. Some students had never seen a god-level guardian spirit, such as Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian, and this was the first time they had seen a god-level guardian spirit. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er reminded Lin Tian, "Be careful." Lin Tian didn't turn around, but gave Xiao Xin'er a backhanded OK gesture. Divine Fire Skill, Blazing Sunstrike. The King of Amazing Fire pounded down with a fist in the void. The terrifying fist shook the void, carrying a strand of law power. The power of laws could break through domains, and under this power, even the light body technique domain would have to be broken through. It's the laws of fire. Although the King of Fire Amazing can only mobilize a wisp of the laws of fire, it's not something that can be compared to a district domain. Only some special consummate domains can block the King of Fire Amazing's laws of fire, or else they can only rely on their cultivation to crush the King of Fire Amazing. Jin Hei's pupil shrunk as he said, "I see that Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit is very calm. It's hard to believe that a medium guardian spirit in the district can still fight against the King of Fire Amazing?" Zhao Fengshan lightly laughed. Logically, Lin Tian should try to dodge now, but he didn't, nor did he have to. Chapter 112 Tai Chi Battle Laws. The Divine Guardian Spirit Fire Amazing King's blazing sunstrike descended and ruthlessly smashed over. Right at this moment, Lin Tian moved. He stretched out his fist and resolutely greeted the King of Flame Amazing's blazing sunstrike as it went. A small fist collided with a flaming giant fist on the challenge stage. There was a rumble. The huge collision sound shook the challenge stage for a moment, and a layer of fluctuations swept away in all directions. However, when it was about to rush out of the challenge stage, it was stopped by the surrounding runic light shields. If there was no runic light shield, the destructive power of an innate level battle would be too great, and it would easily spread to the surrounding spectator seats, injuring other students. If that was the case, who would still dare to watch the challenge here? After landing a hard blow with the King of Fire Amazing, Lin Tian's spirit clothes on the upper half of his body shattered, revealing his perfect body. Lin Tian's didn't look burly with his clothes on, but without the cover of his clothes he looked very strong. His 8-pack abs were very conspicuous, with not a single piece of flab, and his skin was golden yellow in color, translucent and lustrous. Using one word to describe Lin Tian's body: perfect. But at this moment, what people were paying attention to was not Lin Tian's figure, but heavens, Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit actually caught a strike from the King of Flame Amazing that contained laws. How is that possible? That's an attack of laws. How could a mere medium guardian spirit catch it? No, this guardian spirit's cultivation is at the 3rd level of the innate, and its flesh is incredibly strong, relying on its cultivation and strong flesh to harden against the attack of the law. After all, the King of the Amazing Flame only carries a hint of the law, and the strength of the attack isn't too terrifying. Many people could see the realm that Lin Tian was exerting at the moment. It was clearly the 3rd level of innate. This also represented that Xiao Xin'er's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the innate realm. This was an incredible thing for many people. Freshman year hadn't even completely ended yet, and Xiao Xin'er had reached the 3rd level of innate. This would break the record of Star River University for 100 years. When Fire Dragon Z, Jin Hei, Zhao Fengshan and the others were able to break through the innate so quickly and cross over to the 2nd level of innate, many people knew what was going on, not relying on cultivation, but relying on background resources. But Xiao Xin'er was definitely relying on herself. At this time, someone spoke up. Don't forget, Xiao Xin'er is a 6th grade runic master, often making runic weapons in the Rune Tower, refining runic weapons for our Star River University and getting a share. Her value is different nowadays, and she definitely owns a billion or so star coins, or even billions of them. So many star coins are enough to purchase a large number of spirit liquids that aid in the cultivation of the innate realm, if taken for a long period of time, coupled with the fact that Xiao Xin'er's own talent is very heaven-defying, and the innate technique she cultivates is bound to be at the divine level. It wouldn't be strange for her to step into the 3rd level of the innate realm nowadays. After this person reminded her of this, the others felt that it was also very normal. But in actuality, Xiao Xin'er had not taken a bottle of spirit liquid that aided in cultivation at all. Excessive cultivation with the help of external objects, that would be detrimental to one's own cultivation. She was able to grow until now, and now she quickly broke through to the 3rd level of innate. The only thing she relied on was nothing more than the innate gong. This guardian spirit isn't simple. Jin Hei, who was in the audience, frowned greatly. It's not simple. The King of Fire Amazing's Blazing Sunstrike also contains the power of the laws, plus the King of Fire Amazing's power is also very terrifying. This strike is enough to blow up an awakened at the 3rd level of the innate realm or even the 4th level of the innate realm with a single blow, and it can even injure an ordinary awakened at the 5th and 6th level of the innate realm. But this medium guardian spirit is only relying on the 3rd level of the innate realm. It just blocked it hard, unbelievable. Zhao Fengshang marveled. A secret technique that can extinguishing evil, an invincible physical body, and the light body technique realm, this guardian spirit must have been a supreme demon in his lifetime. Jean He commented. But if he were to know that Lin Tian was just an ordinary person before, he would definitely be stunned. On the challenge stage, Lin Tian blocked the attack of the King of Flame Amazement and couldn't help but laugh lightly. A strike from a deity is nothing more than that. Rear. Xiao Xin'er asked, Lin Tian, are you alright? She was also clear about how powerful that strike was just now. If it was her, even if she could block it, she would have to be injured. A divine grade guardian spirit at the 2nd level of the innate realm was even more powerful than her, an awakened who was at the 3rd level of the innate realm and had mastered multiple divine grade martial arts. It was impossible to define a god level guardian spirit by their realm. They could easily decimate awakened as well as ordinary guardian spirits that were higher than their realm. It's fine. Lin Tian smiled and said. He was indeed fine. Although god-level guardian spirits were very powerful, he wasn't weak either. In these half a year, his progress could be very fast. Not to mention raising his cultivation to the 7th level of the innate realm, Lin Tian had also benefited greatly from his digging and research in several Chinese martial arts. Light body art field, Vajrapalm field, Great Compassion mantra, Taijiquan field. Many Chinese martial arts were studied by him from time to time, as in his attainments in the realm of martial arts domains were already very high, but due to the limitation of his cultivation, he had not yet comprehended the power of laws. However, if the martial arts of the Huaxia era a billion years ago were to be comprehended to a certain level of the realm, the power of the realm could still be able to shake the ordinary power of the law. For example, just now, Lin Tian had used the power of the Taijiquan domain. Instead of spreading out his domain power, he wrapped his domain power around his entire body, converging between his hands with his domain star Taiji diagram, and collided with the King of Fire Amazing's Blazing Sunstrike. The Taiji 4 2000 Kati, striking with force. Thus, Lin Tian counter-attacked the force of laws of the Blazing Sunstrike with the Taiji diagram domain. If the force of laws could break through Lin Tian's domain, then Lin Tian's Taiji diagram would definitely not be able to counterattack the King of Flaming Sun's attack, but the King of Flaming Sun's laws of fire were very ordinary basic laws, and the force of the laws only contained a hint of it, so it was difficult to break through Lin Tian's domain defense at all. If he couldn't even break the domain defense, how could he talk about injuring Lin Tian? King of Amazing Fire, I'm going to let you know what it means to have invincible defense today, Taiji Supreme. Swish. Lin Tian waved his hand and assumed a Taiji battle stance as a Taiji diagram surfaced beneath his feet. Immediately, Lin Tian made a provocative gesture. King of Fire Amazing, come over here and let me see your true strength. Chapter 113, do you guys think I'm going to lose? Kid, you seek death. The King of Amazing Fire was enraged. In his lifetime, he was an ancient god, a true deity. Nowadays, even though he had become a guardian spirit, the identity and power of a deity was not there, but his realm was still there. Limited by his guardian spirit identity, he could only utilize his cultivation of the 2nd level of the innate realm, but his arrogance was like that of a deity. A medium guardian spirit of the innate realm actually dared to provoke him like this. Put it in his lifetime as an ancient god, he would have trampled it to death with 1 foot. Host, I'm going to mobilize more power of the laws, your consumption will be great. The King of Amazing Fire greeted Fire Dragonzi. It's fine, go ahead and mobilize the power of laws and exterminate Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit for me. Fire Dragonzi didn't mind it at all and said. Good. The King of Amazing Fire responded. His gigantic hands grabbed at the void, and a trace of laws mobilized out from between heaven and earth. The laws of fire were one of the 5 basic laws, and although they were ordinary, they were very widespread and their power was not bad. Great Amazing Sun Fire. A trace of the laws of fire gathered together, fusing the power of the 2nd level of the innate to form a terrifying flame. This flame was the Great Amazing Sun Flame, which could easily incinerate the body of an ordinary innate awakened and completely obliterate it. Seeing that the battle had progressed to such an extent, that referee was also seriously gazing at the battle between Lin Tian and the King of Amazing Fire. The referee wasn't just looking at it, he also had to save people at critical moments. The guardian spirits also needed to be rescued. If the guardian spirit was in a crisis of certain death, the referee had to instantly save the guardian spirit to avoid the awakened person from suffering too much loss, because once the guardian spirit died, it would be a heavenly catastrophe for an awakened person, undoubtedly the equivalent of the entire person being wasted. A student could die and be wasted in a trial, but they could never be ruined in a campus challenge. Protecting the safety of the challengers was also a duty of the referees. The multiple referees in the challenge arena were all Void Realm powerhouses. Although they were nowhere near as strong as sub-divinities like Cao Ling, they still had the strength of 2 or 3 levels of the Void Realm, and could easily break through the void to save people. They could even manage to solidify space and stop the battle. As a result, incidents of serious injuries in the challenge arena occurred from time to time, but it was rare to encounter a single case of death in 100 years. This is the Great Amazing Sun Flame. It's said that nothing can be burned, second only to the Sun Gold Flame, but this should be a weakened version of the Great Amazing Sun Flame. With the Amazing Flame King's realm today, he can't even catalyze the true Great Amazing Sun Flame. Zhao Fengshang gazed at the Great Amazing Sun Flame and muttered. Golden Meditation nodded. It's bound to be a weakened version. If the King of Flame Amazing's cultivation was at the deity level, casting the true Great Amazing Sunfire would be able to instantly vaporize a multi-million level large city, burn the sea with a single strike, and even destroy an asteroid wouldn't be too difficult. But even if it's a weakened Great Amazing Sunfire, its power is extremely terrifying. You and I can't block it just by ourselves, and we can only rely on a divine guardian spirit to resist it. This medium guardian spirit being able to resist the power impact proves that his physical body strength is strong, but it's hard to believe that he can still be able to block the burning of the Great Amazing Sunfire's embedded laws? Zhao Fengshang was somewhat disbelieving. Xiao Xin'er also sensed the terror of the Great Amazing Sun Flame, and the information coming from her body told her that this Great Amazing Sun Flame was capable of killing her. Instantly, she hurriedly reminded Lin Tian, be careful. Lin Tian's expression was also slightly grave, but he didn't panic. Previously, although he had belittled the King of the Fire Amazing Flame on his lips, he had been paying a lot of attention to it. The King of Amazing Fire was, after all, an ancient god from millions of years ago, a terrifying existence that could once physically cross the void and blow up asteroids with a single punch at every turn, and even if it died and was reduced to being today's guardian spirit, its battle prowess was far from something that could be compared to that of higher guardian spirits or superlative guardian spirits. However, Lin Tian still had a bottom line that belonged to him. Light Body Technique Domain. Lin Tian's body technique domain unfolded as his body moved quickly in an attempt to dodge this Great Amazing Sun Flame. Rumble. The Great Amazing Sun Flame entered Lin Tian's light body technique domain, and the rules of fire contained on its flames acted on the domain, shaking the domain and even affecting Lin Tian's light body technique. Right at this moment, Fire Dragon Z shouted, "King of Fire Amazing, blast the Great Amazing Sun Flame towards Xiao Xin'er's side." Understood. The King of Amazing Fire responded. With a thought, the Great Amazing Sunfire sword turned into a huge fireball that rushed towards Xiao Xin'er's side. Just as Xiao Xin'er was preparing to meet the Great Amazing Sunfire and fight with it, Lin Tian performed a light body technique to appear in front of the Great Amazing Sunfire. Taiji Fist. Vajra Palm. Left hand Taiji, right hand Vajra. Both hands fiercely pushed in the void and blasted together with the Great Amazing Sunfire ball. There was a loud boom. Firelight shot out in all directions, and its radiance seemed to cover the sunlight in the sky. Under Lin Tian's double stance, the Great Amazing Sunfire was blasted apart. However, at this time, people realized that a part of the Great Amazing Sunfire had landed on Lin Tian's body. This little bit of Great Amazing Sunfire was hanging on the upper half of Lin Tian's body and was burning, even spreading towards Lin Tian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Seeing this scene, a look of excitement appeared on the miserably white face of the Fire Dragon Sun. Although the King of Fire Amazingness forcibly mobilizing so much fire law power had made him consume a lot, the effect was very obvious. If he defeated Xiao Xin'er, who was at the 3rd level of the innate, with the 2nd level of the innate awakened realm, he would be completely famous in Star River University and become the most dazzling figure of the moment. Xiao Xin'er lost. Jin He in the audience seat said excitedly. Zhao Fengshang also had a joyful look on his face as he hurriedly said, although Xiao Xin'er's cultivation is high, her guardian spirit is still one of her weaknesses. She is a bit more powerful than a super guardian spirit, but she is still not a match for a god-level guardian spirit, but she will have to pay a heavy price even if she wants to defeat her with her cultivation at the 2nd level of the innate. The Fire Dragon Sun is still estimated to have consumed 60% of his power by now, and it's fortunate that the Great Amazing Sun Flame burned Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, or else the Fire Dragon Sun would have been defeated. But immediately after, Jin He frowned. Fire Dragonzi's guardian spirit restrained Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, but our guardian spirit doesn't necessarily restrain Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, so if we want to defeat her, I guess we still need to do some preparations. You mean impacting the 3rd level of the innate realm? Zhao Fengshang was surprised. Not bad, apply to the family for the boundary breaking pill and impact the 3rd level of the innate realm. Jin He said with a determined face. Just then, a voice resounded from the challenge stage. Oh, do you all think I'm going to lose? The words were filled with a sense of disdain and mockery. Chapter 114 Bathing Fire Refining Golden Body. On the challenge stage. Although Lin Tian's face was a little twisted, his eyes revealed a look of indifference, as if this great sun amazing fire wasn't difficult to hurt him. However, everyone could clearly see that the raging great sun amazing fire was already penetrating Lin Tian's body, burning his internal organs. An ordinary person would be reduced to ashes in less than a moment. Strange, the innate realm would definitely not be able to carry it if it was tainted by the Great Sun Amazing Flame. If we were to be tainted by the Great Sun Amazing Flame, we would have to die if no one saved us. Jin Hei was surprised. Maybe it's a deliberate attempt to hold on for dear life, wanting to hold on until Fire Dragon Sun's power runs out? Zhao Fengsheng frowned and guessed. Is it useful to hold on for dear life? The Fire Dragon Sun isn't injured right now, he's just a bit depleted, and the King of Fire Amazing is still in full strength, so just one Xiao Xin'er is able to deal with the King of Fire Amazing and the Fire Dragon Sun? Jin Hei couldn't believe that Xiao Xin'er was so powerful. Everyone was curious, even Fire Dragonzi. However, Fire Dragon Sun didn't let the King of Fire Amazing continue attacking anymore. If he had lured Lin Tian to perform the same death move, seriously injuring the King of Fire Amazing and allowing the King of Fire Amazing to return to the Guardian Spirit space, then he would be far from Xiao Xin'er's opponent, and he would easily be retired by Xiao Xin'er in seconds. The Amazing Fire King was his bottom card and his strongest aid. Wait until Lin Tian couldn't support himself, then he would have won. At this moment, there was only one person who wasn't worried about Lin Tian. That was Xiao Xin'er. She was connected to Lin Tian's heart and soul, and obviously sensed that Lin Tian was in a very good state of life at the moment, and that nothing had gone wrong. However, she was recalling the scene just now when Lin Tian had blocked the great amazing sunfire for her. Although she knew that Lin Tian was a guardian spirit and had the responsibility to defend her from the attack, she was still touched. At the same time, she was also secretly curious. Lin Tian should have a way to expel the Great Amazing Sun Flame, right, without taking any measures at all and letting the Great Amazing Sun Flame burn? Xiao Xin'er stared at Lin Tian for a few moments and fiercely realized what Lin Tian was up to. Bathing fire, refining golden body. This was a line from amongst the Vajra Indestructible body technique. The realization was to utilize special flames to burn the physical body, advancing the physical body to an alternate level, reaching the level of a golden body that was indestructible. Nowadays, although her and Lin Tian's Vajra Indestructible body had been cultivated to a certain extent and recovered very quickly, basically ordinary attacks could completely heal themselves, but if they were to be missing an arm or a leg, it would be impossible to recover. However, when the true Vajra Indestructible body was cultivated to the extreme, a broken heart or a chopped head could be recovered, and coupled with the effect of the blood nerves, as long as there was a piece of flesh and blood left, it could be slowly recovered. Of course, that was the highest level. But Lin Tian's Vajra Indestructible body had always been at a bottleneck, just short of bathing in fire to refine his golden body. If he used a special flame to quench his flesh, breaking the shackles and breaking through the bottleneck of the Vajra Indestructible body, then if he broke his fingers and hands, he could also slowly recover, which would have some of the effects of a true Vajra Indestructible body. She had once talked to Lin Tian on occasion about what kind of special flame to look for. Ordinary flames definitely wouldn't do, and the sun flames were so terrifying that even ordinary gods couldn't carry them, let alone her and Lin Tian, and once they got too close, they would instantly burn to ashes. And nowadays, the weakened version of the Great Amazing Sun Flame is a chiseling opportunity, Xiao Xin'er said with fierce surprise. It was difficult for her to block the Great Amazing Sunfire of the King of Fire Amazement because she was not as powerful as Lin Tian in her attainment of the Vajra Indestructible body in other Chinese martial arts, nor was her physical body as powerful as Lin Tian's. Therefore, she was unable to utilize the Great Amazing Sunfire, but Lin Tian could utilize the Great Amazing Sunfire. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Tian was suffering, but Xiao Xin'er understood that Lin Tian was refining his body, utilizing the Great Amazing Sun Flame to bathe the fire and refine his golden body, forging the Vajra Indestructible body. Vajra Indestructible body, e.g. washing marrow sutra, blood nerve, innate skill. The 4-billion-year-old Huaxia-era Gong methods made every realm of Lin Tian's incomparably perfect. The entire physical body from the outside to the inside didn't have a single flaw, even the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were no longer weak points, and they were enough to block the burning of the Great Amazing Sunfire. Gradually, she sensed that Lin Tian's aura was strengthening and his fleshly body was metamorphosing. The trace of the Great Amazing Sun Flame was being consumed and transformed into nourishment for Lin Tian's metamorphosis of the Vajra Indestructible body. The cells were boiling and life was evolving. Dong 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 dong. Lin Tian's body was soundlessly crashing like a flood bell, and like a blacksmith hammering away at 1,000 hammers, and like a knife sharpener sharpening his knife day and night. Suddenly, it was as if Lin Tian's body had completed the last hint of metamorphosis, and his entire body was violently wrapped in a raging fire, transforming into a huge fireball, making it impossible to see his silhouette. Dying? Fire Dragon Sun said excitedly. Logically, if the guardian spirit was going to be burned to death by the Great Sun Amazing Flame, the referee should have immediately rescued it, but the referee sat there honestly, motionless, seemingly unperturbed in the slightest. Something's not right. Jin Hei fiercely noticed the referee's expression, which was one of surprise, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Combined with the fact that the referee wasn't making a move, it was enough to tell one thing. Lin Tian was fine. Damn it, this guardian spirit is so terrifying that it hardened against the burning of the great sun amazing fire. Jin He said in shock. It can't be? Zhao Fengshang listened to Jin He's words and was a little disbelieving. Just at this moment, a maniacal laughter came out from within the great sun amazing flame fireball. King of fire amazing, thanks for the great sun amazing flame. I don't know how to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take this step. There was a clamor. Lin Tian stepped out from the fireball, and there was no longer a trace of flame on his body. Then, he swallowed the huge fireball in one gulp, and the remnants of the great amazing sun flame completed the final step of quenching within his body, quenching Lin Tian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels to another level. The great amazing sunfire was completely consumed, and Lin Tian completed his metamorphosis. At this moment, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were already permeated with a hint of immortality and indestructibility throughout his entire body. The Vajra imperishable body had completed its metamorphosis and had initially stepped into the imperishable body. The Vajra indestructible body could basically be divided into 2 parts, the Vajra body, the indestructible body, and the true Vajra indestructible body. Lin Tian was considered to have initially stepped into the level of the undying body, and what this level brought about was a huge metamorphosis in strength. It was at this time that Lin Tian had truly practiced the initial effects of a Huaxia era gong method. You're surprisingly fine. The amazing Fire King was astonished. Chapter 115 Boundary Breaking Pill. As a god-level guardian spirit, the King of Amazing Fire naturally knew his great amazing sun flame very well. How could a mere medium guardian spirit be able to block his great amazing sun flame? This was unscientific. But this was the case. Lin Tian was standing in front of him in a good way, and his great amazing sunfire was already depleted. Without the great amazing sunfire, I can still kill you. The amazing Fire King's body violently grew larger, transforming into a giant fire god's body of tens of meters. Trample you to death. The giant fire god's foot descended from the sky and stomped down towards Lin Tian. Break it for me. Lin Tian fiercely blasted his fist over, colliding with the King of Amazing Fire God's foot. An incredible scene appeared. The amazing Fire King's fire god's foot continued to crack, spreading all the way through his entire body. Light body technique domain. Lin Tian's body moved, relying on the power of the domain. He instantly arrived at the King of Fire Amazing's face and kicked over with a fierce kick. There was a rumbling sound. The amazing Fire King's huge body flew straight over, smashing the runic light shield of the challenge stage to the point where it kept shaking. Just then, there was a bang. The amazing King of Fire disappeared into smoke, forced to return to the guardian spirit space. Ah! Fire Dragon Child screamed miserably. His face was very pale, obviously consuming a lot. An instantaneous breath. Lin Tian appeared beside Fire Dragon Z, and before he could allow Fire Dragon Z to admit defeat, he grabbed Fire Dragon Z's clothes and violently threw Fire Dragon Z into the sky. Then, Lin Tian appeared in the air and stomped down. There was a bang. Fire Dragon Z's body crashed onto the challenge stage while Lin Tian's foot stepped down hard on Fire Dragon Z's body. Seconds. To Lin Tian, Fire Dragon Z was too weak, completely like an ant. I admit defeat. Fire Dragon Z said in a very low voice, and just after saying that, he completely fainted. At this point, the referee immediately declared Xiao Xin'er the winner, while Fire Dragon Z was sent to the school hospital by the Star River University's medical staff to go for treatment. The challenge ended while many people were still in a state of confusion. One moment, they thought that Lin Tian was going to die under the great amazing sunfire. The next moment, Lin Tian was unharmed, even swallowing the great amazing sunfire in one gulp, and also cracked the fire god's foot of the King of Fire Amazing with one punch, breaking the King of Fire Amazing apart and returning to the guardian spirit space. Everything changed too quickly. A medium guardian spirit dangling a god-level guardian spirit, even if it was a small level of advantage, it was still too incredible. In the audience, Jin He and Zhao Fengshang looked at each other, and both could see the incredulity in the other's eyes. This guardian spirit cannot be treated as a medium guardian spirit. The two secretly said in their hearts. Originally, they were prepared to challenge Fire Dragon Z immediately after Xiao Xin'er was defeated, and then challenge Xiao Xin'er again. But nowadays, there was no need to challenge Fire Dragon Z. Fire Dragon Z's ranking was below Jin He's, so it was impossible to apply for a challenge right now, and even if it was possible to do so, Fire Dragon Z could completely use his injuries as an excuse to delay the battle for a few days. As for Xiao Xin'er, Jin He and Zhao Fengshang knew very well that the two of them were not Xiao Xin'er's match right now. At best, their combat power was just a bit stronger than Fire Dragon Z, and their guardian spirits were also slightly more powerful, but they couldn't easily do what they could do to defeat the King of Flame Amazing. Nowadays, if they wanted to completely defeat Xiao Xin'er, there was only one way to do so. Impacting the third level of the innate. If they succeeded in impacting the third level of the innate, their strength would skyrocket by 1, and the strength exerted by the divine guardian spirit would also skyrocket by 1, so they might be able to defeat Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, Lin Tian. Immediately, the two men each left, no longer watching the challenge match. Xiao Xin'er was victorious and defeated Fire Dragon Z. The others simply didn't dare to issue another application challenge to Xiao Xin'er. The third level of innate, a medium guardian spirit that was even more powerful than a divine guardian spirit. Whoever dared to challenge Xiao Xin'er was looking for death. Jin family. Jin He took a leave of absence to return to the Jin family's ancestral land to pay homage to old ancestor Jin Zunwang. The Jin family's ancestral land was in a small space, a space opened up by the Golden Zun King. This space was not large, but it was the size of a small city, and many Jin family members lived here. In the center of the space, there was a divine hall, a place where the deities of the Jin family resided. As Earth's current number one family, the Jin family had two deities in addition to Old Man Jin Zunwang. One of the deities had just broken through not long ago, while the other was a deity whose lifespan was about to reach its great limit. Deities also have a life expectancy limit. The planetary star-level deity that just broke through, its life expectancy is only about 10,000 years. With the higher the cultivation, its life expectancy is also longer. The planetary star level 9 has 90,000 years of life expectancy. 90,000 years was also known as the lifespan limit of a planetary level deity. If they didn't step into the stellar level, a planetary level 9 deity would have to fall and die after 90,000 years. Golden Family Divine Hall. Jin He knelt down in front of old ancestor Jin Zunwang, kneeling on both knees, saying, "Old ancestor, Jin He has come to greet you. There's no need to hide anything from me. What is it? Say it." The Golden Zunwang knew that Jin He wouldn't have come to pay his respects at this time if he didn't have anything going on. "Old ancestor, I would like to request an innate boundary-breaking pill." Jin He pleaded. "You want an innate boundary-breaking pill?" King Jin Zun frowned. An innate realm boundary-breaking pill was nothing to him, but boundary-breaking pills were quite a lot to the Foundation if taken, and once more boundary-breaking pills were taken, the Foundation would be unstable, delaying future cultivation. Cultivating in a step-by-step manner and taking one step at a time to stabilize, this was the path that awakened people should take. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily raise his golden meditation to the passage realm. But why didn't he do so? Because once he did so, then Jin He, the most outstanding young clan member, would be completely wasted. Jin He, why do you want the boundary-breaking pill? The side effects of the boundary-breaking pill should be clear to you, right? King Jin Zun questioned. Jin He answered truthfully, "Old ancestor, I know the side effects of the boundary-breaking pill, but if I step into the third level of the innate, and spend some time to slowly stabilize my foundation, I can definitely eliminate this side effect. It's just a matter of spending a little more time." King Jin Zun nodded his head. This side effect could indeed be eliminated, but spending that much more time was a bit of a waste. It would be better to slowly cultivate. At this time, Jin He continued to explain, "Old ancestor, I want to defeat Xiao Xin'er from the first year. If I don't step into the third level of innate, I'm no match for her." Xiao Xin'er, that girl I've heard Principal Feng Bai mention, a medium guardian spirit awakened, with a demonic talent, but you're not her opponent even though you have a divine level guardian spirit? The Golden Zun King was also surprised. Chapter 116 Life Sense. Old ancestor, golden meditation is useless. With a look of shame on his face, Jin He immediately told Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit Lin Tian's battle prowess and recounted in detail the circumstances of Lin Tian's battle with the King of Fire Amazingness one by one. Using his physical body to withstand the King of Fire Amazing's great amazing sun flame, and in the end, he exhausted the great amazing sun flame, and his strength rose so much that he cracked the King of Fire Amazing's fire god's foot with a single strike. The Golden Sovereign King muttered and pondered for a while, immediately realizing the mystery of Lin Tian's strength from it. If I didn't guess correctly, Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit is also bound to be not an ordinary guardian spirit, but a speciality medium guardian spirit, and one that can continuously advance. The reason why his strength is violently more powerful than the King of Flame Amazing, I'm afraid that he used the King of Flame Amazing's great amazing sunflame to quench his flesh and make it metamorphose, so it seems that this guardian spirit has grasped a very powerful body refining technique. The Golden Zun King said indifferently. What the old ancestor said makes perfect sense. Jin He then pleaded, "Old ancestor, if I can't win against Xiao Xin'er, my heart is not willing to do so I asked the old ancestor to make it happen." King Jin Zun knew that this junior had a high level of arrogance in his heart, but this was normal. Pride wasn't bad, sometimes pride could also motivate cultivation and boost self-confidence. When he was young, he was also a generation of arrogance. Thus, he was very satisfied with the character of his offspring, but just being arrogant wasn't enough, and he needed more honing before he could truly grow up. Perhaps. I promise you. The Golden Zun King opened his mouth and agreed. In the Golden Zun King's opinion, if this junior of his own won against Xiao Xin'er, he would definitely be able to find the confidence and motivation to cultivate, and his cultivation journey would be smooth all the way. Even if he lost, he would be stimulated, and he would be able to be even more motivated. Thus, losing or not losing was a good thing for Jin He. Therefore, he agreed to help Jin He and let Jin He fight Xiao Xin'er. No matter what the outcome was, he didn't care. This is the boundary-breaking pill, as well as the first illusion god incense. The Golden Sovereign King casually threw out two balls of light that landed in Jin He's hands. One of the items was the very treasure that Jin Hei had dreamed of, the innate boundary-breaking pill, which could break the bottleneck of any level of the innate realm and advance to a higher level, and was one of the treasures that many innate realm powerhouses greatly desired. The other item was a black incense, emitting a strange fragrance, its purpose unknown. Old ancestor, what is this incense? Jin Hei was very curious. One world illusory god incense, it is one of the treasures I obtained by chance from a planet, and I originally wanted to bestow it on you as a gift when you stepped into the 9th level of innate, but now I can bestow it on you in advance. Once this incense is lit, its fragrance will make you fall asleep and enter a strange illusionary realm to spend your whole life, in which you don't remember everything about yourself, just like a newborn baby. Everyone's opportunities are different, but with an extra lifetime of enlightenment, this will have an incredible effect on the enhancement of your martial arts realm. Most importantly thing is that this one world illusion god incense can also evoke some of the lost memories of a divine level guardian spirit. The Golden Exalted King explained the effects of the one world illusion god incense little by little. After listening to the Golden Zune King's explanation, Jin Hei finally understood. Simply put, once he ignited the one world illusory god incense, it was equivalent to having one more life experience, and his state of mind would undergo a metamorphosis, which would cause a metamorphosis in his martial arts realm. When he awakened, his martial arts realm would skyrocket in a short period of time, and even the aftereffects from taking the innate boundary-breaking pill would quickly be eliminated with this one life state of mind underpinning. The foundation was solid, and the martial arts realm skyrocketed. In such a state, he was definitely the best at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Moreover, the state of a god-level guardian spirit would also change, and some of its lost memories would be recalled. It should be known that many guardian spirits lost most of their memories from their previous lives when they became a guardian spirit, and their combat experience and martial arts realm were far inferior to when they were at their peak, so if they recalled something, their strength and realm would inevitably grow by a portion. If his divine guardian spirit were to increase by a small amount on top of what it was now, that would be a huge increase. With his martial arts realm, coupled with the strength-enhancing divine grade guardian spirit, his hopes of winning against Xiao Xin'er would be greatly increased. Many thanks to the old ancestor for the treasure. Jin Hei cowed out fiercely. He knew that the value of the illusory god incense in this world was bound to be very expensive, and even passing god realm powers were bound to all coax for it, but the old ancestor had casually given it to him. At once, he felt very honored. Go on, no matter what the outcome is, I want you to accept it peacefully, understand? The Golden Ancestor King solemnly instructed. Old ancestor, Jin Hei understands. Jin Hei turned around and retired. A flash. There were only the last 2 days left of the half-month deadline. During these 13 days, challenges between first-year students occurred from time to time, with some winning and others losing, while the rankings of the final evaluation scores changed from time to time, but Xiao Xin'er's rankings remained unchanged, steadily residing in the first place. Ever since Fire Dragon Z's defeat, other people didn't dare to challenge her at all, even those few Ascendant Realm Awakened were too scared to apply for a challenge. Star River University, a certain restaurant. After Jin Hei returned to Star River University, he met with Zhao Fengsheng at the first opportunity. Seeing Jinhua again, Zhao Fengsheng noticed the amazing changes in Jinhua. Jinhua, how did your temperament become so big? Zhao Fengsheng was surprised. Although Jin Hei had stepped into the 3rd level of the innate and his aura was stronger, the breakthrough wasn't so great that even a person's aura had changed. It had changed too quickly in this period of time. Oh, how have I changed? Jin Hei asked with a faint smile. Becoming more calm and mature, and with less of that overbearing aura from before, and more of an ethereal and mysterious one, it seems like I've completed a turn in my life and changed into a different person. Zhao Fengsheng murmured. Perhaps. Jin Hei didn't explain too much. He knew why he had changed so much, having relived a life in the illusionary realm of the one-world illusionary god Fragrance. Although the memories of that life were a little hard to remember, with the insights of one more life, how could his mentality remain unchanged? If he had known about this change in advance, he might have resented it. But at this time it had completely changed. He felt that he hadn't changed at all, but others felt that the change was too great. For this change, he gladly accepted it. By the way, why are you still at the 3rd level of innate? Did you fail to break through? Jin Ning asked. Zhao Fengsheng let out a bitter smile and said, it's not that the breakthrough failed, it's that the old ancestor didn't allow me to use the boundary-breaking pill, and also prohibited me from challenging Xiao Xin'er, so I can only leave this task to you. Chapter 117 Jin Hei's Metamorphosis. It's a pity, I was expecting the two of us to defeat Xiao Xin'er together. Jin Hei shook his head and sighed slightly. It doesn't matter, originally my character wasn't too competitive, it's fine if you win. Zhao Fengsheng resumed his usual diffidence and spread his hands. Good, then I'll strive to win against Xiao Xin'er, but if I lose then I won't fulfill your expectations. Jin Hei smiled faintly and said. Jin Hei, you've really changed. If it was your previous words, you would have never mentioned the word lose, but I didn't expect that you would just blurt it out now. If it wasn't for the fact that I am too familiar with you and am certain that you are really Jin Hei, I would have suspected that you were someone else pretending to be you. Zhao Fengsheng marveled. People change. Jean Hay murmured. Star Network. On the last day of half a month, the penultimate day of the end of the freshman career, a challenge application startled all the freshman students. Jean Hay challenged Xiao Xin'er. Who was Jean Hay? Although Jean Hay had been completely crushed by Xiao Xin'er in every aspect before, Jean Hay's actual combat ability was undoubtedly the number one freshman at Star River University other than Xiao Xin'er, above Fire Dragon Child. The heir of King Jean Zun, the Jean family's supreme pride, and a god-level guardian spirit awakener. A single halo shrouded Jean Hay's head. If Star River University didn't have Xiao Xin'er, Jean Hay would be the newcomer king, the single most demonic student. However, even though Xiao Xin'er's combat prowess in the real world had defeated Fire Dragon Child before, many students still thought that Jean Hay could possibly defeat Xiao Xin'er. This was how people recognized Jean Hay's battle prowess. But for half a month, it was as if Jean Hay had disappeared. Finally, on this last day, Jean Hay appeared and challenged Xiao Xin'er as soon as he appeared. This challenge immediately attracted the attention of many people. For a moment, the circle of Tai students was in an uproar, and even secretly opened a betting board, wagering on who would lose and who would win. Some people thought that Xiao Xin'er would continue to write the myth of invincibility, while others thought that Jean Hay had prepared for the battle for half a month and must have some preparations, otherwise he wouldn't have rashly challenged Xiao Xin'er again. 10 o'clock in the morning. The first challenge field. At this time, almost 90% of the 100 freshman students had come here. It was near the end of the freshman semester, and there was almost nothing for the students to do, so they basically all came here to watch Jean Hay challenge Xiao Xin'er. As for the other challenge stations, they had basically ended their fights, and it seemed that this challenge between Jean Hay and Xiao Xin'er was the end of the freshman year. For this challenge, Xiao Xin'er came the earliest and was already waiting for Jean Hay. Xin'er, this Jean Hay has seen me defeat Fire Dragon's son last time, and now he dares to challenge you. I'm afraid that he's very well prepared back at the Jean family. Lin Tian communicated with Xiao Xin'er in the Guardian Spirit space. No matter how adequate it is, it's not as adequate as us. Last time, you and I didn't really explode our full fighting strength. Jean Hay didn't understand us at all. Among the same level, I am not afraid of any awakened. As for Jean Hay, whether or not he can reach the third level of innate is a question. Xiao Xin'er was full of confidence and didn't panic at all. Xin'er, even if Jean Hay reaches the fourth level of innate, I still have a way to defeat him. Lin Tian even said. Suddenly, many people's gazes looked towards the entrance of the number 1 challenge arena. Jean Hay had arrived. At this moment, some people who were familiar with Jean Hay noticed that Jean Hay's aura had changed. Strange, why do I feel like Jean Hay has changed into a different person? This aura doesn't look like him. I'm sure Jean Hay must have experienced incredible things in this half month, or else his temperament wouldn't have changed drastically all of a sudden. This change seems to have made Jean Hay even more terrifying. Yes, I also have this feeling. Jean Hay appears to be stronger and more mysterious, and also more scary. Perhaps he can win. Jean Hay entered the challenge arena and arrived at a challenge stage in the very center with Xiao Xin'er. There was no delay in the challenge, and as soon as the referee announced it, Xiao Xin'er and Jean Hay summoned their guardian spirits together. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit was Lin Tian, which was clear to everyone, but Jean Hay's guardian spirit was something that quite a few people had never seen before and had only heard about. Boom! A golden man appeared in people's sight. The guardian spirit of the golden underworld was a deity that grasped the laws of the golden system, an ancient god from 5 million years ago, known as the Golden Manslayer God. The Golden Manslayer God was known as the god of killing and the god of war in the ancient god era, very powerful, and with the realm division of the Star River era awakened, it would be a divine spirit above the 5th level of the planetary hierarchy, and was much more powerful than the King of Amazing Flame, the guardian spirit of the Fire Dragon Sun. Golden Manslayer, let go. Golden Meditation said to his guardian spirit, saying, "Yes, host." Golden Mangle Slayer answered, and instantly let go of his aura, and the third level of the innate realm was revealed. The third level of the innate realm, it seems that Golden Manslayer has also reached this realm. This freshman class is really powerful. The strongest person in the previous class was only at the peak of the first level of the innate realm. I didn't expect that there are so many awakened people above the second level of the innate realm and even the third level of the innate realm in this class. A sophomore student marveled. However, the fact that this term was so strong had something to do with Xiao Xin'er. If it wasn't for the fact that the others had mobilized their family's resources to frantically upgrade in order to catch up with Xiao Xin'er, they wouldn't have been able to upgrade so quickly. This couldn't be said that the previous term was weak, it could only be said that this term was too crazy. Realm of Gold. A golden light suddenly emerged from the Golden Manslayer's body and shot towards Xiao Xin'er. Seeing this golden light, Lin Tian stopped it and tried to use the Taiji diagram to counterattack it back, but when he caught this golden light, Lin Tian realized that this golden light was not an attack. Wow! The sky above the challenge stage. Golden Manslayer and Lin Tian were connected by a golden light and entered a huge boundary world. This boundary was the Golden Manslayer's Realm of Gold. The Realm of Gold could only be entered by those who were pulled in. It was difficult for others to break in and out. If the person who had been pulled in just now was Xiao Xin'er, the battle would already be over, and thus Xiao Xin'er would definitely not be a match for the Golden Manslayer god. Unfortunately, almost. Golden Meditation sighed as he shook his head slightly. If the Golden Manslayer had pulled Xiao Xin'er into the realm of gold just now, the victor would have been him. The sneak attack didn't work, so it could only prove to be an exchange of blows. Xiao Xin'er, guardian spirits have guardian spirit battles, we awaken have awakened battles, although you are strong in battle and once swept the Star River University of Taro Xingxing and Star Network, if it was the old me I would definitely not be your opponent, but nowadays I have changed. With a wave of his hand, a long spear appeared in Jin Hei's hand, and a thick battle intent rose up, as if he had transformed into a god of war. Chapter 118 Defeating a God-level guardian spirit again. It's as if Jin Hei has been transformed. Many people were shocked, especially those students who knew Jin Hei were astonished. It had to be said that today's Jin Hei truly possessed the qualifications of a supreme powerhouse. Kill. Jin Hei transformed into a golden light, holding a gun and viciously stabbing in the air. The power of the domain was added on top of the gun, and the sky was suddenly filled with gun shadows. And at this time, Xiao Xin'er also executed the light body technique domain. Her body moved slightly, changing her position multiple times per instant, as if she had transformed into a phantom, unable to see her real body. At the same time, a Taiji diagram hovered above Xiao Xin'er's head as well as around her. Lin Tian knew Taijiquan, and Xiao Xin'er had naturally inherited the martial art of Taijiquan as well, but she just wasn't as proficient as Lin Tian. Rumble. In an instant, Jin Hei and Xiao Xin'er collided together. However, at this time, people were shocked to find that the godlike Jin Hei was still shaken out by the Taiji diagram. Even though his battle prowess had increased greatly, Jin Hei was still too weak against Xiao Xin'er, who had inherited a number of Huaxia era techniques from 1 billion years ago. You are far more powerful than I thought. Jin Hei landed on the edge of the challenge stage and said very calmly. Then, his aura changed again, crossing into the 4th level of the innate realm in one fell swoop. But I'm also prepared, this is our Jin family's secret technique, it's enough to raise 1 level of battle power within an hour, at the cost of being weak for half a month. Jin Hei said. With a 1 heavy cultivation boost, Jin Hei's strength skyrocketed once again. In the audience, Zhao Fengshang looked at Jin Hei in shock and said, Jin Hei has truly metamorphosed, even if he loses this battle, he will definitely ascend to the peak. What on earth made him have such a great transformation? He wasn't clear about the one-world illusory god incense, otherwise he wouldn't have been so strange. The Jin Hei whose strength had skyrocketed was still a bit weaker than Xiao Xin'er, but it was already enough to fight Xiao Xin'er. After all, in addition to cultivating a weaker technique, Jin Hei had long been very powerful in other aspects, whether it was combat awareness or martial arts realm, as well as the rhythm of the battle was not weaker than Xiao Xin'er. After the first illusory god incense had awakened Jin Hei, he had continuously cultivated several martial arts to the realm level within this half-month, making rapid progress, and his strength was far more powerful than before. However, Xiao Xin'er's demonic level was also beyond his imagination, otherwise he would have defeated Xiao Xin'er a long time ago. Nowadays, if Fire Dragon Sun and Zhao Fengshang were to fight with Jin Hei, even if they were in the same realm, Jin Hei would be able to completely defeat them within 10 points. This was the Jin Hei after his metamorphosis today. Realm of Gold. Lin Tian was fighting with the Golden Manslayer. The Golden Manslayer was an ancient god that was even older and more powerful than the King of Flame Amazons, its combat experience was even better, and its cultivation was also 1 level stronger. Fighting against the Golden Manslayer, Lin Tian's pressure was indeed not small. Gold was the master of killing and attacking, the attack power was the first of the 5 elements, and the golden body forged by the law of gold was also known as the strongest defense, second only to the defense of the law of earth. Thus, the Golden Manslayer's attack was powerful and its defense was not weak. Although Lin Tian had practiced many of the techniques from the Huaxia era 1 billion years ago, and in terms of technique inheritance, he would definitely be able to shake off the Golden Manslayer god in countless ways, but the difference in realm was an incomparably short period of time to make up for it. After all, he was only an innate, while the Golden Manslayer god was an ancient god in his previous life, a truly powerful deity. A thin camel was bigger than a horse, this was an absolute truth. It wasn't easy for Lin Tian to defeat the Golden Manslayer. After a few moments of fighting, Lin Tian definitely took a one-loss attack approach. Without dodging, he directly exchanged wounds for wounds. You punch, you kick, I kick. Lin Tian completely abandoned dodging and directly came in hard. Under this method of attack, the Golden Manslayer had no choice but to go hard with Lin Tian. Knock knock knock. A sound of metal clashing echoed in the realm of gold, and it even traveled out of the realm of gold and was heard by many students. This method of attacking with fists crashing into flesh made many students' blood boil as they watched, and one by one, they cheered loudly. Kill! Kill! Lin Tian and Golden Manslayer gradually fused together from the 2 clusters of golden light and fought to the point where they almost stuck to everything, making it completely impossible to see the silhouettes. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. The realm of gold shattered. A mass of golden light crashed directly into the challenge stage. Luckily, Star River University's challenge stage was inscribed with runes and was considered a super large runic weapon, which was enough to block the attacks of the realm of the passing god. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have directly collapsed by such a collision between Lin Tian and the Golden Mansion deicide. The light dispersed. The golden mangled deicide was half kneeling on the ring, his Hun body was covered in injuries, and his golden blood flowed on the challenge stage, quickly evaporating. On the other hand, Lin Tian stood not far away, the upper half of his clothes almost shattered, revealing his magnificent body and a wound. But immediately after, many people were shocked to realize that Lin Tian's wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 20 seconds, Lin Tian's injuries completely disappeared. Vajra palm. Lin Tian pressed his right hand in the void and a huge golden palm slapped at the golden Mang deicide. The heavily injured golden Mangle Slayer attempted to block with both hands, but his strength was insufficient, and his entire body was instantly slapped away by the golden palm. In an instant, the golden Manslayer god was dispersed and returned to the golden meditation's guardian spirit space. And at the same time, Xiao Xin'er's Tai Chi fist completely shook the not-so-lightly injured golden meditation away, and her injuries were suddenly aggravated once again. With the guardian spirit defeated and himself severely injured, Jin He knew that he had lost. He didn't shout or show a crazy look, he just faintly bent down to Xiao Xin'er and said, "I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned around and left, seemingly not caring about this match at all. If it were before, Jin He would have inevitably shouted frantically, "There's no way I can lose." But nowadays, he was less arrogant and less middle-aged. Mature and steady. The mentality was also on a higher level. If this Jin He doesn't fall, he has a high hope of becoming a deity in the future. Lin Tian commented in a low voice. "Not bad, he has indeed changed too much, this kind of temperament and demeanor can't be faked, I really don't know what has happened to him, but this kind of change is undoubtedly good." Xiao Xin'er murmured. Although Jin He had become stronger, she knew that the gap between the two was still getting wider and wider, and Jin He would never be able to keep up with her. This challenge, Xiao Xin'er wins. This cry from the referee also represented the end of the last challenge of her freshman career. Freshman year final evaluation score, Xiao Xin'er was first. Chapter 119 in 8 Holy Water. At the end of her freshman year, Xiao Xin'er earned 1,906 final evaluation points. According to the rule that one evaluation point could be converted into 10 points, these 1906 final evaluation points could be converted into 19,060 points. Nearly 20,000 points, this was a huge number for freshmen. At first, during the freshman period, breaking the record was only 100 points, so one could imagine how many things could be bought with so many points. According to Star River University's regulations, freshman students had to gather 1,000 points before they could successfully advance to sophomore year, or else they would be expelled. 1,000 points was nothing for Xiao Xin'er, but for some students, this 1,000 points was not a small number. Originally, the final evaluation points obtained from the mission system was considered a channel of points, but many had only obtained dozens of points that could be converted into hundreds of points, and they hadn't accumulated too many points before, resulting in less than 1,000 points. In this term, there were a total of 3 students in freshman year who had less than 1,000 points, and were immediately notified by Star River University to withdraw from the program. Of course, withdrawing from school was humiliating enough for them, but not so much that they couldn't go to university. They couldn't make it in Star River University, but there were universities that wanted to grab them. For example, those universities that were ranked in the top few on Earth were waiting for Star River University to dismiss many of them, so it could be imagined that as soon as the news of these 3 students withdrawing from school spread, there were definitely multiple universities that threw out olive branches to them, inviting them to join their own universities. But for them, being expelled this was already very humiliating, and they were probably too embarrassed to go home. The last day of the end of freshman year. In the morning, the school held a graduation ceremony to celebrate the graduation of the senior students. And this time, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian met the long mysterious senior students. This batch of senior students were all very powerful. There were a large number of students at the 8th and 9th level of the innate realm, and even the number of students at the passing god realm was also quite a few. In the eyes of ordinary people, the passing spirit realm was known as a great power, but this group of students who were less than 30 years old had reached this level, which was really very heaven-defying. What shocked Xiao Xin'er and the other first-year students even more was that this senior year gave birth to 3 Void Realm Great Powers, completely surpassing the other students, and each of the Void Realm Great Powers gave a simple speech. Afternoon. Tutor Gao Ling summoned Xiao Xin'er and the others to the class to converge and summarize their freshman year careers. Naturally, the beginning was a long speech that made every student sleepy from listening, but the last sentence stirred up the emotions of all the students, causing all of them to get excited. As I mentioned before, at the end of the final session, the students will be rewarded based on their final evaluation scores. Everyone has a reward, it's just a matter of how expensive it is. Now you can go into the freshman rewards office on StarNet to claim your freshman rewards. Enter the freshman year reward collection office, located and teleport over there and you'll be there, so I won't give you guys the directions one by one. Tutor Gao Ling explained in detail. Yes. The students were excited beyond measure and said. Everyone was very curious about what rewards they could receive, and Xiao Xin'er was equally curious. Star Network, Freshman Year Prize Collection Office. Everyone received the corresponding rewards based on their final evaluation scores, but the redemption prizes could be chosen by themselves. And these prizes could be categorized into first grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth grade. The prizes in the first gear belonged to the students with the top 10 final evaluation scores, but Xiao Xin'er was not in the first gear, but a special prize item higher than the first gear. On the virtual screen, Xiao Xin'er was staring at the special prize items and checking them out. These prizes were all very precious, far beyond Xiao Xin'er's expectations, calling out that Star River University was rich beyond compare. One of the special prizes is the oversized void ring, which has 100 cubic meters of space, much larger than Xiao Xin'er's 10 cubic meters. The price of the 100 cubic meters of void ring even made Xiao Xin'er despair nowadays, so it could be seen how precious this reward was. Xiao Xin'er already possessed the void ring, which was sufficient for the time being, thus she did not pick this void ring. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er's gaze fixed on a treasure and she was instantly thrilled. Innate sacred water. Innate sacred water could wash the flesh and restore youth, and it could even prolong one's life by 50 years. For old people who were at the peak of the blood transfiguration realm and had a short lifespan, this innate sacred water was enough to change their destiny, giving them the hope of impacting the innate realm awakened. Xiao Xin'er's grandfather, was at the peak of the blood transformation realm and had a short lifespan, so even after taking the blood soul fruit, he didn't have the potential to continue impacting the innate. However, if he took the innate sacred water, Xiao could definitely succeed in impacting the innate realm in one fell swoop, extending his lifespan once again and obtaining a lifespan of 500 years. Previously, she had wanted to obtain the innate sacred water, but she was unable to purchase it, and even if someone was selling it, she guessed that she wouldn't be able to afford it. But now, the reward for the final evaluation of the freshman year unexpectedly had innate holy water. How could this not make her excited? It's going to be the innate sacred water. Xiao Xin'er was absolute. As for the other prizes, even if they were more precious, they couldn't compare to this innate sacred water, which was the hope that would allow her grandfather to live for a few hundred more years, and was one of the things she craved the most. Select, apply, redeem. The program application completed, Xiao Xin'er then waited for the school to release the innate sacred water to her. A few hours later, the campus courier delivered a box to her, and this box contained the very same bottle of innate sacred water. Opening the box, Xiao Xin'er saw a crystal bottle filled with a fluorescent-colored liquid substance, which was none other than the innate holy water. This is the innate sacred water. Tian appeared and stared at this innate sacred water, revealing a hint of longing. If he could get the formula of this innate holy water, he might be able to manufacture it in the Huaxia era and then give it to his parents and sister to help them prolong their lives for a few decades again and restore their youth. However, the price of this innate holy water was so expensive, and its formula was even more top secret, not something he could get his hands on right now. Put it away. Tian admonished. Xiao Xin'er nodded and put this bottle of innate sacred water into the void ring. Next, Xiao Xin'er started ordering gifts on StarNet. There would be a month's vacation at the end of her freshman year, and after the month's vacation, her sophomore career would begin. Thus, during this 1 month, she could go home to accompany her parents and grandfather, so of course, she needed to buy tons of gifts to go back. Tian, what gifts to buy, what do you suggest? Xiao Xin'er asked for advice. Chapter 120 Old Ancestor's 200th Birthday. Buy a few smaller void rings. Void rings are quite useful and can be given to your grandfather. Once your grandfather breaks through to the Ascended Realm, there will also be enough to wear a void ring. With an Ascended Realm awakened person, plus you being a student of Star River University, no one would dare to snatch your grandfather's void ring. Tian made a suggestion. Void ring? Not bad, it's time to buy a void ring for Grandpa. Xiao Xin'er gently nodded her head. Thus, she ordered 4 or 5 void rings in a row, all of which were 10 million level void rings, considered to be the smallest, only 1 cubic meter. But even if it was just 1 cubic meter, it was enough to put some basic things. In addition to these, she also ordered some spiritual liquids for cultivation as well as a few 7th and 8th rank cultivation techniques to give to her relatives. The Star River era had a very strict control over merit laws. Any 7th order merit law was as high as hundreds of millions of star coins, and 8th order merit laws were even hundreds of millions of star coins. Although the Xiao family was a large family in Phylan City, with hundreds of millions of total assets, most of them were immovable assets and belonged to multiple branches, thus they simply couldn't afford to buy 7th or 8th order techniques, and if they did, the entire Xiao family would be paralyzed. Perhaps some people in the Xiao family are rich in assets, but everyone is selfish and unwilling to take out their own private assets to help the Xiao family. If not, the Xiao family would not have been unable to develop. 100 million star coins was a huge amount for the Xiao family, but it was nothing for Xiao Xin'er. She couldn't pass on to the Xiao family the techniques from the Huaxia era a billion years ago, but it was possible to give a few more 7th or 8th order techniques, which would also slowly make the Xiao family's heritage deeper. A series of gifts spent no less than 500 million star coins, but Xiao Xin'er does not care. Lacking star coins, she could completely refine runic weapons, and could completely earn a large amount of star coins in a short period of time. The day after her freshman career ended, Xiao Xin'er returned to Filan City by flying machine. Filan City, Xiao family. After Xiao Xin'er returned home, she found that the Xiao family was particularly lively, and after consulting with her parents' grandfather, she realized that Xiao Beishan's grandfather had returned, and was also the grandfather shared by Xiao Ao, Xiao Fei, and many other patriarchs, and was the Xiao family's oldest ancestor, who was 200 years old this year, and was an ascended realm awakened person. This old ancestor of Xiao Xin'er's was named Xiaozhe, and in the past 100 years or so, he had often traveled and walked in the outside world, only returning to the Xiao family once in a while. Now, this old ancestor's 200th birthday had arrived, and only then did he return to the Earth Xiao family to see his children and grandchildren. The old ancestor had returned, and it was his 200th birthday, which was a great thing for the Xiao family. As a result, the entire Xiao family was busy, preparing for their old ancestor's 200th birthday feast, celebrating this great event worth getting excited about. Xiao Xin'er's grandfather and parents were also busy with the birthday ceremony, and knowing that Xiao Xin'er had returned, they didn't have time to accompany Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er only saw her parents and grandfather once, and never knew where they went to be busy again. "Sister, did you bring me a gift this time?" Xiao Xin'er's younger brother saw Xiao Xin'er and said with an expectant face. He knew that his sister was very powerful and rich now. He had brought her many gifts last time, and he was afraid that he would have brought quite a few gifts this time as well. "Brother, how is your cultivation progress? If it's good, I'll give you a gift," Xiao Xin'er said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling raised his head. "Sister, you don't look at whose brother I am. Can my progress be slow? I am now an awakened of the 9th level of the flesh realm, and I will soon be entering my senior year of high school. Although I can't enter Star River University, it is very easy to enter other universities." The words were full of confidence. 9th level of the flesh body realm, not bad. Xiao Xin'er was slightly surprised. Although this had the credit of the spiritual liquid she bestowed on her, without a certain amount of talent, it would not have been possible to ascend so quickly. Spiritual liquid was not everything. If the talent itself was not good, even a massive amount of spiritual liquid could not pile up a strong person to come out. Judging from Xiao Ling's rate of progress, his qualification talent was by no means weaker than the average high guardian spirit. "Nah, here." Xiao Xin'er took out some spiritual liquids, part of which was a body-tempering spiritual liquid, and the other part was a marrow-cleansing liquid, and it was also a marrow-cleansing liquid with very rare impurities, and the price was also very expensive. Each one was not less than 400,000 star coins. Although it was not as good as the C78 boutique marrow-cleansing liquid, it wasn't that much worse. Seeing so many spiritual liquids, and also the marrow-cleansing liquid, Xiao Ling's eyes glowed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, sister." "Don't be in a hurry, there's another gift." Xiao Xin'er took out a marrow cleansing realm 7th order technique and handed it to Xiao Ling. "This is the 8th order marrow cleansing realm technique, Heavenly Bone Shattering Wind Scripture. The most powerful marrow cleansing realm technique of our Xiao family is only of the 6th order, so cultivate this technique. This is a technique that has been purchased from a formal channel, so don't worry about cultivating it. When you have memorized the contents of this gungfu, then pass it on to Grandpa so that it can become our Xiao family's gungfu and can be cultivated by more Xiao family members." 8th order marrow cleansing realm merit technique. Xiao Ling was excited. He was worried about the marrow cleansing realm's merit law, but he didn't expect his sister to casually throw him an 8th rank merit law. One must know that apart from that divine level technique, the 8th rank technique was only second to the 9th rank. This kind of merit law was enough to create a powerful family, and the price of each one was definitely not less than hundreds of millions of star coins. It said that the students of Star River University are all incredibly wealthy, and that one person is comparable to the entire assets of a large family, so it's really true. Xiao Ling thought. After putting away the 8th order marrow cleansing realm technique, Xiao Ling bid farewell to Xiao Xin'er as he prepared to go back to his room to properly study this technique. After Xiao Ling left, Lin Tian faintly said in the guardian spirit space, "Xin'er, this younger brother of yours is very dedicated to cultivation. It's inevitable that he will step into the innate in the future. Even the Tongshan realm isn't out of the question. As for the void realm, there's not much hope. The medium guardian spirit is bound to be too weak." Yes, the rank of the guardian spirit determines everything. Xiao Xin'er sighed, but fiercely remembering her own guardian spirit, she couldn't help but add, "Can't count you pervert out. Xin'er, there are countless treasures in the Star River era. There might be treasures that can raise the rank of the guardian spirit, so if you get it in the future and send your brother a share, it won't be fine." Lin Tian hurriedly said. "Well, we still have to cultivate hard, otherwise we won't be qualified to get the treasures even if we see them," Xiao Xin'er said with firm eyes. Chapter 121 Battle Spirit University Instructor. The Xiao family's old ancestor Xiaozhe's 200th birthday ceremony took place as promised. On this day, almost all of the clansmen from the Xiao family's direct main line and side branches had all come. Many Xiao family members had never seen this 200-year-old ancestor and naturally wanted to come and meet him. Besides, they didn't dare not to come for the old ancestor's 200-year-old birthday. In addition to the Xiao family members, the Xiao family also invited some big names of Filan City to be present to support their face. As for Xiao Xin'er's generation, all the juniors were also present, including Xiao Tangyu. Xiaoxia's 200th birthday celebration, the venue was divided into the Xiao family's main hall, side halls, and various courtyards, which could be said to be filled with a large number of tables and seats. Among them, the main hall of the Xiao family was the place where only the main direct members of the Xiao family as well as the big shots could sit down, while everyone else could only sit down in the side halls or courtyards. Xiao Xin'er, Xiao Ling, Xiao Tangyu, the outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of the Xiao family sat at a table in the corner. Even though Xiao Xin'er was very powerful, in the Xiao family it was based on seniority, thus she could only sit at this location. The banquet table. Xiao Tangyu gazed at Xiao Xin'er and asked with a smile, Xiao Xin'er, the old ancestor has come back this time, we juniors are to send congratulatory gifts. Xiao Ling, they are only in high school, they don't have the ability to make money yet, but college students have the ability to make money, and they need to contribute gifts. I don't know what kind of gifts you have prepared? This after the meeting you will know. Xiao Xin'er faintly said. She reasoned didn't know that her old ancestor had come back for her birthday and thus didn't prepare any gifts, but she had brought back quite a few gifts for her loved ones this time, so she could just choose one at random. She was not worried about the issue of gifts. You are a student of Star River University, the gift can't be shabby. Xiao Tangyu appeared to be reminding, but was actually provoking. Don't worry, it's definitely more expensive than your gift. Xiao Xin'er retorted. Oh, then I'll have to see your gift later. Xiao Tangyu raised an eyebrow. In the beginning, it was all about guests offering gifts, such as a certain group's big boss who came to pay his birthday respects to Xiaoxia, all of whom would send gifts, which were announced by the Xiao family's clan members who specialized in controlling gifts. Hai Guang, chairman of the Great Sea supermarket chain group, presents a pair of 3,000-year-old fine porcelain vases and a 100-year-old Shaokong wine. Here to pay tribute to your birthday. Zhang De, the director of Wega Martial Arts Museum, dedicates a purple and gold tiger collectible here to pay his respects. The head of the Li family in Filan City has ordered third elderly Coco to dedicate 50 quenching liquids, here to pay his respects. A famous bigwig of Filan City either came to congratulate him personally or ordered someone to bring gifts to congratulate him. These gifts were basically not cheap, almost all of them were above tens of thousands of star coins, and when accumulated, it would be a huge amount of income. Seeing so many gifts, the top management of the Xiao family was overjoyed. The more people who sent gifts, it meant that the Xiao family was developing better and had better relationships. Above. Xiaoxia, the old ancestor of the Xiao family, sat there with a calm face, not placing much importance on these gifts. He was an ascended realm awakened, with a lifespan of 500 years, and now only 200 years had passed, and when converted into an ordinary person, he was just now entering middle age, in his prime. As an ascended realm awakened, in the future, there might still be a glimmer of hope to step into the passing spirit realm, and at his current level, the gifts he was looking at were all treasures that would help in the cultivation of the ascended realm, rather than low-level treasures. The other Xiao family members were very satisfied with these treasures, but he didn't fluctuate in the slightest. But he also knew that those Filan City bigwigs couldn't send too expensive gifts to him, and being able to come and give gifts was already very polite. Suddenly, a voice with astonishment rang out. Tutor Wan Tian of Battle Spirit University has offered 10 P12 blood clots, 10 8th grade runic weapons, and 1 7th grade runic weapon to pay his respects. Boom! Hearing this, everyone in the Xiao family stood up. Battle Spirit University tutors, those were all great powers of the Tongshan realm. As for instructor Wan Tian, the senior members of the Xiao family had some knowledge of him, a peak-passing spirit realm instructor of the Battle Spirit University, and also Xiao Tangyu's master. A great power at the peak of the passing god realm, that was a truly great person. 10 P12 blood clots plus 10 8th grade runic weapons and 1 7th grade runic weapon added up to a total of 4 million star coins. 4 million star coins in one's hand showed the generosity of a peak passage realm powerhouse. A lowest level void ring was only 10 million star coins, while 4 million star coins was almost equivalent to half a void ring. This kind of bravado immediately shocked many people. But what really surprised people was undoubtedly Wan Tian's identity. A great power at the peak of the passing god realm, a tutor of the Battle Spirit University, actually came to pay birthday tribute to a tiny innate in the Xiao family's old ancestor area. This kind of face could not be exchanged for any amount of star coins. It could be imagined that Wan Tian had come to the Xiao family to pay his birthday call, and if this matter was spread out, who of the major powers in Filan City would dare to provoke the Xiao family again? Excited. Envious. Various colors appeared on the faces of the guests, and one by one, their gazes looked towards the entrance of the main hall. At this moment, the most excited ones were undoubtedly Xiao Tangyu and Xiao Ao. The fact that Tutor Wan Tian was able to pay his respects to Xiao Zhi was undoubtedly giving Xiao Tangyu face, while Xiao Ao was Xiao Tangyu's grandfather, so naturally, he also felt a sense of honor. Xiao Zhi, who was originally sitting there motionless, also hurriedly came to the gate to personally greet Wan Tian's arrival. He was only at the 4th level of the innate realm, so how could he dare to sit there peacefully and wait for Tutor Wan Tian to come to pay his respects? If he didn't come out to greet him, wouldn't that be looking down on Tutor Wan Tian? Soon, Tutor Wan Tian appeared. Middle-aged man-like, with a majestic face and a pair of sword eyebrows, wearing a white robe with his hands behind his back, he had the aura of a worldly superior. This person was none other than Wan Tian, who was at the peak of the passing god realm. Master! Xiao Tangyu immediately stepped forward and bent over in respect. Disciple, your old ancestor's 200th birthday, I happen to be fine, so I came to pay my respects to your old ancestor. Wan Tian said so on the spot, giving Xiao Tangyu enough face. Hearing Wan Tian's words, Xiao Tangyu's face turned red with excitement. He felt that today was the most honorable moment of his life. Xiao Zhi also walked forward with an excited face, slightly bending down and said, Tutor Wan Tian has come to pay his birthday respects. It's really a toss-up, please quickly enter the hall and take a seat at the upper seat. Xiao Zhi took the initiative to step back sideways, allowing Wan Tian to enter the main hall first. Wan Tian also complied with Xiao Zhi's good intentions and stepped into the main hall of the Xiao family, sitting in his seat next to the main seat of the upper seat, sitting together with Xiao Zhi. Chapter 122 Xiao Tangyu, 9th grade Rune Master. Battle Spirit University Tutor, a great man at the peak of the passing spirit realm, personally came to pay his birthday congratulations, and even sat with Xiao Zhi. Many people were very restrained, and at the same time, they also felt very honored. The opportunity to be able to sit together with a peak passing god realm big shot at the same time was not something that could be had at any time, and if it were to be said, it would be enough to brag about for a while. The main table. Tutor Wan Tian gazed at Xiao Tangyu and said loudly, You all should know that Xiao Tangyu is my disciple, right? Although I have several disciples, Xiao Tangyu's talent is considered to be the best amongst my several disciples, and what makes me even more proud of him is his attainments in rune weapons. Rune weapons? Many people were shocked upon hearing this. Runes were one of the more popular things in this era, and rune weapons were even more of a favorite of many people. Owning a rune weapon was the desire of many awakened, but rune weapons were very expensive. Even the lowest level of the 9th grade runic weapon, its price is also in 10,000 star coins or even 50,000 star coins, while the 8th grade runic weapon is basically in more than 100,000 star coins. The price of the 7th grade runic weapon can even reach the level of millions, in which the top of the 7th grade perfect quality of the runic weapon can even be able to sell for millions of high price. This time, a 7th grade runic weapon offered by Tutor Wan Tian was at the million level. Rune weapons were so precious, and the status of a rune master could be imagined. Tutor Wan Tian said that Xiao Tangyu had a high runic talent, if Xiao Tangyu could become a runic master. For a moment, many Xiao family members had different thoughts. At this time, Wan Tian continued to speak, I am not only a tutor of the Battle Spirit University, but also a 7th grade rune master, and Xiao Tangyu's runic talent is even better than mine, and in the future, he is even expected to reach the realm of a 6th grade rune master. This time, I came to pay my birthday tribute to Xiao Tangyu's old ancestor Xiao Zhi in addition to one other thing. Listening to Wan Tian's words, Xiao Tangyu's expression moved. He had already guessed why Wan Tian had come, and could not help but raise his head, ready to meet everyone's admiration. 10 or so days ago, I personally took Tangyu's apprentice to the Battle Spirit City Rune Master Guild to go to the 9th grade Rune Master examination, and Tangyu's apprentice performed well, and luckily passed the 9th grade Rune Master examination, and yesterday, the Rune Master Guild sent the 9th grade Rune Master's certificate to the Battle Spirit University, and pondering that Tangyu had already returned home, I personally sent it to him, and in the meantime, I paid my birthday tribute and congratulations to his old ancestor. Wan Tian casually said. Hearing this, Xiao Ao looked excited and said, Instructor Wan Tian, are you saying that our family's Tangyu has become a 9th grade rune master? He purposely raised his voice very high so that many people outside the main hall could hear it. In fact, he had already known about this matter, as Xiao Tangyu had told him the first time he came back, but now it happened to be a good moment to make the announcement, so he naturally had to intentionally express himself in such a way. Not bad, this is the 9th grade rune master certificate. Wan Tian took out Xiao Tangyu's 9th grade Rune Master certificate from within the void ring and shouted, Tangyu, come here to receive your Rune Master certificate. Yes, Master. Xiao Tangyu walked over with great excitement, received the Rune Master certificate with both hands, and spread it out so that everyone could clearly see it. Headshot, Rune Master Guild Seal, 9th grade Rune Master title. There was no need to look at this certificate to know that it was real, and no one doubted it. In just 1 year of attending Battle Spirit University, not only did he worship a strong person at the peak of the Tongshan realm as his teacher, but he also became a 9th grade rune master. At this moment, even though Xiao Tangyu's strength was far inferior to Xiao Xin'er's, her status in their hearts had already surpassed Xiao Xin'er. Because Xiao Tangyu was a 9th grade rune master. The significance of a rune master to a family far surpassed a strong man. Good. Xiao Xin'er was thrilled and couldn't stop talking. The fact that someone among his own offspring was able to become a rune master made him very long in the face. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Tangyu immediately sent a gift. Old ancestor, since Tangyu became a 9th grade rune master, he has been refining 9th grade rune weapons day and night, and now he has refined 29th grade rune weapons, which is considered to be a congratulation to your old man. The gift is light, but it is also a token of Tangyu's intention. Saying that, Xiao Tangyu wiped on the ring in his hand. 20 pieces of rune weapons appeared, and one by one, they were placed on the gift table on the side. Void ring! Many people exclaimed in shock. A lowest level void ring was worth tens of millions of dollars, and Xiao Tangyu definitely couldn't afford a void ring. That was undoubtedly a void ring bestowed by Tian. After taking out these 20 pieces of rune weapons, Xiao Tangyu took out some more papers and introduced, these are the certification certificates of the rune weapons. It's the certification certificates that came out from the Mina Group and the Rune Masters Guild. It's definitely qualified to produce and can be sold and traded arbitrarily. The Xiao family can use these weapons as they please without any trouble. Seeing that the certificates of authentication were available, the Xiao family members put their hearts down. In this era, although rune masters could refine rune weapons, they could not bestow them to people indiscriminately. If they were to bestow them to people indiscriminately, wouldn't that be no different from private trading? Private trading that was to avoid the Rune Masters Guild and not wanting to pay the runic tax was not allowed. Only group companies that were recognized by the Rune Masters Guild or the Ancient Script Research Association were allowed to sell runic weapons. Products had various certificates of authentication, and runic weapons also had certificates of authentication, which was equivalent to the fact that every runic weapon had been tested and filed, and had already paid their taxes to the Rune Master Guild, so they could be used to trade at all. With the certificates of authentication, these rune weapons could be used at will. Take it, Tangyu's gift, old ancestor, I love it. Xiao Xin'er burst into laughter. Guardian Spirit Space. Xin'er, this clan brother of yours isn't bad, even though there is one Tian, a peak-passing spirit realm and 7th grade rune master who guided him with all his might. This is how he could master the rune technique and become a 9th grade rune. The rune talent is not bad, but it's still too much worse compared to you. Lin Tian commented. I don't want to be so showy. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Ha, I reckon that you won't be able to even if you don't want to show off later. This clan brother of yours will definitely provoke you again this time. Lin Tian guessed. As expected. At this moment, Xiao Tangyu's gaze looked over towards Xiao Xin'er's side. Chapter 123 Offering, The Void Ring. Xiao Xin'er, you're a student of Star River University. I wonder what kind of gift you've prepared for the old ancestor this time. Xiao Tangyu said aloud. At this moment, everyone's gazes looked at Xiao Xin'er, even Xiao Xia, the old ancestor, looked at Xiao Xin'er. For Xiao Xin'er, Xiao Xia was naturally very satisfied. This was the only student of the Xiao family who had been admitted to Star River University, and was also the pride of the Xiao family. But nowadays, in Xiao Xia's heart, Xiao Tangyu's status was not the least bit low. Xin'er, let me say it, this clan brother of yours, Xiao Tangyu, has definitely provoked you. What do you say? Lin Tian even said. Lin Tian, provoking is provoking. It's hard for me to be bothered with a 9th grade rune master plus a blood transformation realm awakened. But I can't lose face in front of the family either, so let's just send a 6th grade runic weapon as well as a void ring. Xiao Xin'er decided. Thus, she walked over to the main table. Old ancestor, Xin'er has prepared 2 gifts for you as well. Xiao Xin'er softly said. Oh, 2 gifts? Xin'er girl, whatever gift you give, old ancestor, I will be satisfied. Xiao Xia happily laughed. He didn't care too much about what gifts, after all, they were his own juniors. As an old ancestor, he naturally didn't care how expensive gifts the juniors sent, as long as the intention was there. He, as an old ancestor, would be very happy. I wonder if the old ancestor has a void ring? Xiao Xin'er suddenly asked. Hearing this question from Xiao Xin'er, Xiao Xia's face was embarrassed for a moment. As an innate realm awakened, he was actually not rich. Even though he had accumulated some star coins, he would quickly purchase cultivation resources, and void rings were too expensive, with the lowest level void rings being as high as 10 million star coins. As a poor innate realm awakened person, he really didn't want to spend tens or even tens of millions of dollars to buy a void ring, and he didn't have such a generous mentor like Tian, so naturally he didn't send him a void ring. As a result, he had not possessed a void ring of his own to date. The old ancestor currently does not have a void ring. The old ancestor said awkwardly. Xiao Tangyu on the side seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, Xiao Xin'er, what do you mean by asking this, mocking the old ancestor? What is your intention? For a moment, quite a few Xiao family executives were very embarrassed. Facing Xiao Tangyu's questioning, Xiao Xin'er ignored it and instead directly took out a void ring and handed it to old ancestor Xiao Xia. Old ancestor, since you don't have a void ring, as a juniors, I'll offer a void ring as a gift. Even though it's the lowest level of void rings, it still represents a token of affection from the junior. What, a void ring as a gift? This is 10 million star coins. Many VIPs were shocked and surprised. This was a void ring, something that many people could only dream of. And Xiao Xin'er was just a college student. The moment she made a move, it was such a treasure, it was really too generous. Xin'er girl, you're going to send old ancestor my void ring? Xiao's face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Xin'er incredulously. Yes, old ancestor, I know that old ancestor, you are 200 years old on your birthday, specially but purchased this void ring for you as a birthday gift. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Although these words weren't sincere, if they were said, the old ancestor would naturally be happy and would also be able to increase the prestige of his lineage. Well, since it's a gift from girl Xin'er, I'll accept it, old ancestor. Xiao immediately accepted the void ring. If it was a normal expensive gift, he might not accept it, but he liked the void ring too much and wanted one very much. His own late offspring's offspring gave him the void ring, how could he not accept it? Moreover, he also knew that this late generation of his was a student of Star River University, and students of Star River University could all be worth a lot of money, even if 10 million star coins was a lot, but Xiao Xin'er was able to afford the void ring, and her worth was bound to be above the 10 million level. At this moment, he became even more proud. One was Xiao Tangyu, a 9th grade rune master, and the other was Xiao Xin'er, a student of Star River University who could afford a void ring at the drop of a hat. Having two such powerful offspring, he was truly a bit proud. Congratulations to the old ancestor for obtaining the void ring. Congratulations to the Xiao family's old ancestor for obtaining the void ring. Not only the people of the Xiao family, some of the VIPs from Phylan City also congratulated in unison. By the way, Xin'er girl, what is your second gift, old ancestor? I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Xiao smiled. Xiao Xin'er wiped on her void ring, and a sword that emitted light appeared. She knew her old ancestor Xiao a little bit, being an awakened who was proficient in knife-type martial arts, thus she took out the knife. Old ancestor, this is a 6th grade runic weapon, offer it to your old ancestor. Xiao Xin'er handed over the 6th grade rune weapon. Suddenly, Tutor Tian, who was at the side, opened his mouth and asked, 6th grade rune weapons are worth tens of millions of dollars, and I observe that the quality of this weapon of yours is at the very least above excellent quality, and it's definitely worth tens of millions of star coins. But I don't know if you have a certificate of authentication. If you don't have a certificate of authentication, it's best not to give this gift away. Certificate of authentication. Xiao did not dare to receive it for a moment. If he didn't have a certificate of authentication, he really didn't dare to ask for the 6th grade rune weapon. As for the void ring, this thing didn't need to be certified, because the void ring didn't belong to rune weapons, but was a spatial treasure, a weapon refined by a great power above the void realm utilizing the laws of space, and it didn't have anything to do with Rune, and the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts couldn't even care less about the sale of void rings. The void ring, he could take as much as he wanted, but he really didn't dare to take a runic weapon that didn't have a certificate of authentication. There's no certificate of authentication. Xiao Xin'er confessed. This weapon had only been refined by her not too long ago. It was a 6th grade weapon that she had refined for her grandfather, and its materials had been selected and purchased by herself. She had refined several 6th grade weapons like this in total. Due to time issues, she hadn't had time to certify them yet, but she could still give them away. Little waif, you dare to give away weapons without a certification certificate? Even if you are a student of Star River University, but if the Rune Master Guild knew about it, they wouldn't take your identity into consideration and would severely punish you as usual. Tian coldly said. Instructor Tian, you are an instructor of Battle Spirit University and a 7th grade rune master. You are very knowledgeable. Do you know that there is a quota for the number of runic weapons that can be handled privately by runic masters of the 7th grade and above every year? Xiao Xin'er said with a smile on her face. Chapter 120 for the real big shots are here. Of course I know. Instructor Tian said as if he was counting. According to the regulations of the Rune Master Guild, 7th grade rune masters can privately handle 3 of their own refined rune weapons per year. Even if they trade privately, there is nothing wrong with it. Handwrite the certification and stamp it with your own rune badge to make it a true certification. The certification is valid. Afterwards, the holder brings this certification to the Rune Master Guild to register it. The certificate is valid, and afterwards the holder will bring it to the Rune Master Guild to register. Whereas a 6th grade rune master can privately dispose of 5 of his own refined rune weapons per year, a 5th grade rune master can privately dispose of 10 of his own refined rune weapons per year. In short, the higher the grade of the rune master, the higher the number of rune weapons that can come out privately. Not bad. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. What Instructor Tian said is very right in detail, and I am in a position to grant this rune weapon a true certificate of authentication since it was refined by me. Listening to Xiao Xin'er's words, the entire room was dumbfounded. Xiao Xin'er, words can't be spoken carelessly. This is a 6th grade rune weapon. Even my master was unable to refine it, and you're saying that you refined it? Xiao Tangyu didn't believe it at all, thinking that Xiao Xin'er was talking nonsense. Instructor Tian also coldly said, Xiao Xin'er, impersonating a 6th grade rune master of the Rune Masters Guild is a felony, so don't talk nonsense. If it was a delusional statement just now, I can pretend that I didn't hear it. Xiao Xin'er laughed softly. Impersonating a rune master? How could I possibly do it? Do you think a student of Star River University would be that stupid? Originally, I didn't want to be that high profile, but since everyone is skeptical, then I'll just take out my rune badge and rune master certificate to show everyone just that. Saying that, Xiao Xin'er took out a badge from within her void ring. Silver with 1 star. The Rune Master Guild's silver 1-star badge precisely represented a 6th grade Rune Master. Next, Xiao Xin'er took out another certificate, similar to Xiao Tangyu's Rune Master certificate from before, but the only difference was that Xiao Xin'er's Rune Master certificate was silver, while Xiao Tangyu's Rune Master certificate was copper. The color of the certificate was the same as the Rune Master badge. Spreading it out, the information of the Rune Master's name inside as well as his avatar and so on were all consistent with Xiao Xin'er's, while the seal of the Rune Master Guild was also genuine. As soon as Tian scanned Xiao Xin'er's Rune Master certificate, he recognized that it was a real Rune Master certificate, not a fake. Immediately, his mouth opened wide in surprise. "You're only a freshman, how is it possible for you to become a 6th grade Rune Master?" Tian was somewhat incredulous. "Old ancestor, I'll handwrite the rune certificate for you and stamp it with my Rune Master badge and sign it. At that time, you can just go to whichever Rune Master guild and register, and then you can receive the real certification," Xiao Xin'er said to her old ancestor, Xiaozhe, with a smile on her face. Good. Xiaozhe was already too excited to say anything at this point, and could only say 3 good words in a row. 6th grade Rune Master To put it in an unexaggerated way, a 6th grade Rune Master could even ask a passing God Realm powerhouse to help out, and could even make a passing God Realm powerhouse follow him. And a 6th grade Rune Master could even allow a family to become a truly great family, with the benefits created every year definitely being at the level of billions. The Xiao family's annual benefits were only in the tens of millions, and most of those tens of millions had to be supplied to the clansmen for their cultivation needs, so they couldn't save much at all. The benefits of a family were too small compared to Xiao Xin'er, who casually refined a few 6th grade runic weapons to gain revenue equivalent to the Xiao family's income for a year. This was the terror of a 6th grade Rune Master. More importantly, Xiao Xin'er had become a 6th grade Rune Master at such a young age, and in the future, she would definitely be able to become a 5th grade Rune Master, 4th grade Rune Master, or even a higher grade Rune Master. At that time, even the Xiao family could easily become a renowned top family on Earth with Xiao Xin'er's help. 6th grade Rune Master. Xiao Tangyu had a bitter smile on his face. Compared to Xiao Xin'er, what was he? With the help of his master, he had spent an unknown amount of time before barely refining a 9th grade runic weapon, and had only become a 9th grade runic master by a fluke. Xiao Xin'er, on the other hand, had long since become a 6th grade Rune Master, even higher than his master's grade. He had thought that he couldn't beat Xiao Xin'er in terms of cultivation, and that it should be a big advantage against Rune Masters, but he hadn't expected to be abused even more miserably in terms of Rune Masters, and to be completely crushed. But I didn't lose too badly today. My master is a peak powerhouse of the Tongshan realm, and he personally came to celebrate my old ancestor's birthday. This is also giving my old ancestor a big face, and I also have face. This is better than Xiao Xin'er, but no one came to celebrate my old ancestor's birthday in her honor. Xiao Tangyu consoled himself so in his heart. Right at this moment, another person came to congratulate. This time the Xiao family member who reported the name of the person congratulating him did so in a trembling voice. Long Ling, the minister of the Earth branch of the Ancient Script Research Association, has offered a gift of an innate boundary-breaking pill, and has come to pay his respects. As soon as the words fell, all the people in the room stood up, even Tian stood up. The Ancient Script Research Association that was the parent organization of the Rune Master Guild, and who was Long Ling. Most of the people in the room had heard of it, and it often appeared on television. That was the head of the Ancient Script Research Association on Earth, a truly great person. Compared to Dragon Spirit, Tian was nothing more than a tiny little person. Moreover, Long Ling's congratulatory gift was not simple. An innate boundary-breaking pill could easily break all the confinements at the innate level and advance a small level. Even an awakened at the 8th level of innate could easily advance to the 9th level of innate after taking the innate boundary-breaking pill. An innate boundary-breaking pill, without exaggerating, was definitely worth more than $2 billion. A congratulatory gift, $2 billion. Even if the entire Xiao family was sold, it wouldn't be worth this $2 billion. How could it be? How could a big shot like Dragon Spirit come to celebrate the birthday of a small family like the Xiao family? Tian was a little skeptical, but still followed all the others out to greet them. When a youth slowly appeared in his line of sight, Tian immediately stepped forward to greet him. Battle Spirit University instructor Tian greets Lord Minister Long Ling. Greetings to Lord Minister Long Ling. Everyone greeted and shouted. Chapter 125 Grand Expert Certificate. Battle Spirit University instructor Tian, don't recognize, get out of the way. Long Ling did not give Tian the slightest bit of face, directly telling Tian to get out of the way as Tian was in his way. Tian was terrified and hurriedly got out of the way. Long Ling was not someone he could offend, and he didn't even dare to say a word in retort. Not to mention Dragon Spirit's identity, Dragon Spirit's strength alone was not something he could compare to. Sub-God. As the Minister of the Earth Ancient Script Research Association, Long Ling's strength was second only to that of a deity, or even a sub-god level awakened person, and his status was very high in the Ancient Script Research Association. It was no more difficult for the dragon spirit to pinch him to death than it was to pinch an ant. Seeing Tian, who was at the peak of the passing god realm, being such a wimp in the face of dragon spirit, the others didn't find it strange in the slightest. So what if he was a tutor of Battle Spirit University? Even the principal of Battle Spirit University would have to lower his voice in the face of Dragon Spirit, not daring to offend him. On Earth, other than Star River University, other universities simply didn't have much status to speak of. Lord Dragon Spirit, I'm truly terrified that you've come to wish me a happy birthday. Xiao Xin'er said this, but his face was filled with excitement. Today, he had received too much excitement. Not to mention the shock brought about by the two juniors. First there was a tutor from the Battle Spirit University coming to wish him a happy birthday, and now there was even a minister of the Earth's Ancient Script Research Association's branch, Lord Dragon Spirit, coming to wish him a happy birthday. Such bigwigs, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet one before. You are Xiao Xin'er's old ancestor, right? Long Ling smiled at Xiao Xin'er, his attitude completely different from how he treated Tian, as if Xiao Xin'er was a far more important big shot than even Tian. Yes. Could it be that Lord Dragon Spirit knows my junior Xiao Xin'er? Xiao Xin'er was surprised. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er walked over and respectfully said, Xiao Xin'er has met Lord Dragon Spirit. Darkness. She was also very puzzled. She didn't know Dragon Spirit. How could a great person like Dragon Spirit come to celebrate her old ancestor's birthday? In terms of status, Dragon Spirit could be higher than most of the sub-gods, even comparable to the general deities. After all, the status of Division Minister of the Ancient Script Research Association was no joke. Student Xiao Xin'er, this time I was sent by the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association to send you a certificate as well as an award. Originally I planned to make a trip to Star River University, but just now you guys were on vacation, so I personally came to Phylan City, and knowing that your old ancestor is 200 years old on his birthday, I specifically came to congratulate you, and by the way, I sent the things to your hands. Long Ling had a smile on his face and said very gently. Minister Long Ling, what is the certificate? Xiao Xin'er was a little confused. She was aware of the reward. When she had completed the Star River University's S-rank mission and deciphered 30 Chinese characters, she had brought great help to the Ancient Script Research Association in the research of characters. Thus the experts of the Ancient Script Research Association had said that they would give her a reward, but they needed to wait for them to go back to the headquarters to verify it personally and then discuss how to give the reward, and that wait had waited until now. The reason why the Ancient Script Research Association was so slow in giving out rewards was because the experts stayed at Tsinghua University for a few months before they left, plus they dealt with some things in the middle of the process, so it was estimated that they would have to wait for a long time before arriving at the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association. And as the interpretation of Chinese characters was a major matter, the Ancient Script Research Association naturally had to review it layer by layer before it could finalize the matter of the reward. It's a Grand Expert Certificate issued by the Far Ancient Script Research Association. Long Ling introduced. Grand Expert Certificate. As soon as Tian heard this, his pupils shrunk in disbelief. The experts of the Ancient Script Research Association were categorized into ordinary experts, grand experts, and legendary experts. Among them, most of the experts of the Ancient Script Research Association were at the level of ordinary experts, and ordinary experts placed on Earth were enough to make many Void Realm powerhouses respect them. Perhaps they weren't powerful, but every expert of the Ancient Script Research Association was worthy of everyone's respect, because they were working for the human race's script research. It was a group of people who specialized in script research and were contributors to humanity. And a grand expert was even more so. It was only those who had made a significant contribution to mankind who could be bestowed with the title of Grand Expert. As for legendary experts, it was only those who had made significant contributions to the history of human development or had pioneering creations that would receive the title of Legendary Expert. And currently, there weren't many legendary experts in the Ancient Script Research Association, and every one of them was a truly great person who was enough to make a star submit if they dodged a foot. Great Expert, that's a title that would make even the sub-gods respect it. Xiao Xin'er has been awarded the title of Great Expert, and she even had the Minister of the Earth Division of the Association for the Study of Ancient Scripts, Long Ling, come to deliver the certificate. Oh my god! Many people were astonished, feeling like their worldview had been completely turned upside down. As for Xiao Xin'er's relatives, one by one, they covered their chests, their hearts really racing from the surprise. This is the Grand Expert Certificate. Long Ling took out a certificate and handed it to Xiao Xin'er. When handing it to Xiao Xin'er, Long Ling said, Student Xiao Xin'er, the Grand Expert Certificate is recognized by all of humanity. In the future, you can enjoy VIP treatment when you go to any organization under the Far Ancient Character Research Association on all planets of all of humanity, and you can enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases of the products under the Far Ancient Character Research Association and have the authority to ask a Far Ancient Character Research Association's void. Realm powerhouse to make a move once. Boom! This announcement completely shocked everyone, as well as Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, this great expert treatment is quite impressive. Quickly take it. Tian couldn't help but say. Well, it's indeed not bad, and with this title, I'll have the Ancient Script Research Association as a backer, and some of the big powers on the surface won't dare to offend me, so in the future, at the very least, I won't have to worry about offending some of the powers. Xiao Xin'er communicated with Tian mentally. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er accepted the Grand Expert Certificate that was handed over by Long Ling. Many thanks to Minister Long Ling for personally delivering the Grand Expert Certificate. Xiao Xin'er said gratefully. Long Ling hurriedly said, "This is a certificate issued by the Ancient Script Research Association. I wouldn't dare to treat it lightly. And there's no need to be polite, Senior Expert Xiao. You're a Grand Expert of the Ancient Script Research Association, and although you're not a member of my Ancient Script Research Association, that title alone is enough for me to come here in person." Then, Long Ling added, "This time, the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association also asked me to bring a reward for you." Chapter 126 Unbelievable Reward. Reward? At this moment, not only was Xiao Xin'er very curious about what this reward was, Xiaozhe, Xiaobatian, and the rest of them were also very curious and filled with anticipation. This time, the congratulatory gift brought by Minister Long Ling was an innate boundary-breaking pill worth $2 billion, so it could be imagined that this reward was bound to be far beyond an innate boundary-breaking pill. As for just how precious it was, Xiaozhe and the others could not imagine it. In short, Xiao Xin'er was already far at a level that they could not look up to. Xiao Xin'er is not something I can touch. Xiao Tangyu completely lost the thought of competing with Xiao Xin'er at this moment. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Xiao Xin'er's footsteps in his life, and there was no way to compare with Xiao Xin'er in any aspect. The difference was really a difference in the mud. To compete with Xiao Xin'er is to bring shame to himself. Thinking through this point, Xiao Tangyu felt the whole person suddenly relaxed a lot. He has been living under the great pressure brought by Xiao Xin'er for more than a year. The whole person seems to be 100 times more energetic, but inwardly very tired. If the long term continues, it is not conducive to future cultivation, and even produce a demon. Breakthroughs in the realm of time may also lead to fire into the devil. And now, with an epiphany, the mind was released, and the whole person was many times more relaxed. In full view of everyone, Minister Long Ling announced the reward bestowed upon Xiao Xin'er by the Ancient Script Research Association headquarters. The Far Ancient Script Research Association headquarters has decided to bestow 3 rewards on Xiao Xin'er. The first reward is the full and complete inheritance of all the 9th grade rune masters to 1st grade rune masters, immediately recording almost all of today's simple runes. This is the Orb of Inheritance. Minister Long Ling took out a white crystal, which was the so-called Orb of Inheritance. This Orb of Inheritance would be completely shattered once the inheritance was accepted, similar to the inheritance left behind by some deities, which required the use of soul force to accept the inheritance. Fellow student Xiao Xin'er, you should accept the inheritance now, otherwise it won't be good if I promise some petty people to steal the inheritance. Minister Dragon Spirit said, glanced at Xiaozhe and said, Xiaozhe, this is your 200th birthday, I'll let your junior Xiao Xin'er accept the inheritance now, don't mind, right? Don't mind. Xiaozhe hurriedly said. How could he possibly mind? It was too late to rejoice. Good, I'll accept the inheritance. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head. This reward bestowed by the Ancient Script Research Association was one of the things she needed. The rune courses offered by Star River University only had content for 9th grade rune masters to 5th grade rune masters, and there was nothing for those after 5th grade rune masters. And how precious was the inheritance of a rune master? If one didn't join some big forces, these inheritances were simply unobtainable, and if they were to be purchased with star coins, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. The Ancient Script Research Association had bestowed the inheritance of the 9th grade rune master to the 1st grade rune master to her in one go, so she wouldn't have to bother searching for the inheritance of a rune master in the future. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xin'er poured her soul force into the sphere of inheritance. Rumble. A stream of consciousness information rushed into Xiao Xin'er's mind and merged with her soul. 9th grade Rune Master Inheritance Information. 8th grade Rune Master Inheritance Information. 7th grade Rune Master Inheritance Information. 1st grade Rune Master Inheritance Information. A full half hour passed before Xiao Xin'er accepted all the information. Although she had accepted the inheritance, due to the amount of information, the information was still in her soul and she hadn't had time to view it yet. But after just a little skimming, Xiao Xin'er realized that this inheritance information was even more detailed than the rune course, more than 3 times as detailed, and it also introduced many rune techniques, which were things that were not found on the rune course. Priceless treasure. This inheritance was indeed something that could not be estimated with star coins. Even Star River University could not take out such a completed inheritance. I have never been able to break through to the 5th grade Rune Master level before. It's not that I don't have enough talent, nor is it that the Dao De Jing isn't powerful, it's that I didn't find the right way. So it turns out that the refining of a 5th grade rune weapon is not the same as the refining of a 6th grade rune weapon. The rune course still didn't introduce it in detail, and I misunderstood the refining process of a 5th grade rune weapon. Xiao Xin'er secretly said. She was prepared to retry refining a 5th grade runic weapon after returning to Star River University. She felt that she should be able to become a 5th grade rune master very soon after she possessed this inheritance. How about it? This inheritance is still satisfactory, right? Knowing that you have become a 6th grade rune master, the headquarters gave you this complete inheritance, which is definitely what you need. Long Ling smiled and said. Satisfied, too satisfied. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and responded. Immediately afterward, Long Ling announced the second reward. The headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association has decided to shelter the Xiao family in Phylan City for 10,000 years, and will hand over 30% of the rune weapon business in Phylan City to the Xiao family for management, and any forces will have to cooperate, or else they will completely offend the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association. Dragon Spirit's voice spoke loudly, both announcing this news and reminding the other VIPs. Shelter for 10,000 years, runic weapon business. Xiao Badian was completely thrilled. He knew that the Xiao family had completely risen. Once this decision of the Ancient Script Research Association was reached, the Xiao family had become the #1 family in Phylan City, and with the blessing of the Ancient Script Research Association, the Xiao family could develop to its heart's content. This reward was far more important than any material reward. Many thanks, Lord Dragon Spirit. Xiaozha, Xiao Badian, and the other Xiao family executives bent down one by one to kowtow in thanks. There's no need to be like that. This is a reward bestowed by the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association. It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, this is a reward bestowed by the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association to Xiao Xin'er. If you want to thank it, you should also thank Xin'er. Dragon Spirit said so. Xin'er, you are the pride of our Xiao family. Xiaozha laughed out loud, very happy. Even Xiao Ao, who had always looked at Xiao Xin'er in a bad light and was very jealous of Xiao Xin'er, changed his normal state and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Xin'er, I was wrong before, and as an elder I still made things difficult for you at every turn, so here, I'll make amends to you. Elders don't need to be like this, we are all family. Xiao Xin'er said very generously. Deep inside, she was also very happy. This reward from the Ancient Script Research Association was even better than the first reward for her. The first reward and the second reward were so important. What was the third reward? For a moment, everyone was in great anticipation. Chapter 127 Chinese Heavenly Soldiers. The Power of Words. Seeing Xiao Xin'er filled with anticipation, Minister Long Ling couldn't help but smile. Student Xiao Xin'er, this third reward has something to do with words. You have deciphered 30 Chinese characters for the Ancient Script Research Association this time. This is a shockingly great feat, and the headquarters of the Ancient Script Research Association has bestowed one of the latest researched successes to you based on this feat. This is the latest achievement. Dragon Spirit took out a gray ball from the void ring that looked like a metal ball. When they saw this ball, many people revealed their disappointment. After all, the first two rewards were so precious, this third reward was too ordinary and shabby. However, some people thought that this one ball was bound to be extraordinary, otherwise Long Ling wouldn't have announced it as the last reward, and its value was bound to be above the first two rewards. Could it be a first-rate runic weapon or even a divine weapon? Some people secretly guessed. Of course, a divine weapon was impossible law. Divine weapons were weapons used by deities, and if given to an Ascended Realm Awakened, the Ascended Realm Awakened wouldn't be able to activate it. As for a first-grade runic weapon, it was also unlikely. Although a first-grade runic weapon was not as precious as a divine weapon, it was likewise not something that could be catalyzed by an Ascended, and this ball was bound to be something else. Minister Long Ling, what is this ball? Xiao Xin'er asked curiously. This ball would have a great origin. Its material is a new type of metal that utilizes a large number of rare materials fused together, named Huajin 1 by the Ancient Script Research Association. In the future, perhaps Huajin No. 2 and Huajin No. 3 metals will also be researched. The material of this thing is nothing. What's truly valuable is its own usefulness. It's a weapon. Dragon Spirit solemnly said. A weapon? Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian looked up and down for a moment. Neither of them could see what kind of weapon this ball was. Only to see the Dragon Spirit continue to explain, this ball has a name Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. Is it hard to believe that it has something to do with Chinese characters? Xiao Xin'er said with a fierce guess. Not bad. Long Ling nodded. This Huaxia Heavenly Soldier is indeed related to the Huaxia script. If it was in the hands of an ordinary person, this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier would be just like a waste ball, not much use, but in the hands of Xiao Xin'er's classmates, it is the supreme weapon. Oh, why is that? Xiao Xin'er was very puzzled. Could it be that this weapon is still stronger in whose hands? This was the first time she had heard of such an argument. As far as she knew, the same weapon could be used as long as someone refined it. It was just a matter of the power exerted being strong or weak. There was no such thing as someone being able to exert a terrifying power and being a waste product to others. If this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier broke this probability, it would indeed be considered magical. The dragon spirit pointed at the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier and said, "The Huaxia Heavenly Soldier is just an ordinary weapon now, not even as good as a 9th grade runic weapon, but if it is continuously engraved with Huaxia characters, its power will grow stronger and stronger, and it will not be difficult to surpass a 9th grade runic weapon, an 8th grade runic weapon or even a 1st grade runic weapon." Chinese characters? Xiao Xin'er froze. Minister Long Ling, are you saying it wrong? It should be runes, right? No, what I'm talking about is the Huaxia script. Minister Long Ling said, "This is not a runic weapon, but a newly researched Huaxia weapon. Runes are the words closest to the law. Each rune can be used directly with extraordinary power. Other words are not as powerful and cannot be used to make weapons. But the more ancient the text contains, the more its words represent a power of time, with the heritage of time, and what we lack is just to bring the power of the words into play. The older the technique, the more powerful it is. That is the result of the time heritage. If Gongfa can, why can't words? Right, if Gong methods can, why can't words?" One sentence woke up the dreamer. Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian then realized that their understanding of words was still at a shallow perception, while it was the Ancient Script Research Association that had an incredible understanding and perception of words. Minister Long Ling added, "We can directly utilize the runes. It is the runes that have already released this power, while other scripts such as the Huaxia script have hidden this mysterious power of words in the river of time. This Huaxia Divine Soldier is a trigger that can draw out the power of the Huaxia script and inscribe it on top of the weapon just like the runes, but due to the fact that the Huaxia Divine Soldier is manufactured is expensive and many of the techniques are imperfect, it cannot be refined in large quantities, only a prototype can be refined. This prototype needs to be perfected by you, but you must wait until you step into the 5th grade Rune Master before you can go and refine this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier." Why 5th grade? Xiao Xin'er asked again. Because the 5th grade runic master involves the soul refining method, the technique combines with the soul power to invoke the runic power. If the soul power is weak, it is simply impossible to refine a 5th grade runic weapon. The same is true for the Huaxia Heavenly Warrior, which requires you to use your soul power plus Huaxia characters to inscribe words onto the Huaxia Heavenly Warrior, and the refining technique is consistent with the runes. The more Huaxia characters you inscribe, the more difficult it is to continue inscribing. This was a growth-oriented runic weapon that grew with you all the time and was more powerful than a runic weapon at the same level. A 9th grade Huaxia Heavenly Soldier was even comparable to an 8th grade runic weapon, and a 5th grade Huaxia Heavenly Soldier was even comparable to a 4th grade runic weapon. However, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier also has a limitation, and this limitation causes only you to be able to use it, and no one else can use it. Dragon Spirit quickly explained the reason for this restriction. It turned out that the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier could only be used by an inscribed Rune Master, as it had to be refined before it could be inscribed and contain the soul power of the Rune Master's conception, and could not be used by anyone else. More importantly, one must have a certain understanding of Chinese characters before they can be inscribed on, and must know a large number of Chinese characters before they can be inscribed on, otherwise 1 or 2 Chinese characters alone would not be able to make the Chinese Heavenly Soldier grow at all. In the eyes of the Ancient Character Research Association, Xiao Xin'er was undoubtedly a genius who was very proficient in Chinese characters, and only she was very suitable for this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. In Xiao Xin'er's hands, this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier would be able to shine. By the way, this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier can turn into the Huaxia weapon you want based on your intention, but only if you inscribe the name of the weapon you want to form on the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. Remember one thing, when inscribing it, you must incorporate the weapon's appearance through your intention. If you don't know what weapons exist in Huaxia, when you step into the 5th grade Rune Master, you can make a trip to the Earth branch of the Ancient Script Research Association. The Ancient Script Research Association once unearthed a few fossilized pieces of Huaxia weapons, so you can go and copy them. According to the budget of the elders of the Ancient Script Research Association, this Chinese Heavenly Soldier can be formed into about 10 weapon forms. Dragon Spirit gave a final reminder and said, Chapter 128 The Most Suitable Weapon. Guardian Spirit Space. After listening to the words of the Dragon Spirit, Lin Tian excitedly told Xiao Xin'er, "This weapon is too suitable for you. I can know almost all of the Chinese characters, and I also know many of the Chinese weapons, so when the time comes, I'll visualize the weapon and show you. With this Huaxia Heavenly weapon, that's a huge help. In the future, you don't even need to keep refining runic weapons for yourself. It's too suitable for me. In this era, I'm afraid there won't be anyone else more suitable for this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier than me. I didn't realize that there was still a weapon like the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. Those people from the Ancient Script Research Association are too unbelievable." Xiao Xin'er was also very excited. Thus, she took the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier and gratefully said, "Many thanks to the Ancient Script Research Association for bestowing this weapon. I'm very satisfied. As long as you're satisfied, I still have things that need to be taken care of, so I won't stay here much longer. I'll be leaving now." The Dragon Spirit finished speaking and turned around to leave. As the branch minister of the Ancient Script Research Association, his purpose of coming here was only to deliver a reward to Xiao Xin'er, not really to attend Xiao's 200th birthday. A mere 200-year-old little innate, where was the qualification for him to congratulate him? Everything was just for Xiao Xin'er's sake, right? A boundary-breaking pill sent out as a gift was already his greatest compliment. Now that the reward had been given away, he naturally wouldn't stay here for long. Even if he stayed, the others were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat or drink in peace, it would be too restrained. When the dragon spirit left, some of the foreign VIPs congratulated towards Xiao and Xiao with a pleasing look. Nowadays, the Xiao family's status was different. Blessed by the Ancient Script Research Association for 10,000 years, it was even in charge of 30% of Phylon City's runic weapon trade. Although Phylon City is a small city, but the runic weapon trade is also a huge number. The total amount of 8 or 9 runic weapons traded each year is at least between 10 billion, 30% of that is $3 billion in trade. Of course, the Xiao family is not able to earn 3 billion, this is the transaction amount, but can also easily earn a few hundred million. After all, the profit of runic weapon trading is too big. Just this item alone, the Xiao family's annual income would have to be boosted by 7, 8, or even 10 times. Profit was a small matter, the key was that almost every Phylon City power had to deal with rune weapons. They wanted to buy a batch of rune weapons every year, which forced them to deal with the Xiao family. Who dared to offend the Xiao family? As long as the Xiao family said something, the share of rune weapons would be gone. It could be said that nowadays, the Xiao family dominated the market of Phylon City's runic weapon trade, and had become the true hegemon of Phylon City. Come, the birthday ceremony continues to begin, everyone sit down. Xiao said in a hurry. Shortly after just sitting down, Tian got up to take his leave. Everyone of the Xiao family, I remembered that there are still some things to deal with at the Battle Spirit University, so I will leave first. Tian said. Since Battle Spirit University has something to deal with, then Instructor Tian should hurry up and deal with it. Xiao didn't hold back and directly said. He knew what Tian was thinking, which was embarrassment. Originally, Tian was the person with the most honorable status here, but as soon as Long Ling came, his status was instantly crushed, and when he went to curry favor with Long Ling, he was directly rebuked by Long Ling for not recognizing him, and told him to get out of the way. How embarrassing. It's just that his identity was crushed. The key is that nowadays, the Xiao family's status has jumped multiple notches, and has not risen to a point where he can't be offended. For example, Xiao Xin'er, casually inviting a void realm from the Ancient Script Research Association could easily kill him in seconds. There was no longer any use for him to stay here, instead adding to the embarrassment. Instead of that, it would be better to leave now. If Tian had left before the dragon spirit came, Xiao would have definitely tried to retain him. But now that the Xiao family had risen, what was a mere peak of the Tanshan realm? With 10,000 years of blessings and the assistance of Xiao Xin'er, sooner or later, the Xiao family would give birth to an awakened at the peak of the passing god realm, or even an awakened at the void realm. The Xiao family no longer needed to borrow power from Tian, so naturally there was no need to retain Tian. Tutor, let me see you off. Xiao Tangyu got up and walked to Tian and said. Good. Tian did not refuse and left the main hall of the Xiao family together with Xiao Tangyu, leaving the Xiao family. With Tian leaving, everyone ate and drank without restraints and happily ate and drank. As for Xiao Xin'er, she was invited by Xiao to sit on top of the main table, sitting on the seat where Tian had just sat. For a moment, Xiao Xin'er had become the most honorable person in the Xiao family. According to past practice, Xiao would definitely not stay in the Xiao family for long before going to other places to practice, and would not stay in such a small place like the Xiao family. But now, Xiao clearly stated that he would not leave the Xiao family, and would stay in the Xiao family. Nowadays, the Xiao family was developing so well, if he still left, that would be really stupid. With the Xiao family as the foundation, he is even expected to impact the God realm, and outside the training, not only is there a danger to life, and even not much gain, perhaps to the end of life to reach that day, also cannot be cultivated to the innate ninth weight. Xiao not only stayed in the Xiao family, but also summoned back the two powerful innate clansmen who were outside. When those two Xiao families' innate realm awakened people heard about the changes in the Xiao family today, they immediately rushed back to the Xiao family without saying a word. Xiao family, Xiao Baishan's residence. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er was chatting with Xiao Badian. Xin'er, this time, you can make our lineage completely grow in face, and our Xiao family has completely risen. Even if I die in a few years, I can rest in peace. Xiao Badian said with great relief. Grandpa, how could you die? You still have to impact the innate. Xiao Xin'er hurriedly said. Can Grandpa's body not know itself? Large areas of the body's cells have already aged, there is no hope of impacting the innate. Anyway, Grandpa has lived long enough, this life is just one word worth it. Xiao Badian was very open to life and death, not fearing death in the slightest. Immediately after, he added, the only regret is that I didn't get to see you get married and have children, or else you'd hurry up and find one? Grandpa, you're being immodest again. Xiao Xin'er snapped. However, when Xiao Badian said that he was looking for someone to get married and have children, Lin Tian's figure violently appeared in her mind. Hastily flashing past this thought, Xiao Xin'er hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, with me here, you can still live for hundreds of years. What do you see here?" Xiao Xin'er wiped on her void ring and took out a crystal bottle. Chapter 129 Returning to School. A New Beginning. The crystal bottle had fluorescent-colored liquid substance in it, and it looked like a very precious treasure. This is... Xiao Badian didn't see much, thus he didn't recognize what was in this bottle. This is innate holy water. Xiao Xin'er introduced, and took out the instructions for purchasing the innate sacred water as well as the certificate of authentication and handed it to Xiao Badian. At first, when she redeemed the innate sacred water rewards, these things were sent along with the Campus Express, which was a guarantee of the authenticity of the innate sacred water. What, this is innate sacred water? Xiao Badian was in shock. Restoring youth and adding longevity. With this innate sacred water, he could completely impact the innate realm again and live up to 500 years. Who would want to die if they could live longer? Although he didn't fear death, he didn't want to die either. Xin'er, did you buy this? Xiao Badian asked in surprise. It wasn't me who bought it, the innate holy water is almost never sold, I'm not sure where to buy it, this is my freshman year-end reward, a prize bestowed upon me by Star River University. Xiao Xin'er said. Good, my granddaughter is now a big shot, so grandpa won't be polite and accept it. Xiao Badian accepted the innate sacred water without excusing himself. Xiao Xin'er was now a 6th grade rune master, a great expert of the Ancient Script Research Association, and a rookie king of Star River University. This was enough to scare people no matter which identity they had, and their wealth had long since surpassed the Xiao family's imagination. The innate sacred water might be a supreme treasure in the Xiao family's eyes, but in Xiao Xin'er's eyes it was just a nice treasure. Thus, Xiao Badian did not need to be polite to his granddaughter. Moreover, the innate sacred water was originally something he had dreamed of. If he was still pushing back with his own holy water, it would really be a raw deal. Right, Grandpa, here are 4 more void rings, take one for yourself, and if you want to bestow it on anyone else, you can give them all to him as well. Xiao Xin'er took out 4 more void rings and handed them to Xiao Badian. Void rings, good stuff, if Grandpa breaks through to the innate realm, that's exactly what he can use. Xiao Badian received the 4 void rings and was filled with joy. Right away, he dripped blood to recognize the master, refined one of the void rings, and placed the innate sacred water into it. As for the other 3 void rings, he took out a box to contain them. It was not possible to fit a void ring in a void ring, nor could it be filled, otherwise if a void ring was filled with one, then even more things could be filled with a void ring, which was against the laws of the universe. Grandpa, this is the innate spirit liquid, to aid in cultivation, you can also use it when you impact the innate. Also this is a few 7th and 8th rank gongfu, it can increase the Xiao family's heritage, I also gave a gongfu to my younger brother, he will also give it to the family once he learns it. Xiao Xin'er took out a 7th and 8th rank gongfa and handed it over to Xiao Badian. These merit laws were all purchased from formal channels, they could be passed on to others, but they could not be sold in formal channels. In the Star River era, the control of merit laws was very strict, and many merit laws could be practiced by oneself but could not be taught to others, while merit laws purchased from formal channels could be passed on to clans. Because of this, these 7th and 8th ranked merit laws were sold at such a high price. If it was a merit law that was restricted from being taught and couldn't be brought out into the open, then the price would be much cheaper. Basically, it could be purchased in the black market for only 1/10 of the original price, but if it was known by the power that owned the merit law, then the consequences would be very serious. 7th or 8th rank merit law. Xiao Baishan's eyes revealed a color of ecstasy. Although the Xiao family had begun to rise and didn't have to worry about resources now, their reserves were still insufficient. And this underpinning was undoubtedly the merit laws. These several merit laws brought by Xiao Xin'er could completely increase the Xiao family's reserves and enhance the strength of the Xiao family members, and it was exactly at this time that they were sent to be of great use. Originally, he was still thinking about how to purchase high-level merit laws, but now he didn't have to worry about it, his granddaughter had already prepared it. Good granddaughter, these merit laws, I'll take them. Xiao Badian hastily accepted the several merit laws. For the next month, Xiao Xin'er stayed in the Xiao family, accompanying her loved ones, cultivating while helping the Xiao family rise. And this month, the Xiao family's perversions were big. Firstly, Xiao's old ancestor was in seclusion for 3 days and used the innate boundary-breaking pill to break the bottleneck that had been there for many years in one fell swoop, crossing over into the 5th level of the innate realm. Secondly, Xiao Badian took the innate sacred water and regained his youth, whirling around and successfully impacting the innate, crossing into the 1st level of the innate realm in one fell swoop, and his lifespan reached 500 years. In addition, Xiao Xin'er's father, Xiao He, had also broken through from the marrow-cleansing realm to the blood transformation realm under the accumulation of resources, and his cultivation was now on par with those elders of the Xiao family, and nobody dared to say anything about Xiao He's cultivation anymore. The other two innate realm elders who had been out practicing also rushed back in the last few days, and when they learned of the changes in the Xiao family today, the two of them couldn't stop smiling, and like Xiao, they weren't going to go out anymore, so they stayed in the Xiao family. Although Xiao Xin'er's cultivation had not increased, she had also cultivated to the extreme of the third level of the innate, and it wouldn't be long before she broke through to the fourth level of the innate. Finally, on this day, Xiao Xin'er was ready to leave the Xiao family and head to Star River University. This was because the sophomore career was about to begin. On the day of her departure, all the clansmen of the Xiao family came to see Xiao Xin'er off, and the scene was spectacular. Even a few of the Xiao family's 3 innate ancestors came out to send off Xiao Xin'er, urging her to cultivate well and be safe at Star River University. After all, Xiao Xin'er was now the hope of the Xiao family. Whether the Xiao family could eventually become the top family on earth, everything depended on Xiao Xin'er. On the way to Star River University, Xiao Xin'er was a little reluctant to leave. After all, after staying at home for such a long time, and then suddenly having to leave, she really missed her lover a little. Feeling Xiao Xin'er's emotions, Tian reminded, Xin'er, sophomore career, you have to adjust your state. Tutor Gao Ling also said that freshman year is the safest period. After sophomore year, the university career can be very cruel. I know, my current strength is still too weak, I must seize every opportunity to improve my strength. Xiao Xin'er quickly adjusted her state and said with a composed face. Well, that's good. When we return to Star River University, you impact the 5th grade Rune Master level, then let's start refining Chinese heavenly weapons. What type of weapon do you like to use? I'll look for a suitable Chinese weapon to show you. Tian asked. Chapter 130 The First Famous Sword Regulus Sword. Xiao Xin'er pondered for a moment. Use the sword. Xiao Xin'er said slowly. The sword was one of the main weapons of the current era, on par with the sword. She hadn't practiced weapons before and thus didn't have a good choice. Anyway, she could choose from 10 weapons, and the sword was definitely the one to choose. Alright, I'll go organize and see if there are any famous swords from the Huaxia era for you to inscribe on the Huaxia Heavenly Warrior. After Tian finished speaking, he drilled into the vortex of the Guardian Spirit space and returned to the Huaxia era. To turn a Huaxia Heavenly Soldier into a weapon with his mind, it wasn't just a matter of inscribing a name of a Huaxia weapon, he also needed to use his mind to transmit the look of the weapon when inscribing it. The weapon's appearance was consistent with the name, so that it could be inscribed successfully, otherwise it could be inscribed successfully at random, so wouldn't it be fine to just write a weapon name at random? This was not in line with the rules of the universe. Therefore, Tian had to go to the Huaxia era to find a suitable famous sword. This was one of Xiao Xin'er's advantages, she could rely on Tian to look for a famous sword, otherwise she could only go to the Ancient Script Research Association to observe the fossilized Huaxia weapons, but those weapons were inevitably not at a high level, and they were not ideal weapons. Huaxia era. After Tian returned, he made a phone call to Long Zero of the Alien Energy Group organization. The matter of searching for weapons, the Huaxia Alien Energy Group was undoubtedly the most convenient. Their knowledge of Huaxia was far above that of Tian. If he were to rely on Tian himself, the efficiency of a person bewilderedly searching for weapons in Huaxia would undoubtedly be too slow. And as long as he told the Huaxia Alien Group about the weapons he wanted to look for, it would be convenient for them to look for them. From this point of view, the Huaxia Alien Energy Group was undoubtedly a good helper. He didn't go to the internet to look for those so-called weapon pictures. For one thing, those pictures were mostly modern synthetic weapon pictures. Even the so-called famous sword pictures could be fake or ordinary ancient swords, not the weapons he wanted. Secondly, the pictures didn't have a sense of reality. It was hard to materialize them with the spirit power of the guardian spirit. He had to see the entity of the famous swords with his own eyes. Tian didn't want to fail in inscribing the name of the weapon because of a small mistake, causing the quality of the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. Tian's current position was undoubtedly a god in the eyes of Dragon Zero of the Chinese Alien Energy Group, and after receiving Tian's call, he rushed here at the first opportunity. Guest Minister Tian, you said on the phone that you were looking for a famous Chinese sword? Long Zero appeared in front of Tian and asked. Not bad, the famous Chinese sword, the more powerful the sword the better. Tian nodded his head. Long Zero pondered for a moment and leisurely said, there are quite a few ancient Chinese famous swords, Tai sword, Red Heavenly sword, Dryad, Moxie, Fish Intestine, and many other famous swords. Some of them have been damaged, and some others are nowhere to be found. But if we are talking about the most powerful sword in China, it is undoubtedly the Xian Yuan sword, and the Xian Yuan sword is in China, and I know where the Xian Yuan sword is. Xian Yuan sword. Tian's expression moved. The fame of this sword was too great, it was featured in all kinds of myths and legends, the legendary Emperor Xuanyuan's sword, a divine weapon of infinite power. Of course, this so-called divine weapon designation was definitely not a divine weapon of the Star River era, but it was definitely a very powerful and famous sword, which could be called the #1 ranking of famous swords in China. Where is the Regulus sword? Tian was a little impatient. The hidden family, the Xian Yuan family. A hint of scorn appeared in the depths of Long Zero's eyes when he spoke this name. What is the origin of the Xian Yuan family? Tian inquired. Long Zero introduced, the Xian Yuan family is a hidden family, most of its members are martial artists, it's rumored to be the descendants of Emperor Xian Yuan, but whether it's true or not is unknown, and the Xian Yuan sword is the Xian Yuan family's treasure. It's rumored that this Xian Yuan sword can mobilize the power of the heavens and the earth, and it's infinitely powerful, but the Xian Yuan family's strength is very strong, even my Chinese alien group has to give the Xian Yuan family a third degree of respect, and doesn't dare to provoke the Xian Yuan family. Even my Chinese alien energy group has to give the Xian Yuan family a little bit of respect. Of course, compared to guest minister Lin Tian, the Xian Yuan family is nothing. Take me to the Xian Yuan family, Lin Tian said in a commanding tone. Guest minister Lin Tian wants to rob the Xian Yuan sword? Long Zero inquired in a low voice. No, I'm not going to rob the Xian Yuan sword, it's just a mere sword, do you think it will help me? Lin Tian sneered. Of course it's useless, guest minister Lin Tian can easily kill the evil Zhao, where is the need for a Xian Yuan sword? Long Zero hurriedly flattered. The Xian Yuan sword has a great reputation, I just want to go and take a look. I'm very interested in weapons, in the future, if you find a powerful weapon that can be comparable to the Xian Yuan sword, you can tell me. Lin Tian admonished Long Zero in advance. The Huaxia heavenly soldiers could have 10 weapon forms, thus he needed to find 10 of the most powerful weapons in the Huaxia era. The Regulus sword was one of them, and naturally, the other weapons would have to get rid of Long Zero as well, so it was undoubtedly good to say hello in advance. Good, I will definitely help Hakai Lin Tian to inquire about the weapons carefully. Long Zero patted his chest and guaranteed. Huaxia, Dragon Tattoo Valley. This was the place where the Xian Yuan family of the Hidden World family was located, due to the fact that this place was relatively desolate, coupled with the fact that the road into the Dragon Mark Valley was very rugged, thus very few people were able to enter the Valley of the Dragon Mark, and even if by some fluke someone got in, they would be told by the Xian Yuan family's people that this place was a national secret base and that they were not allowed to enter. As a result, very few people knew that this was where the Xian Yuan family was located. But today, the Xian Yuan family is very lively, because today is the day of the 100th birthday of Xian Yuan Long, the previous generation head of the Xian Yuan family. Shaolin, Wudong, Kongdong, and Taiji had all sent their disciples to congratulate them, and on top of that, there were also people from multiple reclusive families and sects coming to congratulate them. Basically, quite a few prestigious forces in China were invited, but the Xian Yuan family was after all a reclusive family, and thus did not make too much of a splash, and the outside media did not realize that there were so many Chinese forces gathered in this valley. In the middle of the valley's internal fervor as you held your birthday celebration, two people came from outside the valley. One was Lin Tian and the other was Vice Leader Dragon Zero. Guest Minister Lin Tian, today is the 100th birthday of Xian Yuan Long, the previous generation family of the Xian Yuan family, should we come back on a different day? Long Zero felt that picking such a day to invite the people of the Xian Yuan family to take out the Xian Yuan sword for a look was really a bit bad. Just today, I don't have much time I'm willing to spend. If you feel embarrassed, you can wait here and I'll go in alone. Lin Tian coldly said. Guest Minister Lin Tian, I don't mean that, I'll accompany you in. Long Zero hurriedly changed his words and stopped mentioning the matter of changing days. The two of them walked step by step into the valley and headed towards the Xian Yuan family. Chapter 131 Just don't put you guys in your eyes. Xian Yuan family. Wudong Changming Taoist master with 3 of his disciples have come to pay tribute to his birthday, offering a gift of an antique porcelain vase from the Ming dynasty. Taiji Master Li Qin came with 4 of his disciples to pay his birthday respects, offering a gift of a pair of fangs from the snake monster of Changbai Mountain. Hidden family Zhang family elder Zhang King came with 4 members of his clan to pay his birthday respects, offering a gift of a small golden sword. One guest after another came in droves. But just then, the arrival and departure of 2 guests caused people's attention to look over. Vice Leader Long Zero of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group and his guest Lin Tian are here to pay their birthday respects, offering a gift of none. Upon hearing these words, people were staggered. Vice Group Leader Long Zero had a great reputation, after all, he was the Vice Group Leader of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. Many elders as well as core disciples of large sects stayed in the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, and Vice Group Leader Long Zero's strength could be called one of the top powerhouses in Huaxia. However, if Vice Leader Long Zero and a guest secretary came to attend the Xian Yuan family's birthday banquet, it was impossible not to bring a gift, right? No matter what kind of gift it was, it had to mean something. Of course, even if you don't bring a gift, that's nothing. Dragon Zero Vice Leader is able to come as to give face to the Xian Yuan family. As a result, the people of the Xian Yuan family did not get angry, but instead came out an important member of the Xian Yuan family to personally greet Long Zero. Vice Leader Long Zero, I didn't expect you to be able to come to our old ancestor's 100th birthday. A 30-something-year-old Xian Yuan clansman came to the entrance of the birthday venue with a smile and walked towards Vice Group Leader Long Zero. Long Zero recognized this person, the 7th son of the current family head Xian Yuan Mang. 7th young master Xian Yuan Mang, I'm a bit embarrassed to have you personally come out to greet me. Long Zero said politely. At this moment, Shen Yuanmang saw Lin Tian and realized that Lin Tian was standing in front of Long Zero, while Long Zero was like a little brother half a step behind Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, he was stunned. Vice leader Long Zero was the number 2 person of the Chinese alien energy group. Even when he stood with the dragon head leader, the two of them were standing side by side, not in front or behind. But this young man in front of him made vice group leader Long Zero lag behind by half a step, so it was evident that his identity was not ordinary. This is... Shen Yuanmang gazed at Lin Tian. Long Zero hurriedly introduced, "This is our guest minister Lin Tian from the Chinese alien energy group." Then, Long Zero introduced Shen Yuanmang to Lin Tian. "This is the 7th son of the current family head Shen Yuanchanghe, Shen Yuanmang. His martial arts talent is good. He has already reached the 6th rank." "I see." Lin Tian could tell at the first moment that this Shen Yuanmang's cultivation realm was now comparable to the 6th level of the physical body realm. Martial cultivation was far more difficult than psychic abilities. Once a psychic ability was awakened, it was at the very least 3rd or 4th order, and with a little bit of exercise, it could reach the 5th or 6th order, whereas martial realm cultivation had to be taken one step at a time, and wanting to become the 6th order was very, very difficult. Because of this, the status of the supernormal ability organization is so high, while the martial way has fallen. In the Huaxia era, at the age of more than 30 years old, being able to cultivate martial arts to the 6th level of the physical body realm, his martial arts talent was indeed a demon. If it was placed in the Star River era, this Shen Yuanmang would be enough to become an absolute demon. However, this was the Huaxia era. A martial arts realm cultivator of the 6th level of the physical body realm was so weak that Lin Tian did not care at all, thus he said, "Let's go in." "Yes." Vice leader Long Zero nodded softly. On the side, Shen Yuanmang had an embarrassed look on his face. He wanted to inquire more about Lin Tian's specific body, but Lin Tian was simply not interested in continuing the conversation at this moment, and seeing Long Zero's appearance and attitude of being obedient to his orders, this made him not dare to say any more. In short, Lin Tian's identity was definitely more honorable than Long Zero. What exactly is the origin? Even my father can only be on equal footing with Vice Leader Long Zero. What does this young man have that makes Vice Leader Long Zero treat him like this? Shen Yuanmang was very curious. The birthday venue. Lin Tian and Vice Group Leader Long Zero arrived and many people greeted Long Zero. As for Lin Tian, there were only a few people who recognized him. Wudong's Taoist Master Changming, and an elder from Shaolin. They had seen Lin Tian before, but they all had a bad impression of him because Lin Tian had both gone to their sects in an unfriendly manner to ask for merit techniques. At this moment, Shen Yuanlong of the Shen Yuan family walked out with the help of a few underlings. Although the 100-year-old Shen Yuanlong had a head full of gray hair and wrinkles on his face to make up for it, he was in good spirits, estimating that he could live another 10 years or so, and his speech was clear. He only saw him say, "Thank you all for coming to attend my Shen Yuanlong's 100th birthday. Today, I hope that all of you will eat and drink well, and treat this place as your own home." Just as Shen Yuanlong was halfway through his speech, a voice came and interrupted Shen Yuanlong's speech. "Shen Yuanlong, since you want to treat this place as your own home, if I want to watch one thing from the Shen Yuan family, isn't it also possible?" Hearing these words, Shen Yuanlong's face changed and he became a bit offended. The other Shen Yuan family members also showed chilling colors. This person was not giving face to the Shen Yuan family. Swish swish swish. A gaze converged on Lin Tian beside Vice Leader Long Zero. These gazes were chilling, as if they wanted to split Lin Tian into pieces. "This is..." Shen Yuanchanghe, the current head of the Shen Yuan family, opened his mouth and asked. Vice Leader Long Zero stood up against the many gazes and introduced, "This is our guest minister Lin Tian from the Chinese Alien Energy Group." Not far away, Taoist leader Changming had a teasing look on his face as he secretly sneered. He felt that Lin Tian was going to be in trouble. To dare to sow his wild oats on the birthday of the Shen Yuan family, even if he was powerful, he would have to be unlucky. The last time Lin Tian had taught him a lesson, he hated for Lin Tian to be unlucky, thus he was very excited at this moment. Since Lin Tian's beheading of the evil Jiao was a secret, it had long been blocked by the military, and those in the Huaxia Alien Energy Group had been forbidden to spread the news, thus those present didn't know much about Lin Tian. They didn't know Lin Tian's strength, and only knew that Lin Tian was the guest secretary of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group. What was the use of a guest secretary of the Chinese Alien Energy Group? There were quite a few guest secretaries of the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, and they might be a great deterrent in general sects, but they really weren't enough to look at in front of the Shen Yuan family. Vice Leader Long Zero, what does this guest secretary of your Chinese Alien Energy Group mean? Let alone you, even the leader of the Dragon Head Group would have to be respectful on my grandfather's birthday, right? Or is it that the power of your Huaxia Alien Energy Group is already able to cover the sky with one hand in Huaxia, and doesn't put us, the Shen Yuan family, in their eyes? Shen Yuanchanghe coldly questioned. What if I say that I just don't have you guys in my sights? Lin Tian's finger lightly tapped on the table, his gaze looking towards Shen Yuanchanghe, skimming his lips and faintly saying. Chapter 132 Shocking Outburst, Deterring Shen Yuan. Vice Leader Long Zero, is this the attitude of your Chinese Alien Energy Group? Xianyuan Changhe coldly questioned. Long Zero didn't want to offend Xianyuan Changhe, and even more so, he didn't want to offend the Xianyuan family, but he even more didn't want to offend Lin Tian. Offending the Xianyuan family was nothing, the Huaxia Alien Energy Group was still the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, the big deal was not to come to the Xianyuan family in the future. But if he offended Lin Tian, what were the consequences? He shuddered just thinking about it. If Lin Tian wanted to overthrow the Huaxia Alien Energy Group, he could do it with just his hands. Master Xianyuan, Guest Minister Lin Tian is meant to represent our Huaxia Alien Energy Group. After saying that, Long Zero retreated behind Lin Tian with a submissive look. It seems that Guest Secretary Lin Tian's position in the Huaxia Alien Energy Group appears to be higher than Vice Leader Long Zero. Interesting. Xianyuan Changhe laughed, but his gaze grew chilly. Immediately after, he waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, it seems that I didn't send out invitations to Vice Leader Long Zero and Guest Secretary Lin Tian. Both of you please return." This was to kick people out. Taoist Master Changming looked at all this and secretly sneered. Lin Tian, if you are expelled by the Xianyuan family today, I'll see how you can gain a foothold in China in the future. Humph, teach me a lesson, this is what you'll end up with now. Is the Xianyuan family going to expel us? Actually, I don't want to stay here for a long time, I came for one purpose, to meet your Xianyuan family's Xianyuan sword. Lin Tian said indifferently. Xianyuan sword. Upon hearing this name, all the visitors' faces changed. The Xianyuan sword was the Xianyuan family's treasure, it would never allow outsiders to touch it, but Lin Tian had blatantly stated that his purpose was the Xianyuan sword. How bold was this? Was he trying to provoke the Xianyuan family? Young man, you dare to spy on our Xianyuan family's Xianyuan sword, aren't you afraid that we will frame you now? The 100-year-old Xianyuan Long coldly said. Seeing his grandfather's incomparable anger, Xianyuan Changhe at the side quickly said, "Grandfather, go sit aside, don't get angry, leave this matter to me." Xianyuan Long nodded and retreated to the leather chair at the back to lean on it. Pacifying his grandfather, Xianyuan Changhe displayed the might of the Xianyuan family's family head, and with a wave of his hand, a Xianyuan family's addition appeared. Swish swish swish. A family member appeared with a lance in hand, clad in fine iron armor and helmet, just like an ancient sand warrior. It's the Regulus army of the Regulus family. Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Nowadays, even though it was a modern society, the Xianyuan family had always had a tradition of cultivating a private army, and this private army was called the Xianyuan army. The Regulus army was cultivated from a young age, each Regulus army was soaked in various medicinal herbs from childhood, their bodies were tempered to be very powerful, and the cultivation was all quick-fix techniques, although it would limit future development, but each Regulus army was very powerful under such cruel training. 10 Xianyuan army combined into a battle formation was enough to sweep a sect, and the entire Xianyuan army had almost 100 people. 100 Regulus army could easily kill a Ninth Order alien, making it the strongest army in China. Of course, such an army is still too weak compared to modern armies. The development of missiles, high-tech weapons and other weapons allowed real armies to easily exterminate the Regulus army, but in the martial arts and alien energy world, the Regulus army was terrifying, even Long Zero was very afraid of the Regulus army. Vice Leader Long Zero, will you leave on your own accord, or will I have the Xianyuan army send you away? Xianyuan Changhe gave an ultimatum. Long Zero didn't say anything, but Lin Tian was the first to say, I choose the third. Only Lin Tian snapped his fingers. Bang bang bang. One by one, the Xianyuan army fell to the ground, their faces red. Just a moment ago, their blood was controlled by Lin Tian. In an instant, the blood reversed, and one by one, their chi and blood were in chaos as they fell to the ground. With ease, a Xianyuan army fell to the ground with serious injuries. This is the invincible Xianyuan army of martial might, I see that it's nothing more than that. Lin Tian said with mock disdain. Not simple. Xianyuan Changhe had a grave look on his face. To be able to silently make so many Xianyuan army fall to the ground and lose combat power, such an ability was too terrifying. Hack iPhone, take a shot and test it out. Xianyuan Changhe said softly to an old man beside himself. This old man was a guest secretary of the Xianyuan family, and his strength had clearly reached the 8th rank. An 8th order martial Dao realm person, it was comparable to an 8th order alien who was strong, comparable to an ordinary 9th order alien. Swish! The wind hack's struck out, his physical body broke the sound barrier and directly blasted towards Lin Tian. Bang! A fist struck out, breaking the sky with a stone. However, in the face of such a strong strike from the Xianyuan family's Feng Hakiai, Lin Tian didn't even move his body a step, gently stretching out a finger and flicking it. Only a residual shadow appeared. Then, Feng Hakiai's body was thrown away like a kite with broken strings, crashing into a building in the distance, collapsing the walls, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Too weak. Light words came out from Lin Tian's mouth. Arrogant. Overbearing. Invincible. For a moment, the entire audience was stunned and couldn't believe it. A mere 8th rank dares to take a shot at guest minister Lin Tian? Long Zero secretly laughed. Even terrifying monsters like the evil Zhao that even the military could hardly deal with were easily killed by Lin Tian, what was a mere 8th rank. Not to mention 1/8th rank, even 108th ranks were nothing more than ants in Lin Tian's eyes. However, he didn't bother to remind the people from the Xianyuan family. Instead, he honestly sat there and watched the show. Guest Secretary Feng is unconscious. A member of the Xianyuan clan went to check on Hakiai Feng's condition and hurriedly reported a single finger seriously injuring Hakiai Feng. At this time, Xianyuan Changhe finally understood why Long Zero was so respectful to Lin Tian, not because of his status, but because of his strength. Strength that far exceeded the 9th rank, maybe the 10th rank, maybe beyond the 10th rank and above. No, we can't fight Lin Tian, even if we mobilize the entire strength of the Xianyuan family. Even if we can beat Lin Tian, the Xianyuan family is ruined. Xianyuan Changhe frowned and said darkly. He walked over to Xianyuan Long, got close to Xianyuan Longzir and conferred with him. Soon, Xianyuan Changhe once again came in front of the crowd and said to Lin Tian, Guest Minister Lin Tian, there's no need for us to fight and kill. Since you want to meet Xianyuan sword so much, do you know the origin of Xianyuan sword? Isn't it just Emperor Xuanyuan's sword? Lin Tian said. Chapter 133 Unsealing the Regulus Sword. It's not true that it's Emperor Xuanyuan's ancestor's sword, but this sword is infinitely powerful and contains infinite energy. If you can't control the Xianyuan sword, it will cause horrifying injuries. Thus the ancestors of our Xianyuan family sealed this Xianyuan sword, but even after the sealing of the Xianyuan sword only the descendants of Xianyuan clan can get close to it, and other outsiders who get close to it will be hurt by the Xianyuan sword's invisible sword chi. Xianyuan Changhe said so. Even if it's sealed, I still want to see it today. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. I'm worried that you'll be injured by the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan Changhe persuaded. Oh, if I were to be injured, isn't that what your Xianyuan clan expects? Bring out the Xianyuan sword, or else I'll go and look for it myself. Lin Tian coldly said. Xianyuan Changhe's face changed many times before he regained his composure and ordered, someone, bring out the Xianyuan sword. 10 minutes later. 2 clansmen from the Xianyuan family came carrying a weapon rack, and on this weapon rack was a vertical stone sword. The stone sword had a complicated pattern on it that looked like it was tattooed with blood. When they saw the Regulus sword being brought up, the guests looked over with wide eyes. They were also very curious about the Regulus sword, but none of them had the chance to see it, and today, they were considered to have taken advantage of Lin Tian's favor and were lucky enough to have the chance to see China's #1 sword, the Regulus sword. This isn't a stone sword, how can it be the Regulus sword? Can't it be that the Regulus sword is a stone sword? Didn't you hear what the Xianyuan family head said just now? The Xianyuan sword was sealed, the real Xianyuan sword should be inside the stone sword, and the stone sword outside should be the one that wraps around the Xianyuan sword and is used to seal it. What is this blood pattern on it? It looks strange. People's gazes gazed at Xianyuan, while Lin Tian also looked over. Worthy of being Xianyuan, what a powerful sword aura. This Xianyuan sword is estimated to be comparable to a 6th grade runic weapon from the Star River era. Lin Tian said darkly. At this moment, Xianyuan Changhe pointed at the Regulus sword and said, this is the sealed Regulus sword. Within 5 meters, outsiders are not allowed to come close, otherwise they will be injured by the Regulus sword chi. The lines on the outside are inscribed with the blood of a powerful demonic beast, a very vicious demonic beast blood, just enough to suppress the sword chi of the Xianyuan sword. Without this blood pattern, it would be impossible to seal the Xianyuan sword. Not bad sword. Lin Tian walked towards the Xianyuan sword, not caring in the slightest about the previous reminder from Xianyuan Changhe. Seeing Lin Tian approaching the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan Changhe didn't stop him. Instead, he told the 2 clansmen to leave the surroundings of the Xianyuan sword. The sword chi of the Xianyuan sword is enough to cause damage to an alien above the 9th rank. Even a 10th rank alien can't resist the sword chi of the Xianyuan sword. Even if the Xianyuan sword is in front of you, you won't be able to reach it. Xianyuan Changhe secretly said in his heart. Lin Tian approached step by step, getting closer and closer to the Xianyuan sword. 10 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. Finally, Lin Tian came within 5 meters of the Regulus sword. Just then, the Regulus sword trembled, invisible sword chi penetrated through his body, and the blood on the stone sword became red and bright, seemingly stopping the Regulus sword chi, but it couldn't stop all of it. Swoosh! The invisible Regulus sword chi chopped towards Lin Tian, but as soon as it got close to Lin Tian it was wiped out by a terrifying force, not being able to injure Lin Tian in the slightest. This sword chi can injure an awakened at the first level of the marrow cleansing realm, but it can't injure me. Lin Tian laughed coldly. He ignored the sword chi and not only did he enter within 5 meters of the Regulus sword, he then approached within 4 meters, 3 meters, and finally touched the Regulus sword's sword body. Impossible, how could he possibly block the sword chi of the Xianyuan sword? Xianyuan Changhe's eyes widened in disbelief. The other clansmen of the Xianyuan clan were also filled with doubt, not sure what was going on. Was it because Lin Tian's strength was too heaven-defying, or was it because this Xianyuan sword chi didn't harm Lin Tian? This seal, look in the way. Lin Tian said, about to break the seal. Seeing this, Shen Yuan Changhe hurriedly dissuaded him, don't break the seal. However, Lin Tian ignored Shen Yuan Changhe's words and resolutely wanted to break the seal. Knowing that he couldn't stop Lin Tian, Shen Yuan Changhe hurriedly shouted, everyone retreat 20 meters. As soon as the words fell, the clansmen of the Shen Yuan family retreated, fearing that they would be injured by the Shen Yuan sword chi. This was because once the Shen Yuan sword was unsealed, its power that erupted all at once would even cause harm to the people of the Shen Yuan family. Even the people from the Shen Yuan family had retreated, so where did the other guests dare to come closer? They retreated a little farther. Lin Tian, he's dead. Shen Yuan Changhe whispered. Snap. Lin Tian's hand slapped the stone sword shell of the Shen Yuan sword. If he wanted to observe the Shen Yuan sword and witness what it really looked like, then he had to break the stone sword seal, otherwise how could he see the true face of the Shen Yuan sword? There was a click. The stone sword shell shattered and the seal unraveled. As the stone sword shell shattered and fell off, revealing the body of the Shen Yuan sword, a terrifying force erupted from within the body of the Shen Yuan sword. Rumble. The terrifying golden light swept across the surrounding 20-meter area. Tables, chairs, and the ground were all annihilated by the golden light, leaving no trace of anything. If these people hadn't moved farther away just now, they would have definitely been annihilated by this terrifying energy. Even a 9th-ranked powerhouse like Long Zero was no exception. Lin Tian should be dead, right? Chang Ming Dao Master gloated. Anyone can die, but guest minister Lin Tian is absolutely fine. Long Zero spoke. The power of the Shen Yuan sword exploding in a flash, no one in China today can resist it. Shen Yuan Changhe said confidently. At this moment, the light dispersed. The Shen Yuan sword was suspended in the air, emitting an intense glow. Lin Tian, on the other hand, stood in front of the Shen Yuan sword intact, not even a hint of a mess. His face was very calm, even with a hint of excitement, while his clothes were all intact in the light just now. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan Changhe was dumbfounded. Such a powerful attack hadn't even hurt a single hair on Lin Tian's head. This was unbelievable. The Shen Yuan sword had a spirit. Seeing that Lin Tian, an outsider, was not injured by it and was so close to it, it autonomously chopped towards Lin Tian. Swish! With a flash of light, the Shen Yuan sword broke through the air and attacked. A masterless sword dares to strike at me. Lin Tian slapped his palm, and the huge golden palm pinched the Shen Yuan sword. No matter how much the Shen Yuan sword struggled, it couldn't escape Lin Tian's adamantine palm. The power of a palm shocked the entire audience. Chapter 134. Using his hand as a pen, sealing with only his hand. Silence me! Lin Tian coldly shouted. The Shen Yuan sword was psychic, as if it understood Lin Tian's words, and really quieted down. Withdrawing his Vajra palm, Lin Tian stood with his hands folded, while the Regulus sword hovered there honestly, allowing Lin Tian to observe every part of its body. Regulus has become honest? The guests were completely dumbfounded. Was this still the murderous and decisive number 1 sword, Regulus? Rumor had it that Emperor Shen Yuan relied on the Shen Yuan sword to conquer the 4 directions and kill countless people, and although the Shen Yuan sword was known as the Holy Sword of the Heavenly Tao, it was actually a killing sword that had killed countless people. Precisely because it is stained with too much blood, resulting in Shen Yuan sword chi is too sharp, it is difficult to deter it. I do not know how many people of the Shen Yuan clan wanted to forcefully deter the Shen Yuan sword, trying to completely control it, and as a result was Shen Yuan sword backfired and died. But now, such a killing sword had actually submitted to an outsider. Worthy of being Hakai Lin Tian, even Emperor Xuanyuan's sword must obediently submit. Long Zero was in admiration. Lin Tian's memory was terrifying. Just by scanning the Shen Yuan sword for a single swing, the Shen Yuan sword's appearance was completely recorded, and it could be guaranteed that there was not an ounce of discrepancy. Alright, this sword, I've already looked over. This time is considered to be a disturbance to the Shen Yuan family, so in order to express my apologies, I'll help you guys seal the Shen Yuan sword once again. Lin Tian said indifferently. Seal it? Seal with what? Shen Yuan Changhe wanted to cry. The stone that seals the Shen Yuan sword is a special stone. It's not difficult to find, but that demonic beast blood can be difficult to find. That's a very powerful demonic beast blood, and it's an ancient demonic beast blood, not those garbage demonic beasts that can be compared to now. Such a demonic beast is now almost impossible to find, even if found, to the power of the Shen Yuan family cannot deal with. Without such a powerful demonic beast's blood to suppress the Shen Yuan sword, it would be impossible to seal the Shen Yuan sword. Only to see Lin Tian gently stomping on the ground shattered and the debris turned into pieces and flew up. Under Lin Tian's control, these stone powders attached themselves to the Shen Yuan sword and soon wrapped it up, forming the appearance of a stone sword. Is there any blood from ordinary demonic beasts? Lin Tian asked. He had the blood of the evil Jiao, but it was in his villa in Nankou City, and it was too late to return to Nankou City to get it. There is. The Shen Yuan family naturally had ordinary demonic beast blood and in large quantities. But Shen Yuan Changhe didn't understand why Lin Tian was making this move. Ordinary demonic beast blood obviously couldn't suppress the Xianyuan sword. However, Xianyuan Changha still had someone fetch a bit of ordinary demonic beast blood. A bowl was placed in front of Lin Tian. In the bowl was bright red demonic beast blood. It wasn't very fresh anymore. It should have been stored for quite some time. Lin Tian didn't care about the quality of the demonic beast's blood. His right index finger gently stirred inside the demonic beast's blood, and then quickly inscribed a combination of runes on the stone sword. Using his hand as a pen, he inscribed a rune. And the rune that Lin Tian inscribed was precisely the simple rune from the Star River era a billion years later seal. There was a flash of light. The simple rune merged into the stone sword, completely sealing the Xianyuan sword. Such a seal was very thorough, far more solid than the previous Xianyuan family seal. At this moment, not a single trace of sword chi leaked out from the Xianyuan sword, and it looked completely like an ordinary stone sword. Give it back. Lin Tian threw the Xianyuan stone sword over. Xianyuan Changha received it, took a closer look, and was stunned. This is completely sealed. Xianyuan Changha was dumbfounded. Ordinary stone powder coupled with ordinary demonic beast blood had completely sealed the Xianyuan sword at once. What kind of means was this? It's because of this word. Xianyuan Changha saw the simple rune seal, but he couldn't understand the meaning of the rune. He only felt it was very arcane. Long Zero, will you continue to stay here or follow me out? Lin Tian gazed at Long Zero. Guest Minister Lin Tian, of course I'm following you to leave. Long Zero hurriedly got up and followed behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian had just made a big fuss and Lin Tian was the one who brought him here. How would he dare to stay here? What if the Xianyuan family vented their anger on him? There was no way for him to fight against the Xianyuan family like Lin Tian with his one-man power, so naturally, it was better to leave in a hurry. After Lin Tian left, Xianyuan Changha sighed, truly a man of God. He didn't dare to blame Lin Tian. Wouldn't someone who even had to submit to and didn't care about the Xianyuan sword be someone that the Xianyuan family could offend? Besides, Lin Tian had only observed the Xianyuan sword this time, and hadn't really done anything excessive. Although the people present didn't know much about Lin Tian's name had completely resounded through China. The birthday celebration continues, everyone sit down. Xianyuan Changha arranged. Outside the Dragon Mark Valley. Lin Tian said to Long Zero, Team Leader Long Zero, let's split up, I still have things to take care of. Good. Although Long Zero was curious about where Lin Tian went whenever he disappeared, he didn't dare to pry into Lin Tian's secrets. After separating from Long Zero, Lin Tian found a deserted place to return to the Star River era. Guardian Spirit Space. As soon as Lin Tian returned, he called out to Xiao Xin'er, I've found the famous Chinese sword that suits you. Swish. Xiao Xin'er's conscious body entered the Guardian Spirit Space and asked, you found it? Well, that sword is the Regulus sword, the first famous sword of China. Lin Tian introduced. The number one sword in Huaxia, let's choose it then. Xiao Xin'er decided immediately. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er added, Lin Tian, let's not rush the matter of the weapon first. In the day or so that you were gone, I've been comprehending the runic inheritance, and I'm already sure that I can refine a 5th grade runic weapon, and I'm just about to prepare to do so. Oh, then go ahead and try, I'll watch from the side. Lin Tian said with a smile. Good. Xiao Xin'er answered. Rune Tower. Xiao Xin'er arrived at the large runic room where she routinely refined runes and began to try to refine the 5th grade runes. Xiao Xin'er, who had received the runic inheritance, understood that there was an essential difference between 5th grade runic refining and 6th grade runic refining. Although the refining of a 6th grade runic weapon also needed to rely on the assistance of spiritual power and control of techniques before it could be inscribed successfully. However, the refining of a 5th grade runic weapon relied entirely on powerful soul strength, combining perfectly with the runic pen, controlling the flow of demonic beast blood, and forcibly inscribing multiple combinations of runic inscriptions on the weapon. The use of soul power and inscription technique was crucial. If the soul power was insufficient, then the inscription was bound to fail. It's starting. Xiao Xin'er adjusted her state and practiced inscribing. Chapter 135 5th Grade Rune Master. Silently reciting the Tao Te Ching in her heart, her soul power penetrated her body. Boom! Under Xiao Xin'er's soul senses, the entire world seemed to have changed. On the rune table, every trace of the weapon's lines were clearly visible, and every drop of the demonic beast's blood seemed to have been magnified many times over. Soul power was able to see through external appearances to the essence, clearly dissecting everything that could not be seen with the naked eye. Swish! The rune pen dipped into the demonic beast blood. Then, Xiao Xin'er's soul power merged with the rune pen and the demonic beast blood, and began to inscribe runes on the weapon. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er was as if she was standing on the grain of the weapon, incarnating thousands of people to split each part of the runes into many small segments at the same time to inscribe them on the weapon with extreme precision. With this inscription technique, the runes seemed to come to life, becoming more energized. Of course, the consumption of soul power was also not light. Fortunately, Xiao Xin'er had been comprehending the Tao Te Ching from time to time, and her soul power was not growing at a slow pace, or else a normal innate realm awakened would have to be exhausted after inscribing a 5th grade rune once. Inscribing with soul power according to a special technique is indeed several times more accurate than inscribing without the aid of soul power. No wonder I have never been able to inscribe successfully before. Just because the technique is not enough, it's almost impossible to inscribe a 5th grade runic weapon without using soul power to inscribe. Xiao Xin'er murmured in her heart. Snap! Due to a slight mistake, the inscription failed and the weapon shattered. However, Xiao Xin'er wasn't disappointed at all, as she had already grasped the key point of inscribing a 5th grade runic weapon. Lin Tian watched from the side, not saying a word, not daring to disturb Xiao Xin'er. After resting for a while, Xiao Xin'er continued inscribing. With her soul power, inscribing 5 or 6 times at once was not a problem. The second inscription failed. The third inscription still failed. Finally, on the 4th inscription, Xiao Xin'er successfully inscribed a 5th grade runic weapon. At this moment, although she wasn't considered a 5th grade runic master, as long as she inscribed more and skilled up her runic techniques, she could definitely become a true 5th grade runic master with a guaranteed success rate. Due to the fact that there was a 10 or so day reprieve period at the beginning of her sophomore career, thus Xiao Xin'er was able to freely arrange her time within these 10 days, so she refined her 5th grade runic weapons in the rune tower on a daily basis. In just 4 or 5 days, Xiao Xin'er could already skillfully refine a 5th grade runic weapon and could guarantee a 90% success rate. At this time, if she were to go to the Rune Master Guild to assess for a 5th grade Rune Master, she would definitely be able to easily pass the assessment and become a 5th grade Rune Master. However, at this time, what Xiao Xin'er cared about the most was not the 5th grade Rune Master, but the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. Lin Tian, the first weapon form of the Huaxia Heavenly Warrior, can be chosen from the Regulus Sword, but other than the 3 characters of Regulus Sword, it would be better to inscribe those Huaxia characters? Xiao Xin'er sought Lin Tian's opinion. Lin Tian knew the most about Huaxia characters and was also the person who knew the most about Huaxia culture, being an authentic Huaxia person. She didn't want to inscribe some Chinese characters haphazardly, thus she asked Lin Tian for advice. Why don't we just inscribe the introduction text of the Xian Yuan sword, and in the future, for every additional weapon form, we will inscribe the introduction text of those weapons, so that we don't have to think about which Huaxia characters to inscribe. Lin Tian made a suggestion. Good idea. When Xiao Xin'er heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately adopted it. Xin'er, I'll first enter the Guardian Spirit space and visualize the Regulus sword with my spiritual energy to show you. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he returned to the Guardian Spirit space. And Xiao Xin'er's conscious body also followed and entered the Guardian Spirit space. Xin'er, watch this. Lin Tian mobilized the unique spiritual energy of the Guardian Spirit space and manifested a sword, which became clearer and clearer little by little under Lin Tian's manifestation, with every single line showing up as if it was the real Regulus sword. See it clearly? Lin Tian asked. Xiao Xin'er contacted and observed it a few times, then closed her eyes and imagined it. After a few rounds, she nodded her head and said, see it clearly, I've memorized all of it. As her consciousness returned, Xiao Xin'er took out the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier and placed it on the runic table. Then, she adjusted her state and started inscribing Chinese characters, and the first character to be inscribed was naturally the 3 words Regulus. With the same technique as a 5th grade rune inscriber inscribing, Xiao Xin'er used her soul power to start inscribing. However, the only thing that was different from runic inscription was that Lin Tian used his mind to transmit the appearance of the Regulus sword into the text when he inscribed the 3 words Regulus. Swish swish swish. The 3 Chinese characters of the Xian Yuan sword were inscribed, while the image of the sword was also transmitted, and together they were integrated into the Chinese Heavenly Soldier. At once, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier shone brightly and gradually changed its form, from an orb to a sword-like shape. Not long after, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier turned into the Regulus sword. Exactly the same. Lin Tian looked at the Regulus sword formed by the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. It was almost exactly the same as the Regulus sword he had seen before. The only difference was the issue of old and new. The Regulus sword of the Regulus clan was a little bit old, whereas the Regulus sword transformed by this Huaxia Heavenly Soldier was very brand new. 9th grade runic weapon. Xiao Xin'er was very satisfied with the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier. With only 3 Chinese characters engraved, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier had become a 9th grade runic weapon. If it was engraved with more Chinese characters, its grade would definitely go up a level. With a thought, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier turned back into an orb. Thus, Xiao Xin'er continued to inscribe Chinese characters. Regulus sword, the legendary divine weapon, also known as Regulus Xiaoyu sword, is a sword of the Holy Tao. It was forged by the gods by picking copper from the first mountain for the Yellow Emperor, and later passed on to Xiaoyu. The sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, grass and trees on the other. The hilt of the sword is inscribed on one side with the art of farming and animal husbandry, and on the other side with the policy of unification of the 4 seas. With each additional Chinese character inscribed, the difficulty of the inscription was 1 point greater. Gradually, Xiao Xin'er's face was filled with drops of sweat. Although Lin Tian was a little distressed, he did not dare to wipe it off, lest it would affect Xiao Xin'er. When Xiao Xin'er inscribed the word so, the runic pen shattered and her body trembled, finally unable to support herself. I can't inscribe anymore, Xiao Xin'er muttered. Lin Tian hugged Xiao Xin'er and hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's enough, you can inscribe it again when your soul power is strong again. The current Huaxia Heavenly Soldier is already comparable to a 5th grade runic weapon." Xiao Xin'er gazed over. Sure enough, the light fluctuations emanating from the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier was indeed comparable to a 5th grade runic weapon. Chapter 136 Weapons Entering the Body. Xin'er, you're already very impressive. The Huaxia Heavenly Soldier is already a 5th grade runic weapon, and it's a runic weapon inscribed with Huaxia characters. If you turn on the Regulus sword form, it will definitely be comparable to a 4th grade runic weapon, with infinite power. Lin Tian complimented. Let go of me first, I'm fine, I can get up by myself. Xiao Xin'er was a little shy and embarrassed as she was surrounded by Lin Tian's hands and said softly, "Don't try to be brave, let me carry you to the bed," Lin Tian said. Hearing these slightly ambiguous words, Xiao Xin'er blushed. In the end, Lin Tian still carried Xiao Xin'er to the bed in the large runic room and went to the runic table to bring the Huaxia Heavenly Warrior and handed it to Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, 5th grade runic weapons can be taken into the body. Try to see if the 5th grade Huaxia Heavenly Soldier can be taken into the body, Lin Tian curiously said. I'll try. Xiao Xin'er held the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier and tried to communicate. Suddenly, the Huaxia Heavenly Soldier disappeared and entered Xiao Xin'er's body. It's really been taken into my body, it's inside my wrist, opening up a small space for the weapon, lying there, I can call it out at any time, Xiao Xin'er said in surprise. You can take it inside your body, this is much more convenient, you can instantly take it out against the enemy at critical moments, it's more convenient than placing it in the void ring, Lin Tian said. Xiao Xin'er also agreed with Lin Tian's words and nodded her head. You have a good rest, I'm going back to the Guardian Spirit space. Lin Tian gave Xiao Xin'er a gentle smile and instantly disappeared, returning to the Guardian Spirit space. And Xiao Xin'er also revealed an innocent and bright smile in response to Lin Tian, but Lin Tian didn't have the time to look at it and could no longer see it. After resting for a small half-day, Xiao Xin'er returned to her dormitory. For the next few days, she didn't refine any more runic weapons, instead, she kept resting and resting again, restoring her lost soul power, with a new mental outlook. 10 days passed quickly. On this day, Instructor Gao Ling gathered the sophomore class 3 students in the class. This also represented the official start of the sophomore career. Sophomore class 3. All the students were present, while tutor Gao Ling stood on the podium, his gaze swept around and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this month or so, none of you have wasted it, everyone's breath has increased quite a bit, it seems like they all worked hard on their cultivation. The freshman career is already in your past, now you are all sophomores, and the teaching style of the sophomore career is very different from the freshman year. It will be accompanied by many times of dangers, and even extinction, but as long as each of you cultivates seriously and rapidly improve your strength, you can completely turn the crisis into an opportunity. Xiao Xin'er and the others listened attentively one by one. This was a crucial lesson, related to the beginning of their sophomore career as well as their future destiny, thus none of them dared to desert. After tutor Gao Ling spoke some words that weren't too important but were words of advice, he finally got to the point. Rest enough, next year's sophomore career's first cultivation plan can be 3 days ago by the Star River University executive set down. You will leave the Earth in 5 days, into a planet called the Ancient Dragon Star. This is a colonial planet, on it there are only some barbaric human beings and all kinds of powerful creatures. The planet's overlord is a variety of huge dragon bloodline creatures, thus this planet is called the Ancient Dragon Star. This time, not only our Earth Star River University, there are 2 other Star River Universities as well. One of these universities, which you should be familiar with, especially Xiao Xin'er is more familiar with it, is the Star River University of Tarot Stars, and the other Star River University is the Star River University of Octocore Stars. Of these 3 universities, our Earth Star River University has the lowest ranking, but this term is not necessarily weaker than the students of Taro Star River University and Octocore Star River University. I have great confidence in you. The 3 universities are practicing on the same planet. This is also a kind of secret competition. The specific content of the trial even I don't know. After you guys arrive at the Ancient Dragon Star, the specific trial task will be given. There are still 5 days left, you all prepare yourselves well. Next, I'm afraid you'll have to spend quite a bit of time on the Ancient Dragon Star. When Instructor Gao Ling finished speaking, quite a few students froze. Going to an alien planet for a trial? I haven't left Earth yet. The ancient dragon planet should be very dangerous, right? There are a large number of creatures with dragon bloodline present there. Will our lives be in danger? Definitely life-threatening, didn't the mentor say so? Sophomore careers are very dangerous, and there are many students who have fallen. If you are afraid, you can voluntarily withdraw from school, no one will stop you. I'm not afraid of danger, just go, it's just an alien planet. While the others were scared, or a little worried, Xiao Xin'er was filled with anticipation. But with the remaining 5 days, she would have to make some preparations. For example, inheriting a sword technique from the Huaxia era that could be used together with the Huaxia heavenly soldiers. Lin Tian, do you have any powerful Huaxia sword techniques? My Huaxia heavenly soldier can turn on the Regulus sword mode, but I don't know any powerful sword techniques to utilize the true power of the Regulus sword. Xiao Xin'er inquired. Awesome sword techniques, well, I'll look for them. Lin Tian said. There were quite a few sword techniques in China, including Shaolin, Wudong and other sects that had sword techniques, but these sword techniques were a bit inappropriate if they were combined with the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan family should have sword techniques, right? Last time I went to the Xianyuan family, I only focused on observing the Xianyuan sword, but I forgot to ask for a sword technique. Lin Tian was a bit remorseful. If he had directly asked for it at that time, the Xianyuan family wouldn't have dared not to give it. It was hard not to make another trip now? Let the Huaxia Alien Energy Group communicate with the Xianyuan family. If the Xianyuan family trades, then I won't go. If not, I'll personally make another trip up to the Xianyuan family. Lin Tian decided. Taking a trip back to the Huaxia era, Lin Tian had the Huaxia Alien Energy Group communicate with the Xianyuan family. As a result, the Xianyuan family was willing to give the Xianyuan sword skill to the Xianyuan family, but it was not given for free, something needed to be taken in exchange. Thus, Lin Tian took out a bit of the evil Zhao's blood and exchanged it with the Xianyuan family. As soon as Xianyuan Changha of the Xianyuan family heard that what Lin Tian had in his hands was the blood of the terrifying evil Zhao, he immediately agreed to exchange it. Just like that, Lin Tian easily got the Xianyuan sword technique of the Xianyuan family of China. Chapter 137 Regulus Sword Technique Rules Treasure Code. Gemini System, Uninhabited Planet. A spaceship was docked on this planet, and it was none other than the Tian Xin ship. At this moment, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er were passing down the Regulus sword skill of the Regulus family from the Huaxia era. This was a sword skill that was executed in conjunction with the Xianyuan sword, and even in the Huaxia era, it was an extraordinary sword skill, not to mention the Star River era a billion years later. Above the uninhabited planet, countless rays of light converged and formed the image of a powerful man. With a majestic face, clad in beastskin battle armor and beastskin boots, his body was incomparably strong and he held a sword. The sword was clearly the Regulus sword. This person's identity was self-evident, Emperor Xianyuan, one of the 5 emperors of China. Suddenly, Emperor Xianyuan struck out, holding the Xianyuan sword and splitting the void with a single sword, as if the stars were all like dust under his sword. The sword split the stars and rivers, cloaking the universe and the stars. Invincible man, invincible sword. Endless battle intent proudly looked down on the stars and rivers, and the intent to kill crushed the rules. A sword light flashed. This was the Xianyuan sword technique, a killing sword technique. The Xianyuan sword technique was a sword technique that Emperor Xianyuan had comprehended through endless killing as he had crisscrossed the battlefield, thus it contained a heavy killing intent. If the soul was not strong enough, once one cultivated this sword technique, they would definitely be affected. Lin Tian knew this when he inherited this technique, but resolutely decided to inherit the Xianyuan sword technique, thus both he and Xiao Xin'er inherited many techniques from the Huaxia era. In particular, both the turtle breath technique and the Tao Te Ching were both tremendously helpful in adjusting the state of mind, and even the killing intent was enough to suppress it without having any effect on the body. This sword technique was not suitable for other people, but it was suitable for Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian. As the visions iterated, the ocean of rules of the uninhabited planet also began to vibrate over and over again. Tremor once. Tremor twice. Tremor 3 times. Without realizing it, the ocean of rules had already vibrated 9 times, and at this time, the visions still hadn't dissipated. Suddenly, countless rule words flew out from the rule ocean and converged over the uninhabited planet, forming the appearance of a book. Then, a ray of purple light instantly traveled from the depths of the endless universe and entered the book. In an instant, the book released endless golden light, illuminating the uninhabited planet into daylight. After a dozen seconds, the endless golden light dispersed, presenting a golden treasure book. 4 big words were written on the Golden Treasure Dictionary Regulus Sword Technique. And these 4 words were Chinese characters, representing the supreme technique of the Chinese era. Phew! The Xianyuan Sword Technique Rules Treasure Dictionary transformed into a ray of light that shuttled to the Tian Xin ship and landed in Xiao Xin'er's hands. Sensing a foreign object in her hand, Xiao Xin'er's consciousness returned to her body and ended the inheritance, her gaze looking at the Rules Treasure Dictionary in her hand. Lin Tian, a book suddenly appeared in my hand. It says Regulus Sword Technique on it, what's going on? Xiao Xin'er was not clear about the Rule Treasure Dictionary, thus she was not clear about how this Xianyuan Sword Skill Dictionary came to be. Xin'er, go and take a look at the airship's surveillance, maybe you'll know where this book came from. Lin Tian hastily reminded. Right, I'll go take a look. Xiao Xin'er operated with a burst and called up the internal surveillance of the airship. On the screen, a golden light traveled from the outside world and landed in her hands. This is a book from the outside world. Is it possible that it has something to do with our inheritance of the Xian Yuan sword technique? Xiao Xin'er was surprised. It should be related to our inheritance Regulus sword skill, otherwise the 4 words Regulus sword skill wouldn't be engraved on this book, and the power on this Regulus sword skill is very powerful. It should be the power of the rules. Xin'er, try using your soul to go deeper into this precious book. If something is not right, immediately withdraw it. Tian said. Xiao Xin'er gently nodded and closed her eyes as her soul power began to extend into the Xian Yuan sword technique treasure dictionary. A little bit of time passed. Xiao Xin'er's face was very calm. Seeing this, Tian knew that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Xin'er. After about 10 minutes had passed, Xiao Xin'er's soul consciousness came out of the Regulus sword technique treasure dictionary, her face covered in joy. Tian, this is the Rule Treasure Dictionary. From the information obtained from the Rule Treasure Dictionary, this is a supreme treasure of the universe created by the formation of supreme merit laws. Any supreme technique that comes out will be accompanied by a Rules Treasure Dictionary. This Rule Treasure Dictionary could allow anyone to comprehend it, and everyone could inherit the supreme merit technique from it, but the effect would definitely not be as good as the first one to inherit the supreme merit technique. The most important thing is that the Rules Treasure Dictionary forms a space of its own. If one cultivates the Xian Yuan sword skill in this space, the speed of progress will be unbelievable. Even if one makes a mistake, one can immediately correct it. It is the best thing to assist in the cultivation of the Xian Yuan sword skill. Xiao Xin'er excitedly explained. Supreme technique, what is this? This was the first time Tian had heard of this level of gongfu. It's a merit law above the divine level merit laws and is called the Supreme Merit Law. Xiao Xin'er said. Xin'er, the Xian Yuan sword rule treasure code can never be leaked. In this era, the general god-level gong methods make people's hearts flutter, and the 9th order god-level gong methods belong to the legends. The supreme gong methods can be imagined how precious they are. It's hard to say whether humans have supreme gong methods or not in this era. If you let people know that you have the supreme gong method rule treasure code, even those high and mighty deities will not be able to resist making a move, disregarding the federal laws of humans. Tian cautiously reminded. I understand, this Regulus sword technique rules treasure dictionary can be included in the soul space, and of course it can also be included in the guardian spirit space. I'll just store it in the guardian spirit space. You can usually cultivate, and I'll occasionally go into the guardian spirit space to attend to the Regulus sword technique, so that'll be even safer. Xiao Xin'er thought about it and said. The guardian spirit space is indeed very safe. Other people can't peek into the situation here, and even if there are great powers that can peek into the guardian spirit space, I can mobilize the power of the guardian spirit space to expel them. Tian agreed with Xiao Xin'er. Swoosh! With a thought, the Regulus sword skill treasure entered the guardian spirit space. This was currently the only treasure that could be brought into the guardian spirit space. I wonder if it can be brought into the Huaxia era. This thought arose violently in Tian's heart. Thus, he tried and realized that he couldn't bring it into the vortex at all. The attempt failed. After passing down the Regulus sword skill, the Tianqin returned to Earth and flew slowly through space while Tian and Xiao Xin'er used this time to enter the Regulus sword skill rule treasure dictionary to comprehend the Regulus sword skill. Chapter 138 The Deliberation of the Three Great Deities. The Tianqin flew back to Earth, and Xiao Xin'er returned to Star River University. At this time, there was only 1 day left before the 5-day deadline. During this 1 day, Xiao Xin'er ordered quite a bit of food as well as daily necessities on the Star Network, and this time, she was going to a colonized planet of the Human Federation. What was a colonial planet? That was a planet that hadn't really begun to be ruled by humans, and humans had yet to dominate such a planet. Of course, with the strength of the Human Federation's God Alliance, it wasn't difficult to capture a primitive planet, but a planet like the ancient Dragon Star was more suitable for young strong humans to try out, and thus it wasn't completely occupied and didn't destroy the planet's ecosystem. But for the students of Star River University, this planet was undoubtedly a primitive planet, without the environment of modern life. Thus going to such a planet naturally requires a bit more preparation, and bringing more living supplies as well as necessities was necessary. The 5 days are up. One by one, the sophomores gathered in a square, waiting for the large flying machine to descend. Wow, wow, wow. A large flying machine descended down, and all the sophomore students all boarded these flying machines and flew towards the Star River University space station. After arriving at the space station, 1,000 students boarded a mega spaceship, the XH-1. XH stood for Star River University, while number 1 stood for Earth's Star River University being the first university, and the XH-1 was also Star River University's exclusive mega spaceship, with a carrying capacity that was enough to reach as many as tens of thousands of people, and was perfectly capable of carrying 1,000 sophomore students with ease. In addition to the 1,000 or so sophomores, some mentors as well as deities also entered this spaceship and followed along to the ancient dragon planet. The speed of the super-large spaceship XH-1 was very fast, and with one space jump, it arrived at the ancient dragon star in just 3 days. If they didn't use space jumps and flew normally, with the speed of the XH-1 spacecraft, I'm afraid it would take thousands of years to reach the ancient dragon star. Space jump technology allowed humans to easily communicate across various planets, otherwise the countless planets under the Human Federation's God Alliance would not be able to communicate together at all. Ancient Dragon Star. The XH-1 spacecraft arrived here and docked in the middle of the ancient Dragon Star space station. In addition to XH-1, there were also spacecraft XH-1324 and XH-2566 that also descended here. Spacecraft XH-1324 was affiliated with the Taro Star River University, while spacecraft XH-2566 was affiliated with the Octocore Star River University. The three Star River Universities arrived at the ancient Dragon Star space station at almost the same time. There were strongholds on the ancient Dragon Star. These strongholds were opened up by humans and were covered by huge shields that isolated the ancient Dragon Star creatures. Even the most powerful ancient Dragon Star creatures couldn't break the stronghold light shields. Thus, these strongholds were the safest places on this star, and a resting place for humans. It could be fought in and defended in retreat. And in a conference room in the ancient Dragon Star space station, the divine professors of the three Star River Universities met. Every Star River University had instructors and professors were undoubtedly at a level above instructors, and were free except for the occasional lecture to bring students. This time, the ancient Dragon Star trial was decided by the three Star River University's presidents after deliberation, and such an important matter naturally required a deity to lead the team. The deity leading the team from Earth Star River University was named the Ao Shen King, the deity leading the team from Taro Star River University was named the Demon Wind King, and the deity leading the team from Octocore Star River University was the Giant Power King. The three deities sat in the conference room, discussing the specific plans for the trial. The sophomores of the three Star River Universities have arrived, so let's cut the crap. How should we evolve for this trial? Our three principals told us to just confer and inform them. What do you guys suggest? Devil Wind King asked. Why don't we just let them go to Stronghold number 1 and then enter the ancient Dragon Star, acting solo? Each person will be issued a Star Shuttle order, and once they encounter danger, they will activate the Star Shuttle order to return to Stronghold number 1 instantly, so that we can ensure that the losses will be reduced to a minimum. Ao Shang Wang proposed. The Giant Power King nodded. Star Shuttle orders can be issued, although it takes a bit of time to activate the Star Shuttle order, and there is no guarantee that one will be able to return in time, but at the very least, it is a life preserver. But how can we compare the results? Our three families are trying out together to compete for grades, and that's what the three principals meant. It's simple. The Devil Wind King hemmed and hawed. Dragon bloodline creatures all have a dragon core in their bodies, and the quality of the core is divided into scores. The number of sophomores in each school is different. We have thousands of sophomores in Taro Xingxing River University, which is the most for the three schools, and I won't take advantage of you guys either. How about comparing the three schools with an average score? Average scores, that's very fair, I agree. The Giant King immediately responded. The Ao Shang King didn't object either, but asked, what about rewards? What should the students choose for their rewards this time around? For every trial, the ones with good grades need to be given rewards, or else they won't be able to motivate the students either. The Devil Wind King and the Giant Power King pondered for a moment, thinking about what rewards to take to stimulate these students. The first reward, dragon cores are all bestowed upon them, and whoever obtains as many dragon cores, all of those cores belong to themselves. Knowing that a single dragon core is worth a lot, everyone can obtain quite a few dragon cores, which is a huge amount of income when you do the math. The Devil Wind King proposed. The Ao Shang King nodded slightly. This reward is fine, but it's not enough. I think we can add a second reward, Dragon Yuan. There are quite a few true dragon bloodlines on this planet, such as the Jiao dragons. Let's kill these Jiao dragons, quench out the Dragon Yuan, rank them according to their rankings. The higher the rankings, the more Dragon Yuan can be obtained, and all of these Dragon Yuan can be bestowed to the students whose scores are ranked within the 30th place. How about it? Dragon Yuan, this is a big deal. Letting us personally kill the Augur Dragon to quench the Dragon Yuan, this is a very high treatment. The Dragon Yuan we quench has no impurities at all. It can consolidate the human's basic physique, increase the potential, and even break the bottleneck with the help of the Dragon Yuan's energy. If this group of students knew about it, surely every one of them would go crazy. The Giant Power Emperor laughed. Although the Dragon Yuan is good, it can only be taken once, and it won't be of much use in the future unless we get the Dragon Yuan of a true dragon. But true dragons aren't something we can kill. Sage King Ao couldn't help but say. Chapter 139 Trial Arrangement. Star Shuttle Order. Then it's decided, Dragon Yuan and Dragon Core, that's the reward for this group of students. These two major rewards are already good, plus there are quite a few good things on the ancient Dragon Star. With any luck, it'll be considered a great opportunity for them. Sage King Ao said. Then it's decided, we'll just talk to our respective principals later. The Giant Power Emperor nodded in agreement. Just like that, Xiao Xin'er's batch of sophomores' ancient Dragon Star trial was finalized. Shortly thereafter, Gao Ling and a group of other instructors were summoned to inform them of the specific contents of the trial, and it was up to them to go and speak to the students. As for the three deities of the Ao Shang Wang, they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to personally arrange for the trial. The three of them descended here to lead the team, mainly for the purpose of protecting the safety of the students. If a special situation arose, they could ensure that the first time to rescue, other than that there was nothing else to do, just need to feel at ease to stay here. The arrangements for the trial were arranged by the tutors, and had little to do with them. All get on the flying machine and descend to Ancient Dragon Star Stronghold number 1. Gao Ling and the other mentors organized the students of their own classes to get off the XH-1 spacecraft and descend to the Ancient Dragon Planet on special vehicles. The vehicle is the internal passage tool of the planet, and the spacecraft of the spaceflight attack. According to the federal law, the spacecraft is not allowed to descend on the human planet. This is one of the regulations, because the spacecraft basically contains a powerful energy cannon attack. If it is attacked inside the planet, then the planet's human deaths and injuries will be very heavy. And docked in the space station, cannot be attacked. This is also for the sake of the safety of the human planet. Although the ancient dragon planet was a colonial planet, the deities of Star River University also followed the laws of the Federal God Alliance and would not land their spacecraft on the ancient dragon planet. They could only go down in a flying vehicle. Soon, almost all of the students from the 3 Star River Universities descended to the ancient Dragon Star Human Stronghold number 1. The number 1 stronghold was built on top of a huge plain, covering a very wide area, equivalent to a large human city, and although this place didn't have the appearance of the scale of a large human city, a fortress was situated on the ground, and it looked very spectacular. A flying machine passed through the light curtain and descended on a square in the number 1 stronghold. Immediately, many students descended from the craft and gathered in the square. And it was at this time that the students of the 3 Star River Universities saw each other. To the students of the 3 Star River Universities, the students of the other 2 Star River Universities were all aliens, and thus their gazes were filled with curiosity, especially since there were some humans who looked different from normal humans, with alien bloodlines in their bodies, more like legendary aliens, but most of the humans were still more or less like earthly humans, with a different skin color at most. The students of the 3 Star River Universities totaled about 6,000 to 7,000 people, all standing in the square with a crowded look, each one chatting in a very lively manner. Right at this moment, the tutors of each family led their students away and began to head to their arranged residences. Xiao Xin'er and the other sophomore class 3 students followed tutor Gao Ling to a piece of accommodation building and stayed under tutor Gao Ling's arrangement. Although this was a stronghold of the colonized planet, the accommodation building was still very high class, with a set of rooms for each person and everything, making Xiao Xin'er and the others feel as if they were in Star River University. After the accommodation issue was resolved, instructor Gao Ling gathered them in front of the accommodation building and began to arrange the trial plan for this time. The entire sophomore class 3 students stood together, waiting for Gao Ling's orders. Once everyone is here, I will start announcing the plan for this trial. Listen carefully, one by one. This trial is not a joke, it's something that will actually kill you, and according to the rules, even if I sense that you're in danger at that time, I won't be there to save you. Gao Ling's first words were a reminder, causing all the students to look nervous. Then, Gao Ling added, let me talk about the rules of this trial. You guys are going to be trying out for half a year in the ancient Dragon Star, and when the time comes, lots will be drawn to choose the landing site, and a batch of students will be sent to various places in the ancient Dragon Star by the flying machine, and then you'll spend half a year in the ancient Dragon Star. Of course, if you were to directly allow you to stay in the ancient Dragon Star for half a year, I'm afraid that a large number of students would fall and die. Thus the deities of the 3 Star River Universities have deliberated to give you a life-preserving treasure, the Star Shuttle Order. With that, tutor Gao Ling took out a small token with a star pattern on it. Only seeing mentor Gao Ling shaking the Star Shuttle Order in his hand, he introduced, the greatest use of the Star Shuttle Order is to be able to allow you to return to Stronghold number 1 in an instant, as this Star Shuttle Order has been endowed with the laws of space by the deities, allowing you to transfer away across space in the ancient Dragon Planet. Upon hearing that the Star Shuttle Order was so powerful, many students revealed looks of surprise. Mentor, if this Star Shuttle Order is so powerful, how come there are still deaths? Sun Zai asked curiously. Don't hold that thought. Tutor Gao Ling chided, although this Star Shuttle Order is powerful, it's not so powerful that you won't die. To activate the Star Shuttle Order it will take 10 seconds at the very least. After all, it's just a temporary treasure, it's not a true spatial treasure. If it's a spatial treasure that can be activated at any time, then the cost of building it will be too high, and the deities won't be able to afford to part with it. Not only does it take 10 seconds to open the Star Shuttle Order, the energy it contains is only enough to be used 3 times, which means that once the 3 times of use are over, there will be no security for your trial on the ancient Dragon Star. Remember one thing, even if you guys teleport back, you'll be immediately expelled from Stronghold 1, understand? Understood. The students then realized that having the Star Shuttle Order was just 3 more times of possible life preservation, not necessarily life preservation. As long as they were killed by the enemy within 10 seconds, the Star Shuttle Order would be useless. And once the Star Shuttle Order was lost, it was also a very dangerous thing. Suddenly, Wu Longan asked in a low voice, "Mentor, what if the students from other Star River University want to grab our Star Shuttle orders?" The other students heard Wu Longan's question and their hearts tightened. This issue was indeed one of their worries. If they could snatch the Star Shuttle orders from each other, then the Star Shuttle orders would be much less useful. Chapter 140, Voiding Orb, Fire Snapping. Seeing the look of worry on the face of each student, Instructor Gowling smiled and explained, "Don't worry, the Star Shuttle order requires a drop of blood to refine it, and once it is successfully refined it will be integrated into your hands, and the way to activate the Star Shuttle order is to use your soul power to infuse it into the Star Shuttle order. Therefore, the Star Shuttle order can't be snatched unless you chop off the enemy's arm. Although there will be deaths in this trial, if students kill each other resulting in death, there will be serious consequences." Hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Xiao Xin'er asked, "Tutor Gowling, if it doesn't result in death, isn't it okay?" Tutor Gowling looked deeply at Xiao Xin'er and nodded, "Yes." Not producing death meant that students could kill each other and seriously injure others, so that they wouldn't violate the rules. Just now I was talking about the rules of the trial, then now I'm going to talk about the rewards. All of Star River University's trials have rewards. This is to promote the rapid growth of the students. And this time the rewards are based on your scores, that is, the Dragon Core. Gowling mentioned the Dragon Core, and the other students looked confused, not knowing what it was, but it was definitely related to dragons. As expected. Instructor Gowling explained, "You should all know about the dragon race. This is a huge group amongst the demonic beasts and a very powerful cosmic clan. The dragon race has a large variety. The core power within the true dragon race is the Dragon Pearl, which can also be called the Dragon Crystal. But the Dragon Pearl is the core energy body that only the real dragon race has. Some creatures that only have the dragon bloodline don't have the Dragon Crystal, but they have something similar to the Dragon Crystal in their body. This thing is called the Dragon Core. The quality of the Dragon Core is not comparable to the Dragon Pearl, but it is also an energy body, the core power of the dragon bloodline creatures. Ancient Dragon Planet has countless dragon bloodline creatures, and they all have a dragon core in their bodies, and your trial task is to kill dragon bloodline demonic beasts and seize their dragon cores, and based on the quality and grade of the dragons, there will be a specific score when the time comes, and whoever accumulates a higher score will naturally receive better rewards." Regarding the rewards, all the students were naturally very excited. First, let me talk about the common rewards of the three major Star River universities. The first reward is that you don't have to turn in the dragon cores you have obtained, you can keep them for yourselves. Perhaps you guys aren't clear about the price of dragon cores, so I'll just give you a simple example. The dragon core of an ordinary dragon bloodline demonic beast at the peak of the blood exchange realm is worth 500,000 star coins. The dragon core of a dragon bloodline demonic beast at the first level of the innate, its value is at the very least over 1,000,000 star coins. Gather 10 dragon cores of dragon bloodline demonic beasts at the first level of the innate, and a lowest level void ring will be in your hands. This is not a bad reward, is it? Gao Ling said. Hiss. All the students sucked in a breath of air. This dragon core was too precious. If they killed a large number of low-level dragon bloodline demonic beasts, the accumulated value gained would be incalculable. Once they didn't die in this trial mission, everyone would be a tycoon when they returned. The opportunity to obtain star coins in freshman year is too little. Sophomore year is really different. Before I saw many sophomores have a void ring, junior students or even more almost everyone has. As long as a few sophomores don't have a void ring, no wonder those seniors are so rich. It turns out that sophomore trial can obtain so many star coins off. There are countless star coins before you can buy a lot of cultivation resources. Cultivation enhancement is only fast. This time the trial mission, I must grasp it. Dragon cores, I will definitely behead a large number of dragon bloodline creatures and obtain a large number of dragon cores. One by one, the students were filled with red faces, as exuberant as if they were pumped with chicken blood. Considering that some students don't have void rings, Star River University has specialized in void orbs. Tutor Gao Ling took out a small black ball that looked like a toy. This is a 9th grade runic weapon. Don't look at the low grade, but the use is not small. It can hold some things just like a void ring, and the space is not small, it's a full cubic meter. Dragon cores are not big in size. This one void orb is enough to load dragon cores. If you guys are really powerful enough to fill up a single void orb, then use the bag to load dragon cores as well. Gao Ling said. Mentor, this void mass orb is only a 9th grade runic weapon. It's equivalent to a void ring. That should be very popular. Why haven't I heard of it? Sun Zai was very curious. I was about to say that. Tutor Gowling smiled and said, although this void orb is very easy to make, as long as you find ores containing spatial attributes to make it look like a void orb, and inscribe the rune of empty, it can be made into a void orb, but this void orb consumes the power of the runes very quickly once it is loaded with something and can't last long, and if it lasts for about a year and a half then the runes collapse and it's useless. Thus it's an unstable runic weapon that can only be used temporarily and can't replace the void ring. So that's how it is. The students understood. If you have a void ring you don't need to receive a void orb. If you don't have a void ring, each person only needs to spend 10,000 star coins to take a void orb, and if it's sold openly, this void orb is worth 60,000 star coins at the very least. After Tutor Gao Ling finished speaking, he waved his hand and a large number of void orbs appeared in the air. Xiao Xin'er had a void ring and thus didn't care about these void orbs, but Lin Tian was very curious about these void orbs. He didn't have the means to create a void ring, but if he had void orbs, he could create them. Xin'er, after the trial is over, let's look into the manufacturing method of void orbs, I want to study it. Lin Tian communicated with Xiao Xin'er. Good. Xiao Xin'er immediately agreed. Although she wasn't quite sure why Lin Tian, a guardian spirit, would want to study the void mist orb, she didn't object because she was also a bit curious about this kind of runic weapon. But in reality, Lin Tian wanted to create void orbs in the Huaxia era. Even if each void orb could only be used for a year, it was still of great use, and could even be used to give away to people, such as his own loved ones. Tutor, I want to purchase a void orb. Mentor, can I buy 2 void orbs? I'm afraid it won't be enough. Hey, mentor, I'm going to buy 3, I'm going to buy more things at the stronghold before going to the trial. With the void orb I can hold quite a few things that I can use during the trial. A large number of students came in front of Gao Ling and began to buy void orbs one by one. Since the ancient dragon star was also in the coverage area of the star network, it was possible to use the star network here as well, thus transferring money and all that was very convenient. Before long, students who did not have void rings purchased void orbs, with many of them buying several at once. Chapter 141 Reality meets Xian Yun. Void orbs, you all have them, there's no need to worry about containing dragon cores. Let me talk about the second reward next. Compared to the first reward, this second reward is even more precious, and that's Dragon Yuan. Tutor Gao Ling's voice seemed very mysterious as he spoke when he mentioned the Dragon Yuan. Clearly, this thing was not ordinary. Dragon Yuan, could it be the legendary Dragon Yuan purified from the body of a real dragon race? Sun Zed was surprised. Not bad. Instructor Gao Ling nodded. The ancient dragon star has several powerful Jiao dragons, and the deities will be interested in beheading these Jiao dragons to purify the Dragon Yuan and bestow it to the students who ranked in the top 30 in terms of scores this time around, being the top 30 of the 3-star river universities. And the higher ranked students receive the most Dragon Yuan, distributing the Dragon Yuan content according to their rankings. The top 30 of the 3-star river universities. This is too difficult, I definitely have no hope. I'm sure there's no hope for me either. I guess only Xiao Xin'er in our class has absolute certainty that she can get the top 30, others have no hope. This reward is rich, but it has nothing to do with us. Dragon Yuan can consolidate the foundation, increase the potential of the supreme treasure. Heard that a void realm dragon can only purify a little Dragon Yuan. A drop of Dragon Yuan can create a genius. It's useless to yearn for it, only 30 people can share the Dragon Yuan. We're still looking forward to killing more dragon bloodline demonic beasts and obtaining more dragon cores, that's more practical. What if we get lucky and obtain the top 30? Dragon Yuan, good stuff. Lin Tian's eyes glowed upon hearing this. This thing could completely increase the physique base as well as the potential. Although he and Xiao Xin'er cultivated the Huaxia era's techniques, their physique bases and potentials were far superior to the others, but it didn't mean that they didn't need to increase them anymore. Xiao Xin'er, in particular, needed the Dragon Yuan even more. Nowadays, Xiao Xin'er's Vajra indestructible body had not yet reached the extreme of the Vajra realm, and for the time being, she was not able to impact the level of the indestructible body. But if she obtained the Dragon Yuan, with the help of the power of the Dragon Yuan, it would be enough to temper her physical body to the extreme of the Vajra body in one fell swoop, and at that time, just by searching for the special flames, she could quench her entire body, break the confinement, and cross over to the level of the indestructible body. And if Lin Tian obtained the Dragon Yuan, he could make the undying body advance another small step. Thus, this Dragon Yuan was also a good thing for Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er. Xin'er, make sure to get the Dragon Yuan, it's best to take first place, this thing will be of great benefit to you. Lin Tian hurriedly said. I know. Xiao Xin'er secretly nodded her head. In addition to the Dragon Core and Dragon Yuan rewards for the trial mission, there was also a reward bestowed by Earthstar River University. This reward had nothing to do with the rewards from the other 2-star river universities, and belonged to the rewards bestowed privately by Earthstar River University. The third reward is the reward bestowed by Earthstar River University, which is points. The number of points is 1/10 of the Dragon Core score, and you will be bestowed points according to this number. Instructor Gao Ling announced this last reward. Points, I didn't expect there to be a reward of points. The reward of this trial mission is too generous, I like it. Many people shouted out in excitement. Immediately, Mentor Gao Ling announced the time for the trial to begin. You will be given 3 days to rest, and after 3 days, the lottery will begin to enter the land of trials. Remember, it's best not to clash with other Star River University students during these 3 days, now dismissed. Although the ancient Dragon Star No. 1 stronghold didn't have everything like a modernized city, there were quite a few things for sale, thus quite a few students went to purchase items to go and load them up with the void miasmosphere. Xiao Xin'er didn't need to go procuring because she had procured many things in advance, and 3 days of cultivation wouldn't yield any results. Thus, Xiao Xin'er wandered around the No. 1 stronghold. The number 1 stronghold had a viewing platform near the edge of the number 1 stronghold's light screen, where one could look into the distance and observe the scene near the number 1 stronghold of the ancient dragon star. After hearing about it, Xiao Xin'er came to the observation deck. The observation deck was very large, and it had no problem carrying a few hundred people on it. At this moment, there weren't many students who came here, only a bustling 30 to 40 people. On the viewing platform, Xiao Xin'er stood there, her gaze looking beyond the number 1 stronghold. On a grassland, a huge creature was walking around there, devouring the grass on the grassland. These were all herbivorous dragon bloodline demonic beasts that were very gentle, thus living quietly in the grassland. It's a bit like an elephant dragon. Tian couldn't help but whisper as he looked at the grassland through the guardian spirit space. Xiao Xin'er heard Tian's words and couldn't help but be curious. What is an elephant dragon? Tian explained, elephant dragons are from an era even older than the Huaxia era, when Earth didn't necessarily have humans born yet, and dinosaurs were the masters of Earth, and elephant dragons are a type of dinosaur, similar to these dragon bloodline demonic beasts in front of us. It's possible that it really is a kind of elephant dragon with Earth's dinosaur era. After all, the development of many planets is similar, and dinosaurs might be a kind of dragon bloodline. It's normal for the ancient dragon planet to have elephant dragons as well. Xiao Xin'er guessed. Just as Xiao Xin'er was quietly enjoying the scenery of the grasslands of the ancient dragon star, a powerful sword intent came crashing down on her. This sword intent did not contain killing intent, but it had a powerful oppressive feeling. This sword intent, it's a bit familiar. Xiao Xin'er turned her head and saw a familiar figure, Xian, the number 1 demonic student amongst the current sophomores of Taro Xingxing River University, and one of the opponents she had once crossed paths with in the Star Network. Her sword intent is stronger and purer, Xiao Xin'er judged. Suddenly, Xian put away her sword intent, but her gaze was still burning as she looked at Xiao Xin'er and faintly said, Xiao Xin'er, it's been a long time, I didn't expect to be able to meet you in the real world. Yes, we are separated by a distant star, located on 2 distant planets in the starry sky, to be able to run into each other is fate. Xiao Xin'er revealed a smile, not as cold as Xian. Xiao Xin'er, since I lost to you last time, I have been practicing hard. My strength is not comparable to what I had at the beginning, and my sword intent is also more powerful. My guardian spirit is also a god-level guardian spirit. How about we fight in reality and divide the high and the low? Saying that, Xian drew her sword. A Xiao-killing aura filled the air, making the other students on the viewing platform tremble. Chapter 142, Son of the Gods. It's going to be a fight. As soon as the students on the viewing platform saw this situation, they hastily retreated far away. Some of the Taro Star River University students immediately recognized Xian's identity. It was clearly their school's number 1 demon, and quite a few of these Taro Star students also knew Xiao Xin'er. After all, when Xiao Xin'er had swept away the students of Taro Star River University, many of them had watched the battle at that time, thus they were particularly impressed with Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er and Xian were going to fight. That scene was not small. They were afraid of being affected. They were so scared that they hurriedly got off the viewing platform. Fighting is not allowed in stronghold number 1, didn't your mentor tell you? Xiao Xin'er directly said. I was told, but even if I fought, it would only be a small punishment. I don't care. Xian said icily. Sorry, I don't want to be a bad student. Get out of the way, I'm going down. Xiao Xin'er moved her feet and prepared to leave. Are you afraid? Xian tried to provoke Xiao Xin'er with provocation. However, where would Xiao Xin'er be subjected to such a low level of provocation? She couldn't help but say, there's no need to provoke me. If you really want to compete, then let's compete to see who gets the most points. After saying that, Xiao Xin'er left. Good, then let's compare who gets more points. Xian shouted toward Xiao Xin'er's back. The number 1 stronghold was a large place, but there weren't many places that could be browsed, and many places were even forbidden to enter. After casually strolling around for a few hours, Xiao Xin'er felt bored and returned to the accommodation building of the 2nd and 3rd year class. The first day, Xiao Xin'er basically spent it in cultivation. She and Tian had been cultivating in the Regulus sword technique rules and treasures. The Regulus sword secrets were like other martial arts techniques. The realms were divided into beginner, blending, exceeding, perfection, realm of intent, domain, and laws. The Xianyuan sword technique was a supreme martial art. If it was cultivated normally, it would be very time-consuming, and even getting started was very difficult. However, with the aid of the Xianyuan sword technique rule treasure code as well as the Tao Te Ching, it had only been a few days, and she had already crossed over to the perfection level. But as for the realm of intent, it had yet to be comprehended. Once one comprehended the intent of the Xianyuan sword technique, it would be sword intent. The supreme technique level Regulus sword skill, once it comprehended the sword intent, one could imagine what a terrifying sword intent it would be. It could definitely easily crush ordinary sword intent, and it would even be enough to fight against the domain of swords. Time flashed by. The next day, Xiao Xin'er had just come out to prepare something to eat when she heard quite a few people discussing something. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er heard the word Xianyun and walked over in a moment of curiosity. The ones who were discussing it were a few people from Sun Z. Sun Z, what are you few discussing? Xiao Xin'er asked curiously. Xiao Xin'er, we're discussing the demonic geniuses from other schools. Sun Z took out a list and introduced, yesterday, there were a few idle and bored students who collected demonic students from various schools and ranked them by combining their battle records, and a total of 10 most powerful demonic students were investigated, and our Earthstar River University, Xiao Xin'er and Jin He were both there, with you ranked 3rd, Jin He ranked into the 10th, and the Terrostar River University's Xian Yun surprisingly ranked above you into the you're in 2nd place. At first, you swept Taluostar River University, this is obviously looking down on you, and also looking down on our Earthstar River University. Not only was Sun Z dissatisfied, several other people were also dissatisfied with this ranking. Maybe it's because of my guardian spirit, that's why I'm ranked in this ranking. Xiao Xin'er said indifferently. What do they know? Even though your guardian spirit is a medium guardian spirit, it can be even more powerful than a normal god-ranked guardian spirit. When we said this yesterday, the students of Tirosian Xinghai University said that we were bragging, and we almost got into a fight. The more Sun Z spoke, the more angry he became. Let me see this list. Xiao Xin'er reached out to ask for it. Here. Sun Z handed the list to Xiao Xin'er. First place, sophomore student of 8 Core Star River University's Wazi, suspected to be at the 5th level of innate. Possessing a god body physique, a peak stellar grade divine spirit sun. Seeing this student who was ranked in first place, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian were instantly shocked. This Wazi is the son of a deity? Xiao Xin'er asked. Not bad, we were also very surprised at first, but it is indeed the son of a deity. It is very difficult for deities to give birth to their offspring. Their offspring are basically born from a union with their spouse when they are not yet deities. Once they become deities, the difficulty of giving birth to their offspring is very great. It is said that Zhuozi's father had previously given birth to a couple of sons whose talent was not very strong, and all of them had not yet stepped into the deities, and gradually reached there. It is said that Zhuozi's father's previous sons were not very gifted and did not enter the divine spirit, and gradually reached the end of his life and fell, so he was prepared to give birth to another one, and it took more than 10,000 years and a great deal of effort before Zhuozi was born. Zhuozi possessed a divine body physique at birth and reached the innate realm at birth. It is said that in order to prevent Zhuozi from not being able to keep up with his mind because his cultivation progressed too fast, he suppressed Zhuozi's cultivation realm and allowed him to constantly hone his skills, or else Zhuozi would have definitely stepped into the Tongshan realm by now. Sun Z hurriedly explained. Surprisingly, he's the son of a deity with a divine body, no wonder he's designated as the number 1 demon. Xiao Xin'er murmured. Guardian spirit space. Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Xin'er, so what if it's the son of a divine spirit? You've also stepped into the 4th level of the innate now. It's not hard to be closer to stepping into the 5th level of the innate. It's the same realm. Even if it's the son of a divine spirit, it's not sure to be your opponent. Lin Tian wasn't joking with these words. There were many techniques in martial arts from the Huaxia era, and each of them was not low in realm, but also had the supreme sword technique Xian Yuan sword technique. With such a strong heritage, although Xiao Xin'er was not a son of a deity, she was comparable to a natural deity's qualifications. As long as Xiao Xin'er was given time slowly, it would not be difficult to easily hang a son of a deity. Of course, I'm your host, of course I'm not afraid of any son of a deity. Xiao Xin'er catered to Lin Tian's words and smiled. Of these 10 lists, Terrostar River University occupied 6 of them, Octocore Star River University occupied 2, and Earthstar River University occupied 2. And since the Octocore Star River University possessed the divine spirit's son, Zhuozi, thus the Earthstar River University was considered to be the weakest of the 3-star river universities. Xiao Xin'er also had to admit that in terms of overall strength, Earthstar River University was indeed not as good as Terrostar River University, but it was not necessarily weaker than Octocore Star River University. Furthermore, as long as we get first place, it's also considered crushing both Terrostar River University and Octocore Star River University. Xiao Xin'er's ambition to take first place arose in her heart. Chapter 143 Drop Location Number 19. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 10 o'clock in the morning exactly. All of the students from the 3-star river universities all converged on a square, standing in neat rows. Today was the day to conduct the trial, and it was also the time for them to conduct the lottery. The entire ancient Dragon Star was a trial field, but from which place to conduct the trial this needed to be assigned. It was impossible for everyone to be in the same place, that would be too many students and not conducive to the trial. Star River University executives divided the trial ground into 100 places, every dozens of people in a place to land down. In this way, thousands of students scattered. And who landed at which place, this all needed to be arranged randomly, and a lottery could ensure fairness. Whoever drew where would have to land there without any dissatisfaction. Just then, a Void Realm tutor appeared in the air and said to all the students, 100 drop points, number 1 to 100, there is a box on that platform. Inside the box there is a paper with a number, each person draws a number, and takes the number to a different flying machine respectively. 1 to 10 goes to the number 1 flying machine, 11 to 20 goes to the number 2, number 1 to 10 will go to the number 1 flying machine, number 11 to 20 will go to the number 2 flying machine, and so on. Everyone go and draw a number. After saying that, this tutor's figure turned around and disappeared. One by one, the 6,000 or so students went to the stage to draw their numbers, each one at random, and the speed was fast. It didn't take long before more than 6,000 students had already drawn their numbers, and each got on the corresponding flying machine. Number 19. Xiao Xin'er glanced at the number in her hand and walked towards the number 2 flying machine. At this time, she found some acquaintances. It was Sun Zai and a few others from her own class, who were also on flight machine number 2. Seeing Xiao Xin'er also walking towards flight number 2, Sun Zai hurriedly walked over and asked, Xiao Xin'er, what number are you putting in the location? Number 19. Xiao Xin'er showed her number to Sun Zai and the others. What a coincidence, we are also number 19. Sun Zed was very excited. In this way, they would be landing at a trial location together with Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er, why don't we team up? Sun Zed made a suggestion. There was no requirement to form a team for this trial, one could either go solo or team up with each other for the experience. Forget it, I'm going to try out alone. Xiao Xin'er directly refused. It wasn't that she looked down on the strength of Sun Zed and the others, it was just that it was more convenient if she was alone, and she could yet hunt powerful dragon bloodline creatures, whereas if she were to team up with Sun Zed and the others, then she would inevitably have to take into account Sun Zed and their safety, and wouldn't be able to hunt powerful dragon bloodline demonic beasts as she wished. In that case, it would be difficult for her to compete for the first place in the score. Considering all of this, she had refused Sun Zed's invitation. Seeing Xiao Xin'er's refusal to form a team, Sun Zai was a little disappointed, but he didn't force himself. Immediately, the few people got on the number 2 flying machine together. When all the students got on the flying machine, a flying machine took off. Flying machine number 2 flew along the established route in the ancient dragon star, and on the way, it also encountered some flying demonic beasts, but these flying demonic beasts knew the terrifying nature of the flying machine, and thus one by one, they avoided and didn't dare to contend with the flying machine. Drop Site 11 has arrived. Students who landed at Drop Site 11 jump from here. A flying machine personnel opened the door of the flying machine and shouted. At this time, the flying machine was not very high from the ground, only about 40 meters high. The students of Star River University were all awakened beings above the blood transformation realm. Such a little height was nothing to them, and they didn't need to ask for a parachute like ordinary people. Clattering. One by one, the students jumped out of the flying machine door, and one by one, they landed firmly on the ground, starting their 6-month trial. The flyer door closed and the flight continued. Not long after, drop site number 12 arrived. Just like the students before them, the students who landed at drop site 12 jumped off from here one by one. Half an hour later, drop site number 19 arrived. Xiao Xin'er, Sun Zai, and the others jumped off here together. Boom! Xiao Xin'er's feet stepped on the ground and dust flew up. This is a valley. Xiao Xin'er scanned around and secretly said. There was nothing dangerous about the valley, and no powerful dragon bloodline demonic beasts were seen. The 100 drop sites picked by Star River University were safer places, so naturally, they wouldn't choose the nests of powerful dragon bloodline demonic beasts for the drop. Wouldn't that be gambling with the lives of the students? As soon as they landed, the group of students started to form teams in 2s and 3s, but there were also those like Xiao Xin'er who were prepared to be lone rangers and try out alone. Swish swish swish. One by one, the students left and disappeared into the valley. And at that moment, Sun Zai followed the other 3 students over. Xiao Xin'er, we're leaving first. Sun Zed said. Obviously, the 4 of them had teamed up to move together. Well, you guys pay attention to safety and don't go hunting demonic beasts that you can't deal with. Xiao Xin'er admonished them. Don't worry, we know our own strength and won't blindly fool around. Sun Zed nodded and said. After Sun Zai and the others left, Xiao Xin'er also chose a random direction to walk in. In the middle of a slightly dark forest. Xiao Xin'er walked slowly. This forest was located to the east of the valley just now. She felt quite a few powerful demonic beasts' auras in this forest, thus she resolutely entered this forest. Perhaps due to the planet's environment, the trees of the ancient dragon planet were so huge that a few people couldn't even encircle a tree, and the heights almost all reached hundreds of meters high. These trees were enough to be called gigantic trees on Earth, but here they seemed very ordinary. Thud thud thud. A slight vibrating sound came from the ground. Obviously, a huge big thing was coming toward Xiao Xin'er's side. Lin Tian, a demonic beast is approaching. Xiao Xin'er said to Lin Tian in the guardian spirit space. Xin'er, let's directly follow the sound. Lin Tian suggested. Xiao Xin'er nodded her head and her body moved, darting over in the direction where the vibrations came from. Not long after, a huge object appeared in Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian's line of sight. This was a demonic beast that was about 50 meters long and 7 or 8 meters tall. Its body skin was covered in spines, one of which was like a sharp weapon, and its size was similar to that of a lizard. Seeing the physical appearance of this demonic beast, Lin Tian could not help but exclaim, "This is an enlarged version of the spiny dragon." Chapter 144 Regulus Sword Skill Chopping Spinosaurus. There were many types of dinosaurs in the Earth's dinosaur era, of which the Spinosaurus was one of them. The Spinosaurus that was researched from Earth's fossils was only between 18 and 22 meters in length, but the demonic beast in front of him had already reached 50 meters in length and had spines all over its body that were comparable to sharp weapons, definitely not comparable to the Spinosaurus on Earth. I'm afraid that even the small artillery shells of the Huaxia era couldn't penetrate the skin as well as the spines of this Spinosaurus demonic beast. It's a demonic beast of the innate realm. If you call it a spiny dragon, then let's call it a spiny dragon. Xiao Xin'er kept her gaze on this spiny dragon, while this spiny dragon gaze was also fixed on Xiao Xin'er. In the eyes of this spiny dragon, Xiao Xin'er was already a lunch snack that it was going to devour. Immediately, it exerted its feet fiercely, and its entire body turned into a stump and darted over. Wow! The huge spiny dragon's mouth fiercely bit down on Xiao Xin'er, seemingly wanting to swallow Xiao Xin'er in one bite. Roll! Xiao Xin'er flew up, one hand fiercely pressed down in the void, and a huge adamantine palm collapsed and blasted down on the body of the spiny dragon. Click 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 click. The adamantine palm collided with the spines on the spiny dragon's body, only hitting the spiny dragon's spines cracking a few times before the adamantine palm shattered. So hard that it blocked my adamantine palm. Xiao Xin'er was surprised. Although this spiny dragon was an innate realm demonic beast, it didn't seem to be able to fly, but instead roared up to the sky. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the mouth of the spiny dragon and blasted towards Xiao Xin'er. The speed of this ray of light was so fast that if it was an ordinary innate fourth awakened person, they really wouldn't be able to dodge it. Light body technique. Xiao Xin'er's body disappeared like a dream, dodging the spiny dragon's attack, and immediately came behind the spiny dragon, launching another attack on the spiny dragon. Under one encounter, Xiao Xin'er understood the strength of the spiny dragon. The spiny dragon should be a dragon bloodline demonic beast of the 6th level of the innate realm, and with a very strong defense, it was undoubtedly much stronger than an ordinary human innate 6th level awakened. Xin'er used the Huaxia heavenly soldiers to kill this spiny dragon. Lin Tian proposed. Humph. With a thought, Xiao Xin'er's mind moved and a ball appeared in her hand, which was none other than the Huaxia heavenly soldier. Immediately afterward, the Huaxia heavenly soldier opened its first weapon form, the Regulus sword. Holding the Regulus sword in her hand, Xiao Xin'er's aura changed drastically. Regulus sword technique. With a single sword strike, the golden sword aura seemed to cut through the heavens and earth, chopping at the body of the spiny dragon at an incredible speed. Ka 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 ka. The spines on the spiny dragon's body broke one by one in response to the sound, and as the sword entered the body, a large amount of blood stained the broken spines as well as the skin, while the ground near the spiny dragon was also chopped by Xiao Xin'er's Xian Yuan sword with a huge sword mark that stretched for 100 meters, just like a chasm. At this moment, the spiny dragon did not die, but it was also seriously injured. Seeing that he was not Xiao Xin'er's opponent, the spiny dragon did not foolishly continue its attack on Xiao Xin'er, but instead turned away, wanting to escape. Don't even think about leaving. Xiao Xin'er utilized her light body technique and instantly caught up with Echinosaurus. Her human sword united and once again chopped at Echinosaurus. There was a clattering sound. The spiny dragon's body was chopped in half, instantly losing its life. There was a flopping sound. The spiny dragon's body fell to the ground, blood staining the ground red. The 4th level of innate easily decapitated a dragon bloodline demonic beast of the 6th level of innate, showing the power of Xiao Xin'er's strength. Not bad. The Regulus sword skill with the Chinese heavenly soldier Regulus sword is very powerful. If I had comprehended the sword intent, I'm afraid that I would have easily killed this spiny dragon in one strike. Lin Tian appreciated. After all, the Huaxia heavenly soldier is a 5th grade, comparable to a 4th grade runic weapon. The increase in attack power is very large, so naturally, it can easily decapitate the spiny dragon. If I didn't use the Huaxia heavenly soldier in the Regulus sword technique, I'd have to put in a little bit of effort if I wanted to decapitate this spiny dragon. Xiao Xin'er was very self-aware of her own strength, and thus didn't feel too proud of herself. Look for the Dragon Core. A Dragon Core of an innate 6th level dragon bloodline demonic beast should count for quite a few points. Lin Tian hurriedly urged. Xiao Xin'er jumped onto the body of the spiny dragon, her soul sensing the condition of the spiny dragon's body, looking for the location of the Dragon Core. Found it. Xiao Xin'er was overjoyed. Immediately, she activated her blood nerves, controlling the blood of the spiny dragon and squeezing out the Dragon Core. In this way, she easily got the spiny dragon's Dragon Core. The spiny dragon was large, but the Dragon Core was small, only the size of a thumb cap, appearing blue in color, like a shining blue gem. In fact, the spiny dragon's corpse was considered a good treasure. Swallowing it could increase the power of qi and blood, and if it was sold to a restaurant, it would definitely be worth a lot of star coins. But the body of the spiny dragon was too big, even Xiao Xin'er's void ring couldn't fit, and even if it could, she wouldn't waste the space to fit the body of a spiny dragon. However, Xiao Xin'er still cut off a few pieces of the better spiny dragon meat and prepared it for the Chinese barbecue. This time, she had carried quite a few condiments with her, so she was perfectly capable of barbecuing a delicious spiny dragon barbecue. After beheading this spiny dragon, Xiao Xin'er continued to walk in the forest. Every time she encountered a dragon bloodline demonic beast, any demonic beast that she could deal with herself, she would personally kill it, honing her fighting strength, and did not let Lin Tian help. Of course, when she encountered a dragon bloodline demonic beast that she couldn't deal with, she would still summon Lin Tian and behead the other party together. Just like this, Xiao Xin'er began her own trial journey in the ancient dragon star. Day after day passed. Xiao Xin'er almost always spent her time in the midst of killing, using killing to hone her Regulus sword technique, and then utilizing the Regulus sword technique rulebook. She found that the Regulus sword technique was progressing very quickly, and was vaguely about to sense the existence of the realm of intent. On this day, Xiao Xin'er had found a dragon bloodline demonic beast of the 8th innate level, and she was going to utilize this powerful dragon bloodline demonic beast to hone her Xian Yuan sword skill, thus allowing the Xian Yuan sword skill to completely metamorphose and comprehend the Xian Yuan sword skill's sword intent realm. Xin'er, can you do it alone? Lin Tian was slightly worried. After all, the demonic beast that Xiao Xin'er was looking for this time was a dragon bloodline demonic beast at the 8th level of the innate realm, and the other party possessed a relatively high dragon bloodline, far more powerful many times than the spiny dragon from before. Even though she had the Chinese heavenly warrior in her hands, the gap between Xiao Xin'er's strength and this 8th level of innate realm dragon bloodline demonic beast was still very large. Lin Tian, I can do it. If I don't make a breakthrough soon, it will be hard for me to win first place this time. Xiao Xin'er was resolute in her will. Her eyes were dead set on a giant dragon crocodile lying in the distance by the riverside sunbathing as she slowly walked over. Chapter 145 Unending Battle, Signs of Breakthrough. This one dragon crocodile was not very large, only 20 meters long, but the aura it emitted was far too powerful than the 50-meter-long spiny dragon from before. Among demonic beasts, size was nothing. Some demonic beasts were even as large as a small mouse, but their strength might be comparable to that of a void realm awakened, thus using size to judge the strength of a demonic beast was the most foolish act. Just now, an innate-level demonic beast approached the river and disturbed the news of this dragon crocodile and was swallowed by this dragon crocodile in one gulp. Thus, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian could tell that the strength of this dragon crocodile had definitely reached the 8th innate level. Not only was it at the 8th level of innate, the dragon bloodline it contained was also very powerful. The dragon might that was faintly emitted was above the average dragon bloodline creature, thus such a dragon bloodline demonic beast was very frightening. When Xiao Xin'er approached the river, the dragon crocodile sensed it, and its eyes looked over towards Xiao Xin'er, an angry look covering its pupils. Only to see this dragon crocodile's mouth open wide and violently spit out a large amount of liquid substance towards Xiao Xin'er. This was the acidic liquid of the dragon crocodile, a powerful corrosive liquid that could easily corrode away the body of an innate 1st or 2nd level demonic beast. Xiao Xin'er's size was too small. This dragon crocodile didn't even have the desire to devour it and was ready to melt Xiao Xin'er away with a mouthful of acid. At this moment, Xiao Xin'er waved her left hand, and the Taiji diagram enveloped the surroundings, defending the body. With a crash, a large amount of acid fell like a waterfall, but it didn't touch Xiao Xin'er's body even a little bit. But the surrounding ground suffered, some flowers and grasses all disappeared, even the soil also decayed a lot. Seeing Xiao Xin'er unharmed under its acid attack, the dragon crocodile stood up on all fours and began to take Xiao Xin'er, the little guy, seriously. Swish! A residual shadow appeared. The somewhat clumsy dragon crocodile's speed was not slow at all, instantly arriving in front of Xiao Xin'er with a dragon crocodile wave fling. Clatter! The wind speed brought by the tail seemed to turn into a blade, very sharp and incomparable, while the sharp parts of the dragon crocodile's tail were like a sharp drill that could easily tear through steel. Xiao Xin'er's face was grave as she held her Regulus sword and ruthlessly touched the dragon crocodile's tail. Under the impact of the enormous power, Xiao Xin'er's body fell back tens of meters, her hands somewhat numb. What a great power! I have cultivated a variety of divine-level techniques from the Huaxia era. My physical strength has long been far beyond many of my peers. Even the awakened of the 9th level of the innate is not as strong as I am in terms of physical strength, yet there is such a huge difference in power with this dragon crocodile. Xiao Xin'er secretly said. Swish swish swish. The dragon crocodile attacked Xiao Xin'er over and over again, each time hitting Xiao Xin'er back and forth. If there was no Regulus sword, with Xiao Xin'er's physical body directly colliding with the dragon crocodile would definitely be injured. With the assistance of the light body technique field, Xiao Xin'er was quite comfortable, not so much that she couldn't resist the dragon crocodile at all. In order to hone the Regulus sword technique, Xiao Xin'er decided to only use 2 martial arts. One was the light body technique, which was the best body technique for dodging, otherwise it would be difficult for her to fight the dragon crocodile head-on. The second was the Regulus sword technique. Other than these 2 martial arts, the other martial arts, she decided not to use them much, unless it was a special situation, where she would use Taijiquan to ward off the attack if she could not resist. Lin Tian had been watching the battle between Xiao Xin'er and the dragon crocodile, and although he was in the guardian spirit space, he could appear at any time to save Xiao Xin'er. Once Xiao Xin'er was in danger, he would immediately step in. Suddenly, the dragon crocodile violently retreated a few dozen meters, pulling away from Xiao Xin'er. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xin'er became even more grave as she knew that the dragon crocodile was about to perform a powerful move. Rumble! With an explosive sound, the river behind the dragon crocodile changed drastically. Countless amounts of river water surged up into the air, transforming into a pillar of water. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian could not help but produce a word in their heart's bloodline avatar. The demonic beasts also have their own way of cultivation, that is, the bloodline. Demonic beasts inherit the bloodline, and there is an ancestor's mark in the bloodline, which can be passed on to the ancestor's techniques as well as divine abilities through the bloodline. And at this moment, what this dragon crocodile was performing was clearly a water-controlled divine ability, a dragon crocodile's innate divine ability. Of course, not all demonic beasts have the original divine ability, only very talented and powerful bloodline demonic beasts will awaken the original divine ability. General demonic beasts simply cannot awaken the divine ability, and even do not know how to awaken. A demonic beast that had awakened its innate divine ability could be much more powerful than a demonic beast that hadn't awakened its divine ability, so it could be seen that this dragon crocodile's strength was above the other innate 8th level dragon bloodline demonic beasts. Xin'er, I'll make a move. Lin Tian hurriedly called out. No, there's no need for you to make a move, I can. Xiao Xin'er felt that her Regulus sword technique was about to make a breakthrough and was just short of a chisel. And now, the pressure brought by the dragon crocodile was the chances. The stronger the dragon crocodile was, the stronger the feeling of her breakthrough was. Boom! Above the sky, a pillar of water rushed down. This wasn't ordinary river water anymore, but river water that contained the power of divine abilities, and the impact was terrifying. There was a rumble. The place that was hit by the water pillar immediately collapsed, and a single water droplet shot out in all directions like a bullet. Under such a dense attack of water pillars, Xiao Xin'er was still unable to completely dodge away even though she had utilized her light body technique domain. Suddenly, a water column hit Xiao Xin'er. Immediately, Xiao Xin'er's flesh cracked and her organs were damaged. If it was a normal innate 4th level awakened person, at this point, he or she would have already been seriously injured and lost the power of battle, but under the operation of the Vajra indestructible body, the injuries were rapidly recovering. Chop! The sword light transformed by the Xian Yuan sword technique tore through the air and madly chopped at the body of the dragon crocodile. One person, one dragon crocodile, fought violently by the river, the fluctuations of the battle affecting hundreds of meters in the surrounding area. As time passed, Xiao Xin'er's strength was greatly depleted. After all, she had been running her Vajra indestructible body to restore her physical body, and most of her energy still originated from her body, while a small portion of it originated from the spiritual chi in the earth and sky. The heavier the injury, the more power needed to be consumed. This wasn't a very good sign for Xiao Xin'er. I'm afraid that she couldn't hold on for much longer. Her face was pale, but Xiao Xin'er's eyes were filled with joy, and there was no trace of exhaustion at all. She didn't let Lin Tian make a move because she felt that she was about to make a breakthrough. A terrifying force was slowly being birthed in her soul as well as within her body. That power was the sword intent of the supreme technique Regulus sword skill. Chapter 146 Regulus sword intent out. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, the air froze. A pure sharpness of intent penetrated out from Xiao Xin'er's body, and the invisible force caused the surrounding sand and rocks to turn into pieces. A sword chopped out as if it had the intention of tearing apart the void. I've finally realized the sword intent of the Regulus sword technique. Xiao Xin'er came to a realization. Purely in terms of martial arts realms, the Xian Yuan sword technique was only at the realm of intent, while the light body technique, Tai Chi fist, and Vajra palm had all crossed over into the realm level, so it was reasonable to say that the Xian Yuan sword technique at the realm of intent level was nothing impressive. But the Xian Yuan sword trick this martial arts is the supreme merit law. The gap between the 9th order merit law and supreme merit law is still very big. Just comprehended, the realm of intention is equivalent to the domain level of the 9th order of god level martial arts. Xiao Xin'er was also holding the Regulus sword formed by the Chinese heavenly warriors, which was a sword comparable to a 4th grade runic weapon, able to increase the attack power tremendously, and with the Regulus sword technique at the realm of intent level, it was even enough to play out the 9th order divine grade martial arts at the realm of the ultimate level. As a result, the Xian Yuan sword skill, which had just comprehended the realm of intent in the district now, was instead Xiao Xin'er's most powerful attack at the moment. Weapon-type attacks would do more damage to this kind of dragon bloodline demonic beast with great defense, making it easier to exterminate the demonic beast. With the Xian Yuan sword skill's intent comprehended, Xiao Xin'er was confident and began to prove her attack with the dragon crocodile. You're no longer useful to me. Xiao Xin'er was no longer hiding her strength, and the many martial arts of the Huaxia era were unleashed one by one. Regulus sword technique. Tai Chi fist. Vajra palm. Light body technique. One by one, the Chinese martial arts came out from Xiao Xin'er's hands, and each martial art was articulated very skillfully. Xiao Xin'er in such a state was at her strongest. Even though she was 4 small levels below the dragon crocodile, her battle power was only a little lower. More importantly, Xiao Xin'er's Regulus sword was able to pose a threat to the dragon crocodile. Before, it was very difficult to injure the dragon crocodile, but now when the Regulus sword stabbed at the dragon crocodile's body, it was able to pierce through the dragon crocodile's skin and injure its body. Only to see that the skin of the dragon crocodile appeared densely packed with small holes, which were all wounds stabbed out by Xiao Xin'er. A small wound wasn't scary, but a large number of small wounds could cause serious injuries. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er retreated far away. Her face was very pale, her strength was greatly depleted. At that moment, Tian appeared. Xin'er, go meditate and rest, take the innate spirit liquid to recover your strength. Tian hurriedly said. He knew that Xiao Xin'er's strength was almost exhausted. Although her injuries were not too great, it was difficult for her to continue fighting. Good. Xiao Xin'er nodded. The dragon crocodile saw that there was suddenly one more person and immediately pounced towards Tian once again. Although Tian could only exert the 4th level of the innate realm as well, his physical strength could far exceed Xiao Xin'er's. It was already at the level of the undying body and was much more powerful than the last time he had fought against a god-level guardian spirit. Vajra fist. Tian transformed his Vajra palm into a fist, gathering a large amount of innate true essence in his hand, and ruthlessly collided with the charging dragon crocodile strike. Rumble. A shockwave swept away in all directions, the wind and sand swept away and the sky swirled. Ka ka ka. Tian's left foot steadily rested against the ground. Although the pressure cracked the ground, he stabilized his stance while the dragon crocodile took a few steps back. With one strike, Tian had a slight advantage in terms of strength. Xiao Xin'er, who was not far away, couldn't help but envy Tian when she saw such a powerful Tian. Tian's martial arts talent is really too much stronger than me. The domain attainment of the Vajra palm is even much higher than mine. Integrating the power of the domain into the palm of his hand and bursting it out with a single punch is even more powerful than simply releasing the domain. If my domain is just an introduction, his domain is at the very least at the peak of minor accomplishment. There were strong and weak domains. Although Xiao Xin'er had comprehended the domain for a long time, this level of the domain was too esoteric, and if one comprehended it to the extreme of the domain, only then did they begin to touch the laws. Xiao Xin'er is still far from this level of law. The field is estimated to be just the peak of the introduction, but even the peak of the introduction of the field of Vajra palm is also comparable to the field of the general god-level martial arts extreme. This was the power of Chinese martial arts. But Tian's domain was estimated to be comparable to a law. This was talent, and this rate of progress was truly amazing. After colliding with the dragon crocodile a few times, Tian suddenly used a finger instead of a sword and pointed a finger in the left eye of the dragon crocodile. Regulus sword technique. Swoosh. A powerful sword intent burst out from Tian's finger, carrying a terrifying sword chi that erupted in the left eye of the dragon crocodile. In an instant, the left eye of the dragon crocodile exploded, completely blind. Not long after, the dragon crocodile's other eye was also wasted by Tian. For a moment, the powerful dragon crocodile became a blind man. Although his senses could sense the situation around him, the dragon crocodile that had become blind was undoubtedly somewhat unable to adapt to it and was completely suppressed by Tian. Tian had realized the sword intent of the Xian Yuan sword technique a few days ago, and now the sword intent had already taken shape, and was more powerful than Xiao Xin'er's sword intent. However, in terms of power, Tian's sword intent didn't have the support of the Xian Yuan sword and thus wasn't considered powerful, but in that situation just now, using his finger instead of the sword and poking the eyes of the dragon crocodile was a very skillful move. With both eyes blinded, coupled with being seriously injured, the fighting strength of the dragon crocodile had dropped drastically, and was no longer considered a threat. Suddenly, Tian grabbed the tail of the dragon crocodile and exerted his true gigantic strength. Rise for me! Violently, Tian yanked up the dragon crocodile and kept flinging it around, frantically hitting the ground with the dragon crocodile's body. Boom boom boom. Every time it hit the ground, the dragon crocodile's body took one more heavy hit. After a dozen or so consecutive flings, the dragon crocodile completely lost its life, while the ground around it was also in a sorry state, with potholes and puddles. After killing the dragon crocodile, Tian put his hands on one of the dragon crocodile's wounds and operated his blood nerves, sensing the dragon crocodile's body and searching for the location of the dragon core. Soon, the location of the dragon core was sensed. Instantly, Tian controlled the blood inside the dragon core to run wildly and brought out the dragon core. Xin'er, this is the dragon core of the dragon crocodile. Tian walked over to Xiao Xin'er and handed the dragon core to Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er smiled faintly and took the dragon core without saying any thanks. The relationship between the two didn't need to say such polite words. I'll go back to the guardian spirit space first. If you stay outside any longer, your body won't be able to take it anymore. After saying that, Tian returned to the Guardian Spirit space and disappeared. Chapter 147 Gradually Appearing Robbers. 3 months' time. Xiao Xin'er traversed forests, stepped over rivers, and walked over mountains. Wherever there were demonic beasts, there was her figure. 3 months of honing allowed Xiao Xin'er to progress at a very fast rate. Now, she had become an awakened person at the 5th level of the innate realm, and the Regulus sword intent was no longer the initial realization it was at the beginning, but had already reached the peak level of the sword intent, and was just a step away from the sword realm. On top of that, Xiao Xin'er's other Chinese martial arts had also progressed rapidly, and her overall strength had risen several levels. If Xiao Xin'er were to fight the original dragon crocodile again, she could easily kill it. 3 months of non-stop hunting of demonic beasts had allowed Xiao Xin'er to store a large number of dragon cores in her void ring, and among them, there were even a dozen or so dragon cores of the 9th level of the innate realm's dragon bloodline demonic beasts. This was the result of Xiao Xin'er and Tian striking out together and killing the 9th level of the innate realm's dragon bloodline demonic beasts across 4 minor levels. As Xiao Xin'er hunted and killed the dragon bloodline demonic beast and obtained the dragon cores, a situation arose among the ancient Dragon Star students. Robbery. Students with strong strength robbed students with low strength, although the students all had star shuttle orders that could be activated to return to the number 1 stronghold, and the other students didn't dare to kill them, so it seemed like they didn't have to be afraid of the other students. But the star shuttle order only has 3 chances, that is 3 chances to save their lives. Activating it once is 1 less, and teleporting back to the number 1 stronghold to go back to the trial will also delay the time. Thus, many were unwilling to activate the star shuttle order to escape. The students who robbed seized on this bit of mental activity and only robbed a small portion of the dragon cores without touching the resistance of the robbed. Comparing only paying a small portion of dragon cores to losing a chance to save one's life, naturally, the latter was more important. However, the speed of accumulating dragon cores in this way of robbing was not very fast, as finding other students was also a troublesome matter. In the ancient Dragon Star Trial Land, there was no star network interface, and there was no way to pass information between each other, so one could only rely on luck to find other students, and the chances of 2 students meeting were too small. The ancient Dragon Star was so huge, even a little larger than the size of the Earth, and with more than 6,000 students spread out, the chances of meeting were indeed very small. Of course, if they met other students who were a bit stronger themselves, robbing a bit of dragon cores would be a common thing. Rumble. Xiao Xin'er was walking on a mountain path when she suddenly heard a burst of fighting sounds, as well as shouting. It's not a battle between demonic beasts. Xiao Xin'er immediately judged it. If it was a battle between demonic beasts, the sound was not so. Tian, there should be students fighting. I'll go and take a look. In case it's a student from our Earth Star River University who's in trouble, I can help out. Xiao Xin'er proposed. It's fine, go. Tian responded. Swish. The light body technique was executed and Xiao Xin'er passed through the jungle like a gust of wind. Although she could fly, Xiao Xin'er didn't dare to fly. Once she did, it would be like a target in the air and would be seen by many powerful demonic beasts. The ancient dragon star could be very dangerous, and there were not a few demonic beasts of the passing god realm. In addition, there were flying demonic beasts in the air, and flying in the air was also very dangerous. Before coming here, Instructor Gao Ling had reminded that it was best not to fly in the ancient dragon star, or else it would be easy to be targeted by powerful demonic beasts and given a siege. Not long after, Xiao Xin'er arrived at the location of the battle. At that moment, she was surprised to find that one of the parties fighting was someone she recognized. It's Sun Zed and the others. At this moment, the 4 of them, Sun Zed, were being surrounded by 3 students. Those 3 students were students from the 8 Core Stars River University. Logically, the 4 should have the advantage, but Sun Zai and the others were too weak, just at the 6th and 7th level of the blood transformation realm, but one of the other 3 was awakened at the 1st level of the innate, and the other 2 were awakened at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. If they weren't afraid of killing Sun Zai and breaking the rules, at this point Sun Zai and the others would have already died. Nowadays, when both sides said that they were fighting, it might as well be said that they were teasing. The 4 of you hand over 1/10 of your dragon cores, and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, even though we don't dare to kill you, we can seriously injure you, and if you don't want to be seriously injured, then you'll have to use the Star Shuttle order to leave. A chance to use the Star Shuttle order or 1/10 of the Dragon Core, which one do you choose? The 8 Core Star River University student who was an Ascended Realm Awakener coldly threatened. Well, we won't give you a single Dragon Core, the big deal is just losing a chance to use the Star Shuttle order. Sun Zai did not yield in the slightest. But in reality, he was also unwilling to activate the Star Shuttle order, otherwise he would have already activated it in the first place. Seek death. The 8 Core Star River's innate was enraged. He hadn't made a move before, and stood there. Just the 2 9th level of the blood transformation realm 8 Core Star River University students were enough to furiously abuse Sun Zai. And now, he was ready to personally strike. Swish. The 8-core Starry River University innate student's figure moved and arrived in front of Sun Zephyr, grasping with one hand, the rich innate true essence bringing a great sense of oppression to Sunja. Seeing this scene, Sunja's superlative guardian spirit exerted its domain power to stop the octocore Star River University student. However, the superior guardian spirit could only exert the cultivation of the 7th level of the blood transfiguration realm, while this 8-core Stars River University student was the 1st level of the innate, and there was an essential difference in strength. Roll! The innate true essence's large hand slapped, directly shaking Sunja's superior guardian spirit out of the room, his figure gradually dissipating, forced to return to the guardian spirit space. I beat you so much that you can't move and forcefully take your void orb. Even though I'm not the owner of the void orb, I can still break your void orb and leave you with not a single dragon core left. The 8-core Starry River University's Ascendant awakened student laughed cruelly. What, to snatch my void mass orb and forcefully break it? Sunja got worried. It took 10 seconds to activate the Star Shuttle order, and the difference in strength between him and this innate was too great, so it was really possible that the other party could beat him to the point of being defenseless within 10 seconds, then forcibly take the void mass sphere from him and shatter it. Once the void messy sphere was shattered, the spatial force would destroy the things inside the void messy sphere, and unless something particularly sturdy wouldn't be destroyed, I'm afraid that everything else, including the dragon core, would have to be shattered. Whatever, activate the Star Shuttle order, maybe we can walk away in time. Sunja secretly said. Right at this moment, a voice came, causing him to give up his intention of activating the Star Shuttle order. The 3 of you bullied my classmates, did you have my consent? A cold killing chance descended. Chapter 148 A Straw, Bullying Threat. Swoosh. A killing opportunity descended, and the 8-core Starry River University's Ascendant realm awakened immediately gave up attacking Sunja, and his great hand of Ascendant true origin violently changed direction and slapped in the direction where the crisis descended from. There was a plopping sound. The true essence great hand was pierced through. A flash of green light pierced through his palm and shot into the top of his shoulder. Immediately, a streak of blood flowed out from his palm as well as his shoulder. What kind of concealed weapon is it? The 8-core Starry River University's innate awakener reacted at first. But when he saw the concealed weapon on his shoulder, he was dumbfounded. It wasn't a concealed weapon, it was a blade of grass. He reached out and grabbed it, easily removing the grass, and with a twist of his true essence, the grass instantly turned into ashes. It really is an ordinary grass. He was dumbfounded. A strain of grass had actually broken through his great hand of true essence, passing through his palm and sticking into his shoulder. This didn't seem like something a grass could do in any way. The person who came is very, very strong. The 8-core Starry River University's innate awakened hurriedly took dozens of steps back, staying with the other 2 students at the 8th level of the blood transformation realm, and was about to prepare to flee. But at that moment, another blade of grass shot in. This time, this innate realm awakener sensed it, but still failed to resist it. The grass cut through his face, taking away a trace of his blood. If you guys dare to escape, try. As soon as the words fell, a beautiful figure appeared not far away, seemingly out of nowhere. Xiao Xin'er. Sunjo and the other 4 were pleasantly surprised when they saw Xiao Xin'er appear. They knew Xiao Xin'er's strength very well, and the 8-core Xinxing University students in front of them were not Xiao Xin'er's opponents at all. When Xiao Xin'er appeared, they were saved. It's her. As soon as the 3 students from 8-core Star River University saw Xiao Xin'er, they completely recognized her identity. During the 3 days in the number 1 stronghold, someone had compiled a list of 10 demonic students, and Xiao Xin'er was clearly in the 3rd place. The 4th gravity of the innate. The number 1 sophomore at Earth Star River University, who once swept the Tarot Star River University, a 6th grade rune master. Xiao Xin'er's information had been revealed long ago, and although her guardian spirit was a medium guardian spirit, it was rumored that her medium guardian spirit was even more powerful than a god-level guardian spirit. Regardless of whether this information was true or not, Xiao Xin'er's strength was far above theirs. Xiao Xin'er, I'm Mo Fish from the 8-core Stars River University, ranked 6th in the 8-core Stars River University. Countess is sorry for this time, this is leaving. Let's pretend that we haven't had this conflict, and in the future, when I, Mo Fish, see you, I'm bound to back down, how about it? MOU conceded, only begging Xiao Xin'er to let them leave. Oh, you guys just want to leave like this? Just now, you had to rob my classmate, and you had to destroy my classmate's void orb, leaving my classmate with not a single dragon core left. This is too desperate of you. I won't bully you either, hand over half of the dragon cores and I'll let you all go. Xiao Xin'er walked step by step, holding a blade of grass in her hand, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. This grass was actually nothing special, but Xiao Xin'er had added the Xian Yuan sword technique's sword intent to it, turning it into a sword grass. Although it wasn't a true sword grass, it sharpened iron like mud, and with the addition of the 4th innate true essence power, it was enough to easily kill a 1st innate awakened person. Xiao Xin'er, don't go too far, asking for half of our dragon cores, this is to drive us to extinction. Big deal, we'll lose 1 chance to use the Star Shuttle order and immediately shuttle away. Mo Fish was very angry. Oh? Using the Star Shuttle order? Huh, can you guys hold me back for 10 seconds? If I really want to kill you, I don't even need a second. Xiao Xin'er coldly said. Mo's face changed. What Xiao Xin'er said was true. The gap between him and Xiao Xin'er was too big. The other party really didn't need a second if they wanted to kill him. Students couldn't kill each other, and he wouldn't worry about his life, but Xiao Xin'er could instantly re-injure him and take his void ring, thus destroying it. At that time, not only did he lose a large amount of dragon cores, but even the void ring that he had saved up so hard to purchase was gone. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. 1. 2. When Xiao Xin'er counted to 2, those 2 students at the 9th level of the blood transformation realm completely wimped out. Xiao Xin'er, don't make a move, we're willing to give half of the dragon cores. They immediately walked to the front, took out the voiding orb, and with a wipe of their hands on the voiding orb, they threw out a large amount of dragon cores. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Xin'er immediately drank them in. Stop, let go of the access to the void mass ball and let my soul power enter to take a look. Do you guys say this is half and half? Hearing Xiao Xin'er's words, the faces of these 2 8-core Star River University students of the blood transformation realm turned white. It was true that there wasn't half of the dragon core here, not even a quarter of it. They originally wanted to muddle through, but now they couldn't see how they could. Xiao Xin'er, we counted wrongly just now, let's count again. The 2 were incredibly embarrassed and terrified. Then, they threw out a large number of dragon cores. Xiao Xin'er checked their void mass orbs, this time determining that they had indeed taken out half of the dragon cores, and although most of the high-level ones stayed behind, she didn't have the time to calculate the value distribution one by one. You 2 can go now, Mo Fish, right? What about you, how do you choose? Xiao Xin'er's gaze went to Mo Fish. The sword grass in her hand began to shake. Mo Fish gritted his teeth and said in a meaty voice, I'll give it. He also stepped forward and took half of the dragon core out of the void ring and threw it on the ground. Mo Fish was worthy of being an ascended realm awakened. The dragon core he obtained was far superior to the other 2's dragon cores. Although it couldn't be compared to Xiao Xin'er's dragon core, it was still considered very good. Xiao Xin'er checked Mo Fish's void ring and found that the quantity was good, so she waved her hand and said, let's go, next time don't bully the students of our Earth Star River University, or else, I will definitely not leave a single dragon core for you. After saying that, Xiao Xin'er waved her hand and took all the dragon cores on the ground into her void ring. Seeing Xiao Xin'er letting them go, Mo's trio hurriedly flew away, not even daring to return their heads. After Mo Fish left, the 4 of them, Sun Zai, walked over and said gratefully, Xiao Xin'er, thank you so much for this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that we wouldn't have been able to keep our void spheres. We are all classmates, what's the point of saying these polite words? Besides, we are all part of Earth Star River University. How can we let the students of the 8 core stars snatch the dragon core from our Earth Star River University? Xiao Xin'er said with a smile. Chapter 149, Passing God Realm Dragon Bloodvine. You guys find a place to heal, I'll leave first. Xiao Xin'er prepared to leave. Suddenly, Sun Zed called out to Xiao Xin'er, I know the location of a treasure land, I wonder if you're interested? Treasure land? Xiao Xin'er stopped in her tracks after hearing that and said, tell me about it. Dragon Blood Vine, you've heard of it, right? Sun Zai asked. I've heard of it, I'm also considered to be well-read, I understand many treasures. The dragon blood vine is a plant-based demonic beast. It's a kind of bioaccumulation that evolved by drawing on a large number of dragon bloodline demonic beasts. It's called the dragon blood juice. Serving it can quickly restore power. 1 drop of dragon blood juice can allow a blood transformation realm that's depleted of its power to return to its full state in a short period of time. Xiao Xin'er spoke out what she knew about the dragon blood vine one by one. Not bad, the dragon bloodvine sap is of great use, thus the value of the dragon bloodvine sap is very high, but the number of such plant lineage demonic beasts is very rare, and most importantly, without a large number of dragon bloodline demonic beasts for it to hunt and devour, it will not be able to evolve into a true dragon bloodvine, and it will still be an ordinary vine plant lineage demonic beast. However, the ancient dragon planet has a large number of dragon bloodline demonic beasts, so the chances of giving birth to a dragon bloodvine are high. And we found a dragon bloodvine just a month ago, but this dragon bloodvine is very powerful and we are no match. Besides the dragon bloodvine, we also found a large amount of dragon cores under the dragon bloodvine tree. They should be the dragon cores left behind by those dragon bloodline demonic beasts that the dragon bloodvine killed. After Sunja finished speaking, Xiao Xin'er's heart was moved. Xin'er, this dragon blood juice is a good thing, an absolute treasure. If you get it, you won't have to worry about running out of power. You can hunt and kill demonic beasts to your heart's content, and there's also a large amount of dragon cores there, which is considered to be a large amount of dragon core income. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Lin Tian, then I'll go and take a look. If that dragon blood vine is not too strong, then I can put it to death. Xiao Xin'er decided, so she said, Sun Zai, you can take me to have a look. If I can kill that dragon blood vine, the dragon blood juice as well as the dragon core will be divided into 1/3 for you. No, how would we dare to ask for so much? 1/10 is fine. Sun Zai was very judicious, although he also wanted 1/3. If he were to ask for 1/3 by just leading a path and contributing nothing, Xiao Xin'er would definitely give it, but this was undoubtedly a bit too much. And 1/10 was a huge amount of value for them. Greed can be, but insatiable should not be, especially Xiao Xin'er just saved them. If so insatiable words, they themselves look down on themselves. The other three also agreed with Sun Zai's decision, as long as 1/10 was enough. Good, since you guys only want 1/10, then I'll just give you 1/10 when the time comes. Xiao Xin'er wouldn't have to give them more. Sun Zed only needed 1/10, and she was just happy in her heart. Guardian Spirit Space. Lin Tian smiled and said, "This Sun Zed will be a good person and not greedy for more. If he really wants a third, I'll be very disappointed in him." It's only right that he really wants a third. After all, the dragon blood vine was discovered by the four of them. If he didn't tell me not to lead the way, we wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of the dragon blood vine. Xiao Xin'er said indifferently. Let me look at the map. Sunja took out a virtual map machine, which was something that could record geographic locations, and could record the places it traveled at any time, automatically converging these routes into a map, making it a good helper for survival in the wilderness. In the Star River era, anyone who went outdoors or forested mountains and rivers to practice would prepare a virtual map machine to record the surrounding situation at any time. Soon, Sun Zai found the place where the dragon blood vine was located that he had been to before. It's the entrance to this valley, where the dragon blood vine grows. Sunja pointed to the virtual image formed by the virtual map, where a dragon blood vine was growing. However, this virtual image recorded only a general image, thus it was unable to virtualize the exact appearance of the dragon blood vine. However, Xiao Xin'er was already quite certain that this vine was none other than the dragon blood vine. Since Sun Zai's four were injured, Xiao Xin'er thus waited for them to heal for a while. After about 5 hours, Sun Zai and the others had recovered from their injuries to the point where it didn't affect the battle, so they set off. The place where the dragon blood vines were located was far away from Xiao Xin'er's current location, and it took several people 7 hours of continuous and fast traveling before they arrived at the entrance of that valley. Xiao Xin'er, this is the dragon blood vine. Sunja pointed at a huge vine in the distance and said. Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian gazed over, only to see that this dragon blood vine was blood red in color, with a single vine branch tying up the nearby boulders, and its main trunk deeply inserted under the earth. The entrance to the valley was 50 meters wide, but the 50 meters were all covered by dragon blood vines, and on the ground below the branches of the dragon blood vines there was a pile of white bones. That was the corpse of a dragon bloodline demonic beast, and on top of the bones there were dragon cores. The dragon blood vines could only draw on the blood and flesh of dragon bloodline demonic beasts, but could not utilize their dragon cores, thus these dragon cores were useless to the dragon blood vines, and that was why they stayed. Humans, you're here again. The dragon blood vine possessed a not-so-low intelligence. After all, it was a powerful plant-based demonic beast, and speaking was not difficult for it. Xiao Xin'er and the dragon blood vine were relatively far away from each other. The branches of the dragon blood vine couldn't extend to this place, thus it didn't launch an attack on Xiao Xin'er. Suddenly, a handful of grass appeared in Xiao Xin'er's hand, infused with sword intent and innate true essence, and swung out, transforming into a sword grass that shot towards the dragon blood vine. She was testing the strength of this dragon blood vine. Only to see the dragon blood vine waving a branch in the air and cutting through a residual shadow, instantly shattering the sword grass Xiao Xin'er had thrown out. Haha, human, some fake sword grass in a mere area wants to deal with me? Even the real sword grass that grows on the other side of the valley is nothing more than an itch to me. I'm a demonic beast of the first level of the Tongshan realm, and you're nothing more than a human innate little fellow. You want to kill me too? If I wasn't unable to move, I would have killed you long ago. The dragon blood vine mocked. Tongshan realm demonic beast. Sunja and the others were shocked when they heard this. How could an innate fight the passing god realm? Chapter 150 Sword Grass Rune Weapon. Listening to the meaning of your words, it seems like you know a lot about humans. Xiao Xin'er said in surprise. Of course I know them well. The dragon bloodvine said condescendingly, we demonic beasts can inherit the bloodline and fragmented memories of our ancestors. In my ancestors' memories, my ancestor had dealt with humans, and thus knows humans very well. You humans are very eager for the dragon blood sap from our dragon bloodvine's body, but it's a pity that a few of you are too weak and too weak. Mockery was evident in the dragon bloodvine's words. Xiao Xin'er, let's go. This is a dragon blood vine of the passing god realm. We didn't probe its strength clearly before, otherwise we wouldn't have brought you. Sorry for wasting your time. Sun Zed was somewhat ashamed. If this dragon blood vine was merely an innate realm plant system demonic beast, he believed that Xiao Xin'er would definitely be able to kill it, but if it was a passing spirit realm demonic beast, there was nothing that could be done about it. The difference between the innate and the passing spirit realms was too great. If Xiao Xin'er reached the 9th level of the innate realm, she could still cross the realm and kill the passing spirit realm's dragon's blood vine. But Xiao Xin'er was only at the 4th level of the innate before the trial, and now she is at most at the 5th level of the innate, which is simply unable to kill the dragon blood vines of the god realm. If they were to forcefully fight with the dragon bloodvines, not only would they not be able to kill the dragon bloodvines, they would even be killed by the dragon bloodvines. No, the dragon bloodvine of the first level of the passing god realm is just a dragon bloodvine. I won't necessarily be unable to kill it. Moreover, the dragon bloodvine also belongs to the dragon bloodline demonic beasts, so I'm sure you have a dragon core in your body as well. Xiao Xin'er smiled. Not bad, although I'm a plant-based demonic beast, my body also has a dragon bloodline, so naturally, I've also birthed a dragon core. Hehe, you still dared to hit me, so come and kill me. The dragon bloodvine coldly said. It made up its mind. Once Xiao Xin'er approached its attack range, it used to mobilize a large number of vine branches to surround Xiao Xin'er, cutting off her escape route and instantly killing Xiao Xin'er. Although a human's flesh and blood was of no use to its evolution, it didn't mind devouring Xiao Xin'er's flesh and blood. Why don't we use fire to kill it? Another student snapped out a suggestion, and thought to himself that this suggestion was rare, with a smug look on his face. Burn your ass, the dragon bloodvine's body is far tougher than ordinary steel, how can a mere mortal fire burn it to death? What idea did you come up with? Sunzai couldn't help but despise it. The student who was scolded looked embarrassed. If it was possible to burn it to death with fire, then this dragon bloodvine would be too much of a dish. Fire is not possible, but other methods may not necessarily not work. Xiao Xin'er suddenly said. What methods? Sunzai was curious. He really couldn't figure out how Xiao Xin'er of the innate realm could kill a dragon bloodvine of the passing god realm. It seemed like it was simply impossible to do so. You guys wait here for a while. Xiao Xin'er commanded, and immediately darted off in another direction, towards that side of the valley. What is Xiao Xin'er going to do? Sunju was very confused, but still followed Xiao Xin'er's instructions and waited here. The other side of the valley. Xiao Xin'er arrived in front of a stone wall, only to see a large amount of grass growing on the stone wall. These grasses were not ordinary grasses, but real sword grasses. I didn't realize that there were so many sword grasses growing here, and they were also 5-leaf sword grasses. Xiao Xin'er was surprised. At this point, she had to say that the dragon bloodvine was stupid for taking the initiative to inform her that there was swordgrass here, otherwise she really wouldn't have been able to find it. Swordgrass was a plant that was naturally suited to contain the sword intent and had a shape similar to a sword, thus it was called swordgrass. Swordgrass was also divided into grades, such as 1-leaf swordgrass, 2-leaf swordgrass. The swordgrass here is a 5-leaf swordgrass, with 5 leaves, each of which is as hard as a piece of iron, and if one were to hold these sword grasses, they could easily cut through a person's skin and slice through rocks. If one poured sword intent into the swordgrass would explode with terrifying power, but the swordgrass also had a drawback, that is, it could not be used for a long period of time. Once the sword intent was poured in, the swordgrass would quickly lose its power and break apart completely. However, the power of the swordgrass was worthy of praise. Rumor had it that a deity held a 9-leaf swordgrass and infused it with supreme sword intent, cutting through the stars with a single sword, and even cutting down another deity with a single swordgrass across a distant starry sky. Xiao Xin'er was using these sword grasses to behead the dragon bloodvine at this moment. Lin Tian, come out and help pick the swordgrass. Xiao Xin'er summoned Lin Tian and hurriedly said. Xin'er, you're utilizing these sword grasses to refine runic weapons, right, and then imbue them with sword intent to execute the dragon bloodvines? Seeing these sword grasses, Lin Tian had a guess in his heart and said. Worthy of being my guardian spirit, it really understands me, that's what I'm thinking. Do you think there's hope? Xiao Xin'er said cheerfully. There is hope. The sword grasses with the sword intent are already incomparably sharp. If these sword grasses are then refined into runic weapons, they can completely attack the dragon bloodvines of the passing god realm from a long distance. The dragon bloodvines couldn't move out of the way and could only block hard. These sword grass rune weapons should be able to break through the dragon bloodvine's defense. One attack definitely won't work, but if they keep attacking, the dragon bloodvine will definitely die. Lin Tian estimated. Well, let's get started then. Xiao Xin'er took out her Chinese heavenly warrior and turned on the Regulus sword state, continuously chopping these sword grasses off by the roots and putting them into the void ring. Lin Tian, on the other hand, used both hands to pull out a single sword grass. With his physical body defense, these sword grasses couldn't cut through his skin yet. With the combined efforts of both Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er, the sword grass on this stone wall was basically picked up by them. Immediately, they searched around again and found quite a few more sword grasses. More than an hour later, Xiao Xin'er organized herself, counted, and said, a total of 854 sword grasses. It's completely enough. Come on, let's go back. Lin Tian said to Xiao Xin'er. Instead of returning to the guardian spirit space, he followed Xiao Xin'er back to the dragon bloodvine. This was because he was still needed to assist in the next battle. Soon, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian appeared together in front of Sunzed and the other 4. At this time, when Sunzai saw that Xiao Xin'er had even summoned the guardian spirit, he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xin'er, have you thought of a way? There's a way. You guys first help me kill a few demonic beasts in the vicinity. A blood change realm demonic beast will suffice. Xiao Xin'er commanded. Good, we'll go now. Sun Z and the other four immediately responded. Chapter 151 Mass Refining. This area was a valley jungle, and there should have been a large number of demonic beasts, but due to the dragon bloodvine, all the other demonic beasts had fled to the distance, thus there weren't many demonic beasts in the vicinity. Sun Zai and the others went to hunt demonic beasts in the distance, while Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er were adjusting their state. This time, Xiao Xin'er was going to refine sword grass rune weapons while Lin Tian would also refine sword grass rune weapons, and the two of them would do it together. Lin Tian, I'll swallow the guardian spirit pill first, your time in the outside world will be delayed a lot. Xiao Xin'er took out a guardian spirit pill and swallowed it in one gulp. In this way, Lin Tian could stay in the outside world for a long time. Next, Xiao Xin'er found two boulders and used the Regulus sword to cut the boulders, making two platforms that temporarily acted as rune platforms. The rune pens were ready, the discs containing the demonic beast blood were also placed on the rune platform, everything was ready, just waiting for Sun Zhu and the others to send the demonic beast corpses and take the demonic beast blood to inscribe the runes. In less than half an hour, Sun Zhu and the others returned. The four of them came back dragging two demonic beasts, which were already dead, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the wounds and spilled onto the ground. Although a lot of demonic beast blood had been wasted, Xiao Xin'er couldn't use too much demonic beast blood for inscribing runes, and the demonic beast blood remaining in the bodies of these two demonic beasts was enough. Seeing the two rune tables, Sun Zai was surprised. Xiao Xin'er, are you refining rune weapons? He knew that Xiao Xin'er was a 6th grade rune master, but what was the use of refining rune weapons at this time? Even a 5th grade rune weapon wouldn't add much strength to pose a threat to the dragon bloodvines. Get on the demonic beast blood. Xiao Xin'er commanded. Although Sun Zai and the others were puzzled, they could only follow Xiao Xin'er's arrangement at the moment. The four of them transferred the demonic beast blood onto the plates on the rune table, and Lin Tian's plate was also filled with demonic beast blood. At this time, Sun Zai and the others were secretly curious, their gazes looking towards Lin Tian. Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit was also a rune master in her lifetime? They guessed. If not, Xiao Xin'er's guardian spirit, Lin Tian, would not have come out to refine runic weapons as well. Let's begin. Xiao Xin'er nodded to Lin Tian. Immediately, the two of them took out the sword grass, placed it on the runic table, and began to inscribe simple runes. The runes that Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian inscribed were combination runes that increased sharpness, strength as well as speed, completely treating the sword grass as a sword to inscribe the runes. Swish swish swish. Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian quickly inscribed some combination of simple runes on the sword grass in one go. When the inscription of the runes ended, the light on the sword grass shone brightly, and the runes gradually merged into the sword grass. Immediately afterward, the sword grass shone brightly and became a runic weapon. 6th grade runic weapon. Sun Zai was a little surprised when he witnessed Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian refining a 6th grade runic weapon so simply. Soon after, they were surprised. As a result, the speed at which Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er refined 6th grade rune weapons was too fast, and there was almost no failure rate, as one 6th grade rune weapon was refined out of their hands. This was simply like an assembly line, rapidly producing 6th grade rune weapons. Demon, too demonic, I heard that those rune masters have to adjust their state for a long time to refine a rune weapon, and the success rate isn't high. Xiao Xin'er and her guardian spirit's speed of refining rune weapons is too terrifying, isn't it? Appalling to hear. Sun Zed was surprised and secretly said. Suddenly, Xiao Xin'er took out a 6-leaf swordgrass, which was a more advanced swordgrass than the 5-leaf swordgrass. She was going to use this 6-leaf swordgrass to refine a 5th grade runic weapon. Adjusting her state, she silently recited the Tao Te Ching. Soul power fused with the rune pen, using her soul power to control the demonic beast's blood in the rune pen to begin inscribing runes on top of the swordgrass, consuming a lot of soul power in doing so. The consumption of refining a 5th grade rune was at the very least more than 5 times that of a 6th grade rune. With Xiao Xin'er's soul strength nowadays, she could at most only refine 10 5th grade runic weapons, or 50 6th grade runic weapons at once. Wow! The combined runes on the 6-leaf swordgrass gradually merged into the 6-leaf swordgrass, and the runic inscription was successful. The light fluctuations released by the successful refinement of the runic weapon had clearly reached the level of a 5th grade runic weapon. 5th grade runic weapon, complete. This is a 5th grade runic weapon. Although Sun Zai was not a rune master, his knowledge was not low, and he could still recognize the difference between a 5th grade runic weapon and a 6th grade runic weapon. At this moment, the rune weapon that Xiao Xin'er had refined was clearly a 5th grade rune weapon. Wouldn't this mean that Xiao Xin'er is a 5th grade rune master? My god! Each of the 4 Sun Zai were astonished. The status of a 5th grade runic master could be very high. Addressed as a master, even a Tongshan Realm Awakened had to be respectful when they saw a 5th grade runic master. After all, weaker Tongshan Realm Awakened also needed 5th grade runic weapons, and would often ask for the help of 5th grade runic masters to help refine their runic weapons as well. More importantly, the 6th grade rune master and the 5th grade rune master were a threshold that many rune masters were unable to cross throughout their lives, and once they became a 5th grade rune master, it was the same as crossing into a new level. Xiao Xin'er was only how old? Just a sophomore, around 20 years old. Surprisingly, she had already become a 5th grade rune master. On the other side, Lin Tian also started refining a 5th grade runic weapon, and with the same easy inscription success, a 5th grade runic sword grass weapon was practiced. One by one, 6th grade rune weapons, one by one, 5th grade rune weapons were refined by Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er. Soon, Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian's faces were very pale, their soul power consumption was rather severe. Xin'er, let's take a rest, Lin Tian hurriedly said. Good. Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er began to meditate and rest, secretly reciting the Tao Te Ching. With the assistance of the Tao Te Ching, the two of them were also recovering their soul power at a very terrifying speed. An ordinary person with severe soul power depletion would need a few days at the very least to recover, but for Xiao Xin'er and Lin Tian, an hour or two was enough. Xiao Xin'er, what's the use of refining so many runic weapons? Is it hard to kill dragon blood vines? Sun Zai was still puzzled, so he asked. What are these? Xiao Xin'er pointed at the sword grass rune weapons and asked. These are sword grasses. Sun Zai still recognized the sword grass. What if the sword grasses match the sword intent? Xiao Xin'er pursed her lips. Sword intent, could it be that you have comprehended sword intent? Sun Zai finally understood Xiao Xin'er's intentions. Chapter 152 Sword Grass Attack, Dragon Blood Vine Death. Sword intent was a very special kind of intent that was different from other intent. Sword intent together with the sword grass was able to exert a terrifying power, and if the sword grass was refined into a runic weapon, the power would be even more terrifying and incomparable. Of course, the sword grass still couldn't be compared to a real weapon, belonging to disposable weapons. But even if it was a disposable weapon, it would still be enough to bring about unexpected effects at such a time. Creating a large number of sword grass rune weapons and using sword intent to catalyze them to attack the dragon blood vines, such an attack could completely cause damage to the dragon blood vines. If it was used to deal with other passing spirit realm demonic beasts, this was undoubtedly looking for death, but it could be used to deal with plant-based demonic beasts like the dragon blood vines that couldn't move, but it couldn't be more suitable. For 3 days in a row, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er went back and forth refining the sword grass rune weapons, resting again, and refining again. Just like this, a large batch of sword grass rune weapons were refined by the two of them. Nearly 300 sword grass rune weapons, of which 30 were 5th grade rune weapons and the other 250 or so were 6th grade rune weapons. This many should be enough, Xiao Xin'er murmured. This kind of sword grass rune weapon belonged to disposable rune weapons, and it had to be activated by someone who knew sword intent, thus it was worthless, and even if it was sold, it couldn't be sold at a high price. Adding to the fact that selling was also very troublesome, even if she used up all of these sword grass rune weapons in one go, she didn't care. If these rune weapons were exhausted, as long as they were able to kill the dragon blood vine, then everything would be worth it. Xin'er, let's use our sword intent to attack the dragon blood vines altogether. Lin Tian looked towards Xiao Xin'er. Xiao Xin'er nodded and looked for a standing position with Lin Tian, each on top of 2 boulders at the entrance of the valley. This position was 200 meters away from the dragon blood vine's body, while the dragon blood vine's attack range was at most around 150 meters, thus it was unable to attack Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er, but Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er could attack the dragon blood vine at will. Suddenly, Lin Tian held a 6th grade sword grass rune weapon in his hand and poured in his sword intent. A terrifying aura of the sword extended out from the 6th grade sword grass, vaguely trying to cut through the void in general. Chop! Holding the 6th grade sword grass rune weapon in his hand, he struck fiercely towards the dragon blood vines. In an instant, the 6th grade sword grass rune weapon transformed into a shocking sword chi that chopped towards the dragon blood vine. With Lin Tian's strength plus sword intent plus the power of the 6th grade sword grass rune weapon erupting in an instant, the combined attack power erupted together was enough to surpass the normal innate 9th level attack, second only to the attack of the 1st level awakened person of the Tongshan realm. This level of attack was enough to injure the dragon blood vine, although it only injured it a little bit, but it was enough to kill the dragon blood vine if it was done more often. At this time, the dragon blood vines waved their vine branches in an attempt to intercept the swordgrass rune weapon. There was a loud rumble. The swordgrass rune weapon and the dragon blood vine's branches collided together. The swordgrass rune weapon crumbled, but the dragon blood vine's branches also shattered quite a bit, instantly causing the dragon blood vine to scream out in pain. These vine branches were just like its arms, and it was natural for its arms to suffer pain from injuries. The moment Lin Tian launched his attack, Xiao Xin'er also launched an attack on the dragon blood vine with a swordgrass rune weapon in her hand. In this way, Lin Tian and Xiao Xin'er launched endless attacks on the dragon blood vine. One by one, the swordgrass rune weapons were scrapped, but the dragon blood vine's injuries were also getting more and more serious. At a certain moment, Lin Tian unleashed a terrifying strike with a 5th grade swordgrass rune weapon in his hand, and this strike directly chopped into the main trunk of the dragon blood vine, leaving a deep sword mark on it. At this moment, the dragon blood vine was afraid. "Damn humans, you guys don't just want some dragon blood juice, I'll just give you some." The dragon blood vine compromised, it really felt the breath of death descending this time. If it was like this again, it would really die. Dragon blood sap could allow humans to recover quickly, it could even cure injuries, but it couldn't cure it, because dragon blood sap was just like one's own blood. How could one's own blood cure oneself? That was only useful for others. Dragon blood vine, at this level, do you think we will still let you go? If it was before we refined the sword grass rune weapon, if you were willing to compromise and give us some dragon blood juice, we would have definitely let you go, but it's too late now. Xiao Xin'er continued her attack. In less than an hour's time, the branches of the dragon blood vine were scattered on the ground, all of them chopped off by the sword grass rune weapon, while its main trunk was also littered with sword marks. At this time, the dragon blood vine's speed was getting slower and slower. It was, already, seriously injured. In the distance, Sun Zed and the others had been completely dumbfounded. Xiao Xin'er was actually able to really kill the dragon blood vine at the first level of the passage realm with the 5th level of the innate realm. If this were to be spread out, it would surely shock everyone. Sun Zed murmured. Xin'er, let's use a 5th grade sword grass rune weapon together and make a joint strike to completely decapitate the dragon blood vines. Tian, holding a 5th grade sword grass rune weapon in his hand, and Xiao Xin'er, who was holding a 5th grade sword grass rune weapon on the other side, looked at each other and said, swoosh. The two of them flew mid-air, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, they launched the strongest strike against the main trunk of the dragon blood vine with sword intent madly surging into the 5th grade sword grass rune weapon. Boom boom. The two 5th grade swordgrass rune weapons transformed into rushing sword chi that converged in front of the dragon blood vine and merged together to erupt into a brilliant aura of sword. This terrifying aura of sword penetrated through the main trunk of the dragon blood vine in one strike, completely taking away the last of the dragon blood vine's vitality. Wow! The remaining branches of the dragon blood vine fell loosely to the ground, no longer able to be wielded. Dead? Sun Zed walked over, not quite sure. Let me see. Tian's soul power was the strongest, and the soul was capable of sensing the characteristics of a living state. Thus, Tian used his soul power to start detecting the life characteristics of the dragon blood vine. Dead, it has completely lost its vitality. Tian could affirm. I'll go fetch the dragon blood juice, Xin'er, wait here. Tian said to Xiao Xin'er. He was also doing this because he was afraid that the dragon blood vine would play dead with a special secret method. Although it was unlikely, there was no harm in being careful. He was a guardian spirit, and at critical moments, he could be instantly retrieved by Xiao Xin'er into the guardian spirit space, thus nothing would happen. As a matter of fact, the dragon blood vine was really dead. Tian came to the front of the dragon blood vine and used a metal implement to start collecting the dragon blood juice from the dragon blood vine. Seeing that the dragon blood vine was truly dead, Sun Zai and the others also came over to help. Chapter 153, Cutting Through the Sea with a Single Strike, Destroying the Three Great Dragons. So many dragon cores. Xiao Xin'er's gaze was fixed on the field of bones underneath the dragon blood vine. Before they were far away, coupled with the demonic beast's bones covering it up, they couldn't see the number of dragon cores clearly. But now when they carefully searched, the number of dragon cores really exceeded their imagination. The total number of these dragon cores was even more than the number of dragon cores that Xiao Xin'er had obtained from hunting over the past few months, at the very least twice as many. The dragon blood vine was able to grow to the first level of the passing god realm. It had already lived for a long time, and the lifespans of such plant-based demonic beasts were all very long as well, and after hunting and killing the dragon bloodline demonic beasts that had come here throughout the long years, it was only normal that there were such a large number of dragon cores that had been accumulated from one year to the next. Not long after, the dragon blood juice as well as the dragon cores were collected. According to the agreement, Xiao Xin'er needed to give 1/10 of the dragon blood juice as well as the dragon cores to the four of Sun Zed, so she sorted it out and shared out Sun Zed's share with them. Sun Zed, this is the dragon blood juice and dragon cores for the four of you. Xiao Xin'er pointed at the divided dragon blood juice and dragon cores and said. The four of them were staring at the dragon cores and dragon blood juice, very excited. All of these belonged to them, and the income gained from this trial also belonged to them. These were one of the rules of the trial. The number of dragon cores of all of us is not this much, and there are also a large number of innate realm dragon cores here. A dragon core of the first innate realm is equivalent to the dragon cores of 7 or 8 dragon bloodline demonic beasts of the 9th level of the blood transformation realm. The value of so many dragon cores is many times more than the total value of all the cores of all the several of us together. Ah. Sun Zed murmured. This time, when the four of them divided these dragon cores, each person's total score was bound to skyrocket quite a few times, and their rankings were bound to be able to be easily raised by many times, and their total rankings of all the students in the 3 universities were bound to be good. The four of them divided up the dragon cores and dragon blood juice and put them into the void miasma sphere. At this time, Xiao Xin'er reminded, the few of you have obtained so many dragon cores, this time is considered a good harvest. Be careful in the following months, it's best not to be robbed again. We will be careful. Sun Zed and the others nodded their heads and replied. This time, there was Xiao Xin'er to save them, but the next time would not necessarily be the same. They had already decided that if the next time they encountered a powerful ascended realm awakened to rob them, they would absolutely open the Star Shuttle Order at the first opportunity. Afterwards, Xiao Xin'er separated from Sun Zai and the rest of them, each going on their own trial journey. With the dragon blood juice, Xiao Xin'er could carry on fighting to her heart's content, and if her strength was depleted, drinking a little bit of the dragon blood juice, coupled with the aid of divine level techniques such as the innate technique, she could recover her strength almost within a minute. With such treasures, Xiao Xin'er almost didn't need to worry about running out of strength. Her efficiency in killing dragon bloodline demonic beasts far exceeded that of before, and her honing of martial arts techniques became more skillful, progressing at a very fast rate. Without realizing it, another month or so passed. At this time, there was only a little more than a month left before the half-year trial deadline. On this day, the three deities located at the Ancient Dragon Star space station set out for Ancient Dragon Star. The three deities, Aosane King, Demon Wind King, and Giant Power King, arrived at a sea area of the Ancient Dragon Star. In the middle of the void, the Aosane King gazed down below and sensed the aura of three augur dragons that were below the sea. There are three pure-blooded Xiao dragons of the 7th level of the Void Realm down there, considered to be one of the true lower dragon races. Although it's incomparable to a true dragon, it's far, far too powerful than those dragon bloodline demonic beasts of the ancient dragon planet. That's the true dragon race. Sage King Ao murmured. Well, augur dragons are barely considered to be the dragon race. As for those demonic beasts with dragon bloodline naturally don't count as the dragon race, they are not valued by the dragon race at all. It's just that I didn't expect that 3 augur dragons of the 7th level of the Void Realm could be born on this one planet. If some more years pass, there's no guarantee that these 3 augur dragons won't become sub-gods. Maybe with some luck, becoming a god would be a slight possibility. The Giant Power Emperor said with a harumph. Divine Spirit? Hee, just with these 3 small augur dragons? How many void realms are there in the universe, and how many deities are there? Not even 10,000 void realms may have one that can achieve deity. We humans have countless powerful legacies. Breaking through the divine spirit realm is still the case. While the ancient dragon star is in the middle of our humans' territorial stars, true dragons don't dare to set foot here. These 3 little scaly dragons won't be able to break through without the divine spirit dragon race's guidance, even if we give them 1,000,000 years of lifespan. The Devil Wind King said with undisguised contempt. Although these words were hard to hear, they were indeed true. Without a powerful inheritance and countless resources piled up, it would be too hard to become a deity. Kill them, we have to quench our dragon elements later, we don't have much time. Saint King Ao urged. Let me do it. The Devil Wind King grabbed the lead. Yes, it's only 3 void realm in the district, you can easily kill them, Demonic Wind King. The Giant Power King gave the opportunity to kill the 3 void realm augurs to the Devil Wind King. Good. The Devil Wind King took out a black devil sword and viciously chopped towards the sea. Rumble. A black light instantly cut the sea in half. However, the Devil Wind King still controlled his power to ensure that he didn't cause damage to the ancient dragon star, otherwise the power of a deity would be enough to cause unrecoverable damage to a star, and a powerful deity could even destroy a star with a single strike. Devil Wind King was only a planetary level first level deity, not yet able to do a single strike to chop up a star, but it was enough to destroy the planet's ecosystem. At this moment, the power of the Demonic Wind King's strike did not reach the level of a deity, but it reached the level of a sub-divine. It was more than enough to decapitate 3 augur dragons at the 7th level of the Void Realm with a sub-divine level attack. The sea was sliced open and the black light chopped into the seabed. The nests of the 3 augur dragons were instantly torn apart by the light and turned into ashes. The 3 augur dragons were also crushed alive by this black light right in the middle of their nests, and the 3 augur carcasses floated up from the bottom of the sea. Just as the Demon Wind King was about to reach out and grab the 3 dragon carcasses, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A golden light erupted from the seabed and went straight into space. The bright light illuminated most of the ancient dragon star. Other than the students who were in the other small half of the planet of ancient dragon star, all the other students saw this pillar of light that penetrated into space. This is the power of the true dragon. The 3 of them, Sage King Ao, changed their faces. Chapter 154. The Undersea Dragon Palace appears. A true dragon was not a realm, but a species, a true dragon race. The dragon race was a very powerful race, born with a foundation much stronger than humans. Many humans were born as mortals, and step by step, from the flesh-body realm, marrow-cleansing realm, blood transformation realm, and innate realm. From weak to strong, step by step, they stepped into the path of deities. The vast majority of human beings are very weak. A planet, billions of tens of billions of human beings ultimately able to step into the deity only a few only, relying on the accumulation of generations is enough to give birth to a deity. But the dragons are different, the birth is comparable to the innate, God realm abound, a little cultivation can become the void realm. Some highly gifted true dragons could become deities at adulthood, and their talent was unimaginable to humans. On the basis, human beings cannot be compared with the true dragons, talent cannot be compared, but human beings are still dragons do not dare to mess with the clan, because the number of human beings is too much, relying on countless human beings is enough to give birth to a large number of gods, while the number of dragons is very few. A pair of dragons in couples cannot even give birth to an heir for thousands of years, and even for their whole life cannot give birth to an heir is also very normal. Because of this, many dragons began to mate with other races, giving birth to races. As a result, many species with dragon bloodlines were born. They expected the highly talented ones among these species to evolve and become a true dragon, increasing the number of dragons for the dragon race. True dragons were too rare, and this was a star under the starry sky of human territory, thus it was almost impossible to see a true dragon. But now, Saint King Ao and the others had actually sensed the power of a true dragon. It's the power of a true dragon. I once witnessed a true dragon with the same power as this one. Devil Wind King muttered. Not bad, it is indeed the power of a true dragon. The Ao Shang King and the Giant Power King were also very certain. However, the three of them were not afraid, thus the power of this true dragon was not very frightening. It was around the second level of the planetary star level, a little stronger than them, but with the power of the three of them, even if they fought with the owner of this power, they wouldn't necessarily fall into a disadvantage. Rumble. The trio's divine power extended to the bottom of the sea, and that's when they saw a crystal palace. The pillar of light formed by this true dragon's power was precisely what erupted from the crystal palace, and it wasn't a real true dragon that erupted. This is the Dragon Palace. Devil Wind Palace. Just now, your attack chopped into the seabed and cleaved on the dragon formation above the Dragon Palace, splitting the dragon formation to the ground and leaking the true dragon power, which formed the pillar of light. It seems that we misunderstood. There shouldn't be any true dragons here. Sage King Ao appeared at the bottom of the sea and said evenly. Even if there is no true dragon, there must have been a true dragon residing here a long time ago, otherwise there wouldn't be a dragon palace here. Devil Wind King guessed. Let's go in and take a look, maybe we can find some treasures. The dragon race likes to collect treasures, so maybe we have a little bit of a haul. The Giant Power King laughed out loud. There aren't necessarily any treasures. If the true dragons left, they would definitely take their treasures away as well. Even if they left some treasures behind, they would still be trash and useless to us. Saint King Ao shook his head. Just go and take a look. The Devil Wind King hurriedly said. The three great deities dived to the bottom of the sea and entered the dragon palace along the crack where the dragon race formation had shattered. After about 10 minutes had passed, the three great deities came out. There are only some ordinary treasures in the periphery that are of little use to us, and the core place even has a special prohibition set up. Non-true dragon bloodline inheritors are not allowed to enter, or else if the dragon palace explodes, the entire ancient dragon planet will have to be affected. Ao Saint King could not help but sigh repeatedly. If they could open the special delicacy of the core place, there might be some gains, but now those things in the periphery were no different from garbage to them. There was no use in wanting them. This should be the place of inheritance prepared by that true dragon for the dragon bloodline demonic beasts of this planet. Before that, those three scaly dragons must have known about this dragon palace. That's why they constructed their lair by the side of the dragon palace. It's a pity that these three scaly dragons possess not the true dragon bloodline but a lower dragon bloodline. They were not allowed to enter the dragon palace, and their power couldn't break the dragon palace formations, otherwise, the interior of the dragon palace would have been gone long ago. The Devil Wind King couldn't help but speculate. What to do with this dragon palace now? The Giant Power King inquired for the advice of the Ao Shang King and the Demonic Wind King. Let's report it to the three principals first. The Ao Shang King suggested. That's fine. The Giant Power King and the Demonic Wind King responded. Through the Star Network, the three deities contacted their principals and informed them of the situation in the Dragon Palace of Ancient Dragon Star. Soon, once the three principals conferred, they decided to make the Dragon Palace the last item of the Ancient Dragon Star's trial. The three principals actually let those sophomores enter the Dragon Palace. Sage King Ao was surprised. This is a great opportunity. Those trash treasures in the Dragon Palace, although useless to us, are unavailable treasures to these students who are only in the blood transformation realm or innate realm. The Giant Power King was a little envious of these little guys. Their luck was so good. It's not easy for them to get those treasures. That true dragon has set up quite a few hurdles. It's hard to get those treasures without a certain amount of talent. This group of students can't get into the core place, but the outer periphery isn't restricted, so let them go into the Dragon Palace. Sage King Ao said with a smile. Xiao Xin'er was watching the sky-rushing pillar of light. Although it was a little hard to see clearly, she knew the terrifying power that the pillar of light contained. What is that? Xiao Xin'er was very curious. It's not clear. That side is too far away from here, otherwise we could go over and take a look. Lin Tian regretfully said. Just at this moment, the star shuttle order inside Xiao Xin'er's wrist suddenly flashed. Seeing this, Xiao Xin'er thought that the star shuttle order was going to automatically start the shuttle. However, she thought wrong. Wow! An illusory voice emanated from the star shuttle order. I am Saint King Ao, and I am now informing you of an important matter. A dragon palace left behind by a true dragon has appeared in one of the seas of the ancient dragon planet, and Star River University has decided to allow you to enter the dragon palace for a trial, and the treasures you obtain in the dragon palace will be entirely your own. Our three deities have already modified your star shuttle order across a far distance. The place of teleportation will be set up at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. You guys will start the star shuttle order for the shuttle later. If you don't start the star shuttle order, it is considered that you automatically give up this chance. Xiao Xin'er was dumbfounded when Saint King Ao finished speaking. Xin'er, quickly activate the star shuttle order. This is a dragon palace left behind by a true dragon. There must be a lot of treasures. Lin Tian revealed a look of wealth.